Traversing the Marvel Universe, Lin Fan, or Robert as he is now known, possesses a unique ability to randomly acquire the characteristics and powers of any object, including the most formidable forces in the cosmos, represented by the Infinity Stones. At the moment Robert's hand made contact with the cosmic cube, a notification chimed. Ding. Detected ability acquisition, space power, one of the most potent forces in the universe. Would you like to acquire the space power? Chapter 1, Rebirth. In the industrial district of New York in 1943, Robert was laboring at the docks. In truth, referring to him as Lin Fan was no longer appropriate. He was now Robert Barty. The great America has pushed the battlefield to the doorstep of the Nazis, and we urgently require the strength of the youth to help our nation swiftly liberate the people of the world. If you happen to be a young person, we implore you to enlist. A recruitment vehicle passed by Robert, who was once a fervent advocate of socialist ideals. Even though he was bewildered by his sudden displacement to the era of World War II and had lost his identity as a Chinese individual, now transformed into a fair-haired, blue-eyed Germanic American, he found himself at odds with the prevailing sentiments. Though he had shed his original nationality, since his arrival in America 5 years prior, he had never entertained the idea of contributing even a modicum towards the freedom and democracy of the United States, let alone engaging in warfare. Hey, young man, I believe you should enlist, just like your peers, and join the battlefield to vanquish the German Nazis. I think if I were you, I would certainly do so, rather than cowering here at the docks, laboring at a job you could still do with vigor in your 40s or 50s. Am I not right? As the recruitment vehicle drove away, Robert, now accustomed to this name, was immediately met with encouragement from older Americans who had been deeply influenced by the ideals of freedom and democracy. Before Robert could respond, another voice chimed in. I wholeheartedly support what he said. Listen, Robert, I don't understand what you're afraid of, but we all know that if you go to the front lines, your talents will shine. The world needs you. Before he could finish, Robert felt that remaining silent would be unbearable, so he resorted to his usual retort. Charlie and Hayden, I appreciate your goodwill, but remember, I have asthma. Just on that account, I am unfit. Charlie, who initially appeared somewhat portly, shrugged, recalling Robert's work ethic, and with a hint of mockery said, You certainly don't act like an asthma sufferer. If someone who can effortlessly lift 150 pounds is considered ill, I must be on the verge of death myself. Robert remained impassive, listening to Charlie's jibe, ultimately offering only a smile before walking away, refraining from any rebuttal. His silence stemmed from the understanding that Charlie meant well after all. In the prevailing view of nearly all ordinary Americans at the time, enlisting was regarded as the most viable path forward. Despite the risks of death, the rewards for surviving were substantial. The work of a dock worker could not compare to that of a soldier, both in terms of income and societal stature. At his youthful age, Robert's role as a dock worker drew parallels to a fully capable young person in the 21st century taking on a security job, inciting confusion and disappointment among peers and family alike. Charlie, seeing Robert walk away, contemplated pursuing him for further discussion, but was halted by Hayden, who shook his head, signaling him to drop the topic for now. In truth, Lin Fan had inhabited the body of young Robert for 5 years, enduring the daily indoctrination of the ideals of freedom and democracy. Had he not been aware of the true nature of America in later years, he might have succumbed to this ideology. Yet, the modern America was tarnished, though 1942 America, especially its people, was not inherently corrupt. In fact, the majority still believed fervently in their nation's principles. They perceived America as the beacon of hope for global salvation, and enlisting in the military as the pathway to that hope. Robert found himself surrounded by such individuals, and candidly, it was somewhat suffocating. Perhaps it is time to seek an exit. Casting a sidelong glance at Charlie and Hayden, Robert contemplated a destination he once knew well. However, a complicating factor lingered. Since his arrival, he had parents who treated him decently. As a person of flesh and blood, after such a lengthy companionship, it would be disingenuous to claim he felt no affection for them yet. He longed to escape New York. The ubiquitous recruitment advertisements, coupled with Uncle Sam's distant call and the counsel of acquaintances, weighed heavily upon him. Robert had considered orchestrating an accident at the docks to facilitate a discreet escape, but it remained merely a fleeting thought. It was essential to acknowledge that dock workers lacked any form of accident insurance should they perish in an accident. One could hardly expect capitalists to offer substantial compensation, and the government would be even less likely to support the families of the deceased. Conversely, the families of fallen soldiers would receive generous compensation and annual government aid. At present, Robert was devoid of a compelling reason after all. Merely these considerations did not warrant charging into battle for America, especially since he was well aware that this global conflict was nearing its conclusion. Will the reproach from those around me diminish once victory is secured for America? Robert internally shook his head, understanding that the answer was likely unfavorable, yet he felt powerless in the moment. As Robert was lost in a bleak reverie about the future, a sudden sound caught his attention, and his extraordinary reflexes prompted him to leap aside. Bang! Just as he jumped, a figure emerged from the water, crashing heavily onto the ground. Before Robert could assess the situation, another individual rapidly ascended from the water onto the land. The two figures soon engaged in a fierce struggle before Robert's eyes. The first, who had just landed with a thud, drew a knife and lunged menacingly at the other. The strike was swift and fierce. Given Robert's exceptional reflexes, it seemed likely that an ordinary person would be gravely injured or even killed by such an attack. Yet, unexpectedly, the lethal blow was deftly evaded. Robert had found the second individual somewhat familiar from the moment he emerged from the ladder, but he couldn't quite place where he had seen this towering figure, a muscular giant standing at 190 centimeters. Someone like that should be easy to remember. Why can't I recall? The brawl between the two did not disrupt Robert's thoughts until one of them hurled an object that shattered upon hitting the ground, bringing him back to reality. Clink! A blue vial shattered at Robert's feet. He had the capacity to prevent the vial from breaking, yet the familiarity of the scene caused him to momentarily lose focus. What is this? Driven by curiosity, Robert crouched to touch the still wet blue liquid, and suddenly a stream of blue text appeared before his eyes. Detected ability acquisition. Super Soldier Serum grants the user a physical constitution that reaches the human limit. Would you like to acquire the ability of the Super Soldier Serum? Robert stood before the subtitles, momentarily bewildered, for in the 21st century of the future, he had never encountered such a phenomenon in reality. It seemed to exist only in one place. Steve, who are you? I am merely the first. Sever one head, and two more shall arise in its place. The familiar yet strange dialogue resonated in Robert's ears, and as a flicker of realization illuminated his gaze, he unhesitatingly embraced the power of the super serum. He had now acquired a new ambition. Steve Rogers remained rooted in place, reveling in his newfound strength, while Robert seized the moment to discreetly slip away. As he passed by Charlie and Hayden, having made up his mind, Robert entrusted them with a final request. Charlie, Uncle Hayden, I've changed my mind. Life is still fraught with peril, and for the sake of the American people, I have decided to enlist and strike hard against the Nazis. I kindly ask you to inform the boss of my resignation from this job, but I shall not tolerate a single cent less for my wages from a few days ago. Having made his earnest declaration, Robert retreated to the back room to change into a fresh outfit, leaving the two men in a state of astonishment. It wasn't until Robert had walked some distance that they finally regained their senses. Charlie, that kid has finally come to his senses. The Nazis will soon face their nightmare. Hayden, Robert's abilities are beyond question. I have always believed the battlefield is where he truly belongs. I thought it would take some time to convince him, but I never expected it to happen so quickly. Charlie, young people are never short on passion. He shrugged and continued, I think today is a day worth commemorating. How about I treat you to drinks at the Fuzzy Bar? Hayden, that sounds like a splendid idea. In a recruitment office scattered throughout New York City, Robert casually selected one and entered. Standing at a height of 1.87 meters, his seemingly slender frame belied the powerful muscles that, once revealed, would signify strength to any onlooker. Robert, your medical examination report has arrived. Your physique is remarkably robust, both externally and internally. The nurse delivering the report had a rosy complexion, and her occasional glances towards Robert's lower body were unmistakable in their intent. Though he had never had a girlfriend and possessed little experience interacting with unfamiliar women, this did not hinder Robert from intuitively navigating the situation. I believe there may still be areas the doctor has yet to assess. Might I request your assistance once more, dear nurse? At your service. Now clad solely in a pair of shorts after his examination, Robert found himself approached by the nurse, who, upon receiving his response, embraced him eagerly. A gentle breeze swept through the lounge, where melodious sounds occasionally echoed, yet it felt as though nothing had transpired. All was left unspoken. Chapter 2. The Super Serum. In a military camp of the United States Army, distanced from the bustling heart of New York City, Robert was brought here in the evening, having been delayed from his intended arrival in the morning due to unforeseen circumstances. Left alone at the entrance of the camp, Robert was compelled to navigate his way to his assigned unit, the 116th Regiment. It appears I must devise a strategy to infiltrate the 107th Regiment. Upon encountering the super serum and the very presence of Steve himself, Robert had realized that he had traversed into the Marvel Universe, and as a time traveler, he possessed a unique advantage. He held 10 ability slots, akin to skill slots, which initially lay vacant, awaiting his touch on the entities from which he sought to draw power. Currently, he had acquired 3 abilities: Human Limit through contact with the Super Serum, while the other 2, Elephant Strength and Keen Senses, were derived from his previous visits to the zoo to interact with elephants and tigers. In a conventional world, the abilities he had gained from animals would suffice for a life of ease, but regrettably, in the Marvel Universe, Robert's strength would only render him as expendable fodder. The remaining ability slots must be utilized wisely. Reflecting upon his vacant 7 ability slots, Robert conceived a plan, for if one were to speak of the most formidable forces within the Marvel Universe, it could only be the 6 Infinity Stones. Acquiring their power would grant him the means to navigate this perilous world unscathed. It is noteworthy that Robert could only randomly acquire one ability from any given entity, and once obtained, the ability could never be removed. This elucidates why Robert did not reside in the zoo, incessantly touching animals to amass special powers. Very well, recruit, you are nearly 11 hours late. What do you have to say for yourself? Upon reaching the entrance of his barracks, Robert was confronted by a sergeant. Under the circumstances, Robert could only respond with the utmost decorum. Sir, my tardiness was due to personal reasons, and I feel remorseful. I am prepared to accept any punishment. The sergeant, blocking the entrance, replied, Did I hear you correctly? You said you would accept any punishment? Robert, you heard correctly, sir. I am willing to pay the price for my foolish actions. Despite the fact that Robert could single-handedly overpower the sergeant, he had no desire to instigate trouble. The sergeant appeared quite pleased with Robert's response, and he stepped aside to allow him entry. Rest well. Recruit, tomorrow you shall fulfill your promise. The sergeant called after Robert as he took a few steps forward. To this, Robert paid no heed, for he was no longer an ordinary person to him. The arduous training that was a rite of passage for recruits would merely be child's play. After all, the ability of elephant strength allowed him to exert the peak power of a fully grown bull elephant. Meanwhile, keen senses endowed him with the reflexes of a fierce tiger, and even Robert's previous vulnerabilities regarding his organs and self-healing capabilities were enhanced by the human limit ability. In essence, Robert had transcended the bounds of normalcy, and even the fortified Steve Rogers, known as Captain America, could not compare to him. Hey, look who finally decided to join us. Let me see which fool caused us to be left behind for extra training. As Robert stepped into the tent designated for the rest area, he was instantly surrounded by several individuals, their bodies exuding a potent odor of sweat, their eyes glaring at the newcomer. Is it you who deprived us of witnessing the welcoming ceremony conducted by the lovely ladies? All for that damned sense of collective honor. The tent housed 10 individuals aside from Robert and the 5 surrounding him. The remaining 4 lounged on their beds, observing the unfolding drama. I sincerely apologize if your displeasure stems from my tardiness. Go explain it to your mother. Before Robert could finish his sentence, the most muscular among the 5 lunged at him with a punch. Initially, he felt a pang of guilt and wished to explain himself, but now, having been attacked, he would not cower like a turtle. Raising a hand, he effortlessly caught the muscular man's fist and offered them one final opportunity. If you cease hostilities now, I may consider engaging in a civil conversation with you, as I did before. Let's all attack together. Robert's unexpected display of strength momentarily astonished the 5 individuals who intended to reprimand him. However, once they regained their composure, they unhesitatingly commenced executing their premeditated plan, for in their ignorance, they believed that Robert's exhibited power was insufficient to instill fear within them. 5 seconds later. Ugh! Aside from the brawniest among them, who was the first to strike, the others were swiftly sent sprawling by Robert's single blow, collapsing unconscious onto the ground. This is bad. Due to the newfound strength he had yet to fully adapt to, Robert's attempt to merely teach them a lesson nearly resulted in their demise. What transpired here? The soldiers on patrol fortuitously discovered the individuals hurled out by Robert. Upon assessing the situation and realizing that it was new recruits who had been knocked out, the patrolling American soldiers immediately heightened their vigilance and swiftly readied their weapons. Individuals inside, listen, come out with your hands on your head, or we will open fire. What a stroke of bad luck. Robert cursed inwardly, regretting his prolonged dalliance with the nurse. Yet, given that it was his first experience, succumbing to temptation seemed only natural. In the recruit camp, Colonel Philip, who was to lead a mission against the Nazis in London the following day, reflected on the last regiment he was to accept, the 115th. Philip remarked, I am uncertain how much a group of youngsters trained for merely half a month can achieve on the battlefield. His words left his subordinates and the camp commander speechless, for they were all too aware of the grim fate that awaited soldiers so inadequately trained for combat. Report. At that moment, a voice rang out from outside the command room. As the highest-ranking officer present, Philip naturally assumed the role of leader. Enter. To his surprise, the lieutenant who entered merely saluted him before seeking out his superior, Colonel Dart, to relay a report. Feeling overlooked, Colonel Philip expressed his displeasure, saying, Listen, Lieutenant, there are no outsiders here. Speak your mind freely. Colonel Dart, the highest commander of the recruit camp, was pleased with the lieutenant's performance but could not show it. Instead, he smiled and said, Yes, Lieutenant, feel free to report loudly there are no outsiders here. The lieutenant replied, Sir, just now, there was a brawl in my regiment. Before he could finish, Philip interrupted, Is that all? I believe you are capable of handling such matters. Seemingly sensing the disregard from the colonel, the lieutenant continued, Apologies, sir, but I neglected to mention that the assailant single-handedly incapacitated 5 individuals in under 10 seconds, 4 of whom are now unconscious, and 1 is injured but conscious. What? Philip instinctively thought it a jest, for the American military's recruitment process was rigorous, ensuring that all enlisted soldiers were capable adult males. Yet, here were 5 such men rendered unconscious, with another unable to stand, all within a mere 10 seconds. This is absurd. Bring the perpetrator before me, I must see whether he is man or specter. Robert was escorted before Philip, handcuffed, and upon observing Robert's physique, Philip scoffed at the notion that such a figure could easily topple 5 men. So, you are the one who single-handedly subdued 5 individuals? What do you attribute this feat to, your frail frame devoid of muscle, or your indomitable will? Perhaps feeling slighted by the previous neglect, Philip's pride swelled, and he now sensed a deception and mockery at play, rooted in his skepticism of Robert's abilities. Recognizing the situation, Robert discerned the path to resolution, yet first, he sought certain benefits he deemed necessary. Addressing the dismissive Colonel Philip, Robert stated, As you have heard, I subdued 5 comrades who sought to assault me, yet I do not take pride in this. My strength ought to be wielded on the battlefield against Nazis, not here in conflict with my fellow soldiers. Philip gazed upon Robert, who, despite his height, appeared almost devoid of muscle, struggling to comprehend the source of his confidence. Meeting Robert's gaze, Philip realized that further words would be futile, only strength could validate all. With a resounding crash, Robert effortlessly broke free of his handcuffs, relying solely on raw power without employing any technique. After a brief silence, chaos erupted in the room. What are you doing? Get down. Raise your hands. No, step back, recruits. Protect the colonel. Close to Philip, Robert noticed a flicker of astonishment in his eyes, but as a seasoned commander, he was unfazed by such reactions. Observing Robert, who remained motionless after freeing himself, alongside the bedlam that ensued, with weapons already drawn by some, Philip knew he had to regain control. Enough. What are you all panicking for? Before me stands a conscripted American soldier, not a Nazi. Cease your reckless actions at once. As the highest-ranking officer present, Philip's words held weight, swiftly restoring order to the scene. Once tranquility returned, the colonel scrutinized Robert, his gaze now devoid of disdain. If I recall correctly, the item you wore was military-issued, forged from solid steel, he remarked, a hint of surprise still evident on his expression. Robert replied, Is that so? I have been strong since childhood. After sizing Robert up, Philip conceded, Perhaps. Chapter 3. The Battlefield Philip. As you just mentioned, you are merely 17 years of age and have not undergone any military training, correct? At this moment, Robert and Philip were traversing the training camp, passing by a shooting range as the question was posed. To Philip's inquiry, Robert candidly replied, No, sir, I have not received any training. Philip, now grasping a rifle in his hands, examined it momentarily before extending it toward Robert. Philip, there is a target at a distance of 150 meters. Can you see it? Following the direction of Philip's finger, Robert gazed at the target. Even under the cloak of night, his innate abilities allowed him to discern it clearly. All right, rookie, as we discussed earlier, if you can hit that target without any training, it need not be a perfect 10, a hit will suffice. If you succeed, I shall permit you to enter the battlefield. Throughout their conversation, Robert had exhibited an ardent desire to engage in combat, leading Philip to instinctively perceive him as a talented yet arrogant youth eager to prove himself. Upon discovering that Robert was merely a fresh recruit, Philip resolved to impart a lesson. observing Robert's clumsy loading technique and his incorrect stance. Philip felt certain that this lesson would be exceedingly successful. As Robert aimed, Philip smugly remarked, "Young man, you must understand that sheer brute force will not vanquish the Nazis. We are no longer in the primitive age. We rely on guns and artillery." Bang! No sooner had he uttered those words than Robert fired his weapon. Truth be told, had Philip not been an integral part of his plans, Robert would have long since tuned out his incessant prattle. 7 points. Upon their arrival, the instructors and soldiers at the range had already assembled in formation, and as soon as Robert's score was announced, someone promptly reported it to him. "Robert, sir, may I proceed to the battlefield?" His expression was earnest, embodying the eager disposition of an impetuous youth. In reality, this was all a fade. He could have easily achieved a perfect score, but at the moment of squeezing the trigger, the rifle had swayed slightly. 7 points sufficed. He did not wish to appear overly extraordinary, at least not to be regarded as a curiosity. When Philip beheld the 150-meter target brought forth, he reluctantly acknowledged, "It seems so, Private Robert." In a bid to uphold his promise, Philip turned to Dart behind him and commanded, "Assign this lad to the 115th Regiment. He shall accompany the rest of my troops to the European front tomorrow." Dart, "Yes, sir." Robert was duly incorporated into the ranks of the 115th Regiment, set to embark on the battlefield, and he was appointed the rank of private. After issuing his orders, Philip cast one last glance at Robert before departing with an air of nonchalance. A group of officers dispersed, either retreating to rest or returning to their unfinished tasks, while Robert remained at the site, where he was escorted to their camp by a lieutenant from the 115th Regiment. The lieutenant remarked, "You shall make do here for the night. Your combat uniform will be delivered to you tomorrow. May you have pleasant dreams, soldier." With a pat on Robert's shoulder, he departed with nonchalance. After the commotion, it was already 9 p.m. The soldiers of the 115th Regiment, having trained rigorously throughout the day, succumbed early to sleep in the entertainment-scarce military camp. With Robert's current capabilities, entering the sleeping barracks unnoticed and without disturbing anyone was as effortless as eating or drinking. It was not until the next morning that the occupants of Robert's barack awoke and belatedly realized his presence. "Why are you in our camp?" A sergeant scrutinized Robert. Robert recounted the circumstances, omitting his display of prowess, simply stating that he was transferred for reasons unknown. After the sergeant went out to verify, Robert's identity was clarified. "Welcome, Private Robert White," the sergeant declared. "From now on, we shall be comrades. Allow me to introduce you to the others." He gestured toward the man, saying, "This is Macaulay Darcy." Robert extended his hand amicably, introducing himself. "I am Robert White. Pleased to meet you. This is Henry DeWan and Horace Mitchell." The introductions continued until it was the sergeant's turn. "I am Sergeant Cook. Henceforth, I shall be your commanding officer." "Private Robert White, at your service," Robert replied respectfully. Following the introductions, Robert's humble demeanor earned him the initial acceptance of the group. "Your combat uniform and weapon have arrived." Just as the introductions concluded, a voice called out to him from outside. It was the same lieutenant who had brought him. "Hurry and change. We are about to depart." After handing the items to Robert, the lieutenant departed as casually as before, without further pleasantries. Robert's commanding officer, Sergeant Cook, observed Robert's unfamiliar movements. He first demonstrated the correct actions to Robert, and then inquired, "So, you are a recruit who has yet to undergo even a day's training?" Upon Robert's confirming nod, Cook fell silent, and only after Robert was fully attired did he quietly muse, "Can we truly defeat the Nazis?" It was evident that Sergeant Cook had been on the battlefield, for the demeanor of one who has taken a life is fundamentally different from that of an ordinary person. Robert could empathize with Cook's confusion. Although the Nazis appeared to be in decline, their resistance remained tenacious, even maintaining an advantage in some theaters of war. Were Robert not burdened with memories of the future and placed solely in this era, he too might harbor similar sentiments. "Come, Private. I believe it is time I teach you how to use your weapon." Temporarily escaping the haze of confusion, Cook addressed Robert. "Let the training commence." After 10 minutes, Robert had already mastered the usage of the current U.S. Army rifle. With just one instruction, he flawlessly executed the standard procedure of aiming. "Oh, are you truly a rookie? I feel you perform better than I do," Cook remarked, half jokingly, yet the humor concealed the astonishing speed at which Robert learned. "Fall in." A few minutes later, after Cook had imparted some battlefield knowledge to Robert, the call to assemble resonated timely. Clad in full gear, Robert followed his comrades from the barracks. As all soldiers of the 115th Regiment swiftly gathered, the already prepared military trucks loaded the troops, destined for the military port to board requisitioned ships or war vessels bound for the European front. 5 months later, on the European front lines, the weather was dreary. With a light drizzle falling, a raindrop landed squarely on Robert's face. At this moment, he bore no resemblance to the tidy recruit he once was. Instead, he was covered in mud, with bloodstains adorning some areas of his uniform. After entering the battlefield, Robert had developed a habit of counting his remaining ammunition during moments of respite. Presently, he possessed 32 rounds. The limited supply was not due to a lack of military provisions. Everyone knew the use. Military was renowned for its wealth in warfare. The reality was that when Robert first arrived at the front, he was equipped with a scoped rifle, 300 rounds of ammunition, a dagger, and 5 grenades. While counting his ammunition, Robert suddenly noticed a shadow subtly shifting in the enemy position. Without hesitation, he raised his rifle and fired. Bang! With the gunshot, blood instantly splattered across the enemy ranks. The sound of the shot ignited a powder keg. The German forces, intent on seizing the position, unleashed a frenzied barrage towards Robert's location. Bullets from rifles, submachine guns, and machine guns rained down like confetti, yet ultimately proved futile. At a distance of 500 to 600 meters, the American soldiers remained sheltered in their trenches, rendering the German bullets practically ineffective. Seizing the moment when enemy fire diminished, Robert exposed himself and shot, almost every round resulting in the elimination of a high-value target. Meanwhile, within the command center of the German forces opposite, the commander was in a fit of rage, hurling his cup across the room. Damn it! For 2 whole days, the combined might of our 3 regiments has failed to breach the defenses of a single enemy regiment. I demand an explanation. Is it true, as the rumors suggest, that some among us have betrayed the Führer? His gaze was menacing as he surveyed the German officers present, his frustration escalating. Initially brimming with confidence, he had led his 3 infantry regiments into battle against a solitary enemy regiment. Among the 3 regiments of the German army, one was an elite troop of his direct lineage. And intelligence had long indicated that the American forces defending the opposite side were merely a hastily assembled group of inexperienced recruits. The German commanders initially believed they could effortlessly conclude the conflict against such an adversary. However, to their astonishment, the battle persisted for a full 2 days, during which the German troops not only failed to advance, but also suffered significant casualties. Upon hearing their commander broach the subject of betrayal against the Führer, a chill of dread swept through some members within the command tent. For the last time he made such remarks, heads had rolled. The 2 regimental commanders, not directly under his command, were particularly alarmed. When their eyes met his, they resolutely gritted their teeth, silently vowing not to allow themselves to be coerced into leading the front lines for inspections. It was only after they had distanced themselves sufficiently, accompanied by their trusted aides, that one of them ventured to speak. "Let us not frighten ourselves," he uttered, though even he was uncertain how to deceive himself. Considering the exorbitant casualty rates among high-value soldiers, such as machine gunners and frontline commanders over the past 2 days, almost 1 dead for everyone deployed. If that were indeed the case, perhaps there was no need to continue this battle. The German commander, contemplating this possibility, morosely remarked, "If only we had the support of armor divisions, no Hell's Angel would stand a chance." The regimental commander who had initially spoken expressed his frustration vehemently. "We both know that is impossible. The armored divisions have long been led by General Marine to engage the Americans. In truth, these 3 regiments were a crucial part of the original plan. If we could break through that accursed position within half a day, we would have been able to coordinate with General Marine's armored forces to encircle the Americans. If successful, it might have turned the tide of battle." His earlier pessimism waned as he grew more animated while speaking, yet his companion doused his enthusiasm with cold reality. "But now, with 2 days gone by, it seems the situation grows dire," he continued. "If our forces cannot breach the enemy's defenses, regardless of our fates, the failure of this campaign will rest squarely upon us." If Robert had heard his words, he would undoubtedly have informed him that their situation had irrevocably branded them as scapegoats. Chapter 4. The plan formed 5-man teams spread out and charged forward. The German regimental commander at the frontline command post, after 2 fruitless hours, could no longer contain himself. He ceased his tentative conservatism and ordered his soldiers to charge recklessly. 18, 16, 9, 5. As he counted aloud, upon reaching the final number, Robert immediately called out to his side, "I've run out of ammunition. I request withdrawal, sir." Major Burns Cole, commander of the 115th Regiment, promptly heeded Robert's call. In fact, they had already exceeded their mission of holding back the enemy for a day. The enemy's charge was thwarted once more. Robert, preparing to retreat, suddenly caught sight of a figure more than 1,000 meters away, fervently waving as if desperately orchestrating an assault. "Hold on, Major. May I borrow a bullet?" In a decisive moment, Robert resolved to take another shot. The adversary across from Burns, perhaps unaware of your moniker as the Harbinger of Doom, or foolishly disbelieving in your notorious reputation, had evidently also spotted the target from afar. Logically, the position of that German commander should have been relatively secure, unless supported by artillery. Otherwise, it was quite challenging to pose a threat to him. Yet, this was not the case today. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, Robert turned gracefully, signaling to the major that he could depart. He was confident he had struck his mark, and indeed he had. Observing the figure tumbling down from over 1,000 meters away, Colonel Burns reflected, "Lieutenant Robert, you promised me that upon our return, you would teach me your marksmanship." "Absolutely. Let's discuss it once we are back at base." The American forces were retreating in an orderly manner, while the Germans remained paralyzed. For just moments ago, Robert had assassinated a German battalion commander. The commander's subordinates, unable to endure the battlefield's pressure, began to flee. The Harbinger of Doom is right across. Should we wait here to meet our demise now that our commander has fallen? A wave of pessimistic sentiments surged among the German troops, with many beginning to act on their fears. It could be said that apart from the most elite battalion, the other two were experiencing varying degrees of disarray. Seizing this opportunity, Robert and his men safely withdrew, encountering no anticipated enemy pursuit. After more than 2 hours of marching, they finally reached their rear base. "Lieutenant Robert White, you have once again performed miracles." As soon as he entered the camp, Philip enveloped Robert in a hearty embrace. It was impossible for him not to feel elated. 2 months earlier, he had merely thought he had found a promising recruit, yet time had revealed to Colonel Philip that he had instead enlisted an extraordinary genius. After all, which new soldier could claim to have killed 2,000 to 3,000 enemies within just 5 months on the battlefield? This was merely the documented tally. Many unrecorded victories undoubtedly existed. "Harbinger of Doom, the nightmare of Nazi Germany, I take pride in you." Philip generously lavished his praise. For what colonel could refuse a subordinate capable of aiding his ascent to the rank of general in the United States? "Thank you for your compliments, sir." In truth, Robert held a deep admiration for Colonel Philip. Their relationship could not be described as one-sided exploitation, but rather a mutual accomplishment. The evidence lay in the lieutenant's insignia adorning Robert's uniform. "So, sir, what is my next target?" Robert inquired once more, asking a question he had posed several times over the past 5 months, like an indefatigable war machine. Philip felt a profound sense of relief when questioned, for it was due to the presence of this lieutenant that his promotion proposal had been resubmitted. According to reliable sources close to Philip, the proposal had successfully passed the voting phase and now awaited the president's signature for confirmation, ensuring that Colonel Philip would ascend to the rank of brigadier general. This outcome appeared to be a foregone conclusion, and Philip had even received the precise date. His new insignia would arrive on the 1st of next month. "Agatha, our 107th Regiment is scheduled for an operation there tomorrow. I believe you could be dispatched," Philip began, but then he hesitated, as if struck by a thought. Robert was preparing to salute in acceptance of the assignment, when Philip's pause interrupted him. "Is something amiss, sir?" Robert inquired. This time, Philip refrained from continuing his discourse, instead gazing intently at Robert for a long while, seemingly struggling internally. Eventually, compelled by his fondness for Robert, he divulged the news. "Do you recall what you mentioned to me in your second month on the battlefield?" Philip asked. Upon hearing this question, Robert immediately recognized the gravity of the moment and affirmed, "Yes, sir, I remember. I wagered with you that if I could take down the opposing German armored battalion within 3 days, you would keep an eye out for the arrival of Captain America, my idol to the front lines." Seeing Robert's vivid recollection, Philip felt a mix of exasperation and confusion. It baffled him how Robert, a renowned figure on both the German and American sides, known as the Hell's Messenger and the bane of the Nazis, could idolize someone who merely paraded in a star-spangled uniform. Philip had personally witnessed the emergence of Steve Rogers, the man who would become Captain America, and in his eyes, Captain America was but a figure who gained notoriety through the injection of a super serum, unworthy of the title of soldier, let alone captain. Yet Robert was different. Philip had observed his growth firsthand. On the battlefield against the Germans, this nemesis of the Nazis consistently demonstrated an uncanny ability to exploit the enemy's vulnerabilities. And even in the absence of flaws, he could create them, just as in their wager concerning the armored battalion. Robert had infiltrated and decapitated the enemy as high as commander that very night, causing chaos among their ranks. Under Philip's formidable assault, the enemy lost their fighting spirit and was easily subdued. It could be asserted that the current Captain America was merely a figure of fame in the safety of American soil, relying on speeches and media hype to garner recognition. While the true hero was Robert, revered on the front lines. Wherever he appeared, the morale of the American forces soared, while the German Nazis were engulfed in panic, a stark contrast. After all, on the battlefield where Robert fought, his weapon would not permit even a single high-value target to remain unscathed. German commanders, machine gunners, artillerymen, and even ammunition stores were all within his sights. Only the ordinary German soldiers armed with rifles could temporarily escape his notice. But to what end? The American forces, often dubbed the affluent army, were not to be trifled with, boasting an abundance of machine guns and artillery. The Nazi forces, upon commencing their assault, swiftly suffered the loss of all their frontline soldiers adept in wielding heavy artillery. In the end, the soldiers of the Third Reich reached a grim consensus. On battlefields graced by the presence of hellish harbingers, it was wiser to abstain from engaging with machine guns and similar weaponry. Commander, I fear I cannot partake in Agatha's battle. You are aware that meeting Captain America has long been my fervent aspiration. Ignoring Philip's puzzled expression, Robert insisted on his stance. Recognizing Robert's resolve and the apparent lack of necessity for his ace in the upcoming battle, which he deemed not urgent, Philip conceded, very well. The fellow draped in the stars and stripes will grace us with his presence next week for a speech. The legislators believe it will bolster morale, perhaps. Philip ultimately yielded to his esteemed subordinate, yet he could not resist expressing a hint of disdain for Captain America as he departed. Robert dismissed this with indifference, as his intentions were to cultivate a rapport with the captain and to strive to accompany him in every skirmish. He understood that only through such proximity could he hope to encounter the Tesseract, the storied artifact containing the Space Stone. Captain Marvel had harnessed its residual power to ascend as one of Marvel's most formidable heroes. What might it bestow upon me? As he gazed upon the descending sun, Robert licked his lips and murmured, I truly anticipated. After returning to the barracks and refreshing himself, Robert felt invigorated. Now, as an officer and Colonel Philip's trusted aide, he enjoyed the privilege of a private tent. Reclining on his bed, Robert habitually checked his ability interface, a long-standing ritual. Once assured that his capabilities remained intact, he closed the floating window visible only to himself. At last, this ordeal is nearing its conclusion. Exhaling a deep breath, Robert shook his head and stepped out of the tent clad only in shorts. Next week, in merely 3 days, Captain America would arrive here. At that juncture, he would execute his plan to forge an acquaintance with him, seamlessly joining him in battle as an admirer. Should the narrative unfold as anticipated, Robert would have the opportunity to touch the Tesseract and potentially acquire a random ability. In a world populated by deities, he believed that possessing the most exceptional power was essential for his safety. After all, he lacked the protagonist's halo. Without adequate strength, he risked becoming mere cannon fodder. Are you unable to sleep as well? After standing outside for a while, Robert noticed Major Burns, the commander of the 115th Regiment, approaching him. Just out for some fresh air. The night sky is splendid, is it not? Burns glanced skyward only upon Robert's prompting. In this remote wilderness, far removed from industrial cities, air pollution was virtually non-existent, allowing for a magnificent view of the myriad stars and the full moon. Indeed, it is beautiful, but I suspect that after a recent battle, only you, the nemesis of the Nazis, could find solace in stargazing. Burns evidently held little interest in the starry sky, to which Robert merely smiled. Not dwelling on the matter, he inquired, "Oh, what brings this dispassionate officer to my tent instead of resting within its confines?" Robert enjoyed a cordial relationship with the major. and, given ample time, he might have forged a close friendship with him. However, Robert had resolved to be frozen alongside Captain America for 70 years, as he was reluctant to miss out on the grand spectacles of the 21st century. Indeed, there is a matter at hand. Do you recall the last shot you fired before departing today, the one that struck a certain individual? Of course, Burns replied. If you personally came to seek me out over this, I surmise the identity of that individual must be quite significant. Let me guess, is it Hitler? Burns paused for a moment, then erupted into hearty laughter. I wish it were that bastard. If so, you should be promoted to general immediately, rather than the first lieutenant you are about to become. Robert caught the crux of his statement. You mean to say first lieutenant? Burns affirmed, indeed, first lieutenant. Chapter 5. Carter. Following a thorough explanation from his commanding officer, Robert learned that the individual he had fatally shot was a German battalion commander. Considering the over 300 enemy combatants he had dispatched during this campaign, the promotion to first lieutenant seemed entirely justified. Burns, having distinguished himself in leadership, was also nominated for a promotion to lieutenant colonel. Although this proposal remained under discussion, its approval appeared imminent. Consequently, Burns was in high spirits, brimming with conversation. The two engaged in casual banter for over half an hour, but as Robert began to show signs of indifference, Burns concluded their dialogue after the final topic. Honestly, Robert, at times I ponder whether you are human or a specter, Burns remarked with a sense of reflection. Robert chose not to respond, merely smiling. Only after bidding Burns farewell did he arrive at an answer, perhaps a specter. Gazing up at the sky, Robert felt a mix of joy at his promotion and confusion, for his current standing had been earned through the sacrifice of vibrant lives. Despite his role as a distant sniper, convincing himself that it was merely a shooting game. Could one truly deceive oneself for a lifetime? In his previous life, Robert had been an ordinary individual, and even after traversing into the Marvel Universe, he had lived a tranquil existence in his rebirth. While killing may not have instilled overwhelming terror in him, it was certainly not something he disregarded. As the bane of the Nazis and the harbinger of doom in the eyes of the German forces, Robert had become synonymous with the executioner. Nevertheless, he remained filled with trepidation regarding taking lives, which was why he typically opted for the sniper's approach. If faced with the necessity of ending a life at close range, Robert would be unable to suppress an overwhelming sense of guilt. Yet, if it were a matter of necessity, he would still eliminate those who obstructed his path, even if it meant grappling with remorse. Perhaps I am indeed a scoundrel who stops at nothing to achieve his goals, Robert mused, gazing at the full moon obscured by dark clouds. The following morning, Robert's captain's uniform was delivered, presumably as a special courtesy, for it arrived with remarkable swiftness. In an era devoid of entertainment during World War II, the desolation of the wilderness only heightened the tedium. Having grown weary of lounging in the barracks, Robert initially intended to meander through the infirmary, the sole location within miles boasting the presence of women. However, fate had other plans. As soon as he stepped outside, he encountered Burns, who sought him out. Do you recall promising to teach me marksmanship? Burns inquired, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Suppressing his annoyance, Robert retorted, could you not choose a more opportune moment for our meeting? How about in the evening? That would not suffice. Burns insisted. At the camp's shooting range, Robert meticulously demonstrated various techniques to his superior. In truth, he imparted more of his personal experiences than formal instruction. For the limits of the human body and the nuances of heightened sensory perception were challenging to convey. Although these unique abilities could not be taught, Robert, having achieved a record of eliminating thousands in battle, had ample experience to share. His unreserved mentorship resulted in the eager Major Burns dragging him into practice until the sun dipped below the horizon, leaving Robert confined to the range for the entirety of the day, save for meals and restroom breaks. As dusk approached and the distant targets became indistinct, Burns finally seemed inclined to relent. Yet, on their way back, he continued to pester Robert with questions. Are you suggesting that controlling one's breath can enhance accuracy? Could you elaborate on the specifics? With a small notebook in hand, Burns appeared intent on jotting down notes for later review, leaving Robert feeling somewhat exasperated by his relentless enthusiasm. Sir, this is my time off, remember? Robert reminded him. Indeed, but I feel as though we are still on the battlefield, even if this is the rear. That does not imply absolute safety. So I believe you should heed your superior's words. Now, what is the answer, Lieutenant? Faced with Burns invoking their hierarchical relationship, Robert longed to slap the version of himself that had promised to teach him marksmanship. Had he known, he would have deflected the request. Reluctantly, Robert acquiesced and continued the lesson for over an hour until he could endure no longer and cleverly suggested, "Sir, I believe you have learned quite enough for today. I once heard the adage, one cannot chew more than one can swallow. Cake must be consumed piece by piece. To devour it all at once may lead to choking." To substantiate his point, Robert posed a question regarding a concept they had discussed that morning. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Burns found himself unable to respond, ultimately conceding to Robert's wisdom and deciding to learn at a more measured pace, reassured by the knowledge that Robert would not be leaving anytime soon. Finally, Robert bid him farewell, watching as Burns walked away, still engrossed in his notes. In that moment, he began to understand how this young major, lacking connections in the military, had come to be. It was through his unwavering perseverance and fearlessness on the battlefield that he achieved this. For the next 2 days, Burns did not seek him out, and Robert was able to arrive at the recuperation area for the wounded as he had hoped. Unfortunately, the nurses there did not meet his aesthetic standards. Robert was no longer the creature consumed by base instincts, driven solely by carnal desires. He had not yet reached the point of desperation. These 2 days were spent in boredom until the third day when he encountered Colonel Philip. At that moment, Philip's countenance was clouded with gloom, but Robert merely cast a glance before redirecting his attention to a figure beside the colonel. Her large brown eyes captivated Robert deeply, and as his gaze descended, he found himself entranced by the graceful curves concealed beneath her instructor's attire. However, noting Philip's grim demeanor, he ultimately suppressed the impulse to approach her. As he contemplated turning away, the keen-eyed Philip spotted him. "Robert, come here." With a reluctant acknowledgement, Robert seamlessly joined Philip's group and stood beside the enchanting instructor. "Hello," he whispered to the lovely lady next to him, but she seemed to perceive his intentions, responding only with polite formality. "Carter." "Carter? Such a familiar name," Robert mused aloud, unaware that his comment was perceived as an attempt to draw attention. Indeed, the name Robert White is also quite recognizable. "You wouldn't happen to be the harbinger of hell, would you? Your name is quite similar," Carter remarked, feigning astonishment. Robert was no fool. He clearly discerned the mockery in her tone. After all, no one would associate a seemingly slender and mild-mannered individual like himself with the grim moniker of the harbinger. The sarcasm was evidently intended to embarrass him, and it was clear that she held no interest in him. Feeling somewhat awkward, Robert touched his nose in embarrassment. Colonel Philip, walking ahead, could not have missed the exchange between Robert and Carter. Clearly, he relished Robert's discomfort, as a fleeting smile broke through his otherwise somber expression, only to be swiftly concealed. Throughout, Philip did not come to Robert's defense, and the group fell into a heavy silence as they continued on their way. Fortunately, the command tent was not far, and this oppressive atmosphere did not linger for long. Upon entering the tent, one could not help but notice that the table, once designated for laying out battle maps, was now cluttered with envelopes. Robert was not naive enough to believe these contained peace letters, as such correspondence would not necessitate being placed in the command tent, but would be sent directly to the rear. Philip's subsequent reaction confirmed this suspicion. Upon seeing the envelopes, he lost his composure, flinging his hat and exclaiming, "Damn it, these wretched Nazis. One day, I shall personally send them all to hell." Philip's demeanor was unmistakable. These envelopes were not harbingers of good news. Quite the contrary, they bore tidings of sorrow for the families of the fallen. Robert gazed at the thick stack, and instead of seeing mere envelopes, he envisioned lifeless bodies lying in repose. For a fleeting moment, he pondered whether the families of the German soldiers he had slain experienced similar anguish. Yet, this fleeting compassion dissipated as he recalled the distant Asian front, where the Japanese, living relatively comfortable lives, perpetrated atrocities against the Chinese. They were a group that could scarcely be deemed human, and how much better could the German Nazis be in comparison? After a brief silence, Robert was the first to break the stillness, although he had intended to inquire about the regiment to which these individuals belonged. Philip preemptively provided the answer. Most hail from the 107th Regiment, and the survivors were gradually making their way back. Robert, fully aware of the unfolding tragedy, should have felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility, yet inexplicably, a heaviness weighed upon his chest, and a sentiment of guilt began to brew within him. "I'm sorry, sir. I should have gone with them, perhaps. Before he could finish, he was interrupted. "Listen, Robert," Philip interjected. "No one anticipated this was a premeditated ambush. Had I sent you, it's likely you wouldn't have returned either. Thus, you needn't feel remorse. That is precisely why I called you here." Carter, standing nearby, was somewhat perplexed. She could not fathom why Robert, a lanky youth with scarcely any weight on his frame, would feel guilt over Agatha's actions, to the extent that even Colonel Philip had come to counsel him. Suddenly, a thought struck Carter, driven by curiosity, and she could not help but voice it. "Excuse my intrusion, Colonel Philip, but could it be that Robert is the infamous harbinger of hell?" Philip observed Robert's continued expression of remorse and decided to redirect his focus. After all, he had come to regard Robert as a trusted confidant. "Indeed, Carter," Philip affirmed, "Agent, as you suspect, this is the long-rumored nemesis of the Nazis before you." "Ah, is that so? I had imagined the harbinger of hell to be a muscular giant," she exclaimed, her surprise evident. Clearly, from the outset, Carter had not envisioned Robert in the role of a Nazi nemesis. Philip's intent to shift attention was evidently successful, as Robert was easily captivated by the beautiful agent who stirred his emotions. "To be honest, I am quite muscular. It's merely concealed beneath this attire," Robert remarked. "You are quite amusing," Carter replied, pursing her lips in feigned interest. This appeared to be a rather ambiguous suggestion, and if Robert were a naive youth, he might have succumbed to one of life's great illusions, that she fancied him. However, the truth is that Robert's identity indeed caused a shift in Carter's demeanor. Yet, to claim that this led her to fall in love with him would be an exaggeration. Robert believed that Carter, as one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D., would not be so superficial. She must have some ulterior motive. Chapter 6. Reinforcements. Having successfully recalled Carter's identity, Robert was aware that most of the members of the 107th were not dead, but rather captured by Hydra, taken to their base for inhumane experimentation. According to the unfolding narrative, even without Robert, Captain America would have undoubtedly risen to the occasion to rescue them. This would mark his legendary debut in battle. Following this engagement, Captain America would shed the role of merely being a figurehead and emerge as a true warrior. What role did Carter play in this scenario? As one of the executors of the Super Soldier program, Carter certainly would not wish for the sole fruit of this experiment, Steve Rogers, Captain America, to be merely a performer on stage. Moreover, given her affection for Captain America, her presence here was undoubtedly spurred by the news of the 107th being ambushed. In truth, the 107th was rather unremarkable, save for the fact that it housed Captain America's close friend, James Barnes. Perhaps she sought to find a formidable ally for the captain. Observing the transformation in Carter, who had just moments ago worn an indifferent expression, it was as if her face blossomed with joy. Robert felt no discomfort at this change. Subconsciously, he found it quite refreshing. "Carter, so, the nemesis of the Nazis in the U.S. military, would you be interested in sharing your story with me privately?" The rhythm of their conversation was deftly guided by Carter, who led Robert's thoughts step by step. This was, in fact, a result of his compliance, as Robert seemed to grasp Carter's intentions. "If you wish to hear a story, I suggest we do so outside. After all, we have an old man here," Philip grumbled, signing his name on the condolence letter, feeling rather gloomy as he bid them farewell. "As you command, sir," Robert and Carter replied in unison, both harboring their own thoughts, unwilling to provoke Philip's ire. "Carter, I heard that you once killed 300 enemies in a single day on the battlefield. Is that true?" "Robert, such an event did occur, though it is rare. Typically, it only happens when the enemy is under relentless siege, leading to large-scale charges, and that is how such records are made. To be frank, in such scenarios, even a random machine gunner could achieve a similar feat." As they walked along the path in the barracks, Carter and Robert engaged in light conversation. With a smile gracing her face, complimented by her striking beauty, she appeared to Robert as an angel, particularly after months of scarce female company. Unconsciously, his gaze began to wander downward. However, Carter seemed oblivious, continuing her monologue. "Carter, you are truly modest. One must understand that if someone were to achieve your level of accomplishments, many would be eager to boast, as if the world would suffer a great loss if they remained unknown." "Robert, is that so? Clearly, I am not the type to be frivolous." His gaze was irresistibly drawn to a particular part of Carter, as though a vortex had ensnared his attention completely. Yet, Carter appeared utterly oblivious, continuing to advance with a cheerful demeanor. Suddenly, Robert instinctively sensed a threat and reflexively dodged. Carter, observing Robert narrowly evade a wooden post meant for communication, raised an eyebrow, clearly disappointed that she had not witnessed him collide with it. Nevertheless, the absence of the spectacle she anticipated did not deter her from teasing him. "Carter, nice reflexes, but I believe if you could focus on the path ahead, you wouldn't need to appear so flustered. What a thorny flower you are." Robert mused internally, understanding that Carter was warning him to clear his vision. Along the way, Carter kept the conversation lively, inquiring about Robert's impressive achievements, to which he responded merely with brevity. The situation felt akin to a fragrant steamed bun tantalizing a famished individual, yet remaining unattainable. What was the point? After exchanging a few idle remarks, Robert could no longer contain himself and straightforwardly asked, "Instructor Carter, is there something you need?" "Carter, huh? Oh yes. It appears that reliable intelligence indicates that the soldiers of the 07th Regiment have not all perished. They have merely been taken to a location approximately 30 miles behind enemy lines." Robert was already aware of this and did not feign surprise. Yet Carter perceived his demeanor as indifference. "Carter, I had expected the harbinger of hell to be a hero, but it seems you are not as remarkable as I had thought." Upon uttering this, she paused and, with a tone dripping in sarcasm, added, "It appears you are not so exceptional after all." With that, she intended to depart without a backward glance. However, Robert found her dismissive taunt revolting, especially her last remark, which felt like a direct affront to his capabilities. As someone who considered himself both mentally and physically sound, Robert knew that a normal man would not remain silent in the face of such questioning. "What if I go and rescue them? What then?" He called out to Carter's retreating figure. Just a few paces away, Carter's expression, previously indifferent, was suddenly replaced by a look of delight, reminiscent of a cunning fox whose plan had succeeded. Yet, the moment she turned, her expression swiftly returned to normal. "Carter, if you manage to bring those individuals back, I might consider dining with you." This was Carter's tried-and-true tactic when dealing with the opposite sex. Successful men, particularly, often relished the notion of conquering a beautiful woman step by step, as it bestowed upon them a sense of achievement. Carter adeptly exploited this characteristic, skillfully balancing her distance and proximity, her fluctuating warmth and coolness often ensnaring many self-proclaimed exceptional men. "Oh, come on. What connection do we share that compels us to dine together?" Yet, her oft-reliable tactic seems ineffective with Robert. Indeed, the truth of the matter is that he intends to be encased in ice alongside Captain America, destined for the 21st century, thereby necessitating a quick meal rather than a long-lasting relationship. Carter inquired, "What do you wish to do?" Frankly, she found Robert's rejection of her invitation rather perplexing, for her observations suggested he harbored an interest in her. Even if Robert were to voice some unreasonable demands, Carter, considering his formidable reputation as the Hell's Avenger, resolved to first hear his terms. Robert, of course, had thoughts of Carter. After all, he had spent over 3 decades in solitude, yearning for love, even if it were merely a fleeting encounter. Moreover, 5 months ago, at the enlistment office, he had shared an intimate moment with a young and beautiful nurse, a catalyst that rendered him akin to a powder keg, ready to explode at any hint of provocation. Though Carter ignited a fervor within Robert, he recognized her significance in the unfolding narrative. Should he yield to his desires, the storyline could deviate, a prospect he wished to avoid. Thus, could he indulge himself without altering the plot? An idea took form in his mind, swiftly embraced by his intellect. As he stroked his chin in feigned contemplation, Robert prepared his words. He suddenly realized that presenting a solitary request might lead Carter to impose numerous conditions, rendering his approach ineffective. Rather than face rejection or constraints, he opted for a mere diversion. With his expression unusually solemn, Robert earnestly declared, "You know, Agent Carter, I have been away from home for 5 months. Frankly, the monotony of canned goods and instant meals is becoming unbearable. If possible, would you be able to procure a steak from the Connor Steakhouse in the west side of New York for me?" As if recalling something else, Robert's performance continued. "Perhaps, if you could assist me in securing a leave to visit my parents, that would be even better." He appeared torn between these two wishes, his alternating frowns and smiles leaving Carter uncertain. Were these truly his only requests? Doubts lingered in her mind, yet Robert's subsequent actions wholly dispelled her suspicions. "Hey, Agent Carter, Did you know? I have many cherished memories from New York. When I was there, I felt little, but now that I am on the battlefield, in this environment where death looms at every corner, I find myself longing for it. Robert's emotions swelled, his voice thickening as he continued. Perhaps this is akin to the sentiment I read about in that book regarding the thoughts of the Chinese people. It is a most discomforting feeling, a heaviness in my chest that no remedy can alleviate, only ease. The unsettling sensation was particularly profound during the night when a full moon illuminated the sky, especially as I found myself on the battlefield, taking aim at foes. I understood that most of them were wretched souls, yet an inescapable fear gripped me. Indeed, it only intensified my longing for home, to that modest yet warm bed, rather than lying on the grass or in the mud. Words eluded me. Truly, that feeling was abysmal. As I finished speaking, a tear trickled down Robert's face, as if heralding the opening of a floodgate, soon followed by a cascade of several more tears flowing freely. Carter, affected by Robert's heartfelt confession, felt a wave of sorrow wash over her, yet she remained vigilant, albeit her body instinctively leaned closer to him. This was Carter's trial, and Robert appeared to anticipate it. As she slowly approached, he enveloped her in his embrace. It was evident. Robert sensed Carter stiffen momentarily, yet she did not resist. Satisfied with his planned success, he nearly succumbed to the intoxicating fragrance emanating from her. But ultimately, he managed to suppress the fervor within him through sheer reason. Robert understood that haste would yield no fruitful results, so he intensified his performance. Resting his head on Carter's shoulder, he held her waist in a respectful embrace, maintaining an air of decorum. Of course, his tears continued to flow, for merely holding her form was enough to enrapture him. Yet, he knew he could not cling to her indefinitely. As his tears began to dry, so too must his act conclude, lest he inadvertently ruin the moment. As the embrace came to an end, Robert lamented that he could not transform all the moisture in his being into tears, allowing them to flow endlessly. While he had gained an advantage, he remained focused on the matter at hand. "Thank you for your shoulder. I feel considerably better," he expressed. Carter replied, "You're welcome." Robert's performance had momentarily lowered her guard, prompting her to agree to the conditions he subsequently proposed with only a slight hesitation. "I realize I may be a bit greedy, but I do not wish to put you in a difficult position. How about this? You agree to a condition that is within your capacity and does not violate your principles. What do you say?" He looked at Carter with sincerity, though he felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that his earlier display would amount to naught. After a brief pause, Carter acquiesced, stating, "Very well. Consider this condition as a source of motivation for your actions." At the moment the outcome was revealed, Robert realized he had been overly concerned. Clearly, Carter believed his request was merely for some local specialties from his hometown. At worst, she thought he simply yearned to return home. Chapter 7. Captain America, around midday. The assembly call echoed throughout the military camp where Robert was stationed. However, this time, the soldiers emerging from their tents displayed no signs of anxiety. Instead, they ambled leisurely in small clusters towards the gathering point, devoid of any tension typical of a frontline battlefield. Laughter erupted intermittently from various groups, adding to the atmosphere of camaraderie. It is entirely due to the fact that today, an assembly of officers at various ranks was previously communicated, intended solely for the purpose of witnessing a performance, and participation is entirely voluntary. Those disinclined to attend could simply remain in the comfort of their own beds. However, the bustling atmosphere within the barracks clearly indicates that few have chosen the latter option. In this performance, already spoiled by whispers of beautiful maidens dancing, those absent are either beset by physical ailments or troubled minds. Robert, as a member of the sane populace, naturally emerged from his tent, only to be surprised that Burns, who had not disturbed him for the past 2 days, was waiting outside. Robert felt quite pleased with Burns' discretion during the 2 days of solitude and approached him without hesitation. "Are you attending the performance as well?" Robert inquired. "What else would I do?" Burns replied, "I assumed you would be diligently honing your marksmanship with that notebook of yours." "Oh, come now. We both know that a plethora of lovely ladies will grace the stage this time. One can practice shooting at the front lines any time, but young women are not so readily encountered." "A most legitimate reason," Robert responded, feeling a sense of camaraderie with Burns as they walked toward the assembly point, engaging in lively conversation. "Do you know, There's nothing quite like the thrill of women Burns began to share. Their banter grew increasingly animated, leading them to lean closer together in hushed tones as the topics became more sensitive. "Good day, sir." The knowledge imparted by Burns piqued Robert's curiosity for a more comprehensive understanding of the subject, yet he was abruptly interrupted by a robust salute. "Captain Robert, Colonel Burns." "Greetings." "Good day, sirs." "Captain, might I trouble you for an autograph?" Esteemed slayer of the Nazis. Although Robert resided in the barracks, he typically frequented areas dominated by officers, where ordinary soldiers were not easily permitted. Now, as Robert ventured out to witness the performance, he unwittingly provided these common American soldiers an opportunity to finally see their idol outside the battlefield, making it impossible for them to contain their excitement. Observing the throng of admirers encircling him, Robert mused that he might have welcomed a gathering of young ladies. Yet he had little inclination to linger among a horde of older men, for the principle of same-sex aversion holds some truth. "All right, everyone, disperse and focus on the performance to come. I can see it any time, but who knows when I will next encounter those young maidens." After signing autographs for a few dedicated fans who had come prepared with pens and paper, he humorously dissuaded the others from lingering. His esteemed reputation rendered nearly everyone hesitant to oppose him, and the crowd began to disperse. Yet, without exception, they instinctively left the prime viewing spots open, allowing Robert to navigate through the path cleared by the departing crowd to his central position. "Good day, Captain. May I express my utmost respect for you?" As Robert traversed the bustling crowd, he was met with the warm greetings of American soldiers, who, although they had ceased to encircle him, still acknowledged him with friendly salutes. "Hello, thank you for the compliment." Robert, not one to be cold-hearted, graciously reciprocated their salutations. "Robert," came a voice from behind the wall of soldiers. Burns, obstructed from view, found that the soldiers around him were solely focused on their idol, the nemesis of the Nazis, completely oblivious to the fact that a major was being squished amidst them. "Hello," Robert responded, mistaking Burns for one of the soldiers, and was about to continue on his way when Burns seized his garment. "Ah, pardon, gentlemen. It appears you have inadvertently flattened this major," Robert observed, casting a friendly reminder to the soldiers nearby. "Ah, my apologies, sir. I truly did not see you there. Please forgive us." Burns, finally extricated from the throng, stood beside Robert, dismissing the soldiers' apologies with a wave. Yet, to their shock, he followed with a proclamation that shattered their brief relief. "From now on, you shall increase your daily training regimen by 5-fold. Robert stifled a chuckle at Burns' authoritative tone, while the chastised soldiers gazed at him with pleading eyes, leaving him little choice but to act as their intermediary. "Major, please do not be upset. I believe they did not intend to cause harm. 5-fold is quite excessive. How about we increase their physical training to double for the upcoming week instead?" He winked at the soldiers, signaling them to express their remorse. "Major, we acknowledge our mistake. Please forgive us." The chorus of apologies and Robert's diplomatic intervention finally calmed Burns. "Since Captain Robert has interceded on your behalf, we shall settle for double," he conceded. "Yes." The relieved soldiers, grateful, hastily cleared the path, eager to avoid incurring Burns' wrath again. With this lesson learned, the remainder of their journey proceeded smoothly, and Robert and Burns remained united, undisturbed by the crowd. Arriving at the central location, lacking benches, Robert and Burns sat directly on the ground. The surrounding soldiers, witnessing their actions, promptly followed suit, particularly those whose views had been obstructed. Once settled, Burns expressed his dissatisfaction. "To be frank, Robert, the next time I attend such an event with you, I might consider bringing a security detail for my own protection." "As long as you find joy in it," Robert replied nonchalantly, for at that moment, Captain America had taken the stage. "Are you all ready to join me in delivering a thorough thrashing to Hitler?" Steve Rogers, the renowned Captain America, is, of course, only celebrated among the children of America at this juncture. The soldiers, who had anticipated a performance from beautiful women, harbored malice towards this unexpected muscular man clad in the stars and stripes. Coupled with Captain America's opening remarks, the soldiers found themselves stifling laughter. After all, no one fights on the battlefield draped in a flag, at least not until now. They had already dismissed Steve as mere window dressing, and thus felt no inclination to accord him respect, as their excitement lay solely with the anticipated performances of the women. Following Steve's initial statement, an eerie silence enveloped the venue. Not a single soul among the 1,000-strong audience responded. In a moment of awkwardness, Steve feigned composure and continued, "Well then, are there any volunteers? I am here, after all." This time, he did receive a response, yet it was evident that the soldier's tone was laced with mockery. "Huh, quite right. What a foolish question to ask. Huh, hey, why don't we send this fool off the stage? I concur. Let us bring on the women and hasten this idiot's departure." The crowd echoed these sentiments, and someone, it remains unclear who, initiated a barrage of snacks and fruits towards him, with some even resorting to throwing stones. Chaos ensued as Captain America clumsily shielded himself from the onslaught, desperately attempting to salvage the situation by proclaiming, "Don't do this, brothers. Remember, we are on the same side." However, his efforts were in vain, as more individuals began to gather ammunition to hurl at him. Observing Captain America's predicament, Robert had a sudden epiphany. This could be an opportune moment to enhance his standing. With palpable excitement, Burns joined the soldiers in their barrage. And when he found himself bereft of stones, nearby soldiers eagerly supplied him. As he threw, he shouted, "Get off the stage, you imposter. If the ladies aren't tee up soon, I might just draw my weapon on you. I sincerely hope you don't soil your trousers when that time comes." Huh. Witnessing the exuberance of the spitting mad major, Robert covered his face with one hand, reluctant to acknowledge their acquaintance. Yet, contemplating future plans, he summoned the strength to pull Burns aside. "Major, I truly wish not to disturb you, but I believe it is time for you to change sides. I know this man, and I wish to assist him. Grant him a favor, my friend." "What?" Burns, momentarily bewildered by Robert's lengthy discourse, required a moment to process this information. At that instant, Robert rose and bellowed, "Silence, everyone!" His voice resonated with authority, and half the audience heard him. Those further away were alerted by nearby companions. The scene regained its tranquility, and on stage, Steve, perplexed, lowered his shield. He observed that the earlier tumult had swiftly dissipated with the rise of a single individual, as if no one dared to disrupt the newfound peace. At that moment, Burns, realizing the gravity of the situation, stood up with a solemn expression and declared with a commanding voice, "Were you rascals plotting? Are you contemplating rebellion?" His words resonated in the hushed atmosphere. Had it not been for the saliva that he had failed to wipe from the corner of his mouth, he might have appeared even more imposing. Robert, pleased with his teammates' support, patted him on the shoulder and quietly urged him, then turned earnestly to Captain America on the stage and said, "Please continue." Steve replied, "Oh, right. Where's I?" Robert prompted, "Are you ready to join me in delivering a thorough thrashing to Hitler?" Steve responded, "Ah, thank you for the reminder. The next part of my speech will focus on a grand plan to defeat the Nazis." Finally able to present his speech in peace, Steve spoke on stage while only a few whispers echoed from the audience, as Robert's imposing presence had deterred any further disruption. Having just wiped his mouth, Burns glanced at Steve on stage and then at Robert, saying, "I didn't expect him to be your friend. I sincerely apologize. How about I offer him an apology later?" Robert was taken aback by Burns' unexpected statement, momentarily stunned before realizing that Burns genuinely viewed him as a friend. Robert replied, "My friends are quite magnanimous. There's no need for an apology. Moreover," he added, covering his mouth secretively, "as long as you behave normally from now on, he will never suspect a thing." Burns inquired, "Is that so?" Robert affirmed, "Indeed." Burns conceded, "Very well then." Chapter 8. The speech Steve proclaimed. The malevolent Nazis will ultimately be vanquished by the righteous American forces. With his speech finally concluded, Captain America exhaled in relief and bowed towards the audience, somewhat fortuitously facing Robert. "Thank you, Captain, for your remarks. Let's all applaud. Clap, clap, clap." Eager to enhance the captain's appeal, Robert rose once more, leading the applause. And the soldiers, whether willingly or not, joined in. Thus, amidst a chorus of applause, Steve descended from the stage, notably casting a grateful glance towards Robert, who responded with a sincere smile. It was only when Steve exited and the beautiful ladies took the stage that Robert's feigned smile faded, replaced by a more brazen smirk. Roberta exclaimed, "Ha! Ladies, do hurry and dance. The gentlemen are eagerly waiting." The previously subdued atmosphere, dampened by Robert's authoritative demeanor, began to liven up once again under his demonstrated enthusiasm. "Lift your legs a little higher, yes. Just like that. Let the gentlemen have a good look. Hey, you in front, you're blocking my view of the ladies. Sit down." Once the performance concluded, Robert called out, "Are you interested in seeing some abs?" The air was thick with lewd remarks, incessant whistles, and laughter, making Robert feel as though he had stumbled into a den of bandits rather than a military encampment. Perhaps the excitement had been expended during his time with Captain America, for Burns no longer shouted or flailed about like a madman. Instead, he spoke with a measured tone. "Robert, what do you think of the third girl from the left in the second row? She is quite beautiful. Is there a problem?" Robert inquired. "Surely you are not enamored with her? If you are, I suggest you swiftly redirect your affections." At this juncture, Burns seemed to regain some semblance of reason. As if he understood his own limitations against Robert, he shifted his strategy to appeal to emotions. "How about you let me have her? Consider it a gesture of gratitude for my defense of your friend earlier." It appeared that a particular target had captivated him, thus silencing his previous outbursts. Contemplating this, Robert glanced at the young woman Burns had mentioned. Truth be told, she was indeed stunning, stirring a flicker of desire within him. However, Robert would not relinquish his aspirations merely due to Burns' prodding. Yet, upon noticing the striking figure of Carter, who was beckoning him from a distance, he reluctantly abandoned his target. "What a pity! I concede in this competition for her affections. Best of luck. May you win her heart," Robert encouraged Burns as he departed. "Fear not. As long as you do not contest me, no one in this entire camp, save for Colonel Phillips, stand a chance against me," Burns proclaimed, licking his lips with a confident air. Navigating through the throng proved remarkably smooth for Robert. Although the soldiers were clearly stimulated by the captivating women on stage, they dared not lose their composure in the presence of this hellish envoy. As Robert exited the crowd, Carter approached him. Casting a glance at the women on stage who were preening for attention, a flicker of disdain crossing her features. Upon Robert's arrival by her side, she glanced back, inexplicably feeling a twinge of discomfort. "If you are reluctant to part with this hormone-laden spectacle, perhaps you should remain to witness the entirety, for even after the performance, there may be beauty seeking your embrace." With that, Carter turned on her heel and walked away. Aware of the impending actions of Captain America, Robert, not wishing for the plan to falter, begrudgingly relinquished the opportunity for a new pursuit and followed Carter's lead. "Hey, did you summon me for something?" Robert queried, catching up to her, feigning ignorance. For reasons unknown, Carter remained expressionless, and as Robert pondered how he had inadvertently offended her, she tersely replied, "Do you remember our agreement?" "Of course I do. So is it time to act? When? What is the plan?" Robert could not fathom how he had irked Carter, so he resolved to set aside his confusion and focus on the impending rescue of the 107th Regiment. When it comes to serious matters, Carter, as an agent, naturally refrains from being sentimental. With a serious expression, she stated, "The plan is to infiltrate and advance. Given the perilous nature of this operation, Colonel Phillips is unwilling to provide any form of support. If he were to know, he might even permit the action." At this point, Carter paused, casting a quick glance at Robert's expression. Not detecting any sign of fear, she nodded to herself in satisfaction and continued, "Therefore, our plan will proceed without military assistance. We shall rely solely on you." Robert, with a look of bewilderment, queried us. "Who else besides me has received your invitation?" "Indeed us." Before Carter could elaborate, a figure emerged, clad in red boots, adorned with the stars and stripes, and wielding a shield. In this military camp, such attire could evidently belong to only one person. "Captain, are you suggesting we act together?" Robert inquired. "Yes, rest assured, I will not hold you back." It was apparent that Robert's comment had led to a misunderstanding for Steve, who had yet to see battle. "I think you may have misinterpreted, Captain. Perhaps you are unaware that 5 months ago, at the docks in the southwest of New York, I witnessed your prowess. I had no idea a person could possess such strength. May I request your autograph?" Robert said earnestly, producing paper and pen, causing both Steve and Carter to be momentarily bewildered. "I recall now. That was during the pursuit of the Hydra assassin, wasn't it?" Steve broke the silence, evidently remembering the docks Robert referenced. Feigning ignorance, Robert continued, "Hydra? What Hydra? I only remember the individual you thoroughly bested mentioning something about severing a head to grow another." Steve was about to elaborate further when Carter interjected, redirecting the conversation. "There is nothing of merit to discuss regarding Hydra. They are merely a filthy nuisance unworthy of our focus. Now, let us address the matter of rescuing the soldiers of the 107th Regiment." Steve recognized he had nearly let slip classified information, as Hydra was a secret known only to the upper echelons of the military. their terrifying capabilities prompting the High Command to conceal their existence to maintain morale. Robert, amused by the two who wished to keep him in the dark about Hydra, secretly chuckled. He was aware of Hydra's leader even 70 years later, and if knowledge of them were a measure, he might well be the foremost authority in the current military. However, he deemed it unnecessary to boast, so he simply smiled and proposed to Steve, "Then, Captain, how about we employ a strategy of infiltration followed by a strong offensive?" Seeing that Robert was not fixated on the topic of Hydra, Carter and Steve also chose not to pursue it further. They were quite pleased with Robert's suggestion. "Let us proceed," Steve affirmed. Carter observed from the sidelines as the plan was hastily crafted. Despite the apparent lack of thoroughness, she held no doubt about the duo's success. Steve, the enhanced soldier fortified by the super serum, was undoubtedly capable, not to mention that this operation would also feature Robert, the harbinger of dread for countless German forces. After returning, Carter took the time to investigate Robert's battle record, easily accessible to the public. To her astonishment, after spending half an hour poring over the documents, she was left utterly flabbergasted. She found herself questioning whether Robert was indeed human. For the feats attributed to him in the public domain seemed beyond the realm of human capability. With a single-day record of 609 confirmed kills and the solitary decapitation of enemy commanders, including 1 colonel, 0 lieutenant colonels, 7 majors, and 23 captains, he had held his ground against an entire battalion for 10 hours atop Hill 465. Each of these illustrious achievements would be the hallmark of a lifetime for an ordinary individual. Yet, Carter consumed the information in a mere half hour, her reading speed allowing her to digest the monumental accolades, despite the extensive praise and the awestruck reflections of the chronicler. Gazing at Robert, who stood so close, she felt uncertain whether to regard him as a man or a demigod. Perhaps this was the reason he had attained the rank of lieutenant at such a young age. Had he possessed the experience that often accompanies ascension through the ranks, it would not have been unthinkable for him to hold the rank of colonel. Carter reflected with a twinge of sympathy for Robert, yet her thoughts were swiftly redirected when her gaze fell upon Steve. She was perplexed by the emergence of such emotions and reluctant to dwell on them. To divert her focus and ensure the forthcoming rescue would proceed smoothly, she proposed, "Gentlemen, since the plan is in place, perhaps we should select some appropriate weaponry." Pausing, she fixed her gaze on Steve, adding, "Especially you, Captain. This attire may be visually appealing, but it lacks combat efficacy." Carter drove Robert and Steve out of the military camp, heading towards the nearest temporary military airfield. As she navigated the road, she explained, "A friend of mine is stationed there. He's one of the most renowned scientists in America and among the few willing to assist us." Steve replied, "Then we should be sure to express our gratitude to your friend." The oblivious Captain America was already filled with appreciation and fondness for Carter's friend. However, had he known that this friend was Howard Stark, a notorious playboy, and that the condition for Carter's assistance was to share a dinner with him, his sentiments might have shifted. Carter merely nodded at Steve's remark, clearly disinterested in lingering on that topic. Instead, she redirected the conversation, stating, "Not only is my friend a scientist capable of providing us with the most advanced weaponry, but he's also an adept pilot who can help us infiltrate the enemy's territory, enabling you both to execute your mission." Steve, an impeccably crafted plan. Throughout the journey, it was primarily Steve and Carter engaging in conversation, while Robert sat quietly in the back, speaking only occasionally. This was likely due to the extensive exchanges between Carter and himself, which may have inadvertently created a rift between the captain, who harbored affections for Carter, and Robert. Such a divide was undoubtedly detrimental to Robert's plans. Chapter 9. The commencement of action. As night began to envelop the surroundings, Robert and the captain, accompanied by one another, successfully navigated through the military airport's scrutiny. Perhaps finding silence too tedious, Carter elucidated to Steve and Robert, "This is the only airport I am authorized to utilize. Originally, it was intended for convenient travel to and from New York, but it is quite evident they do not mind me altering the flight path unbeknownst to them. Steve, if this will cause you any trouble, I believe we can drive instead. It's no issue at all." The ever-gallant Captain America seemed concerned about burdening his beloved with responsibility. He initially intended to make the decision on his own, but suddenly recalled Robert's presence beside him. Not yet feeling as formidable as the harbinger of doom, Steve glanced at Robert with a questioning expression. "Robert, whatever you decide is fine with me." Seeing that Steve was genuinely inclined to change plans, and with Robert's lack of opposition, Carter quickly interjected, "Listen, gentlemen, as long as you do not abandon the mission at the last moment, no one will discover anything." Noting Steve's continued apprehension, she emphasized, "When you successfully return with the survivors, even if we are discovered, it will be of little consequence. However, if..." Clearly, her words shifted the focus of the conversation. Upon hearing Carter's mention of if, Steve understood she meant the potential ramifications should their endeavor fail. "Steve, there is no if. I will bring back James and the soldiers of the 107th. I stake my life on it." Carter visibly exhaled in relief, as she was determined that her sacrifices should not be in vain. Moreover, if Captain America drove or walked, it would undoubtedly prolong the rescue mission. It is important to note that the location where the 107 soldiers were imprisoned lay a mere 30 kilometers behind enemy lines. And while she did not doubt the capabilities of the two men, it seemed unnecessary to squander precious time. Stopping the vehicle outside a hangar, Carter announced, "We have arrived." "Gentlemen," she led the way, descending from the car and opening a small door to enter, with Steve and Robert closely following her lead. "Look at this. Is this the hero destined to rescue the soldiers at the front?" One individual approached as Carter escorted Steve and Robert into the hangar. "Carter, Howard Stark. This is the friend I mentioned who is willing to assist us." She pointed at Howard to introduce him. Dressed in the colors of the American flag, Steve took the initiative, stepping forward to shake hands with Howard while introducing himself. "I am Steve Rogers, and this is Robert Downey. It is a pleasure to meet you." He also took the liberty of introducing Robert. "Howard, I am equally pleased to make your acquaintance, yet I fear this is not the opportune moment for mutual understanding." For reasons unknown, Steve sensed that Howard appeared rather reluctant to engage in a handshake. However, before he could ponder this further, Howard interrupted his thoughts with a subsequent gesture. Howard pointed toward a nearby table, where an item adorned with the stars and stripes lay. It was a carbon polymer, capable of withstanding the strikes of ordinary daggers. "Though I doubt the Nazis would resort to such means of attack, it is better than nothing. I believe it would be more suited for you, Captain." Steve ran his fingers over the garment, feeling quite satisfied. Observing the captain's fondness, Howard proudly declared, "Not only that, Captain, I have heard you are fond of shields?" Steve replied, "Indeed, it proves to be more effective than I had anticipated." "Howard, then, take a look at the shield I have prepared for you. Do any of these catch your fancy?" As he spoke, he gestured towards several shields in the corner, which were stacked there due to limited space on the table. While Steve selected a shield, Howard moved over to Robert's side, introducing him. "This is the Stevens sniper rifle, characterized by its quietness and portability. Given the time constraints, this was all I could procure, but if you're interested, I could perhaps craft one tailored to your specifications next time." Robert held the Steven rifle in his hands. To be frank, he had no clue where Howard had sourced such a weapon, as he had never heard of it in his previous life. However, he found himself more intrigued by Howard's offer to personally forge a weapon for him, glancing at the captain, who had just finished selecting a shield. Robert fixated on the remaining surplus shields and remarked, "I suspect the captain has no need for those extra shields. If I am correct, they're not composed of ordinary metal, are they?" Howard initially appeared bewildered by Robert's inquiry, but only for a fleeting moment before he responded cautiously, "They're certainly not made of common metal. In fact, my supply of that particular metal is rather limited. You're not contemplating using them to forge a firearm, are you?" If Robert were indeed considering such a notion, Howard would face a dilemma. For the metal used to create Steve's shield is both scarce and exceedingly challenging to manufacture into weaponry with current technology. Why would you think that? However, Robert had not contemplated such an idea. What he truly desired was a blade. After all, what man could resist a finely crafted sword forged from vibranium? Upon hearing Robert's thoughts, Howard breathed a sigh of relief. He had indeed feared the prospect of crafting a sniper rifle from vibranium. After all, that material is so resilient that conventional methods of gun manufacturing would be rendered ineffective, necessitating the exploration of new techniques, which, given the current state of technology, seemed virtually impossible. "Howard, although it presents a certain challenge, your request is not unreasonable. What style do you envision?" "Robert, I have but one requirement. Power is secondary. I desire it to be as visually striking as possible." "My friend, I trust your aesthetic judgment." Howard raised an eyebrow at Robert's words, surprised by his unexpected taste. "I never imagined you to be such a discerning individual. When I first heard of you, I assumed you were merely a brutish killer." perhaps realizing his indiscretion. Howard promptly apologized to Robert. My apologies. What I meant to convey is that I shall strive with utmost dedication to perfect that knife. Robert, familiar with Howard's character, took no offense to his earlier remark. It was indeed commendable for such a haughty dandy to offer an apology. Compared to his son, the far more renowned Tony Stark, Howard could be considered relatively modest and agreeable. Robert, I believe this operation will forge a friendship between us, so there is no need for apologies over trivial matters. Howard, I look forward to the swift conclusion of your mission. Steve, now donned in his new combat attire, joined the conversation. Rest assured that is absolutely guaranteed. The trio had hoped to engage in further discussion, but at that moment, Carter glanced at her watch. I do not wish to intrude upon your conversation, but if we do not commence our operations soon, dawn will break, making it impossible to deploy an unarmed, small military aircraft. She did not need to finish her thought, as her words served as a timely reminder for all. Howard, I sincerely apologize for keeping the lady waiting. He turned to Robert and Steve, expressing a hint of regret. It seems we must postpone our in-depth conversation. I hope it won't be too long. Robert, it will be swift. Trust me, right, Captain? Steve, Robert is absolutely correct. I would never let a future friend wait. Carter, then let us board and depart. She took the lead, promptly ascending the waiting military transport plane. Of course, she would not be the one piloting it. Steve, observing Carter's actions, quickly followed suit, leaving only Robert and Howard behind. Watching Carter and Steve depart, Howard grumbled. How can the plane exit without opening the hangar doors? Should we just break through? Robert, perhaps that is a splendid idea. Ingest. Robert and Howard opened the hangar doors together before boarding the aircraft. The journey from their military airfield to the anticipated drop zone would take at least 20 minutes. At this moment, Howard began to lighten the mood with humor. Captain, you were indeed correct. We have ample time for conversation, but I never anticipated it would occur before the commencement of a rescue mission. Steve, I once thought similarly, but it seems we overlooked the time we have aboard the plane. As time passed, Robert joined the dialogue, and initially, their banter flowed freely until Howard unexpectedly turned to the relatively silent Carter. Agent Carter, if you're not in a hurry to return, we could venture to Lucerne together to enjoy their famous hot pot. The palpable atmosphere began to settle into a hush, and Carter glanced at Steve with a hint of anxiety and awkwardness. After a brief silence, Steve, unable to contain himself, asked with a somewhat stiff expression, "You all, are we having hot pot?" However, Carter did not respond. Instead, she produced two small boxes, handing one to Steve and the other to Robert while explaining. This is a signal transmitter. Once you activate it, we can locate you via the signal. Robert replied, "Thank you," and without a glance, he stowed the small box into his pocket, lying quietly beside him. He had adopted this demeanor after Howard posed a question, clearly indicating that this was not the moment for conversation. Carter acknowledged Robert's gratitude with a nod, yet Steve, undeterred, pressed on with inquiries regarding the earlier matter. However, before he could finish his sentence, the German forces on the ground fortuitously spotted the enemy aircraft, unleashing anti-aircraft fire. To evade, Howard swayed side to side, thus halting Steve's words. Observing Carter, who had consistently refrained from answering his questions, Steve pondered whether she was upset or merely concerned for Howard and her own safety. In any case, he suggested to Robert, "Why don't we just jump from here and let them return?" "Let's do it," Robert replied resolutely. As soon as Steve's words left his lips, Robert approached the cabin door, flung it open, and without a moment's hesitation, leaped out with his parachute pack. "Come back. Our plan is to drop you at the enemy's base," Carter called out, snapping back to reality only when she saw Robert had already jumped. "I'll go with Robert. Once I jump, you two can head back from this wretched place. You cannot give me orders. Our plan is at the enemy's base," Carter insisted. "Why not? I am Captain America," Steve declared, and with that, he too jumped out, leaving only Howard and Carter aboard the aircraft. The enemy's anti-aircraft fire could not persist indefinitely. It required ammunition replenishment. Seizing the opportunity, Howard ascended to a higher altitude and sped towards their own base. Amidst the escape, he still found time to converse with Carter. "Shall we have hot pot in Lucerne later, or return to New York for steak?" "Apologies, Howard. I'm feeling a bit unwell today. How about another time?" she replied, recalling with a headache how she had promised to dine with Howard in exchange for his assistance. Her tone softened considerably. "Let us do it tomorrow. I believe I'll feel much better by then." She had initially thought her words would bring delight to the dashing pilot ahead, yet unexpectedly, it was Howard who declined. You must have feelings for Steve, don't you? Regarding his inquiry, Carter responded affirmatively without a moment's hesitation. Howard remarked, I initially intended to seize this opportunity to enjoy a delightful evening with you, but it seems that chance has slipped away. Perhaps it is best to forego dinner. I should redirect my ambitions. His words undoubtedly lifted a burden from Carter's heart. Although it evoked a sense of abandonment, Carter, in this moment of joy, paid little heed to it. Howard, you truly are a good man. Had Robert been present, he would surely have declined this card, typically bestowed only upon the honest. Yet, Howard, being a man of 1943, lacks that understanding. Howard replied, to receive the admiration of a beautiful lady makes everything worthwhile. I wish you and the captain everlasting companionship. Carter responded, thank you, and may you soon find your suitable counterpart. In the aircraft, Howard's voluntary relinquishment of his intentions towards Carter quietly dissolved the chasm between them, swiftly cultivating a genuine friendship. On the ground, upon Steve's descent, he discovered that the ambushers had been entirely neutralized, with Robert waving to him from short distance. Observing the 30 or so adversaries sprawled on the ground, he exclaimed, you are truly remarkable. It is hard to fathom how you accomplished this in such a brief span. The ever-humble Robert refrained from boasting. It was not without its challenges. Indeed, it was no small feat. You dispatched over 30 foes with a single punch each, and I was nearly drenched in sweat. Steve nodded, acknowledging that even for Robert, eliminating more than 30 enemies in a minute was no trivial task. He felt a twinge of shame for his inability to participate. No worries, Captain. There will be ample opportunity for you to showcase your skills ahead. As Robert spoke, he gestured towards the towering structure illuminated by the moonlight several kilometers away, clearly indicating the enemy base mentioned in the intelligence report. In the woods, Robert and Steve sprinted with extraordinary speed, closing the distance to the enemy base that had initially appeared several miles away within a mere 10 minutes, all while conducting reconnaissance. That's an excellent vantage point. From there, I could discern nearly every target within the cover. Robert breathlessly pointed out a direction, introducing it to Captain America. Clearly, he was still a formidable ordinary man, as he could not maintain the same ease as Steve after running several kilometers. Wouldn't that immediately raise suspicion? Moreover, he's carrying a sniper rifle. He should be prepared for long-range support, not wielding it like a club for close combat. Hey, buddy, are you all right? Robert's performance successfully deceived Captain America, who was gently patting him on the back, concern etched upon his face. Robert held a fond regard for his teammate Steve, not wishing to let his earlier impulsiveness aboard the aircraft cause any inconvenience to him. After a brief respite, Robert's condition improved considerably, although he still experienced some shortness of breath. Expressing his gratitude, he swallowed audibly before speaking normally. I will clear the obstacles for you at that position, but once inside the building, I cannot assist. Is that acceptable to you? Before them stood the enemy's defensive base, a daunting sight for the average person. However, Robert was confident he could eliminate 99% of the foes within half an hour. The only reason it wasn't 100% was due to the presence of a formidable foe, the Red Skull, which might require additional time. Nonetheless, today's objective was not merely to observe, but to witness Steve's battlefield debut. It was prudent for Robert to play a supportive role. Captain America, Steve, showed no opposition to Robert's proposal. His agreement stemmed from two reasons. First, Robert was renowned for his sharpshooting skills, leading Steve to instinctively believe he was best suited for long-range combat. Second, Captain America possessed ample confidence in his own abilities. In 5 minutes, I will reach that position. At that point, you can infiltrate while I adapt and eliminate threats for you. Understood. As the sky began to lighten, Captain America stood concealed among the foliage, contemplating his infiltration strategy as the seconds ticked by. However, the towering barbed wire fence and the bright, rotating searchlights outside the base left him momentarily perplexed on how to proceed. Perhaps a direct assault would be simpler, he mused. Just then, a convoy of German military vehicles approached, prompting Steve to quickly find cover. With the 5-minute mark reached, he suddenly devised a plan upon witnessing the convoy pass by. As the last vehicle rolled past, he decisively sprinted forward and leapt into the truck bed. Hello. Upon steadying himself, Steve noticed 2 bewildered German soldiers staring at him. After offering a friendly greeting, he swiftly neutralized them and unceremoniously discarded their bodies. Meanwhile, on a vantage point outside the Hydra base, Robert observed Steve through the scope of his sniper rifle, reassured to see him navigate the entry as smoothly as depicted in the narrative. Behind him lay over 50 incapacitated foes, a testament to Hydra's uncharacteristic underestimation of a non-protagonist like him. The strategic location was indeed guarded, yet Robert's adversaries were evidently no match for him. What a fortified position. Through his scope, Robert noted no fewer than 200 or 300 sentries within the enemy base, alongside several training squads of 20. The probability of detection was alarmingly high. Yet, against this hellish defense, Captain America managed to blend in seamlessly with his casual movements. It was only when he entered the building that Robert finally lowered his rifle and ceased his observation. It is truly uncertain whether to attribute the overwhelming presence of the captain to an aura of charisma or to regard Hydra as merely a fa-ade of strength. How could they have infiltrated here? Sitting atop the mountain, Robert expressed his frustrations, shaking his head, aware that the conflict within the building would likely endure for some time. In his boredom, he decided to close his eyes and rest. Within the Hydra base, where the 107th Regiment and several other American soldiers were imprisoned, the number of guards had dwindled from an initial 20 to just 1. They had not merely grown negligent. Each time they passed a shadow, they simply vanished. Bang! With only 1 guard remaining, Captain America chose to reveal himself, charging directly at the Hydra soldier before he could mount any defense, swiftly dispatching him. The noise from above roused the American soldiers below, and when Captain America appeared before them, one soldier curiously inquired, "Who are you?" "Han, I'm Captain America," he responded, slightly out of breath, as it was no small feat to take down over 20 men in such a short span of time. What did you say?" The soldiers were still confused, but recognizing the urgency, Captain America seized the keys and unlocked the prison door. Sometimes, actions speak louder than words. And once the door swung open, the captured soldiers ceased to question his identity. After nearly all were freed, Captain America scanned the room, and upon realizing he had not found the person he was searching for, he held onto a flicker of hope and asked, "Is anyone else here?" "I'm looking for Sergeant James Barnes. Do you know where he is?" However, every soldier shook their head, just as he was about to lose hope. One person nearby pointed him towards a potential location where American prisoners might be found within the base. "There's a quarantine cell, but no one ever comes out alive." Steve replied resolutely, "All right, but even if the hope is faint, I must try. He is my dearest friend." The one who spoke earlier shrugged, intending to dissuade him from harboring too much hope, but instead said, "Good luck." Steve nodded firmly, then informed a few others of the direction to the exit before setting off on his own to search for Barnes. "Wait, you're going alone?" In response to their confusion, Captain America replied with a jest, "Of course. I've pummeled Hitler over 200 times. This is child's play." With that, he hurriedly departed, leaving a group of bewildered soldiers behind. Oh, by the way, Steve suddenly remembered something as he ran off, calling back, "Robert is out there to assist you. Follow that hellish Avenger and give those Nazis a good thrashing." "What? The hellish Avenger is here too?" Didn't he appear to be lying? What are we waiting for? "Charge! The hellish Avenger has come to rescue us. He is right outside. Charge!" Chapter 11. Breakthrough outside the Hydra base. Dawn had arrived. Robert lay comfortably on a nearby hill, cradling his sniper rifle in slumber. However, the tranquility was abruptly shattered by a thunderous explosion, followed by intermittent gunfire that gradually intensified, effectively rousing Robert from his deep sleep. Already? He mused, momentarily disoriented, as it took him a couple of seconds to fully awaken. Peering down, he observed the chaos unfolding at the Hydra base below, where hundreds of disheveled American prisoners of war erupted from the buildings, launching a surprise attack on the unsuspecting Hydra soldiers. "They deserve it," Robert scoffed as he raised his rifle, targeting the Hydra operatives while simultaneously lamenting, why feed the prisoners so well? Did they intend for them to regain their strength to fight back? He felt as if he were playing a video game, as the enemy appeared to have lost their wits, seemingly crafted as mere fodder for the protagonist to level up. With an average of a headshot every 2 seconds, though he was deliberately easing up on his shots, the Hydra's numbers dwindled rapidly under the onslaught of the ravenous American POWs and his own firepower. In a mere 10 minutes, the enemy's fighting force was obliterated. After dispatching the last foe, Robert stood up, realizing that his original stock of 500 rounds was nearly exhausted. This was hardly challenging. It seems the Hydra is not even as formidable as the Wehrmacht. No wonder they resort to underhanded tactics. With Robert's intervention, what was anticipated to be a protracted battle lasting 1 or 2 hours concluded swiftly. Departing from the now useless high ground, Robert made his way to the army camp below, where he was met with resounding cheers. Initially, he did not conceal his presence. Approaching the base, now under the control of American POWs, with bold strides. "Hey, who is that?" One of the prisoners wondered aloud. "I can't see clearly from this distance. Could it be an enemy? Shall we shoot him down?" A group of the most vigilant American captives, startled, pointed their weapons at the figure at the entrance. "Do you remember? The one who just rescued us mentioned that the Harbinger of Hell was involved in this battle." As more American soldiers took notice of the unusual figure at the door, just as they were preparing to fire upon the suspect, one prisoner suddenly interjected. "Indeed, with the Harbinger of Hell on the field, it makes sense why so many Germans fell in droves. I recall now, during my scuffle with a guard. He was suddenly shot in the head. I thought one of you had come to my aid. Look at the Germans below. Most of them have single bullet wounds to the head, such as the Harbinger's style. I have had the privilege of fighting alongside him." Finally regaining his composure, the American troops gradually lowered their weapons, though some remained vigilant, with safeties disengaged, poised to fire at a moment's notice. "Confirm the identity of that individual who has encountered the nemesis of the Nazis," commanded a clearly higher-ranking American prisoner to the last speaker, mindful of their position behind enemy lines. The soldiers summoned hesitated briefly, but ultimately approached, compelled by the presence of so many behind him and the obligation to obey orders. Robert found it perplexing that the members of the 107th Regiment lingered, seemingly waiting for something to happen rather than seizing the opportunity to advance while the enemy was unprepared. Were they truly content to await encirclement? After a few moments of waiting, observing their reluctance to move forward, he slapped his forehead in realization. How could he have forgotten that, due to their limited vision, they could not possibly see him? Acknowledging his oversight, Robert hastened towards them, encountering a soldier venturing forth. "Lieutenant Robert, is that truly you? I can hardly believe you stand so close. Do you recall our battle together at Hill 465? Might I trouble you for your signature?" The soldier, upon reaching Robert, was overwhelmed with admiration for the figure he idolized, and he began to ramble excitedly. "I am Robert, here alongside the captain to rescue you. However, we are not yet out of danger. Let us discuss matters once we breach the German lines." The soldier responded eagerly, "Oh, yes, of course." Robert then proceeded with this soldier to the American prisoners at the base, where everyone had lowered their arms, as more than one recognized Robert. Albeit they had remained silent until now. "Kyle Gold, I'm grateful for your life-saving efforts, Lieutenant Robert. Yet, I believe it is not the time for conversation. We should prioritize breaking through while the enemy remains unaware." Robert approached the most esteemed figure among the prisoners, a leader who stood at the forefront, with the others clearly looking to him for guidance. At last, he had found someone who understood the gravity of their situation. The presence of such awareness among the leader spared Robert much unnecessary discourse. "Indeed, Kyle, gather your men and assume control of any equipment from the Germans that you can manage, particularly those tanks. Let us see who among you is capable of operating them." No sooner had Robert spoken than several hands were raised in affirmation of their ability to drive the tanks. Out of respect for Kyle, Robert refrained from intervening in the prisoners' organization. "Wait for me outside for 15 minutes. Boom! Before Robert could finish his sentence, a violent explosion erupted from the German base before him, compelling him to drop to the ground to avoid the Shockwave-S onslaught. The explosion raged for 5 minutes, and only when the cacophony subsided did Robert dare to raise his head, gazing at the sight that moments ago had exuded a sense of oppression, now transformed into a raging inferno. Glancing at the ground beneath him, Robert felt a wave of relief wash over him. Fortunately, Red Skull had not planted explosives outside the base, or they would have been in dire straits. "I suppose we need not linger outside for you any longer, do we?" Kyle remarked, surveying the remnants of the Hydra base, still optimistic despite the dust clinging to his face from the recent skirmish. "Indeed, we need not," Robert replied, waving at Captain America as he emerged from the inferno. As the captain approached, supporting his friend, his expression turned grave. "We must return swiftly. I have made a rather alarming discovery," he stated earnestly. "Then let us depart for the base." Robert responded without inquiring about the nature of Steve's concern. His curiosity was piqued, yet he already surmised the troubling revelations regarding Hydra-S plans in their base operations. Do you not have any questions? Captain America asked as they made their way back, vigilantly scanning their surroundings for any potential threats. What I am meant to know will reveal itself in due time. There is little use in pondering what is better left unknown, Robert replied, his tone nonchalant, though his attention had been captured by something amiss. What is occurring? Captain America inquired, noticing Robert's sudden readiness, weapon drawn and aimed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he hastily readied his shield. Through Robert's scope, a dark mass of figures loomed ahead, no fewer than 1,000, accompanied by at least 20 armored tanks. Robert, who had thought that following Captain America would shield him with the aura of a protagonist, had neglected to replenish his ammunition after the initial wave of combat. Now, he found himself with barely 100 rounds remaining. The captain commanded the troops to form a defensive perimeter. Another fierce battle was imminent. Robert chastised himself for his earlier complacency. Perhaps the recent successes had instilled an unwarranted sense of invincibility within him, leading him to treat the battlefield as a mere game, oblivious to the mortal stakes involved. Attention all, enemies are ahead. Cease advance and form a defensive formation immediately. Captain America, still adapting to the role of a commander, had yet to fully grasp the nuances of battlefield leadership. However, Kyle, not a novice to command, swiftly reacted to Robert's warning. The American prisoners of war numbered in the hundreds, having sustained minimal losses during the earlier clash at the Hydra base. Equipped with high-tech weaponry derived from the Tesseract, their chances of victory were significantly bolstered. Moments later, Robert no longer needed his scope to discern the advancing enemy. Thousands of them, marching with urgency. The hidden soldiers, poised for action, awaited but a single command to unleash their assault. Cease all forward movement. A commander of the German forces detected an anomaly and promptly halted their advance. After all, there were hundreds of American prisoners of war, and time was of the essence. Moreover, they were operating formidable tanks manufactured by Hydra, which were impossible to overlook. An enemy combatant prepared to strike the advancing German commander was met with a fatal wound to the head, inflicted by a bullet from Robert's sniper rifle. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of 3 consecutive shots resonated as Robert swiftly reloaded and fired again, astonishing those around him. It was not merely speed. With each shot, an adversary fell. Attack! Kyle was not one to linger. After a brief moment of astonishment at Robert's prowess, he decisively launched an offensive while the enemy was still disoriented and their ranks somewhat chaotic. Captain America charged alongside the advancing troops, leaving Robert alone at his position. With his ammunition dwindling, he could not maintain a continuous barrage and had to focus on high-value targets, relegating him to a supporting role in this conflict. Now, it is our turn to perform. Come on, darling, let's give those scoundrels on the other side a grand surprise. The excited voices of American soldiers emanated from the seized Hydra tanks, fueled by the knowledge that their blue energy cannons could instantly obliterate the enemy without the need for reloading. 2 Hydra tanks led the charge, a testament to the power bestowed by the limitless energy source from the original stone. Even though the energy they possessed was a mere fraction of that of the original stone, they nonetheless succeeded in destroying a German tank with a single shot. Within 10 minutes, the 2 tanks eliminated the enemy's armored forces, suffering only the loss of 1 Hydra tank. Meanwhile, in the infantry skirmishes, Captain America was a force to be reckoned with, and the weapons in the hands of the American POWs surpassed those wielded by the Germans by several tiers. Coupled with Robert's sporadic sniper fire, the battlefield was rapidly tilting in their favor. Chapter 12. Return at the rear base of the American forces. Colonel Phillips' expression was unusually grim, yet he felt compelled to read the accursed report before him. Senator Brandt, I regret to inform you that Captain Steve Rogers went missing behind enemy lines on the 3rd of this month, with aerial reconnaissance yielding no results. It is with a heavy heart that I must declare Captain Steve Rogers officially deceased. At that moment, Carter appeared outside the command tent, inadvertently overhearing the report. Her face betrayed no emotion. Another telegram was dispatched to the presidential office, stating that Lieutenant Robert went missing alongside Captain Steve on the 3rd of this month, with reconnaissance efforts thus far failing to locate them, temporarily classifying them as missing. At this point, Philip fell silent, his mind drifting to his beloved subordinate. Unconsciously turning to see Carter standing outside the tent, he finally managed to voice the words through clenched teeth. Temporarily classified as missing or deceased. unable to attend the awards ceremony scheduled for this month. Carter perceived the ire in Philip's eyes. Yet she proceeded to report the latest developments. The most recent aerial reconnaissance had returned with no findings. Upon hearing the initial part of her statement, Philip grasped the reconnaissance report with a flicker of hope, only to cast it disdainfully onto the table upon realizing the continued absence of results. "Corporal, fetch me a cup of coffee," he commanded. "Yes, sir," replied the corporal. Philip was seething with anger, blaming Carter for the loss of hundreds of soldiers and the one he had high hopes for, the Nazi nemesis. Before reprimanding her, he had deliberately dismissed the corporal, mindful of Carter's dignity. Once they were alone in the command tent, he stated, "I cannot afford to confront Howard Stark. He is wealthy and our primary weapons supplier. But you are not." In the face of Philip's reprimand, Carter resolutely replied, "I do not regret my decision, sir. I believe Steve and Robert feel the same." Philip retorted, "Do you think I care about your thoughts? I once trusted you so deeply, yet now our national treasures and heroes, along with countless other soldiers, have perished, all because he paused, fixing a ruthless gaze upon Carter. All because you fancied Steve, allowing our heroic nemesis to accompany him on perilous ventures, simply for the sake of affording that national treasure a greater chance to prove himself. Is that it?" Carter stood firm, asserting, "I am upholding my convictions and have absolute faith in them." Faced with her obstinate defiance, Philip gritted his teeth and threatened, "When your department is disbanded, I hope you maintain your optimism." An uneasy silence enveloped the conversation. Carter's expression was resolute, while Philip's was filled with rage. Suddenly, the commotion of soldiers outside shattered the tension. "Look, who are those people? They can't be the enemy, can they?" questioned one soldier, quickly countered by another. "Haven't you seen their U.S. Army uniforms? Besides, would the German forces dare to strut in here like that? Hey, I recognize some of them. They're from the 107th. Another exclaimed, "I see it too. It's the Hellraiser." "He.S. back. Let me see. Let me see," came the excited cries. It is him indeed. The Hellraiser has once again performed miracles. The escalating cheers outside captured Philip's attention. "What is happening, sentry?" he inquired. "Report, sir. They seem to be saying that Captain Robert and Captain Steve have returned." "What?" Philip exclaimed, hastily striding outside the tent. Carter, quick to react, outpaced him and reached the entrance first. At the gates of the U.S. military base, Philip beheld the scene of Robert and Steve leading a contingent of returning prisoners of war through the parted ranks of soldiers. "Philip, I always knew how this young man would meet his end. He is a legend." Standing beside him, Carter, usually so resilient, now rarely betraying emotion, felt tears welling in her eyes. Philip, aware of the immense pressure he had placed upon her recently, found his own ire dissipating considerably upon witnessing Robert and the majority of the 107th soldiers return safely. "Philip, I believe your persistence may not be entirely misplaced." While he may be unable to apologize to Carter directly, expressing contrition through a more nuanced approach should pose no issue. At that moment, Steve approached Philip, saluting him solemnly before stating, "Some of our brothers require medical attention. I willingly accept full responsibility." Before Philip could respond, Robert interjected from behind, "Colonel, this was a joint effort between Captain Steve and myself. The repercussions should also include me." Robert's words prompted a glance from Captain America, filled with a myriad of emotions, sincerity, trust, gratitude, and more. In essence, Captain America regarded him as a friend. However, the response he received was merely an exaggerated eye roll from Philip, who had no intention of punishing his prized subordinate, especially following a triumphant moment. "Philip, let's dispense with that." After speaking, he cast a pointed look at Robert, indicating for him to follow. Separating from the crowd, Philip and Robert walked in tandem until, after a considerable time, he declared, "I do not wish for a repeat of this incident. The bane of the Nazis must not incur excessive casualty risks. I hope you understand this." "Yes, sir. I assure you there will not be a next time." Regardless of what the higher-ups might proclaim, a straightforward affirmation was all that was required. This was Robert's lesson from 2 lifetimes. "Excellent. The President has expressed his intent to mold you into a hero of the American military akin to Captain America, which will greatly bolster our morale. On the 17th of this month, how about a trip to Washington to receive a medal personally bestowed by the President?" "At your command." The resolute reply belied the indifference Robert felt within, merely appeasing his superiors. What he truly desired was power, and he held no interest in accolades from the United States. "Hey, let us cheer for Captain America." A resounding shout echoed from afar. Even Philip and Robert, distanced from the throng, could hear it clearly. "Hooray for Captain America! Long live Captain America!" The chorus of voices left Philip with a look of astonishment as he gazed at Steve, surrounded by admirers, and queried Robert. "Has he always been this ostentatious? Robert, perhaps you should inquire directly with him." On the 17th, in the heart of Washington, D.C., a press conference was convened at the White House where the president personally awarded the Medal of Valor, an even more prestigious honor medal, signifying the pinnacle of achievement for American soldiers. Now, I invite my dear friends, Steve and Robert, to the stage to receive the Medal of Valor and the esteemed honor medal representing our highest honors. The president delivered a passionate speech on stage, yet he was only vaguely acquainted with Steve, knowing him merely as a super soldier created through a serum, unaware of the extent of his strength. It was not that he could not know, but rather that he chose not to. After all, human energy is finite, and he was already overwhelmed with various matters, leaving little time to focus on a soldier with but a single battlefield achievement. However, Robert was different. As the President of the United States, he had long admired this hellish messenger. Countless times he had wished to carve out a moment to meet this legendary figure. Yet the pressing demands of the front line had thwarted his desires. In stark contrast to the currently underwhelming accomplishments of Steve, Robert's own feats were astonishing. His heroic deeds nearly worthy of publication, inspiring awe and reverence in all who heard of them. Captain Steve, Lieutenant Robert, yet awkwardly, as the president called out for the two heroes from the stage, neither made an appearance. It was not until one individual hurriedly approached him, whispering in his ear, that he hastily concluded the ceremony. "Mr. President, Captain Steve has reported a plan concerning Hydra. They are madly intent on annihilating the entire world, including Washington." After assessment by the Pentagon, it was decided that the captain and Lieutenant Robert would lead the charge to thwart this catastrophe. Consequently, their flight path was altered, directing them away from Washington to another location. The president strode forward in fury, while his secretary trailing behind explained the situation. Yet the president was not easily placated. He incisively inquired, "Why was I not informed sooner? I was completely in the dark, like a fool bestowing honors upon two American heroes who would not even show up." The secretary replied, "Perhaps the generals at the Pentagon did not consider this issue." Before he could finish, the president's face flushed with anger as he retorted, "Those old foxes couldn't have overlooked it. They simply saw that I lacked an advantage in the upcoming election and chose to undermine me. They're likely on the phone right now with the future president, plotting to eliminate any chance of my re-election. Just wait. Those old geezers had better pray that I do not return to office." A shadowy political struggle unfolded in Washington. Yet the fury of the soon-to-be former president did not disturb Steve and Robert. The fifth base lay in Poland, near the Baltic Sea, while the sixth was situated several miles west of the Maginot Line. At this moment, the captain was within an underground U.S. military base in a city approaching the front line, marking on a map the plans he had observed at the Hydra base that day. The annotated map was taken away, and Carter stood opposite Steve, while Robert held a cup of coffee, striving to catch every step of Captain America's forthcoming actions. The markings on the map indicate only approximate locations. "I merely glanced and noted these," Steve explained. Carter responded, "That is already quite commendable. One must recognize that even the most perfect individuals can find themselves overwhelmed at times." Robert raised an eyebrow, realizing that he seemed somewhat superfluous. To avoid appearing out of place, he moved closer to Colonel Philip. Oh no, it was Major General Philip. Chapter 13, Recruitment Captain America. This is all we know about the armory. Barnes remarked that Hydra had consolidated all the components and dispatched them to a location that does not exist on any map. "Philip, Agent Carter, notify British intelligence and instruct all our allies to commence the search for that location. We must act swiftly to startle the enemy, to make Red Skull, John Smith, desperate. What do you think, Captain? Do you believe we can ensnare Hydra in one fell swoop?" Steve glanced at Carter beside him, and encouraged by her gaze, he resolutely replied, "Absolutely, sir, but I will require additional personnel. Philip, we are already selecting the finest warriors." "Captain America, yes, in fact, I already have some candidates in mind." At that moment, Robert, who had been as invisible as air, finally caught their attention. Captain America now looked at him with eager anticipation. and Major General Philip also turned his gaze in his direction. Robert, I'm ready. Captain America, thank you, brother. Philip, I hope you conclude the battle swiftly. The front lines need you. Robert, yes, General. I assure you I will do my utmost to complete this mission swiftly. Philip waved his hand, signaling that they could depart. Robert and Captain America exchanged a glance and moved a short distance away. Robert, I assume this elite team will not consist solely of the two of us, will it? With his newfound sense of importance, Steve was in high spirits, unable to resist cracking a joke. For now, yes. But I believe the two of us could effectively accomplish the task, don't you think? Come on, Captain. That would be exhausting. I suggest you consider recruiting more individuals. Robert feigned a frightened expression in jest. Captain America, well, to make it easier for you, I shall go recruit some elites right away. After greeting Carter, the captain set off to find the most suitable team members in his mind. Carter watched the spirited man, a smile of satisfaction unconsciously spreading across her face. Agent Carter, may I trouble you for a moment? As the main subject departed, Robert immediately prepared to execute his little plan, albeit merely to satisfy his personal desires. Carter, all right. Clearly puzzled by Robert's sudden request, she did not dwell on it, but followed him to a secluded corner. The environment instilled a sense of unease in Carter, the trained agent, yet her trust in Robert kept her from leaving. Instead, she inquired, "What is it?" Gazing at Carter, who was merely a breath away, Robert felt a surge of forbidden desire at her angelic visage. Carter, do you remember the promise we made back then? Carter assumed he had urgent intelligence to share with her, only to be surprised that Robert brought up this topic instead. At this moment, the somewhat naive Carter still believed that Robert's request pertained to returning to New York, a notion subtly suggested to her by Robert previously. Of course, she was about to voice her thoughts when, in an instant, a shadow darted toward her with remarkable speed. Suddenly, she felt something intrude upon her, and just as Carter began to register the situation, she swiftly pushed Robert, who had unexpectedly kissed her, away. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed, her cheeks flushed and her expression seething with anger. Perhaps due to the presence of several people not far around the corner, Carter deliberately restrained her volume. With a clicking of his tongue, Robert savored the taste of Carter from their brief encounter, finding it rather mundane. Anticipating her ire, he quickly elucidated, "This is my condition. Within your capacity and not violating my principles." Bah! Carter spat vehemently onto the ground, although anger surged within her. She had not yet reached the point of losing her composure. When you mentioned not violating principles, you certainly did not include my 2 words. It was clear that she was dissatisfied with Robert's response. Things have already transpired, Robert muttered, his words barely escaping his lips when he noticed Carter preparing to draw her weapon. His plan had not accounted for such a scenario. However, driven by a strong instinct for survival and a fear of failing the mission regarding the cosmic cube with the captain, Robert quickly devised a strategy. "Please, don't be agitated. I know you have feelings for Steve, but have you not yet solidified your relationship?" Carter, taken aback by his assertion, fell into contemplation, unconsciously lowering the hand that had reached for a gun. "There may be hope." Seeing a chance, Robert hurriedly continued, "You have yet to confirm your relationship. So for someone like me, who harbors affection for you, this is merely a means of pursuit. It is akin to how, as a child, I would tease a girl I liked to capture her attention. I am employing my own method to draw your notice, regardless of whether you deem it childish or not. But I want you to know, Carter." With a tactical pause, Robert prepared to unleash a significant revelation to temporarily daze Carter, granting him a fleeting opportunity to escape. He was confident that once she had calmed down, she would weigh the pros and cons, inevitably recognizing the pivotal role played by Philip, the influential general who held Robert in high regard. "Do you recall the scene from the first day I met you? It was a cloudy day, and my mood mirrored the overcast sky. Yet, when you appeared, it was as though I beheld a ray of light, and you stood as an angel amidst that brilliance, compelling all who laid eyes upon you to draw near. It was at that very moment that I fell for you." Robert spoke with heartfelt emotion, yet Carter remained unmoved across from him. He realized that only a display of despair could possibly resolve the situation. "I know you regard my words with disdain. Do you have any inkling of what it feels like to take the lives of 100, or even more, each day? To be candid, it is agonizing. They are not merely 100 chickens. Before I encountered you, I had been enduring a tormenting existence." As he spoke, Robert forced out 2 tears, which conveniently obscured the glint of coldness that flickered in his eyes. He had braced himself for the worst, that Carter might expose his actions on the spot. Such a revelation would shatter Robert's plans to draw closer to Steve, and he could not tolerate this eventuality after investing considerable effort. Fortunately, the dire outcome he had envisioned did not materialize. Perhaps his tears had softened Carter's heart, or perhaps she had calmed down to weigh the pros and cons regardless. She expressionlessly waved her hand, indicating for Robert to leave. Upon exiting the underground intelligence base of the American military, nestled in a bustling district, Robert exhaled deeply. The exhilarating sensation from the kiss he had shared with Carter had faded with time, and what remained after the fervor often consisted solely of regret and trepidation. While Robert did not regret his actions, he was indeed apprehensive, fearing that Carter might lose her composure due to having been taken advantage of. With no intention of lingering in this world of 1943 for long, Robert had little to concern himself with. In the afternoon, Steve made a special trip to a bar in the city, where several exceptional soldiers from the 107th Regiment had been summoned by Captain America. "Come on, we just escaped that place, and you want us to return?" When the captain first proposed this, some voiced their dissent, yet the majority seemed to share a contrasting opinion. "I think it sounds splendid. Just the thought of fighting alongside the arch-nemesis of the Nazis and the captain excites me." "I agree." As Steve noted two affirmative responses, his gaze continued to sweep the room. "Count me in. I wish to participate." When Steve's eyes landed on a black soldier, the man did not immediately express his acceptance or refusal. Instead, he requested the captain's assistance with a matter. "I am willing to risk my life, but Captain, you must do something for me." Steve furrowed his brow, clearly reluctant to make significant concessions, yet he intended to inquire further before reaching a conclusion. "Might you disclose what this matter entails? I hope it remains within my capabilities." Nevertheless, he preemptively set a boundary to avoid the soldier making unreasonable demands. "Indeed, you can manage this. My condition is that you must buy me another drink." The soldier presented his empty glass to Steve, who was evidently taken aback by the simplicity of the request. Once he regained his composure, he chuckled. "No problem, my friend. That request is quite reasonable." With a smile, Steve picked up the glass and headed to the bar. "Please, another drink. I wish to express my gratitude." Could he truly drink again? In the astonished tone of the waiter, Steve refilled his glass and handed it to the man of African descent, who promptly pledged to continue fighting alongside him. Having secured the allegiance of the remaining elite squad members, Steve felt a surge of elation and instinctively approached another individual he held in high regard, one he deemed almost certain to join. "Let me guess, which fools have agreed to return to the battlefield for you?" James teased, his tone playful. Had it been anyone else, Captain America might have felt a twinge of annoyance, but this was James Barnes, one of his closest friends. "Are you willing to embark on this adventure with the biggest fool of them all?" Steve inquired. "Come on, that little guy from New York never backs down. I have to keep an eye on him," James replied, his words undoubtedly bringing comfort to Steve. The truth was that fighting alongside this friend had always been his aspiration. In a corner, Robert sat with a glass of red wine, savoring its exquisite taste with each sip. If only he could have a plate of fried peanuts to accompany it. When Steve and James approached, Robert felt it was time to rise and greet them. "How is the recruitment for the squad going? Should I ask General Phillips for some personnel?" Steve cleared his throat, and the 5 individuals who had just pledged to fight alongside him turned to look. Together with James, they formed a total of 6. All were elite members of the 107th Regiment, of whom Robert was well aware. Feeling satisfied with his recruits, Steve confidently replied to Robert's inquiry. "Clearly, we want to require General Phillips' assistance. In fact, our squad has just been assembled." Chapter 14. Unease. The sound of high heels striking the ground echoed from outside the tavern, drawing the attention of nearly everyone as the owner of the footsteps entered the room. Carter made a stunning entrance in a red dress, her voluptuous figure finally unshackled from military attire, appearing dazzlingly radiant in the gown. Yet, amidst the multitude of gazes, only Robert's eyes wandered elsewhere. Though unafraid, he knew that his bold act of kissing Carter yesterday had already pushed the limits, and any further indiscretions might jeopardize the unfolding narrative. The potential ramifications were too great. The risk of never accessing the Tesseract or being frozen until the 21st century alone kept Robert from acting impulsively. Agent Carter, as he observed her approaching, a look of astonishment flashed across Steve's face. Regaining his composure, he hastily greeted her as she arrived before him. Indeed, Captain. General Phillips asked me to inquire if you have recruited the individuals you desired. In contrast to words, Steve seemed to prefer taking action. Gentlemen, shouldn't you rise to show our officer who you are? Upon Captain America's call, everyone he had just recruited stood up. All eyes turned towards him, including James. Carter inquired, "And what about you, Mr. Nazi Slayer? Why are you still seated? I distinctly recall you promised the captain yesterday." Following Carter's entrance, Robert had retreated to the corner where he had been previously, attempting to minimize his presence. However, it appeared that his efforts were in vain. At that moment, Captain America was unfazed by Robert's lack of movement, but grew concerned over Carter's tone, which seemed rather harsh. "Yes, Robert did agree to join me yesterday. I trust my memory serves me correctly, does it not?" Captain America remarked. Fortunately, despite Carter's peculiar demeanor today, Robert appeared composed. When Captain America looked his way, Robert rose with resolve, stating, "Of course, I believe that as one of the earliest members to join this team, I possess the right not to stand." He attempted to lighten the atmosphere with a jest. "Ha ha, indeed, merely being a Nazi slayer grants you that privilege. There is nothing amiss, I assure you." Robert's humor was well received, and his esteem led the newly joined soldiers to accept it as a matter of course. Carter retorted, "I hope you are merely seeking to demonstrate your superiority and not hiding any guilt." However, her words seemed to dampen the mood once more. "Carter, what is amiss with you today? Has something occurred?" Captain America sensed an underlying issue, while Robert gazed into his glass, uncertain of Carter's intentions. Yet, he was resolute that should she attempt any untimely actions, he would not hesitate to address her promptly. As Robert contemplated the possibility of disguising the incident as an accident, Carter clarified, "It's nothing. I was merely joking with Robert." "Surely, you aren't upset by that, are you?" Her previously impassive expression blossomed into a smile, leading those unaware to believe it was all in jest, yet Robert recognized it as an admonition directed at him. The consequences of one's misdeeds must be faced, and thus, Robert, feeling guilty, responded that he would not be angered by such triviality. "I almost thought there was some discord between you two. Turns out it was just a joke." Steve exhaled in relief as the atmosphere brightened once more. Carter added, "There is no discord. It was merely a jest. By the way, Rogers, I came to remind you to prepare a list of your team members for submission, so I can coordinate our efforts effectively." Addressing the matter at hand, Captain America remained earnest. "Yes, ma'am. Indeed, tomorrow morning, you and Robert will visit Howard. He has already prepared your weapon, and Robert's knife is also completed. It appears that her grievances towards me run quite deep." Robert has noticed Carter's subtle disdain for him, yet he possesses no means to alleviate this discomfort, save for allowing it to dissipate silently for the time being. With that matter concluded, let us turn our attention to our own discourse. Before the gathered crowd, Carter stepped forward, almost bridging the distance between herself and Captain America. In executing such a bold maneuver, she cast an intentional glance towards Robert. When Carter discovered that just yesterday he had fervently professed his affection for her, yet remained indifferent to her closeness with Captain America, an inexplicable discomfort surged within her. "Carter, is something amiss?" Captain America stepped back, evading Carter's encroaching advance, perhaps revealing his lack of romantic awareness. Shifting her gaze away from Robert, Carter focused intently on Steve from a distance. "Do you not think this attire is quite suitable for dancing?" Barnes replied, "Indeed, but I believe you lack a dance partner." At that moment, before Captain America could utter a word, his loyal companion interjected, clearly flustered in the presence of such a captivating woman as Carter. "I am in need of a dance partner. Captain, would you be willing to fill that role after this operation?" Carter directed her inquiry towards Captain America, deliberately ignoring James Barnes. In a state of bewilderment, Captain America quickly grasped the underlying implication. "Yes, I would be willing." Although he may have been somewhat oblivious and shy, he was certainly not foolish. He discerned Carter's deeper meaning. "Then it's settled," Captain America affirmed. Throughout this exchange, Robert had remained largely silent, fixated on the drink in his hand. After Carter cast him a lingering glance, she departed. James remarked, "It seems I have been overlooked, much like the last time in New York." Captain America reassured him, "Fear not, my friend. You will encounter someone suitable in due time." Robert then approached, stating, "Agent Carter clearly favors the captain. Even a blind man could see that. We stand no chance." Once Carter left, the the tavern resumed its usual ambience, and Robert felt liberated to join Captain America and James. It appears so, James conceded, being a person of open-mindedness. Even if he were to find himself enamored with Carter, the fact that Captain America held such affection for her would prevent him from pursuing her. This sentiment was evidently superior to Robert's perspective. If Captain America were to discover that one of his closest friends had dared to kiss the woman he cherished, he could only speculate how he might react. Robert White. He introduced himself. James Barnes, a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Let's raise a toast to our newfound friendship. Captain America gazed at his two dear friends with a heartfelt smile. James had been there for him during his weakest moments, while Robert had stood by Steve when he was ridiculed by others, aiding him in proving his worth. Steve harbored a deep gratitude intertwined with genuine friendship for these two, vowing to cherish their support in his heart forever. As dawn broke the following day, Robert and Steve arrived at their predetermined rendezvous, only to find the door shut. With a woman seated outside reading a newspaper, Robert shot Steve a glance, urging him to inquire, while he positioned himself at a distance, hoping for a smooth unfolding of events. "Hello, excuse me, we're looking for Howard," Steve ventured. "He's unavailable at the moment. Just wait here," the woman replied without looking up. Suddenly, as if sensing something, she scrutinized her newspaper before raising her gaze to Captain America, her demeanor shifting dramatically. "Oh, I recognize you from the newspaper," she said, her tone transforming from arrogance to an alluring charm, leaving Steve momentarily flustered. As the woman approached, Steve found himself cornered against the table, anxiety rendering him unsure of where to place his hands, ultimately resting them over his chest. "What does the newspaper say about me? I assume it's favorable?" he inquired. "Yes, quite favorable. I believe all the women of America should thank you for that, but as luck would have it, they are not here, so I shall take it upon myself." With that, she leaned in and kissed Steve, having never encountered such an experience, coupled with her being an admirer. The warmth of her lips left him utterly entranced. "Why are you standing there? Come inside." Robert was watching the unfolding scene from a distance, when suddenly he heard Carter's voice behind him. It was as if he had been caught in the act of some misdeed. He quickly turned, attempting to shield something with his body. "What are you doing?" Carter asked, taken aback by Robert's reaction. Perhaps out of annoyance, her tone was icy. "Nothing, just standing too long. My leg went numb," he replied, pulling at his thigh as if to prove his point. "You fool. Couldn't you just knock on the door?" She snapped. "Forget it, come in. Howard has finished crafting that knife for you." Her tone remained somewhat stiff, yet her words carried a hint of concern, albeit minimal. "Perhaps I am being overly sensitive," Robert thought, nodding at Carter as he prepared to enter. Just as he was about to pass by her, she seemed to remember something. "Wait, isn't the captain with you?" "Yes, he is, but he just stepped away to use the restroom, so he should be here shortly." Robert's attempt to cover for Steve turned unexpectedly awkward as he realized how swiftly he had contradicted himself. As soon as Robert finished speaking, a woman's moan echoed from around the corner, precisely in the direction where Captain America was located. What was happening? Carter gazed at Robert with a perplexed expression. I believe Howard must have been waiting for quite some time. I should go in first." Embracing the philosophy of rather let a dead friend than a living one, Robert, who felt he had done enough, hastily retreated from the imminent conflagration. Chapter 15. Conflict Steve. Carter's shocked voice rang out behind Robert, followed immediately by the resounding crack of a slap. Smack! Undoubtedly, this slap had landed on Captain America's face, yet Robert found it curious. For if his memory served him correctly, Carter had merely brushed past this incident in the original timeline. Could it be that the captain had advanced swiftly, surpassing the kissing stage and moving on to the next phase? As he hurried away from the scene of chaos, Robert mused with a hint of mischief. Howard inquired, "What transpired outside?" "It seems I heard Carter's voice filled with fury. Did someone provoke her?" "Perhaps," Robert replied. "But I think it best if we refrain from dwelling on that and instead focus on the weaponry." Howard, evidently curious, glanced back at Robert, but, unable to see the scene of the incident, merely nodded. "Very well. Allow me to showcase the weapon I crafted especially for you." He led Robert to a table draped with a cloth, shrouding it in mystery. Robert attempted to unveil it himself, but was thwarted by Howard, who insisted that this was his labor of love and must be revealed personally. "All right then, you may unveil it." Robert withdrew his hand, awaiting Howard's display. "It is my distinct honor to present to you one of my most cherished creations, the Blade of Hell." With that, Howard dramatically pulled away the covering, revealing a sword gleaming with a silvery sheen. Its design was minimalistic, adorned only with a delicate engraving on the hilt. Yet, inexplicably, Robert felt an immediate fondness for it upon sight. Due to time constraints, I have yet to apply color, but I believe its current appearance is already exceptional. You must understand, crafting a blade from that super metal is inherently impressive. As he spoke, Howard clumsily swung the sword before Robert, then executed a swift horizontal strike against the table before them. The wooden table, an inch thick, was effortlessly cleaved in two by the blade's edge. As if it were mere paper, its power was not limited to this. With sufficient strength, it could slice through any material. Furthermore, the extraordinary hardness of its composition ensured that it would not chip or break. Realizing he may have overstated its capabilities, Howard, the arms dealer and scientist, added, "At least among the materials currently known, nothing seems capable of damaging it. Even to unseal it, I employed the finest diamond for grinding, mind you. That took quite a significant piece." Initially, Robert stood by, listening to Howard's introduction, mistakenly believing he merely sought to boast about his weaponry. However, as the conversation progressed, an unsettling feeling grew within him, sensing that Howard had ulterior motives hidden within his words. A fleeting glance, exchanged between the two, seemed to convey a mutual understanding, prompting them both to smile. "There's no need for such formality. Feel free to propose any conditions you desire," Robert remarked, now aware that Howard was seeking compensation. He remained indifferent, recognizing that such exchanges were to be expected, as long as they fell within his capacity to provide. Howard replied, "One must be somewhat discreet. I thought I'd have to be more explicit. As you know, I am a businessman. I possess wealth, and you have resources that I nearly covet." Realizing he had perhaps overstepped, he added, "Or rather, I wish to possess what you have, yet there is one thing you possess that I cannot attain." Raising an eyebrow, Robert discerned the nature of Howard's request. He desired to harness Robert's strength, while he admired the vibranium blade. This admiration did not equate to a willingness to relinquish his freedom to serve Howard's whims. "I indeed hold great fondness for this weapon. Yet the thought of sacrificing my freedom for it has never crossed my mind, nor will it ever be an option." He preemptively voiced his reservations to deter Howard from making excessive demands. "Fear not, my friend. I have never intended such a thing. What I seek is merely your assistance on 3 occasions, provided it remains within your principles and capabilities." The familiarity of this condition struck Robert, though he articulated, "I consent to your terms. However, to ensure sincerity, let us formalize our agreement in writing." "That sounds most agreeable. Then it is yours." At the moment Robert acquiesced, Howard promptly handed him the weapon. As Robert took the vibranium knife, he examined it closely. "I trust you haven't forgotten to craft a sheath for this blade? After all, if I were to carry it unprotected, it might serve more to harm me than to vanquish foes." At this inquiry, an awkward expression suddenly crossed Howard's face. Finally, he responded, somewhat sheepishly under Robert's inquisitive gaze, "This brings me to another matter. I have experimented with numerous materials for the sheath, yet ultimately discovered that due to its extreme sharpness, neither genuine leather nor synthetic materials can withstand the friction of its edge." Robert was taken aback, cautiously asking, "So, what does that imply?" Howard cleared his throat. "I have conceived a solution, which involves utilizing a magnetic field for containment. However, this will require some time." "And how long might that take?" Robert inquired, aware that no one had attempted such a feat before. "This is merely a spontaneous idea of mine, and to bring it to fruition, I estimate it will take approximately 5 months." As Robert departed from Howard's presence, he realized he had forgotten his weapon, yet he inadvertently took out the vibrantly painted shield of Captain America. Upon reaching the threshold, he cautiously glanced outside, and upon confirming that neither Carter nor Steve was in sight, he stepped out. It appeared that the captain was too preoccupied to retrieve his shield. Perhaps it was best if he delivered it himself. "Hey, have you heard?" Agent Carter ran out in tears. What happened?" She's usually so resilient. Rumor had it that Steve had been caught in a compromising situation, which had deeply wounded Agent Carter's heart. "I heard she had invited him to be her dance partner just yesterday." As Robert traversed the corridor from the office area, he was inundated with gossip, proving that the penchant for rumor knows no borders. Upon exiting the underground base, Robert found himself on the street, which was eerily deserted due to its proximity to the front lines. This city, once occupied by the Nazis, bore the scars of battle from when the American forces reclaimed it. In the distance, Remnants of destruction marked the landscape. With Captain America's shield in hand, Robert made his way back to his quarters, estimating that even if he sought out the captain now, he would likely be unavailable. Thus, he resolved to wait until the afternoon to return the shield. Meanwhile, Captain America was fervently trying to explain to Carter that she had misconstrued the situation. Carter, it's not as it seems. I saw it with my own eyes. Your hand was inside someone else's clothing. Should I trust you or my own eyes? Stunned into silence by Carter's accusations, Steve regretted his earlier impulsiveness. Yet, a thought struck him. Had Carter never acted in ways that could be deemed unfaithful? And what about you and Howard? During that mission, you even arranged to have hot pot together. Shooting tea, I have reason to question the nature of your relationship. Caught off guard by such an unexpected inquiry, Carter momentarily lost her composure, but as realization dawned, a surge of indignation welled within her. However, the image of Robert suddenly appeared before her, deflating her burgeoning fury. You've truly disappointed me, Steve. You clearly do not understand women. With those words, she turned on her heel and departed, internally reassured that the fault lay not with her, but with Robert, who had dared to kiss her, while Steve remained the true betrayer, willingly straying from their bond. As she walked away, Steve, who had been swept up in a tide of passion moments ago, suddenly found clarity. He wished to chastise himself, not only for his lack of restraint, but also for the hurtful words he had uttered. Knock, knock. Come in. In the afternoon, when Robert knocked on Steve's door, a voice responded almost immediately from within. Upon entering, he was met by a fully dressed Captain America. I went to find Howard. He said to deliver the shield to you, and I figured you would bring it, so I waited here. The customary smile was absent from Steve's face, and Robert could discern an undercurrent of agitation in his tone. I believe it is time for someone to find a moment of solitude. I placed the shield here, as Robert set the shield on a nearby table. He contemplated leaving to allow Captain America a brief respite. However, just as he was about to exit, Captain America suddenly called out from behind, and Robert turned to see him grasping the shield. Colonel Phillips had just dispatched someone to inform me that a Hydra base had been located. I think it is time for us to depart. Robert replied, I'm at your service. A smile finally graced Captain America's face, though it was not quite as it once was. He donned his mask, his gaze resolute, and beckoned to Robert. Let us set forth. On the Italian front, Captain America led a small team of 7, tasked with assisting the Allied forces in destroying the discovered Hydra bases. Whenever a Hydra outpost was identified, Captain America would promptly lead his team into action. Robert, positioned not far from them, took aim at the enemy, maintaining a pace of 30 kills per minute, primarily to ensure Captain America had ample opportunity to demonstrate his prowess. As they eliminated the last enemy, Captain America and his team arrived at the exterior of the Hydra base, where they began to plant explosives. Robert joined them in their efforts. In truth, I found this mission to be less arduous than I had anticipated. I sensed that both Hydra and the Nazis were faltering. They were nearing their end. As Robert placed a bomb in the corner, he remarked, I have no doubt about your words, but I believe they will hold true only until we eliminate that behemoth. Following his gaze, Robert spotted a colossal tank, nearly 5 times the size of a standard one, approaching from the distance, causing the ground to tremble violently with its advance. Chapter 16. Casualties. That is a formidable beast. I suspect that even a direct hit from an artillery shell would not significantly harm it. It must require a crew to operate, right? Captain America replied, Robert is correct. It certainly needs to be manned. If we cannot destroy it from the outside, we shall attack from within. At that moment, Captain America had shed the despondency he felt 2 months prior after parting ways with Carter. In matters of the heart, he had struggled, yet in his endeavors, he now found success. Hand me that unplaced bomb, Captain America commanded as he charged toward the massive tank, explosives in hand. The enemies inside had not yet reacted when the captain closed in on them. In a swift motion, he ascended to the top of the tank, opened the entry hatch, and hurled the activated explosives inside. As the anguished cries of Hydra's soldiers echoed from within, Captain America leapt from the tank. With a thunderous roar, the colossal tank was obliterated. Subsequently, Captain America ordered the destruction of the Hydra base before retreating, as they found themselves deep in German territory, where the Allies had yet to establish full control. Prolonged presence could lead to significant trouble. Later, when the German forces regained this location, the Hydra leader, Red Skull, made his appearance. You have utterly disappointed me. he exclaimed, his grotesque visage contorted with rage, instilling fear in all who beheld him. We were poised to launch a cataclysmic assault to conquer the world, yet we have made no progress. All because you cannot even defeat a fool with a shield and a mere coward who strikes from the shadows. Faced with Red Skull's fury, Dr. Zola trembled in fear, genuinely apprehensive that this madman might end his life in an instant. I beg your forgiveness. I am not adept in combat. I merely manufacture weapons, not wield them, he implored. Despite his overwhelming anger and desire to eliminate Zola, Red Skull recognized the value of the man before him and suppressed his murderous impulse. Hurry, Doctor, before that American eliminates you. At that moment, 2 Hydra soldiers escorted the head of the destroyed base forward. His survival thus far was solely due to his timely escape upon receiving news of the attack. Now, he was merely being brought back. I'm sorry, Mr. Schmidt. We have suffered total annihilation. Before he could finish his statement, Red Skull ended his life with a single shot from a weapon developed using the Tesseract, disintegrating the man into nothingness. Having completed this grim task, Red Skull stormed away, while Dr. Zola contemplated the implications of his departure. On the side of Snowy Mountain, Robert gazed at the iron cables above and the tracks below, fully aware that his plan was on the verge of fruition. Do you remember when I had you ride the roller coaster at Coney Island? He asked. Yes, I nearly vomited, Captain America replied. You wouldn't seek revenge on me, would you? Why would I want to take revenge on you? Captain America chuckled. The intel was accurate. Dr. Zola is indeed aboard the approaching train. The Hydra dispatcher has ordered a full-speed advance. He must be in quite a hurry. As the informant reported the situation, Captain America swiftly transitioned into combat mode. If the train isn't moving too quickly, I could attempt to eliminate the driver, Robert suggested. That would be nearly pointless and might cause the train to derail. You should remain above and keep a close watch. Captain America understood Robert's penchant for engaging enemies from a distance rather than in close combat. Confident in his own abilities, he insisted that Robert stay put. Robert felt indifferent, but took a moment to silently mourn for James as his gaze swept over him. If memory served correctly, this man would eventually be transformed by Hydra into the Winter Soldier, and it would be he who killed Howard. The train is coming. It's moving at an incredible speed. A train, hurtling forward at an alarming speed, captured the attention of the squad. Captain America, possessing a wealth of combat experience, immediately commanded action. He was the first to slide down using a chain, followed closely by James and a fellow team member who relished close-quarters combat. In a mere 10 seconds, Captain America had successfully ascended to the top of the train. He signaled the black teammate at the rear to take control of the front before descending the ladder. Their plan to divert the attention of Hydra operatives aboard. Inside the carriage, Steve and James carefully observed their surroundings, but found no trace of the enemy. Suddenly, as Captain America stepped into another compartment, the doors between the 2 carriages swiftly closed. Instantly, the ambushed Hydra soldiers revealed themselves within the 2 carriages. Opposing Captain America stood a heavily armed brute wielding 2 weapons powered by the Tesseract's energy. With a resonating charge, 2 orbs of blue energy surged toward Captain America. Conversely, James faced a lesser threat, battling 2 Hydra soldiers armed with conventional weapons. Yet their presence still proved formidable. Stop him. Keep firing, Zola commanded, having spotted Captain America through the carriage's surveillance. In a panic, he directed the Hydra soldiers. Meanwhile, James, utilizing his considerable skills, had already dispatched 2 foes, but unexpectedly, 3 more Hydra soldiers arrived from adjacent compartments, and his ammunition was dwindling. Captain America, leveraging the terrain to his advantage, swiftly defeated the brute, his concern for his friend overriding the need to ensure the enemy's incapacitation. He charged toward James's compartment, just as he noticed the latter's dire situation with ammunition running low. Captain America hastily opened the iron door, offering James a knowing glance. Understanding the signal, James rose, and, as Captain America distracted the enemy, he fired, eliminating one of the foes. Well coordinated, Captain America remarked. Of course, James replied. Before they could exchange further words, the defeated brute launched a surprise attack on them. Captain America was thrown back by a powerful blast, and his shield clattered to the ground at James's feet. The energy cannon struck the shield with tremendous force, sending James flying, his trajectory leading him toward the recently breached section of the train. James! Captain America cried out as he witnessed his friend's peril. In a surge of determination, He rose and hurled his shield, knocking the Hydra brute down. "Grab my hand, James." "All right, I'm coming." Due to the severe damage to the train's components, it was rendered incapable of bearing even the weight of a single individual. Consequently, James was unable to grasp Steve's outstretched hand and plummeted from the train, descending into an abyss of endless ice. James and Steve watched helplessly as their friend fell, engulfed in a profound sense of regret. He loathed himself for not being able to save him, and he despised his earlier decision to include James in their squad. Robert inquired, "Captain, has Dr. Zola been apprehended?" What transpired? Once the team successfully regained control of the train and maneuvered it into the Allied zone, Robert and the others boarded. Their objectives were twofold: to eliminate any remaining enemies and to search for Captain America, who had been conspicuously absent since the mission commenced. Initially, Robert was genuinely frightened. He feared that his minor actions might alter the course of events, potentially leading to unforeseen consequences for Captain America, thus jeopardizing his own chance to be frozen in time. Although he possessed extraordinary strength, it did not grant him dominion over time. Robert remained, for all intents and purposes, a remarkably powerful ordinary man. Therefore, being encased in ice represented his sole opportunity to reach the 21st century. Fear of death is a universal truth, and Robert was no exception. His fervent desire to traverse to the 21st century stemmed from the emergence of another Infinity Stone during that era, the Time Stone. What has happened to the Captain? Upon seeing that Captain America was unharmed, Robert was acutely aware of James's fall from the train, yet he maintained a facade of ignorance. Sitting despondently on the ground, Steve glanced at Robert before turning his gaze to the wrecked train. With a heavy heart, he lamented, "Barnes is dead." "What? Damn it. He did this. I will kill him." It was evident that Captain America was not alone, as the entire squad stood nearby, each expressing their fury. Meanwhile, Robert pondered another matter. In the original timeline, Captain America had succumbed to despair for a period following this tragedy, only to recover through Peggy Carter's counsel. However, it was now widely known that Carter and Captain America had a falling out. How, then, could they assist the Captain in overcoming his sorrow? This is all Hydra's fault. They have not only harmed our loved ones, but also seek to annihilate the world. "Captain, Dr. Zola has been captured. Let us extract the location of their headquarters so I can destroy it. Only then can James find peace." Robert spoke with righteous indignation, knowing that the task of guiding Captain America would fall to him alone. With this reminder, Steve regained his focus. That focus became vengeance for Barnes, a quest he declared they would undertake together as a squad. Rising to his feet, Captain America understood the next steps to take, precisely what someone had hoped to witness. In the underground interrogation room, Philip personally questioned Zola. "Dr. Zola, I believe you're aware that you are responsible for the death of Captain America's friend. If I were to hand you over to him," Zola interjected, "I can reveal the whereabouts of the Red Skull and the details of the plan, but you must guarantee my safety." Dr. Zola, who had been apprehended for several hours without uttering a single word, finally capitulated before Philip. As a scientist forcibly recruited by Hydra, he was not inclined to meet his demise. Thus, his proposed conditions were aimed at preserving his life. Philip responded, "Very well, I acquiesce to your terms. Now, where is Hydra's headquarters?" Chapter 17. Impulse. Dr. Zola was transported to London for interrogation, while Captain America, eager to ascertain the location of the Hydra base, also made his way to the city. After waiting for news alongside the captain, Robert was summoned, informed that someone was seeking him. Perplexed as to who might be looking for him, he realized he had no acquaintances in London. If memory served, his friend Burns was still engaged in combat against the enemy in Germany. Upon exiting the base, Robert spotted a familiar figure awaiting him at the entrance. "Oh, I should call the captain out. Wait, I'm not here to find him." The visitor was none other than Carter, still clad in her military uniform, her graceful form concealed beneath its fabric. However, Robert felt little desire upon seeing her, rather apprehensive that her presence might disrupt his plans. "Let's speak over there." Since Carter was not seeking the captain, Robert deduced that she must be looking for him, although he was unclear about the circumstances. He cautiously led Carter aside to avoid a chance encounter with the captain. "What are you afraid of?" Carter asked directly, locking her gaze onto Robert's. "Why would you think that? What is there for me to fear?" Robert feigned nonchalance, all the while scanning his surroundings, wary of running into someone familiar. Yet, his seemingly inconspicuous actions were riddled with flaws in the eyes of the seasoned Agent Carter. "I expected you to be a man of courage. Yet it appears you are no different from the rest. Was what you said about liking me genuine? Carter had grown increasingly aware of Robert's evasiveness, unable to comprehend the reasons behind it, though at that moment, she had no desire to understand. Well, I suppose I still like you, Robert replied ambiguously, further wounding Carter. Memories of Steve's infidelity flickered through her mind, igniting an unquenchable fire within her. It seems you merely wished for a fleeting dalliance. How about we engage in something more substantial today? They say that a woman scorned in love is devoid of reason, and currently, Carter embodied that notion as she forcefully led Robert to a hotel, securing a room, ascending the stairs, and entering the bathroom. All of this transpired within 10 minutes. As the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom just a few steps away, Robert finally regained his senses. What is she planning? To force herself upon me? Perhaps Carter's actions resonated with Robert's subconscious, enabling her to lead him into this intimate setting. Now, they found themselves in an environment devoid of outsiders, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would embark on their final mission the following day. At that time, Robert would be frozen alongside Steve for 70 years. In the recesses of his mind, Robert felt an overwhelming sense of fortune, as if he possessed the trifecta of time, terrain, and allies. What then was there left to consider? With these thoughts settled, he quickly shed his garments and made his way toward the bathroom. The click of the bathroom door, locking, echoed. As inside, Carter had regained her composure, whether due to the shower or the sound of Robert's footsteps, or perhaps a combination of both. Robert, I have some reservations. Could you grant me a moment? Carter turned off the water, attempting to articulate her remorse for her impulsive actions. However, Robert, already disrobed, paid her words no heed. My dear, I fear that won't suffice. With a decisive motion, he dismantled the bathroom lock, its pieces clattering to the floor. Yet, his gaze remained fixed on the figure within, the large rabbit attempting to shield herself with a garment. I assure you, I shall be exceedingly gentle. Just as Robert approached, Carter flung her clothing at his face and attempted a sweeping kick to subdue him. But regrettably, her plan faltered. Since you wish to engage in this game, let's play thoroughly. We have ample time. An hour later, thoroughly worn out by Robert's advances, Carter finally ceased her resistance, her last vestige of strength escaping in a soft cry before she succumbed to slumber. Nevertheless, Robert had no intention of letting her off easily, for he had concocted a scheme to ensure that Carter would not appear before Steve the following day. The next day, Captain America stated, "The intelligence is in. Zola has indicated that Hydra's final base is near the pole, housing approximately 3,000 enemy troops." Robert inquired, "What is our plan moving forward?" Captain America replied, "I will initiate a frontal assault. If it falters, we shall coordinate a counterattack. General Phillips will lead 3 battalions to fight alongside us." Seated across from each other on a military transport aircraft, Robert scrutinized a photograph intently. "Hey, Robert, have you seen Carter? I visited her yesterday and again this morning, but she was absent from her residence. I might add that she spent the night in my arms and is still too sore to rise this morning." Despite the private satisfaction he derived from the events of the previous night, Robert maintained a fait aude of indifference. "Carter? I have yet to meet her. What of it?" Captain America replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I merely wish to extend my apologies." "Well, you can express your apologies after this operation concludes. I suspect General Phillips will grant us a respite after such a significant undertaking." Robert replied nonchalantly, implying that there would be plenty of time following their mission. Captain America, indeed, it's true. Several transport aircraft have landed at the nearest airport to the Hydra base. A portion of these planes belong to the United States, while the remainder are from our allies. Despite the proximity to Hydra's base, it still takes 2 hours to reach it by military truck. General Phillips, I propose that my team and I take the Jeep and set off ahead. We can scout the area for information. In response to Captain America's suggestion, Phillips did not immediately reply, but regarded him intently. He then cautioned with a hint of admonition. "Scouting is permissible, but you must assure me that you will not act independently before our main forces arrive. Although the original plan included your infiltration to support us from within, that was contingent upon having sufficient backup. I hope you grasp this. Captain America, rest assured, sir, I will not leave my comrades into danger." With that, he started the Jeep under Phillips' watchful gaze. Robert intended to follow, but was halted by Phillips. "Listen, after this mission concludes, you need to take some time to rest. Come with me and meet some of the older officers. It will bolster your chances of promotion to major." Phillips glanced around before continuing in a tone low enough for only the two to hear. Your age makes your promotion to major quite challenging. After all, you are barely 18. Rarely does anyone of your age attain such a rank in the United States. But fear not, I won't stand idly by. Thank you, sir. I will certainly work harder and not let you down, Robert replied earnestly. Phillips, well done. Now off you go. And keep an eye on the captain to ensure he doesn't do anything foolish. He patted Robert's shoulder and proceeded to oversee the soldiers boarding the vehicles. Coordinating several thousand men would take a few minutes. As Robert observed Phillips' busy figure, he felt a twinge of guilt, knowing he would soon become a deserter for the next 70 years. However, with no turning back, he silently apologized in his heart before joining Captain America. Captain America, everyone's here, so buckle up. We're about to depart. Outside the Hydra base, the defenses were unusually stringent today, with no fewer than 500 guards stationed at just the first checkpoint. The vastness of their ultimate base suggested that Hydra had hollowed out an entire mountain to establish their stronghold. The team member responsible for reconnaissance concluded after surveying the area that the findings astonished everyone. They marveled at Hydra's grand ambitions. Captain, there appears to be a command center at the mountain summit, and if we utilize the cableway, we could storm their command room from the opposite peak. As Phillips' main forces had yet to arrive, the team could not engage in combat just yet, so they opted to act as scouts, thoroughly examining the perimeter of Hydra's base. Captain America, where is that location? Take me to see it. After Steve examined the location mentioned by his comrade, he promptly declared that if he were to advance alone and fail, the squad would enter the Hydra base from this point to coordinate with the main forces. Robert, standing nearby, felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He simply could not comprehend why Captain America insisted on making a solo advance before calling for his teammates to rescue him. Could they not charge together and swiftly resolve the situation? Perhaps this exemplifies the American ideal of individual heroism. 15 minutes later, Philip arrived punctually with 3 battalions. Captain, please outline the plan. After such reconnaissance, you must have devised something, he urged. Captain America replied affirmatively, and then proceeded to unveil his strategy, which Robert perceived as riddled with flaws. Nevertheless, Philip applauded it enthusiastically, exclaiming, absolutely perfect. Let us proceed, Captain. With that, Captain America mounted a motorcycle borrowed from the nearby airfield, laden with high explosives, and boldly raced towards the Hydra base. Can this truly work? Robert pondered, observing Captain America brazenly charging into the enemy stronghold. While he had found it thrilling in movies, experiencing it firsthand felt profoundly awkward. He deduced that this might reflect a divergence in thought processes between Europeans and Asians, apart from mere heroism. Boom! With a thunderous explosion of high explosives, the gates of the Hydra base were blown open, prompting a swarm of Hydra soldiers to converge upon the captain. Initially, Captain America managed to fend them off, but as the enemy numbers swelled, like a horde of locusts, he found himself overwhelmed and ultimately captured. The squad members, noticing their leader's predicament, immediately enacted their plan, swiftly moving to their designated position atop the hill. There was no doubt that the mission had failed. Captain America, after all, was merely a super soldier, not a deity. And when besieged by hundreds of foes, he found himself powerless. You have 10 minutes, he declared, after which I shall lead a full assault. Philip, overhearing Robert's words to the squad, offered a reminder from the sidelines. Chapter 18. Red Skull Americans are often so arrogant. In the command room atop the mountain, Red Skull looked down imperiously at the captured Captain America. He scrutinized him closely, seemingly searching for something within him, but upon finding nothing, he became irate. I have discerned nothing unique about you. Now, tell me, what sets you apart? His inquiry stemmed from the fact that Red Skull himself was a super soldier, albeit a flawed one due to the immaturity of the technology at the time, exemplified by his exposed skull. I am merely a normal man. Nothing exceptional, replied Captain America. Oomph. Red Skull scoffed. Ah, Captain America remarked, his words piercing Red Skull's pride. It was known that his disfigurement was a deep-seated insecurity. And although Steve was also a super soldier, he represented a stark contrast, perfect in form, while Red Skull bore significant defects. Driven by jealousy, he struck Captain America with fierce blows. I can accompany you to the very end. Despite being bloodied, Steve steadfastly fixed his gaze upon the Red Skull. However, The latter seemed disinclined to prolong the encounter. "I have no time to play with you," he declared, preparing to end Steve's life with a single shot. Yet the sounds from outside interrupted him. Instinctively, the Red Skull glanced out the window towards the mountaintop, where 3 individuals were gliding in on zip lines. Taking advantage of the Red Skull's momentary distraction, Captain America suddenly surged forth, breaking free from his restraints. The Red Skull, now alert, aimed his weapon at Steve, but the latter deftly used a nearby Hydra soldier as a shield. The entire sequence unfolded in a flash. Robert, part of the second wave entering the battlefield via the zip line, saw Steve darting out to pursue the fleeing Red Skull. At this moment, Robert recognized that the opportunity he had long sought had arrived, and he hastened to follow, maintaining a distance that allowed him to keep sight of Captain America. Regardless of the number of Hydra soldiers blocking his path, he effortlessly dealt with them. Suddenly, Robert noticed a soldier wielding a flamethrower obstructing Steve's path. Understanding that the time to act had come, Robert revealed his pistol and swiftly dispatched the foe. Upon realizing that Robert had come to his aid, Steve nodded in gratitude before resuming his pursuit of the Hydra operatives, with Robert closely behind. Silently, Robert trailed Captain America until they found themselves within a vast cavern, where a large aircraft was already stationed. "This is the target." Without hesitation, Robert charged towards the plane, coincidentally coinciding with the arrival of American forces, which threw the scene into chaos, momentarily hindering even the Red Skull's pace. Amidst the melee between Hydra and the American troops, they failed to notice a figure stealthily vanish beneath the aircraft. Robert chose not to ascend the plane's stairs, as that would easily expose him. Instead, he positioned himself near the front landing gear, a spot that most would overlook. "Hail Hydra! You may sever 1 head, and 2 will rise in its place." The Nazis. The scene was fraught with chaos, yet Robert remained hidden by the massive aircraft. It was almost comical, amidst the multitude of weapons on site. Not to mention the explosives brought in by the American forces, even the formidable arms crafted by Hydra using the Tesseract's power. The gigantic aircraft remained completely unscathed. Had Robert not feared revealing his position, he would have craned his neck to discern whether it was Hydra fervently protecting the aircraft or if the American forces were merely holding back, allowing such a colossal machine to remain unharmed. "Red Skull, don't run." As Robert was lost in thought, he suddenly felt the front wheels begin to move. He hastily sought a suitable position to lift his feet off the ground, and just as he settled into place, a voice echoed nearby. Captain America's. Regardless of whether Red Skull could hear him, even if he possessed extraordinary abilities to discern sound from outside the aircraft, he would not halt unless he were a fool. With Hydra on the verge of escape, Steve realized that pursuing the aircraft solely with his legs was a futile endeavor. Once the plane piloted by Red Skull reached a significant speed, Captain America had no choice but to abandon the chase. "Get in." At that moment, Philip arrived as if sent from the heavens, piloting Red Skull's vehicle towards the captain. Observing that their speed was nearly sufficient to catch up to the plane, Philip decisively pressed the nitrous boost button, and immediately, their velocity surged to a new level. Seizing the opportunity, Captain America leaped onto the rear landing gear. The screeching of brakes accompanied him, and he felt as if something was amiss, though he chose not to dwell on it. After casting a final glance at the ground below, he ascended into the interior of the plane along with the landing gear. "Hurry, hurry, hurry!" Robert followed suit, reaching the plane's interior as the front landing gear rose. He quickly peered around and spotted the captain observing from short distance. Captain America had yet to notice him, and Robert was about to call out when the sound of polished shoes striking metal echoed, heralding the arrival of 5 Hydra soldiers. "Hey!" The captain immediately took cover, waiting until the soldiers passed by before springing forth to take down one of them. The Hydra soldiers were quick to react, lacking firearms. They drew daggers to confront the suddenly appearing hero. Meanwhile, Robert watched from the side, most of his attention captivated by the giant bombs in the midst of the skirmish between Captain America and the Hydra soldiers. The bombs were affixed to the cockpit. Was this Hydra-esque version of a kamikaze attack? Robert couldn't help but be taken aback by such suicidal tactics. As Captain America continued to battle the soldiers, it became evident that Hydra was at a distinct disadvantage. Those audacious enough to pilot bombs for a suicide mission, sensing their imminent defeat, activated the bombing sequence without hesitation. Despite Captain America's desperate attempts to intervene, One soldier managed to slip through and successfully entered the bomb's cockpit, ultimately launching into the air. As Captain America followed the bomb-laden aircraft out of the area, Robert peered out once more. His current position was fortuitous. If his memory served him right, the captain would soon deal with the Hydra soldier piloting the bomb. Afterward, he would commandeer the cockpit and return. All Robert needed to do was wait until the captain arrived before revealing himself. In truth, Robert was now in a position to confidently access the Tesseract, but one crucial condition remained. The captain must accompany him to achieve it. With a decisive motion, Robert shifted the position of the landing gear, making space for his leg to slip through. While an ordinary individual might have found themselves immobilized in such a predicament, Robert yawned, and just as he began to doubt whether slumber would claim him, Steve returned, piloting the bomber amidst a cacophony of crashes. "Ah, Steve, is it you?" Upon the arrival of the protagonist, Robert commenced his performance. "Who goes there?" Captain America, having just dispatched enemies and evaded the Red Skull's machine gun fire, ascended the aircraft only to discover the presence of another. He shielded himself with his iconic emblem and inquired warily, "Who there?" "Step forward. It's me, Captain Robert." "Robert?" Captain America hurried over, confirming it was indeed Robert, though his foot was ensnared within the landing gear, rendering him immobile. "Are you all right?" Without a hint of doubt, Captain America immediately attempted to lift the landing gear. Ugh, arg. Clearly, raising this apparatus was no light task for him, yet he succeeded in freeing Robert. "Phew. I'm fortunate there was a piece of rubber wedged in there. Otherwise, my leg might have been irreparably harmed." Robert wiped the sweat from his brow, visibly shaken. "All is well now, my friend. Can you walk?" "Absolutely. Let us hasten to find Red Skull. I have a strong suspicion he has further schemes up his sleeve," Robert urged, eager to avoid any unforeseen complications. "Right?" Thus, Captain America and Robert sprinted towards the cockpit, but as they approached, their pace began to slow, for an eerie silence enveloped them. "Hydra must be concealed within," Robert whispered to Captain America as he peered through the partially open cockpit door. "All right, here's the plan. I will enter first to divert their attention. You wait until the skirmish ensues before delivering the decisive blow." "Understood." Captain America nodded, cautiously raising his shield as he entered the cockpit, while Robert observed intently from the narrow opening. Stealthily entering, Captain America edged closer to the pilot's seat, only to discover it was utterly devoid of occupants. The sound of energy coalescing filled the air, and Steve quickly raised his shield to defend himself. "Are you truly unwilling to concede?" Indeed, what followed was a fierce confrontation between the two, with Robert watching from the doorway. The two were evenly matched, yet Robert's focus remained on the luminous energy source pulsating at the center of the cockpit. "Did you believe that emblazoning a star-spangled banner upon your chest would save the world? You are mistaken, Captain. The future I envision bears no flag. That is not my future." In response, he wielded his shield and delivered a powerful strike, sending Hydra crashing violently against the very core of that energy source. The device malfunctioned, and the cosmic cube was propelled out of it, landing right at the feet of the Red Skull. "Look at what you've done." He was acutely aware that he could not possibly defeat Captain America at that moment, yet the oblivious Red Skull audaciously seized the cosmic cube, foolishly hoping to extract power from it. Suddenly, a blue beam of light shot up into the sky, and an image appeared in the vastness of the cosmos above the Red Skull on the plain. Robert, who had been lurking nearby, recognized that the moment had arrived. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a bullet struck the top of the Red Skull's head. At that precise moment, he was also transported to an unknown universe by the power of the cosmic cube, his fate a mystery. "Don't touch that thing, Robert." Captain America, witnessing the sudden disappearance of the Red Skull, immediately grasped the cube's peril. However, just then, Robert rushed toward the Red Skull after firing, catching the cube just as it was about to hit the ground. Ding! Detected ability. Power of space, one of the mightiest forces in the universe, capable of fabricating and altering any space, allowing the user to summon any target into any desired location. Do you wish to acquire the power of space? Chapter 19. 70 years in the instant Robert acquired the power of space, he felt transformed, sensing an almost boundless surge of energy within him. He had a sense that with just a thought, he could cause space to collapse and annihilate everything. "Robert?" Steve looked on in bewilderment. He could not comprehend how the cube had consumed the Red Skull, yet it seemed unharmed in Robert's hands. "Ah, huh." Captain America's shout snapped Robert back to reality, causing him to break into a cold sweat. He hastily activated the power of space within the cube, causing it to glow once more. However, unlike the Red Skull, Robert found he could effortlessly release it. The power emanating from the cube had not yet dissipated. As soon as Robert tossed it onto the floor of the plane, it melted through the steel plating, plunging downwards. What has happened, Robert? Captain America finally lowered his shield when he saw that the cube had vanished. His initial plan had been to knock the cube from Robert's grasp if things went awry, to save him. It's fine, Captain. I intended to reclaim it for Howard's research, but I didn't anticipate its danger. I was caught off guard when I had it in my hands. Captain America had no doubts about Robert's words. He even speculated. Perhaps the energy it had bestowed upon the Red Skull had already been significantly depleted, which spared Robert from similar fate. Indeed, I was fortunate. As Robert wiped the sweat from his brow, Steve stepped forward and comfortingly patted his shoulder, saying, "The Red Skull is dead. We're safe now, buddy." Hee. Robert said nothing in response, merely offering a smile. He was not frightened by the prospect of being consumed by the cube's power. Rather, Robert's trepidation stemmed from the formidable ability he had just acquired, the power of the spatial force. The very name of this capability sounded impressive, and its actual might was even more formidable. To put it plainly, as long as Robert could withstand it, he could unleash a force capable of annihilating stars with but a snap of his fingers. However, the prerequisite was that his physical form must endure. Indeed, when Robert first obtained this power, he felt an overwhelming surge, even entertaining thoughts of dominating the Earth. Had it not been for the captain's timely intervention, he might have recklessly tested his limits. Yet, such an outcome would have meant his body could not contain that vast and boundless energy, leading to his inevitable obliteration, leaving not even a trace behind. As Robert sat there, relieved that he had not acted foolishly, the captain approached him with alarming news. "Robert, I fear we may not make it back." Steve's expression was a mix of conflict, helplessness, and other emotions. How splendid! While this thought surged within him, Robert maintained a grave demeanor and quickly inquired, "What is it, Captain?" "The bombs aboard the aircraft are all primed, and the landing gear is damaged. We cannot return safely." As Steve spoke, a sudden realization struck him. "Wait, there's a parachute." "Robert, quickly, you must jump." "And what about you?" Robert countered. "The plane is in a high-speed descent, and its trajectory is set for New York. I cannot allow this bomb-laden vessel to reach the city." With that, he thrust the parachute into Robert's hands, clearly prepared to pilot the aircraft toward an inevitable demise. Taking the parachute, Robert swiftly drew his weapon and fired a shot into it. "Bang! You cannot be a hero alone," he exclaimed, turning to face the now startled captain. A broad smile spread across his face. How could he not be elated to awaken in the 21st century? "Robert," the captain looked at his comrade in shock. As the sole parachute was destroyed, uncertainty loomed over whether another existed aboard. But what did it matter? Robert could damage one. He could surely ruin another. A life is destined to end, whether it weighs heavily like a mountain or lightly like a feather. For the sake of the millions in New York, one death could be worth it. I was impulsive earlier. There must be another parachute on board. Let me pilot the plane. In a surprising turn, Robert began to persuade the captain, understanding his unwavering character. He would never abandon a comrade. Indeed, the next moment, the captain laughed heartily. "This is you said. None of us can be heroes alone." The acceptance of impending death manifested in his demeanor. After reporting the situation to the military tower on the ground, he destroyed the radio and took the pilot's seat, steering the plane into a suicidal crash against a towering iceberg. In such a frenzied display, he uttered the most commonplace words, reminiscing about his first embarrassing moment, his initial encounter with violence, and the unwavering determination to rise each time he fell. "Hey, Robert, do you know, when others bully you, you must never succumb, for once you do, they will continue to torment you, and you will lose the courage to rise again." The moment Steve's words echoed, a ringing filled Robert's ears, followed by an overwhelming chill that rendered him unconscious within mere seconds. The heir of Stark Industries, Tony Stark, has been confirmed missing in Afghanistan, leading to a precipitous decline in Stark Industries stock, plummeting over 10% by the time of this report. The television broadcast featured a female host, while seated before the screen was a man who should have perished in 1943. "Tony, he is the son of Howard?" Setting down his glass in the government-provided Grand Villa, Robert mused to himself, now alone in the expansive residence. If one were to inquire about the origin of this villa, the shrill ring of the telephone interrupted his thoughts. Robert picked up the long-neglected smartphone, glanced at the contact, and answered, "How is Burns? When can I expect the promised $1 million in grants to arrive?" Burns replied, cough. "You certainly have some nerve, old chap. I'm on the brink of death, and you still dare to trouble me." Despite the voice on the other end being frail, it retained a semblance of vitality. It was Burns, one of Robert's commanding officers and friends from the Second World War, now in the 21st century, 70 years later. Perhaps due to Robert's actions, the butterfly effect had resulted in the emergence of a 4-star general, Burns, who had transformed from a youthful 23-year-old major to a 93-year-old retired general. Robert felt deeply moved by Burns's words. When he had first awoken, Burns had visited him, and the spirited youth had, in the blink of an eye, become a frail elder. How could that not evoke a sense of melancholy? If you're in trouble, that's one thing. But I'm truly satisfied with the government subsidy of $100,000 per month that you helped me secure. Really, there's no need to strain yourself. A sudden silence fell on the other end of the line. Had it not been for the heavy breaths, Robert might have thought Burns had fallen asleep. The prolonged pause seemed to be an effort to gather his thoughts before Burns finally spoke. "Listen, Robert, that is what you deserve. Had you not gone missing alongside the captain during that operation with your accomplishments, you would have easily attained the rank of brigadier general by simply waiting for your age to qualify. Do you truly believe that a brigadier general of the United States pales in comparison to a mere million?" His words were resolute. Yet Robert had never been concerned about taking advantage of the government. Rather, his worry lay with the well-being of his dear friend. "I understand, however, if this endeavor demands too much from you, then please do not trouble yourself." Before Robert could finish his thoughts, Burns interjected from the other end of the line, "Ahem. Robert, I have always entrusted this matter to my son Dean, who is now a colonel in the Air Force and commands considerable respect." "Well, thank you. Perhaps I shall pay you a visit next week," Robert replied. Burns's resolute demeanor left Robert with little room for refusal, yet he yearned to express his gratitude in person. "There is no need for that, Robert. You see, every time I encounter you, I am reminded of our former selves, yet we can never return to those days. The meeting I long for most is the final one with you before my demise. Nonetheless, should you find yourself in need, you are always welcome to visit." With that, the call ended, and Robert reclined on the soft sofa, reflecting on the words of a once dear friend. From Burns's final remarks, it was apparent that he no longer wished to see him, perhaps unable to bear the truth of his own aging. In truth, Robert possessed a solution, the power of the Infinity Stones. Not the space stone he had acquired, but the time stone, which represented the essence of time itself. Yet, that particular artifact was currently safeguarded by the formidable Sorcerer Supreme, Dr. Strange, making it exceedingly difficult for Robert to locate her, let alone request the precious time stone. During their last encounter, he had suggested a potential means to extend Burns's life, only to be met with an immediate and thoughtless rejection. Perhaps, after a lifetime, one grows weary of existence. Donning his coat, Robert seized the keys to his Audi A6 from the table, seeking to alleviate his stress through indulgence. His villa lay in the suburbs of New York City, not far from the urban center, a renowned enclave of the affluent and powerful, boasting first-rate amenities, evidenced by the frequent patrols of police cars every 10 minutes. Robert's life post-resurrection could be described as leisurely. However, his counterpart, Captain America, faced a more dismal fate. Having caught the attention of S.H.I.L.D. Director Nick Fury due to his status as a super soldier, Fury sought to recruit him for the envisioned Avengers team. While Robert had demonstrated remarkable prowess during World War II, he had not undergone enhancement and lacked the backing that would draw S.H.I.L.D.'s interest. In truth, Captain America had opportunities to revel in freedom, yet he exhibited a selflessness that surpassed Robert's. He preferred to remain within S.H.I.L.D., motivated solely by Fury's pledge to protect all of humanity. As Robert sped along the highway nearing the city, his military plates ensured that no officer dared to stop him for inspection. He maintained a speed that hovered at the maximum limit, occasionally exceeding it, yet the authorities turned a blind eye. Robert exclaimed, "This feeling is absolutely exhilarating." Chapter 20. The first trial in the bustling bar. Robert had scarcely settled into his seat when someone approached him, perhaps drawn by his striking appearance. After all, He was the man who had once achieved a remarkable feat against Carter. Would anyone be inclined to engage with an unattractive individual? Is that Audi parked outside yours? Upon hearing the woman's words, Robert immediately discerned her intentions, and a wave of indifference washed over him. Even though she was somewhat appealing, if one were to rate her on a scale of 10, she might earn a 6.5 under the bar's flattering lights. It was clear that her charm would diminish significantly without makeup. No, that's not my car. I just rented it this morning. Are you interested in a ride? What appeared to be an invitation from Robert fell flat in the woman's ears. She rolled her eyes and sauntered away, her disdain palpable. How pretentious, just to show off. Robert overheard her muttering as she departed, leaving him momentarily disheartened. Was it too much to hope that someone might approach him for his looks alone? Did they truly only value filthy lucre? He gulped down his drink, contemplating the half hour he had spent in the bar. Despite the hundreds of patrons surrounding him, no one else had approached to strike up a conversation. Seems like this isn't the right place for a romantic encounter, he sighed. After finishing his last sip, Robert settled the bill and, feeling rather uninspired, prepared to head home. As he opened the car door and started the engine, he realized there was still ample time left in the evening. Perhaps I'll just drive around a bit. Get familiar with the area, he mused. Shifting into gear, Robert pressed the accelerator and smoothly exited the parking spot. Despite having consumed alcohol, he maintained an extraordinary sense of balance, the effects of the alcohol incapable of clouding his judgment. Brooklyn. The road sign indicated they were approaching this familiar name. Yet Robert could not recall where he had heard it before. Look out. A strange Audi is about to enter our territory. Are you sure about the license plate? You've never seen it before? Rest assured, I've never laid eyes on that plate. It must belong to some thrill-seeking rich kid with a stolen plate. Shall we take action? Let's do it. Brooklyn's 6th District was notorious for its rampant gang activity, with at least one criminal incident occurring each night, making it a no-go zone for most. Yet, Robert brazenly drove into this perilous area in the dead of night, inciting the ire of the largest gang, the Deadlock Gang, who could not resist the urge to confront him. Why is it so eerily quiet here? Robert wondered, blissfully unaware that he had entered a dangerous territory. Leisurely cruising at a speed no greater than 30 miles per hour. As he navigated a narrow street, 2 cars suddenly emerged from both ends, blocking his path. Get out! Quickly, get out! A group of masked assailants, armed and menacing, rushed towards the vehicle, shouting as they struck the windows with their weapons. Ah, now I understand why the name Brooklyn seems so familiar. It is renowned as a notorious hub for gang activity. Robert, observing the masked figures outside, recalled the reputation of this place. Rumors suggested that even patrol officers dared not venture here at night. How intriguing. The blue light flickering in Robert's hand hinted at a newfound ability he had yet to employ. Today seemed fortuitous for its manifestation. Get out here, you brat. The impatience of the assailants was palpable as they ceased their hammering with cold steel and brandished firearms in a menacing display. Concerned about the potential damage to his newly acquired vehicle, Robert hastily exited the car. However, his frantic movements only led the gang members to believe he was intimidated. Look at this scared white pig. One of them jeered, laughter echoing in the air. Just do as you're told and crouch down. Ignoring their taunts, Robert turned his attention to inspecting the glass of his vehicle, and to his surprise, he discovered a flaw. Hey, fellas, do you realize you've damaged my window? Shouldn't you be preparing to compensate me? His words momentarily bewildered the assailants, but as they glanced at their armed companions, realization dawned. Are you not aware of the situation you're in? You don't intend to take me to court, do you? Let me enlighten you. New York City's laws hold no weight here. A hot-headed gang member, irritated by Robert's calm demeanor, sought to intimidate him. However, unexpectedly, a blue light erupted from Robert's hand, instantly engulfing the assailant's arm. What has happened? Kimmy, where's your hand? Kimmy exclaimed in confusion. I don't know. It must be him. Shoot him. The gang leader, spurred by panic, fired his pistol at Robert, while the others followed suit, some resorting to close combat. As the bullets approached, a shimmering blue barrier manifested before Robert, shielding him completely. The gang members, caught in their reckless charge, collided with the barrier, and anything that made contact, be it weapon or limb, was drawn into the shimmering void. It was akin to plunging one's hand into water, yet this was a water that allowed entry but not exit. What is this thing? Let us out. The first 2 assailants crashed into the barrier, while another skidded to a halt, though one of his limbs remained ensnared. Bored by such feeble adversaries, Robert decided not to exert his new powers further. opting instead to rely on a more familiar strength as he swiftly dispelled the spatial barrier. Little did he know that as soon as he ceased the transmission of his abilities, the spatial barrier vanished, revealing before him a corpse, its body severed in half. Ah, a ghost. Run. This was Robert's first encounter with such a horrifying spectacle. Had he foreseen the gruesome outcome, he certainly would have refrained from employing such a tactic. Swiftly sidestepping the blood that splattered towards him, Robert turned to seize the terrified gang members, who were now utterly demoralized. With a series of thuds, he dispatched the remaining few, kicking each one until they were huddled together in a disheveled heap. You think you can just walk away after wrecking my car? After incapacitating the last four, who now lay on the ground like limp fish, they only sensed a glimmer of hope upon hearing Robert's words. Of course not, sir. We are willing to compensate. I have around 700,000 on this card. All for you. Robert raised an eyebrow as he accepted the bank card, clearly taken aback by the considerable sum possessed by a member of the underworld. Sensing Robert's bewilderment, the man hastily clarified, the money is from transactions. It was meant to be delivered to my boss at the end of the month. Now I offer it all to you, pleading for my life. And what if I take this money? You wouldn't dare return to your boss to have me killed, would you? To amplify the atmosphere of terror, Robert nonchalantly gestured towards the corpses, including the half-body, and sent them to an unknown space through spatial transmission. It could be another part of Earth, but more likely, it was the vastness of the infinite cosmos. Fear not, sir. I have funds to cover this loss, the man stammered, clearly shaken by Robert's intimidation. The four kneeling before him were paralyzed by dread, a primal instinct in the face of the unknown. The leader, in a panic, abandoned all pretense and revealed his own financial situation. However, before he could finish, Robert raised a hand, signaling him to halt. Ding! Transfer of 430,000 received. The man gazed at Robert with trepidation, wishing he could slap himself for provoking such a formidable adversary. Now, with his subordinate dead and his entire fortune at stake, he had no choice but to prioritize his survival. Fearful that Robert might be displeased, he quickly added, Sir, I have some fixed assets. If you grant me a few days, I can gather another 500,000. Robert replied, Is that so? Too bad I find this process rather tedious. No sooner had he spoken than the four men kneeling before him were enveloped in a sphere of blue spatial energy. In their astonished gaze, the power of the spatial force manifested, and they were swiftly transported to an unknown distance. Robert felt no remorse for the lives he effortlessly extinguished. After all, he was within the malevolent realm of America, a land that revered extreme selfishness. If one were to wield the power of space with such intensity, given my current physical fortitude, I could sustain it for 5 consecutive days. However, after that, rest would be imperative lest unforeseen consequences arise. I have formed a preliminary assessment of my capabilities, referring to the power I can currently manifest. In truth, the energy residing within me is sufficient to obliterate a significant portion of the universe, provided that I can endure the process of energy accumulation. As I resumed my seat in the car, I found these thoughts rather unrealistic. After all, I am not Thanos. Why would I wish to annihilate half the world for no reason? Let us return to pressing matters. I twirled the bank card in my hand and sought out a nearby bank to conduct a transfer. With the arrival of $690,000, an immature idea suddenly struck me. What transpired on Paul's turf? What was that gunfire about? Charles John, the leader of the Deadlock Gang, inquired of a trusted confidant nearby. Could it be that they had indulged excessively and were now in a frenzy? Allow me to make a call. The line was met with a busy signal. After attempting 3 calls without a response, John abruptly interrupted. Something is amiss. I had personally emphasized that a particular line must remain open. Yet now that you have made 3 calls without a reply, what does that signify? Have they encountered trouble? Upon observing John's subtle nod, followed by a shake of his head, the confidant daringly speculated, could it be that they have betrayed us? John responded, regardless of the circumstances, we must investigate. That individual still owes us a month's worth of profits. With a command from the leader of the Deadlock Gang, a convoy of over a dozen vans departed from the headquarters, carrying nearly 100 individuals. Chapter 21. Earning money, who are you, kid? When John arrived at his subordinate's territory, he initially found no sign of his men. Instead, he spotted an Audi parked in the middle of the road. its license plate obscured, while Robert leaned against the car. The screech of brakes echoed as John surveyed the assembled group, feeling emboldened. He looked down at Robert and inquired once more, "Who are you? What has transpired here? You have 5 minutes to speak." As his words hung in the air, those who emerged from the cars and vans brandished weapons, ready to reduce Robert to a mere pulp should he refuse to cooperate. "Oh, 5 minutes?" Diverting my attention from my phone, it seemed I finally comprehended John's words. "I suspect you do not wish for a civil conversation. Brothers, teach him a lesson." John, clearly incensed by Robert's retort, commanded a throng of dozens to encircle him, brandishing cold weapons, seemingly prepared to deliver a harsh lesson. With a disdainful chuckle, Robert vanished from sight in an instant. "Ah, what? He is not human, run. Run. Charge at him." Robert swiftly incapacitated over a dozen adversaries, rendering them utterly defenseless. The rapidity and decisiveness of his assault were unprecedented for some gang members, prompting a few timid souls to attempt an escape, only to be intercepted by others brandishing firearms. Given your formidable prowess, I am curious to see if you can withstand bullets and other surprises. John, fully aware he was confronting a formidable opponent, remained unfazed, for he had brought considerable firepower with him. He nodded to a subordinate, who promptly dashed to a nearby vehicle, opened the trunk, and retrieved its contents. "Brothers, step aside. I wish to see if this fellow can endure cannon fire." Following the preliminary testing and observing Robert's prowess demonstrated within mere seconds, John unhesitatingly unleashed his trump card. The members of the Deadlock Gang, armed with melee weapons, began to retreat, while those wielding firearms, including rifles, herded Robert toward the center as if driving out an animal. They maintained a cautious distance, yet when Robert attempted to close the gap, they retaliated with gunfire to suppress him. "Child, prepare to meet your maker." John sneered at Robert, now encircled, hesitating for a moment before deciding against firing the rocket launcher, opting instead for a barrage of gunfire directed at the encircled Robert. "How dull," Robert mused, having merely toyed with John thus far. However, given the immediate hostility, he resolved to reveal his true capabilities. "What is that? No, stay away from me. Ah, boss, save me." With a flicker of energy, Robert executed a spatial teleportation, whisking all the underlings of the Deadlock Gang to an unknown destination. The teleportation itself inflicted no harm. The anguished cries stemmed solely from their overwhelming fear. Nonetheless, while the act of teleportation bore no immediate danger, the destination was uncertain, as Robert lacked precise coordinates, leaving their arrival points entirely random. Volcanic magma, the airless void of space, frigid glaciers, or even extraterrestrial realms were all possibilities. "Are you a man or a ghost?" John stood amidst the remnants of his gang, now solely in the company of Robert and his vehicle, feeling an unprecedented wave of terror. Were it not for his long-standing position of power and the weight he placed on his dignity, he might have already knelt in supplication. "It's nothing, merely sending them to meet their creator. Now it's your turn." As he spoke, a brilliant blue light emanated from Robert's hand. John recognized it instantly as the very force that had caused his subordinates to vanish into the abyss of fear. He swallowed hard, realizing that Robert was preparing to unleash that light upon him. In desperation, he fell to his knees and pleaded for mercy. "Wait, I surrender." At that moment, the concept of pride held no value in John's eyes. After all, what worth is dignity when one's life hangs in the balance? That is indeed the case. Since you have conceded, let us engage in a matter of substance, specifically regarding the issue of compensation following the thwarted robbery attempt on my vehicle by your subordinates. Those imbeciles. Upon realizing the reason for his current predicament, John was consumed with rage, not towards Robert, but rather at his foolish underlings. "I offer my most sincere apologies for the behavior of those buffoons. Please allow me to use my entire fortune as restitution." At this moment, John felt a painful twist in his heart. After all, those were his savings accumulated over more than a decade. While he could not possibly surrender everything, he knew he would have to part with a significant sum. Regardless of the pain, he had no choice but to acquiesce under the present circumstances. Ding! A notification of transfer of 18,040,000 appeared on his phone, and Robert's face lit up with joy, utterly astonished that he could find such a windfall in the mere time it took to take a stroll. "Sir, I actually have an additional 10,000,000 in savings temporarily held by State Senator Garden. Should I retrieve it for you?" John, still kneeling, observed Robert's elation, feeling a mix of disdain that he could be satisfied with such a trifling sum, while subtly reminding Robert of his influential connections. Oh, very well. Robert seemed oblivious, waving his hand at John, as if instructing him to make a phone call. That greedy wretch. As he cursed Robert inwardly, John prepared to contact his benefactor, believing that with the senator's involvement, he would be safe. After all, regardless of who Robert was, he could not possibly confront the power of the government, could he? Just as John felt a sense of relaxation, Robert unexpectedly executed a spatial teleportation, whisking John away before he even had a chance to speak. The roar of the engine shattered the once tranquil night as Robert drove at breakneck speed back home, immediately logging into online banking to check his balance. Units, tens, hundreds. 2000, millions, 19, 200, 000. Never before had he seen such an amount, leaving him momentarily stunned. In a bid to ascertain whether this was a dream, he resorted to the simplest method. He pinched himself hard. The sharp pain confirmed the reality of his situation. Since World War II into the 21st century, Robert had felt a sense of unreality. Perhaps he had yet to adapt to this world. Meanwhile, the news reported that military sources had confirmed Tony Stark was missing. Following this announcement, Stark Industries' stock price plummeted once more, falling to $572 per share at the time of reporting, with industry insiders suggesting further declines were likely. The television displayed the latest sensational news: the disappearance of Tony Stark, the billionaire, and the state of his company's stock. Wait, if memory serves, didn't Stark Industries stock surge when Tony was found? Robert savored his red wine, initially indifferent to the news, yet a sudden recollection jolted him upright from the couch. In haste, he downloaded a stock trading application and, after registering his account, he checked the current stock price of Stark Industries. To his dismay, it had fallen to $5,719, a further decline from earlier. Robert murmured to himself, dragging the stock price chart backward. He discovered that at its zenith, Stark Industries shares had nearly reached $800 each. It seemed that without Tony, Stark Industries was struggling. He decided to wait, reasoning that Tony would require at least a week to escape, and it would not be too late to seize an opportunity in a few days. Resolute in his decision, he realized it was getting late. After a shower, he retired to bed, unaware that while he slept soundly, others were not so fortunate. I am now curious about what that fellow John is up to, and why I've been unable to reach him since his phone call. Senator Garden was in a fit of rage within his villa, as he could not afford to be calm with the impending elections. Without financial backing, he risked defeat at the hands of his rival. Senator, we regret to inform you that Mr. John has gone missing. However, we discovered substantial assets at his residence, approximately $20 million. Senator Garden seethed. What good is that $20 million for next time? I demand not just the golden eggs, but the hen that lays them, you fool. Find out where John has gone. After a furious outburst over the phone, he exhaled heavily and gazed out the window. John's disappearance, akin to the hen that laid golden eggs, left Garden deeply unsettled. If he needed to nurture another hen, how long would that take? His gaze was not captivated by the dark scenery outside, but rather by the contemplation of whether he should cultivate another source of wealth. Though the details remained unclear, his instincts sharpened by years of experience led him to suspect that trouble was brewing. Where am I? What is this thing on my chest? Tony, having just awakened in a cave, stared at the copper wires dangling from his chest, connected to a peculiar black box, confusion etched across his face. Calm down, my friend. That is a battery. Without it, you'll be dead. The sudden voice beside him startled Tony, and upon turning, he perceived a hint of understanding and slight hostility in his expression, prompting the individual to explain, "Do not look at me like that. I'm the surgeon who operated on you. You owe your survival to me. Without that battery, you would not have made it." Tony, however, held reservations about the man's words, recollecting that he had been under the protection of a military team before being ambushed. In the fleeting moments before his consciousness faded, he pondered how Stark Industries munitions had ended up in the hands of those assailants. Tony murmured to himself, recalling that it was indeed his own handcrafted explosives that had brought about his downfall. Originally, these munitions were destined for storage within the confines of the U.S. military. Yet, the grim reality was that they had fallen into the hands of terrorists. This query, Tony, ought to be directed inwardly. These are weapons of your own making, now scattered far and wide, and it appears there are quite a few. Do they still have more? Chapter 22, Midtown High School outside the cave. When Tony personally beheld crates upon crates adorned with Stark Industries labels, ranging from light weaponry to heavy artillery, it was evident that, with the exception of the latest innovations, this location boasted nearly the entire arsenal of Stark Industries. You should have witnessed our strength. Now, we require your assistance in manufacturing the type of weapon you demonstrated to the military. With a doctor translating the terrorist's words, Tony, in his haughty demeanor, remained indifferent, his focus solely on the instruments of peace he had designed. Are you willing to assist us? Noticing Tony's silence, the terrorist patiently inquired once more. At that moment, Tony maintained his billionaire bravado, retorting, "Show him some colors." With that command, Tony was forcibly dragged away and submerged underwater, an experience profoundly distressing, especially for one accustomed to a life of luxury. I will cooperate. After enduring an unknown number of tormenting moments, Tony finally recognized his plight as that of the helpless, and ultimately chose to capitulate. Meanwhile, across the ocean in New York, Robert lay comfortably in bed, indulging in a collegiate dream. Hours later, what? Uncle Robert, did I hear you correctly? You intend to go to school? The incredulous voice on the phone suggested that such an idea was unfathomable. Yes, Dean, I'm utterly bored. Lying around the house makes me feel as though I'm rusting away. Sitting in the military base office, Dean fell silent for a moment before realizing that this uncle, whom he was expected to address as such, had truly only lived for 18 years, as the remainder of his time had been spent in suspended animation. All right, Uncle Robert, where would you like to attend school? With this realization, Dean found himself more accepting of the request, which posed no significant issue for him. His surprise had merely been a momentary reaction. Robert replied, "Anywhere is fine, as long as the procedures are legal. Certainly, I will have it arranged within 3 days." After expressing his gratitude, Robert flopped back onto his bed, reminiscing about his school days with a tinge of nostalgia. After all, during that time, he had neither wealth nor charm. However, now, Robert could not resist checking his account balance on his phone. The nearly 20 million figure provided him with a sense of confidence, and countless reflections in the mirror had confirmed that his looks remained intact. It could be said that he now possesses both wealth and dignity, and even wields a modicum of power. In a nation like America, which caters to capitalism, he can virtually stride with confidence. Lying in bed, Robert indulged in dreams of his imminent aspirations, contemplating that perhaps the essence of happiness in life is as simple and unadorned as this. The following day, Robert received a government subsidy of $1,000, a testament to the advantages of having connections. As he gazed at the notification on his phone, he mused that if it weren't for Burns's assistance, or if he had failed to ascend to the rank of general, his circumstances would be quite different. He casually opened his stock trading application, noting the impending golden 72 hours of rescue, while Tony's continued absence caused Stark Industries stock to plummet once more, teetering on the brink of a limit down. It seemed there was still room for further decline. The opportune moment for bottom fishing had yet to arrive. Another aimless day unfolded as Robert languished at home, while State Senator Hardin found himself overwhelmed with work. After a night of diligent investigation, they unearthed some clues, specifically the last transfer record of the leader of the Deadlock Gang, John. How could the military be involved? It turned out that Hardin and his team had traced Robert's bank account, which was not his personal account, but rather a military account authorized for his use. So, Senator, shall we continue our investigation? Quivered a subordinate beside Hardin, who was too frightened to breathe audibly but felt compelled to speak. Hardin replied, "Investigate what? That account requires top-level clearance to be authorized. Even if that individual isn't a federal employee, they are undoubtedly connected to them. What I fear now is federal intervention in this election." Powerlessly collapsing onto the sofa, Hardin felt helpless against the authority of federal-level clearance. Let's take a breather. Unbeknownst to him, Robert's military background spared him much trouble. At the entrance of Midtown High School in New York City, it was already class time, yet the principal and key personnel awaited at the gate. To be honest, Uncle Robert, I could have facilitated your immediate admission into one of the most prestigious universities in the nation. There was no need for you to come to this high school. Dean remarked while driving, clearly perplexed. Robert replied, "This school harbors someone quite intriguing, Dean. Is my identity properly arranged?" Evidently, Robert preferred to reveal little more about the matter, and Dean, understanding this, did not press further, but instead followed his lead. "Yes, Uncle Robert, as of yesterday, you are officially 17 years old. Here is your identification," he said, handing it to Robert, who accepted it without hesitation as they arrived at Midtown High School. "Ah, so this is Midtown High?" Robert mused. "Indeed, Uncle Robert. If you're dissatisfied, I can arrange an alternative for you," Dean responded. "Enough of that. Let us conclude this topic, shall we? Accompany me as we descend. The group stationed outside appears to be here for you." Dean was the first to exit the vehicle, and the principal of Mid-City High School, clearly informed by his superiors, immediately recognized the colonel with a beaming smile. However, Dean seemed oblivious to him as he proceeded to the rear of the car to personally open the door. "It is an immense honor to meet you, Mr. Dean," the principal exclaimed, astonished by Robert's identity and the humility exhibited by Colonel Dean, who was usually treated with utmost reverence by his superiors. Nonetheless, despite his surprise, he did not forget his own stature. "Indeed," Dean replied nonchalantly to the principal, then turned to Robert, indicating that he had further matters to address. "You may return now. I have located the school's address and will manage on my own from here. There is no need for you to see me off." Robert understood that Colonel Dean, a busy Air Force officer, would prefer not to be troubled further. "Very well. Uncle Robert, farewell, and may you enjoy a splendid time at school." Dean intended to address Robert as uncle, but upon noticing the principal and the crowd behind him, he quickly refrained. "So, you are the principal? I have no further comments, except to advise you to diligently remain in your position for another couple of years. Your esteemed superior is nearing retirement, and I trust you grasp my meaning." As Dean departed, he approached the principal, his vague words igniting a spark of excitement within the latter, who nodded fervently. "Say, Mr. Dean, I understand precisely what I must do moving forward." While they conversed, the school's administration had already escorted Robert to his designated classroom. "Robert, you are about to enter the finest class in our institution. I am confident that its teaching quality will meet your expectations." The administrator continued to speak enthusiastically. Initially, Robert engaged with him, but as the conversation progressed, he struggled to find further topics to discuss. Noticing Robert's silence, the school administrator, who held a position akin to that of a director, felt slightly out of his depth. "All right, students, let us turn to page 11. Today, we shall focus on—" "Excuse me, Mr. Blaze, your new student has arrived," the administrator interrupted. Mr. Blaze, who was preparing to commence the lesson, was momentarily taken aback by the interruption. However, considering the visitor's status, he refrained from expressing his irritation. "Very well, young man. I expected you would arrive earlier this morning. Please take a seat in that position for now. After class, I will invite you to introduce yourself." Despite the intense gazes from the school administrator at the door, Mr. Blaze appeared wholly undeterred, intent on completing his lesson. The individual who ranked just below the principal at Hart Hall School was displeased with Blaze's reaction, fully aware that the person beside him had the potential to influence his future with a mere word. Hart was resolutely determined to ensure that Robert harbored no discontent during his leadership. He prepared to engage in a serious discussion with the esteemed Mr. Blaze. However, Robert unexpectedly intercepted him, naturally returning to the role of an obedient student, following the guidance of Blaze to take a seat at the designated location. To Hart's surprise, the individual who had escorted him was still standing idly at the door, prompting Hart to cast a discerning glance in their direction. Having ascended to his current position solely through personal endeavor by the age of 40, it was evident that Hart possessed not only capability, but also an astute understanding of human psychology. It became apparent that this young man was attempting to masquerade as an ordinary student. Swiftly comprehending this, Hart promptly closed the door and turned around, striving to ensure Robert's enjoyment of the class. With the irrelevant parties now departed, it was time to resume the lesson. "Please turn to page 11, Mr. Blaze declared with an air of confidence, perhaps a reflection of the arrogance that accompanies competence. Yet, as he continued, a thought seemed to cross his mind. If our new student does not have a textbook, you may share with your classmates nearby. I will inquire about it for you after class." Robert nodded in acknowledgement and, after a brief scan of the room, approached a fellow student. "Excuse me, Peter Parker, may I sit here?" Peter, somewhat bewildered by this new student, nonetheless did not refuse Robert's request. "All right then, let us continue the lesson," Blaze announced, noticing Robert had found his seat. He began to passionately elucidate various formulas and problems on stage, while Robert, seated below, felt as though he were under the spell of time itself. At that moment, time seemed to stretch interminably. Chapter 23. Establishing authority, the shrill sound of the bell rang out, signaling the end of class. and Robert felt as though he had been rescued. Frankly, struggling to comprehend mathematics was a torturous experience. All right, class, we are now dismissed. As previously mentioned, let's invite our new student to the front for a brief self-introduction. Please welcome him. The applause was sparse, with only a few half-hearted claps, primarily from Peter, who had shared a book with Robert. Fool! Scoffed the tall youth seated in the middle as he noticed Peter clapping earnestly from the back. Though his voice was quiet, many, including Robert, overheard. Excuse me, Robert interjected, approaching the tall youth. I couldn't help but notice you seem to be disparaging someone. Would you care to enlighten me on whom you were referring? At that moment, he wore a friendly smile, appearing harmless. Feeling the weight of everyone's gaze, Flesh perceived Robert's inquiry as a daunting confrontation. He was reluctant to lose face, especially in front of his girlfriend Mary. Glancing at Robert, he noted that although the newcomer was tall, he appeared somewhat slender, lacking any intimidating presence. I was referring to that foolish imbecile who is wildly applauding you. Do you comprehend? Flesh, accustomed to bullying the weak, now regards Robert with disdain, believing him to pose no real threat. Rising to his feet, his muscular arms seemingly bestowed him with confidence as he stared defiantly into Robert's eyes, arrogantly declaring, "What do you intend to do, Flesh? Sit back down." Robert's gaze first drifted toward Peter, who now appeared to be a habitual victim, too intimidated to lift his head. It was the teacher, Blaze, who spoke up, primarily concerned about the repercussions of Robert being assaulted. Smack! Hasn't your guardian taught you how to speak properly? The crisp sound of slap reverberated throughout the classroom as Robert addressed Flesh, whose right cheek was instantly swollen. Oh, goodness, he dared to do that to Flesh. Hey, kid, what do you want? A fight? Chaos erupted in the room as Flesh's friends, witnessing their comrade's humiliation, leapt to their feet, 3 brawny men, brimming with muscle. I will kill you. Flesh, feeling his pride wounded, regained his composure. Ignoring the blood trickling from his lip, he swung his fist toward Robert's face. With a resounding thud, Flesh's punch was caught effortlessly, and to his astonishment, Robert exerted immense strength, bending Flesh's hand back. Flesh emitted a heart-wrenching scream, while those who had threatened to fight Robert hastily retreated. Stop, Robert! You might break his hand. Blaze interjected urgently. In truth, had he not spoken, Robert had every intention of proceeding, as he had long harbored a disdain for Flesh, a sentiment cultivated while watching Marvel films in his previous life. He was merely acting upon his desires. Even when Robert released his grip, Flesh's hand remained twisted grotesquely, and he collapsed to the ground, groaning incessantly. How tiresome! Can't you be quiet for a moment? With that, Robert delivered a swift kick, allowing the bully to experience the sensation of being bullied himself. The force perfectly calibrated to knock him unconscious. Thud! Upon collapsing, Flesh's head collided with the corner of a desk, and a trickle of blood emerged. Some timid girls shrieked in terror, shielding their eyes with their hands. This was clearly not part of Robert's plan, but he paid it no mind. Greetings, everyone. I am Robert Bidey, and my life philosophy is simple. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. However, the imbecile who just lost consciousness did so for insulting my very first friend here, Peter. He surveyed the classroom with a calm demeanor and added, "Thus, I advise some of you to be wise. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to escort you to the hospital for a few days." Robert's speech on stage left the audience, including the teacher Blaze, in a profound silence, the reason for which remained a mystery, whether it was fear or something else entirely. What transpired here? However, this tense atmosphere dissipated with the intervention of the school security team, who entered in a stream of 6 or 7 individuals, seemingly endowing the crowd with the courage to speak. Oh, thank heavens, we are saved. Look at Flesh. I fear he may not last much longer. It was him. This madman is the one who brutalized Flesh. You must apprehend him. The individual initially intended to berate Robert as a lunatic, but upon recalling Robert's ruthless methods against Flesh and glancing at his own diminutive stature, he reconsidered his choice of words. Perhaps you should first take Flesh to the infirmary, Blaze said as he rushed to assist. Truth be told, as a teacher, he often found himself disapproving of students like Flesh, but the unfortunate reality was that wealth afforded some a certain impunity. Today, finally, someone had stood up to Flesh. Yet Blaze did not endorse Robert's methods, deeming them somewhat extreme. May I inquire who among you is Master Robert? The head of the high school security asked. his question lacking coherence. Hearing himself referred to in such a manner caused Robert to furrow his brow. If you mean Robert, then I shall accept. But if you insist on calling me master, I regret to inform you that I am not the person you seek. The security personnel paid little heed to Robert's words, focusing solely on identifying him, the formality of address being a mere detail. Very well, Mr. Robert. How do you propose we handle this situation? When the security officer posed this question, the assembled crowd fell into stunned silence, unable to fathom how the enforcers of discipline had begun to heed the words of a perpetrator. Take him away and have his parents come to collect him. Must I also bear the expense of his medical fees? You jest. The security officer chuckled awkwardly, then hoisted the unconscious Flesh and made his way toward the exit, with even some bystanders wiping away the blood that had dripped to the floor. The school bell rang once more, and despite the earlier shocking events, Blaze was left with no choice but to continue his lesson in the absence of any notification to suspend classes. You really need to concern yourself on my account. Flesh is a vengeful individual, and I fear we may encounter trouble in the future. Upon returning to his previous position amidst the fearful gazes of others, Peter leaned in to speak. Robert felt an increased fondness for Peter, appreciating that not everyone could choose to align with the seemingly disadvantaged side, while the outcome remained uncertain. The typical response would be to distance oneself. Do not worry. Trust me, Peter, I never engage in endeavors without assurance. Seeing Robert's unwavering confidence, Peter chose not to press further, instead turning his attention back to his studies. He astutely noticed that his new companion seemed to struggle with certain problems. Observing Robert, who appeared to be dozing off, Peter summoned his courage and suggested, "How about I teach you?" As Robert found himself with idle time, he resolved to make the most of it by earnestly learning alongside Peter. Wow, did you really attend school before? Peter realized he had overestimated Robert. He had initially thought the other possessed merely a few gaps in understanding, only to discover that Robert was entirely uninformed. Well, this situation seems rather unexpected, but I believe that with your talent, you will improve swiftly. Robert and Peter dedicated themselves to their studies, while in the principal's office. A middle-aged man was in a fit of rage. "Principal, I demand to know what my son Flash has endured at school, and why he's been severely injured." Lewis, the principal of Midtown School, found himself perplexed by the situation. He had not anticipated that Robert would injure one of the affluent students so drastically on his first day. Initially intending to dismiss Robert to allow them to resolve the matter themselves, Principal Lewis reconsidered after reflecting on Dean's words from that morning, ultimately arriving at a decision. "Mr. Henry, I regret what has happened to Flash, but as far as I know, he instigated this incident." His words concealed Robert's name and shifted the blame on a Flash. Henry, incredulous, found himself amused by the absurdity of the situation. How could his son be so grievously harmed, that the fault be attributed to them? "If this is your attitude, Principal Lewis, then I suppose I shall have to resolve this matter in my own way." With that, Henry stormed out, while Lewis feigned concern from his chair, calling out, "What do you intend to do? Come back." Despite his loud voice, he remained seated, merely observing Henry's departure. It was only after a considerable time had passed that Lewis exhaled in relief, believing he had managed the situation well, having neither named Robert nor completely offended Henry. "Now let us see whose fists are mightier. Henry," he mused, clearly unimpressed by Henry's business lineage. "Hello, Sherman. My son has been assaulted at school, and it seems the assailant has some connections. Could you investigate this for me?" After leaving Midtown School, Henry called a private detective agency before heading to the hospital to check on his son's injuries. Sherman, the owner of the agency, was more than willing to assist Henry, as he was accustomed to receiving substantial payments from him. "It is an honor to receive your call once more, Mr. Henry. I shall conduct a thorough investigation into this matter at my earliest convenience." After hanging up, Henry settled back in his car, instructing the driver to head to the hospital, and began to calm down. He could not help but contemplate what he would do if the individual who had harmed his son truly possessed significant influence. "No matter who it is, I cannot allow my son to suffer without consequence." Ultimately, Henry resolved to stand up for his son, never once considering whether his own parenting might have contributed to the current predicament. In the evening, Henry returned to the office to address matters that should have been resolved during lunch. However, the memory of his son's anguished screams ignited a fury within him. The phone rang incessantly. Upon noticing it was Sherman calling, he promptly answered. Hello, have you found anything? Who is it? Sherman responded, Mr. Henry. I have identified the individual who harmed your son. His name is Robert Beatty. Is that all? Anyone could inquire at Midtown School and uncover that information. I hired you to uncover his background. On the other end of the line, Sherman rifled through the investigation report received from his subordinates, which contained ordinary details regarding Robert's family and background, revealing nothing unusual. According to the information I've gathered, Robert's parents were ordinary workers who tragically lost their lives in an accident, and the factory compensated him with over $1 million. That's the extent of what I have for now, Mr. Henry. Reluctantly, Sherman could only relay what the report stated. So, you're saying this Robert is just an average individual? It appears that way, Mr. Henry. Chapter 24. Surveillance. No. If he is merely an ordinary person, then why is the principal at Midtown protecting him? There must be a reason. Investigate further. Initially, Henry felt a glimmer of satisfaction upon hearing Robert was just an ordinary person, as it would make dealing with him a trivial endeavor. Yet, before he could fully relish this thought, he pondered how someone worthy of the principal's protection could possibly be average. Dissatisfied with the vague information he received after investing so much, Henry scolded Sherman in frustration. Calm down, Mr. Sherman. Unfazed by the actions directed against him, Robert continued his studies with Peter, absorbing high school knowledge effortlessly due to his remarkable memory. Even subjects he had not previously encountered were quickly retained and gradually mastered. Oh, Robert, you are simply a genius. In just 3 days, you've grasped concepts that would take me a month. Is that so? It must have much to do with your excellent teaching. Thank you, but I believe your talent is equally significant. Robert smiled at this, neither confirming nor denying the praise. School's out. Let us go, he remarked, noticing that most of his classmates had already left. Oh, all right. Peter, suddenly realizing the time, sprang up and began packing his bag. Slow down, buddy. I wasn't rushing you, Robert said as he too started to gather his belongings. Hi, I'm Belinda Kate. Robert turned to see the girl who had approached him to introduce herself. He had actually noticed her earlier. After all, if someone repeatedly glances back at you during class, it's hard not to remember them. Hello, may we get acquainted? She asked, her cheeks flushing, a rarity in the free-spirited atmosphere of America. Robert White. It is a pleasure to meet you, Belinda. The girl openly expressing her affection did not escape Robert's notice. He was no fool and readily accepted her sentiments. In fact, he was entirely open to possibilities. Peter, do you need to accompany me back today? After greeting Belinda, Robert inquired of Peter, receiving the same response as before. No, let us skip it. It's not on our way. Very well, Belinda, would you like to join me? I can give you a ride home. Robert had anticipated Peter's reply. His inquiry was merely a matter of courtesy, leading him to the main subject he wished to address. Is this your car? Robert's Audi was boldly stationed in the faculty parking lot, without any objections from anyone. What do you think? It's quite nice, isn't it? Robert felt an indescribable thrill at Belinda's astonishment. Perhaps this was the joy of impressing the opposite sex, especially when the individual in question was as attractive as she. So, Belinda, where do you live? The Queens area can be a bit messy. If that poses any inconvenience, you can drop me off at the nearby subway station. I can manage the rest. When Belinda mentioned her address, she appeared somewhat uneasy, leaving Robert puzzled. Messy? Did it have a literal meaning? Or was there chaos beyond Brooklyn and New York? Do you think it polite to leave a girl in a potentially dangerous situation to return alone? Although Robert was unaware of the notorious reputation of Queens, it did not stop him from labeling it as perilous. Little did he know he was spot on. Thank you, Robert, Belinda replied. She remained in the passenger seat, still somewhat awkward, as if she were not the one who had approached Robert in class. Whether Belinda's demeanor was feigned or genuine, Robert was indifferent. He started the vehicle, shifting gears with his right hand, but for some inexplicable reason, his hand inadvertently strayed to her thigh. Robert had braced himself for an outburst, but surprisingly, Belinda merely let out a soft hum and said nothing further. Casting a sideways glance at her, Robert was curious about what this young woman sought from him. Though he considered himself somewhat handsome, he was self-aware enough to doubt that a girl of her beauty would inexplicably fall for him. In Robert's mind, this had already been categorized as a transaction, prompting him to become bolder, his hand gradually ascending. They had exited the school premises and were now headed towards 6th Avenue. Little did Robert realize that while he was indulging in his liberties within the confines of his car, he had become the target of scrutiny. Follow him. Wait for the opportune moment, and then strike. break a leg to teach this brat that some individuals cannot be provoked simply because he possesses a little background. Understood. The individual observing Robert signaled to his accomplice driving ahead, prompting the latter to start the car and follow Robert from a distance, biding their time. Meanwhile, their boss, Henry, fervently assured his wife and son that Flesh, the boy who had assaulted him, would soon receive his just deserts. He believes that by bribing an official from the education department, he can reign supreme in school. It seems he has forgotten that he does not reside there permanently. Thank you, Father. Overcome with emotion, Flesh stood abruptly, inadvertently straining his injured arm, which reminded him of the humiliation Robert had inflicted upon him and the embarrassment he had suffered before his peers. Flesh was cautious, and his mother rushed to support him, unwilling to see her son suffer further harm. Father, I wish to witness that boy's disgraceful state in person and capture some photographs for posterity, so I may redeem myself in front of my classmates. Flesh disregarded his mother-esque concern and spoke directly to his wealthy father. Photographs may not be feasible. That boy indeed has some influential backing, although I cannot fathom how he managed to connect with that official. It is clear that it is not merely wealth that facilitates such things. Flesh failed to grasp the underlying meaning in his father's words. Observing his son's despondent demeanor, Henry felt compelled to clarify. What I meant was, you cannot take photographs, my child. However, it is permissible to don a disguise and observe from a distance. Really? Thank you, Father. Upon hearing Henry's words, Flesh instantly regained his enthusiasm, envisioning the moment when he would exact his revenge. After promising his son, Henry left the room with a beaming smile and dialed the private investigator's number. Hello, Mr. Henry? The call was answered promptly. The individual on the line was Sherman, the head of the detective agency. Initially, he only engaged in detective work, but due to the generous compensation from Henry and the perceived low risk of this operation, he was inclined to accept tasks beyond his usual scope. Where are you located? My son wishes to witness his adversary being punished. Henry's request undoubtedly increased the complexity of Sherman's assignment, yet the thought of the $200,000 deposit resting quietly in his account, along with a subsequent $500,000 fee, led Sherman to willingly accept the challenge. Very well, Mr. Henry, we are currently tracking the target. Preliminary assessments suggest he is headed to Queens. I believe young Flesh should hasten, as once we reach Queens, it will be the perfect opportunity to strike. You all must wait. After leaving this directive, Henry returned to the room, addressing his son, who was dressing. There is no need for haste. They will commence the performance only after your arrival. In front of his son, Henry always presented himself as a loving father, even somewhat indulgent. That old fool. Meanwhile, Sherman, trailing Robert's vehicle, cast aside his phone in frustration, vowing that had it not been for the substantial sum of money at stake, he would have long ceased his service. Anger aside, Sherman must unconditionally comply with his boss's demands unless he wishes to jeopardize his financial standing. It is essential to recognize that such individuals are scarce in America, and Sherman is certainly not one of them. The order was communicated. Should the opportune moment arise, they would swiftly seize control of the target and refrain from any action until commanded otherwise. Over the radio, Sherman informed his comrades in the vehicle behind to switch cars, fearing that any independent actions might jeopardize his meticulously crafted plan. Meanwhile, Robert, who was driving ahead, remained blissfully unaware that he was being tailed. Preoccupied with his own thoughts, he had no capacity for concern. In truth, even if he had detected the pursuit, he would not have been intimidated. After all, he had faced far greater threats than petty thugs in this peaceful era. He had once stood firm against the German Nazis. Placing his hand on Belinda's thigh in the passenger seat, Robert soon realized her lack of response suggested her intentions were far from innocent. The sudden screech of brakes echoed, and Robert executed a drift into a narrow alleyway. Self-aware, he did not delude himself into thinking Belinda's compliance was due to his looks. Though he considered himself somewhat handsome in the mirror, he knew it was hardly enough to elicit such immediate affection from a beautiful girl. Has the target noticed anything? Sherman queried the second vehicle, clearly perplexed by Robert's abrupt turn into the alley. The only explanation he could muster was that Robert must have detected something amiss. Boss, I don't know if the target has noticed anything, but it appears irrelevant now. He is driven into a dead end, came the voice from the second vehicle. Sherman, still uncertain of Robert's intentions, felt a sense of calm wash over him. Keep your eyes on him. We will act once Mr. Flesh arrives. Now that the target was heading into a cul-de-sac, Sherman found himself relieved of much of the burden. His sole task was to monitor Robert until Henry and Flesh. The spectators arrived, at which point his performance could commence. Mr. Henry, I am currently situated in the alleys of Queens, and the target has been confined within a narrow passage. We await your arrival. Should I send someone to fetch you? No need. My driver can find the way. Henry replied curtly before ending the call. Sherman, having grown accustomed to the arrogance of the affluent, felt no irritation this time. In the narrow alley between two residential buildings, Robert locked eyes with Belinda and asked point-blank, "What do you want?" Suddenly, as if on cue, her lips drew near, and despite his ability to evade her advances, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he faltered just enough to fall prey to her seduction. Awakened by a surge of desire, Robert cast caution aside. Yet, awaiting him was the inevitable reckoning of justice. As a vivid splash of crimson was felt within the car, he pondered the source. How much do you desire? Chapter 25. The demon, a sudden screech of brakes pierced the air, followed closely by the descent of an elderly gentleman and a youth from the Mercedes-Benz. The latter with one arm bound in a bandage suspended around his neck. Sherman had been waiting for nearly an hour. Yet he dared not voice his grievances in the presence of his employer. Instead, upon the arrival of his boss, he hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Mr. Henry, you're here? That young rascal is in that alley. We have him cornered." He pointed eagerly in the direction of Robert and his companions, seeking approval. Well done. But what if they call the police? From a distance, Henry could discern the Audi in the alley, identical to the one Robert had driven to school the day after the intel was gathered. While he was initially pleased with Sherman's efforts, the thought of police intervention suddenly clouded his satisfaction. Rest assured, Mr. Henry, we are well prepared. Just check your phone, Sherman replied confidently. Henry retrieved his phone, and upon noticing the lack of signal, deduced Sherman's handiwork. This time, he was genuinely pleased. Good job. When we return, I will consider increasing your tip, he remarked. Thank you, Mr. Henry. Sherman's grievances dissipated instantly. After all, there is little that money cannot resolve. With his employer's generosity evident, Sherman decided to be forthcoming. After signaling through the walkie-talkie to commence action, he gestured for Henry and his son, Flesh, to a prime viewing location. I can't take it anymore. Please, let me go. The voice of Belinda, pleading from within the Audi, echoed. Yet Robert, seemingly unfulfilled, had no intention of halting his advances. To him, the girl beneath him still possessed reserves of energy, despite having reached climax thrice already. Bang, bang, bang. As Robert prepared for yet another round, a series of forceful knocks on the driver's window shattered the moment, visibly cracking the glass. What is going on in there, kid? Are you trembling in fear? I saw the car shaking when I arrived. Ha ha ha. However, the burly man, intending to intimidate Robert before shattering the glass, was taken completely by surprise as a fist erupted from the driver's side, shattering the window and sending him reeling backward in shock. Mr. Henry, trust me. This operation will conclude swiftly, Sherman boasted, but his bravado was swiftly countered by reality as he witnessed his capable subordinate being sent flying. Is this what you deem as swift? Is it Robert's rapid escape you refer to? Before Henry could respond, Flesh interjected from behind, clearly dissatisfied with the current outcome. My son articulates precisely what I wish to convey. Sherman, if you cannot present us with what we desire to see, then I must insist that the remaining balance be left unsettled, and you are obliged to refund the deposit, as previously stipulated. Do you recall? Henry, witnessing his son's dissatisfaction, immediately directed his ire towards Sherman, leveraging his vulnerabilities. I remember, Mr. Henry. I shall ensure a performance for you and the young master that aligns with your expectations. Henry's words clearly held weight. Sherman, no longer hesitant, promptly dispatched his remaining 8 subordinates to confront Robert. In a bid to expedite the resolution, Henry's own driver and bodyguard also joined the fray against Robert. Belinda was returned to the front passenger seat, and after draping a garment over her, Robert donned his coat and trousers, preparing to address the situation. The reason he did not allow Belinda to dress herself was due to the difficulty faced by one who has lost consciousness. With a decisive slam, Robert closed the car door, his mood quite agitated as he observed the 9 individuals approaching him, all wielding weapons with clearly malicious intent. Who are these scoundrels? He muttered, irritation mounting. You shall soon learn your place once you find yourself sprawled on the ground. It appeared this youth was oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Allow me to teach him a lesson. The group, incensed by Robert's words upon his exit, charged at him, brandishing their weapons. Without a moment to spare for frivolity, Robert transformed into a veritable powerhouse, dispatching each adversary with a single blow. 9 men incapacitated in under 10 seconds. "These are your subordinates," he exclaimed. "Mr. Henry, I believe we ought to lower our voices." Witnessing his men swiftly defeated, now sprawled in disarray upon the ground or slumped against the wall, Henry felt a mix of disbelief and concern regarding their fates. Yet their combat effectiveness was undoubtedly extinguished. Sherman, confronted with such a terrifying spectacle, instinctively recognized that fleeing was the wisest course of action. Yet, to his astonishment, a frustrated Henry suddenly bellowed, "Why must we be quiet? Do you truly believe those insignificant fools over there could dare approach and challenge me?" Years of training within the company had evidently dulled his awareness, for Henry was now fixated solely on his son's disappointed gaze and the humiliating scene unfolding before him. "Who do you call insignificant?" With a sharp crack, a slap sent Henry sprawling, his face rapidly swelling. "Do not strike me. I am innocent." Sherman attempted to offer explanations to Robert, but Robert, dismissive, delivered a punch that rendered him unconscious. In truth, Robert had been observing the situation for some time, discerning the relationships at play. The subdued individual was merely a petty pawn hired by Flesh's father. "You dare strike my father. I shall retaliate." At this moment, Flesh, having regained his senses, charged angrily at Robert, striking him on the back with his solitary hand. "No." Henry, whose face had swollen from a blow, seemed to have attained some clarity, attempting to restrain his son's impulsive actions, yet it appeared to be too late. Flesh was sent flying by a kick from Robert, who didn't even bother to turn his body during the entire encounter. "Flesh, what have you done, you scoundrel?" Witnessing his beloved son being knocked unconscious once more, Henry, previously composed, was once again consumed by fury, roaring at Robert with spittle flying. "TSK, TSK, TSK. It seems you have yet to grasp the gravity of the situation, Mr. Henry. I presume that is your name. I must not have misheard." While speaking, Robert rummaged through the unconscious Sherman until he discovered a handgun. With a practiced click, he disengaged the safety and, confirming the presence of bullets, aimed the weapon at Henry. "So, do you now comprehend your predicament?" The dark muzzle of the gun pointed at him. Henry felt as if he could discern the interior of the barrel, where a golden bullet resided. "I don't believe you would dare to fire." Henry, clearly attempting to maintain a fa of bravado, was soon interrupted as Robert, uninterested in wasting time, fired a shot into Flesh's right leg. The pain jolted the unconscious Flesh awake, only for him to succumb to unconsciousness once more. "No, please. I understand the situation now, sir. I beg you, spare my son. Could you please call for an ambulance? Otherwise, he will perish." It must be said that Henry was a father who deeply cared for his son. Even when a gun was pointed at him, he remained defiant. Yet the moment his son was harmed, he immediately capitulated. "Henry, I would very much like to assist you, but your people have just shattered my car window. How do you propose we address this matter?" Undoubtedly, Robert saw an opportunity for profit in this predicament. A lucrative deal. "Money. I will give you money. Please save my son. Is 10 million enough?" At this moment, Henry had completely relinquished his dignity, kneeling in the dirt, pleading for Robert to accept his terms. "Not enough. Then 30 million. 50 million? 100 million. As Robert continued to shake his head at the offered amounts, he grew visibly impatient, lifting the gun once more towards Flesh. Henry hastily presented the highest offer, the maximum liquidity his company could muster. "Deal, Mr. Henry." Finally, when he uttered the figure of 100 million, Robert appeared satisfied. He lowered the gun and retrieved his phone, preparing to dial for emergency assistance. "We apologize, but your location is not on the server. Please call back from a location with signal." Although Robert had acquiesced to Henry's demands, it seemed that some external factors were at play, such as the phone or perhaps the signal itself. "It appears I am unable to assist further, but we were discussing the matter of the car window, and clearly, you must still transfer that 100 million to me." Unbeknownst to Robert, who remained unaware of the reasons behind the signal loss, he instinctively presumed that the issue was merely a poor reception. Initially, he intended to abandon his altruistic endeavors and focus primarily on matters of compensation. "That scoundrel!" Henry berated internally, fully aware that Robert was intent on coercive dealings, $100 million for a single shard of glass. Where could one even argue such a point? He was the one obstructing the signal, undoubtedly knowing how to deactivate the blocking device. Despite his internal curses, Henry did not lose sight of his son's safety and urgently urged Robert to awaken Sherman. This was not part of the $100 million deal. Additional funds were necessary. Faced with Robert's exorbitant demands, Henry could only swallow his frustration and begrudgingly nod. The familiar crack of gunfire echoed once more, this time striking Sherman on the ground, the bullet piercing his palm and jolting him back to consciousness. Stop yelling. Where is that signal blocking device? Sherman's cries ceased, not due to the absence of pain, but because Robert pressed the muzzle of his gun against his temple, the terror of death silencing his screams. In that vehicle, the third machine on the left, just turn off the red power. In a stuttering manner, Sherman forced himself to reveal the location of the signal jammer. Robert, displaying a surprising patience towards the injured man, waited until he finished before proceeding to deactivate the machine. Robert sauntered over to the vehicle to turn off the device, while Henry, witnessing the entire ordeal, felt a sense of tragedy for having drawn such a devil upon his son. How could one demand another to shoot his hand? This was a cold-blooded fiend. Henry ultimately reached a grim conclusion and, unsteadily, approached his son, urgently attempting to staunch the flow of blood from his wound. Chapter 26. The Backstage Hello. Emergency Services? This is Queens. There is someone in critical condition. Please hurry. After shutting off the machine, Robert approached Henry and, before his eyes, called the emergency center, going through the entire process of dialing and hanging up. All right, I fulfilled your conditions. Now, pay up. After stowing his phone back in his pocket, Robert directly extended his hand towards Henry, demanding payment. Actually, your tone while calling the emergency services could be more earnest. Otherwise, they might think you're jesting. Why not call again? Robert remained unfazed by Henry's remark, his hand gripping the gun tightening. All right, I'll be quiet. But you must give me a call for the money, right? Only then can I transfer the funds. On the matter of payment, Robert relented, handing his phone to Henry. However, before doing so, he issued a warning. If my $100 million and $100,000 are not credited by the time the ambulance arrives, I won't hesitate to let you witness your son's brain splattered. Henry finally displayed a visage of dread, as if some hidden thought had been unveiled. Faced with the choice between money, his son, and his own safety, Henry opted for the latter, his son's life and his own. Hello, I am Henry. Execute code 6981. I require $70 million immediately. Transfer it at once. The account number is 109-28391. Henry recited the bank card number that Robert had just repeated 3 times. To be honest, he was unsure how he managed to remember it, but in moments of life and death, one's potential can be astonishingly awakened. Henry's company had a mere $70 million in liquid assets. The rest consisted of fixed assets. As for the remaining $40 million of the total $110 million deficit, it would have to come from his personal account. Mr. Robert, may I make an emergency call? My phone is not as damaged as Mr. Henry's. That is out of the question. Making an emergency call now costs $10 million. You must be like Mr. Henry. Sherman was the leader of those who assaulted Robert and had never shown mercy towards such individuals. But I only have $1,200,000, sir. Sherman, gritting his teeth against the pain in his palms, spoke to Robert, tears welling in his eyes, seemingly seeking Robert's compassion. When you incite others to attack me, your fate is sealed in tragedy. $1,500,000. The rest will be covered by that, Mr. Henry. This is my most generous offer to you. Robert's words reached Henry, who was busy processing the transfer, nearly causing him to spit out blood in frustration. Did you hear that, Henry? There's an urgent matter of $8 million that requires your assistance. It's the kind of favor that must be granted. If you catch my drift. I understand. Henry clenched his teeth, feeling utterly powerless, his rage consuming him. After the outburst, he reluctantly adjusted the transfer amount. On the other hand, Sherman, desperate to save his own skin, complied and transferred the funds to the account Robert specified, a sum he had desperately needed for most of his life, now lost in an instant. How could I have been foolish enough to get involved in this affair? As he transferred the money, Sherman cursed himself inwardly, regretting his decision to assist Henry, wishing he had known earlier that he could have fled far away. Ding. Transfer of $70 million completed. Ding. Transfer of $48,500,000 completed. Ding. Transfer of $1,500,000 completed. Robert glanced at his account balance after taking the phone. $140 million. Well, splendid. If Mr. Henry has no further issues, I shall take my leave. Unexpectedly, Robert, satisfied with the prospect of earning more money, nodded approvingly and then asked Henry with an amiable demeanor, "Is everything all right now?" "Yes, all is well." Henry wished he could slap himself, silently cursing his impulsiveness in engaging without understanding the opponent's strength and ruthlessness. Had he been aware, he would have at least considered hiring a professional assassin, a costly endeavor, yet certainly not exceeding 100 million. What transpired outside? Robert settled back into the car, and at that moment, Belinda had regained her composure, having dressed and taken her seat in the passenger side. "Is it all right if I make a call?" she inquired. "No problem," Robert replied, though he was indifferent to her thoughts, having already dialed the number before she spoke. "Hello, Uncle Robert." Dean's voice came through, sounding somewhat fatigued as he rubbed his temples. He had been in a meeting when Robert's call interrupted him. "I apologize for disturbing you again, but perhaps you could provide me with the contact information of someone who can help resolve an issue." He gestured for his subordinates to disperse, addressing the phone. "Could you elaborate on the specifics?" Consequently, Robert recounted the conflict with Flesh and the subsequent revenge sought by his father, Henry. Listening intently, Dean disapproved of Robert's violent reaction to mere taunts, but as a younger relative, he felt it inappropriate to voice his dissent. "McRoss, Uncle Robert, is the deputy police chief of the New York City Police Department. I believe he could assist you effectively." Despite his disagreement with Robert's earlier actions, Dean harbored even greater disdain for Henry's unlawful assault on Robert, prompting him to recommend someone capable of resolving the matter. "All right, please send me his number, and then you can return to your duties," Robert said, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at having to trouble Dean once more. "It's no bother. Was this incident in Queens?" Dean inquired. "Yes, let me contact McRoss first, and please inform him that if you encounter further difficulties, you can reach out to him directly." Dean replied. "Thank you, Dean," Robert said before hanging up. As he restarted the vehicle, though the call had not been on speaker, it was not entirely discreet. Belinda, seated beside him, likely caught some of the conversation, but Robert was unconcerned. "What are your terms, Belinda?" "That is indeed your name. I assent it." As he spoke, Robert placed his hand on Belinda's thigh. Although he had not fully enjoyed himself earlier, the shattered window had rendered their privacy moot, diminishing his enthusiasm. Nevertheless, a few subtle gestures remained inevitable. Belinda emitted a sound, a mix of discomfort and pleasure, and under the pressure of Robert's hand, she finally articulated her request. "Could you lend me $100,000? And the reason?" Robert instinctively withdrew his hand upon hearing this demand. Had he not recently come into a substantial sum of money, he might have outright refused upon hearing the figure of $100,000. "My mother has been diagnosed with leukemia and is in urgent need of this money." Belinda bit her lower lip, gazing at Robert with a pitiful expression. Faced with her mother's illness and her father's inaction, she had nearly resolved to drop out of school to earn quick money at a bar. However, Robert's arrival sparked a glimmer of hope within her. Her classmates spoke of Robert's audacity in confronting the wealthy heir, Flesh, without any repercussions, suggesting that he possessed greater wealth than Flesh himself. Initially contemplating negotiating a better deal, Belinda's heartfelt plea left Robert at a loss for how to refuse, especially since it was her first time asking for help. When Robert's gaze met Belinda's striking blue eyes, the misty sheen within them overwhelmed him. "All right, fine. What's your car number?" He relented. A notification chimed. "Transfer successful. Balance reduced by 100,000. As Robert withdrew money from his account for the first time, a wave of melancholy washed over him. "We've arrived. Gal, let us act as if nothing happened today, understood?" Belinda opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately fell silent. After a quiet acknowledgement, she exited the vehicle, her mind elsewhere. Despite the pain in her legs, she limped toward her home without a care. Robert remained in the car, observing her movements, yet for reasons unknown, he refrained from offering assistance. After she had distanced herself, he decided to leave. "I will repay you," Belinda suddenly shouted from behind as Robert drove away. Upon returning home, Robert skillfully opened his stock trading app to check Stark Industries shares, which were now at 381 each. In just 3 days, the stock price had plummeted significantly. It was evident that the company had lost its soul without Tony Stark, and public sentiment had turned sour. Given the gradually stabilizing stock trend, Robert estimated that it had likely reached its nadir. After all, Even a starved camel is larger than a horse. Stark Industries still possessed many ventures to sustain themselves for quite some time. In Washington, while Robert slept soundly, a discussion regarding him was unfolding. "Father, hasn't Uncle Robert gone a bit too far this time?" Dean was hastily summoned home by Burns. Instead of inquiring about his father's intentions, he began to express his grievances, lamenting that as a colonel in the Air Force, he had become more of a personal secretary to someone. "To be honest, I do not agree with Uncle Robert's actions this time." After recounting Robert's recent endeavors and the circumstances surrounding them, Dean shared his thoughts on the matter. "Are you finished?" Burns appeared somewhat drowsy, nearly dozing off while his son spoke. It was only when Dean ceased his words that he snapped back to attention. "Father." Dean gazed at his father with a sense of incredulity. For the first time, he pondered whether this once formidable elder had truly succumbed to the frailties of age, allowing nostalgia to blind him to the faults of another. "I understand you harbor numerous doubts, yet prior to delving into those, perhaps you should first consider this." As he spoke, Burns presented a document before Dean, who picked it up and scrutinized it closely, discovering it was an appointment of Robert to the rank of colonel. Although somewhat taken aback, Dean remained perplexed, looking at Burns and questioning, "Is this the reason?" "But father, I too hold the rank of colonel." Observing his son's proud demeanor, Burns recognized that his stringent upbringing had occasionally masked that pride, yet he was well aware of Dean's exceptional capabilities. "My child, sometimes it is essential to view matters in their entirety." After which, he pointed to the name at the top of the nomination list, Freeman, accompanied by the rank of 5-star general. Chapter 27. Colonel Field Marshal Phillip had once publicly declared that, without Robert, he would never have had the opportunity to rise to his current rank. Thus, had Robert lived, he would undoubtedly have been promoted to general. Dean was astonished by his father's words. He was familiar with Marshal Phillip, but had never heard of such statements regarding Robert. Observing his son begin to comprehend, Burns continued to elucidate. "It is well known that General Freeman is profoundly influenced by his father, Marshal Phillip. This is merely a fraction of Robert's background. What he truly relies upon is his unparalleled strength, which, even if not witnessed firsthand, should be acknowledged through the accounts of others. Harbor no doubts regarding this. He was once hailed as a demigod." That night, as Dean exited his father's chamber, he grasped many of the previously confounding matters. Clutching the appointment document, adorned with the seals of the Pentagon and the President, symbols of authority in America, he realized that, while the document did not specify which troops he could command, he had no doubt that, given Robert's substantial connections, he could immediately obtain command of a division if he so desired. "It seems I must pay a visit tomorrow." Following his father's explanations, Dean's perspective on Robert underwent a transformation. Unbeknownst to him, he had begun to harbor a dislike for Robert, but after their conversation, that sentiment quietly dissipated. Meanwhile, in New York, an incident related to Robert was unfolding. "Boss, our factory has been sealed by the government. They claim we possess hazardous materials." In the hospital room, Henry was inundated with one piece of bad news after another. First, their products underwent a large-scale inspection, resulting in issues being discovered and demands for their removal from sale. Henry made countless phone calls to officials he had previously befriended, including some state legislators. Initially, they seemed unaware of the situation, with a few even offering to assist him. Shortly after resolving issues related to product discontinuation and forced removals, Henry received a call from the company's finance department, informing him that the tax bureau had unexpectedly arrived to conduct an audit. Aware of the dubious nature of his own affairs, Henry felt a surge of panic. He began making calls, but those who had previously offered assistance now spoke in evasive terms upon hearing of his predicament. Soon, he received news that all 5 of his factories had been sealed, a clear indication that this was no mere coincidence. Reflecting on the recent events, Henry realized he had offended someone powerful. Among those he had crossed paths with in recent days, one individual stood out as a suspect. "Hello, Mr. Congressman, this is Henry," he began, but was met with an abrupt disconnection. Undeterred, he made a third call, only to be met with another merciless hang-up, leaving him without the opportunity to express a single word. A sense of helplessness washed over him. He could not recall the last time he had felt so powerless. But today, it returned with a vengeance, all because he had antagonized a formidable entity, an entity whose identity remained a mystery to him. "Are you still able to sleep?" At that moment, Henry caught sight of his son peacefully slumbering in the adjacent hospital bed. For the first time, he felt a surge of disdain towards him. The thought of whom Robert had offended ignited a furious response within him. With a sudden movement, he hurled his brand-new phone at Flesh's face. The impact jolting him awake. Confused and slightly aggrieved, Flesh asked, "Father, what are you doing?" "Henry, why are you hitting your son? His leg is still injured." The commotion drew the attention of both his son and wife, but in that moment, Henry, feeling as if he had lost everything, paid them no heed. "It's your precious son." He insisted on provoking that wretched Robert. "And now look at the mess we're in. They've sent people to shut down my company. Prepare to sleep on the streets." Henry nearly roared, his face reddening as he teetered on the brink of losing all reason. What should we do now? Perhaps Flesh should apologize to him and beg for our family as forgiveness? Flesh's mother, who had earlier felt compassion for her son, was suddenly more concerned about their lavish lifestyle coming to an end. "Yes, that is a brilliant idea. Let us go apologize, Flesh." Like a drowning man grasping at the last straw, Henry sprang up and hastily left his bed, not even bothering to put on his shoes as he intended to drag his wounded son along to beg Robert for forgiveness. However, his frantic efforts seemed utterly ludicrous when an unexpected intrusion occurred. "Mr. Henry, you are suspected of manufacturing, harboring dangerous goods, tax evasion, kidnapping, extortion, and over a dozen other charges. Please accompany us, as your family is also implicated in these offenses." After those individuals rushed out and spoke their minds, Henry realized that he had lost all hope. Instantly, he collapsed to the ground, laughing maniacally as if he had lost his sanity. That night, New York was drenched in a torrential downpour, and once the rain ceased, it seemed to wash away all despair, ushering in a new and more beautiful day. Of course, this applies to those who possess the promise of tomorrow. Some are destined never to witness the dawn of a new day again, relegated to gazing at the sunset only from their prison confines. The shrill sound of an alarm clock pierced the morning air, and Robert rose promptly. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, he drew back the curtains to bask in the warm morning sun. Suddenly, the doorbell chimed, and as Robert prepared to step out, he opened the door to find Dean standing there. Your timing is impeccable. If you had arrived just a few moments later, I would have been on my way," Robert remarked. Dean replied, "It appears fortune is on my side today. I delight in sharing. So, Uncle Robert, take a look at what I brought you." Curious, Robert felt no urgency to head to school, as he was delayed due to his car being towed for a glass replacement, which wouldn't be ready until noon, leaving him to navigate the subway in the meantime. However, Dean's arrival seemingly resolved his predicament perfectly. Robert had faith that this clever younger relative wouldn't arrive without a vehicle. Let me see what good fortune you have brought me." He accepted a bag from Dean and excitedly opened it, initially expecting a bank check. However, upon revealing its contents, his expression shifted to one of dismay. "What? A coronel's commission?" "Dean, if memory serves me right, I haven't done anything worthy of this recently. If anything, all I did last night was deal with an exploitative capitalist. If such trivialities merit a promotion to colonel, I find this utterly ludicrous. Quickly return it. Let's not jest in this manner." With that, Robert handed the bag containing the commission back to Dean, clearly wanting to distance himself from it. "Uncle Robert, isn't this a good thing?" "Why?" Dean was bewildered by Robert's reaction, for the rank of colonel was one that many would strive tirelessly to attain. Yet Robert seemed indifferent, even rejecting it outright. "Dean, you must understand that opportunities do not simply fall from the sky. Take it back and thank Burns for me. But do convey that I am not interested." "Uncle Robert, I think you've misunderstood. This was not proposed by my father, but rather by General Freeman, the heir to Marshal Phillip." Seemingly concerned that Robert, having slumbered for 70 years, might be unaware of well-known history, Dean added that clarifying remark. "Marshal Phillip? General Freeman?" Robert echoed the names along with their ranks, feeling bewildered by the state of the world. Were such titles now bestowed so casually? Indeed, Uncle Robert, this appointment, personally endorsed by the Pentagon and the President, has been in effect since yesterday. It appears that Dean, in an effort to help Robert embrace reality and cease his futile struggles, has chosen to deliver another jab, even resurrecting Robert's achievements from World War II as a means of consolation. All right, I accept this appointment. Is that not enough?" As Dean's assertions grew increasingly absurd, even likening Robert to a legendary land warrior, Robert, eager to prevent any further embarrassment, hastily interrupted him. However, he was not entirely without conditions. He understood that accepting the appointment entailed greater responsibilities, yet he insisted on one crucial stipulation, that he could not be coerced into any action, asserting that all endeavors must be voluntary. I cannot decide this alone. Perhaps I should consult my father. Dean found himself in a quandary regarding Robert's request, lacking the authority to make decisions, and thus resolved to seek counsel from Burns. There's no need for that. I can simply call Burns. Your only task now is to drive me to school and then return to your duties instead of running pointless errands. With a pat on Dean's shoulder, Robert urged him to drive while he dialed Burns' number. Hello. It's delightful to hear your voice again, Burns. This reassures me that you have not perished or anything of the sort. If I were in your presence, I might consider using a toilet brush to scrub your crow's feet, ensuring that your words are more pleasant in the future. Burns feigned anger, retorting, do as you wish. After all, you could never best me in a fight, haha. Yet, Robert, on the other end of the line, displayed an air of bravado, truly unafraid. Haha, you only boast of your youth. Shall we test our mettle when we were younger? Burns, ever the epitome of pride, chose to give his old friend some leeway this time, refraining from contradiction and steering the conversation back on course. I demand full autonomy. Otherwise, this colonel can choose whoever wishes to take the position. Chapter 28. Privilege. As the conversation shifted to a serious tone, Burns abandoned his playful demeanor and solemnly stated, You are a soldier, Robert. You once took an oath, do you recall? Indeed, I do. And if that American president from 70 years ago were standing before me, I would likely continue to uphold my oath. There was a moment of silence on the line, as Burns appeared exasperated by Robert's nonchalant attitude toward the gravity of the matter. Beyond significant issues, you will have absolute autonomy. This is the greatest concession I believe they can afford you. Burns, weary of further debate with Robert, laid the truth bare, leaving Robert's acceptance of the colonelcy to his own discretion, as it was not a proposal he had initiated. Oh, what a bother. Well, thank you, Burns. Should you ever need my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to give me a call, knowing that an old friend would not deceive him. Robert accepted the terms without hesitation, as he recognized them as the limits set by those individuals. He preferred to avoid excessive interaction with them. Naturally, he would not forget Burns' kindness and support. In fact, since his awakening, he had continually relied on this old friend. Thus, he was generous with his promise. Your word suffice. When Dean or I encounter insurmountable troubles, I shall call upon you for aid. If such words were uttered by another, Burns might kindly direct them to a suitable psychiatric institution for treatment. Yet, Robert's declaration still held significant weight for Burns, as the indelible impression left by the former Robert and his peers lingered deeply in his memory. I hope this time your contact information proves useful, and that, should trouble arise, you are not as elusive as you were 70 years ago. The importance of Robert's promise remained, but Burns could not refrain from expressing his frustration at the end of the call. Perhaps it was a lingering resentment over Robert's 70-year absence. I assure you this time, it shall not happen again, Robert vowed earnestly, prompting Burns to relent. Let us hope so. As the call concluded, Robert gazed out the window, the entrance of Midtown High School now within sight. All right, Dean, it's time to return. Your father and I have settled the terms. You can confidently go forth to defend your country. Thank you, Uncle Robert. I wish you a splendid day. Ignoring Robert's half-jesting remarks, Dean took his leave. All right, class. Turn to page 19. By the time Robert leisurely arrived at class, over 20 minutes had already passed, yet neither the supervising teacher, who monitored tardy students, nor Blaze, the mathematics instructor at the lectern, seemed to mind Robert's lateness. Hey, Peter, where did we leave off? Robert seamlessly joined his desk with Peter's, altering the classroom's arrangement of individual seating, to which Blaze could only pretend not to notice. This was all due to a spontaneous meeting convened by the principal that morning. The entire 20-minute assembly had focused solely on Robert. The reason for this was that the well-informed principal of Midtown had learned of the sudden downfall of the Henry business family, which had caused no ripples whatsoever, making it clear to him how to position himself. Moreover, if he wished to elevate his standing, it would likely depend on his performance before Robert over the past 2 years. Thus, at the close of the meeting, the principal emphasized in a nutshell, no one is to offend Robert White. Anyone who dares to defy orders shall be expelled. Under the imposing authority of the principal, the teachers, who were already somewhat wary of Robert, the student who had publicly harmed others without facing any repercussions, could only turn a blind eye. Today, no new lessons were introduced. Instead, the session was dedicated to review. However, in the morning, Mr. Blaze announced something that might pique your interest. What is it? Robert inquired, his face displaying bewilderment, as he could hardly conceive of anything that would captivate his attention. Tomorrow, the school has organized a visit to the Columbia University School of Arts and Sciences. Peter appeared quite exhilarated. For a high school student, visiting a premier university was undoubtedly a momentous occasion. Conversely, Robert displayed little enthusiasm. He noticed Belinda in front of him, her subtle gestures not escaping his keen observation. Ah, my former classmate was indeed correct. One should never engage in romantic entanglements with classmates, especially when the term stretches long ahead. If harmony could be maintained, it would be bearable. However, should the relationship falter, the ensuing awkwardness of encountering one another frequently would be unbearable. Not that Robert had even begun such a relationship. For now, he preferred to focus on their studies, dismissing the trivial topics. All right, Peter replied, sensing Robert's disinterest in the matter, and tactfully refrained from further discussion, instead resuming his teaching mode. Essentially, the teacher lectured while Peter learned beneath him, occasionally elucidating foundational concepts to aid Robert's understanding. Thankfully, Robert possessed a sharp memory. Otherwise, he would have struggled to retain the information. The morning hours of study swiftly passed, and after discussing the upcoming visit to Columbus University with Robert, Mr. Blaze announced the end of class. Mary, have you and Flesh broken up? I heard this morning that the police came to process his withdrawal, he whispered, casting a wary glance at Robert, who was waiting for Peter to finish. I suspect this matter might be related to the new student. Otherwise, why hadn't there been any incidents before? Sure. Mary quickly glanced back, ensuring Robert was not paying attention to their conversation, then turned to her friend with a resigned expression. What can we do? I can't even see him now. I suppose that counts as a breakup. Let us not dwell on that topic. Let's go eat. Robert leaned against the wall at the back of the room, waiting for Peter, who only regained his composure after Mary had left. I'm ready. Let us go. Robert, if she had stayed, would you still be tidying up? Not at all. Peter, caught off guard by Robert's remark, blushed and hurried to the cafeteria. What would you like to eat, young man? The cafeteria lady inquired. I'll have whatever, ma'am, Peter replied, somewhat flustered. It was worth noting that in the past, he simply ate whatever the lady served. To dare to be picky would mean going without. However, ever since I became acquainted with Robert, it seems as though everything is transformed. Not only can we choose our meals freely in the cafeteria, but the individuals we encounter have also become remarkably amiable. I casually handed the tray to Robert at the cafeteria, and he expressed his fondness for the atmosphere, noting the politeness of those around him and the steady hands of the serving lady. That's enough, dear lady. If you give me any more, I shall not be able to finish. Not only were her hands steady, but her servings were also quite generous. He suspected that the amount on his plate could easily suffice for 2 meals. After finding an unoccupied table with Peter, Robert commenced to devour the abundant spread before him. While Peter hardly touched his food. What's wrong? Is it not to your liking? I find it quite delightful. Robert, noticing Peter's lack of appetite, had initially consumed his meal rather hastily and hadn't paid much attention to the flavors. He then picked up a chicken leg, took a bite, and savored it before offering his assessment. No, it's not a matter of taste. In fact, it surpasses any cafeteria meal I have previously encountered. Perhaps only the dishes prepared by my aunt could rival it. Wiping his mouth with a napkin from the table, Robert realized that Peter must have some questions weighing on his mind. Are we perhaps enjoying some special treatment? Is this a privilege associated with your status? It seems that the youthful spirit is often filled with curiosity. When faced with the unknown, one can become so eager to understand that it distracts from the enjoyment of their meal. Status? Perhaps. Robert chose not to directly address Peter's inquiry and instead offered a vague response, believing that it was better for Peter not to be aware of certain truths just yet. The timing was simply not ripe. This minor episode did not affect their bond. After finishing their meal, they returned to the classroom for a brief respite while awaiting their afternoon lessons. What do we have this afternoon? Please don't tell me it's another tedious grammar class. Robert, feeling somewhat drowsy as he reclined on the table, still wished to glean some knowledge about the upcoming lessons. Let me see. No grammar class? We have 2 sessions of American history and 1 outdoor class. That sounds even more monotonous. I think I shall simply head to the outdoor class, Robert remarked, trying to phrase his disdain delicately. particularly considering Peter's aspirations to become Spider-Man and embody an American hero, which made overt ridicule rather inappropriate. In truth, Robert wanted to express that given the history of America over the past few years, if it were to be penned into a book, the pages could scarcely suffice for a month's worth of toilet paper. Of course, such sentiments were not meant to be voiced in front of a Native American, lest he invite discomfort. I believe that the history of the United States is quite worthy of study. Do you not agree that the emancipation of African Americans and the principle of equality for all are remarkable achievements? Yet, even if Robert professed his disinterest in American history, Peter was quick to counter, endeavoring to persuade him with various arguments. Indeed, regarding the matter Peter wished to prove, Robert found it beneath him to engage in a debate, for after all, what he spoke of was merely history, a mere few years past. Peter's inability to tolerate such dismissal compelled him to argue, but it was evident that he was a patriotic soul, in the presence of such a devoted youth. To mock his nation would be an act of folly, unless Robert wished to sever their friendship. Thus, it was imperative that they did not quarrel over this issue. Peter, I must first take a nap. Please awaken me before class begins, lest I find myself exiting the classroom at an inopportune moment, which would be embarrassing for both the teacher and myself. With a deft shift of conversation, Robert executed a strategic retreat into slumber, effectively silencing Peter's impending remarks. Opening his mouth to speak, yet gazing at the seemingly asleep Robert, Peter Parker resigned himself to silence. Chapter 29. Friends, the ringing of the class bell echoed through the air, and Robert had already vacated the classroom. At present, he sat in the shade of the playground. An ice pop nestled between his lips, intermittently glancing at his phone. His escape from class was not merely for the indulgence of a frozen treat, but rather for a matter of greater significance, awaiting the repair of his Audi. Hello, is this Mr. Robert? The call arrived punctually, and Robert, having been fixated on his phone for some time, answered promptly. Yes, is it you who has arrived? Indeed, Mr. Robert. We are currently at the entrance of Midtown High School. Should we proceed to enter or... Glancing at the time and sensing that remaining in the playground would yield little entertainment, Robert decided to step outside to retrieve his vehicle, taking the opportunity to explore the vicinity. I will come out to collect it. After hanging up, within 5 minutes Robert reached the school gate. As a public institution, Midtown High maintained strict regulations, prohibiting students from leaving before the end of the school day unless under special circumstances. However, Robert was clearly of the sort who embodied such exceptional cases. The school security, far from detaining him, even assisted in opening the gate, as if it were his home, allowing him the freedom to come and go as he pleased. The corrupting influence of power, stepping beyond the school gates. That trivial privilege instilled within him a sense of pride and satisfaction. Truth be told, it felt rather delightful, though he sensed there was still something lacking. Mr. Robert, your vehicle has arrived. Please confirm. Upon exiting the school, 2 individuals disembarked from the waiting transport vehicle, one of whom appeared to be the driver. He promptly approached the Audi secured to the transport and began to liberate it. The other held a delivery receipt, requesting Robert's signature. After ensuring that his vehicle was in order, he readily affixed his signature. Very well, Mr. Robert. Wishing you a pleasant day. Farewell. The handover proceeded smoothly, indeed, quite straightforward, and Robert reclaimed his vehicle. As he drove aimlessly through the streets, a sense of ennui enveloped him. Perhaps it was due to the fact that it was not the weekend. The majority of people were occupied with work or school, resulting in a sparsely populated thoroughfare. Unable to find any amusement, Robert decided to return to Central High School, believing that the history class must have concluded by now. As he parked his vehicle and was about to head towards the academic building, the bell signaling the end of class rang out. Aware that the final period was designated for outdoor activities, Robert opted not to ascend the stairs. He settled onto the playground, awaiting the arrival of his classmates. Hey, Robert. It was no surprise that Peter soon descended with the throng of students, scanning the area until he spotted Robert and called out to him. Who is this? Robert approached Peter, only to notice someone accompanying him. Hello, I'm Harry, also a good friend of Peter S. He has mentioned you. Your name is Robert, right? Indeed. Robert had nearly forgotten about Peter S.'s acquaintance, considering he had not been very active in their social circles. Although he thought this, he refrained from voicing such sentiments, instead expressing genuine delight and extending his hand towards Harry for a handshake. Yes, he affirmed his name before engaging in a mutual exchange of compliments. I often hear Peter speak of you, claiming you are his best friend. It's a pleasure to meet you, Harry. Thank you. but I suspect that in the future he might revise that to one of the best. Robert and Harry enjoyed a lively conversation, while Peter observed with satisfaction. As he was witnessing the formation of what he considered to be the finest friendship he had encountered thus far, Peter explained that Harry had been absent from classes recently due to some personal matters, which conveniently provided Harry with an opportunity to vent his frustrations. Can you imagine? Back in high school, my father wanted me to take over some of the company's affairs. Believe me, even if they are minor, no one at my age can manage such responsibilities. As Harry recounted his recent experiences, Peter seemed eager to offer comfort to his friend, yet found himself at a loss for words. After all, he did not possess a wealthy father or a billion-dollar company to inherit, and thus may never fully understand such burdens. All right, brother, I appreciate your goodwill. Peter's attempt at consolation did little to alleviate Harry's discomfort. It would be far more therapeutic for him to articulate his thoughts and feelings. Not wishing to embarrass his friend, Harry politely declined Peter's illogical comfort, perhaps illustrating the vast divide between their worlds. Robert observed the entire exchange in silence, pondering a singular question. How did these two become friends? I apologize if my previous remarks came across as boasting. That was never my intention. If I made you uncomfortable, I sincerely apologize. Harry's subsequent actions revealed to Robert the essence of his friendship with Peter, rooted in humility and a commendable modesty. I do not feel discomfort from this. The previous silence was merely captivated by your words. After all, it is a life I could never touch in this lifetime, so curiosity is only natural. Since Harry was the first to extend an apology, it was only fitting for Robert to reciprocate, denying any animosity towards Harry and instead vaguely attributing his silence to the topic at hand. Sometimes, this life is not what I desire. Upon hearing Robert's words, Harry felt a sense of relief and regarded him favorably. He has never appreciated those who take advantage of situations. Peter is not one of them, nor is Robert. Harry understands that no one can relish the privileges devoid of responsibility. Everything you possess now is a product of your own abilities, or, rather, those of your father. Your father assumed the burdens, allowing you to lead a carefree life. I believe you will become an exemplary father in the future. Wouldn't you wish to provide a better life for the next generation? If so, you must embrace responsibility, for it is through this that you will earn the right to enjoy life. This marks Robert's first formal admonition, seemingly directed at Harry. Yet his true intention was to awaken the increasingly confused Peter beside him. Perhaps you were right. Although Harry's tone was formal, Robert could still detect a hint of insincerity in his words, which prompted him to smile and turn his attention to Peter. A wise man once said, "With great power comes great responsibility." Clearly, Harry will inevitably become a person of significant responsibility. Ha ha ha. Does that mean my powers are substantial? Harry laughed, treating the remark as a jest and paying it little mind, with Peter doing the same. Robert did not expect his words to wield great influence. He merely wished to offer a gentle reminder to the future Spider-Man. It is well known that after Peter acquired extraordinary abilities, he became somewhat arrogant. Had it not been for the tragic fate of his uncle, who was slain by a villain he had set free, one can only wonder what Peter might have become. The pain Robert felt upon witnessing the death of that elderly man was profound, and although he cannot forcibly alter Peter's and his uncle's destinies, he still strives to encourage Peter to mature swiftly. However, it was evident that, apart from Robert himself, both Peter and Harry regarded this as a mere jest to be brushed aside. The extent of Robert's intervention was to offer a verbal nudge, as he wished to avoid causing significant deviations in the narrative due to excessive interference. After all, he still had 6 ability slots waiting to be filled. Ambitious Robert would not settle for ordinary power. Only the Infinity Stones in the Marvel Universe could capture his undivided attention. Let us wander about. Do not stand idly here, lest we attract unnecessary attention, Harry remarked half-jokingly, his true intention being to change positions in order to catch sight of someone. A few moments ago, Mary remarked, "Look, Harry and Robert seem to be watching you. Why don't we move further away to see if they follow?" Mary, despite her words, could not suppress her curiosity and gazed in the direction her friends indicated. She noticed that, aside from Robert, both Harry and Peter appeared to be casting subtle glances in her direction. "Let us stroll forward," she suggested, her lips uttering reluctance while her body betrayed her intentions. She led the way, harboring a sense of intrigue. Peter chimed in, "I believe that is a splendid idea." Meanwhile, Robert, not wishing to entangle himself in the affections of these two brothers, simply said, "You go ahead," before making his way toward a familiar figure. "Belinda, Belinda, Robert is coming this way. Quick, check if my makeup is smudged." Belinda, however, was oblivious to the bustling activity of her two close friends beside her, feeling suddenly self-conscious for reasons she could not quite grasp. "Excuse me, may I have a word with Belinda privately?" Robert inquired. Although Belinda's friends felt a tinge of disappointment at not being the focus of Robert's attention, they complied and stepped away. Had it been an ordinary boy making such a request, they might have responded with ridicule. However, they lacked the courage to do so with Robert. The incident a few days prior, where Robert had disregarded school rules and injured flesh, was not easily forgotten. The brutal scene had left many with psychological scars. Although the school had attempted to downplay the incident, and Robert's recent demeanor had been notably humble and even amiable, many still remembered the event. Nevertheless, while it was overshadowed, it was not entirely erased. Thus, Robert retained a certain notoriety within his class. Chapter 30. The Deal. Why are you avoiding me? Robert expressed his dissatisfaction, noting that Belinda had maintained a posture turned away from him since his arrival. After all, he had invested a staggering $10,000 in her, albeit as a loan. It remained unpaid. Belinda, whose mind had been in a state of disarray, snapped back to reality upon hearing Robert call her name. Fearfully, she turned to glance at him, but quickly lowered her head, resembling a startled fawn. For reasons unknown, Robert, who had previously lost interest, suddenly felt a possessive desire for the girl before him. "How do you manage to be so adorable?" he asked, as he casually draped an arm over her shoulder, treating her as if she were not a stranger. Unbeknownst to him, this gesture had a profound effect on Belinda, as he pulled her into his embrace. She inhaled the scent that had lingered in her memory since the previous day, one that belonged solely to him. Belinda melted into his hold, akin to a boneless octopus, and without support, she might have tumbled to the ground in a moment. "Isn't your reaction a bit extreme?" Robert mused, as he glanced around the playground, bustling with several classes, where hundreds could easily notice him. Should they discover Belinda languishing in his arms, the situation would undoubtedly become rather awkward. "Let us sit on the steps for a moment," he suggested, anxious about the prospect of fainting in front of so many onlookers. He gently placed Belinda on a nearby step, hoping to allow her some respite. Have they embraced so swiftly? He thought, surprised at how hastily Belinda had taken action. Although Robert and Belinda attracted some attention, most onlookers merely perceived their closeness as a simple display of affection between lovers, without delving deeper into implications. "How is your mother?" Robert inquired, recognizing that Belinda's continued state of collapse was unsustainable. He attempted to engage her in conversation to divert her attention. "Well, my mother." Belinda hesitated, her breath hitching. "Why are you breathing so heavily while speaking? Aren't you worried about scrutiny?" Despite his internal frustrations, Robert maintained a serious demeanor, and it appeared that Belinda was genuinely distracted. "The doctor said my mother requires $100,000 for surgery. The money you lent me yesterday is sufficient, but what?" Robert interjected, puzzled. If the funds were adequate, why delay her treatment? Belinda fell silent for a moment, then lifted her head, seemingly seeking Robert's assistance. "My father." Once again, Robert was regaled with the tale of a gambling addict father who squandered the family's fortunes. Why did misfortune always seem to befall the downtrodden? "What do you expect me to do with this information? I can give you a hint. Allowing your father to persist in this manner will only lead to mutual ruin. His ultimate destination is prison, yet I could potentially offer him a better path." Initially taken aback at the idea of Robert sending her father to prison, Belinda instinctively wanted to refuse. However, upon reflection, it appeared Robert's suggestion was not without merit. "Let me take you home tonight. Perhaps I can assist further." "Thank you," Belinda replied, adopting a bashful demeanor that rendered Robert utterly captivated. As the school bell rang, signaling the end of the day, most students hurried back to their classrooms to gather their belongings and prepare for home, while Robert and Belinda made their way directly to the parking lot. From what I understand, it is best to treat any illness as early as possible. Prolonged neglect can lead to worsened conditions, and leukemia is no exception. Belinda, seated in the passenger seat like a dutiful wife, responded to Robert's every word without a hint of dissent. As he shifted gears, his hand inadvertently brushed against her leg. He couldn't help but notice her choice of attire, a skirt paired with knee-high stockings, providing him a sense of comfort. Belinda did not resist, even leaning slightly towards Robert, as if to facilitate his touch. Merely resting his hand on those delicately slender legs, the atmosphere inside the car was thick with a suggestive tension, broken only occasionally by a fleeting touch. Upon arriving at her home in Queens, Belinda exhibited a rare hesitance as she adjusted her disheveled skirt before alighting from the vehicle. "Shall we proceed?" Robert mused, sensing that he was the one returning home, while Belinda appeared akin to a bride visiting her in-laws for the first time. Oh. It was not until they reached the front door that Belinda remembered to retrieve her keys, subsequently inviting Robert inside. Upon stepping through the threshold, a faint voice inquired weakly, presumably that of Belinda's mother. Following Belinda's lead, Robert entered a room on the ground floor, where the air was saturated with the scent of medicinal substances, reminiscent of a pharmacy. "Who is this Belinda?" In the room lay a pallid woman, her complexion an unhealthy shade that perhaps reflected the toll of illness, rendering her appearance somewhat aged. "Annie, I am Robert White, a friend of Belinda's." Belinda had been preparing her words, but Robert bypassed her and approached her mother directly. "Oh, a friend of Belinda's? Please, make yourself comfortable on the sofa. I shall rise and prepare something for you." As she struggled to get up, Belinda instinctively moved to assist her, but Robert gently restrained her, clarifying his purpose for the visit. "Auntie, I did not come here for a meal. The matter is this. I lent Belinda $100,000 yesterday, ostensibly for your treatment. However, why did you not appear in the hospital?" This seemingly accusatory statement left Belinda's mother somewhat bewildered as she cast a questioning glance at her daughter. Only after Belinda nodded did she accept the truth of Robert's words. "Belinda never mentioned borrowing money from anyone. I shall instruct her to return it to you." "Belinda," she adopted a stern tone, but her usual authoritative approach faltered, as her daughter clearly refused to comply. "Return the money to him. I do not require treatment. You will perish if you do not go to the hospital." Belinda erupted, tears streaming down her face, her gaze resolutely fixed on her mother, unwilling to yield. "I am not at such a critical juncture. Are you unaware of our circumstances? How can we possibly repay $100,000? Belinda's mother's words rendered her momentarily speechless, as she too was at a loss regarding how to settle that substantial sum. Actually, the money need not be repaid," Robert interjected, prompting both women to turn their heads towards him in unison. Belinda's eyes sparkled with gratitude, while her mother regarded him with an appraising stare. "Is this truly your home? Quite impressive, is it not? $100,000. How about I sell it to you?" The derision in her mother's voice was palpable. "You wish to extort us for $100,000 for this shabby dwelling? Have you lost your senses? A maximum of $50,000. Whether you wish to sell or not is entirely your prerogative." The voices of two individuals resonated from the living room outside, where Robert found himself in a state of confusion. While Belinda and her mother appeared to grasp the situation, their expressions growing increasingly frantic. "Father, are you truly selling the house?" Today, Belinda exuded an unusual courage. The panic that had clouded her face dissipated significantly after locking eyes with Robert, emboldening her to confront her father, a man ensnared by addiction. "Why are you out here instead of staying in your room after school? Return to your quarters at once." Jody, a member of the Queen's gang responsible for overseeing the casino, dismissed Belinda's presence. "Let us not concern ourselves with her. To be frank, $50,000 is far too low. How about we both make concessions and settle on $80,000? Coincidentally, Jody had encountered an unfortunate soul who had lost all his money and was now here to collect debts. Unexpectedly, the conversation had morphed into a discussion about selling the house. It was an inevitable circumstance. Jody could hardly return empty-handed, and the $20,000 Belinda's father had lost, along with the over $10,000 owed for his drug habit, required resolution. "Is this your daughter?" However, Jody's interest waned upon assessing the property's location and size. $50,000 was the highest offer he intended to make, yet upon seeing Belinda, a shift appeared imminent. "Yes, she is still in school. What are you still doing here? Go back to your room." The latter remark was directed at Belinda. "Wade, I must address your behavior. How can you treat your daughter with such brutality?" He attempted to approach Belinda, his eyes betraying a sinister desire. "Jody, she is but a child. Let us return to our previous discussion. How does $80,000 sound?" As a father, Wade, despite his addiction, instinctively shielded his daughter at that critical moment. "$100,000, and your daughter will accompany me for the night." With Wade obstructing his path, Jody no longer feigned politeness and bluntly raised the stakes. The very man who had just been protecting his daughter now seemed to waver, visibly torn by the temptation of such a substantial sum. Ultimately, Wade relented, stepping aside and presenting Belinda to Jody, an apparent choice made. He could no longer bear to face his daughter. Haha, wise choice, Wade. Next time you come for your fix, I'll ensure they pack you extra grams. Jody, fully aware of Wade's acquiescence, gazed hungrily at the radiant Belinda, generously promising Wade. Daddy? Belinda called out to Wade, only to be met with a profound silence, save for Jody's eager response. Ah, my dear daughter, your godfather is coming. He approached Belinda with a sinister grin, but just as he drew near, an unexpected fist struck him from nowhere, sending him sprawling. Robert retracted his fist, turning to Wade as he picked up the phone. Hello, Mike? I am Robert, and Dee must have mentioned me to you. In the office of Deputy Chief Mike at the New York City Police Department, a sudden phone call interrupted his busy day. Chapter 31. Reality rest assured, Mr. Robert. I will handle this addict. Belinda's father was personally escorted to prison by Robert. However, neither Belinda nor her mother uttered much, perhaps out of disappointment in him. The individual who had summoned a multitude of police officers upon receiving Robert's call, recognizing the gravity of the situation, chose to discreetly slip away once he realized the formidable nature of Robert, who possessed both intellect and authority. After tidying up, Robert hurriedly made his way to the hospital to ensure that the surgery was conducted promptly. He held little concern for Maddie and Wade. His focus was solely on transporting Belinda's mother to the hospital. After an hour of fervent activity, the patient was wheeled into the operating room, and Belinda's heart sank as she watched her mother enter. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Despite Robert's comforting words, he harbored his own uncertainties, as the attending physician had just informed him that while there was a suitable match for the bone marrow, the prolonged delay had significantly increased the complexity of the surgery, leaving the outcome uncertain. This physician was one of the finest in the city hospital. Without Robert's financial incentive and connections, assistance would have been unlikely. She will surely be all right. Belinda had overheard Robert's conversation with the doctor, and although she was aware that things might take a turn for the worse, she remained hopeful until the results were revealed. Outside the operating room, the two embraced tightly. Robert's only intention was to provide warmth to the girl in his arms. Devoid of any ulterior motives, from a distance, they appeared as a couple, anxiously awaiting news of their shared loved one. As dusk descended, Robert and Belinda succumbed to a deep slumber. Eventually, a voice filled with joy awakened Robert from his dreams. Mr. Robert, the surgery was a resounding success. Huh? Startled from his sleep, Robert struggled to comprehend until the attending physician reiterated the good news. The surgery was indeed successful, Mr. Robert. I noticed you both were in deep slumber, so I refrained from waking you. The patient has been transferred to the ward. She has just awakened, and having family nearby will be beneficial. After delivering this news, the doctor cast a meaningful glance at the embracing couple before discreetly departing. Thank you, Robert. Once the doctor left, Belinda enveloped him in a warm embrace, and suddenly, she pressed her moist lips against his, caught off guard by the unexpected kiss. Robert did not resist. In that moment, he felt almost like a bashful bride. After a long pause, their lips parted. I will go keep my mother company. At this moment, Belinda's face was flushed crimson, and she seemed to lose the courage to meet Robert's gaze. After uttering a brief statement, she hurried off to the ward. After Belinda departed, Robert licked his lips, a light chuckle escaping him as he mused that, surprisingly, being forcefully kissed was rather exhilarating. In the underground parking lot of the hospital, feeling accomplished, he drove his car, preparing to return home. As he navigated the darkened streets, a plethora of events from the day inundated his thoughts. The military had promoted him, followed by his efforts to assist Belinda with her family matters. To be honest, particularly the latter had imbued Robert with a newfound sense of reality. He felt as though he had transcended a dreamlike state, with everything suddenly within reach. Even during the Second World War, 70 years prior, he had never subconsciously regarded the world as genuine. With one hand gripping the steering wheel, Robert summoned the power of space with the other, perhaps explaining his lingering sense of unreality. As he released the gathered energy, he turned on the car radio, intending merely to enjoy some music, but was unexpectedly met with an urgent news bulletin. Breaking news. A colossal green monster has appeared on 121st Street. Nearby vehicles are advised to evacuate immediately. Repeat, a massive green creature on 121st Street. Upon hearing the report, Robert slammed on the brakes. Glancing up at the road sign above, 200 meters ahead, 121st Street, northbound at Broadway. Suddenly, chaos erupted. Cars began to turn around in a frenzy, accompanied by cries for help and the sounds of explosions. Fuck! Robert cursed under his breath, exiting the vehicle without hesitation. The road ahead was a complete standstill, and the situation behind him was no better. Realizing that running would be faster than driving, he dashed in the opposite direction. Roar! Ha ha ha! Die, wretched insects! Help! No! The monster! Ahead, a massive green figure loomed, seemingly in a state of rage and exhilaration, attacking anything in sight. The air thickened with bloodshed, and the cacophony of explosions rendered the scene a veritable hell on earth. Goodness, this creature is ferocious, Robert observed intently, now aware of the chaos unfolding around him. It was clear that the destructive force wreaking havoc was a monstrous creation of the military, a grotesque imitation of the Hulk. However, this replica appeared excessively volatile. As he stroked his chin, Robert watched the creature, cackling maniacally and advancing toward his car, while behind it, a convoy of military jeeps approached. If the soldiers could attract the creature's attention before it obliterated his Audi, perhaps he could escape unscathed. As for why he did not descend to drive away that monstrous creature in order to protect his property, Robert had never contemplated such a notion. That vehicle, at most, was worth a mere $30,000. Its destruction hardly warranted Robert exposing his capabilities. Had the creature been one he could vanquish without resorting to the power of spatial manipulation, Robert would not have hesitated to intervene. However, considering the stakes involved with his current trump cards, he chose to exercise caution. There were still some individuals fleeing and standing atop the building. Robert could only utter an apology. He had never regarded himself as a savior of lives, and moreover, this was America. Robert had always felt little sense of belonging here. If these unfortunate souls needed to place blame, it could only be directed at the American government and military, for they were the architects of this abomination. Private, I command you to fire. Yet there were no alternatives. The mission was to lure that beast towards them. A squad of American soldiers in a jeep hesitated when the captain issued the order to shoot. Perhaps the sheer horror instilled by the creature had robbed the gunner of his courage. However, that moment of indecision could spell disaster for Robert's vehicle. Help! Save me! Just as the monstrosity was about to crush Robert's car, a woman fortuitously ran past. Should the creature strike, the vehicle would likely explode, and her life would be forfeit. Alas, the woman seemed to sense the looming peril behind her, instinctively crouching down and shielding her head, as if this might spare her from calamity. Hey, if you want to survive, you'd better move quickly. Robert's voice rang out before her, but unlike before, he spoke in the language of the Hua people, rather than English. Remarkably, the woman comprehended him, responding in the same language. In her urgency, she scrambled away from the spot, perhaps due to her legs turning to jelly from fright. Where did this little pest come from? Robert, with both hands bracing against the monstrous fists crashing down upon him, was acutely reminded of the sensation of helplessness, a feeling he had not experienced in a long while, especially under the creature's intensified onslaught. Rat-tat-tat. The captain of the jeep seized control of the mounted machine gun after revoking the combat authority of a subordinate, firing without hesitation at the beast's back. A long stream of fiery projectiles struck the creature, yet such a terrifying assault felt merely like a tickle to it. After casting a brief glance, it redirected its focus toward Robert. Seizing the moment of the creature's distraction, Robert summoned all his inner strength and forcefully pushed the monstrosity several paces away. The heavy thumping of footsteps echoed as the creature, unable to regain its balance after the tremendous impact, staggered back and toppled over. With a resounding crash, it finally came to a halt after colliding with an off-road vehicle. Perhaps even the creature loathed itself. It could not fathom how a human, who appeared as insignificant as a mere insect, could exert such formidable strength. After toppling its adversary, Robert let out a painful cry. In truth, his current physical condition did not permit him to unleash his full force. To do so would result in excruciating agony and internal bleeding. Fortunately, he was bolstered by the limits of human endurance. Had his organs possessed the resilience of an ordinary person, he would surely have perished by now. Captain, what is that thing? One of the team members inquired. I don't know. It seems human. Let us not dwell on it. Quickly reload the machine gun. Oh, but I doubt the machine gun would have any effect on that creature. After receiving a stern glare from his captain, the soldier refrained from further commentary, promptly shrinking back to obediently load the ammunition. Roar! Damn insect! I shall tear you apart. The creature, filled with fury, could hardly tolerate the indignity of being toppled by a mere human, especially as the impact caused it considerable pain. It charged at Robert once more, covering the distance in the blink of an eye. Underestimating its ferocity, Robert had initially intended to delay the creature, but he never anticipated that his own strength, devoid of spatial power, would render him incapable of even that. Had he not exerted every ounce of his energy moments ago, he would have found himself in a dire predicament. This was merely the first minute of their confrontation. The disparity in their strengths before utilizing any extraordinary abilities was stark. Chapter 32. The Fiend with a furious roar. The Fiend surged towards Robert, and in the midst of his seemingly dazed expression, it delivered a powerful blow. Just then, a shimmering blue shield enveloped Robert's form. He had harnessed spatial power in a bid to protect himself. Seizing the opportune moment, as the Fiend's fist breached the realm of his unknown space, he swiftly cut off the flow of spatial energy. The immediate consequence was that the portal sealed shut, forever trapping one of the Fiend's hands within the unknown. A clean severance appeared on the Fiend's hand, which had been forcefully removed. Even though it reveled in the thrill of battle, the agony of losing a hand was inescapable. Green blood oozed from the wound. Yet it was evident that the creature was healing at a visible pace, though regrettably, it could not regenerate its lost limb. In this fleeting moment of diminished combat spirit, Robert seized the opportunity to pivot and flee, moving with the swiftness of a rabbit, his speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye on that dark night. However, the Fiend was keenly observant, yet it chose not to pursue, instead opting to remain in place and allow its wound to mend. The blue barrier that had shielded Robert had left it profoundly shaken. Even with the loss of a hand, it dared not pursue Robert any longer, for the abomination feared that it might be its own head that would next plunge into that shimmering veil. Just then, the machine gun on a nearby jeep erupted once more. Unable to contend with Robert, the abomination sought to vent its fury on the American soldiers. Yet in quick succession, two piercing sounds echoed through the air. Instinctively sensing danger, the abomination hastily dodged, narrowly escaping the impact of two air-launched missiles that struck the very spot it had occupied moments before. The helicopter, having failed its initial strike, shifted to unleash a barrage of cannon fire upon the abomination. With the crowd dispersed, the military helicopter's crew felt emboldened to engage without concern for civilian casualties. "Let me go," Banner implored, observing the almost futile assault from the helicopter on the ground-based jeep against the abomination. He could no longer remain seated, fearing that the mysterious figure who had severed the abomination's hand might have restored some semblance of reason, prompting its escape. "It's impossible. You cannot allow it to flee again," Ross retorted. However, the stubborn Major General of the American forces disregarded Banner's well-meaning pleas, instructing nearby troops to converge swiftly on their location, as he intended to rely on sheer manpower to subdue the creature. "Don't be like this. Trust me. This will cost many lives. Allow the monster within me to handle it. It is the best course of action," Banner urged. "Sergeant, what is the matter with you? How can you permit the prisoner under your watch to speak freely?" Ross chastised. Banner's earnest suggestion earned him a gag, but fortunately his girlfriend, the daughter of General Ross, was present to swiftly remove it. "I want to permit you to treat him this way." After his girlfriend's intervention, Banner refrained from further protests, biding his time until Ross would lament the consequences of his decisions. 5th Squad reporting in, "Commander, we have engaged in battle." 7th Squad reporting, "We have joined the fray." A chorus of reports echoed through the intercom, and the helicopter's camera captured the arrival of no fewer than 200 American troops, launching a relentless barrage of bullets and artillery at the abomination. "Clearly, even without your assistance, our valiant soldiers could maintain control of the situation." Ross observed the abomination, overwhelmed by the onslaught and unable to lift its head amidst the billowing smoke, and he could not resist boasting to Banner. Yet, Banner merely sighed in response. He wished to caution Ross against underestimating their foe, but it was evident that such warnings would fall on deaf ears, as he had already attempted. "Commander, the target has not moved for an extended period. It may be dead." Shall we continue our assault? After several rounds of fire had been exchanged, during a brief lull for reloading, the highest-ranking officer on the ground, a colonel, consulted Ross via the intercom. Continue the attack until we exhaust our ammunition. After a moment of silence, Ross ultimately opted for the most prudent course of action. Clearly, no one who attained his position is a fool. Despite his earlier claims of assured victory, he remained vigilant when caution was warranted. Yes, the lieutenant colonel responded over the radio, promptly commencing the execution of orders. Meanwhile, Banner, under the control of 2 American soldiers, briefly exhibited a fleeting expression of relief before tension gripped him once more. Perhaps a direct instinct or an unseen force was urging him to remain alert. The cacophony of gunfire reverberated through the air, bullets, shoulder-mounted artillery, and mortars. All of the heavy ordnance was unleashed, save for the most formidable tanks stationed on the ground. Following this barrage, the location once occupied by the abomination had been transformed into a vast crater. The once discernible silhouette of the creature was now obscured by the billowing smoke of the explosions. First squads, ammunition expended. Second squads, ammunition depleted. Fourth and seventh squads. The sounds of gunfire gradually subsided, not by choice, but due to the cessation of available ammunition. Send someone to assess the monster's condition. The reports of ammunition depletion from the combat units echoed incessantly. Finally, as the last reserves were exhausted, Ross could no longer restrain his urge to dispatch a reconnaissance team. No, Banner felt an ominous premonition surge within him, instinctively seeking to prevent Ross from issuing the order to investigate. Sergeants, this is my final warning. Keep a close watch on your prisoner. Yet Ross remained unyielding, instead enforcing stricter oversight on Banner, leaving the 2 American soldiers caught in a dilemma. On one hand was the general's command, and on the other, the direct orders of the general's daughter, who was even prepared to intervene personally. Truth be told, they were at a loss, exchanging wry smiles as they regarded Banner. Under their scrutinizing gazes, Banner felt a sense of embarrassment, yet for the sake of the lives of those below, he resolved to make an effort. However, just as he began to speak, he was silenced by a cloth pressed over his mouth. The 2 soldiers, caught in a bind, ultimately found themselves more fearful of General Ross. Hey, don't do this! Despite the general's daughter intervening once more, the soldiers' actions clearly pleased Ross. You're doing well. Yet, scarcely had he uttered these words when the voice of the reconnaissance team crackled over the radio. What is that? No. The creature is not dead. Requesting assistance. A sudden beep followed, signaling a failed connection, a scenario typically indicative of equipment malfunction. In that instant, Ross's earlier satisfaction evaporated. He switched off the radio, fully aware of the grim fate awaiting the 7-member reconnaissance team. With a thunderous roar, the abomination leaped from the ruins. Its nearest American targets suffering the consequences. Bereft of ammunition, they could only resort to melee combat in the face of this dire predicament. The scene resembled a hellish nightmare. Some individuals had barely the time to scream before being mercilessly bludgeoned into a gruesome pulp by the abomination, who was left with but a single hand. From the safety of a helicopter, General Ross observed the abomination, which harvested the lives of American soldiers like a scythe, with a burning hatred gnawing at him. Am I permitted to speak now? Ross's companion, Banner, also discerned the grim reality below, while the 2 soldiers beside him appeared paralyzed with fear. Do you have confidence? In the face of the mass casualties, Ross reluctantly acquiesced. Banner replied, How will we know unless we try? Open the helicopter door. He intended to leap from the aircraft, but the door was controlled from the cockpit. Follow his orders. Open the door. Ross commanded. Betty, Ross's daughter, was evidently more concerned for her boyfriend's safety. Yet Banner remained resolute in his decision. I can handle this. As the helicopter door swung open, Banner gently reassured Betty before making his descent. With a resounding thud, an unknown heavy object crashed before the abomination, creating a deep crater. Roar. I am your adversary. A roar, distinct from that of the abomination, reverberated as the Hulk emerged from the depths of the pit. A fierce battle was imminent between Hulk and the abomination. However, the latter was quickly subdued, possibly due to the disadvantage of having only one hand. Enjoy yourself. The abomination, still possessing a modicum of rationality, recognized that he could not contend with the Hulk and thus opted to flee. Yet, Hulk would not allow him to escape. With a low, resonant growl half an hour later, the abomination met an untimely demise, strangled by Hulk with a chain. In the residential buildings flanking the battlefield, Robert had not departed. It was not out of a selfless desire to aid the American forces in vanquishing the abomination, but rather because he was injured and unable to flee far. In the dimly lit corridors, had someone brought a lamp, they would have discovered Robert, drenched in blood. His skin appeared intact, but upon closer inspection, one could discern numerous fine cracks from which blood oozed. These minute fissures adorned his body, a result of the overload of spatial energy he had endured. Fortunately, the limits of human endurance had endowed Robert with an extraordinary healing speed. Despite his terrifying appearance, most of his wounds had already scabbed, and the blood on his exterior had begun to congeal. However, even so, he would require 2 to 3 days to return to his normal state. How foolish I was, Robert mused inwardly, realizing that his current predicament stemmed from his initial reluctance to wield his full spatial power during the confrontation. At the onset of the battle with the abomination, he had made the ill-advised choice to engage physically with a creature impervious to even tank fire, resulting in his injuries. In the aftermath, in a desperate bid for survival, he had employed a form of spatial power that placed immense strain on his body. Fortunately, during his peak health, he could withstand such burdens for a considerable time. However, he has already sustained internal injuries, and it would not be an exaggeration to describe them as severe. Alas, what a significant loss. Chapter 33. Exposure Director Nick Fury, while listening to reports from his subordinates in the upper echelons of S.H.I.E.L.D., found that the troubles created by General Ross had been resolved by none other than himself. Nick, but what is it, Agent Coulson? I am at a loss for words. You may wish to view the surveillance footage from the street, replied Coulson, a trusted confidant of Nick. Convinced that Coulson would not make baseless assertions, Nick paid close attention to the playback of the monitoring video. Those despicable creatures, I shall rend you asunder. In the footage, the abomination was seen being confronted by an individual who stepped forward, only to subsequently collapse to the ground. The audio captured the enraged roar of the abomination as it rose once again. Nick, if I'm not mistaken, that appears to be a person, does it not? Coulson. Sir, I believe that is beyond dispute. However, this is not the most astonishing aspect. Before he could finish, the footage revealed the figure who had confronted the abomination, and as the creature drew nearer, a blue energy field suddenly manifested before the individual. With a roar, one of the abomination's hands penetrated the energy field, only to vanish as if consumed by it. The surveillance abruptly ceased, yet Nick's emotions remained in turmoil. If the person from earlier possessed strength to contend with the monster, the ability that followed could only be described as divine. Nick, who is he? As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury could not allow the existence of such an individual, shrouded in mystery, to go unexamined. Seemingly anticipating Nick's inquiry, Coulson had already prepared. He quickly located the mysterious figure S image captured by the camera on his computer and proceeded to magnify it. With the aid of a supercomputer, a clear photograph of the enigmatic individual was generated. How could it be him? Nick and Coulson exchanged glances, clearly recognizing the man in the photograph. Having encountered him just days prior, Coulson, who had previously analyzed the image, was not particularly surprised. Rather, he explained to Nick, the images derived from the supercomputer's analysis possess an accuracy exceeding 90%, sir. He glanced at the photograph on the computer before turning back to Nick Fury, stating, it is evident that this Hell's messenger is concealing something. In a building adjacent to 121st Street, Robert surveyed the now sealed-off scene, fully aware that even if his vehicle remained unscathed, it could not be retrieved. Half an hour had elapsed since the battle, and though the wounds on his body had begun to heal, he still appeared quite bloodied, albeit significantly improved. The most grievous injuries were, regrettably, internal. Feeling waves of pain within, he recognized that his vulnerabilities lay within his vital organs. This encounter with the abomination had made it evident. While superficial wounds might heal within hours, internal injuries would require no less than 2 days to mend. This situation necessitates the enhancement of human limits. Without it, Robert would have already succumbed. Sigh, perhaps it is best to return home. Rising despite the pain, it is not that he wishes to rest longer, but the American forces, having secured the area, are now advancing towards the nearby buildings, likely to further contain information. After all, should the taxpayers become aware that their contributions are being utilized for such perilous endeavors, it would undoubtedly incite outrage. Robert glanced at his phone, noting that it was nearly midnight. Considering the distance to his home, he opted for a less strenuous approach. Hand over the money, or else. After traversing only a few blocks, Robert spotted his target from a dimly lit alley. There were two individuals brandishing a knife, threatening a young man who had unwittingly wandered into the alley. However, it was not the robbery that captured Robert's attention, nor the victim, but rather the motorcycle parked nearby. Fine, a motorcycle will suffice. Initially, Robert had aimed to procure a gang sedan, but after searching several blocks without success, he decided not to dwell on it. As long as he did not have to walk, he was content. Please, I truly have no money. Less chatter. If you dare utter that again, I'll make you bleed. The more irritable of the two gang members seized the knife from his companion and lunged at the young man. As the assailant aimed the blade, the victim instinctively raised his hands in defense, letting out a scream of terror. Suddenly, a cacophony echoed through the night. The young man, still recoiling in fear, opened his eyes only after the sound of the engine faded into the distance. He had initially thought the robbers had spared him due to his empty pockets, but to his astonishment, he found the two figures collapsed on the ground. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were indeed the very individuals who had attempted to rob him. But how could they be lying there lifeless? No, the young man, who had hesitated to approach, suddenly recognized that this was the opportune moment to flee. The roar of the motorcycle engine reverberated through the streets of New York in the early morning hours, a fitting testament to the city's reputation as a global economic powerhouse. With vehicles still traversing its thoroughfares even at this hour, it was not until Robert exited the city that the traffic diminished significantly, allowing him to fully exploit the capabilities of the motorcycle he had acquired. After another 20 minutes, Robert finally arrived home. Eagerly, he grasped his keys and entered, relieved that he had remembered to take his phone and keys when he disembarked. Otherwise, he would have had to scale the wall to gain entry. After cleansing the bloodstains from his body in the bathroom, Robert exhaled a sigh of relief and, feeling an overwhelming fatigue, lazily collapsed onto his bed. Little did he know, a seismic event concerning him was unfolding within the ranks of a U.S. military shield. Meanwhile, Dean, soundly asleep at the military base, was abruptly roused by a phone call. Initially irritated, his annoyance dissipated upon recognizing the caller, prompting him to hastily answer. I understand you are resting, but there is a matter of utmost importance that requires your attention. Please proceed to New York, and I shall explain further en route. After quickly preparing himself, Dean invoked his special privileges to summon a direct flight to New York. Upon your arrival, meet with Robert personally. I have questions for him, were the last words uttered to him by Burns before boarding. At SHIELD headquarters, Nick Fury personally issued commands to his two most trusted agents. Coulson, Molina, you must bring Robert to me. We need to discuss some urgent matters. Yes, sir. They responded in unison, departing only after receiving a nod from Fury. Oblivious to the storm brewing around him, Robert slept soundly, undisturbed until the following morning. What mission is this for Coulson? Why must we seek out that relic from World War II? Molina inquired, her curiosity piqued as they traveled along a serene highway on the outskirts of New York City, away from the urban clamor. Do not underestimate this relic. He effortlessly severed the hand of a monster yesterday. Coulson replied, Are you referring to the one created by General Ross? Molina asked, now fully attentive. Yes, Coulson confirmed. What is the classification of this mission? Molina pressed. Top secret. Coulson stated, observing her demeanor shift to one of seriousness, realizing the gravity of their undertaking, which could potentially involve a fierce confrontation. Relax, Molina. While this operation is classified, it is not as perilous as others. Trust me, if Director Fury perceived any genuine threat, we would be deploying the full might of the action team. Coulson reassured, noticing Molina's hand instinctively resting on her sidearm, prompting him to urge her to ease up. There was an unspoken truth he held back. Even if they drew their weapons on Robert, he might not pose a threat. Upon arriving at a villa, Coulson had just parked the vehicle and was preparing to ring the doorbell when Dean coincidentally arrived at the same moment. Who are you? Dean queried, spotting the two suspicious individuals near Robert's residence, instinctively adopting a defensive stance out of habit. Just moments ago, after emerging from a nearby Air Force base in New York, Dean received another call from his father, Burns. During the conversation, he conveyed the urgent reason for Dean's personal visit. Ample evidence suggests that Colonel Robert possesses extraordinary powers. Though classified, There are concerns that someone might harbor malicious intentions toward him. Dean, I hereby command you to escort Colonel Robert to the Air Force Base for his protection. Dean had encountered his father's solemn tone on several occasions, each time concerning matters of great significance, and it was evident that this instance was no different. Perhaps even more crucial. S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Colonel. Melina presented an identification card before Dean's eyes. It was understood that if an ordinary person attempted to draw a weapon in her presence, she would act decisively. However, the situation differed when it involved an individual clad in the uniform of an Air Force colonel. After all, she wished to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. Why is S.H.I.E.L.D. here? Dean inquired, lowering his hand that had been poised to draw his weapon upon verifying the identification. He then asked Coulson, "Do you remember our previous encounter with the colonel?" It was on the day of Mr. Roberts' handover. Coulson had pulled aside his irritable colleague to negotiate. "I am inquiring why S.H.I.E.L.D. has appeared here." However, Dean's insistence seemed to disregard Coulson's authority, prompting Melina's ire. "Why waste breath on him?" she retorted, stepping forward to discipline Dean. This time, they refrained from invoking the well-known prestige of S.H.I.L.D. Evidently, it held little weight in the presence of a colonel and a father who was a general in the U.S. military. Moreover, Dean's presence suggested that the military shadow loomed behind him. Chapter 34. Engagement. Who fears whom? Dean showed no sign of fear in response to a woman threatening to teach him a lesson. Instead, he felt a twinge of disdain. However, the arrogant Dean soon faced a significant setback against the skilled S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. In less than a minute of confrontation with Melina, Dean found himself toppled by a well-placed kick, revealing a critical flaw in his defenses. "Come again. Bring it on. I fear no one." Melina, observing Dean's disheveled state as he picked himself up, decided to impart a more profound lesson. "Enough, Melina. Cease the combat. Offending him would complicate our mission," Coulson cautioned, whispering to his partner. Yet, Melina dismissed his concern. "Remember, we are on a mission. When faced with obstacles, what is the proper course of action?" With that, she gestured mockingly at the enraged Dean, inciting him to retaliate. Although Dean was furious, his punch was a standard military strike, lacking the intent to deliver a lethal blow. Clearly, despite his anger, he had not yet descended into madness. He was still adept at distinguishing between foes and allies. In yet another clash, Dean was swiftly brought down once more, unable to withstand even 30 seconds of engagement. His boxing skills were commendable, albeit somewhat rigid. Melina, evidently familiar with Dean's style of attack, recognized that he harbored no intent to inflict serious harm, which prompted her to offer some guidance. However, this was a profound humiliation for Dean. It was always he who inflicted suffering on others. Never had he been subjected to such treatment, especially by a woman. With a furious roar, Dean rose once again to launch an assault. A minute later, bang. Bang. Who is that? What a racket in the early morning. Robert, having been blissfully asleep, was awakened, perhaps due to the open window allowing the cacophony to seep in. The sound was not merely bothersome. Its volume and rhythmic nature ultimately compelled Robert to rise in his pajamas and yell out the window. "Mr. Robert, I am Agent Coulson. We have met before. Do you remember?" "Dean, what has happened to you?" Coulson called out, yet he was once again disregarded. He had grown accustomed to such neglect. In stark contrast to the present state of his well-preserved self, Dean, once dashing in his Air Force uniform, now appeared disheveled, bruised, and battered. As he walked, he turned heads, and it was no wonder that Robert spotted him at a glance. "Uncle Bob, now I must add that I'm also speaking incoherently," Dean lamented, further increasing his visibility. Seeing the young man, who often relied on him for support, in such a pitiful condition filled Robert with frustration. Initially, he contemplated descending immediately to confront Coulson, the only one present with an aggressive demeanor. But considering his lack of proper attire beneath his pajamas and the presence of a woman, he opted to exercise restraint, dressing himself before proceeding downstairs. Upon opening the door to the lower room, Robert was greeted by Coulson's smiling face. However, Robert, harboring a misunderstanding about Coulson injuring Dean, had no intention of being cordial. Coulson, accustomed to being ignored, was unfazed by Robert's demeanor. "Dean, what happened? Who did this to you?" Robert inquired, directly disregarding the possibility that the woman present might have been responsible for Dean's injuries. He was poised for action, waiting for Dean to point a finger at Coulson so he could exact revenge. The reason he refrained from escalating the situation to outright violence was that he recognized Coulson, albeit vaguely, knowing he had seen him before and belonged to some agency. Standing nearby, Melina was about to confess, believing Robert would not dare to act against her. Even if he did, as a martial arts enthusiast, she felt no fear and was rather eager to engage with a legendary figure from the Second World War. Yes, I fell myself, Dean interjected, seizing the opportunity to assert that his injuries were self-inflicted in response to Robert's inquiry. Coulson had initially anticipated that he would inevitably have to offer an apology, yet he was taken aback by the colonel's overwhelming pride, which spared them considerable trouble. As the absurd misunderstanding came to a close, Coulson stepped forward, retrieving his identification, and addressed Robert. "Mr. Robert, we are agents of S.H. And there is a matter that requires your personal assistance in investigation." "Uncle Robert, do not believe them. My father has expressly stated that someone intends to harm you, and that your safety lies in going to the military base." At last, in this serious matter, Dean's pronunciation posed no issue. On one side stood the S.H.I.L.D. agents brandishing their credentials, intent on escorting him away, while on the other, a friend, under the guise of protection, sought to take him to the military base. Robert found himself caught in the middle, yet he felt no hesitation whatsoever. Without a moment's thought, he aligned himself with the military. "Call your father and have him send these two away." "All right." Seeing Robert take a side, Dean's previously anxious heart finally found solace as he hastily began dialing his father's number. Do not attempt to intervene, realizing that his mission was on the verge of failure. Coulson resigned himself to fate, yet he never anticipated that his companion would dare to act in front of the harbinger of hell. Melina's hand darted out with astonishing speed, aiming to seize Dean, who was preoccupied with his phone call behind Robert. Just as she was about to succeed, a hand, unanticipated and agile, reached out and firmly grasped her extended hand, rendering her immobile. Captured, Melina felt as though she were ensnared by a branding iron, utterly unable to escape. However, surrender was hardly her style. She retaliated with a kick, targeted precisely at Robert's vulnerable area, an attack capable of incapacitating a typical man with a single blow. Unbeknownst to her, all her actions were laid bare before Robert. Witnessing such a ruthless maneuver, he immediately resolved to respond with equal ferocity. "No!" Boom! The sound of a punch breaking through the air echoed as Robert's fist veered past Melina. Owing to her miscalculated kick, had it landed squarely, it would have ensured her a fate worse than death. Gulping, Coulson could scarcely fathom the magnitude of strength required to produce such a resounding impact. The earlier noise had erupted in Melina's ear, and now a persistent ringing filled one side of her head, but she could hardly afford to focus on that. At this moment, Melina's back was drenched with perspiration, as her body instinctively reacted to the palpable threat of death. Now, her body felt numb, her muscles quivering occasionally. She was petrified with fear. "Hello, Father. Uncle Robert is right here. Do you wish to speak to him personally?" "All right." Dean, standing nearby, completed the call. Indeed, he had witnessed the preceding scene, but before he could fully process his astonishment, the call connected. "Hello, Burns." Holding his phone, Robert walked away, leaving Melina trembling in place, as if a mouse confronted by a cat. "Are you all right, Melina?" Despite her dissatisfaction with her teammates' impulsive actions, Coulson, her longtime partner, hurriedly approached to express concern after Robert departed. "You are always so unpredictable, just as you were in the past," Burns remarked from the other end of the line, reminiscent of bygone days. "This is not my desire, truly. If you wish to know the source of my abilities, I can disclose that it stems from the very thing Hydra used to manufacture weapons." Robert had already discerned the military and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intentions for seeking him. He had anticipated this outcome when he utilized his spatial powers yesterday. However, he was surprised by the swiftness of their arrival. Burns sighed after a brief silence, clearly finding this issue somewhat vexing despite his high position. "I will relay your words to those eager individuals, but I hope you can personally attend a hearing. It would alleviate much of my pressure. I have matters to attend to today. Perhaps in a few days during the holiday break, I will come. Remember, I'm still a student. It would suffice if you could attend the hearing. You set the time within 15 days. Rest assured, this will merely be a formality. I will have Dean prepare a speech extolling patriotism and the willingness to protect citizens for you to recite. The key is to silence those critics. Speaking with comrades felt effortless for Robert, and he was genuinely touched by Burns' generous offer. As always, if you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. However, I currently have 2 SHIELD agents who need your attention. Your commitments now carry much more weight than before. Do you know what they're calling you within the military and government? They refer to you as the true god. Ha ha, really? I suppose the majority labeling me a threat are just as numerous, aren't they? Robert took these remarks lightly, considering them mere flattery among friends. Burns chose not to elaborate further, ultimately stating, SHIELD agents will resolve the matter in 10 minutes. After this, he hung up. Dean, go wash up. You look nothing like the dashing figure you once were, Robert remarked, handing the phone back to Dean. He urged him to tidy himself, as his current appearance was unsuitable for company, covered in dust and dirt. Those familiar knew Dean as a colonel in the Air Force. Those unfamiliar might mistake him for a beggar who had stumbled upon a military uniform. All right, Uncle Robert, Dean acknowledged, fully aware of his disheveled state, and accepted Robert's kindness, greeting him before stepping into the villa. After Dean's departure, Robert showcased his spatial powers by engulfing a roadside flower bed before the astonished eyes of SHIELD's Coulson and Melinda. Approaching them closely, Robert declared, I have chosen to collaborate with the military. There will be a hearing concerning me in 15 days. Should you be interested, you are welcome to attend. Additionally, allow me to hint that my abilities stem from that device crafted by Hydra for weaponry. Pausing momentarily, Robert continued, that is all I know. You or your director may choose to believe it or not. Chapter 35, A Visit. Ding ding ding. 10 minutes passed, and the phone's rings sounded as if orchestrated to perfection. Casting a glance at the caller, Coulson grimaced, for he had failed in his mission. Hello, Director, he answered. Retreat. Coulson, Nick Fury, simply stated before abruptly hanging up, clearly in a foul mood. Melinda inquired, what shall we do? Must we truly retreat? Let us withdraw, Coulson replied, casting one last glance at Robert's residence, resigning himself to the notion of retreat. Yet in his heart, he pondered whether Robert's demeanor would differ had SHIELD provided him with this house. Suddenly, Coulson realized the root of the problem. SHIELD had seemingly overlooked this hellish envoy, failing to cultivate a relationship in advance. Now, in a desperate attempt to ingratiate themselves, would he even entertain their overtures? After witnessing Robert's formidable prowess, even the proud Melinda found herself compelled to concede when circumstances proved insurmountable. Once the 2 agents from SHIELD departed, Robert and Dean followed suit and exited the house. I must trouble you once more for a ride. My car was impounded at the scene last night, Robert stated. Of course, Uncle Robert, I will take you. As for your car, I shall speak to them shortly, and they will return it to your home, Dean replied. Seated in the back of a military jeep, Robert was indifferent, for his bank account boasted a staggering $21 million. What car could he possibly lack? Surely, Tony would be returning soon, he mused. Estimating the time, Robert reopened the stock market and perused Stark Industries stock, discovering that it had been fluctuating around $330 per share. Clearly, in the wake of Tony's departure, Stark's stock price had plummeted. From an initial $800 per share, it had fallen to $330, a decline of more than half. This exemplified the perils of having the majority of innovative weaponry and the company's soul embodied in one individual. Though he lamented inwardly, Robert invested heavily in Stark Industries, wagering $11 million to purchase over 300,000 shares. Retaining nearly $10 million for himself, Robert was not particularly concerned about losing money. Rather, he was uncertain of Tony's timeline for return. What would he do if Tony returned a month later? Would he have to attend Midtown High, perhaps? After Dean entered the vehicle, he habitually inquired, honestly, I had intended to rest at home if you weren't coming, but let's head to Columbia University's School of Technology. Robert, whose health had yet to fully recuperate, had hoped to spend the day resting at home. However, he was unfortunately awakened early by others. So he decided to witness history instead, the moment of Spider-Man's birth. Dean, all right. Outside Columbia University's School of Science, Peter was scanning his surroundings, searching for his companions. Mary, hey. At that moment, Peter spotted the neighbor girl he had admired since childhood, seemingly greeting him. Startled, he quickly responded, Peter, yes, I'm here. Before he could finish his sentence, 3 female classmates walked past him, heading directly towards Mary, clearly not addressing him at all. Do you really have to park here? In contrast to Peter's awkwardness, his friend Harry was seated in a slowly approaching Rolls-Royce. Perhaps he had his own reasons for not wanting to reveal his family's wealth. Wow. Hey, Harry. Seated beside his son in the Rolls-Royce, Norman noticed the enthusiastic greetings from Harry's classmates. Norman, look at Harry. Your classmates are quite friendly. They're not being friendly to me. Try arriving in a Jetta, Harry retorted, stepping out of the car in silence, heading straight for his friend Peter. Hey, Peter. Clearly, this encounter would not echo the previous awkwardness, as Peter joyfully met up with his friend. Harry, however, just as they took a couple of steps, Harry's father disembarked from the Rolls-Royce, having come to deliver his backpack. Thanks, Dad. Yet, Harry did not seem appreciative, offering a perfunctory reply before wishing for his father to leave, as if being wealthy was a source of shame. Uncle Norman, it's a pleasure to meet you. I have read your paper, and to be honest, it was quite enlightening. In contrast to Harry, Peter felt it necessary to show respect in front of an elder. It was a matter of upbringing. Thus, he greeted Norman and sincerely complimented him. Norman, oh, thank you, but I must ask, did you truly understand it? Peter's manner of greeting left Norman somewhat bewildered. He was aware of the paper's complexity, which was certainly beyond the comprehension of an ordinary high school student. Peter ranks second in the class. Feeling his friend was being questioned by his father, Harry unhesitatingly defended Peter. Norman, oh, that's impressive. Harry, you should learn from Peter more often. In truth, Norman was indifferent to whether Peter comprehended his paper. His concerns solely revolved around his son's attitude. Harry, in his customary casual manner towards his father, muttered a remark before preparing to leave with Peter. However, when he reached out to pull Peter along, he found that Peter showed no intention of departing, prompting a puzzled glance in his direction. Peter, it seems Robert has arrived, despite the fact that the head teacher previously mentioned he might not come. Bang! When Peter spotted Robert, it was evident that Robert had already noticed him. After Dean drove closer to the group, Robert disembarked from the military vehicle without hesitation, closed the door, and approached the gathering. Hello, Peter, Harry, and if I'm not mistaken, this must be Uncle Norman? Robert greeted the trio, engaged in conversation, accurately identifying Norman. After all, the future renowned Green Goblin could not possibly remain unfamiliar to him. Oh, and who might you be, sir? Norman inquired, having observed Robert descend from a military truck. His keen eyes had also caught a glimpse of the officer behind the wheel, a colonel, prompting him to regard Robert with newfound respect. Harry interjected, he is our classmate. Please, our classmates from my father's class are still waiting for us. We cannot afford to waste time. You should head back. With that, Harry stepped forward, guiding Peter and Harry away, leaving Norman in contemplation, stroking his chin thoughtfully. How peculiar it was for such a person to attend a public high school. After pondering for a while, Norman decided to cease his musings, resolving instead to remind his son Harry to befriend Robert upon their return. It was clear that someone who could so casually arrive in a vehicle driven by a colonel was not to be underestimated. Well, now that everyone is present, let us commence our tour. However, you must stay closely behind me. Do not wander off, or else you might lose your credits. The lead teacher, aware that his admonishments might not hold weight with certain individuals, felt it necessary to deliver the warning nonetheless. He had intended to call the group to order during Peter and the others' idle chatter, but Robert's sudden appearance had caused him to refrain. Accompanying the tour were not only teachers from Midtown School, but also instructors from Columbia University, who graciously guided and introduced the group. Here is our large research lab, where we focus on observing a truly fascinating creature found in nature, the spider. Please direct your attention to this area. These are unique specimens. After extensive observation, we have concluded that they possess sensory abilities, even the capacity to foresee danger. The professor from Columbia University delivered an animated lecture, while Midtown teacher was primarily responsible for maintaining order. May I take a photograph for the newspaper? Just as everyone was engrossed in the professor's talk, Peter expressed his interest, raising his hand after retrieving his camera. Of course, that is perfectly acceptable, the university professor replied. As Peter adjusted the focus on the transparent observation chamber housing the spiders, the presence of his formidable friend Robert ensured that no one dared to interfere with him, allowing Peter to capture a pristine photograph. Is it done? The university professor inquired, and after Peter nodded, she began to explain the next subject, spiders. Hey, Peter, I think you should just hold the camera and film those spiders, Harry remarked beside him, casting a glance at Mary, who was observing the spiders alone outside the transparent chamber. Peter clearly understood the implication in his brother's gaze, feeling bashful. He glanced shyly at Robert and Harry before timidly suggesting, "Never mind, you guys go ahead." With Peter's response, Harry turned his attention to Robert, as if inquiring whether he would take action. "Forget it. I'm not particularly interested in Mary," Robert replied, waving his hand. This time he spoke his true feelings, as he did not find Peter's dream girl particularly appealing. "All right then, I'm going," Harry said, after the two had expressed their intentions. Harry nervously approached and began discussing the topic of spiders with the girl, utilizing the information Peter had just shared with him. "Wow, really?" Mary exclaimed, seemingly delighted, her astonishment punctuating the conversation. "I believe I mentioned that you all need to keep up with the group." However, their conversation did not last long, as a teacher from Midtown High soon interrupted, instructing Harry, Mary, and the observing Peter to catch up. As for Robert, the teacher merely glanced at him, adopting a casual demeanor that suggested he could do as he pleased. "Oh, all right," Harry responded, hurriedly leaving Mary's side as if caught in a guilty act, and made his way toward the class. Observing his friend depart, and having missed an opportunity, Peter resolved to muster his courage and ask the girl he admired for a photograph. "Mary, may I take a picture? I'm submitting it for the school newspaper." Initially intending to ask her out directly, Peter ultimately refrained, opting instead to borrow the guise of the school publication. Yet even so, this represented a significant step in Peter's life. Chapter 36. Farewell, Captain America. Sure. Mary appeared to be in good spirits, readily accepting Peter's request. In front of the camera, she even struck various amusing poses, her hands gesturing toward the spiders in the transparent chamber. Unbeknownst to her, Peter was entirely preoccupied with her, subtly shifting the lens away from the spiders to focus on her instead. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to both, a peculiar creature had stealthily descended and crawled onto Peter's hand. However, in his fervent concentration on capturing the perfect shot of the girl, Peter failed to notice this development until, at that moment, a sudden sharp pain struck him. He dropped his hand from the shutter button, hastily inspecting the source of the pain, discovering 2 marks where something had bitten him. "What's wrong?" Mary asked. Perhaps it was the stern countenance of the teacher from Midtown not far away, or perhaps the pain from the bite had dulled to a mere sensation. But Peter instinctively chose to conceal the fact that he had been bitten. At that moment, he may not have even been aware of it himself. Robert, who had been a silent observer throughout the ordeal, couldn't help but marvel at the serendipity of the situation. A slight deviation could have altered the outcome entirely. He hoped that this excursion would proceed without further incident. Upon returning to the group, both Peter and Mary faced reproach, with the Midtown teacher not even affording them an opportunity to explain themselves. Following the reprimand, the Midtown students appeared more disciplined during the 3-hour tour. They maintained decorum for the latter half, save for the initial portion. Robert had remained steadfastly with the larger group throughout, and while he was the only one unafraid of reprimand, he had no desire to attract undue attention. "All right, class, today's tour has concluded. Thank you for your visit, and we look forward to seeing some of you excel and gain admission to Columbia," came the signature closing remarks. Robert noted that, regardless of location, educators seemed to relish lengthy discourses. The professor from Columbia concluded his personal address 5 minutes later, and the students from Midtown exited in an orderly fashion, choosing either to have their parents pick them up or to return home independently. "Robert, are you taking the school bus?" Peter inquired, posing what seemed a rather naive question, given that everyone present knew Harry was from a wealthy family. Though Peter had chosen to keep certain facts to himself, the length of their acquaintance made it impossible for his classmates to remain oblivious. It was inconceivable for a scion of affluence to ride the school bus unless it were for the sake of experiencing a semblance of normalcy. "Not for me, Peter. My father has sent someone to pick me up. Goodbye," Harry promptly declined. To the surprise of many, however, Robert claimed he would be taking the school bus. He had arrived that morning in a military jeep, which seemed to contradict the notion of someone with a notable background opting for a somewhat modest school bus. "What can I do? My car won't be available until this afternoon," Robert mused, realizing he had left everything important behind in the vehicle except for his wallet. With no alternative, was he to hail a taxi? Upon reaching their destination, Robert communicated with the driver, "Scan this." In a nation dominated by capital and bankers, their entrenched perceptions left no room for novel concepts that might challenge their existing profit structures, unless, of course, those innovations could yield objective financial gains. Yet, It was evident that credit card and mobile payment systems offered no fundamental difference. Aside from convenience, they would hardly contribute to the growth of capital interests. Thus, how could they be expected to invest in such developments? I shall take the school bus, for my vehicle was scratched and sent for repairs yesterday. Robert, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the puzzled gazes of the crowd, concocted a casual excuse to appease them. Harry, initially as bewildered as the others, found solace in Robert's explanation. After all, who could guarantee that an unforeseen event would not occur? All right then, Robert. A voice from the side interrupted him, halting Robert's intended stride toward the school bus. What brings you here? Naturally, Robert paused in his tracks, greeting the teachers from Mid-City High and Peter before hastily making his way toward the person who had called him from a distance. Harry mused. This person seems somewhat familiar. Peter replied, I too believe he resembles Captain America. After a moment of contemplation, Peter, observing the figure boarding the bus, arrived at a startling conclusion. Harry laughed heartily. I never expected you to exhibit a sense of humor. Do not tell me that a hero from World War II has survived to this day. I would be in stitches from laughter. Harry dismissed Peter's comment, treating it as a jest. Peter, are you boarding the bus or not? If not, you can walk home. Peter exclaimed, oh. Just as he was about to assert that he was not joking, he was hurried onto the bus by classmates eager to return home, while Harry, amidst laughter, approached the vehicle arranged by his father. The military jeep was his second ride of the day. Although the types of vehicles differed, they were all military in nature. Captain, what brings you to find me? Robert inquired directly as he settled into the passenger seat. 3 hours earlier, at SHIELD headquarters, Nick Fury, having just received a mandatory directive from the World Security Council, especially from the U.S. representative, frustratedly tossed his phone aside. After half a minute, having regained his composure, he intended to temporarily put aside his feelings of vexation. Suddenly, a phone call interrupted his thoughts. Initially reluctant to answer, Nick's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness upon recognizing the caller. Despite his reluctance, he had no choice but to answer. Nick Fury, what is the matter, Commissioner? Minutes later, Nick ended the call, swiftly making a decisive move to contact his trusted aide, Coulson. My apologies, sir, came Coulson's voice, immediately apologetic upon connection. It is not your fault. Coulson, you have a new mission. After relaying the task summary to Coulson, Nick proceeded to make several more calls. First action team, at your command. Third action team, at your command. Sixth action team, at your command. Seventh action team, at your command. The 10 action teams under SHIELD, each composed of elite special forces, totaling over 1,000 personnel, received their orders almost simultaneously, mobilizing with utmost urgency towards New York. Such a massive mobilization of military forces, regardless of how discreetly executed, is still occurring on American soil. The Pentagon, responsible for military operations, received the news merely 5 minutes after the event transpired. A mere 10 minutes later, an emergency meeting convened at the highest levels, organized by the current Secretary of Defense. How outrageous! What does SHIELD intend to accomplish? They dare to deploy troops without any prior notification. A middle-aged general exclaimed, clearly incensed by SHIELD's actions, which he found deeply unsettling. Do they truly believe that as an international organization, they can act with impunity? It seems Nick Fury has forgotten who his creator is. I suggest we deploy troops to suppress them and request the president to issue an order for their immediate dissolution. Norton, the current Secretary of Defense of the United States, although nominally the highest military commander aside from the president, was merely a figurehead. The real power lay elsewhere. Norton addressed the room, Generals Freeman and Wells. What are your thoughts? Despite being seated at the head of the table, Norton found himself sidelined in the presence of these two high-ranking generals. In reality, only the president could command them. Wells responded, what does it matter? SHIELD must have their reasons for acting. We can simply wait for Nick Fury to provide a report. As one of the only two generals in the U.S. military, Wells' opinion carried significant weight, unless General Freeman, of equal rank, expressed a differing view. Meanwhile, military jeeps had arrived at the outskirts of New York City, where Captain America, Steve Rogers, casually selected a scenic spot to halt. With the sound of 2 car doors slamming shut, both men exited the vehicle. So, Nick sent you to persuade me? Along the way, Steve had already clarified the reason for his presence in New York. To be honest, Robert had not anticipated that Nick Fury would summon him. Did he not fear that Steve, the captain of the Avengers he himself had appointed, might develop a rift with Nick Fury over this matter? Are you implying that all your actions are sanctioned by the government? In response to Steve's overwhelming sense of responsibility, Robert opted for the most effective tactic against them, invoking the greater good of the nation. Clearly, Nick serves the so-called World Security Council, whereas I'm beholden to my own country. Captain, which do you believe holds greater importance, the interests of the world or those of our nation? Robert commenced his earnest persuasion, deliberately avoiding the topic of Nick Fury's unilateral decision to send Steve to escort Robert to S.H.E.L.D. If Steve were to discover that Nick Fury had acted without any formal authorization, merely issuing orders on his own accord, it would inevitably lead to doubts and potential estrangement between them. Nick may be indifferent for various reasons, yet Robert harbors a desire for the Avengers to emerge in their entirety, for only then would the appearance of the stones align with historical or narrative integrity. Should the fabric of this reality be excessively disrupted, Robert genuinely fears losing the opportunity to engage with the other stones, which would signify a forfeiture of his chance for transcendence. Life, as it unfolds, inevitably breeds myriad desires. In times of hunger, individuals yearn merely for sustenance, yet upon satiation, they aspire for gourmet delights. Once the issue of hunger is resolved, human cravings evolve, leading to a pursuit of wealth. With the relentless growth of desires or the passage of time, nearly everyone seeks the ultimate aspiration of longevity or immortality. In Chapter 37, Robert is no exception. Though still youthful, he finds himself, like many, perpetually unfulfilled. With wealth and privilege at his disposal, he now yearns for rarer treasures. The moment has arrived for the captain to make a choice. Will he align himself with the decrees of the American government, or perhaps with the elusive hopes of the global populace? Locking eyes with Steve, Robert is willing to resort to any means to achieve his goals. He genuinely requires a world where history remains largely unchanged. However, should this necessitate his temporary or permanent disappearance, Robert would not hesitate to let those clinging to such notions vanish first. Although the original history saw S.H.I.E.L.D. embrace the Hulk, Robert cannot guarantee that Nick Fury would refrain from studying him. After all, to outsiders, his abilities appear almost divine, and the disdain for being impervious to conventional weaponry raises the question: how many could resist the urge to uncover the origin of such power? Furthermore, Robert is documented as an ordinary individual in his previous life. Steve remained silent for a moment, and suddenly, he seemed to find a sense of relief. I believe the global populace might require your visit to S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon uttering this, Robert nearly bristled with the impulse to confront him. Yet he was utterly unprepared for Steve's subsequent words. However, I believe America is a significant part of the world and a beacon of hope for all. Thus, I have decided to comply with the government's decision. With a scoff, Robert thought, how can a rogue be the hope of the world? Perhaps disbanding the government would ensure greater safety. Despite his inner skepticism towards Steve's sentiments, Robert masked his disdain with a facade of happiness, as if gaining the captain's support were a source of encouragement. Steve, I regret the decision you have made. As the two reached a mutual understanding and shared a smile, an unexpected figure emerged, a one-eyed man clad in black. Such a distinctive appearance could only belong to Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Captain. I regret your final decision. Since neither of you seems inclined to cooperate, I shall take a more assertive approach. With a wave of his hand, a contingent of armed personnel, no less than 300 strong, emerged from the once desolate roadside thickets of the suburban landscape. Steve, taken aback, expressed his surprise, feeling a pang of guilt as he surveyed the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. that encircled him and Robert. In an earnest gesture of contrition, he raised his shield, adopting a defensive stance. Nick Fury, witnessing this development, felt a weight of regret settle upon him. The situation had escalated beyond his expectations. Initially, his ire stemmed from the perceived affront to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s authority, but the subsequent mobilization of 10 operational teams was purely a manifestation of personal grievance. However, Now that they had reached this juncture, Nick was resolute. He would not retreat without encountering insurmountable resistance. Captain, abandon this futile struggle. This is your final opportunity. Nick implored, valuing the dedication of this captain, who served both country and people. Steve not only possessed remarkable ability, but also harbored a selfless spirit, a quality Nick felt resonated within himself. Nick Fury, director of SHIELD, I trust you understand the gravity of your actions. Do you have the Pentagon's authorization for this operation? Steve remained silent, yet his readiness, signaled by the firm grip on his shield, spoke volumes. As tensions mounted, Nick contemplated issuing a command to proceed, but Robert interjected. SHIELD operates under the direct jurisdiction of the World Security Council, and all its actions are authorized by the leaders of the member states. Nick paused, fixing Robert with a steely gaze, including the President of the United States. Standing before the director, Robert found amusement in Nick's declaration. Initially bracing for conflict with SHIELD, he now sensed a shift in the air due to Nick's unexpected response. While I have yet to receive authorization from the President, I believe he will not oppose this. Following this encounter, I will provide him with a written account, Nick stated, just as his phone rang. In that instant, he exhaled a sigh of relief, quickly masking his reaction, though Robert caught the subtle shift. It appeared that a confrontation was averted for the day. Robert, familiar with Nick Fury's character, understood that if the director truly wished to engage someone, he would not indulge in idle chatter. Typically, Nick would remain out of sight until his subordinates completed their tasks. Yet he had chosen to appear before action this time. On the surface, it seemed an attempt to dissuade Steve, but Robert suspected there was a deeper rationale. Sir, a battalion stationed in New York City is currently in a standoff with us. They are attempting to breach our lines, came the exasperated voice of Coles over the phone, revealing an even direr situation. Continue, Nick urged, his focus sharpening. Upon observing the 7 American soldiers, each a captain of their respective action teams, Corps delivered the grim tidings to Nick Fury. According to reliable intelligence, the U.S. military was preparing to mobilize a division, poised to respond within a mere 15 minutes should any incident arise. The relentless stream of unfortunate news had rendered Carlson somewhat impotent upon its initial revelation. Yet, when these tidings reached Nick, his reaction was remarkably composed. Understood. You are to withdraw. This operation is to be publicly declared drill. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Carlson, who had long been acquainted with Nick Fury, sensed a hint of relief in Nick's tone. Was it merely an illusion? Pondering this quietly, Carlson was drawn back to the pressing situation at hand. Attention, everyone. If you do not step aside, I fear we shall have to force our way through, declared the American colonel, his soldiers immediately preparing for confrontation. Observing this, Carlson hastily intervened to avert an unnecessary misunderstanding. Colonel, this is merely a training exercise. The operation has concluded. You may proceed at your discretion. With a more dignified excuse, Carlson led the SHIELD team in retreat. Meanwhile, Nick, who was facing off against Steve and Robert, exchanged a deep glance with them before contemplating his departure. Director Fury, just as he was about to withdraw, Robert unexpectedly called out to him, prompting Nick to turn back, puzzled about Robert's intentions. The current situation is not of my design. I have always maintained a cordial stance towards SHIELD. I understand your desire to uncover the source of my abilities to better uphold global peace. Nick Fury's expression shifted multiple times during Robert's discourse, transitioning from surprise to tentative goodwill, ultimately settling into a more cheerful demeanor after Robert's assurances. If you can guarantee that my personal freedom will not be curtailed, I would be more than willing to visit SHIELD, Robert proposed. I apologize for my previous indiscretion. I had not anticipated that it would nearly cost SHIELD a potential ally, Nick replied. Robert's gesture undoubtedly provided Fury with a means of reprieve. Nick, being no fool, recognized the importance of diffusing the tension before addressing further matters. Regardless of whether Robert would indeed visit SHIELD, thus, a crisis dissipated without further incident. In the end, Captain America forgave Nick amidst the latter's apologies. After escorting Robert home, he returned to SHIELD. I truly envy you for having such a residence, Robert remarked. If you desire to possess one, you may at any time. Nick responded with a chuckle. Haha, we both know that is an impossibility. If I were to return to the military now, what rank would they bestow upon me? General or Marshal? Steve's final remark left Robert speechless, for indeed. Captain America had been elevated to such heights during World War II that many Americans had even called for him to run for president. Despite the subsequent demise of Captain America and the conclusion of the war, the need for a spiritual leader within the American military persisted due to certain unique circumstances. Consequently, Steve, who had made significant contributions prior to his sacrifice in battle, became the focal point for the military's aspirations. At that time, the high-ranking officials of the military relentlessly promoted Captain America, a deceased figure, as he posed no threat to their positions. Thus, amidst various influences, they began to sculpt him into a near-divine entity. Living within this narrative, Robert pondered how awkward it would be for those who had championed Captain America if he were to suddenly appear in the flesh. He was grateful not to possess the protagonist halo that Captain America had. Otherwise, had he been the one in the spotlight, his current life might have been irrevocably altered. Upon returning home, he instinctively switched on the television for background music, his singular desire being to check the stock market for the latest price of Stark Industries shares. 451 per share, it seemed to have risen a bit. Wait, 451 per share. He incredulously rubbed his eyes and, upon confirming the figure, hurriedly changed the channel from the soap opera to the news. Last night, Tony Stark had been located, and, as a result, Stark Industries stock had been on a continuous rise since then. The news broadcasted the most current and trending updates. And when Robert saw that Tony was scheduled to hold a press conference in 3 hours, he felt a tremor in his hands. How could it be so swift? In a flurry, Robert hastily executed the sale of his 300,000 shares of Stark Industries stock. He was genuinely concerned that Tony, upon returning from Afghanistan, would eliminate the most profitable division of his company. This could nearly negate the news of his rescue. The loss of Stark Industries' core business and the departure of its sole figure would yield similar, if not more dire, consequences. By the time Robert had sold all his stocks, it was already 5 in the afternoon. Thanks to the favorable news regarding Tony's return, he found no difficulty in selling his shares. His account balance now stood at $160 million. From this transaction, Robert had accrued a profit of $50 million, feeling as though his earnings were akin to a heist. Thus, I have decided to terminate Stark Industries' weapons division. Following the course of history, Tony embarked on his audacious maneuvers, and fortunately, Robert, with his prescient instincts, narrowly escaped a calamity. Had he discovered Tony's return just 2 hours later, it is highly probable that over $100 million would have been ensnared. Perhaps, in his perspective, money had become the least significant aspect. As he reflected on life, he remained unaware that General Wells in the Pentagon was seething with frustration over his failed plans. Those Russians truly are inept. Meanwhile, Nick Fury of SHIELD had come to a realization. He astutely recognized that he had been merely a pawn today. Sitting in his office, gazing towards the Pentagon, he scoffed softly and reached for his secure phone. Natasha, your mission has temporarily concluded. I require your assistance with a matter of greater significance. A clandestine confrontation has commenced, though Robert remains largely indifferent to it. Today's events are likely more complex than they appear. As he observes Tony announce his decision on television, his uncle and company chairman, Obadiah, struggles to provide explanations. Yet, Robert's thoughts linger on the incident where he found himself encircled. It seems Nick Fury, director of SHIELD, was merely a pawn in the scenario. This is evident from his demeanor upon his initial appearance. And although it appears that the U.S. military intervened on Robert's behalf, it is clear that a web of conspiracies lies beneath the surface. Should Robert choose to remain oblivious to these machinations, he must possess sufficient strength. It seems I must retrieve the weapon Howard prepared for me, he mused as he watched Tony gradually being pulled away from the camera's view. Acting decisively is characteristic of Robert. He reached for his phone to contact Dean, hoping to inquire about Tony's number. However, he hesitated mid-motion. Perhaps it would be best to refrain from this course of action. With a sigh, Robert ultimately exited the dialing interface and instead opened his mobile browser to search for Tony's address. There is no doubt that for an arrogant and image-conscious playboy, his home address would be readily accessible online. At Tony Stark's residence in California, the first task upon returning home after miniaturizing the reactor was to upgrade the old version crafted in the cave. Pepper, could you lend me a hand? Tony inquired. What do you need? She replied, I need you to help me swap out a component. Tony placed the newly upgraded reactor into Pepper's hands while he detached the old model. Is this the device that enabled your escape? Pepper questioned. Indeed it is. Now, there's a wire connected to the bottom. Your task is simply to plug it in. Is this safe? She asked. Absolutely. Upon seeing the determination in Tony's eyes, Pepper tentatively took hold of the wire with one hand while her other ventured toward the opening in Tony's chest. Oh, what is this? She exclaimed, taken aback by the slimy texture, reminiscent of mucus. Tony was about to explain that it was an organic compound when suddenly a blue portal appeared before him. Oh, where have we landed this time? Stepping through the portal he had created, this was a simple application of Robert's spatial abilities. At his peak, he could open hundreds of such portals simultaneously. Even now, despite his internal injuries preventing him from recklessly utilizing his powers, he could still maintain a small portal for a while. Did I arrive at the right place? After a lengthy online search, Robert had identified several potential locations for Tony's residence. Not wishing to leverage military connections, he resolved to employ a more rudimentary approach and attempt each one individually. The first location is in New York. Let us drive there. If that is not the case, the second location in Washington might be a bit far. Moments ago, Robert stroked his chin, still contemplating matters with the reasoning of a normal person. Alas, that cursed internal injury began to throb again. Suddenly, as Robert pondered on the means of travel, the pain in his chest, a reminder of the injury wrought by spatial force, jolted his thoughts. With a sharp clap to his forehead, a realization dawned upon him. I possess one of the most formidable powers in the universe, the power of space. Why should I rely on mere walking? Thus, Robert commenced his experimentation. He invoked the power of space before him, and in an instant, a chaotic rift in space materialized. Its interior a tumult of disorder leading to any conceivable realm. It could potentially connect to the vast void of nothingness, the surface of the sun, or the center of a black hole, places of utmost peril. What Robert needed to accomplish was to transform this chaos into order, directing the rift to his desired destination. Initially, he aimed for his home, and upon attempting to manifest this thought, he found it astonishingly effortless. With a resounding thud, a plastic cup was tossed into the rift, and moments later, another rift appeared behind him, from which the cup emerged. After conducting several experiments with various objects without incident, Robert decided to proceed with a personal experiment. He opened a rift before him, took a deep breath, and with his eyes closed, stepped inside. In that instant, he experienced a sensation of weightlessness, which swiftly reverted to normalcy. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that he had returned to his home. Success! Robert had unlocked a new method of travel, which he named the Gateway of Space. This revelation ignited his imagination, leading him to explore peculiar ideas, such as exiting his house without using doors, commonly referred to as wall walking. He directed the power of space onto the wall, attempting to pass his body through it. In the initial attempts, he succeeded. However, once the power dissipated, the wall was left in ruins. Observing the significant hole in the load-bearing wall, Robert suddenly realized he might have landed himself in trouble. After a moment's hesitation, he shrugged it off. After all, it wasn't particularly valuable. He decided to further test whether he could indeed walk through walls. If successful, it would conveniently prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from observing young ladies bathing. With a heart set on safeguarding all beautiful young women, Robert resumed his experiments within his home. This time, he learned from his previous mistakes, deliberately avoiding the load-bearing areas and opting to experiment on thinner walls. Failure ensued time and again, resulting in several large holes both inside and outside the villa. An onlooker might suspect a rodent of considerable size had made its home there. After the 15th failed attempt, he resolved that this would be the last. Gazing upon the villa, which, despite the possibility of avoiding heavy objects, had become precariously unstable with its numerous gaping holes, Robert felt a sense of impending collapse. Yet, at that moment, he was consumed by his fervor. He could hardly believe that he had successfully created something as grand as a spatial portal, only to falter at the challenge of traversing a wall. He endeavored to minimize the internal output while moderately amplifying the external force. After 14 failed attempts, Robert had not emerged empty-handed. Rather, he had devised a method to resolve the issue. A sudden gust of wind swept through, causing the once sturdy villa to sway unervingly, prompting Robert, still inside, to swallow hard. However, having come this far, he felt that failure would render the destruction of the villa in vain. With unwavering resolve, he took his final leap through the expansive blue portal formed by spatial energy. Exiting the structure without obstruction, Robert swiftly turned to inspect the spot from which he had emerged, only to witness a solid wall materializing in its rightful place as the spatial force gradually dissipated. Eureka! After scrutinizing the wall for any flaws, Robert realized he had unlocked yet another skill. Before he could revel in his achievement, the dilapidated state of the villa dampened his spirits. What was it that I initially intended to accomplish? Adhering to the principle of out of sight, out of mind, Robert began to reflect on his original motivation for studying spatial energy. Within moments, he recalled his aim and promptly opened a portal to depart from the villa, recognizing that he might need to seek alternative accommodations for the time being. The first two coordinates proved fruitless. Robert followed the information he had gleaned online in search of Tony's residence. He traversed bustling urban centers, public restrooms, and wild jungles. Yet none led him to his desired destination. The final location was in California, and if this too proved fruitless, he might have no choice but to consult Dean. Robert preferred not to inconvenience others, yet he was not one to stubbornly cling to rigid principles. When faced with insurmountable issues or those requiring excessive time, he was more than willing to take a shortcut. A blue portal materialized in his home, right before Tony. Initially, Tony pondered whether someone was playing a prank with holographic projections. However, when Robert unexpectedly stepped through the portal, all thoughts of jest vanished. Pepper, were those sticky substances? Tony? Pepper, having received no response for some time, instinctively looked up. Upon noticing Tony's wide-eyed stare towards the front, her curiosity compelled her to follow his gaze. Oh, who are you? Not comprehending Robert's sudden appearance, Pepper instinctively exclaimed, startled by the presence of a stranger in her home. Hey, no. Tony had intended to shush Pepper quietly, but it was too late. Robert had already heard the commotion and turned around. Chapter 39. Tony Stark. Before Tony lay a man, bare-chested, reclining on what resembled an operating table, marked by an unsettling hole in his chest. Who are you? Tony inquired, sensing that the man had acknowledged their presence, striving to assert dominance in the situation. Perhaps, rather than concerning yourself with that, it would be more prudent to focus on affixing that device, Robert remarked, choosing a distant spot to sit and gesturing for Tony and Pepper to continue. Noticing Robert's non-threatening demeanor, Tony exchanged a glance with Pepper, who promptly understood, and without further hesitation, she plunged her hand into Tony's body to connect the wires. Pepper, are you all right? Wasn't it said that there was no danger? However, perhaps due to Pepper's anxiety, the wires inadvertently brushed against the metallic layer within Tony, causing his bodily functions to spiral into disarray, a most unpleasant sensation. 5 minutes later, as Tony finally regained his composure, he glanced at Robert, who remained seated quietly. Relaxing, he reclined once more. I apologized, Tony. I had no idea it would turn out this way. Pepper expressed her guilt, but Tony swiftly interrupted her. There are guests present, Pepper. I believe you should prepare a cup of coffee or something of the sort. He discreetly signaled her with a glance. True to her nature, Pepper, whose world revolved around Tony, had momentarily forgotten Robert's presence until now. Oh, right. After biting her lip, she returned Tony's glance and, albeit apprehensively, exited the room, casting furtive looks at Robert, as though fearing he might suddenly call her back. Once Pepper had completely vanished up the staircase, Tony exhaled quietly, relieved. So, can we talk now? Tony prompted. Certainly. What shall we discuss? Robert could perceive Tony's wariness. He suspected that no matter what he said, Tony would use it as an opportunity to delay, likely awaiting Pepper's return. You need not speak. Allow me to share a story with you. A story? What sort of tale? A fairy tale. Clearly accustomed to a life of authority, Tony was not easily subdued, yet Robert had his methods. It bears some resemblance to that, perhaps bordering on the fantastical, and it involves a man named Howard. If you remain silent, I would be happy to recount it in its entirety. Upon hearing Howard's name, Tony indeed fell silent, albeit only after uttering one more statement. If you dare fabricate lies in my father's name to deceive me, I assure you, your fate will be dire. Robert, unfazed by the threat, began to focus intently on narrating his story. In 1943, I first encountered Howard during a mission. At that time, he was renowned, much like you. Following the completion of that mission, Howard crafted a weapon specifically for me. However, due to technical limitations, it was temporarily set aside. Eventually, during my final mission, I faced an adversary known as Hydra. Their leader, the Red Skull, utilized a mysterious artifact to create a weapon capable of annihilating a significant portion of the world. This artifact fulfilled his dark ambitions and ultimately led to his downfall. After the inexplicable disappearance of the Red Skull, I instinctively grasped that artifact. By the time I realized its extreme danger, I had already seized it, yet I remained unharmed until an icy fate brought us to the present day, 70 years later. In a mere 10 minutes, Robert recounted the events of 1943 and the subsequent occurrences in their entirety. Tony Stark reclined in his chair, his expression shifting from initial skepticism to a tentative belief by the story's conclusion, largely influenced by Robert's series of actions upon his arrival. Nevertheless, Tony harbored reservations. His identity as a scientist inherently endowed him with a cautious disposition, preventing him from fully trusting another solely based on their words. Tony inquired, "Why should I believe you? What proof do you have that your claims are genuine?" It was time to demonstrate his prowess. Robert thought to himself. Initially, he intended to walk through the spatial portal from in front of Tony to behind him, but suddenly, a daring idea struck him. "I believe this can serve as a demonstration." With that, Robert began to gather spatial energy in his hand, patiently shaping it into a form reminiscent of a blade. Right there, Tony was still inside, and that inexplicable figure was present as well. Suddenly, a cacophony of hurried footsteps accompanied by Pepper's voice filled the air. And at that moment, Robert's creation was ready. With a swift motion, Robert hurled the blade-like spatial energy from his hand, and nothing in its path could impede its course. Neither solid machinery nor reinforced concrete walls could obstruct its trajectory. Anything that lay in its path vanished without a trace. It was not until the blue blade of spatial power dissipated that everyone regained their senses. By then, Tony had largely come to believe Robert's words, for that singular manifestation could have easily led to his demise. There was no need for deception. Meanwhile, the bodyguards who had just entered, led by Happy, were stunned into awareness. Happy glanced at the 5 men and women behind him, totaling 6, and upon reflecting on the mysterious individual's earlier display, he couldn't help but swallow hard. "Perhaps we should return and summon a few more people," he murmured, only to be met with a disapproving glance from Pepper. Happy, of course, could not admit to his desire to flee. To prove his worth, he steeled himself and dashed in to protect Tony, leading 4 bodyguards. Happy deliberately circumvented Robert's path, even willing to take a few extra steps, a challenging decision for a man of his stature. "Tony, we have come to safeguard you," Happy called out from behind his 4 protectors. "Indeed, I noticed, but I hope you can be a bit quicker next time. At this pace, my memorial might be scheduled sooner than anticipated," Tony retorted. "This was an unforeseen circumstance," Happy replied, clearly aware of Tony's reproach. He had faltered in his reaction time, leaving him without the confidence to argue back. How do we handle this individual? Pepper, the only one among them who approached Tony directly in Robert's presence, seemed to draw courage from an unknown source. "No, I believe we ought to refrain from attempting to resolve this, lest we find ourselves resolved instead," Tony replied, struggling to rise, prompting Happy to swiftly assist him. "Thank you, Happy." To his surprise, Tony merely used him as a support, ultimately choosing to lean on Pepper instead. Perhaps it was simply a matter of mutual repulsion. "Now, Robert, may I refer to you as such, or should I address you as Uncle?" Tony inquired as he was steadied by Pepper, posing an unexpectedly provocative question. Either is fine," Robert stammered, having been lost in thought about his recently discovered ability to supply energy continuously after projecting his spatial blade. Could it be that, theoretically, as long as my body can endure, it could fly indefinitely? A peculiar notion struck him, but as he caught Tony's malevolent gaze, he suddenly recalled Tony's earlier query and quickly adjusted his response. "No need for Uncle. Just call me Robert," he said, and only then did Tony's expression soften, clearly indicating that Robert had accurately discerned Tony's concern over the matter of address. Ironically, Robert was the least concerned with the title, while others were fixated on it. "Uncle," Pepper exclaimed. "Robert?" Happy echoed. The 4 bodyguards present also sensed the unfolding drama, yet Tony was not one to discuss matters openly in front of onlookers. "Could you please have your people withdraw? Happy, I sincerely hope you can make it here sooner next time. Otherwise, I might have to dismiss you before my brief life comes to an end." Tony smiled, expressing his displeasure without reservation. Happy could only endure. Recognizing this was indeed his blunder. Understood, boss, he replied, casting a reluctant glance at the source of his employer's discontent, Robert, before departing. Once Happy left, Pepper fixated her gaze on Robert and Tony, utterly perplexed as to how someone who appeared to be of high school age could possibly be Tony's uncle. Tony, all right. Enough with your speculative gaze. Allow me to elucidate. Unable to withstand Pepper's inquisitive stare, Tony succinctly conveyed Robert's identity to her. So, he truly is your uncle, Pepper murmured, suddenly realizing that Tony's elder was also her own. Pepper, Uncle Robert, I apologize for my earlier indiscretion. Realizing her faux pas, Pepper hastily offered her apologies to Robert. Yet her gesture darkened Tony's expression. Initially taken aback by being referred to as uncle by such a beautiful woman, Robert, upon noticing Tony's demeanor, ultimately decided to grant him one last favor. To be frank, you need not call me uncle. My actual age is even less than yours. So simply refer to me as Robert. Let's avoid any awkwardness. Tony, indeed, Pepper, it is more appropriate to address him as Mr. Robert. There is no need to age him prematurely. One must consider that at his age, he may not even have a girlfriend yet. We wouldn't want your choice of address to mislead any potential admirers. Pepper, is that so? Robert, quite so. Seeing Robert's compliance, Tony couldn't help but cast a satisfied glance in his direction, then contemplated how to discreetly divert Pepper to discuss certain matters privately. Pepper, I believe it's time for you to brew a cup of coffee. Robert is indeed our esteemed guest now, and we must exhibit proper decorum, don't you think? Oh, right. Following Tony's suggestion, Pepper hurriedly ascended the stairs to prepare coffee. Now, it is just you and I. Do share your purpose for being here. Surely, you did not come solely to regale me with a tale? Tony, now unassisted, moved to sit beside Robert and inquired. Chapter 40. Trust, yes. I believe I was quite clear. Your father crafted a knife for me, and I am here to retrieve it. Tony, I doubt Howard would part with such an item so casually. Now, do enlighten me about the conditions you proposed at that time. Robert, realizing the conversation had reached this juncture, could not help but admire Tony's astuteness, yet he still sought to resist. What if I told you Captain America is aware? He received a shield from your father. As soon as Robert uttered those words, he was momentarily taken aback when Tony produced a holographic invoice and placed it before him. This is an invoice from my father's era, from Stark Industries, which details the shield belonging to Captain America, procured with government funds. However, your record does not appear here. Robert, the glaring document laid before him led Robert to believe that Captain America had acquired his weapon through sheer luck, shattering his hopes of riding the coattails of that circumstance. Very well, your father indeed presented me with a condition. Realizing he could not deceive Tony, Robert had no choice but to reveal the truth. Tony, so, my father's stipulation was that you perform 3 tasks? Robert, precisely. Locking eyes with Robert, Tony found no discrepancies in his account and ultimately accepted his words as truth. Well then, let us embark on a quest to uncover the treasure you mentioned. To be candid, I still have a vivid recollection of it. It should be one of my father's most cherished possessions. In the end, Tony did not forget to emphasize the rarity of the item Robert sought, in hopes of inflating its value. After a thorough search in the collection area, Tony and Robert were unable to locate the vibranium knife. Pepper, your coffee is ready. Are you searching for something? Perhaps I may assist, she offered, emerging from behind a heap of items with a tray of coffee. Tony rushed over, gratefully taking a cup, savoring a sip before exclaiming, "Thank heavens at last. We have a helper. I had no idea I possessed such a multitude of collectibles. Come lend a hand, Pepper. We must search for another knife." With that, he set aside the tray and enlisted Miss Pepper as his laborer. "All right," she replied. Robert had been rummaging the entire time, and he had nearly concluded that the knife was not present. Suddenly, he noticed a distant area filled with refuse. "Hey, there's no way you'll find what you're looking for there," Tony confidently declared as Robert made his way toward the junkyard. However, to everyone's surprise, Robert discovered the knife Howard had crafted for himself amidst the discarded materials. Such a significant item could never be found there. That's merely trash awaiting disposal. Unbeknownst to Tony, who remained oblivious, Robert had already spotted the object. A knife was extracted from the debris, and the once confident expression on Tony's face now turned to one of disbelief. Robert, now indifferent to Tony's presence, reached for the vibranium long blade. "Wait, what's this?" Tony inquired, having approached and overheard Robert's puzzled tone as he examined the knife. "Is there something amiss?" Tony retorted, having scrutinized it closely and found nothing wrong. "Did you not notice that it is unsharpened?" Robert held the knife before Tony, urging him to look closer. "What of it? While this material is indeed hard, there are substances on Earth capable of sharpening it. If you hand it over, I can assist you." But the terms Tony smirked, fully aware that he was attempting to negotiate a higher price. Nevertheless, he recognized that Robert would struggle to sharpen the blade on his own. Finding your father's treasure amidst rubbish suggests that your family is indeed wealthy. You can afford to treat such collectibles as mere refuse. Robert's visit was motivated not only by the knife, but also by a desire to forge a connection with Tony. Hence, he was not overly concerned about Tony's price hike, provided that it was underpinned by mutual respect. This seemingly sarcastic remark was also a subtle probe into Tony's character, as he wished to gauge him before presenting any conditions. "I swear, I would never discard this." In the face of Robert's sarcastic inquiries, Tony did not respond with indignation or arrogance. Instead, he commenced an explanation. "Pepper, do you know who that is?" Pepper replied, How would I know? Perhaps it's the cleaner." At that moment, observing Tony's serious demeanor, she refrained from admitting that she usually handled the cleaning herself, instead attributing the blame to the indoor staff. Tony asserted, "Fire her immediately. I do not require someone who meddles with my belongings." Robert, standing nearby, noted Tony's irritation, which, regardless of its validity, signified a resolute stance. "All right, Tony, I believe you. Now, shall we discuss the terms?" He approached and patted Tony's shoulder, evidently pleased with his reaction. "Oh, I truly did not know those people would tamper with things. You were referring to the terms, correct?" His lingering anger seemed to cloud his comprehension of Robert's words. "Yes, I meant the terms. Let us talk," Robert reiterated. After confirming he had understood, Tony nodded, suddenly feeling slightly famished, perhaps due to the emotional toll of his anger. He glanced at his watch, realizing it was already the dead of night, approaching dawn. "Are you hungry?" he inquired. "A bit," came the response. "Pepper, could you prepare us 2 midnight snacks? If you're hungry too, then make it 3. Oh, okay." Pepper was somewhat bewildered, unsure how the conversation had shifted from discussing terms to a sudden desire for food. However, since it was Tony's request, she dutifully set off to prepare the late-night meal. "Now that everyone has left, you can tell me what you wish to do," Tony prompted. "Have they gone?" Robert replied. "Well, all right." Tony specifically glanced up the staircase, and only when he confirmed that Pepper had indeed disappeared from sight did he feel at ease. "I do not require you to assist me with too many matters. I am fully capable of handling future endeavors. However, I currently have something more pressing at hand." So, raising an eyebrow, Robert had begun to surmise what Tony wanted him to do, though he remained uncertain and thus inquired further. "To exchange this knife, there is but one condition. You must help me investigate something. When I was captured by terrorists in Afghanistan, they displayed a cache of weapons to me, all products of Stark Industries. I presume those items did not leave your hands, correct?" Robert questioned. "Of course not," Tony replied without hesitation. Yet suddenly a thought struck him, causing his expression to stiffen. Though he was reluctant, the words slipped from his lips. "It is also possible that someone acted in my name." Only a select few could operate under Tony's name, and it was evident that apart from his secretary Pepper, none possessed such capability. This was likely the reason for diverting her attention. "I need you to investigate the cause of that arms leak. Just the investigation is required, and I can handle the aftermath myself. What do you think of this condition?" Robert understood the source of Tony's confidence, which was none other than the legendary suit of armor that would later become renowned. Certainly, this posed no challenge for Robert. He shrugged off the matter nonchalantly, genuinely appearing at ease. Were it not for the concern that Tony might suspect him of being a phantom, Robert would have readily disclosed the identity of the infiltrator within Stark Industries. "Excellent. It is now yours," Tony exclaimed as he placed the vibranium-crafted blade into Robert's hands, his gesture as decisive as it was somewhat suspicious. "Is this a mere dull blade you offer me? What am I to do with it? Slay my foes with a single swing?" Robert's reaction was evidently the one Tony had anticipated, a radiant expression illuminating his face. In a seemingly playful yet morbid jest, he remarked, "Do you not possess that ability to manipulate space? Perhaps you could channel that power into the blade. It might prove more effective than the blade itself." Tony's jest, however, was taken to heart by Robert, who appeared to have been granted access to a novel realm of possibilities. He immediately focused the spatial energy upon the blade. In an instant, the power coalesced in his grasp and enveloped the weapon in a shimmering blue energy. Were it not for Robert's hold on it, even the vibranium weapon would have been consumed by the spatial force. "Oh, my goodness," Tony exclaimed, cradling his head in disbelief that Robert had actually brought his jest to fruition. "Let's test its might." With an eagerness for spectacle, Tony pointed towards a steel pipe in the room, urging Robert to demonstrate the blade's power. With a decisive swing, Robert cleaved through the steel pipe as though wielding a blade of water, the metal offering no resistance, vanishing entirely from the point of impact. Good heavens! Such an invincible ability. From Tony's perspective, the pipe had been effortlessly severed in twain, devoid of any friction, leaving him utterly astonished. "Well, it's rather average," Robert replied with a dismissive curl of his lip, indicating his disappointment. The truth was, he could conjure a blade of light composed of spatial energy from thin air, with effects comparable to the vibranium-based weapon he was currently wielding. Noticing Robert's apparent dissatisfaction, though perplexed by the reason, Tony nevertheless expressed his own interests. "I found that quite impressive. Though I am uncertain as to why you are unsatisfied, I regret to inform you that I do not accept returns." Casting a bemused glance at Tony, Robert reassured him, "I had no intention of returning it." Seeing that Robert's expression bore sincerity, Tony was convinced, replying, "That is for the best." As they spoke, Robert placed the blade before Tony, suggesting he safeguard it, though in truth he had lost interest in it. Yet, one aspect Robert perhaps failed to recognize was that all the energy he had amassed was now concentrated within the blade, rendering his own body merely a conduit, thus experiencing minimal strain. If he were to create a weapon devoid of physical form solely through the manipulation of spatial power, he would become the vessel that bears such energy, inevitably increasing the strain on his body. Should Robert grasp this concept and judiciously wield the vibranium blade, his combat prowess would ascend several tiers. Alas, Chapter 41, Lodging. "Now, if there is nothing else at hand, you may consider the matter concluded." Tony gestured towards the door, the implication of his dismissal unmistakable. This left Robert in an awkward predicament, reminding him of his home riddled with gaping holes, perhaps even causing him to fret about its potential collapse while he slept at night. A gust of wind might either rouse him from the chill, or conversely, lead to unfortunate consequences. Tony, due to some peculiar circumstances, found himself in a peculiar position. Initially, Tony was taken aback, only regaining his composure moments later. "So, you mean to say you wish to reside here for a while?" Robert, upon hearing Tony's words, intended to communicate that he was actually seeking assistance in finding a suitable and affordable home to purchase. Yet, now Tony was the one suggesting that Robert stay here, which aligned with Robert's initial desire to cultivate a good rapport, hoping to leverage Tony's prominence to connect with the remaining Infinity Stones. "If possible," Tony replied, "of course. That is no problem." Robert sought to befriend Tony, and Tony was equally eager to forge a connection with him. Having witnessed Robert's remarkable abilities firsthand, Tony understood that even with his Iron Man suit, he could not contend with such a formidable individual. Any rational person would seek to ally with someone so powerful. "Jarvis, please summon Pepper." "Certainly, sir." Dialing sound, moments later, Pepper's voice emerged. "Hello, Pepper, is your late-night snack ready? If so, please bring it down. If not, no need to rush." "I'm almost done. Just a moment," she replied, seemingly preoccupied, hastily concluding the call. "I believe she's quite busy at the moment. How about I have Jarvis show you to your room?" "Whatever suits you. I'm fine with anything," Robert responded. "Very well, Jarvis, please escort our guest to the guest room." "Right away, Mr. Stark." Jarvis's voice resonated, followed by a guiding arrow illuminating the way ahead. "What do you think?" Tony inquired, a hint of pride in his tone as Robert observed the holographic arrow on the floor. While an ordinary individual might have been impressed, Robert was already well aware of Tony's capabilities and felt no astonishment. "Quite impressive," he replied curtly, following the indicated path to the guest room, leaving Tony in a state of melancholic disappointment at his own failed attempt at grandeur. It can be said that Tony truly lives up to his reputation as a renowned billionaire. The sheer expanse of his villa far exceeds that of the residence Robert once possessed in New York. Guided through the opulent corridors, Robert was led into an expansive guest bedroom, where he beheld the lavish and technologically sophisticated decor. Unable to resist, he reclined upon the grand bed at the center of the room. The moment he lay down, he felt as though he had sunk into a cloud. The immaculate linens enveloped him in a comforting embrace, inducing a sudden wave of drowsiness. Detected a 90 inclination towards sleep. Lighting has been automatically adjusted for your comfort. Sweet dreams, Jarvis's voice echoed in his ear. Just before surrendering to slumber, Robert mused on the merits of wealth. In the villa's subterranean laboratory, after exchanging his miniature arc reactor, Tony commenced the activities he had originally intended to pursue following Robert's departure. No, this must be eliminated. It appears overly cumbersome, he remarked as a holographic blueprint materialized before him. He diligently modified the design of his armor, striving for perfection. Mr. Stark, Mr. Robert has retired for the evening. Jarvis interjected suddenly from the holographic display. Meanwhile, Tony continued to speak while adjusting the schematic. Grant Robert full access. I have verified that my father indeed had a brief acquaintance with him, and astonishingly, there are entries in his diary mentioning this friendship. It is noteworthy that I scarcely appear in its pages. Initially, Tony focused on the matter at hand, but his discourse gradually devolved into soliloquy, prompting Jarvis to deactivate after merely hearing the first utterance, requiring a subsequent summons for reactivation. Knock, knock. Tony, Pepper, laden with a tray of late-night snacks, had prepared a delightful assortment for both Robert and Tony. However, to her dismay, her elevated access privileges inexplicably failed to grant her entry into the laboratory. Oh, I'm coming in, she thought, as her vantage point did not allow her to discern Tony's activities. Nevertheless, it did not deter her from voicing her grievances the moment she stepped inside. Is there something monumental that you are concealing from me? I prepared a delightful spread. Yet one of you is already asleep while the other denies me entry. Are you distancing yourself from me, Tony? Pepper's barrage of inquiries left Tony feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Despite his penchant for novelty, he could not deny the emotions entwined in their relationship. I assure you, I am not distancing myself at all, he exclaimed, pulling Pepper into an embrace. Regardless of his doubts and her evident discomfort, he yearned to hold her for just a moment longer. Time seemed to stretch as their gazes interlocked, drawing them closer together. Sighing softly, Tony unintentionally released a breath that brushed against Pepper's face, snapping her back to reality and prompting her to retreat from his embrace. I think I should get some rest. Good night, Tony, she stammered, hastily adjusting her attire and fleeing from his sight. Tony, filled with self-loathing for his own shortcomings, wished he could slap himself as he helplessly watched the opportunity slip away. With no choice but to accept reality, he immersed himself in the research of simplifying the Iron Man suit. It was only after toiling late into the night that exhaustion overtook him, and just before drifting into slumber, a thought struck him. Jarvis, please remember to wake me when Robert awakens tomorrow. I've forgotten to convey some details of our plan. Certainly, sir. Wishing you sweet dreams. With a weary body, Tony swiftly succumbed to sleep, yet he found it difficult to adjust to Robert's habit of rising early. Good morning, Mr. Robert. It is now 7 a.m. The indoor temperature stands at 23 degrees Celsius, while outside it is 17 degrees. The sun has yet to rise, if you wish. You may enjoy the dawn over the East Coast from the window. As Robert sat up in bed, he contemplated switching on the light, a customary action for any human emerging from the darkness. However, in this abode, known as Tony's house, the moment he stirred, the lights gradually illuminated the room, creating a gentle ambience rather than a jarring, blinding glare. Although it was designated as a guest room, it boasted more than just a bed. It also featured a private bathroom and shower, which Robert, having turned in early the previous night, found himself wanting to use. 10 minutes later, after finishing his shower and opening the door, he witnessed the curtains parting slowly, revealing a crimson silhouette rising behind the transparent glass wall. Honestly, he could not fathom why anyone would rise at such an hour. Come on, brother. The United Nations stipulates a healthy routine of sleeping at 10 p.m. and waking at 9 a.m. Your schedule clearly defies international standards. Just as Robert was delighting in the scenic view from the transparent window, Tony's voice, tinged with morning irritability, echoed through the room, startling him at first. I do not appreciate being monitored, Robert promptly protested. In my own home, I should have the freedom to do as I please. Yet, in the face of Tony's undeniable rationale, Robert's arguments seemed feeble. Well, what do you wish to say? being a guest under someone else's roof. Robert felt compelled to acquiesce to the possibility of being surveilled, realizing that only by moving out could he escape this predicament. Although he now possessed a fortune of $160 million, he had yet to consider purchasing his own residence. About that investigation I assigned you yesterday. I am officially hiring you as a security consultant for Stark Industries and providing you with an operational account for your convenience. Just as he finished speaking, Tony drifted back to sleep, leaving Robert bemused as he ended the conversation, listening to Tony's snores. Jarvis, what does Tony mean by an operational account? Is there money in it? Searching for identity confirmation. Confirmation successful. After a brief moment of inquiry, Jarvis confirmed Robert's identity and addressed his question. The action account, as its name implies, is an account specifically established for this endeavor, containing a sum of $50 million. It is essential to clarify that this money belongs entirely to Mr. Stark and is intended solely for designated purposes. After memorizing the car number and password, Robert directly activated the spatial portal and departed, leaving behind the tedious deliberation of Jarvis, the artificial intelligence, regarding the ownership of the funds. In the second-floor restroom of Midtown High School, a blue portal manifested out of thin air, and Robert emerged from within. Although the location was somewhat peculiar, it proved to be rather convenient, certainly swifter than driving. Observing the restroom devoid of urinals, Robert felt a sense of relief for his early rising. Had he arrived a bit later, he might have been mistaken for a creep should a female classmate enter. During the first class of the morning, Robert noticed that Peter, seated beside him, appeared rather unwell. Recalling the incident from the previous day when Peter was bitten by a spider, Robert surmised that the genetic effects of the super spider were beginning to manifest. Peter, I believe you should consider taking a leave and resting at home, he suggested. Huh? Peter Parker, feeling dizzy, took a moment to recognize Robert before replying, I'm fine, really. He forced a smile, attempting to appear at ease. Your current state hardly suggests you're fine. If you prefer not to leave, perhaps you could rest your head on the desk for a while. Great idea. Robert's suggestion seemed to invigorate Peter, who promptly laid his head down on the desk and fell asleep. The bell rang to signal the end of class. Yet it failed to rouse Peter. At that moment, their mutual friend Harry approached with concern. Is Peter all right? He never sleeps during class. Who knows? Perhaps he didn't get enough rest last night, Robert replied, not fully disclosing the truth. Was he to explain to Harry that it was the super spider's genes affecting Peter? Such a notion was far-fetched and might easily lead to being deemed insane. Let him rest for a bit longer. If he is still unwell by afternoon, we may need to take him to the school nurse, Harry remarked, his face full of worry, revealing his genuine affection for Peter. Ironically, this bond would later shatter due to the influence of a woman, leading to a tragic rift between the two. Thinking of women, Robert instinctively shifted his gaze to Belinda in the front row, only to discover that she was also discreetly watching him. He noted that whenever he glanced her way, her eyes were invariably fixed upon him. Who said money couldn't buy love? Robert mused internally while flashing a smile at Belinda, only to have her shyly avert her gaze. A gentle breeze wafted through the window, playfully lifting a strand of the girl's hair, while sunlight bathed her face, creating an indescribable beauty. Belinda, I love you. Outside the classroom, a loud shout suddenly interrupted Robert's moment of admiration, disturbing his tranquil mood. Who was that? Robert turned to Harry beside him and asked, given that he had only recently arrived and was unfamiliar with most people. Harry replied, Him? I've heard that Jim Byron's family is involved in the education administration, though his position must be quite modest. Otherwise, he would have already enrolled in a private school. Before Harry could finish speaking, Robert had already approached. Belinda, I bring you a bouquet of flowers as a token of my profound affection. Oh, accept him, accept him. Hurry, Belinda, do not hesitate. Some individuals had already begun to cheer, and the atmosphere had reached a fervent pitch. Just as Jim was preparing to kneel, Robert suddenly plunged into the crowd. Standing in front of Belinda, Jim, who are you? Get away from me. Jim expressed his disdain for the unexpected intruder, irritated by his lack of decorum. What is wrong with you? Can't you see someone is confessing their feelings? Don't block the way. Exactly. Don't make things uncomfortable for yourself. If you leave now, we might still let you off the hook. What are you waiting for? Scram. Jim's friends, seeing the carefully orchestrated confession about to be disrupted by a stranger, jumped in to threaten Robert before Jim even had a chance to speak. Who is this kid? A newcomer. I assume he hasn't heard of the notorious reputation of the Extreme Electric Gang. A fresh face, clearly unaware. Huh. Today promises to be entertaining. A group of students from other classes gathered to watch the spectacle. Listening to the continuous flattery directed at him, Jim's previously sullen expression brightened considerably. He stared intently at Robert, as if to say, "Realize your place, and leave at once. What is your opinion?" Robert ignored Jim's demeanor and turned to Belinda, asking, I don't want your flowers, I'm sorry." Belinda provided a response that pleased Robert, allowing him to truly consider not returning the money he owed her. Wow. While Belinda's answer satisfied Robert, it was clear that the onlookers were struggling to believe it. Upon closer inspection, those who appeared astonished were students from other floors or even the adjacent building. This was due to the management at Zhongqing School intentionally downplaying Robert's earlier display of authority over flesh, leading to his deeds not being widely disseminated throughout the school. The impact of Robert's assertion of dominance had only spread among those on the same floor, and even that had attracted the personal attention of the principal, resulting in the matter being suppressed. This was why most of those cheering were unfamiliar faces. Robert's classmates and those from his floor merely observed the commotion, with few daring to mock. Belinda, why? Jim held the flowers, scanning his surroundings and noticing that some classmates who had recently been supportive were now wearing amused expressions. For a young man who valued his reputation, this was intolerable, especially since he considered himself a prominent figure at Zhongqing High School. Belinda glanced at Robert, uncertain of how to navigate this predicament. She had encountered situations involving love letters and declarations of affection before, much like Jim's, but those who faced rejection typically retreated with gentlemanly grace. Never had she met someone like Jim, who relentlessly pursued answers. I see, this scoundrel has threatened you. Hasn't he? As the mocking expressions of those around her intensified, Jim began to shift the blame onto Robert, who stood before him. With a flushed face, he pointed at Robert, accusing him of threatening Belinda. What are you doing? Robert, suddenly stepping forward, startled Jim. However, when Jim turned to see his brawny friends, his confidence surged, and he confronted Robert, demanding, enough of this. If this continues, it will end poorly for everyone. Yet, Robert had no intention of escalating the situation. Instead, he leaned in to counsel Jim, explaining that it was not a matter of favoritism. When faced with Flesh's mockery of Peter, he had swiftly dealt with it. But now, encountering Jim, he chose a more diplomatic approach. The underlying reason lay with Flesh in a previous life. Robert had been an ordinary individual who disliked him while watching Marvel Spider-Man, whereas he had no personal vendetta against Jim, who fancied Belinda. Thus, Robert was willing to offer him a way out, allowing him to retreat gracefully. You will regret this. However, Robert's goodwill was misinterpreted, and Jim took it as a provocation. Brothers, this fool claims he will humiliate me. After spitting out his venomous words towards Robert, Jim began to rally his friends, and soon a few men emerged from the crowd, casting menacing glares at Robert. This is going to be entertaining. This kid is too arrogant. Now he's in for it. Jim's bravado was interrupted by the sudden arrival of the security team. Oh, the security team is here. What a buzzkill. How did they arrive so promptly? Just as Jim and his group surrounded Robert, Belinda attempted to reason with Jim from the sidelines, but he remained unmoved, his anger only intensifying. Just as he was poised to teach Robert a lesson, he overheard that the security team was approaching. Stop right there. The security chief shouted from a distance, panting heavily, yet rushing to the scene with utmost urgency. As the crowd parted, Jim's eyes widened in realization that the security team had indeed arrived. Despite his arrogance, he dared not strike Robert in front of them. Knowing it would lead to disciplinary action, his father would not allow him to escape unscathed. Consider yourself lucky this time, but don't think this is over. Reluctantly, Jim abandoned his chance to reprimand Robert, but he still managed to threaten him one last time. Thank heavens. As Jim's words faded, the security chief, accompanied by 10 officers, arrived at the scene. Upon confirming that Robert was unharmed amidst the crowd, he let out a sigh of relief. As Jim noticed several security personnel approaching, he signaled to his companions to disperse. However, at that moment, Robert suddenly struck him with a resounding slap across the face, right in front of everyone. I despise threats above all else. After delivering the blow, Robert casually shook his hand as if it were a trifling matter. How dare you? Jim exclaimed, incredulous. Was he truly struck? Indeed, he was. What transpired? He had been momentarily distracted and missed the event. Damn it. The crowd buzzed with renewed energy as Jim stood there, clutching his face and glaring at Robert. A few of his friends were eager to defend him, but felt restrained by the presence of the security team nearby. Did you see that? This guy just assaulted a fellow student. Hurry up and apprehend him. One of Jim's more astute friends called out to the approaching security team, realizing that since they could not act directly, they might as well leverage others' authority. What? I didn't see anything, the security captain retorted, astonishing everyone by feigning ignorance after surveying the scene as if he had witnessed nothing. How could you not see? Those individuals surrounded me, intending to harm me. This is utterly outrageous. Why aren't you apprehending them? Jim protested, clutching his throbbing face. The biased remarks from the security team were already infuriating enough, and now Robert was retaliating against him, pushing him to the brink of fury. What are you doing? Just as Jim gathered the courage to confront Robert, he realized he was being pinned to the ground. The security personnel were indeed following Robert's lead and restraining him and his companions. Jim, nearly exploding with rage, began to resist, but was thoroughly subdued when several more security members joined in. Mr. Robert, are you satisfied? A few minutes later, the security captain asked, gesturing toward the bound Jim and his friends. Very well, take them to the principal's office for further investigation. They claim to be part of some notorious group, Robert replied. Yes. The security captain saluted Robert awkwardly before leading the defiant Jim toward the principal's office. How dare you show such favoritism? I will report you. Jim continued to rant along the way, but the security captain, responsible for their restraint, merely picked at his ears, seemingly indifferent. You're fortunate, kid. Don't be foolish. Do you even know who that guy is that you provoked? The captain felt compelled to offer a warning to this audacious young man to ensure a quieter journey ahead. Who is he? Upon hearing this, Jim immediately fell silent. You know Flesh from your class, right? Yes. I've heard he ended up in prison for some reason. What does that have to do with that guy? What connection? Earlier, you provoked Robert, and not long after that, Flesh had also stirred trouble before finding himself imprisoned. What connection do you think this holds? At first, Jim found it hard to believe the security captain's words. His doubt did not stem from a disbelief in the existence of individuals with such extraordinary abilities, but rather from the incredulity that such individuals could be present in a public high school. It is well known that in America, public schools lack the prestige of private institutions, where the influential prefer to send their offspring. It is only in the elite classes of the public university that a handful of privileged youths can be found. Truly powerful figures seldom grace these halls. Typically, American public schools serve as the educational grounds for the children of ordinary families, which is precisely why Jim felt so unrestrained here. Chapter 43. Expulsion is what you say true? Initially, Jim was skeptical, but upon reflecting on the unwavering confidence of the security personnel who wrongfully accused him, his resolve began to waver. Believe it or not, the security captain observed his diminishing outbursts and chose to refrain from further argument. Soon enough, he would be compelled to accept the truth in the principal's office. Belinda will henceforth be my girlfriend, and I hope such incidents as earlier will not recur. In the midst of his declaration, Robert publicly embraced Belinda, who did not resist, but rather shyly buried her face in his chest. All right, everyone disperse. Having conveyed his message, he noticed Belinda's profound shyness and decided against saying more, allowing the onlookers to scatter. Following the earlier confrontation with Jim, nobody dared to oppose Robert, save for a few offering their congratulations. Not a single complaint was uttered, at least not in person. Cradling the girl in his arms and inhaling her enchanting fragrance, Robert found it hard to resist the allure, even after having tasted it once before. Are you still residing in Queens? He whispered into Belinda's ear, warmth enveloping her, stirring an inexplicable sensation within her. Well, not at the moment, but once my mother is discharged from the hospital, I should move back, Belinda replied in a soft, melodic tone while still nestled against Robert. Forget that chaotic place. I have an apartment in the city. Spend the next few days tidying up, and I'll help you move. Having publicly acknowledged their relationship, Robert felt it was only right to assume the necessary responsibilities, and he had already resolved that the financial burden would not fall on him. My home is still available. And enough. You will heed my words. Return today and prepare to move into my place tomorrow. Robert interrupted, decisively cutting off any further arguments from Belinda. Excuse me, sir. Which property are you considering purchasing? In disbelief, Lewis, a New York real estate agent, received an unexpected call from a stranger who claimed to urgently require a property in the city. Naturally, Lewis saw no reason to decline such an eager prospective client. In accordance with convention, she began to tentatively inquire about the price threshold that her counterpart could endure, as long as the location was within the city. Her primary concern was to secure a safe environment. Lewis had initially expected Robert to mention properties in a specific area, as clients who called directly typically conducted extensive research beforehand. After all, no one's money comes easily. Properties in New York City often exceed hundreds of thousands of dollars. And who wouldn't be concerned about such substantial sums? Sir, if you desire a safer location, we happen to have several options available. With the police station just 500 meters away, Lewis casually remarked, preparing to gauge Robert's subsequent reaction. It is well known that safety is a paramount concern for the American populace, particularly in light of rampant crime, and residing near a police station undoubtedly guarantees security. When demand is high, property prices in such areas naturally escalate, and Lewis's inquiry aimed to deduce Robert's expectations based on his response. To put it simply, Lewis sought to ascertain how much Robert was willing to invest. Adjacent to the police station would be ideal. What is the price? Louis replied, Huh? All right, let me check. Originally intent on estimating Robert's budget, Lewis now realized she might be dealing with a significant client. Swiftly, she searched for the best property available near the police station and eagerly informed Robert, Sir, our finest property is located on the 12th floor of the Diamond Building on 5th Street in the Upper West Side. It boasts ample sunlight and a reprieve from the city's clamor, with safety assured as most of New York's affluent residents reside there. The price is $3,500 per square meter. Noticing Robert's nonchalant attitude towards the cost, Lewis promptly recommended the best available unit without suggesting villas, as their needs differed. Robert responded, Money is of no concern, as long as it is safe. Let us schedule a time for me to view the property. Lewis replied, Any time works for me, sir. May I have your phone number and name, please? Surprised by the smooth progression of the conversation, Lewis readily agreed to accommodate Robert's schedule. Noting that he was not one to dawdle, he directly inquired about the address of Lewis's company, stating that he would come by at noon. After registering his information and obtaining the address, Robert ended the call. With a cleared browsing history, Robert casually removed any traces of his search for real estate agents, feeling relieved once his search history was devoid of any entries. Robert, you were absolutely impressive just now, Harry exclaimed as he entered the classroom and took his seat. Harry, what was so impressive? Peter, you've finally awakened, but unfortunately, it seems you missed the moment. Harry chattered, his mouth moving as he recounted the earlier events to Peter, both glancing toward Robert as they spoke. Bang! When Peter heard that Robert was surrounded by others, he was instantly consumed by anger. He slammed his fist on the desk to express his fury, not realizing that the sturdy table would shatter into two pieces. With a resounding crack, Harry exclaimed, Oh, Peter, what are you doing? Goodness! This sudden outburst from Peter captured everyone's attention, drawing nearly every gaze in the classroom toward him. Feeling awkward, Peter stood frozen in place. You need to learn to control your strength, mate, Robert said as he rose and approached Peter. While speaking, he began to drag the remnants of the desk toward the back to dispose of them, then pulled Peter to his seat, preparing to fetch another desk. I'll go with you, Peter insisted. I'll join too. Oh, never mind, Harry decided against it, as the class bell rang suddenly. Ding, ding, ding. Peter glanced at Harry before turning to follow Robert out. Belinda, seated in the classroom, initially intended to join them but reconsidered, realizing she would be of little help and might only complicate matters. Peter truly was a troublemaker, leaving Robert to assist him in finding a desk. Indeed, if it weren't for Robert, he would still be suffering from bullying. He was truly inadequate. Shoo, have you all forgotten what happened to Flesh? Keep your voices down. Despite this warning, those who had been gossiping fell silent, as there was a cautionary tale before them. I'm sorry, Robert, for dozing off when you were in danger and not being able to help you. Peter apologized while following Robert on their quest for a desk. There's no need for that. I can handle those people. Right now, our priority is to find a desk. Without dwelling on the issue, Robert borrowed an extra desk from the adjacent classroom. The teacher there clearly recognized him and even offered to assist in carrying the desk. No need, teacher. We can manage on our own, Robert insisted, not allowing Peter to lend a hand, as it was evident that he had awakened his spider abilities, but was still unaccustomed to them. If he helped, he might break another desk. Upon returning to the classroom, the teacher merely inquired about the situation before nodding and allowing Robert and Peter to take their seats. To Peter's astonishment, there was not even a reprimand. However, in stark contrast to the leniency displayed here, Jim in the principal's office faced a far graver predicament. Given your collusion and bullying of classmates, we have decided to expel you in accordance with school regulations, exclaimed the principal of Midtown. What? Expelled? At that moment, Jim truly believed the security chief's words. But it seemed too late now. The principal ignored their pleas for leniency and opted for expulsion instead. Take them out. Stand at the school gate until their guardians arrive as a warning to the entire school, confronting several security guards in the principal's office. He gestured for them to escort these individuals outside, awaiting the arrival of their guardians to complete the necessary withdrawal procedures. Once finalized, they would return home. Am I left without an education? Jim murmured to himself before being led away, clearly overwhelmed by the abruptness of the situation. As the students were taken away by their furious parents at midday, Robert arrived at the real estate agency he had contacted that morning. Mr. Robert? The young agent inquired hesitantly, gazing at him. Yes, it is I. Let us hasten to view the property. I have little time to spare. Ah, of course, she stammered, momentarily taken aback, beginning to question whether Robert was merely jesting, given his youthful appearance. In the upper district, on the 12th floor of the Dima building, Robert glanced around the apartment. Being an older property, it had some decor, yet in such a prime location, the embellishments were undoubtedly lavish. This one will do nicely. What is your account number for the transfer? Initially apprehensive, Louise feared that this young man might be toying with her. It was somewhat her fault for being overly elated. The company policy required a 5,000 deposit to view properties intended to filter clients. However, she had not considered this at the time and felt too embarrassed to bring it up later. To her astonishment, Robert promptly provided her with a delightful surprise, efficiently relaying the price and the company's account details, leaving her eagerly anticipating the funds. Ring, ring. Louise, how did you manage to close a 300,000 deal so swiftly? When you return, I shall reward you handsomely. Louise received a call from the leader of their sales team, his voice brimming with joy and excitement, mirroring her own elation. I truly did not expect such trust from you, Mr. Robert. Do you have any requests? Our company will spare no effort to fulfill them. With Robert's straightforwardness, Louise readily encouraged him to propose some reasonable conditions. Well, my request is simple. Assist me with my move. Louise responded, Is it truly that uncomplicated? Indeed, it is that simple, Robert affirmed. Chapter 44. A bet after school in the afternoon. Robert bid farewell to Belinda and the rather unwell Peter, subsequently leading her to a vehicle outside the Midtown school. Please step inside. He exchanged a knowing glance with Belinda before entering the car. Mr. Robert, is this lady the one requiring assistance with her move? Yes, indeed. Let us proceed to her residence in Queens. Originally, Robert intended for Belinda to return home to prepare, while he discreetly utilized his spatial powers to facilitate her move during her absence. Although it seemed an extravagant approach, it was undeniably convenient. However, with capable hands readily available, Robert opted to forego exerting himself. Lewis was accompanied by personnel from the moving company collaborating with her, and as they arrived at Belinda's residence, they promptly began organizing as per the instructions. Mr. Roberts' property transfer contract had already been established. Kindly affix your signature in the homeowner section and provide me with your identification details, so I may proceed with the formalities. Is it truly necessary to provide such information? Just as Robert was about to sign, he hesitated upon hearing the request for identification, for all his valid identification was tucked away in that dilapidated villa. Was he expected to venture back there, perhaps retreating to the restroom to utilize a spatial portal? How cumbersome. Belinda, come here. He called out to the conflicted young woman who was deliberating over which belongings to retain. Upon her arrival, Robert promptly pushed her toward Lewis. Let her handle the paperwork. He then strode away nonchalantly, seemingly indifferent to the several $100,000 spent on the property. In truth, he genuinely cared little. Lewis watched Robert's carefree departure, then turned to the somewhat bewildered young woman before her, feeling a twinge of envy. Belinda, for reasons unbeknownst to her, experienced a fleeting sense of dread in Robert's presence. Yet when she glanced over, all trace of it vanished. Very well, miss, please inscribe your name here. This is a request from Mr. Robert. Upon hearing it was Robert's request, Belinda signed without a second thought, and, after Lewis assured her it was in order, returned to her organizational duties. Meanwhile, Robert, unconcerned, slipped into a quiet alleyway. Ah, how superheroes often retreat into alleys. Activating the spatial portal, Robert instantly reappeared in Tony's residence in California. All right, set the thrust to 10%. Hopefully, I won't be propelled away this time. Robert materialized unexpectedly in Tony's laboratory, where Tony was engrossed in experimenting with his Iron Man suit. Hey, why do you always appear like this? Can't you just walk through the door? Tony, who was diligently adjusting his flight posture, reacted with irritation akin to someone whose underwear had been exposed. I have no interest in your contraption. A mere glance was sufficient for Robert to lose interest in Tony's wearable flying device, which only fueled Tony's frustration further. Don't you want to see my latest invention? Don't pretend to be indifferent. Who wouldn't be enamored by it? Tony was now attempting to win Robert's admiration for his creation, displaying a somewhat capricious demeanor. I truly have little interest, and I suspect that in the next moment, you won't be so enamored either. Robert, having no desire to linger, prepared to depart. Yet Tony was still oblivious to his intentions. It turned out Robert was referring to being propelled against the wall, resulting in a rather solid impact. Why didn't you say so earlier? Robert was ascending the staircase when Tony, who had just picked himself up from the floor, shouted after him, Robert, you're back? Perfect timing for dinner. Could you do me a favor and call down to Tony? Just as Robert reached the top of the stairs, he encountered Pepper, who was carrying 2 plates of steak. Reluctantly, Robert turned back. Upon descending, he discovered that Tony, who had previously collapsed, was now standing once more, preparing for another experiment. Authentication in progress. Identity confirmed. Robert authorized. Upon opening the obstructive door, Robert stepped inside. I must say, Tony, your contraption is quite bothersome. That little identity verification gadget had wasted precious seconds of his time, a significant inconvenience for someone eager to dine. Bothersome? Don't be ridiculous. Without my authorization, this system would leave you entirely immobile within this house. I don't believe it, Robert scoffed, a smirk crossing his lips, inadvertently bruising Tony's inflated ego. Jarvis, cancel all of Robert S. permissions immediately. Remove him from the authorization list for 1 hour. Task generated. Executing. Execution successful. All permissions for Robert have been revoked. In a fit of indignation, Tony commanded the artificial intelligence to temporarily rescind Robert's access, then turned to him with a triumphant expression. For the next hour, you're not going anywhere, Tony boasted, his demeanor smug. For under normal circumstances, Robert would indeed find himself at a standstill unless he dismantled the house itself. Even so, I can navigate quite freely, Robert retorted. No, you cannot. Tony insisted. I can. You cannot. The volume of their exchange escalated. And as Robert grew weary of the pointless argument, he was suddenly struck by the sight of Tony engrossed in his experiments. If memory served him correctly, Tony later expressed disdain for the cramped space and retreated to the underground garage to refine his suit. Eureka! A thought crossed his mind, and instead of concluding the spat, he decided to steer the conversation in another direction. Do you believe I can come and go as I please here? In no circumstance, without damaging anything. Is that remotely possible? Tony replied. Well then, how about we make a wager? Robert proposed. A wager on what? Hooked. A smirk danced across Robert's face as the terms of the bet formed in his mind. You must have quite a few fine automobiles, right? You want a car? Very well. If you win, you can choose any car of mine, but if you lose? If I lose, I shall serve you like a beast of burden for a year. But the stakes are not as simple as a single car. I want them all. What? Are you afraid? Seeing a flicker of hesitation in Tony's expression, Robert eagerly seized the opportunity to taunt him. Yet, in the face of immense risk, Tony hesitated. For many of his vehicles were globally limited editions, cherished possessions that he could hardly bear to lose to Robert. 3 cars at most. I cannot wager any more, he declared. How is it that you were so resolute moments ago, only to falter now? Robert retorted. You may graciously concede defeat, and I shall allow you to forego one. Tony found it intolerable to endure Robert's condescending demeanor, but a flicker of rationality remained, compelling him to uphold his boundaries. You may select up to 3 cars. Beyond that, I shall not wager. It was evident that Tony had regained some composure. Robert was certainly not deranged. He would not willingly subject himself to servitude. Thus, clarity emerged. The odds were not in Robert's favor. However, recalling his earlier bravado and unwilling to lose face, Tony felt compelled to take a risk, not for any other reason than to reclaim his dignity. Moreover, glancing at the formidable defenses of his estate. He found comfort in the thought of not being easily vanquished. Very well, 3 cars it is. Robert, fearing the loss of sure bet, quickly agreed to the wager, knowing that prolonged discussion might lead Tony to withdraw entirely. Tony, you have lost. Pepper has prepared dinner upstairs and is calling for you, Robert announced. How could I have lost? You clearly. Tony's protest was stifled, words caught in his throat. He struggled to articulate his thoughts, but the air lodged in his throat rendered him speechless, and any attempts to speak resulted only in persistent coughing. Cough, cough, cough. What has happened? Just moments ago, Robert had performed an astonishing feat, seemingly passing through a wall, which remained intact afterward. Could a normal person accomplish such a trick? In that instant, Tony realized he had been duped, the realization igniting a fury that left him breathless. Only after several minutes did he regain his composure. The first words to escape him were a thunderous, "Robert." His voice echoed through the soundproofed confines of his home, still faintly audible upstairs. Was that Tony's voice? Pepper, despite being an ordinary person with regular senses, could discern it, and Robert, with his extraordinary capabilities, easily captured the sound. Though Pepper was unclear about the context, Robert understood perfectly but would never confess. Perhaps Tony has had a successful experiment and is simply elated, he mused, slicing a small piece of beef with his knife, savoring each bite while addressing Pepper. His enjoyment was genuine. Had there not been a lady present, Robert might have devoured the entire plate of beef in one go. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from stairs. Robert, you cunning deceiver. As soon as he reached the top, Tony quickly located Robert and commenced his futile accusations. Deceiver? But Tony, you were the one who just proclaimed I was immobile, and you willingly acknowledged the wager. How is it that you now cannot bear the loss? Robert sat nearby, amused as he observed Tony, whose words left the wealthy young heir, who had never tasted turtle before, utterly speechless. Tony, attempting to engage in unreasonable quibbling, ultimately relinquished his stance for the sake of his pride. What transpired between you two? Pepper inquired with curiosity, glancing at the sulking Tony and the smiling Robert, as it was typically Tony who rendered others speechless. I exchanged half a year of working for Stark Industries for the opportunity to select 3 of Tony's cars at will. Noticing Tony's rising irritation, Robert chose not to provoke him further, instead offering a concession and providing him with an avenue for retreat. Who cares? Tony muttered in response to Robert's words. Although he had accepted the goodwill, he still grumbled in discontent. Pepper remarked, "Is this truly the reason?" Influenced by her perception, she knew Tony was not a petty person. While his garage boasted his most cherished models, it seemed unreasonable for him to be upset over parting with 3 vehicles. Pepper, I noticed Robert has finished his steak. He clearly hasn't had enough. Could you kindly prepare another for him? Oh, Tony seemed unwilling to dwell on the matter. And though Pepper understood this logic, her curiosity compelled her to comply. Chapter 45. Obadiah, thank you. Tony muttered softly after Pepper departed, though his words were faint. Robert still caught them. This made Robert feel somewhat embarrassed, and wishing to avoid further entanglement on the subject, he shifted the conversation. It's the least I could do. By the way, Tony, the matter you entrusted to me has progressed. I require your assistance in providing a USB drive with a firewall bypassing virus to help me gather evidence. Ah, splendid. I never thought you would remember. I assumed you would spend my money on purchasing several properties before broaching this topic. As he savored his steak across the table, Tony spoke to Robert with a hint of mockery, clearly harboring some lingering resentment. This indirectly conveyed to Robert that Tony was indeed aware of the purpose of his funds. Normal expenses, Robert chuckled awkwardly. Even he recognized the impropriety of using someone else's money for personal matters, yet found it hard to resist. Tony thought the amount was trivial to him, merely a drop in the ocean, and he brought it up to remind Robert not to lose sight of the main issue. Ding, ding, ding. Ever since Tony had exposed Robert's use of his funds for acquiring properties, Robert had remained in an awkward state. Fortunately, the ringing of the telephone at that moment provided him with a reprieve. I'll take this call. Upon glancing at the caller ID, seeing it was Burns, Robert chose to step away to answer. Oh, Tony. As he walked outside, Robert unexpectedly encountered someone who, without hesitation, approached him for an embrace. The individual was perhaps obscured by the large pizza box they held, which momentarily blocked their view, but upon Robert's utterance, they shifted the box slightly. Apologies for the mix-up. Robert said nothing, merely nodded before hurriedly stepping out to take a call. Come in quickly, and pay no heed to that person, Obadiah urged. Tony, seated at the dining table, had clearly recognized the visitor. In truth, he could ascertain the identity of anyone entering the villa if he so desired. Who is that individual? Tony? I'm not keen on hearing tidings of your recent change in taste. Such news could further plummet our stock prices. Obadiah placed a large pizza on the table, his words stemming from the fact that Tony often brought his new companions to this abode. That is my newly appointed security consultant from Stark Industries, with a 6-month contract. So kindly retract those sordid thoughts. Tony replied. Really? He appears rather frail. Apart from his height, I see no trace of muscle on him. Had someone made such a remark about Robert in the past, Tony would have earnestly defended Robert's capabilities, but now, he mused, you may have a point. Let me ponder this for a few days. Perhaps he is not quite suited for the role at present. Tony had begun to disparage Robert behind his back, a testament to his lingering resentment after losing 3 prized cars. Oh, poor fellow, Obadiah remarked casually. Having watched Tony grow up, he was well-versed in his character and could effortlessly discern which of his words were sincere and which were jest. Clearly, his assessment of Robert fell into the latter category. Yet that was not his current concern. Pizza, anyone? He asked, opening the box and offering Tony a slice, intending to broach the main topic. It seems no good news is in store, Tony commented as he accepted a slice of his favorite pizza, typically the precursor to any unfavorable news. You can't always assume that my bringing pizza from New York signifies bad tidings, can you? He retorted. Well then, pray tell, what good news do you have? Facing Tony's expectant gaze, Obadiah hesitated before finally admitting, there is none. I knew it. No need to elaborate. I have matters to attend to, Tony declared, his interest waning upon hearing yet again of unfortunate news. After devouring the last piece of steak on his plate, he attempted to extricate himself from the situation. But Obadiah was not about to let him slip away so easily. Tony, your stock prices have taken another significant hit, Obadiah exclaimed, prompting Tony to halt in his tracks. By how much? He inquired, a hint of impatience in his tone. Although he understood this was typical, the news of his company's plummeting stock still stung. Each share has fallen by 56. 50, Pepper interjected as she emerged from the kitchen, carrying freshly prepared steak. And so what? Tony responded, feeling oddly reassured, as the decline was far less severe than he had anticipated. Seeing this, Obadiah could only continue to apply pressure. Listen, Tony, the board has announced that you are suffering from post-concussion syndrome, and they are seeking an injunction. An injunction for what? To cease your employment. Just because our stock has plummeted by 40 points? What does that matter? We hold a controlling stake in the company. Tony referred to the combined equity he and Obadiah possessed after their alliance. But he had not anticipated that Obadiah, once a close ally of his father and a co-founder of Stark Industries, would not stand by him now. Tony, the board also possesses the authority to determine that your new ideas do not align with the company's best interests. Obadiah, of course, had no intention of siding with Tony, as that would undermine his goal of coercing him. In fact, he had played a significant role in the aftermath of this board meeting. I will take responsibility for both myself and the company. This is a new beginning. To be honest, the company should bear the burden. Tony realized that Obadiah was not on his side. But even so, he would not concede or resume the arms business. Tony's words were anticipated by Obadiah. He had foreseen this outcome and calculated that pursuing it alone would come at a steep price, one that would indeed affect Tony Stark, a man of immense wealth. Tony was aware of the consequences he faced, and truth be told, it troubled him deeply. All he desired was a quiet place to reflect, and the laboratory seemed like an ideal sanctuary. Don't do this, hey. Tony. Obadiah once again obstructed his departure, this time prepared to reveal his true intentions for being there. Listen to me, I will find a way to turn this situation around. But you must provide me with a compelling reason to convince them. As he spoke, Obadiah gestured to the small arc reactor in Tony's chest, his eyes glinting with avarice. No, absolutely not. It belongs solely to me. Tony's resolute declaration echoed as he descended the stairs, leaving Obadiah behind to gaze at the pizza on the dining table with a sigh of resignation. Perhaps, if given some time, Tony would come to a resolution. Pepper, observing Obadiah's evident concern for Tony, could not help but offer words of comfort. Let's hope for that. Outside the villa, Robert held a phone in one hand while idly toying with the flowers and plants along the roadside. You need to come to Washington as soon as possible. I don't know if it's S, H, I, ill, D, or someone else, but they've made quite a spectacle of your affairs. And it's only a matter of time before the president intervenes. Burns' voice on the other end of the line sounded weary, which filled Robert with a sense of guilt. All right, Burns, I will come to Washington this Saturday. It's only Thursday, so it's not far off. I will personally deal with those troublesome entities. Haha, splendid. I hope you can weave yet another tale of legend. Robert provided a definitive date, alleviating Burns' anxiety. Truth be told, the pressure exerted upon him from various quarters had been immense, but with Robert's commitment, all issues would soon be resolved. Simultaneously, Burns harbored a firm belief in Robert's capability to navigate such dilemmas. After all, those cunning politicians, no matter how devious, would find it challenging to turn the tide in the face of absolute strength, whether it be S, H, I, E, L, D, or others. Those who sought his abilities ought to weigh their own worth carefully. Robert gazed toward the direction of Washington on the West Coast, acutely aware that individuals within the upper echelons of American power had long coveted his prowess. Had it not been for Burns shielding him, it was likely that someone would have appeared at his bedside that evening, inviting him for tea. Robert detested such coercive tactics directed at himself and his friends. He had resolved that upon his arrival in Washington, should those individuals approach him with subtlety, he would entertain them. However, if some chose to be obstinate, he would stand resolute and demonstrate his strength. As Obadiah departed, the two fortuitously crossed paths at the door. Tony holds you in high regard. Do well, young man. Obadiah, akin to a benevolent elder, affectionately patted Robert's shoulder, seemingly offering encouragement. Thank you. Though he was aware that Tony was the true culprit he sought, Robert chose to defer exposing him for the time being, wishing to maintain the narrative on its established course. Their exchange was fleeting, consisting of merely 2 or 3 sentences, after which Obadiah hurriedly left. Robert, suspecting what Obadiah might be up to, smiled and turned back inside. Identity verification failed. However, it was awkward that Tony's directive from an hour ago remained in effect, compelling Robert to resort once more to his ability to phase through walls. Upon returning to the villa, just as he intended to rest in his room, he passed the dining area. Robert, your steak. Upon entering, Pepper pointed to the freshly cooked steak on the table. I'm already full. Before he could finish his sentence, Pepper interrupted him, arms crossed. You had the opportunity to prevent me from making another, yet you chose not to. I take that to mean you possess the ability to resolve this, correct? Pepper regarded him with utmost seriousness, as if to convey that failing to consume the steak would be tantamount to wasting her efforts. All right, Mr. Robert. The boss requests your presence in the garage. Just as he prepared to acquiesce, the voice of the artificial intelligence, Jarvis, chimed in. It must be something significant. Could you please place it in the refrigerator for me? Robert gestured toward the steak, avoiding Pepper's exasperated expression as he swiftly made his exit. Very well, the 37th experiment. Version 20. Let us proceed. In the expansive garage, Tony had rapidly constructed the experimental platform and commenced his tests on the propulsion device. No stop. However, just as he was about to begin, Robert suddenly emerged, swiftly restraining him. Experiment failed. Encountered an insurmountable obstacle. What are you doing? Tony exclaimed, perplexed by Robert's sudden outburst. What are you doing, Robert? Ignoring Tony entirely, Robert scanned the garage, relieved to find all the vehicles intact before exhaling a sigh of relief. Chapter 46. The car very well. I have entrusted the keys to you. It is imperative that you maintain them diligently, for that is the very least one can do. Before Tony could finish his sentence, Robert seized the 3 car keys, initially reluctant to let go. Watching Robert take the keys to his cherished vehicles, Tony felt a pang of sadness. All right, I have no place to store them, so I shall leave them with you, but you must ensure they remain unscathed. Observing Tony's demeanor, Robert surmised that he truly cherished these cars. Originally indifferent to matters of possession, Robert felt no compulsion to concern himself with such trivialities. Robert, to be candid, there are moments when you exhibit a remarkable understanding, Tony remarked sincerely, glancing at the keys he had regained. Whatever. I plan to retire for the night soon. What brings you here? Oh, this is the disc you requested. Yes, you. There are very few defensive systems in the world that can withstand it. After handing over the disc, Tony resumed his experiments. Under Robert's strong encouragement, the 3 cars he had chosen were now safely parked in a corner, significantly reducing the risk of damage. All right, I shall take my leave. The birth of Iron Man, while intriguing and worthy of witness, was still in a developmental phase that would require several more days for refinement. The following day, Robert traversed through the portal to attend school. Even crossing half the country posed no challenge for him, now fully recovered. "Good morning, Robert." "Peter, good morning." You seem to be in excellent spirits today." Upon encountering Peter at school, Robert noticed a distinct vitality about him, accompanied by subtle cues that indicated something had changed. "I feel invigorated." Not only did Peter appear different, he also sensed a marked improvement in his well-being, feeling as if he could wrestle a full-grown bull. Just as Robert contemplated praising Peter further, Belinda's voice interrupted the moment. Robert glanced towards the source of the sound, discovering Belinda approaching with 2 sandwiches in hand. "Have you had breakfast?" As she drew near, aside from being slightly breathless from her earlier sprint, she exhibited a touch of bashfulness. "I shan't intrude upon you," Peter remarked, understanding that Belinda was there to share breakfast with Robert. He cast an envious glance at Robert before choosing to depart. "All right, Peter." Watching Peter Parker walk away, Robert casually accepted one of the sandwiches from Belinda and took a bite. "How did you know I hadn't eaten breakfast?" Leading Belinda towards the picturesque lake at the heart of the school, Robert inquired with a hint of confusion. "You mentioned it yesterday," she replied, taking small bites of her own sandwich as she answered his question. Today, Belinda's attire was rather conventional. A loose-fitting pink long-sleeve top lent her an air of adorableness, while the denim jeans and somewhat faded canvas shoes detracted from her overall charm. "This evening, I shall take you shopping for some clothes," Robert suggested, observing Belinda, who resembled a delightful doll, yet felt a pang of reluctance at her current outfit. "Oh, no need. I have plenty of clothes," she instinctively replied, not wishing to inconvenience Robert. However, before she could finish her sentence, he pulled her into his embrace, asserting in an undeniable tone, "Be obedient." With a soft sound escaping her nose, Belinda had grown accustomed to Robert's domineering nature. The day slipped by rather swiftly. It is said that when one engages in the same activity repeatedly over time, one perceives time to pass more quickly. Robert was experiencing this phenomenon. Were it not for Peter enlightening him with various knowledge daily, his days would surely feel even more fleeting. After all, understanding some of it could hardly be considered repetitive. Merely attending school to absorb esoteric teachings was what truly accelerated the passage of time. "Belinda, please wait here for a moment while I fetch the car," Robert instructed at the school gate. He had promised to take her shopping and could not possibly expect them to walk. Initially, he had contemplated returning through the spatial portal to retrieve the Audi, but then he suddenly remembered that he had won 3 cars from Tony just yesterday. The 50th experiment. Version 30 begins now. In Tony's underground garage, the Iron Man suit had been optimized to a significant extent, far surpassing Robert's expectations. However, just as he was conducting some debugging experiments, a massive blue portal appeared beside him. "Oh dear," Tony exclaimed, hastily altering his flight path to avoid being drawn into this unknown entity, as he certainly did not wish to enter it unwittingly and face an uncertain demise. "Hey, Tony, is that you? I'm heading out for a drive. Would you like to join?" Robert called as he emerged from the portal, spotting Tony hovering in midair. Yet, his invitation was merely polite, considering he had opted for a limited edition Bugatti sports car, which could only accommodate 2 passengers. "Sure, I've been cooped up doing experiments all day." To Robert's surprise, Tony accepted the offer. Damn cultural differences. Now, it was Robert's turn to feel awkward. Scratching his head, he finally arrived at an optimal solution. "There's someone else with me. Why don't you take another car?" he suggested, pointing at the clearly enlarged portal. "I'll take this one," Tony decided, selecting the Audi sports car closest to Robert, demonstrating a particular fondness for Audi vehicles. "All right, follow me and don't fall behind." As Robert witnessed Tony finishing his cigarette, he promptly lowered the car window and addressed it before driving through the perpetually open portal. The roar of the high-performance sports car echoed throughout the vicinity of Midtown High, drawing attention even to Robert's relatively discreet alleyway. "Damn, I've never experienced anything like this before." Observing the throngs of onlookers gathering, Robert quickly glanced back at the portal, noting that Tony had yet to emerge. He knew he couldn't close it, for that might spell the end for Iron Man in the future. "Wow, what an impressive car. Is that a Bugatti? How come I've never seen this model online? Could it possibly be a limited edition? Do you have any idea how much a limited edition costs?" Just as the crowd of students swelled, horns blared from behind, and Robert, seeing that Tony had fully passed through the portal, hastily retracted his spatial powers. with the energy supply cut off. The open portal disappeared just in time to avoid detection. You seem quite anxious. Is it because of your unique abilities? Tony drove up beside Robert, noting his fidgety demeanor, which suggested a fear of being seen. However, Robert had stolen nothing. It must be his apprehension regarding his extraordinary powers. Latch's goal. My girlfriend is waiting over there. With trepidation, Robert nodded and gently pressed the accelerator to leave the scene. While Tony hesitated, words caught in his throat. He intended to say something to Robert, but upon seeing the gathered students, he opted to depart rather than be treated as a spectacle. Belinda, from a distance, noticed a crowd gathered around something intriguing, but she cared little for it, simply aware that Robert had asked her to wait there for a moment. Suddenly, a sports car emerged from the throng, barreling straight towards her before coming to an abrupt halt in front of her. Get in. Belinda, taken aback, heard Robert's voice emanating from the lowered window. Oh, all right. As Tony followed closely behind, he felt a pang of discontent upon witnessing a girl enter Robert's car, especially in front of the school. He couldn't help but think that the beauty of America was being ravaged. What a scoundrel, he muttered, chastising Robert, accustomed to a life of indulgence. Tony suddenly realized that he had likely explored nearly every type of woman available. How could I ever be like this scoundrel? The thought barely formed before Tony swiftly quelled it, slapping his thigh as a reminder not to emulate the wicked. At that moment, Tony's phone rang, and seeing an unknown number, he contemplated hanging up. However, just then, the car window in front of him rolled down, and Robert waved his phone at him. Hello, it's me, Tony. Robert's voice came through the receiver. I don't recall giving you my number. Tony was utterly perplexed by this. I inquired of Pepper, and now I am preparing to take my girlfriend shopping for clothes. Would you care to join us? Since I have nowhere else to go, why not accompany us? To Robert's surprise, Tony's nonchalant voice responded, as he had anticipated a refusal. All right, just follow me, he said before hanging up the phone. Robert drove towards the city center, locating a reasonably appealing clothing store and preparing to disembark. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, his phone rang, and Robert glanced curiously at the Audi sports car following him, ultimately deciding to answer the call instead of getting out. Hello, please tell me you're not considering buying clothes for your girlfriend at such a place. Came the disdainful tone from the other end. Robert turned to see Belinda sitting beside him, her lovely eyes blinking at him innocently, as if trying to decipher something profound. Unable to resist, he reached out and playfully pinched her cheek, eliciting a soft squeal from her. What do you suggest then? After this exchange, Robert posed a question to Tony on the line. Just follow me, Tony replied before abruptly ending the call. He then pressed the accelerator, overtaking Robert's car, now taking the lead. Honestly, we don't need to buy anything too extravagant, Belinda chimed in from the passenger seat, as Robert steered the vehicle towards a more bustling part of the city. Having overheard some of the earlier conversation, she spoke up. However, Robert chose not to respond this time. Chapter 47. The Vision in Times Square, New York. Tony first parked the car outside before walking with Robert into a store. This is the place. Although their clothes may not match the quality of bespoke items, they excel in variety, craftsmanship, and materials. Robert gazed up at the establishment, which, despite being located in such a prime area, boasted a considerable storefront. The interior was both opulent and tasteful, an impressive sight indeed. Are we really buying clothes here? It seems rather extravagant, Belinda began, but before she could finish, Tony looked at Robert with a look of astonishment, as though he were accusing him of mistreating a young lady. Well, isn't that what we came here for? In the bustling atmosphere of Times Square, Robert felt a touch embarrassed by the public mockery, even from strangers. It's all good. Witnessing Robert's flustered reaction, Tony couldn't help but burst into laughter, feeling a weight lift from his heart, while Belinda turned to console Robert. Look, that person seems to be Tony Stark. Where? Bellywhere? As Robert and his companion stood in Times Square, unbeknownst to them, two journalists sporting press badges, initially there to cover food safety issues, suddenly recognized the jovial Tony. Oh my goodness. It truly is him. I heard major media outlets are nearly frantic in their search for him. If he could be interviewed, the material would undoubtedly attract fierce competition among various parties, representing a substantial sum of money. Without further delay, let us proceed. Naturally, Tony would not dwell on Robert's moment of embarrassment. After sharing a brief laugh, he quickly regained his composure, adjusted his attire, and walked towards the store. Welcome. How may I assist you today? Upon entering the establishment, a dignified staff member approached to attend to Robert and his companions. Please purchase clothing for this lady. You may take her along. Tony gestured towards Belinda, indicating that she was the one in need of attire. Certainly, miss. Please follow me, the staff member responded, leading Belinda away. Robert initially intended to follow, but Tony intercepted him. What are you doing? Look above. Tony pointed to a sign indicating the ladies' section, which prohibited male entry. Having taken a few steps forward, Belinda noticed Robert had not followed and turned to look back at him, her eyes filled with confusion. Robert mimicked her earlier gesture, pointing at the sign and encouraging her to select her items alone. You seem rather familiar with this place, she remarked. Please, my previous title was that of a playboy. You must understand that some women cannot be won over merely by offering them money. One must create a sense of ritual and accompany them on shopping excursions. Tony declared proudly, as though such knowledge was a point of vanity. Huh, Robert responded with a wry smile. Well, it appears you're not particularly interested in this. Tony observed, sensing Robert's disinterest in his previous remarks. What about money? How about I teach you how to earn it? Tony's gaze burned with intensity as he regarded Robert, making him somewhat uncomfortable. You seem rather talkative today, Tony. What is it you wish to convey? Money. Do you still care about money? Robert found the notion amusing. After all, the illustrious billionaire Tony Stark was claiming an interest in wealth, while the equally rich Mr. Wayne across the ocean had reached a point of indifference towards it. Money is merely a fraction. My true aspiration is to lead the advancement of humanity. Tony suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Let us return to the subject of money. Robert clearly did not resonate with Tony's ambition of advancing humanity. However, Tony did not appear offended or angry. Rather, he locked eyes with Robert and resolutely conveyed his point. Your abilities represent a tremendous asset to humanity, you know? To illustrate this, consider why the economies of the East and West Coast of America are thriving. It is due to their proximity to the ocean, which facilitates convenient and inexpensive transportation. But can oceanic convenience compare to the potential of technology akin to your capabilities? In the respite area, Tony elaborated a grand vision for Robert, envisioning a future where ordinary individuals in the city would no longer bear the burden of exorbitant rent. They could seamlessly commute to their jobs in the bustling metropolis by day and retreat to their distant hometowns for rest and rejuvenation by night. This paradigm shift would alleviate society's obsession with real estate, allowing for greater disposable income. Moreover, by employing technology akin to Robert's spatial gateways, rescue operations could respond promptly in times of crisis. The implications extended far beyond this. With transportation reaching unparalleled convenience, the nation's economy would likely experience a substantial surge, potentially elevating growth by at least 10 percentage points. Tony boldly predicted such outcomes, encompassing not only economic benefits, but also environmental and cultural improvements. But how do I facilitate its application? Robert pondered. Before you stands one of the foremost scientists in the nation, if not the foremost, Tony proclaimed, basking in his own confidence. Indeed, he possessed ample grounds for such pride. Few could rival his success in miniaturizing the arc reactor technology affixed to his chest. Mr. Stark, I have located him. Just as Robert and Tony were about to delve deeper into their discussion, they suddenly noticed a throng of individuals converging upon them, all wielding cameras and microphones. Belinda, have you betrayed this information? Robert inquired. How could it possibly be me? I assumed it was you. The two journalists, jostling amidst the crowd, quickly denied any culpability, though the truth lay solely with them. Mr. Stark, why did you suddenly announce the closure of the arms manufacturing division? Are you not aware that this could inflict catastrophic damage to Stark Industries stock prices? One reporter pressed. Additionally, Mr. Stark, do you have any comments following your announcement to the board regarding your lingering concussion symptoms? Is this information accurate? Another queried. Mr. Stark, given your current state, you hardly appear to be suffering from a concussion. Does this suggest significant discord or even internal strife within your company? A barrage of questions erupted before Tony could even reach the journalists. Run, Robert. Quickly. Once ensnared by these individuals, escape will be impossible for hours, especially without my bodyguards. Tony urged, pulling Robert in the opposite direction. At that moment, Belinda had just finalized her outfit choice, and Robert seized her arm. Put the blame on me. Tony called out to the bewildered sales associate before sprinting away with Robert and Belinda. Mr. Stark, don't run, came the cries of the reporters as the sales associate, momentarily dazed, was soon engulfed by the crowd. Hurry, we must go. Tony insisted urgently at the corner of the restroom. Robert nodded in understanding and swiftly opened a spatial gateway leading to Tony's residence. With a weary sigh, Tony plopped down onto the cold concrete floor of the underground garage, his stamina far from commendable. What transpired? Belinda, having just traversed the spatial portal for the first time, gazed at Robert in sheer astonishment, clearly unable to fathom the events that had just unfolded. A supernatural force, if one were to rationalize it, might be construed as a product of advanced technology. Robert elucidated, wishing to shield Belinda from excessive knowledge, a desire whose reasoning even he could not articulate. Has our nation truly advanced to such heights? Belinda appeared to embrace this most reasonable explanation, as nothing else seemed more fitting. Did it? Well then, Belinda, it's time to bid each other good night, shall we? Robert remarked, opening a spatial portal and handing her the garments he had obtained from the sales assistant, gesturing for her to step through. Oh, very well. I wonder where this leads. To your new home, which you moved into just yesterday. After uttering this, Robert gently nudged the somewhat timid Belinda through the azure portal, peering in after her to ensure all was well before he departed. Why conceal this from her? Tony, having observed the entire exchange, inquired with a hint of confusion. I do not know, Robert replied, lacking an answer to this question. Perhaps it was a chasm created by some unknown force, or perhaps it was something else entirely. All right, shall we discuss other matters? Such as your abilities. You seem quite reluctant to reveal them in public. Why is that? Is it not an extraordinary gift? I do not wish to appear ostentatious. Tony found Robert's response perplexing. In his view, was there anything more exhilarating than showing off? Let us not dwell on that. You mentioned the feasibility of mimicking technology akin to mine. If successful, could I not live a life of ease like a toll booth operator? Please, do not fixate solely on toll booths. Is your mindset still trapped in the last century? Tony held a deep disdain for Robert's lack of innovation and his complacent attitude toward life. He began to expound on the potential advancements that could arise from this research project, as well as the monumental contributions it could make to human society. Very well. Let us instead discuss the application of this topic. Growing weary of Tony's lofty rhetoric, Robert distilled his aspirations to mere historical recognition. Now, that may not be feasible. Casting a glance at his nearly completed modified armor, Tony deemed it of greater importance at that moment. Then we shall revisit this discussion when you have the time. Robert, noticing the Iron Man suit nearby, understood that for Tony, this was undoubtedly a more pressing concern. All right, as soon as I am free, I shall embark on this great research. As the agreement between the two was reached, Robert prepared to return to his guest room for some rest. However, suddenly, it seemed he recalled something. Chapter 48. The early stages of transformation upon emerging from the bathroom. Belinda was taken aback to see Robert stepping out from the blue light portal, clad only in a towel. Why you? What are you doing here? Her expression relaxed once she recognized him, yet she instinctively tightened her grip on the towel. Hey, Robert, through his actions, demonstrated to her that, almost instantaneously, a delicate lamb appeared before her. In his previous life, Robert had encountered discussions online where some experts claimed that Caucasians appeared refined, yet were rather coarse, while Africans seemed rough, yet were actually quite fine. Such assertions were utterly nonsensical. As Robert's hand caressed soft skin, he realized the truth for himself. A couple of hours later, Belinda lay on Robert's chest, her face still glistening from the remnants of her shower. I intended to finish my bath and visit my mother at the hospital, she said, absent-mindedly tracing the contours of his muscular chest. I distinctly recall paying for the hospital room. Don't they have dedicated caregivers? Robert felt a twinge of confusion at Belinda's words, for he had indeed spent a considerable sum on that hospital room. There are caregivers, but I worry my mother may not adjust well, he replied. Contemplating her statement, Robert ultimately decided to accompany her. Get dressed. I'll take you. Although at ISNT late, I still have safety concerns. Belinda obediently rose, instinctively reaching for her old clothes, while the neatly arranged bundles of new garments awaited her attention. Choose the new ones. Otherwise, I might just dispose of these. Please don't. I'll put them on right away. Seeing her compliance, Robert nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, two thoughts crossed his mind, prompting him to move to the balcony and make a phone call. A few seconds later, hello, Robert? Tony's voice resonated on the other end. Tony, have you sent someone to retrieve the car we parked near Times Square? Oh, I almost forgot. I'll call Happy right now. He prepared to hang up. Wait. Robert hurriedly interrupted the call, glancing at Belinda, who was changing clothes. He decided to close the balcony door before continuing. Tony, I apologize. I may have taken advantage of you earlier. I will repay you for the money spent on Belinda's clothing and the hospital room. In his past life, Robert had merely been an ordinary individual, struggling to adapt to various thoughts, including the notion of being frugal. Tony, taken aback by Robert's words, remained silent for a moment before responding. I never minded that, Robert. In fact, I understood that after being frozen for 70 years, it was only natural for you to have limited finances. After all, aside from a few precious items, previous currencies hold little value today. Had it been otherwise, you wouldn't be without a place to stay, would you? Therefore, there is no need for an apology. Without further ado, based solely on my father's reputation, Robert comprehended Tony's words. Essentially, Tony implied that he believed Robert, upon awakening, had led a life of hardship and was compelled to seek his assistance. Therefore, the funds could be considered as a gesture from me on behalf of my father, which truly means little to me. On Tony's part, he had interpreted Robert's reluctance to accept his support as a matter of pride, so he endeavored to console this friend he had come to respect. For those who can acknowledge their flaws are indeed few. Thank you, Tony, but I must repay you. It will ease my conscience, Robert insisted. No need, I am indifferent, Tony declared, steadfastly refusing to accept Robert's money, whom he regarded as impoverished. After several rounds of insistence, Robert, observing Tony's obstinacy, ultimately hung up the phone and opened his banking app, capturing a screenshot of his balance to send to him. Having completed this, Robert set his phone down and turned to enjoy the serene nightscape of New York City until, moments later, his phone rang again. Repay me, Robert. You possess over $100 million. Why did you not mention it earlier? Here I was, thinking you were destitute and wanting to help you, yet you conceal a fortune while pretending to be impoverished. Tony's voice, oscillating between genuine ire and jest, resonated from the other end. I truly have no home. I wager you know about the wall I punched through, right? I had to create several holes in my former residence to perfect that. Robert sought to clarify any misunderstandings, only to be met with a silence that was soon followed by unrelenting mockery. At times, I genuinely feel you are a comedic performer. What sane individual would experiment with such dangerous items in their own home? So what are you up to now? Well, Robert's response left Tony momentarily speechless, causing him to glance at the Iron Man suit he was experimenting with, suddenly realizing that perhaps he was not entirely sane himself. Just joking. Since you have money, do as you wish. I must resume my experiments. Goodbye. Tony, somewhat awkwardly, ended the call. Robert chuckled softly and transferred $500,000 to the so-called task account that Tony had mentioned earlier, considering it a repayment, and resolved never to withdraw funds from it in the future. From this moment onward, Robert experienced a transformation, one that he himself had yet to recognize. All right, are you ready? Robert returned from the balcony into the room, initially intending to accompany Belinda to the hospital to care for her mother. However, upon seeing her halfway through changing into a new outfit, she suddenly appeared unable to move. Not yet. Could you help me decide what pants to wear? It seems the salesperson only provided me with these types of items, Belinda lamented, holding up a pair of crystal stockings with a troubled expression. These are quite lovely. Why not try them on? But I'm already wearing a top. Won't pairing stockings with it look odd? Not at all. Just try them on. At this moment, Robert felt a rush of warmth in his nostrils as he fixated intently on Belinda. The instant she complied with his request and donned the stockings, he lunged at her with fervor. The living room soon erupted with ripples, a sight not meant for outsiders. After several hours of exertion, Robert, concerned that Belinda might be overwhelmed, opted not to engage in a prolonged encounter. He silently commended the limits of human endurance. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the ringing of the phone jolted Robert awake. He hastily covered the device and swiftly silenced it, exhaling in relief upon noticing that Belinda, who was nestled against him, remained undisturbed. Hello? In the living room, Robert poured himself a glass of water before answering the call. Uncle Robert, I'm at your doorstep. You remember today's hearing, don't you? Dean stood outside Robert's former residence, having pressed the doorbell several times without success before resorting to this phone call. I remember. Please hold on for a moment. In truth, he had nearly forgotten. If Dean hadn't come to fetch him, he might have missed it entirely. Okay. After hanging up, Robert hurriedly dressed and performed a quick grooming before opening the portal back to his suburban home. Upon his return, he was greeted by several large holes. and he felt it was a miracle that the structure had not collapsed. Uncle Robert, he heard as he opened the door to find Dean, who had been waiting. As usual, Dean greeted him, but his expression morphed into one of astonishment upon witnessing the state of the interior. "Are you planning a renovation?" After a considerable pause, Dean finally inquired, as this seemed to be the only plausible explanation. "Something like that, but it's evident the renovation has failed. The load-bearing wall has been damaged. How much will I owe for this government-provided house? I'll check, but it shouldn't be much. The government acquired these properties at a remarkably low cost." As he spoke, Dean ushered Robert towards the car, his focus now on the pressing matter of getting Robert to the hearing to silence the uproarious dissenters. "Uncle Robert, here's the script we prepared for you. Just read from it when the time comes." "All right." Once in the car, Dean handed Robert a few sheets of paper, emphasizing that he merely needed to read from them, as if the hearing were merely a formality. "Understood. That was quick." "Indeed. By the way, Dean, are we headed to Washington?" Robert, not one to boast about his memory, posed a question that piqued his interest while observing Dean at the wheel. "Yes, Uncle Robert. But this hearing will take place at a military base on the outskirts of Washington, involving primarily high-ranking military officials and some government dignitaries, along with others participating via video." "Enough. I am indifferent to who is participating. You only need to provide me with the coordinates. This method of travel is exceedingly slow." "Are you referring to the coordinates of the military base?" "Please select a location that is close to the base, yet sparsely populated. 38. 53. 707 degrees north, west." Although Dean found it perplexing, he nonetheless conveyed the location that Robert had requested. Just as Dean was about to voice his confusion, an enormous blue portal manifested before them, large enough to easily accommodate the entire vehicle. "What is this?" Startled by the unforeseen occurrence, Dean instinctively slammed on the brakes, but it was too late. The military jeep surged forward into the blue portal due to inertia. "Do not panic. That phenomenon was created by me. Just keep driving," Robert reassured Dean, signaling him to remain calm. This blue portal was, in fact, a spatial rift or gateway that Robert had opened using his spatial abilities. The condition for its opening was that Robert had to know the precise coordinates to make it possible. Owing to his extraordinary memory, he had already familiarized himself with the fundamental information of the globe, akin to possessing a map. Subsequently, all Robert required was an accurate address to materialize anywhere on Earth he envisioned. Of course, this was contingent upon having a map of Earth. Without it, the destination would be random. Chapter 49. The Threat. This is truly astonishing. Dean gazed at the flora and trees that had suddenly appeared beside him. This was precisely the location he had just provided to Robert, situated along a suburban road in the outskirts of Washington. The road had been constructed primarily to facilitate the movement of personnel and supplies to and from the military base, resulting in minimal traffic. "This is my ability," Dean said, regaining his composure after a moment of astonishment, yet still marveling. "This is truly divine power." To this, Robert remained noncommittal. Subsequently, Dean escorted Robert into the military base. As their meeting was scheduled for the afternoon, they found themselves waiting for quite some time. Throughout the morning, Robert explored the American military base extensively. He could not help but be captivated by the impressive helicopters and formidable tanks. The array of helicopters, tanks, armored vehicles, and other equipment left Robert in awe. And the two spent the entire morning in the storage area of these assets. Since both held the rank of colonel, they were of equal standing with the base's highest commander. Thus no one impeded their exploration. As Robert climbed atop a tank, preparing to sit inside for a closer look, a soldier approached Dean and communicated something to him. After a brief nod, Dean called out to Robert, "Uncle Robert, the hearing is about to commence." The meeting was presided over by Major General Moore, attended by prominent members of the two largest parties in Congress. It was rumored that even the president himself had expressed considerable interest, potentially following the proceedings via live broadcast. Dean provided a brief introduction to Robert, who acknowledged his understanding, and they proceeded into the conference hall, presumably a makeshift operational command center. "Colonel Robert, please take a seat." Upon entering, an elderly gentleman clad in a general's uniform gestured for Robert to occupy the central position. Flanking this seat were numerous others, all occupied, and as Robert settled in, he couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that he was being scrutinized, particularly as he glanced at the elevated seat of Major General Moore. "Very well, Colonel Robert is now seated. I hereby declare the meeting open. Let's now watch a video," said Moore, signaling to a soldier who promptly activated the pre-prepared screen. Roar, you wretched insects! The grotesque figure appeared on screen, showcasing its catastrophic destruction. The footage revealed that the American forces, despite employing rifles, machine guns, and artillery, could inflict no substantial damage until Robert made his entrance. The once formidable abomination seemed to be consumed by a sphere of blue energy as it attempted to retreat. The blue light vanished, taking with it one of its hands. Oh my God! The astonishment of those present was palpable, as many had not seen this footage prior. Now, Colonel Robert, let us get to the crux of the matter. Was the blue energy that obstructed the abomination's assault something you possess, irrespective of its form as a weapon? Major General Moore, having viewed the combat footage previously, posed the question with a calm demeanor, betraying no surprise. It is indeed mine, Robert responded, unwilling to deny the truth. He raised his hand, revealing a sphere of blue spatial energy before the gathered assembly. However, it was not in the form of a weapon, but rather a manifestation of his power. Incredible. Major General Moore and everyone present fixated intently on the energy orb in Robert's hand. After several seconds, as Robert retracted the energy, they regained their composure. Ahem, Colonel Robert, if the record from 70 years ago indicated you were a normal individual, what are you now? Major General Moore, having recovered from his initial shock, resumed his inquiry while sitting back on the bench. I only know that I encountered a blue magic, and shortly thereafter, these abilities emerged. Robert began to fabricate a tale, half-truths mingling with fiction regarding the acquisition of his powers, confident that none could verify the abilities contained within him. Let us tentatively label it as energy magic. You mentioned it previously to SHIELD, and we sent personnel to investigate. But touching it yielded nothing, resulting instead in the loss of several esteemed operatives. A member of the Democratic Party interjected, evidently having some connections with the SHIELD Bureau. Robert shrugged, expressing his ignorance of the matter, which did not appease the Democratic member. I tend to believe you, Robert, but your lack of knowledge does not imply that modern technology is equally uninformed. Perhaps you might visit our laboratory. Enough. Are you suggesting that a colonel of our esteemed military, a combat hero from 70 years ago, should undergo human experimentation in your filthy laboratory? Upon hearing the Democratic member's words, Robert's countenance darkened. He understood that the individual's intention was merely to conduct human research to derive answers. Just as he was about to erupt, someone interjected. Robert turned to see another representative from the major opposition party. Yet he did not believe this legislator was advocating for him due to his past accolades. Glancing at Dean, who winked at him, Robert quickly comprehended the alignment of his camp. I will absolutely refuse to partake in any so-called human experimentation. In a land of freedom and democracy, I do not believe anyone should be coerced into such actions. Recognizing his position, Robert promptly articulated his boundaries. The opposition party member quickly chimed in, moreover, Robert, you are an American hero and a soldier. If your will is violated, the public will undoubtedly be outraged. Even without conducting research, Robert could not be allowed to roam freely in public life. His capabilities were formidable, and should the Democratic member persist, he might resort to confining Robert to restrict his movements. Our citizens possess the right to freedom, a privilege endowed by the Constitution, retorted the opposition party member vigorously. The Democratic side did not yield easily, asserting, but Colonel Robert has an additional identity as a soldier. He must obey the orders of the commander-in-chief. All right, silence. Let's hear from Colonel Robert himself. Observing that the Democrats had invoked the authority of the commander-in-chief, Major General Moore hastily diverted the topic, prompting Robert to speak. Firstly, I wish to declare that my weapon has never been directed at the people. It was true 70 years ago and remains so today. Dean had included this segment in his notes, perhaps anticipating such a scenario, and Robert proceeded to recite it verbatim. I am willing to contribute to the peace of America and the world. This statement was rather conventional, lacking any particularly striking elements, yet contained no faults. Nevertheless, some sought to complicate matters intentionally. Words alone are insufficient. Actions must speak. Both myself and my colleagues in the Democratic Party believe Colonel Robert should be isolated for a time. Opposed vehemently, exclaimed the opposition party. Then let us inquire the opinion of the commander-in-chief. Countered the opposition. You, the supreme commander, currently the President of the United States, hails from the Democratic Party. which is precisely why the party feels emboldened to press forward so assertively. General Moore, seated in a position of authority, listened to the two parties bicker. Acutely aware that his role had diminished, he awaited the directives from higher up, for only then could the matter be decisively settled. Ringing. Indeed, before long, an encrypted call came through. General Moore adjusted his demeanor and answered with solemnity, "Mr. President, General Moore, I command you to terminate this witness session. Colonel Robert is to be granted his freedom." Yes. Upon receiving the order, Moore was momentarily taken aback. He could not comprehend why the jubilant Democratic members seemed to have the support of their fellow party president. Yet the reality appeared to contradict that notion. The president had decreed that Colonel Robert need not be monitored or confined. Despite his confusion, Moore resolutely executed the Supreme Commander's command. Meanwhile, in the White House presidential office, General Freeman reminded, "Always remember and adhere to the commitment made earlier. Rest assured, Mr. President, you shall not be disappointed." After uttering these words, one of the two top generals of the U.S. military, Freeman, departed the office, leaving the president in deep contemplation as he observed Freeman's retreating figure. "General Wells, the mission has failed," the president remarked. It seemed that the hearing had concluded, and the previously boisterous Democratic legislators were now huddled in a corner, engaged in a phone conversation with a prominent figure. "If I understand." In the Pentagon, Wells hung up the phone, feeling a surge of anger at the betrayal from his allies, though this sentiment was fleeting, as the individual in question was set to exit the stage in a matter of months. Robert, since Freeman insists on protecting you, I shall be compelled to eliminate you." In the Pentagon, the metaphorical mountain could not harbor two tigers, yet both Wells and Freeman had established themselves as two formidable forces, resulting in a prolonged rivalry that maintained a delicate balance of power between them. However, everything shifted with Robert's emergence. Wells was not particularly fearful of Robert's abilities, but rather of the potential for those abilities to be replicated. This was his primary concern, as from the moment he awakened, Robert had been tagged with Freeman's affiliation, inciting Wells' dread that Freeman might be able to harness that replicative power. Having always been cautious, Wells now sensed a palpable threat. Thus he resolved to eliminate Robert by whatever means necessary. If the overt approach proved unfeasible, then, dispatch a team to execute a high-level mission. He initiated an encrypted call, conveying the details of the mission before promptly hanging up, exercising caution as the organization in question was one that served only him. The personnel there, aside from the management, were predominantly violent offenders wanted across the United States and even globally. Each bore charges sufficient to warrant execution multiple times over, making them ideally suited for tasks that require discretion. Chapter 50. The charity ball dean conveyed my gratitude to your father as well as to you. However, I believe this is best expressed in person. The hearing in the corridor of the military base has concluded, and Robert has managed to publicly extricate himself from the harassment of certain individuals. The agents sent by Wells were destined to fail, for Robert is anything but conventional. He discreetly sought out a hidden corner and subsequently opened a portal, returning to his abode in the upper town. Initially, Robert intended to check on Belinda, but upon arrival, he discovered she had already succumbed to slumber. Perhaps fatigue had overtaken her. He touched his nose thoughtfully, internally reflecting on the wisdom of the adage that claims there are only exhausted oxen, not trampled fields, suggesting that this largely depends on individual capability, rather than the nature of the ox itself. Silently exiting the bedroom, he contemplated the other rooms in the house, yet fearing to disturb Belinda's rest. He ultimately resolved to stay at Tony's for the night instead. A blue portal materialized, and upon stepping through, he found himself once more in the garage. However, Tony, who was usually present, was inexplicably absent this time. Just as Robert was about to leave the garage, a commotion erupted from above, accompanied by a loud crash. A humanoid mass suddenly plummeted from the ceiling, landing squarely on a blue sports car, while a nearby robot equipped with a fire extinguisher sprayed a cloud of extinguishing foam over the scene. Oh dear! Robert hurried over, and as the dust settled, it became evident that it was indeed Tony. Was that a success or a failure? He quipped, extending a hand to assist Tony. Success, most certainly, Tony boasted, clad in his iron armor, yet his bravado faltered as he stood up and bumped his head. Jarvis, lift the visor. With a clang, the visor opened, and Tony yanked it off, discarding it onto the ground with a resounding thud. Let me see. Robert gestured for Tony to lower his head so he could inspect it. Tony, is there blood? It feels as if my head is splitting open. The situation is manageable. You merely have a small bump. Applying ice should suffice, Robert reassured him. A small bump? It feels like my head is about to explode. You can check for yourself. I'll give it a try, Tony retorted, but after a few seconds, he found it too painful to touch. Amidst a tangle of mechanical arms, Tony first removed his armor, and finally, a mechanical arm handed him an instant ice pack. After applying it, he accompanied Robert to the laboratory. I soared to an altitude of 40,000 feet, but the primary sensor malfunctioned at that height. And there were some issues with the casing. Jarvis, make a note of that. Understood, sir. Tony boasted to Robert while instructing Jarvis to document the complications. That height must have been exhilarating indeed, Robert inquired. It was quite exhilarating, but the risk of ice formation may have contributed to the problems we encountered, Tony replied. G-A-R-V-I-S. Your observations are remarkably astute, sir. If you intend to venture into space, it is imperative to enhance the shell material. Gulping down a sip of the verdant liquid in his hand, Tony subsequently articulated his solution. Contact the Inco company and request them to reselect the shell material, customizing it with the gold titanium alloy utilized in the Seraphim tactical satellites. Do you comprehend, J-A-R-V-I-S? Understood, sir. Shall I display the graphics as per your request? Tony, very well, let me take a look. It will be preferable to select some color schemes that I fancy. G-A-R-V-I-S. Certainly, sir. The Iron Man suit on the computer screen is being rendered by J-A-R-V-I-S in the color palette that aligns most harmoniously with Tony's aesthetic sensibilities, culminating in a resplendent suit of golden hue. It seems J-A-R-V-I-S has a profound understanding of you, Tony. Robert observed the ostentatious golden color scheme, which at first glance appeared acceptable, yet upon longer scrutiny, it struck him as rather gaudy. J-A-R-V-I-S. Is this color scheme not a tad too ostentatious? Even Tony himself found it somewhat inappropriate. J-A-R-V-I-S. My apologies, sir. You have always preferred a more understated approach. One must admit, Tony's artificial intelligence is indeed quite intelligent, capable of delivering humor. It cracks me up that J-A-R-V-I-S remark you enjoy subtlety. I believe you should exercise restraint. Tony's expression faltered as he protested to Robert. Shortly thereafter, an older model sports car caught his attention, or more precisely, the color of the vehicle captivated him. Robert, what do you think about adding a touch of red? I have a feeling it would be splendid. What do you think, J-A-R-V-I-S? Robert, who was already struggling to contain his laughter, endeavored to maintain a measured tone, lest he inadvertently burst into laughter, potentially provoking Tony's ire. I must say, your aesthetic sensibilities are quite exceptional. J-R-I-S flattered them both, and in the time it took to speak, he had already coordinated the red color. This will do. Upon seeing the armor adorned with red and gold, Tony instantly fell in love with it and decisively approved the design. The Disney Concert Hall, dressed in a crimson carpet, shimmered with lights and was abuzz with excitement as the third annual charity gala for the Firefighter Family Foundation, hosted by Tony Stark, was underway. A news segment on television swiftly captured Tony's attention. J-A-R-V-I-S. Have we received an invitation? No, sir. It's quite the jest that the founder has not received an invitation to the gala. Tony self-deprecatingly echoed Robert's sentiments before resolutely making up his mind. If they don't invite me, I shall attend unbidden. That is what one calls an uninvited guest, Robert chimed in. I adore that metaphor. Tony smiled at him, then turned to J-A-R-V-I-S. Let us proceed with that color scheme integration. J-A-R-V-I-S. Command acknowledged, initiating integration. Estimated assembly time is 5 hours. No need to wait for us, dear. Robert, what do you mean by us? Is the us referring to me? Enough already. Look at the time. I must retire for the night, exclaimed Robert, his tone reminiscent of a weary elder. Do not be such a curmudgeon. The night is merely the prologue of our lives. With that, Tony unceremoniously dragged Robert into his Audi sports car and swiftly ignited the engine, accelerating out of the garage without a hint of deceleration. Is this the one you drove in New York? Robert mused as he sat in the passenger seat, recognizing the vehicle that had once taken Tony to the city. Indeed, I had happy retrieve it. His efficiency this time truly exceeded my expectations, Tony remarked, pressing the accelerator. If Harry had overheard this, he would undoubtedly have thought, is it any wonder he is on the verge of dismissal? Contemplating this, Robert felt a tinge of concern for Happy's diligent efforts, recalling the anxious expression on Happy's face that day, which dampened his spirits. Happy is quite a decent fellow, Tony asserted. I have always believed so. It seems you share my sentiments. Robert intended to offer a few kind words about Happy, but perhaps forgot that Happy had known Tony far longer than he had. How could he be dismissed over a single incident? Realizing his unfounded worries, Robert fell silent, partly due to his earlier thoughts, but mostly because a few minutes later, he found himself bracing against the car door. Finally, he could no longer restrain himself and said to Tony, "You do realize you're driving on an 80 kilometers H speed limit road?" Glancing at the speedometer, which read 110, Tony turned to Robert with a mischievous glint. "I am fully aware. Rest assured, I have always adhered to the rules." With a rev of the engine, he accelerated further. If it weren't for the occasional vehicles on the road, Robert had no doubt Tony would push the speed beyond 150. In truth, they were already approaching that threshold. Forget it, Robert thought, releasing his grip on the door. A sudden sense of acceptance washed over him. At this velocity, the worst outcome would merely leave them with intact bodies. "I seem to be a bit irritable today. Not quite sure why," he confessed as they entered the city limits. With a speed limit dropped to 40 and traffic began to thicken, Tony slowed down and remarked to Robert, "Who knows? Perhaps it's just that time of the month." Robert had intended to jest in response, but realized Tony was not in the mood for levity. "If memory serves, men do not experience such occurrences," he replied weakly, turning his focus back to driving. However, their primary destination was not the charity gala, but rather a change of attire. "He is my premier stylist. What do you think?" Tony declared, showcasing his newly donned formal where before Robert, and without waiting for a response, gestured toward his esteemed stylist beside him. 2 minutes later, the tailor had understood Mr. Stark's measurements and anticipated that a bespoke suit could be crafted for him by the following weekend. However, until then, perhaps Tony would have to make do with a temporary arrangement. "All right, my friend is not in a hurry. Take your time," Tony remarked. Dressed in a standard-sized tuxedo, Robert rejoined Tony in the car, bringing along his old garments. "I don't see why you need to bring that thing. I once thought you were destitute." It played quite a role in that perception, Tony quipped, revealing his nostalgic disposition. Robert, however, ignored him, cradling the clothes protectively. In truth, the garments were not as dismal as Tony suggested. They were merely the attire of an ordinary person. "Oh, suit yourself," Tony replied, rolling his eyes in disapproval of Robert's decision. Buzz. As the charity gala approached, Tony pressed the accelerator with flamboyance, instantly becoming the center of attention. "Oh, who is that? Does he not understand the concept of respect?" Whispered 2 gala attendees. "Isn't that Stark 4? It appears to be Tony Stark's vehicle. Is it him? That makes sense." They mused, reflecting the sentiments of the crowd. "Hello, sir. Thank you." Tony and Robert sequentially exited the vehicle, with the valet promptly stepping forward to collect the keys. "Oh, is that Mr. Stark?" "Yes, indeed. May I take a photo with you and Ms. Zhang?" "Who is that beside you? Another wealthy individual?" As Robert emerged amidst the throng, he immediately felt the sensation of being in the limelight, the red carpet, the flash of cameras, and the sounds of adulation surrounding him. Chapter 51. Confusion, how does it feel? Tony inquired. "Absolutely marvelous. I knew you would enjoy it." Tony supported Robert's shoulder as they slowly made their way into the main hall, greeted by a chorus of greetings and flattery. "Tony, do you remember me? We've met before." A voice called out from the side. Just like that, those of lesser status remained outside the red carpet, eagerly waiting to see if someone would usher them in. "Yes, I remember you. It felt quite pleasant," Tony replied casually to the third-rate starlet, preparing to continue into the hall. "What are they doing here?" Robert questioned, observing the stream of exquisitely dressed starlets and models surrounding them. "Who knows? Perhaps they enjoy the fresh air," Tony suggested nonchalantly. Robert remained silent, halting his steps, scrutinizing Tony's face, clearly dissatisfied with the explanation. "Oh, well, these individuals are mostly here to curry favor with the powerful. They will stop at nothing for that." Noticing Robert had paused, Tony felt compelled to elaborate further, adopting an air of mockery as he gestured towards the throng of admirers. "Goodness, you truly are a beast." As Robert's gaze swept over the gathering of no less than 100 beautiful women, he found himself grappling with a burgeoning disdain for Tony's flirtatious nature, albeit tinged with a hint of envy. Believe me, my friend, there are far better options than this fast food. Tony clapped Robert on the shoulder and urged him to move forward, reluctantly forsaking the multitude of charming ladies outside. Robert considered that not all of them could possibly be associated with Tony, yet he also had no desire to venture inside in search of a companion, fearing the ensuing awkwardness. Our Stark Enterprises is far more than merely an arms business. In fact, that constitutes only a minor fraction of our operations. I believe it would be prudent for everyone to focus more on our contributions in the fields of firefighting and education. Obadiah. Just as Obadiah was about to address the reporters present, he was abruptly interrupted by the sudden emergence of Tony. Oh, look who has arrived. I truly did not expect you to show up. Obadiah gestured for the reporters to hold on momentarily, his eyes revealing a semblance of concern for Tony. Though it was merely a fade. Indeed, I did not foresee this either. Has the world truly changed such that the host is not invited to the feast? Tony, initially intent on reprimanding Obadiah, found his tone softening upon witnessing the latter's expression. Listen to me, Tony, please do not be hasty. I believe I have managed to persuade the board. Obadiah's words brought a measure of calm to Tony, as he held a degree of trust in this friend and business associate of his late father. All right, Tony conceded. Excellent. Could you keep an eye on Tony for me, child? Obadiah remarked while patting Robert's shoulder, unaware of his true age and what thoughts might arise if he did. I think I'm up to the task. Robert, ever tolerant of a man nearing his end, responded to Obadiah with a smile. Rest assured, I shall depart shortly. Tony, evidently irked by Obadiah's remarks, retorted in a sulky manner. Upon entering the hall, although the security personnel at the entrance did not recognize Robert, they would never dare to disregard Tony, their employer, and thus refrained from any scrutiny. All right, Tony, I believe our temporary partnership should come to an end. What? As Robert stepped into the hall, he noticed that the interior was no less impressive than the exterior. Realizing that Tony was not merely putting on a fade, he refrained from expressing gratitude and instead broached the subject of disbanding their arrangement. Hey, before we entered, Obadiah specifically asked you to keep an eye on me. Do you not remember? Come on, he is not my superior. Why should I heed his words? With that, Robert turned to leave, while Tony, for reasons unknown, insisted on keeping him there, making one last attempt. What about Belinda? Do you not care to consider her? Robert shot him a disdainful glance, feeling as though he had just heard an outrageous jest, a notorious libertine admonishing him to maintain his virtue. Then why do you pursue other women when you have Pepper? Tony, Robert's words momentarily rendered him speechless, leaving Tony at a loss for a rebuttal. Tony, that's different, he replied dismissively, prompting Robert to lose interest and begin searching for targets in the venue. Please don't let those individuals be found here. Tony silently prayed. Indeed, he had not deceived Robert. He had encountered most of the charming people outside, but that did not imply the absence of them in the hall, merely that their numbers were fewer. Mr. Stark, just as Tony's gaze followed Robert, a voice suddenly called out beside him. Who are you? Tony turned to see a completely unfamiliar face. I am Agent Coulson from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Tony, yes. I've heard of what you do. A nearby server handed Tony a glass of wine, allowing him to avoid looking at the agent, as agents had never been particularly friendly in his experience. Coulson, I believe we should schedule a time to discuss matters. Tony's eyes continued to search the crowd for Robert, but suddenly he was captivated by a beautiful silhouette, responding to Coulson's words with indifference. Yes, I think we should indeed schedule a time. With that, he walked towards the alluring figure. Coulson, how about tomorrow? Tony, next year? Sure, let us go with next year. Watching Tony depart, Coulson sighed in resignation. He realized that he could no longer employ the same tactics used with ordinary individuals on this exuberant young man. With a sense of mission failure, he glanced toward the corner of the hall. You are truly captivating. Is that so? Which part are you referring to? Robert, cradling a beauty in his arms, was now dancing in a corner of the dance floor. Though he had never danced before, that did not hinder his quick learning. Every part is enchanting. For instance, as he spoke, Robert's hand, resting on the woman's shoulder, began to move downward, just as he was about to reach lower ground. That is strictly off limits. A delicate, fair hand swiftly halted Robert's advance, employing a technique that left him feeling momentarily immobilized. Perhaps for an ordinary person, it would not merely be an illusion, But Robert was anything but ordinary. Suddenly, he exerted force in his arm, leaving the delicate hand with two choices. 1. She could continue to restrain him, risking her hand being broken as he proceeded downward. Or 2. The simpler option, she could simply release her grip. I disagree. The beauty in his arms let out a small gasp, perhaps muffled by the melodious song, thus remaining unnoticed. The woman was now infuriated, kicking out with the intent to strike Robert. Naturally, he easily evaded her attack. Who are you? Stepping back leisurely, Robert has come to realize that the individual before him is far more than just a mere canary for observation. Her prowess is evident from the 2 strikes she delivered, marking her as a master. Taking a deep breath, the woman restrains the urge to strike Robert down and introduces herself. Strategic Law Enforcement Military Supplies Department, Agent Natasha. What on earth? Robert is initially bewildered by the name. Simply put, S-H-I-E-L-D. Oh, you could have mentioned that sooner. Why use a name that is so obscure? Robert quips, expecting Natasha to be offended. However, to his surprise, she bursts into laughter. For one who stands at the precipice of death, such trivialities hold little significance. With a radiant smile, she utters words that send a chill down Robert's spine. Yet that feeling dissipates almost immediately as he dismisses it. Is it really because I inadvertently touched a certain agent's backside that I am now facing a manhunt from S-H-I-E-L-D? His nonchalant demeanor is evident on his face, though for a brief moment. A glimmer of coldness flickers in Natasha's eyes before she swiftly conceals it, for as an agent, the mission always takes precedence. Well, perhaps if you listen closely, you might reconsider your thoughts. Natasha retrieves an old-fashioned mobile phone from her pocket, one that still accepts memory cards and is connected to a pair of earphones. She offers one of the earphones to Robert, gesturing for him to listen. What is this? Despite his skepticism, curiosity compels Robert to don the earphones. Hey, send someone to execute a Level 1 mission. General, what are the target and location? The target is a guy named Robert, according to intelligence. He is exceptionally difficult to handle. Dispatch everyone you can with heavy weaponry, machine guns, rocket launchers. Ensure absolute certainty. Are we meant to resolve this from a distance? Our team excels in close combat. Enough chatter. Do as I instruct. I will send you the target's appearance shortly. He will appear on the road leading to the Washington military base in half an hour. Dispatch someone at once. Yes. Beep. Once the recording concludes, Natasha adeptly removes the memory card from the phone and, before Robert's eyes, snaps it in two. Who was that? Robert inquires, his curiosity piqued, eager to learn the identity of the person intent on his demise. General Wells, one of only 2 generals in the U.S. military. Why does he want me dead? Did you not hear my words? Can you recall a mountain that can harbor 2 male tigers? What does that have to do with me? Robert is somewhat perplexed. If Burns is still a general, then indeed, General Wells has a motive against him. After all, it is said that one mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. After he demonstrated unparalleled strength, it was only natural for him to stand in opposition to Wells, as from the very beginning he bore the label of Burns. However, the question now arises, Burns has stepped back, so what grounds does this General Wells have to act against him? Chapter 52. Awareness. Noticing the prolonged look of confusion on Robert's face, Natasha inquired with astonishment. You cannot seriously believe that merely an Air Force colonel and a retired general can afford you such a comfortable and liberated existence? What else could it be? Seeing Robert's apparent ignorance, Natasha felt compelled to enlighten him. General Freeman, the son of Marshal Phillip, is the one who, alongside General Burns, has supported you under pressure. Did you not know this? Shaking his head, Robert realized he was indeed oblivious to the fact that someone had been aiding him from behind the scenes. At that moment, he could not help but recall the visage of Philip, who had once held him in great esteem and nurtured his potential. Even if the matter concerning General Freeman is true, why should I trust you, or the agency behind you? Believe it or not, my task is complete regardless. Natasha, unfazed, spoke her piece and departed without a backward glance, leaving Robert in contemplation. Meanwhile, Tony, who had narrowly avoided a passionate encounter on the balcony, had just returned to the hall when an old flame approached him. Mr. Stark, do you remember me? A strikingly beautiful journalist asked. Had Tony not known her, he might have welcomed her flirtation, but regrettably, she was someone he had encountered before, specifically just before his last trip to Afghanistan, making her unforgettable. Oh, I particularly wish I could forget you. Tony's reluctance led the journalist, whom he had discarded after a fleeting encounter, to perceive his resistance as fear. Of course, you would hope to forget me. It would significantly reduce the negative press for your company, she proclaimed with a sense of pride, seemingly attempting to prove that his abandonment of her was a grave mistake. Yes, I deeply regret it. May I leave now? Tony was eager to extricate himself from the situation, sensing that the journalist's mental state was precarious, and she might act unpredictably at any moment. Having faced countless similar situations in the past, experience told Tony that avoidance was the wisest course of action. As he attempted to depart, the journalist feigned disbelief, prompting her to present tangible evidence against him. Is this what you call taking responsibility? After handing a stack of photographs to Tony, the journalist began her exposition. This town is named Gumara. Have you heard of it? Tony did not respond, instead focusing on the photographs in his hands. Initially, he feigned indifference, but upon discovering Stark Industries weapons within the images, he was compelled to take the matter seriously. As the number of photographs being flipped through increased, so did the array of weapons depicted within them, even showcasing the latest models. When were they taken? The female journalist replied, they were taken yesterday. Tony turned to her in disbelief. Clearly, this revelation took him by surprise. After a brief moment of stunned silence, he swiftly made a decision, his gaze scanning the nearby crowd. Upon spotting the person he sought, he hurried over. Robert, momentarily dazed, realized there was a pressing matter at hand. Tony approached him, pulling him towards the exit, evidently invigorated by the journalist's photographs and words. What has happened? Robert, shaken from his reverie, increasingly felt that the recent troubles he had been facing might finally have an explanation, though he hesitated, fearing he might be a pawn in someone else's scheme. Certain individuals within the company were becoming increasingly brazen. Suddenly, something seemed to click in his mind, and he inquired of Robert, by the way, how is the investigation I asked you to conduct coming along? Ultimately, Tony broached the topic, and Robert, gauging the timing, decided to be candid. According to my investigation, the person colluding with that group of terrorists is Obadiah. However, I currently lack tangible evidence, as I haven't had the chance to download the proof from his office. Are you certain? Tony's incredulity was palpable. After all, Obadiah had been a mentor for over 2 decades. Why not go ask him about what you just learned? His reaction will tell you everything. Robert shrugged, exuding confidence. Then let us proceed. Tony took the lead, eager to uncover the truth. Obadiah, sorry to pause for a moment. Tony approached directly, feeling a deep-seated aversion. Yet Obadiah decided to endure for the sake of discretion. What is going on with Gumara? Didn't TR Arms Department shut down? Who could possibly engage in arms transactions without my approval? A barrage of questions was hurled at Obadiah, who was striving to maintain control of the situation. Tony, don't be so naive. You know, I was indeed very naive in the past. They once said there were limits we could not cross. This is our business ethos. Tony interrupted, not waiting for Obadiah to finish, which irked him, though they still needed to maintain a fa of camaraderie in front of others. Let us take a photo first. Smile. Obadiah insisted, pulling Tony close for the camera, yet whispered into his ear, Tony, do you know who is preventing you from working? It's me. I submitted the ban to the board, but I did it to protect you. Despite Obadiah's near confession of being the mastermind behind it all, his rationality ultimately triumphed over his fury at the last moment, resulting in a fa of concern for Tony. Tony stood there, momentarily stunned, gazing at Obadiah's retreating figure when Robert stepped forward, remarking, perhaps you are right. Although still skeptical about Obadiah being the culprit, a flicker of doubt began to stir within Tony's heart. Time shall reveal all truths. Robert uttered words steeped in mystique and wisdom. It was evident that Tony was not the type to passively await the emergence of truth. Robert, I believe it is time for us to take the initiative. Looking into the distance, Tony's eyes blazed with a chilling anger. He intended to make those who betrayed him pay the price they deserved. The small town of Gumara, once basking in peace and happiness, now found itself under siege by a warlord funded by a new force, expanding his power through the use of advanced weaponry, bringing catastrophe upon the town. What fate awaits this place, devoid of humanitarian aid and the condemnation of the international community? On the television in Tony's home, news curated by Jarvis was presented before Tony and Robert. Their audacity was staggering. It seemed time had come to teach them a lesson. Tony seethed as he observed the frequent reports on Stark Industries weaponry, which he had originally designed to safeguard world peace, now in the hands of terrorists. How long until the armor is assembled? Jarvis? Mr. Stark, the Iron Man suit was completed 20 minutes ago and is ready for combat. Then let us proceed. Tony ascended a platform composed of mechanical arms, donning the newly crafted armor. The sound of the suit clanking as it made contact with the ground echoed in the air. Standing before Robert, he inquired, "What do you think?" "Quite impressive. It appears to possess considerable combat capability." Robert offered a fair assessment, yet Tony was unsatisfied. "What do you mean, appears?" "Its power is indisputable." "All right, I concede. It is indeed formidable," Robert replied. Tony had intended to argue further, even demonstrate the might of the repulsors. But when a flash of blue light appeared before him, he relented. This was precisely why he had never shied away from letting Robert witness his experiments with the Iron Man suit. He possessed an even greater power. "Jarvis, analyze this energy." "Understood, sir. Energy analysis in progress." However, secretly, Tony sought to understand Robert's abilities, perhaps even find a way to counter them. "Energy analysis failed. I apologize, sir. I cannot identify the source of this energy, but I can confirm it is stable and should not possess any destructive capability. I'll believe that when pigs fly." "Jarvis, I believe it is high time for an upgrade, lest you misreport exceedingly perilous matters as innocuous once more." Tony, encased in his armor, vocally expressed his frustrations towards his artificial intelligence. He had personally witnessed the formidable power of Robert's blue energy, a force capable of penetrating steel and reinforced concrete without any discernible energy loss. Yet, this same phenomenon was deemed safe by Jarvis, a notion Tony found utterly incredulous. Jarvis responded, "I apologize, sir." "What are you standing around for, Tony? Just proceed to that quaint little town named Gumara. Once you arrive, send me the precise coordinates, and I shall follow shortly. Why not accompany me on the flight?" he inquired, feigning ignorance, reminiscent of a child eager to outshine his peers in certain respects. "I cannot fly. Will you provide me with a suit as well?" Robert regarded Tony's antics with disdain, deliberately suggesting a request he presumed Tony would refuse outright. "Very well, but only when I am in a good mood." Surprisingly, Tony did not dismiss the idea outright. However, to Robert's ears, this was tantamount to a refusal. Disinterested, he opted to retire to his room for some rest. "I shall take a brief nap. Contact me once you arrive." With a casual wave of his hand, a blue portal materialized before him, leading directly to the guest room of Tony's residence. Now adept at manipulating spatial energies, Robert found little need to traverse additional steps. Witnessing this, Tony was immediately reminded of his impending arduous flight, while Robert could luxuriate in his slumber at home, igniting a sense of imbalance within him. "Hey, perhaps we should go together?" Just as he uttered these words, the blue portal closed, leaving Tony unaware of its destination. Thus, he resigned himself to flying on ahead. Chapter 53. Swift resolution. 5 hours later. "Jarvis, have we arrived?" Tony inquired, surveying the arid landscape around him, coupled with the sight of a somewhat familiar village that suggested he had reached his destination. "Indeed, sir. However, I must caution you that our high-speed flight may have left the reactor's energy insufficient to facilitate our return to California. I never intended to fly back. Contact Robert and send him the coordinates." Ding ding. Within Tony's home, Robert was abruptly roused from a deep slumber by the shrill sound of his phone ringing. It had been precisely 5 hours since Tony departed, and Robert had slumbered for the same duration, now caught in a state of half-awareness. "Hello." Perhaps it was muscle memory that compelled him to answer the call, and Tony's voice resonated from the other end. "Hi, sleeping soundly, are we, darling? Well, you can no longer indulge in slumber. I've sent you the coordinates." "Ah, that was quick." Robert forced himself to awaken, simultaneously examining the coordinates sent by Tony while inquiring. "Tony, surely my armor has not disappointed you, particularly in terms of speed?" he boasted, as if achieving supersonic flight in humanoid form was an extraordinary feat indeed. For an ordinary person, it was quite impressive. "That's rather commendable." Robert's voice emerged from beside him, just as the call he had been engaged in was abruptly terminated. Inside his armor, Tony cast a complex glance at the rapidly dissipating blue energy behind him. "How I wish I could possess such a marvel." Robert, initially a bit irritable upon waking, found himself amused by Tony's words, and his previous annoyance vanished. "That wouldn't do. I think it would be better for you to soar through the skies." Robert, now devoid of anger, even felt inclined to jest amicably with Tony. "Oomph. I'll leave those 3 positions to you," Tony huffed, not finding Robert's comments particularly humorous, and was already intent on assigning tasks without further ado. "So, you're taking the remaining 2 points? But those places appear quite perilous, don't they?" Robert listened to Tony's somewhat brusque yet heartwarming words. After all, what could be more comforting on the battlefield than to leave the most dangerous tasks to oneself while ensuring friends face the safer challenges? Clang. "Aerospace-grade titanium alloy. Ordinary bullets cannot harm me," Tony proclaimed, tapping his chest to highlight the advanced materials of his armor. Yet, Robert wished to voice more, but his words were cut off by Tony. "Enough of your fussing. Let us make a decision." Tony provided Robert no chance to respond, as his thrusters ignited, propelling him directly toward the area rife with terrorists. "I actually wanted to say, oh, never mind." Robert watched as Tony soared into the sky. He intended to convey that the terrorists would be dealt with swiftly. "Why do we have our weapons displayed here for them to see?" "I'm not quite sure, but I heard it's to lure back that guy who escaped last time." "What? Lure him back? I nearly lost my life at his hands last time." "What is the boss thinking? Is he mad?" "Shoo." Among the chatting terrorists, one uttered a phrase he ought not to have, prompting his companion to swiftly cover his mouth. "Don't drag me down with you if you want to die." He shot a resentful glare at his indiscreet companion before the latter finally released his grip. "What does it matter? The boss isn't here. Who would overhear us?" Clearly, the companion's warning fell on deaf ears, as he continued unabated. "It seems I must distance myself from this lunatic to avoid being ensnared in his folly." The more astute terrorist contemplated, observing his oblivious comrade. He turned away, intending to distance himself. Yet that very motion left him utterly astonished. What was that? A faint sound echoed, and Robert beheld the 2 terrorists who had vanished along with their guarded weapons, nodding in self-satisfaction. "What transpired over there?" "Just now, I witnessed a colossal blue light appear. Damn it, that was our weapons storage. Hurry and investigate." Robert's method of resolving the issue was rather flamboyant, as he unleashed a vast chaotic spatial transmission directed at that area. In an instant, everything at the struck location was devoured, leaving only a massive pit in its wake. Had it not been for the surrounding yellow sand swiftly flowing into the void to fill it, this place might soon become an unsolved mystery. Cooley and the others have vanished. The weapons are gone. It was him. He's the only one left here. "Who are you?" A few nearby terrorists, noticing the anomaly, quickly surrounded him. After a futile search for their missing companions and the stored weapons, they finally turned their attention to Robert, who stood not far away. "I will ask you once more, who are you?" The leading terrorist raised his weapon, confronting Robert with an air that suggested he would shoot at the slightest provocation, and his subordinates mimicked his stance. "What are you saying?" The terrorist spoke in the local Afghan dialect, which Robert could not comprehend. Observing their animated chatter, he instinctively leaned in to discern their words. However, his response was met with a barrage of bullets. The terrorists, finding no understanding in his speech, opted for immediate gunfire. "How rude of you." The bullets were swift, but Robert's spatial power was swifter, activated instantaneously. Several fiery serpents shot towards Robert, and upon witnessing him suddenly engulfed in blue light, some terrorists even resorted to tossing grenades, 2 of which were hurled towards him without hesitation. Every inch of Robert's skin was enveloped in spatial energy, and he discovered a new application for this power. Boom! The sound of the grenade explosions echoed. Yet within the protective embrace of spatial energy, Robert felt no concern. The shockwaves and shrapnel were sent into an unknown dimension before they could reach him. 2 minutes later, "What is that? Is it a person?" The terrorists, either out of ammunition or frozen in shock by the spectacle before them, shared a common thought regarding the blue light. "Is it finished?" Throughout the ordeal, Robert made no effort to resist. It was not that he could not employ other techniques once enveloped in spatial energy. Rather, he sought to test the efficacy of this newly discovered skill. Now that the enemy's assault has ceased, and he remains unscathed, it is undoubtedly a result that brings satisfaction to Robert. "You are of no use now." The terrorist at the back let out a faint scream just before being consumed by the spatial transmission. It was not physical pain he felt, for the transmission itself bore no sensation. His cry perhaps stemmed from a primal fear of the unknown. Let these beings be sent off for the aliens to toy with. After dispatching those terrorists, Robert meticulously gathered all the weapons they had scattered and sent them into the unknown realm. which might lie at the far reaches of the universe or perhaps still on Earth, albeit with a minuscule probability. The next challenge, however, proved somewhat troublesome. Having effortlessly dealt with 3 enemy strongholds, adhering to the principle of leaving no one and nothing behind, he packed them all away. Yet, as he turned his attention to assist Tony with what was originally his burden, Robert discovered that this task was not as straightforward. This group of terrorists was mingling among ordinary residents, seemingly coercing civilians into compliance, with any dissenters facing execution. The situation was not easy to resolve. It did not seem insurmountable. Robert murmured to himself, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight, reappearing a kilometer away. Every household must provide a male to join the Ten Rings gang. Otherwise, they will meet the fate of the man just executed. Should you dare to resist, humph. Bang. Father. The small-time terrorist leader, addressing the villagers, once again executed a civilian who dared to defy him in front of all. Humph. Robert, having arrived too late, could not prevent the tragedy, and his mood soured instantly. No longer wishing to engage in idle chatter with these terrorists, he unleashed several spatial blades. Robert showed no mercy to anyone armed. No matter which part of their bodies was struck, they all suffered penetrating wounds. A whole expanse of flesh and blood simply vanished. Initially, some terrorists who had not been hit managed to utter a few words, but that was merely a fleeting flicker of life, as they bled profusely and could not survive. Run. As the villagers witnessed the sudden upheaval, initially thinking Robert was there to assist them, they were soon terrified by his ruthless methods, their faces paling in fear. It was unclear who uttered the cry, but the innocent civilians scattered like startled birds, leaving behind only a man and a woman, seemingly the wife and child of the man recently executed by the terrorist leader. Thank you. The woman did not flee like the others. Instead, she knelt before Robert with an expression of deep reverence, offering a respectful salute. Stepping aside, Robert did not accept her homage. Although he could not comprehend her words, they were undoubtedly expressions of gratitude. Sighing in exasperation as he gazed at the boy, who remained motionless beside his father, Robert could only lament. Kind benefactor, might you share your name with me? The woman inquired as she lifted her head. Yet the figure of Robert, who had just been before her, had vanished without a trace. Nevertheless, though he was absent, a pile of verdant green dollars had mysteriously appeared on the ground. Upon seeing this, the woman bowed once more, aware of the identity of the benefactor. And in her inability to repay, she could only express her gratitude in this manner. Chapter 54. No more pretense, have you concluded your task over there? Tony asked, gazing at Robert, who had just interrupted his moment of resolution to destroy his weapons. I wrapped things up ages ago. Had I not been captivated by your exhilarating performance earlier, I would have sought to hasten the conclusion myself. As he spoke, Robert unleashed a spatial portal, devouring the largest cache of weapons, too disinterested to wait for Tony to indulge in a display of fireworks. JARVIS? Tony inquired, activating his artificial intelligence to scan the area, only to find that Robert's claims were indeed accurate. The previously discontented terrorists had been completely eradicated, leaving not a trace in some locations. How did you manage that? Tony asked incredulously, his astonishment evident, though obscured by his armor. I have another matter to attend to. Are you departing or not? Robert, lacking the inclination for further idle chatter, opened a spatial portal and turned to Tony with a questioning gaze. Well, I can simply fly back, Tony replied, but midway through his sentence, Robert's figure vanished before him, leaving Tony behind as he departed. Perhaps, he mused, it was unwise to be concerned about appearances. Yet, thankfully, the skirmish had not extended for long, and the energy within his reactor was sufficient to return him to America. What do you mean by concern about appearances? I genuinely relish the sensation of soaring freely, Tony retorted, addressing JARVIS. If you cannot utter agreeable words at times, I may contemplate reverting you to your original form. Tony's threat rendered JARVIS subdued, causing him to refrain from showcasing his intelligence, opting instead to minimize his dialogue in the subsequent hours to avoid further repercussions. JARVIS. Why did you not alert me to simply return with Robert? Why compel me to finish my statement? You clearly have the capability to mute external communication. Amidst his frustrations, Tony, having been airborne for an unknown duration, eventually erupted, directing his ire solely at J.A.R. Nice, the only artificial intelligence present. Honestly, Robert, could you not have waited a moment for me? Of course, Tony did not spare Robert from his criticisms, and his grumbling persisted throughout the remainder of their journey, leaving J.A.R.V.I.S. to cower in silence, fearing further attention. Are you truly certain you are well? Constantly sneezing is hardly an auspicious sign. In the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., within the director's office atop the building, Nick Fury instinctively took a step back, seemingly wary of catching a cold from Robert's sneeze. "I'm fine," he said, casually picking up a tissue from the desk. Once Robert cleared his nose, he began to address the matter at hand. "Is what Natasha and I discussed true? Which matter are you referring to?" Robert's straightforwardness left Nick somewhat bewildered, prompting him to feign ignorance. "Stop pretending. Would S.H.I.E.L.D. agents come to inform me without your orders?" Observing Nick's continued act of cluelessness, Robert decisively pressed on. "Is it true that General Wells wants to kill me?" He fixed his gaze on Nick's remaining eye. "Must he be so blunt?" Fury replied, feeling a headache coming on. His intention had been to convey to Robert that General Wells was targeting him, subtly implying that S.H.I.E.L.D. was on his side against Wells. However, Nick had not anticipated Robert's direct approach, which made him appear less like a seasoned veteran and more like an impulsive youth. "I don't have time to waste. Just answer me. Does Wells want me dead? Yes or no?" Robert's relentless questioning further confirmed Nick's impression of his impetuous nature. "Yes, but what can you do about it? He is a general with control over nearly half of the U.S. military's operational command." Robert's insistence ignited Fury's frustration, prompting him to provide the answer Robert sought. Now, Nick was curious to see just how much anger Robert could muster and how formidable his strength truly was. "What is Wells' phone number? You're not actually thinking of calling him to confirm whether he wants to kill you, are you?" "Oh my God, how did I end up with such a fool?" Nick Fury was genuinely astonished by Robert's naivety. He contemplated whether he could pry open Robert's head to check if something was amiss. "You might consider altering your tone when speaking to me." A blue light enveloped Fury, leaving only his face visible. "Calm down. Please remain composed." Nick stood frozen, fully aware of the blue light as formidable power from the surveillance footage he had witnessed. "I don't want to ask again for the phone number." Robert's response was devoid of emotion, clearly indicating he was genuinely angry. Initially, he had merely wished to lead a normal life, but regrettably, some insisted on provoking him, and they would have to face the consequences of his resolve. At that moment, the physical injuries inflicted by his hatred had long since healed, and it would not be an exaggeration to say he was in his prime. Nick Fury was drenched in cold sweat, despite the looming threat of death. He divulged the phone number, not out of fear for his own life, but rather because he deemed it utterly unworthy to perish for someone he despised. At the Pentagon, it was early morning when General Wells had just arrived at his office, only to be interrupted by the ringing of his private phone. He glanced at the unfamiliar caller ID, furrowing his brow before disconnecting the call. Robert observed the terminated call with a hint of confusion, casting a questioning glance at Fury. Yet, within Fury's eyes, he perceived a glimmer of lethal intent. "Try calling again. Perhaps Wells mistook you for a telemarketer. If that fails, you can always use my phone," Fury added, aiming to gain Robert's trust. The effect was, indeed, remarkable. "Very well. I shall trust you once more." Robert dialed the number again, and moments later, a low, arrogant voice resonated from the other end. "You better have a legitimate reason for contacting me. If this is a sales pitch, I assure you, I will ensure your factory is shut down by tomorrow, regardless of its location in the world." As soon as the call connected, the voice unleashed a tirade laden with bravado. Robert raised an eyebrow, contemplating whether this dog had always been so irritable. His previous comment had been directed towards Fury, yet before he could react, Wells erupted first on the line. "What did you just say? Explain yourself immediately. If your explanation fails to satisfy me, prepare to report to prison tonight." Wells, a man in his 40s, was considered remarkably young for a general, particularly a 4-star general. At his age, such a rank would typically be out of reach. However, thanks to the precedent set by Freeman, his father, Marshal Phillip, had cleared numerous obstacles for his son. With his father's influence, Freeman had achieved the rank of general by the age of 40. Wells's family, seizing this momentum, had navigated through immense pressure and challenges to elevate him as well. Their choice not to select an elder, venerable family member for the generalship stemmed from the stark contrast in implications between an aged general and a vigorous, youthful representative. Wells had held the title of general for many years, and typically, anyone who encountered him would display utmost respect, if not humility. Yet today, he found himself being insulted directly. Having long wielded one of the highest powers in the United States, he had long since lost any sense of reverence. Handling any ordinary citizen of this free nation was merely a matter of words. Why the silence? Have you lost your tongue? If you don't explain soon, my patience will wear thin. Listening to Wells's excessively arrogant rhetoric, Robert had begun to firmly believe that this individual was indeed Wells. After all, a man who frequently threatened imprisonment bore an uncanny resemblance to one who might also contemplate murder. You are Wells, are you not? I have heard whispers that you wish to end my life. Thus, I am calling to ascertain the truth. Tired of the incessant barking on the other end, Robert decided to confront the matter head-on. Who are you? Wells, momentarily taken aback, responded in a tone that suggested indifference to the allegations of his murderous intent. Indeed, he truly did not care. I am Robert. I shall inquire once more. Is it true that you intend to send someone to kill me? Wells replied, Robert? It is indeed you. Yes, I did send someone to eliminate you yesterday, though I am perplexed as to how you evaded them and discovered the plot. But what of it? Do you intend to report me to Freeman, little baby? Wells not only acknowledged his intentions without hesitation, but also mocked Robert, as if to assert that he was indeed targeting him, leaving Robert powerless to act. With a sigh, casting aside the constraints imposed by fury, Robert directly queried Wells. Where are you currently located? Wells responded, my location. It appears your audacity exceeds my expectations. However, I am quite curious to see how far that bravado extends. In half an hour, I shall meet with the president at the White House if you dare. If you possess the nerve to come to the White House. Do not make me look down on you, you weepy child. With that, Wells abruptly ended the call, and Robert's eyes blazed with fury. Surely you do not intend to go to the White House? Oh, please do not. Remain calm. He is clearly trying to provoke you. Fury, who had overheard the conversation, knew Robert's intentions the moment he saw the murderous glint in his eyes. His task was to dissuade Robert, for if he were to forcefully enter the White House, the situation would escalate dramatically, compelling SHIELD to intervene, potentially inciting nationwide turmoil. Chapter 55. The President, has anyone ever informed you that you speak excessively? Robert settled onto a nearby sofa and directed a warning toward Fury, though such a statement bore little weight. Seeing that Fury was about to speak further, Robert summoned the blue spatial energy behind him. With an advanced understanding of this power, he had determined the extent of his capabilities. At the peak of his physical prowess, he could wield a vast spatial teleportation powerful enough to envelop half the globe. No need for half the world. Enveloping all of America would suffice. This was Robert's leverage, should anyone wish to oppose him. He could take the entire nation along with him to the grave. Upon witnessing the spatial power behind Robert, Fury recalled his earlier immobilizing predicament and reluctantly opted to cease his attempts at persuasion. Having set an alarm on his phone, Robert certainly would not remain idle. In fact, he had matters to attend to. Thank you for the phone, Fury. I believe it would be best for us to avoid each other for the foreseeable future. Don't you think? Robert said, half threatening and half reminding Fury, implying that he wished to keep him away from the impending events at the White House. Oh, rest assured, we won't be seeing each other for quite some time, Fury readily replied, and Robert did not pursue the truth of the statement, as he felt utterly unrestrained at that moment. Remember your words, Fury. Stepping through the portal, the other side led to the Stark Industries executive building. Fury watched as Robert departed, standing still for a few seconds until he confirmed Robert had completely left. Hey, assemble all action teams to converge on the rear of the White House, and inform the President to head to the Underground Command Center immediately. Move. Yes, sir. Fury shouted into the phone. After making these arrangements, he still felt concern and decided to investigate personally. Good day, sir. Do you have an appointment? A beautiful receptionist at Stark Industries inquired politely. Oh, I have no appointment. I am a newly appointed security consultant by Tony. I urgently need to report to Mr. Obadiah. Please direct me to his office. Robert replied earnestly. He was indeed telling the truth, but the receptionist would not take his word for it and needed to verify. Please hold on. I will check immediately, she said politely while reporting the situation to her superior. All right, she thought she would wait a while, but suddenly, Robert noticed a map of the building's rooms and departments hanging on a nearby wall, and there it was, Obadiah's office. Raising an eyebrow, he said to the receptionist, "I think I won't trouble you anymore." And without waiting for her response, he headed toward the elevator. "Hello, supervisor. I have someone claiming to be the new security consultant looking for Mr. Obadiah." "What security consultant? Let him take the call." "All right, where is he?" The receptionist looked around but could not spot Robert. However, it was hardly surprising, for Robert had once again utilized a spatial power, employing the skill of spatial invisibility. With a mere invocation, the surrounding space distorted momentarily, completely concealing his figure. To enter Stark Industries, one must pass through a gate that requires a card swipe and is monitored by security personnel. Robert walked past the guards without a single individual detecting his presence. It was not that Robert's spatial invisibility was extraordinarily powerful. If any of them had reached out to touch, they would still be able to sense his existence. Robert possesses the ability to become completely invisible, to the extent that he cannot even be touched. However, such a state undoubtedly requires him to enter the realm of nothingness, a space fraught with peril. A moment's inattention could render Robert, as a corporeal form, unable to endure the dangers therein. Thus, for the sake of safety, he opts for a method of invisibility akin to an illusion. As Robert stealthily infiltrates, a series of peculiar incidents unfold at Stark Industries. The first anomaly is the elevator inexplicably activating on its own, descending to the ground floor before ascending directly to the topmost level. Yet, few notice this occurrence. Creaking, the door to Obadiah's office swings open. Robert peers inside, finding the man himself absent, and strides directly toward the computer on his desk. The sound of the machine powering up resonates. Were there others present, they might be utterly astounded by the spectacle before them. The mouse dances erratically, and the chair rocks back and forth. Such a sight would surely provoke thoughts of the supernatural in any rational individual. The boot-up speed is rather ordinary, taking over 20 seconds to complete, a duration Robert deems unworthy of Obadiah's current status. "Let me see if this contraption Tony provided is of any use," he muses. The computer requires a password for access, but Robert is not inclined to indulge its defenses. He swiftly produces a disk laden with a virus and inserts it. In a flurry of incomprehensible gibberish, the computer is rapidly compromised. "Now let me search for the encrypted files," he declares. Within the myriad of local files, Robert directly seeks out the encrypted entries. Obadiah's computer, now nearly brought to its knees by Tony's virus, renders the encryption futile. "You instructed me to eliminate those individuals. Yet you failed to mention that Tony was among them. You wish to claim him? That will certainly require additional funds." In the original encrypted files, Robert, unsurprisingly, uncovers a video segment. Although he cannot comprehend the spoken words, the subtitles provide translation. The terrorists exhibit a surprisingly professional touch in their post-production work. As Robert observes the smoothly flowing subtitles, he raises his thumb in admiration for the terrorist responsible for the video editing. Beep, beep, beep. The half-hour mark has elapsed, and Robert has successfully copied the video segment onto his disk. Ding! At that moment, his phone suddenly rings. Robert glances at it, astonished to see a photo taken by Wells inside the White House. Inside the White House, the President of the United States, perplexed, queries, "What did you say, General Wells?" He is uncertain whether Wells' earlier remark was directed at him or someone else. "Nothing of concern," Wells responds, nonchalantly waving his hand, his demeanor exceedingly dismissive. This cavalier attitude transforms the president's previously buoyant mood into one of irritation. Back when he was merely a presidential candidate, he and the general shared a harmonious relationship, united by their common interests. As the impending election draws near, a former associate, upon reviewing their own approval ratings, decisively abandons their previously stated intention to seek re-election, instead opting to support a newcomer within the party who appears to overshadow them in popularity. This shift has created a palpable rift between them. Early this morning, General Wells made a phone call, explicitly stating his desire to converse with the president at the White House. Initially, the president assumed that his counterpart had reconsidered and was prepared to renew their support. However, what had he truly endured? Upon arrival, he encountered a general who merely glanced at the clock, offering perfunctory responses to the president's words, devoid of any respect. "General Wells, you have been here for over 10 minutes. If there is nothing pressing, I kindly ask that you take your leave as I have other matters to attend to." Perceiving the president's intention to dismiss him, Wells, despite his diminishing regard for the soon-to-be ex-president with little chance of re-election, was still restrained by the fact that they were in the White House, and the individual before him was, after all, the legitimate president of the United States. Even in his arrogance, Wells refrained from openly confronting him. "Mr. President, I indeed have matters to discuss with you. Please remain and witness our American hero, Robert," as he boldly storms the White House. What? President Lytton was taken aback by General Wells' proclamation, finding it hard to believe that anyone would dare to breach the heavily fortified White House. Yet, the solemnity in the general's words suggested the absence of jest. What transpired? That is a question best directed at General Wells. The sudden arrival of General Freeman interrupted the conversation between the president and Wells. Lytton observed Freeman and the accompanying Nick Fury with confusion, wondering why he had not been informed of their presence. "I apologize for the lack of communication. Due to certain restrictions, I was compelled to invoke my emergency meeting privileges to come here," Freeman explained, his words laced with implication, as his gaze fixed intently on Wells, making it clear whom he referred to. "General Wells, I believe you owe us an explanation regarding the situation at hand." Lytton, not lacking in discernment, clearly understood Freeman's insinuation. "I have also received intelligence regarding Colonel Robert's betrayal of America, with intentions to assault the White House, which compel my actions." Why would he stand down? President Lytton and Freeman spoke almost in unison, but their voices were abruptly interrupted. "Mr. President, a suspicious individual is approaching the White House. Please prepare to enter the underground shelter to avert any potential crisis." The senior agent responsible for White House security communicated urgently, relaying the message directly to the president's office. Lytton picked up the phone, intending to inform the agent that they might consider negotiating with Robert. However, Wells interjected, stating, "You and your agents should withdraw to safeguard the president. The military is on its way, and they can handle everything." Observing the evident discord between the president and Freeman, Wells articulated his rationale. Had he chosen to enter the White House amicably rather than forcefully, the military would undoubtedly refrain from firing first. Wells' reasoning was sound, leaving Freeman at a loss for a counterargument, compelling him to remain silent. Simultaneously, Freeman hoped that Robert would make the right decision, if his conjecture was accurate. The military dispatched by Wells was likely his elite brigade, a formidable army equipped with main battle tanks. Chapter 56. Overestimating one's abilities. Perhaps I could step out and negotiate with him. Fry finally sees an opportunity to speak, having been sidelined earlier, feeling like an outsider. Lytton pondered for a moment before making a decisive choice. He picked up the phone and addressed the senior agent on the other end, instructing, "Withdraw all perimeter agents and security personnel into the White House. The lawns and open areas are to be controlled by the military. Additionally, unless approaching personnel exhibit aggressive actions, the first shot shall not be fired. I will send someone to negotiate." Understood. Lytton's command was swiftly executed, and he nodded at Fry, signaling him to proceed with the negotiation. General Freeman believed that regardless of the circumstances, Colonel Robert had acted rashly. Any disputes could be resolved in court, a right bestowed upon him by the Constitution. Yet, to block the entrance to the White House in such a manner was, in his view, an affront and a contempt for the highest authority in America. Once the sole outsider departed, President Lytton began to discuss Robert's connections with Freeman. In truth, if it weren't for this relationship, Lytton would hardly concern himself with whether Robert was a hero. He would either apprehend him or eliminate him without so much ado. It seems General Freeman has been rather lax in managing his subordinates, allowing them to brazenly storm the White House. If this continues, does he aspire to seize the presidency himself? Before Freeman could respond, his old adversary Wells took the opportunity to undermine Lytton. "Enough. General Wells, you were well aware that Robert would come, yet you failed to counsel or deter him in person. Instead, you unilaterally repositioned troops around the White House. This not only constitutes dereliction of duty, but also shows a blatant disregard for my position as president." Lytton was incensed, partly due to Wells' provocations. Yet even in his fury, he remained a politician. Freeman had already pledged his assistance, and thus, he refrained from being excessively harsh. However, Wells was a different matter. Not only had he abandoned his post, shifting with the winds, but he also grew increasingly arrogant. Lytton felt compelled to admonish him, perhaps before Robert could usurp his position. It would be Wells who would act first. Wells certainly sensed Lytton's reprimand, letting out a grunt of discontent before lapsing into silence. Outside the White House, Robert stood rigidly before the outer gate, while fury conversed with him from within. It appears you are not a man of your word. Just moments ago, you voluntarily assured me that you would not partake in today's events. Yet here you are, Fury remarked. Can one who breaks promises truly be deemed a good person? I deeply regret divulging that information to you. It is hard to fathom what occupies your mind. Fury leaned against the fence, feigning a look of remorse. Enough with the delays. Given the cacophony of that machinery, do you truly believe I would remain oblivious? Robert shifted slightly, turning his back to reveal the approaching tank, demonstrating to Fury just how acute his hearing was. All right, you are now aware that just behind you lie several of the most advanced M1 Abrams tanks. Formidable beasts capable of demolishing roadways. In addition, there are armored vehicles and at least a regiment's worth of troops. And they need only hold their ground for half an hour before reinforcements comprising nearly a battalion will arrive, Robert stated. Honestly, I don't perceive any chance of victory in a direct confrontation with you. Perhaps by the time those rapid response forces arrive, you will be reduced to mere rubble. Fury concluded, emphasizing Robert's current dire predicament, hoping to compel him to consider an alternative under the weight of such overwhelming military might. Finished? Robert remained nonchalant, casually cleaning his ears as if he were entirely unfazed by the situation, despite the hundreds of guns and several cannons aimed at him. There is indeed another path available to you, Robert. Come inside and explain everything to the president. You may face consequences, but that is far preferable to losing your life. Fury urged, what are you still hesitating for? Enter the White House. Meanwhile, inside the White House, Wells stood behind the president, observing the live feed and noting Robert's indecisiveness. As if he were genuinely swayed by Fury's words, Wells decided to take action. Excuse me for a moment, he declared, not waiting for Litton and Freeman's reactions before striding outside. Freeman, quick on his feet, attempted to call after him as he approached the door, but was grabbed by another. Let him go. If this Robert can be so easily provoked, it only proves he is unworthy of your regard, and it reflects his utter disrespect for the White House, particularly towards me. If that is the case, what purpose does he serve? Litton's words revealed his growing discontent with Robert. After all, if Fury had spoken to him for so long and he still refused to comply, was that not a blatant disregard? Stop standing there like a fool. If you have any courage, enter alone. Wells approached the exterior of the White House, catching a glimpse of Robert's position, and sent him a text message. Robert remains obstinately unyielding. Ding dong. Fury's lips were nearly parched, yet Robert exhibited little reaction. At that moment, his phone chimed once more. Hey, where are you? A text was sent back, and gradually, Robert's form became enveloped by a blue energy. Ding dong. Look at the main gate. Robert turned his gaze toward the entrance of the White House and quickly spotted a figure waving, seemingly aware of being seen. No, not like this. With a crackling sound, Robert was entirely enveloped in the azure energy, radiating a brilliant blue glow. The sounds of soldiers around them loading their weapons echoed ominously. As conflict loomed, Fury hastily remarked, I have one final question for you. The troops present must have been summoned by Wells, correct? Nick Fury replied, why do you ask that? A surge of blue energy shot toward Fury's face, and before he could evade, he was consumed by the portal. The door was aptly named, for Robert had designated its other end to be the headquarters of S.H.I.L.D. The commander initiated an assault, seemingly having slain one of our negotiators. The colonel of the Valor Corps reported to Wells. In truth, with his rank, he could command a division, yet no ordinary division could rival the well-armed Valor Corps. What are we waiting for? Let us commence the attack. Must we allow him to reach the president before we act? Wells declared with apparent righteousness, perfectly captured by the nearby cameras. Yes, open fire immediately. The commander of the Valor Corps, upon receiving the order, swiftly relayed the command through the intercom. While journalists documented the unfolding events, General Wells, may I inquire who is currently attacking the White House? Is it permissible to disclose this information? A reporter boldly asked, instantly drawing the attention of all others present, as this was a question on everyone's lips. There is nothing inconvenient about this. The assailant attempting the assault is none other than Robert Beatty, the legendary harbinger of hell, once revered as a hero by the Americans. What? He shouldn't be alive. The incredulity and skepticism erupted among the reporters, as it was difficult for any rational person to fathom the reemergence of someone from 70 years past, audaciously attacking the White House. Silence. Allow these reporters in. Wells intended to tarnish Robert's reputation, hoping to implicate Freeman as well. However, even if he failed to do so, Wells had already secured a favorable image through his decisive actions, ensuring he would garner public goodwill. Robert, for reasons shrouded in mystery, had survived to the present day. How to describe it? It was akin to a person awakening after a slumber and finding themselves 70 years into the future. Truly, it was a marvel. Incredible. I have already devised what tomorrow's headline will be. It is certain to create a sensation. The reporter's enthusiasm was ignited, much to Wells' satisfaction, prompting him to prepare to casually mention the generous treatment Freeman extended to him after Robert's awakening. In truth, the accommodations Robert received upon regaining consciousness were quite substantial. Our General Freeman even arranged for him a villa and $1 million subsidy. Yet, surprisingly, he remained discontent. He feigned disappointment, prompting the reporters to hastily direct the cameraman to capture the moment. However, this solemn performance was abruptly interrupted. "Commander, our assault is ineffective against him. He is advancing towards you," the captain of the Brave Corps shouted over the intercom. By the time Wells processed this information, it was too late, for a figure radiating an azure glow stood directly before him. Continuing? Why the silence? Robert inquired leisurely, seemingly devoid of any immediate intention to strike. Shit. Run. Quick. Shoot. Robert's sudden appearance frightened many reporters. After all, he was now identified as an assailant against the White House, and his uncanny luminescence would instill fear in anyone. Yet, there were a few audacious souls among them. "Apologies, but may I have a moment alone with General Wells?" With a wave of his hand, a colossal portal opened. The only place Robert could appropriately handle these individuals was Times Square. After all, sending them to Tony's abode or the deserts of Afghanistan was out of the question. The former was not a perilous environment for those less than appealing, but the latter would be unforgiving regardless of one's identity. Where's my camera? My notebook is gone too. Damn it, my handwritten records were on that. A multitude of people suddenly appeared in Times Square, aimlessly searching for their belongings. But their efforts were in vain, as Robert had left those items behind. He was not foolish. After dealing with Wells, he did not intend to let things slide. As the saying goes, a tree lives by its bark, and a man lives by his face. Robert was keen to prevent any negative aspects of his situation from becoming public knowledge. He was unaware of what Wells had said prior to his arrival, but leaving behind the recording devices seemed prudent. "Are you quite arrogant?" As Robert took the moment to send the reporters away, Wells had a viable chance to escape into the White House, yet he chose to confront Robert with a handgun aimed at his head. Chapter 57. Unaware of danger, I wager your gun is unloaded. So unaware of your peril. Bang, bang, bang. After uttering a phrase, Wells immediately pulled the trigger, a triumphant grin forming on his face, only to freeze in disbelief as events unfolded beyond his comprehension. With a swift motion, Robert struck Wells' handgun from his grasp, observing the still dumbfounded expression on his face. Amused, he queried, "Did none of your associates inform you that I am unafraid of this? Stay away from the general." "Stop, Robert!" Two shouts echoed from opposing directions, one from Freeman within the White House, and the other from the valiant commander of the Brave Regiment. The sound of hurried footsteps filled the air. Despite previous attempts proving futile, the soldiers and agents encircling Robert instinctively trained their weapons upon him. "You cannot kill him." Freeman emerged from the throng of agents and guards, stepping directly before Robert. The president had already sought refuge in the underground command center, and Freeman was reluctant to dwell on the matter further, hoping to persuade Robert once more. Why should I not? He can kill me, yet I cannot retaliate?" Robert scoffed, his anger turning to incredulity. Had it not been for the suspicion that the man before him was General Freeman, who had aided him in the shadows on multiple occasions, he might have taken harsher action. "Robert, I am Freeman. My father, Philip, was once familiar with you. Please, trust me. There is still a chance to rectify this situation." Freeman's earnest gaze met Robert's. He spoke truthfully, believing that a small sacrifice might yet salvage the circumstances. "I regret to say this, General," Robert replied, recalling Philip's past support and the kindness his family had shown him. "But today's events cannot simply be forgiven." A blue portal materialized beneath Freeman's feet. Given the number of individuals present, Robert opted not to manifest a spatial gateway for himself, but rather, in a moment of quick thinking, opened the portal on the ground. Due to gravity, it was nearly impossible for those without wings to escape. He has killed General Freeman. Open fire. The commander of the brave regiment immediately issued the order, deliberately edging closer to Wells, who was attempting to flee, attempting to shield him. Rat-a-tat-tat. Countless bullets ricocheted off Robert's outer defenses. It could hardly be described as a mere tickle, for the projectiles barely grazed him. Damn it, what am I supposed to do? The futile barrage prompted numerous American soldiers to abandon their assault, with some angrily discarding their spent rifles and resorting to melee weapons to subdue Robert. Boom! At that moment, the main battle tank also trundled onto the White House lawn, its cannon aimed squarely at Robert. Even though it had been previously demonstrated that the shells could not harm him, it still targeted him. Leave while I am still in good mood. Perhaps it was the soldiers' overconfidence, stemming from their previous inaction, that emboldened them. Rather than retreating, they surged forward with their melee weapons drawn. As the surrounding soldiers prepared to strike, Robert could no longer restrain himself, especially upon witnessing Wells making a break for the White House. You've overstepped. Suddenly, the space around Robert began to warp, ultimately tearing open fissures. The unfortunate souls closest to him, who had intended to attack, found themselves grievously injured, losing limbs in the chaos. Devils! A gunshot rang out. Silence. Maintain formation. A pungent scent of blood swiftly engulfed the air, as a nascent river of crimson began to form across the White House lawn. Yet, the valiant regiment, true to their reputation as an elite force of the American military, exhibited commendable composure amidst such a horrific spectacle, with only a handful succumbing to panic. Following the regiment commander's decisive action in silencing a raucous voice, they astonishingly reformed their ranks. Wells, you shall not depart just yet. I have words for you, Robert declared, observing the troops that stood before him. As Wells crossed the threshold of the White House, beneath the shield forged from spatial energy, a sardonic smile graced Robert's lips. In full view of the assembly, he snapped his fingers, compelling Wells to swiftly retreat. The snap bore no effect. The allure of charisma had vanished. Should anyone have ventured near Wells at that moment, they would have discerned the air around him thickening, resembling a viscous liquid, as he was propelled back by this enigmatic force. Protect the general. Wells' commander, though eager to resist, found his struggles swiftly quelled by Robert's decisive gesture, resulting in the severance of his head from his body. A collective gasp of terror erupted from the assembled soldiers of the valiant regiment. Witnessing their leader meet such a grim fate extinguished any remaining spirit to fight. The American forces began a widespread retreat, even their tanks inching backward, as an expansive zone of dread encircled Robert, deterring any from approaching. This was precisely the outcome Robert sought. He aimed to employ a few bloody tactics early on to avert a more horrific slaughter later. After all, he was no sadist. Had Wells not entertained thoughts of eliminating him and acted upon them, this day's grim tableau would never have unfolded. With some radical elements and die-hard factions of the American military dispatched, Robert finally enjoyed a brief reprieve. Speak. Why did you wish to kill me? He inquired, releasing the spatial grip on Wells, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he unlocked yet another method of energy utilization. With absolute control over the situation, Robert was untroubled by the prospect of conversing with this general. Spare me, I beseech you. To Robert's dismay, Wells' first utterance upon regaining his freedom was a plea for mercy. No longer did he exhibit the arrogance he once bore. Now, he knelt before Robert, tears streaming down his face, his eyes wide with terror. I implore you, spare me. I have made significant contributions to America. My children are still in high school. Before Wells could finish his desperate entreaty, Robert conjured an entrance to a realm of chaos beneath him, aptly named for the turmoil that awaited on the other side. Robert, you have greatly disappointed me, he lamented, standing solitary on the once verdant lawn of the White House, now marred by a grotesque hue of red. Shortly thereafter, whether it was the president addressing the nation through cameras or the increasing presence of armed helicopters and the occasional flyby of fighter jets, it became evident that reinforcements were en route in droves. Mr. President, I wish to converse with you. As Robert casually glanced at a camera, he was acutely aware that the President of the United States, ensconced in the underground command center, could see and hear his words. Otherwise, he would not have just expressed his disappointment in himself. Do not even entertain the notion. You have slain 2 of our esteemed generals, an act of blatant treason. A regiment of regular troops will soon be dispatched. Should they fail to resolve this matter, I may even contemplate the use of a nuclear weapon." The president's voice echoed through the White House, resounding with righteous indignation, as if countless citizens surrounded him. At that moment, President Lin, in the subterranean command center, was actually pale with fear, beads of cold sweat continuously trickling down his brow. Truth be told, Robert's martial prowess surpassed his wildest imagination. Had he foreseen this, Lin would have spared no effort to undermine Wells without incurring Robert's wrath. Yet, it was too late for such considerations. The American military had suddenly lost 2 generals, and the White House, the residence and workplace of the nation's highest leader, had once again been stained with blood since 1814. The nature of the situation had shifted. Even if Lin felt the threat and wished to preserve his life, almost every politician and military leader in the country would not acquiesce. Thus, he had no choice but to feign steadfastness, even going so far as to declare that he would detonate a nuclear bomb in Washington, choosing to perish alongside Robert. Now, the president sought a way out, a justification to step down, though such a rationale was elusive. Fortunately, Robert was a master of providing such an exit. "General Freeman is not dead. You may contact him if you doubt it. Moreover, my objective has been achieved. There is no need to continue this confrontation." Even if General Freeman survives, you cannot evade the thunderous retribution. You, Robert, must pay the price for today's actions. Lin was, in fact, eager to cease hostilities with Robert, as he found himself at the epicenter of the conflict, albeit protected by an extensive underground fortress. However, to claim he was unafraid would be disingenuous. Given Robert's displayed combat capabilities, he might indeed penetrate to the depths below. Yet, even with a willingness to negotiate, Lin dared not act, for calls from various states, military commands, and federal legislators flooded in, each conveying a singular message, a relentless pursuit for vengeance. How could Lin halt this furious tide? Look to the sky. I believe you shall soon change your mind, Mr. President. After uttering these words, Robert fell silent, confident in his ability to safeguard himself. For those who remained skeptical, they need only gaze skyward. The once radiant sunlight was now obstructed by a wall of blue light, manifesting across the entirety of America, even reaching the borders of neighboring countries. Were one to stand in space at that moment, they would witness the entire expanse of the American landscape cloaked in this azure energy, evoking an awe akin to the might of a divine being. What is that? What has become of the sky today? Why does it emanate such a powerful glow? Across the expanse of the nation, citizens beheld an enigmatic blue light illuminating the sky, a spectacle that left them perplexed and compelled to venture outside their offices and homes to investigate. Meanwhile, in the secure chamber of the White House, the president's phone was inundated with calls, the first of which came from the meteorological office reporting anomalous weather. Subsequently, the military reached out to report that numerous high-orbit satellite signals had vanished, suspected to be a consequence of the azure phenomenon in the heavens. What have you done? What is that thing in the sky, and what connection do you have to it? The president bellowed at Robert through the surveillance monitors. Indeed, the object above was a result of Robert's own actions, for which he had sacrificed greatly. The small wounds manifesting on his body would quickly heal only to reopen, a relentless cycle revealing glimpses of a larger truth. Perhaps you could adopt a different tone when addressing me. Robert grimaced in discomfort from the pain he endured. His mood further soured after being chastised by Lydon. What do you intend to do? With a sudden motion, Robert yanked Lydon up from below using his spatial powers, leaving Lydon disoriented and confused, not yet comprehending the situation before being unceremoniously dropped to the ground. Your current tone is quite acceptable. Robert flashed a smile at Lydon, though it was obscured by protective gear, rendering him invisible to the untrained eye. To an ordinary observer, he appeared merely as a figure radiating blue light. How dare you? I am the President of the United States. Lydon, having regained his composure, stood up and adjusted his disheveled attire. Despite the fear gnawing at him, the dignity of his office forbade any outward display of trepidation. That entity could lead us to mutual destruction. If you doubt me, send your men to test it. Robert declared, from this moment, I shall compel it to descend at a velocity of 100 kilometers per hour before America meets its demise. I expect a satisfactory response from you and the politicians backing you. Observing the president's facade of confidence, which was betrayed by his trembling legs, Robert chose not to dwell on Leiden's earlier remarks. For individuals so concerned with appearances, forcing them to concede openly was only advisable when one was prepared for entanglement or annihilation. Otherwise, it was prudent not to push them too hard. Robert spoke to Leiden in a measured tone, setting aside the presidential pretense. Controlling his quaking limbs, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow and moved aside to make a call. Meanwhile, Tony, who had just returned to American airspace, was taken aback by the astonishing scene before him. My goodness, can someone please explain what is happening? Stopping mid-flight, Tony hovered in his Iron Man suit, gazing at the seemingly endless expanse of blue energy in the sky, incredulously asking, Jarvis, based on your analysis, what is the likelihood that what you are witnessing is a natural phenomenon? Sir, the probability that the spectacle before you is not of natural origin stands at 99%. There's no need for your analysis. I could deduce that with my own eyes. What I wish to know is the nature of this blue energy in the sky, or rather, in space. Is there any danger? Ah, very well, sir. Jarvis, the artificial intelligence, also experiences moments of embarrassment. A minute later, sir, the analysis is complete. The energy in the sky aligns perfectly with that utilized by Mr. Robert, achieving a similarity of 100. Robert? What is he up to? Does he intend to annihilate the world? Tony, astonished within his armor, recognized Robert's formidable prowess, yet he never anticipated that a single individual could reach such a magnitude. Is he even human? Sir, I must clarify that it may not be the world that Mr. Robert wishes to destroy, but rather just America, Jarvis remarked, simultaneously displaying various news clips and personal videos before Tony. It was evident from the footage that this phenomenon was occurring all across the United States, while other distant nations remained unaffected. Is there really a distinction? Tony replied, for in his subconscious, America epitomized the entirety of the globe. This sentiment was hardly surprising, considering Tony's roots as a Native American. I cannot ascertain if there is a difference, sir. However, one point I wish to convey is that if you cannot persuade Mr. Robert to cease his actions, it would be prudent to evacuate America as soon as possible, for that object is descending at a velocity of 100 kilometers per hour. Oh, my heavens! Quickly call Robert. Simultaneously, various U.S. agencies, including the Meteorological Bureau, the Air Force, and the Space Station, reached the same conclusion. If the blue energy was not halted, America would face annihilation. Upon receiving this news, Leiden initially felt a sense of relief rather than panic, for he now possessed a justification for retreat. Protect the president. Just as Leiden prepared to address Robert, a contingent rushed out of the White House, his guards and agents who had been stationed in the underground command center. Robert had not brought them along. Lower your weapons, he commanded, simultaneously lifting the state of emergency at the White House and instructing the reinforcements to return whence they came. Observing that those who emerged still intended to confront Robert, Leiden hastily intervened. His recent communications with the nation's most influential families had established a consensus. They could not sacrifice the entire United States for the sake of one Wells. In a nation built upon capital, sentiments often take a back seat to interests. Now that Robert had subtly positioned himself as a challenger to the elite and had already eliminated a representative figure among them, Wells, it was only natural that he would face an onslaught from these powerful individuals. However, upon demonstrating his genuine capacity to dismantle these classes, the very ones who had been enraged moments ago now donned a different demeanor. They were eager to negotiate peace with him, desperate to avert a scenario where Robert might unleash destruction upon the entire nation. This brings to mind the international adage, when others accuse you of possessing weapons of mass destruction, it is wise to have them. Once Robert revealed his capability to obliterate an entire country, the world fell silent. In just half an hour, the White House was cleared by the arriving troops. The individuals who had recently been labeled as rioters and traitors now sat leisurely in the president's office, sipping coffee. At that moment, the phone call came in, displaying Belinda's name. Robert, are you all right? Did you see the sky just now? Some are analyzing it as a precursor to a major earthquake. Many are already trying to flee the United States. Should we leave too? Belinda stood by the window, perusing online information while conversing on the phone. The chatter online spoke of earthquakes, colossal tsunamis, the end of the world, and super tornadoes. The more she read, the more her fear escalated. As a wave of panic spread across the internet, Belinda had long wished to reach out to Robert, but his line had been busy until just moments ago. Everything is fine, my dear Belinda. The government has issued an announcement. Haven't you seen? It was a grand experiment by our nation's Tony Stark, one that will fundamentally alter our lives. Really? Belinda inquired, her skepticism evident. Yes. So there's no need for undue worry. The best choice for you now is to distance yourself from those delusional fools online. All right then. If there is nothing else, I must hang up, as I have matters to attend to. Wait, will you come over tonight? Swayed by Robert's reassurances, Belinda half-heartedly believed his words. Yet, before she hung up, she posed a question that stirred excitement in Robert. Are you feeling better? He thought she had fully recovered and was ready to engage once more. At that moment, Robert yearned to appear before her immediately. However, reality often diverges from imagination. Oh no, I just missed you. It's that time of the month. Robert, momentarily dispirited by her revelation, ultimately comforted Belinda for a while before reluctantly ending the call. You all should try to focus on what's happening online. Have you not seen the chaos that has ensued? Robert exclaimed towards the other end of the presidential office. His tone was somewhat brusque, perhaps due to the earlier incident. Yet those present, including the president and high-ranking officials, dared not respond. After gathering intelligence, they were all left in a cold sweat, having just traversed a harrowing path towards catastrophe. Naturally, they maintained a level of restraint towards the instigator of it all, as no one wished to experience such turmoil again. Very well, we will issue a clarification. However, that merely addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. We may need to wait for Tony Stark to hold a press conference to truly resolve this. Indeed, if you could demonstrate the situation once more, it would undoubtedly lend greater credence to the matter, if it would be convenient for you. These prominent figures across the nation shed their airs before Robert, speaking to him in gentle tones while seemingly refraining from pressuring him into a demonstration. No need for hesitation. I could replicate that event thousands of times without issue. Robert found spending time with these old foxes exceedingly dull. Their words were often laced with veiled meanings, and if one was lacking in strength, they could easily become the target of a collective assault. However, such a fate was destined to elude Robert, for he possessed undeniable power. Indeed, upon hearing Robert's assurance that he could face the challenge once more, the others hurriedly concealed their ulterior motives. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a mobile phone pierced the air. Robert glanced at the screen and saw it was Tony calling. Only recently had they spoken while standing on the White House lawn. Hello, Tony? Robert, what madness has overtaken you? Are you intent on bringing about the world's destruction? Startled by Tony's thunderous voice, Robert instinctively held the phone at arm's length until the volume diminished, allowing him to bring it back to his ear. Speak, Robert. Are you still alive? Let me explain, Tony. Robert regarded Tony Stark as a friend, so he felt no anger, only a patient desire to clarify the situation. You were pursued by a general and managed to turn the tables on him? Tony found this hard to believe, yet considering the current chaos, it seemed plausible. So your intention isn't to annihilate America, but merely to safeguard yourself? Very astute, my friend. Congratulations on your correct deduction. After a brief silence, as if contemplating something, Tony's expression shifted from turmoil to resolve in mere seconds. I support you, although I cherish this country deeply. If this is your only means of self-preservation, then I stand by you, Robert. Ha ha. I relish hearing those words. Tony's declaration undoubtedly pleased Robert. It was the first affirmation he had received since embarking on this endeavor. Pardon the interruption, Colonel Robert, but we find ourselves faced with a conundrum. How should we explain the blue energy in the sky to the public? While Robert was still engaged in conversation with Tony, Litton approached, compelled by the urgency of the situation. If they failed to clarify the recent phenomenon, it could trigger a wave of panic-induced flight among the populace, particularly among the wealthy elite, whose exodus would undoubtedly carry away a significant portion of the nation's wealth. Thus, addressing this issue promptly was imperative. How should I know how to explain it? Aren't you the masters of storytelling? Why not fabricate something on the spot? Robert adopted a nonchalant demeanor, indifferent to the fate of America. Chapter 59. Compensation explain what? Tony inquired from the other end of the line, but suddenly, Robert's eyes sparkled with inspiration. Tony, you could take the blame for this achievement. What blame? Achievement? Robert, what are you talking about? Robert suddenly conceived an idea upon hearing Tony's voice, and in the presence of President Litton, he engaged Tony in conversation. You should promptly prepare an impressive device and claim that the blue light covering the entire nation was your creation. Additionally, It could subtly steer public sentiment towards our previous agreement, which would undoubtedly cause Stark Industries stock to skyrocket. The agreement Robert referred to was Tony's intent to research his spatial powers and apply them through scientific means in daily life. If this were to materialize, it would undoubtedly signify an epoch-making advancement for humanity. Wait a moment, Robert, I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Are you suggesting I take the spotlight? Wouldn't that be rather inappropriate? At that moment, Tony's face was alight with amusement, as he possessed neither a lack of wealth nor power. What he craved was fame. That holds little value for me. It will be more fitting for you to take the lead, Tony. Robert replied nonchalantly. Tony, without hesitation, agreed, for he excelled at such grandstanding. Is there anything else, Robert? If not, I shall head home to prepare. Trust me, I will create something spectacular to capture attention. Yes, I believe in you, Tony, but there's another matter. Don't hang up just yet. How should I put this? Tony queried. What? Is it about the arms that went missing? Not just that. We have also uncovered the mastermind behind the group that kidnapped you in Afghanistan. Who is it? Obadiah. Robert disclosed the name, and as anticipated, Tony fell silent. If there is evidence, perhaps I possess evidence, Tony. It is him. Obadiah's computer contains all the proof. I will send it to you shortly. Okay. And the call ended. Robert turned to President Lin, saying, someone dares to exploit foreign organizations to endanger American lives. I believe, as president, you should feel outraged by this. Having listened intently, Lin was fully aware of the situation and, at that moment, displayed none of the earlier arrogance. It would not be an exaggeration to describe him as approachable. Colonel Robert, I have heard you. Obadiah, correct? I will dispatch personnel to apprehend him immediately. Very well. Now, let us discuss how to craft our narrative. Absolutely. Indeed, Robert was not mistaken. Crafting a narrative was his forte, particularly when it came to persuading the public. In the White House presidential office, Robert reclined comfortably on the couch, while nearby stood various American dignitaries. Have you concluded your discussions? Who is footing the bill? Robert, now holding his phone, had invested all his savings of over $100 million into Stark Industries stock. Yet he desired to secure additional funds from the government, as this was a surefire profit. Colonel Robert, we have come to an agreement. The Treasury will lend you the money. Is $10 billion sufficient? Ultimately, Lin persuaded the Minister of Finance to part with funds, yet Robert appeared far from satisfied. Bang! You beggars! $1 billion should be given to me outright. Not as a loan, but rather as compensation for my mental anguish. The Minister of Finance, embodying the essence of a businessman, felt compelled to haggle over the price. But Robert promptly interrupted him. Furthermore, I require an additional $50 billion. Only then will it be considered a loan. I shall repay it once I profit. Let it be settled thus. With a mere wave of his hand, the finance minister found himself involuntarily returning to the earlier assembly, as Robert displayed an almost divine authority that subdued the cunning old foxes around him. Very well, the finance minister conceded, after receiving subtle nods of approval from those present. There was little choice, for these individuals genuinely feared that Robert might unleash his wrath upon them, rendering their monetary concerns trivial in comparison. Indeed, satisfied with this resolution, Robert ceased his commotion. After all, should the conversation continue, those capitalist politicians, while hesitant to openly offend him, might resort to insidious tactics. Robert's physique had always been a vulnerability. He had previously felt compelled to eliminate Wells due to the lurking menace of a U.S. general, whose potential use of lethal poison could easily extinguish him. Colonel Robert, the funds have been transferred to you. In the White House office, Robert diligently embarked on stock purchases, while the old foxes retreated outside to whisper among themselves. He is far too audacious. Such blatant disregard for the president of the nation. A radical, incensed, began to voice his indignation, but Lin, the unwilling participant in this affair, grew displeased. Why didn't you express that in Robert's presence? That single inquiry left the man speechless, for he had secretly harbored feelings of ire. After all, prior to witnessing such terrifying power firsthand, these pampered officials were unlikely to capitulate easily. Though this radical had been silenced, dissent lingered among some, for they had yet to behold the spectacle. Enough. Let us cease this mutual probing. Robert's strength is indisputable. He shall demonstrate it shortly. Should any among you find him intolerable, declare war on him under your family's name, but do not involve America. Lin, observing the stubbornness of some, decided to sever their interest from the United States, eager to see if they would still possess the audacity thereafter. Let him exhibit his power once more before further plans are made. Until then, do not provoke him. However, should his performance falter or diminish significantly, an elder, leaning on a cane, gradually emerged from the crowd to stand before Lin, his stature seemingly elevated, as all present parted for him. Though his words remained unfinished, the palpable tension in the atmosphere rendered his intent unmistakable. Half an hour later, the White House lawn was meticulously cleaned, with the efforts of a brigade nearly erasing all traces of the previous conflict. As I previously remarked, this incident was merely an experiment orchestrated by our esteemed scientist, Mr. Tony Stark. It signifies a monumental leap forward. Now, let us welcome Tony to the stage to address the public as curiosities. Applause erupted among the assembled journalists at the president's command. At this moment, the upper echelons of American power had temporarily set aside their grievances to unite on the same front, rendering it unthinkable for any media outlet, whether mainstream or otherwise, to dissent. Thank you, my friends," Tony declared as he ascended the podium of the White House press conference, bathed in the glare of countless spotlights. The prospect of a nationwide, even global, broadcast undoubtedly brought him comfort, and in his buoyant mood, Tony's storytelling flowed more seamlessly. As I mentioned earlier, we have merged energy and energy in a groundbreaking manner, concocting a narrative filled with highly technical jargon that successfully convinced a segment of the American populace. Though many still remain skeptical, this press conference was particularly noteworthy as the White House had opted for an online live stream to reach a broader audience. Consequently, a multitude of netizens began to question Tony's statements. What nonsense is he spouting? I can't comprehend. It feels as if the government is attempting to hoodwink us with a scientist. Perhaps America is truly on the brink of annihilation. Have you noticed how many officials have vanished from the White House? Indeed, I've noticed too. They might have fled long ago. Darn it, I'm booking a flight. The internet was rife with skepticism, reflecting the prevailing attitude of the majority of Americans, due to the prolonged rivalry between the two major political parties in the United States. Their respective media outlets occasionally resorted to disseminating false news to undermine one another. Some fabricated reports, once uncovered, incited public outrage, necessitating government intervention to rectify the situation. This has led to a gradual erosion of the government's credibility among ordinary citizens, to the extent that even a press conference garners little belief. Were it a certain Eastern superpower, a simple government announcement would suffice to convince the majority. America, however, finds itself in a different predicament. Looks like I must take the lead, Robert thought, as he observed the live broadcast from behind the scenes, preferring to remain out of the spotlight. All right, let us bring out the goods. After delivering a torrent of incomprehensible jargon, Tony finally introduced the day's centerpiece. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to present Stark Industries' latest innovation, the Space Controller. Its simplest and most comprehensible function is to enable goods from the West Coast to instantaneously reach the East Coast. Tony then began to articulate in layman's terms, captivating the audience with the grand vision he painted. All eyes were drawn to the device that had been wheeled onto the stage. This contraption Tony has prepared is quite impressive. A spherical object, towering at the height of two individuals, emanated a captivating blue glow, adorned with enigmatic patterns that resembled both intricate chip designs and the runes of ancient mythology. While it may not have claimed the title of the largest object, it certainly excelled in aesthetic appeal. One cannot deny that had Tony refrained from his penchant for ostentatious colors like gold and red, his creations would be quite visually striking. Now, let us commence the demonstration of Stark Industries' groundbreaking invention. Approaching the spherical entity, Tony activated a switch-like button, and in an instant, the blue luminescence surged dramatically. Though it appeared astonishing, it merely concealed a few brilliantly bright lights within. Now, allow me to showcase its preliminary function. Tony discreetly tucked his hand behind him, as the paint had yet to dry due to the hurried preparations. Nevertheless, he executed his plan with unwavering composure. The luminous sphere projected a beam of light towards the ground, followed by another directed at a nearby location, and in that moment, two portals materialized before the astonished onlookers. Oh, how miraculous! Truly a marvel. Nonsense. This is mere science. Mr. Stark is destined to be immortalized in American history, revered by countless admirers. The venue erupted with the gasps and praises of reporters, accompanied by the incessant clicking of cameras, amplifying the joy that radiated from Tony's face. But that is merely the beginning. Now, let me reveal its true capabilities. With a beaming smile, Tony stepped confidently into the nearest portal. Chapter 60, Ancient One. Wow. Stark. Stark, the star of America, the glory of the world. The resounding cheers came from the gathered reporters and the audience at home, who had now begun to believe both the government and Tony's explanations. Why? Because as Tony stepped into the adjacent portal, his figure emerged from another door several meters away. What American star? This must be fabricated. Are you unable to tolerate someone surpassing you? Come, demonstrate for me. It must be said, the skepticism is not unfounded. After all, if the Earth is flat, the government certainly possesses the capability to reshape it into a sphere. While most had accepted the government-esque narrative, a few conspiracy theorists remained obstinately unconvinced. At this juncture, the government-esque designated spokesperson was summoned to perform. Pardon me, Mr. Stark. Could you please demonstrate that blue light that enveloped the entire nation once more? As this query was posed, nearly every gaze turned towards Tony. The populace and the uninformed looked at him, while those in the know scrutinized Robert behind him. Agree to his request. Robert's voice resonated in Tony's concealed earpiece. A prearranged cue with nothing to deliberate. Of course, no problem, Tony replied. However, the consumption was indeed substantial. Previously, I had exhausted the energy accumulated by Stark Industries over the past decade. If a similar endeavor were to be undertaken now, it could potentially plunge the entire Washington into darkness for several days or even a week. To substantiate his rationale, Tony exerted considerable effort, never losing sight of the law of conservation of energy. Now let us commence. One by one, Tony activated the switches on the 10 spheres, which immediately radiated an even more intense luminosity, converging at a single point before soaring skyward. Oh my heavens, this is indeed real. Where's that fool who just claimed the Earth is flat? Let him take a stroll and witness the absurdity of such beliefs. Stark has undeniably demonstrated the reality of his actions, yet this bears no relation to the flat Earth theory. I too was once a supporter of the flat Earth notion, and I momentarily believed Tony's assertions. It is evident that there exists no correlation between the two. Nonsense, the Earth is round. What evidence do you possess? Have you ventured into space to observe it for yourself? The wonders of the internet are remarkable. Initially, everyone focused on one matter. But perhaps due to the words of certain individuals, they became sidetracked, engaging in theoretical debates. What is there to argue about? The priority is to invest in Stark stocks. At that moment, an anonymous netizen quietly sent a message, prompting many to suddenly recall what truly mattered. Thank you for the reminder. I shall purchase immediately. I'm going to. Hurry and check Stark stocks. They're about to soar. Can you blame them? You're all scrambling, leaving me with nothing. Robert, who subtly redirected the conversation back on track, remained humble and unassuming. Robert, how much longer must I maintain this position? The voice of Tony echoed through the earpiece, reminding Robert that he should have collected the spatial energy above 10 minutes prior, but he had become so engrossed in his phone that he forgot. Oh, right away. With a swift motion, Robert retracted the energy, and the spatial force vanished instantaneously. Tony concluded the ostentatious display he had initially planned. But Robert's delay of 10 minutes led to an awkward atmosphere. Good. Applause erupted at the press conference, though it was unclear who initiated it. The journalists in attendance felt elated at the progress of their nation, while a group instinctively swallowed hard. Gulp. Just how formidable is Robert? The results of the earlier demonstration were now evident. The range of blue energy enveloped Litton's hands, still encompassing all of America, remaining enigmatic, yet lasting an impressive 15 minutes. It seemed he was not someone to be trifled with lightly. At this juncture, regardless of their affiliations, the American elite were thoroughly convinced, abandoning any thoughts of penalizing Robert and instead contemplating how to cultivate his allegiance. Wells has truly gone too far. His reckless actions nearly cost the nation a figure of immense significance. Indeed, he and his family must face the consequences. Without a doubt, instantly, several high-ranking officials on site began to take action. Since everyone has now rallied behind Robert, it is imperative that Wells, or more accurately, his family, be held accountable. After all, the pie is limited. When one person sits at the table, others must inevitably be cast aside. Freeman, as a senior military official, found himself among those taking action. He watched as former allies of Wells swiftly turned against him, and once again felt the ruthless nature of politics. The game is over. Time to return home and rest. Robert remained blissfully unaware of the discussions unfolding among the upper echelons of the American government, nor did he care, for he firmly believed that after witnessing absolute power, these individuals would make the most prudent decisions. Is it you? Just as Robert was about to leisurely step through the spatial portal before him, a low murmur reached his ears. Who? As soon as the question escaped his lips, the space before him became chaotic. The office began to spin, and Robert felt as though the ground had transformed into the sky, while the sky had become the walls. Robert quickly deduced the identity of his visitor, and, not daring to be careless, he refrained from confronting them physically, as he had done when facing the abomination. Instead, he enveloped himself tightly with a surge of spatial power. Indeed, it is you. As the surrounding space returned to normal, Robert had just transformed into a small blue figure when the one who had attacked revealed themselves. Ancient One, you know me? A bald woman was unmistakably recognizable. And with that display of power, Robert could not be mistaken. Of course I know you. Without warning, he launched an attack, channeling his spatial power to its utmost. The surrounding space instantly responded, transforming into energy that surged toward the Ancient One. Meanwhile, Robert propelled himself at incredible speed toward her, reaching for an object at her chest. Everything transpired too swiftly, catching the formerly restrained Ancient One off guard. Coupled with Robert's explosive speed, which faced no resistance, he succeeded in his endeavor. Ding! Detected accessible ability, time eternity. The possessor can exist eternally within time, coexisting with it, one of the universe's most supreme powers. Would you like to acquire time eternity? A furious roar erupted after Robert immediately consented, and the Ancient One's face was filled with shock and anger. How dare you covet it? She exclaimed, and without hesitation, prepared to confront Robert. The Ancient One possessed the strength that, had she been more serious earlier, this situation would not have occurred. We shall discuss this another day. Robert, however, had no intention of engaging her directly. He had already succeeded in his objective. In truth, securing the Time Stone was a tremendous gain. Even if he had not succeeded, he would not suffer any loss by escaping, for the Ancient One could not pursue him. Ancient One watched helplessly as Robert made his escape. She had intended to sense his location, but found herself utterly unable to do so. As she traced a circle and attempted to employ spatial magic, it became increasingly obscure, as if some unseen force were restraining her. Did he possess a gem as well? In the past, she could traverse any corner of Earth at a mere thought, but now she found herself needing to circle the globe 10 times before making any progress. This bewilderment had set in after her encounter with Robert. For a sorceress of her caliber to be hindered, she could think of no other cause than the power of a gem. With a sigh of relief, Robert found himself at Tony's residence, reflecting on the impulsive decision to grasp the Time Stone, which had surprisingly yielded success. It was crucial to note that Ancient One was not an ordinary adversary relying solely on physical attacks. What truly terrified Robert was her mastery of magic. A single misstep could expose his vulnerabilities, a scenario he was keen to avoid. Mr. Robert, would you prefer coffee or something else? Jarvis's voice interjected. Startled, Robert glanced around to confirm his safety before responding. No, I think I shall rest for a while. Having been roused from deep slumber in the middle of the night by Tony's summons to combat terrorists, he subsequently hurried to the S.H.A.L.D. headquarters to verify Wells's intent to kill him. Following the chaos at the White House, Robert felt physically unburdened, yet mentally fatigued. After exchanging greetings with Jarvis and placing a dish on the table, he finally found the peace to rest. In the federal supermax prison, only the most heinous criminals or those of immense societal influence found themselves confined within these walls. Obadiah, I truly did not expect you to be the one wishing for my demise. Tony exclaimed. I realize I was wrong. Please spare me. For the sake of your father, Howard. Obadiah, shackled and unable to move freely, bore the pain of his restraints while feigning a pitiable demeanor upon seeing Tony. No, Obadiah, you trafficked in arms. It was the president himself who ordered your arrest. I cannot aid you, Tony replied, though a flicker of compassion stirred within him. After all, they had shared a long history together. Why are you here? To revel in my misfortune. Ha ha ha. Howard, look at your son. He is just as cold and ruthless as you were. Obadiah shouted angrily at Tony, then frantically screamed towards the heavens, appearing utterly deranged. With a heavy sigh, Tony slowly exited the prison, casting a final glance back. Perhaps this would be their last encounter. As he stepped through the door, he realized that his reluctance was not as profound as he had anticipated, considering the man before him had sought his life. In the White House office, President Lin and his senior officials deliberated for an extended period before finally determining how best to court Robert. Lin, it has been ascertained that Wells is implicated in corruption, illegal detention, and abuse of power, with a litany of accusations totaling in the dozens. Ultimately, President Lin announced a decisive course of action. In light of the numerous transgressions committed by Wells, it is hereby declared that all his former honors shall be stripped away, and his family members are henceforth prohibited from participating in any governmental or military roles. This announcement undeniably signals the demise of the Wells family. Were this decision to have been made solely by the president, it might have lacked efficacy and even posed the risk of backlash. However, with the endorsement of nearly all prominent figures and organizations across the nation, the fate of Wells' family is now irrevocably sealed. Chapter 61. Consumption. Hey, have you heard? What? General Wells has fallen from grace. Who would have thought he was a scoundrel masquerading as a benefactor? That news is old news. I recently heard whispers that he might even be a drug addict. At school, even students who seldom pay attention to politics became aware of the scandal surrounding Wells, attesting to the widespread dissemination of this affair. What are you old fogies doing? Why concern yourselves with news meant for the elite? We young people should be focusing on the latest sensation, Spider-Man. Exactly. Spider-Man pales in comparison. Iron Man is the real deal. In Midtown's campus, Robert leisurely navigated through the throng, absorbing the myriad of rumors circulating around him as he made his way to class. Hey, Robert. Suddenly, someone patted him on the shoulder. Turning around, he found none other than Peter Parker. Well, you seem in good spirits today, Robert remarked with a smile at the legendary Spider-Man. Now 6 months after the events that had settled into dust. This marked Robert's first day back at school, not out of arrogance following his encounter with the White House, but rather due to the enigmatic supreme sorcerer, Ancient One. The mere thought of her name conjured memories of the moment she confronted him shortly after he had touched the time stone. State your purpose. Awakening from slumber. Robert's bewildered expression quickly transformed into alertness, for an exceedingly dangerous figure stood before him, one he had previously offended. Few could maintain their composure in such a moment. What purpose could I possibly have? Once more cloaked in the power of space, Robert swiftly dashed into the spatial portal he had reopened, while Ancient One was unable to intervene in time. Then let me engage with you thoroughly. This time, Ancient One was indeed incensed. The Time Stone, a treasure of immeasurable value, had been touched by Robert, and the prior threat he posed to America demanded accountability. The Supreme Sorceress would not permit such a threat to exist on Earth. She had resolved to confront Robert with unwavering determination. Robert dashed across the Earth, traversing the frigid glaciers, arid deserts, and lush tropical rainforests, yet he could not shake off the relentless pursuit of Gu-E. What do you truly desire? He exclaimed, unable to contain himself after nearly a month of evasion in a desolate region. Gu-E, with an air of nonchalance. Approach him with the demeanor of a predator savoring a hard-won victory. Are you losing your composure? She taunted, her expression radiating triumph. Have you secured my fate? Robert narrowed his eyes, a murderous intent brewing within him. After being hunted for over a month, even the most resilient spirit could falter. Enough for the chatter. Let us engage, Gu-E declared, launching an assault with golden energy swirling around her, initially employing physical attacks to test Robert's defenses. With a cold scoff, Robert, shielded by spatial energy, boldly faced the fireballs conjured by Gu-Ye's magic. Upon witnessing his immunity to her flames, Gu-Ye's confidence surged, compelling her to swiftly alter her strategy. A spell resonated through the air as Robert, poised for close combat, came to an abrupt halt, wary of advancing further. This was akin to a mental assault, and Robert had erroneously believed that isolating himself from sound would protect him from her effects. However, the outcome defied his expectations. Even in the absence of auditory stimuli, the incantations uttered by Gu inflicted psychological torment upon him. So this is your vulnerability. Gu reveled in his evident distress. her resolve strengthening as her intention shifted to subduing him before extracting the information she sought. You seek your own demise. Recognizing that muffling sound was futile, Robert channeled all his focus toward countering Gu-E, leaving only minimal physical defenses. He unleashed 1/10 of his spatial power against her. Were it not for the fear of annihilating the Earth, he might have unleashed his full might. The surrounding space thickened perceptibly. Any ordinary individual would struggle to even twitch a finger in such an environment. Yet, Gu-E remained agile, her true peril not stemming from the viscous space around her. Let us see how you withstand the rift in space. Frustrated, Robert abandoned any notions of martial decorum and unleashed a barrage of attacks upon Gu-E, space rifts, spatial blades, and teleportation. Such relentless onslaught would challenge even Gu-E, the supreme sorceress, for no matter how formidable her powers, she could not remain unscathed under the weight of spatial energy. Confined within a spatial prison, Gu-E found herself at the mercy of Robert's relentless energy output from the outside. Regaining her composure, the Ancient One began to evade and counter Robert's assaults while simultaneously launching a mental offensive against him. So you wish to engage in a war of attrition? Very well. Currently, both parties found themselves in a stalemate, with neither able to gain the upper hand. For victory, Robert and the Ancient One could only hope to exhaust each other's energy first. This scenario was undoubtedly to Robert's liking, as his energy was virtually boundless. He believed that the only outcome of a prolonged contest with the Ancient One would be her defeat. What Robert remained unaware of, however, was that the Ancient One harbored the same sentiment. Fortunately, their clash unfolded in a desolate area. Had they been in a city, such a titanic struggle would have been sufficient to annihilate a large metropolis and 3/4 of its population. You were stronger than I anticipated. After more than 2 months had passed, the Ancient One could no longer contain herself. But you are weaker than I imagined. Robert mistakenly assumed she was nearing her limit and hastened to augment his output, increasing it from 1/10 to 2/10 of his total power. A grunt of discomfort escaped the Ancient One. She had sustained an injury, yet, true to her title as the Supreme Sorcerer, she quickly steadied herself and resumed her confrontation with Robert. The mental assault intensified, and Robert recognized that the Ancient One still had tricks up her sleeve. However, having just witnessed her injury, he was convinced she could not endure for much longer. Another 2 months elapsed. How are you still standing, as if you cannot be vanquished? Robert was nearing his breaking point, his energy output approaching 4/10, yet the Ancient One remained resolute. Possessing mastery over spatial power, Robert could sense that further increasing his energy would lead to an overflow of spatial force. It was akin to a bucket. The desolate area served as the bucket, and the spatial energy was the water. Once the bucket overflowed, the water would spill out naturally. Enough. After enduring months of this stalemate, the Ancient One could no longer hold back, for she had seen no sign of depletion in Robert, while she herself had sustained considerable damage. Realizing that her strategy of attrition was ineffective and that Robert was exceedingly difficult to contend with, she decided to unleash her trump card, the Time Stone. With her invocation, the Time Stone around her neck emitted a beam of green light, aimed directly at Robert. By the gods! Of course, Robert was not foolish. He promptly evaded to the side. Yet the Ancient One was determined not to relent. Regardless of how Robert attempted to dodge, he ultimately found himself illuminated by the stone's brilliance, but nothing transpired. What? The Ancient One's face was a mask of astonishment as she beheld Robert. For this was the first time she had deployed the stone and faced defeat. You possess other stones, do you not? It seems that your artifact is of little use against me. Upon realizing the Time Stone's ineffectiveness, Robert ceased his evasions, standing firm. He did not provide a direct response to the Ancient One's inquiry. After 10 minutes of futile attempts to compel the gem through various methods, Ancient One conceded. Perhaps we can have a discussion, she suggested, realizing that subduing Robert was unattainable and opting to seek an alternative means to grasp the situation. As months passed, Robert's emotions had settled, and he had no desire to waste time with Ancient One. Thus, a ceasefire was established, and after exchanging trivialities, they reached an agreement. That evening at Tony's home, Robert arrived through a portal just as Tony was in his laboratory. Ah, Robert? It's been ages. You seem to be in quite a predicament, Tony remarked upon seeing Robert. What greeted him was Tony lifting his shirt to inspect several dark stripes across his chest on the display screen. Oh, it's nothing. Where have you been recently? Tony hastily lowered his shirt, feigning nonchalance while attempting to divert the conversation. You don't appear to be in a state of nothingness, Robert observed as he approached Tony, noticing similar dark stripes emerging on his neck. I assure you, it's nothing, just palladium poisoning. This substance is both saving my life and simultaneously seeking to take it, Tony admitted reluctantly, tapping on the reactor embedded in his chest. Robert opened his mouth, contemplating revealing to Tony Howard's discovery of a new element, but ultimately decided against it. Everything will be all right, he affirmed, patting Tony's shoulder with conviction. Noticing a lack of pity in Tony's expression, Robert relaxed slightly. After taking a sip of a green liquid, however, a shadow of despair crossed Tony's face. He had exhausted every method available over the past 6 months, yet nothing had proven effective. Nevertheless, buoyed by Robert's encouragement, he mustered a forced smile and replied, Yes, I believe it will be all right. Seeing Tony's despondency, Robert recognized this as a rare experience, perhaps without facing the brink of life and death. The true Iron Man would never emerge, so he chose not to elaborate further. Jarvis, if you knew you were on the verge of death, what would you do? Tony inquired once he confirmed Robert was out of earshot. Robert? Peter questioned, looking at him quizzically, clearly unaware of his distraction. Huh? Robert snapped back to reality after being called, offering a smile as he walked alongside Peter towards the classroom. I'm Iron Man. Upon reaching the usual spot where trending news was broadcast, the television fortuitously aired Tony's admission of being Iron Man. Robert observed. It seems a lot has transpired during my absence. Chapter 62, The Attacker. Isn't he quite dashing? Indeed, I share the sentiment that Mr. Stark not only invented the spatial transporter, but is also Iron Man, an extraordinary feat. Peter, having seen the news on television, did not seem to mind recounting the same tale to Robert, despite having shared it numerous times with others. It's quite remarkable, Robert replied with a smile. Initially, he believed that after his incident, Tony's failure to down a 22 would rob him of the opportunity for public recognition, resulting in a loss of the most iconic moment. Yet, it was clear that Tony was not one to remain idle. Even in the absence of a 22 takedown, his prowess would ensure that all eyes remained on him. Perhaps it was a rectification by the universe, Robert mused, as he jested with Peter, preparing to leave. However, a related news item suddenly captured his attention. In light of this announcement, Stark Industries stocks surged by 2 percentage points. Oh dear, Robert exclaimed, suddenly recalling that he had previously purchased $60 million in Stark Industries stock. What's wrong? Peter queried, observing Robert's sudden preoccupation with his phone, puzzled by his odd behavior since taking an extended leave. Internally, Peter thought, oh, nothing at all. Yet, how could that be true? What he saw was the soaring stock price of Stark Industries, an increase of at least 5-fold. This meant that the initial $60 million had now ballooned to a staggering $300 million. Peter urged, oh, let us hurry, we'll be late for class. Yes, indeed, Robert replied, yet his attention remained fixated on his phone, busily selling off stocks. Even upon entering the classroom, his eyes remained glued to the device, occasionally casting a glance toward Peter as he guided him along. You've arrived. Suddenly feeling an embrace, Robert looked up to find Belinda, her eyes slightly red and her face alight with excitement. No, Tony, that is far too dangerous. Pepper pleaded with Tony, who, for reasons unknown, had decided the night before to attend a car race, insisting on driving himself upon arrival. Trust me, will you? Tony asserted as he donned his helmet. His words, while seemingly a question, carried an undeniable conviction. After all, Pepper was merely an employee he had hired and lacked the authority to intervene. Oh, he is quite charming, Justin remarked. What? Oh, you mean Tony? I know him quite well, you know. Watching as the beautiful reporter, originally there for an interview with him, became captivated by Tony on the broadcast, Justin felt a surge of anger within. Yet, on the surface, he sought to ingratiate himself with Tony, attempting to showcase his own significance, seemingly oblivious to his previous conduct during the hearings regarding Tony. Justin, indeed, Tony is remarkable, but I believe we are currently in the midst of my interview. Are we not? I trust you comprehend my point. Observing the enchanting beauty before him utterly captivated by Tony, who seemingly disregarded Justin entirely, he could not help but reiterate the importance of the interview. The female reporter, I understand. However, could you excuse me for a moment? Unexpectedly, her thoughts were entirely consumed with the prospect of interviewing Tony, leaving Justin to languish in her indifference. Tony, watching the hurried retreat of his figure, Justin gritted his teeth. for he had always lived in the shadow of the other. In the past, during Tony's ascendance, Justin dared not overstep, but now, with the complications arising from the Iron Man suit and his fallout with the military, the circumstances had shifted dramatically. The race is about to begin. All vehicles, please proceed to the track. 3, 2, 1, roar. With the thunderous sound of engines erupting, Tony's race car surged forth alongside the other competitors. Oh my heavens! Whenever they approached perilous turns, Pepper would invariably cover her eyes, unable to watch. We must find a way to stop Tony. He has received no training, and this recklessness could easily lead to disaster. Happy, witnessing the nail-biting spectacle, turned to Pepper after observing Tony tempt fate repeatedly. Pepper, I've already advised him, but you know how Tony is. He simply cannot be persuaded. Happy, we may be unable to sway him, but perhaps one person can. At Midtown High, Robert was seated beside Belinda, who had become somewhat startled after months of absence. Now, sitting together provided some semblance of comfort. Belinda remarked, honestly, you need to hold on so tightly. Being embraced by a beautiful girl should be a source of comfort. Yet if such comfort is prolonged, it can become quite burdensome. As Robert contemplated extricating his hand from her grasp, which had persisted for over an hour, he suddenly found himself ensnared by a pair of pitiable eyes. My hand has gone numb. Shall we switch seats? You can hold the other hand, he suggested. Ultimately, he relented, choosing to acquiesce to her wishes. All right, Belinda exclaimed joyfully. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a telephone echoed through the classroom. The teacher, initially inclined to reprimand, fell silent upon recognizing the caller. I'll just take this call, Belinda said, having just switched seats, now reluctant to release the hand she had just claimed. Be good, all right? Robert gently coaxed her, tenderly rubbing the hand that had grown numb from her embrace. Fine, Belinda replied, appearing quite obedient. Robert pinched her soft cheek, deciding to reward her later that evening. In haste, Robert exited the classroom, and just as the call was about to disconnect, he finally answered. Hello, Robert, it's Pepper. Could you come here? Tony seems to be in a perilous state after last night. He appears to be seeking a reckless end. Where are you? In Monaco, right behind a renowned Paris hotel. A car race is underway, and Tony is participating despite lacking any prior training. Pepper conveyed the location and circumstances, and Robert began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Tony had seemingly lost all hope and was intent on self-destruction. All right, I understand. I will head over as soon as I ascertain the precise coordinates. Although aware of Tony's predicament, Robert found it difficult to decline Pepper's plea for assistance, so he acquiesced. At the Monaco racetrack, the atmosphere was charged with excitement as competitors pursued one another. The event's host was fervently narrating the unfolding drama, only for his enthusiasm to be abruptly stifled. Wait a moment, it seems an extraordinary incident has occurred. A staff member has entered the track and removed their helmet. What could be their intention? Before the host could finish, the intruder responded with decisive action. With a flourish, he produced 2 energy whips, and as energy coursed through them, his work attire was incinerated, revealing the reactor embedded in his chest. Bang! At that moment, a racing car sped by, and the assailant unleashed a whip, severing the unfortunate vehicle in 2. My God! A crisis. Where are the security personnel? The scene erupted into chaos, screams and shouts reverberating through the stands, with many spectators fleeing in terror. Oh dear! Pepper gasped as she watched the live broadcast, her heart racing, but Harry was quick to react, retrieving Tony's recently upgraded portable suit. Hurry! We must go! In a flurry, Harry and Pepper boarded the Rolls-Royce they had arrived in, barreling into the racetrack and driving against the flow in search of Tony. Vroom! Boom! As they sped along, they were unable to locate Tony, for he had already been captured. The front of Tony's car had been cleaved in 2, and fortunately, the vehicle had not exploded during its roll, leaving him merely injured with a concussion, but alive. Damn it! Watching the whip-wielding assailant approach him, Tony hastily removed his helmet, struggling to extricate himself from the overturned car. The individual was clearly targeting Tony, advancing with an oppressive aura that enveloped him entirely. Vroom! Another whip lashed down, cleaving the spot where Tony had been seated in the driver's compartment. Thankfully, he had managed to escape moments before. Otherwise, the consequences would have been far graver than merely a car being split in half. Ugh! As Tony contemplated launching a surprise attack on the man intent on taking his life, He swung a metallic component from a racing car forcefully at his adversary's head. However, the blow lacked the necessary force to render the opponent unconscious, instead inciting his fury. The man retaliated with a whip, delivering several strikes. Tony narrowly evaded each one, as it was evident the assailant relished in the torment, treating him like a mere plaything. Run, run, Tony Stark. Aren't you usually so formidable? The attacker derived immense satisfaction from this display of dominance and continued to lash out, seemingly intent on prolonging the encounter. You look utterly disheveled. I could watch this for an eternity, but alas, all good things must come to an end. Just as he was poised to deliver the final blow to Tony, Pepper and Happy arrived just in time, with Happy flooring the accelerator and smashing their vehicle into the assailant, hurling him against the tracks barrier. Coughing up blood, the man astonishingly sustained little injury and still had the strength to swing his whip again. Accelerate and hit him again, Happy, Tony urged. You should see. I'm doing just that, Happy replied, pressing the pedal to the metal, yet still unable to halt the opponent's strikes. Suddenly, the car was split in two, and at that moment, Pepper's phone rang. Upon seeing the contact, she forced herself to maintain composure and answer the call. Hello, Pepper, where are you? I'm at the entrance of the hotel in Paris. Robert's voice resonated from the other end, and Tony overheard him as well. Your timing is impeccable. It seems you've arrived just in time to collect the remains. Tony remarked. All right, Pepper, don't expect Robert to come immediately. Hand me the case. Ha! You want the case? It must be something quite valuable. The assailant, noticing Tony's fixation on the red case, quickly realized its significance. It was no wonder that villains often meet their demise through excessive chatter. A swift resolution to Tony would have sufficed. Yet the attacker chose to prolong the encounter until a brilliant blue light enveloped the area for miles around, at which point he began to regret his decision. Chapter 63. Ivan, it seems I haven't arrived too late after all. Robert, having circled the skies, finally located Tony and his companions, who were caught in a scene that would appear terrifying to an onlooker. Within a 100-mile radius, everything except Robert had come to a halt, all matter frozen in time, with the only exception being the relentless flow of time itself. This state of affairs could not persist for long. After locating Tony, Robert swiftly transported him, Pepper, and Happy to a safe distance before lifting the temporal restriction. True to its name, the previous events were merely a suspension of space rather than time. Prolonging this scenario could lead to numerous complications. Thus, Robert ensured it was not maintained for too long. Pepper exclaimed. What has happened? Happy inquired. Is that yet another one of your abilities? Tony asked. Indeed, among the trio, only Tony was aware of Robert's formidable prowess, hence the lack of astonishment. My goodness, there must be something sinister at play. Flee at once. The audience erupted into a greater turmoil following Robert's prior display. Although their movements had been severely restricted, their thoughts remained unshackled, and the sensation of immobility was a shared experience, etched into their memories. Just as he contemplated another luminous baton, reminiscent of those in the Men in Black, Robert observed the panicked crowd, murmuring to himself, wishing fervently to erase their memories. For several had witnessed his fluid movements as he descended from above. Are you enjoying your conversation? The assailant targeting Tony was named Ivan, who at this moment felt utterly overlooked. Consumed by vengeance, he disregarded the earlier immobilizing sensation, fixating solely on Tony as his objective. With a swift crack, Ivan brandished two long whips, advancing towards Robert and the quartet. The ground bore deep scars from the whip's earlier contact, hinting at the excruciating impact they could inflict upon a body. Suddenly, a surge of blue energy erupted from Robert's hand, plunging Ivan once more into a state of paralysis. This guy talks too much, Robert thought, gazing at Ivan in exasperation. His theory was that such loquacious antagonists, upon encountering the protagonist, were destined for failure. Let him go. This is my battle with him. At this juncture, Tony, seemingly caught in a whimsical impulse, insisted on retrieving his armor from Pepper, thereby reigniting a confrontation that had ostensibly ceased. Let us keep our distance, Pepper cautioned. Tony, exclaimed Happy. He has his own intentions, he added, accompanying Tony and Pepper as they ascended to the audience section. Tony, now donned his battle suit, waved at Robert. Throughout their journey, Pepper frequently glanced back, revealing her genuine concern for Tony, especially once Robert released Ivan from his restraint. Her gaze remained steadfast. Happy, on the other hand, exuded a sense of ease, bolstered by his faith in Tony's armor and the presence of Robert, ensuring there was no possibility of defeat. Are you a deity? In the meantime, Robert was surrounded by a throng of onlookers, those who had just witnessed his descent and prowess. Confronted by the multitude, Robert resolved to stabilize the situation. He unleashed a wave of spatial energy, immobilizing the gathered crowd, while he dialed a phone number. Hello, Fury. If I recall correctly, you have bases around the globe. Do you not? Theoretically, yes, Nick Fury replied, but it depends on the specific location. What trouble have you encountered? After divulging his location to Fury, Robert remained in place, awaiting the arrival of S.H.I.L.D. personnel to assist him, as they were indeed the professionals suited for handling such matters. Beneath the audience seats, the battle between Tony and Ivan concluded as the unarmored party succumbed to the ground. As Ivan fell, a contingent of armed police swiftly arrived, prompting admiration for their nation's efficiency. They resolutely refrained from appearing during perilous moments, yet invariably arrive punctually once the danger has subsided. Such is professionalism. Robert, observing the Moroccan police below, offered a rather vivid appraisal. If there is nothing further, I must take my leave. There are others awaiting my presence. As Robert noticed Tony had shed his armor and approached, he opted to meet him halfway, conveying the situation before promptly returning to Midtown High without waiting for acknowledgement. What took you so long? As soon as he resumed his seat, Belinda enveloped him in an embrace, her tone tinged with a hint of reproach. Oh, I merely assisted in dealing with some refuse. Robert's nonchalance convinced Belinda, who, while not gullibly believing he truly went to take out the trash, assumed it was merely a minor affair and refrained from further inquiry. Unbeknownst to her, Robert's notion of a trivial matter vastly differed from her own. At the Pentagon, a report from our allies indicated that within a 100-mile radius of the Paris Hotel in Morocco, all objects were rendered immobile, inducing a certain level of panic in that area. An intelligence officer conveyed the situation to Freeman and the American generals present, along with the newly elected President Leiden and Defense Secretary Norton, who joined the emergency meeting via video link. A heavy silence enveloped the room. All right, you may leave. Freeman was the first to speak, and the intelligence officer, recognizing that the subsequent discussion was beyond his purview, promptly exited. Summarizing the intelligence gathered. 1. Tony Stark was attacked in Morocco by an individual who has mastered the miniaturization of reactors. 2. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s reports indicated that Robert had been present there and had even requested assistance from their base to handle certain matters. 3. The recent peculiar occurrences reported by our allies near the Paris Hotel. Freeman succinctly presented these 3 pieces of information to the high-ranking military officials assembled, all of whom were acutely aware of Robert's audacious incursion into the White House. His ability to exit unscathed was undeniably linked to his unparalleled prowess. Initially, it was presumed he would maintain a low profile for a while longer. President Leiden, participating in the meeting via video link, lamented from the other end. Indeed, Robert's absence over the past few months led these officials to believe he was merely lying low to recuperate. After all, having previously demonstrated the capability to obliterate the United States, combined with his sudden disappearance, it was only natural for them to conclude he was recuperating. They could scarcely fathom that someone capable of engaging Robert for months could exist. Freeman remarked, now that he has reemerged, it indicates that Robert has indeed recovered. Certain individuals within the government should curtail their ambitions. Lytton, I believe they will. During Robert's disappearance, numerous individuals endeavored to locate him, as they perceived him to be in a vulnerable state. Otherwise, there would be no reason for him to conceal himself. They sought to find him and eliminate the threat he posed. Freeman also played a significant role in this drama. He wished for these individuals not to discover Robert's whereabouts, and he feared that Robert might learn of their pursuit. Such knowledge could potentially trigger a calamity that would sweep across America. However, with Robert's own reappearance, everything has settled. After all, his willingness to show himself signifies that he possesses confidence. Moroccan police station Ivan, your forebears were thieves and brigands, and you were born into such a lineage. Tony, thieves? Then pray tell, whose skills did you pilfer? Ivan, those were my father's, and your father stole from him. Tony fixed his gaze intently upon Ivan's face, bewildered by the latter's assertions. It seemed he would need to investigate further. Resolute in his decision, Tony prepared to turn away. while Ivan erupted into laughter as he readied to depart. Ha ha ha, you have already lost, Tony. When I can make the divine bleed, people will cease to believe in its omnipotence. Just wait. The sharks in the depths can sense blood from afar and will come to devour you whole. Tony, no need for your concern, for even if your claims were accurate, what would it matter? They will not allow you, a criminal, to watch television. Ivan, do not rejoice too soon. You should be aware that palladium can lead to poisoning. His words struck a nerve with Tony, causing him to momentarily falter before hastening his departure. Spare yourself the trouble. Before exiting the interrogation room, Tony uttered one final remark, but to Ivan. It conveyed a sense of Tony's helplessness. Ha ha ha, I shall watch you be devoured, or perhaps perish outright. Ding ding ding, the school bell rang, and Robert felt a surge of restlessness, prompting him to stand and stretch. Approaching Peter, he was dismayed to find him laboring alone. Peter, where is Harry? Has he taken extended leave? Typically, by this hour, Harry would be by Peter's side, either seeking assistance with questions or engaging in light-hearted banter. Yet today, his absence was palpable. Harry, Peter lifted his gaze, and as he spoke the name, a shadow of sorrow flickered in his eyes. Harry has withdrawn from school. It seems his father's company has gone bankrupt. Robert, initially perplexed by Peter's expression, only understood the gravity of the situation when Belinda, seated nearby, provided clarification. Ah, the unpredictability of life, Robert mused, having surmised the unfolding events. He patted Peter's shoulder in a gesture of consolation before retreating to the nearest seat. How much have I missed in these past few months? Belinda, quite a bit. For instance, you missed my mother's discharge from the hospital. She was oblivious to the matter Robert had mentioned, subconsciously assuming he was addressing her. Oh, that really shouldn't be the case. Alas, during those days, I was ensnared by others and unable to extricate myself. This was Robert's first explanation since his return, which swiftly captured Belinda's attention. Belinda inquired, who is that person? Male or female? Chapter 64, Colonel Rod. Female, Robert instinctively replied, only to witness a glimmer of moisture gathering in Belinda's eyes, signaling the onset of tears. But she could be my grandmother, he quickly added, weaving a minor deception, as in truth, anyone of Guyi's age could easily be his ancestor. Cough. How annoying. Could you please finish your sentence next time? Belinda's sorrowful demeanor dissipated within seconds, replaced by laughter at Robert's subsequent remark. You know, your smile is absolutely enchanting. Robert, momentarily taken aback by Belinda's radiant smile, felt a wave of affection surge within him, compelling him to gently caress the girl's face. Ah, we're in class. Belinda, flustered by his gesture, felt her cheeks flush, for she was all too familiar with the look in Robert's eyes. Well, there are indeed quite a few people. Let us return, he suggested. She replied in a voice barely above a whisper, her head lowered, as if fearing some unspeakable secret might be unveiled. As night descended quietly, unlike any other, it seemed many were bustling about. Robert, along with Belinda's mother, shared a sumptuous dinner in the house he had purchased for Belinda and her family. Initially, Robert had intended to dine out, ostensibly to welcome them, but Belinda resolutely refused, as though saving him a fortune. However, Robert felt she deserved a reward, leading to a night filled with melodious chirps that lingered softly into the dawn. Later that evening, within a private hangar in New York, Justin exclaimed, "Hey, look who has arrived. ISNT that, my idol," as Ivan's hood was removed. The sudden brightness momentarily disoriented him, but it didn't take long for him to acclimate and observe his surroundings. What have you all done? How could you have handcuffed my idol? Release him at once. Ivan approached Justin, who feigned shock upon seeing the handcuffs in his hand. But sir, he is quite dangerous. Are you certain you wish to release him? The escorting officer hesitated, aware of Ivan's formidable prowess, and offered a cautious reminder. Of course. Why even ask? Hurry up and free him. He is not a beast, and there is no need for such undue tension. The compromised officer, realizing the employer's insistence, relented and dutifully unlocked the cuffs. That's more like it. Please have a seat. Ivan's handcuffs were released as Justin, feigning politeness, pulled out a chair for him while signaling for the dishes to be served. Top-grade salmon sashimi, please indulge. I assure you, we have everything here, he exclaimed. However, I must confess, I have a penchant for desserts before meals. I adore sweets, and these are exquisite delicacies flown in from abroad. In every word Justin uttered, he sought to convey a singular message to Ivan. He was immensely wealthy. Justin continued, so what do you think? I presume you have gleaned a glimpse of my resources. He then turned slightly to showcase the entirety of his private jet, embodying the ostentatious demeanor of a nouveau riche, blissfully unaware of his own pretentiousness. You possess capability, and I possess abundant resources. This is the very distinction between you and Tony Stark. I wish to bridge that gap. How about it? Interested in a collaboration? Justin, convinced of his own charm, waved his wine glass towards Ivan as an invitation. Haha, fool. Ivan retorted in Russian, his words lost on Justin. What? You might perhaps speak English. If not, I can readily procure a top-notch translator. Believe me, it would be swift. Despite his disdain for Ivan, Justin was intent on deceiving him into a partnership to obtain technology akin to Tony Stark's arc reactor. No need for translation. It's a deal, Ivan declared. Justin sought to exploit Ivan, yet Ivan harbored the same intentions. Oh, really? That's simply splendid. I hear you and Tony have some unresolved issues, correct? Coincidentally, I've had my fair share of discord with him. We shall undoubtedly have numerous common topics. The excitement within Justin Hammer was palpable, as he envisioned the miniaturization of the reactor technology beckoning him. I have more than mere disagreements with him, Ivan emphasized, subsequently presenting an utterly perplexing request. I require my bird to accompany me while I work. Your bird? A bird from Russia? Justin inquired, bewildered. I want my bird. Ivan's demeanor suddenly shifted to one of fury. Justin hastily acquiesced. Oh, no problem. I will procure it for you. Securing your bird is a simple task. With that assurance, Ivan's mood returned to normal, and he began devouring the salmon sashimi before him, finishing it in mere bites. Bring him more. Justin noted Ivan's rapid consumption, and despite his growing aversion, he chose to endure for the sake of future considerations. Meanwhile, at Tony's residence in California, he posed a hypothetical question to his new assistant, whose beauty captivated him. If I were to say, hypothetically, that you would die tomorrow, what would you do? Despite his underlying caution, he could not resist inquiring during their moment alone. Yet even the illustrious Tony Stark remains unaware that the figure before him is none other than the world-renowned Natasha, who is also famously known as the Black Widow. Natasha declares, if I were the one facing death, I would certainly pursue every desire before my demise. Tony, having received the answer he sought, feels a newfound sense of liberation. In other words, he now embraces a more audacious spirit. I must personally attend the birthday celebration tonight. With that, Tony strides towards the laboratory on the next floor. Natasha, initially inclined to follow suit, finds herself thwarted by her lack of clearance. Apologies, you do not possess the authority to enter here, Jarvis's voice interjects. With a frustrated huff, Natasha acknowledges that she could easily force her way in, yet refrains to avoid unnecessary complications. Hey, can we liven things up? Where is Mr. Stark? He sent me an invitation to the party, yet his whereabouts remain a mystery. Look up. He's arriving. At Tony's residence, the impromptu birthday celebration has attracted a throng of eager guests, particularly a multitude of ambitious socialites vying for prominence. Did I just hear someone calling my name? As Tony strikes a charismatic pose, clad in his Iron Man armor, he undoubtedly ignites a frenzy among the attendees. Ah, Tony, I adore you. He is simply breathtaking. I must marry him. Step aside. I was here first. If anyone is to marry him, it should be me. You ought to take a good look at yourselves. Do you honestly believe Mr. Stark would be interested in you? The cacophony of cheers, envy, and flattery reaches Tony's ears, filling him with delight. What is he doing? Has he lost his mind? We must find a way to stop him. Meanwhile, Pepper stands amidst the crowd, her mood starkly contrasting Tony's elation. As she listens to the voices she perceives as disparaging, she is consumed by fury. Jealousy stirs within Pepper. Having assumed the role of half the hostess, wishes to expel every woman present, save for herself. Happy, he's in his armor. I certainly do not wish to provoke him at this moment, but I am tempted to try. What? Who does he think he is, acting so arrogantly? However, upon turning to find the glum face of Colonel Rhodes, he swallows back any further jibes. Colonel Rhodes, a close friend of Tony's, played a pivotal role during the time Robert was missing, as Tony revealed his technology to the public. The government and military were eager to acquire this technology, yet Tony resisted their advances. It is largely due to Colonel Rhodes that Tony continues to enjoy a carefree existence, unimpeded by military forces seeking to seize his Iron Man suit. However, when Rhodey rushed to attend Tony's birthday celebration, No one could fathom the depth of his anger upon witnessing Tony performing on stage in his Iron Man suit, resembling a jester. Few understood the immense pressure he had endured in recent days. Rhodey declared this must end. As he prepared to confront Tony, Pepper, unwavering in her devotion to him, despite feeling a twinge of jealousy, sought to mitigate Rhodey's ire. I believe Tony might be a bit inebriated. Please wait, I will persuade him to come down, she said, temporarily halting Rhodey's advance, though his anger remained unabated, leading to a sharper tone. He had better hurry, Rhodey retorted. I will do my best. How about you throw that thing into the air? Allow me to demonstrate its power. Tony addressed a socialite below who was eager to curry favor, as she held a bottle of champagne, which he urged her to toss skyward. Without hesitation, after casting a flirtatious glance at Tony, she flung the champagne into the air. With a brief moment of charging, Tony unleashed a repulsor blast, shattering the airborne champagne, showering the crowd with its contents and igniting their excitement. Shall we have another? He appeared to revel in the thrill, recharging for another round, urging the crowd to continue tossing champagne bottles for him to obliterate. I'll join. Just a moment, please. Wait. Pepper's voice suddenly cut through, as she had demanded the music to be silenced before ascending the stage to halt the revelry of both the crowd and Tony. Tony, you are intoxicated. Please stop this foolishness. Rhodey is quite upset. Let me assist you to bed. The party can resume once you are sober. Pepper coaxed quietly in Tony's ear. He initially acquiesced with a nod, but as she began to relax, his demeanor shifted. Our dear Miss Pepper seems intent on terminating this celebration. Tony slurred, sounding as if he were truly inebriated, yet he stubbornly pressed on. If some do not wish to partake, they may exit, like Miss Pepper. With that, he resumed his champagne-shattering antics, signaling for the music to resume. As several bottles shattered, Rhodey's patience, too, began to fracture. Tony, I am truly. Pepper, at a loss for words, decided to retreat, opting for the comfort of absence. Meanwhile, Rhodey had made his way to the laboratory, his gaze fixed upon the array of Iron Man's suits, prompting him to advance swiftly. Authentication successful. As Jarvis's voice resonated for the final time, Rhodes fully assumed control of the latest suit he donned, while Jarvis's intelligent command was automatically erased. Tony, I love you. Hit this. In the grand hall of Tony's villa, the birthday celebration continued, with socialites spiraling into an even more fervent display of affection. Some were no longer content with merely tossing bottles, but sought to draw closer to Robert. Suddenly, just as the atmosphere reached its zenith, a metallic clang echoed as Rhodes, fully clad in the Iron Man suit, landed with an unflattering expression. Get out immediately. I shall only say this once. A hush fell over the crowd. Some were uncertain if Rhodes was jesting, but when he aimed his palm-mounted energy cannon at them, the truth became undeniable. Oh my God, don't kill me. I'm leaving. Run. A brief chaos ensued, but 5 minutes later, as nearly everyone departed, the hall fell eerily silent. Could someone play a livelier tune for me and my brother? Tony called out to those hiding behind him, and surprisingly, they complied. Enough. Infuriated by Tony's apparent nonchalance, Rhodes charged forward, intent on forcibly removing Tony's armor. You drunken fool. You do not deserve to wear it. Take it off. As he spoke, he attempted to pry off Tony's suit, but it was evidently futile. Clearly. It has a mind of its own. Tony chuckled, teasing his dear friend Rhodes, though the latter seemed devoid of humor at that moment. Then I shall smash it off you. Having abandoned his audacious attempts, Rhodes resolved to seek an alternative solution. Sheer brute force. Boom. The two Iron Man operators engaged in a fierce battle, their might astonishing. Even Pepper, standing a short distance away, felt her heart race in fear for Tony's safety. Someone must intervene to stop this, she thought, recalling her earlier experience when Robert's sudden descent had left a profound impression. Beep, beep. Before Happy could utter a word, Pepper had already dialed the phone. At Robert's residence, the unexpected ring of the phone seemed quite out of place. Your phone is ringing, he was informed, but it appeared that Belinda had a different perspective. Ignore it. Our event is not yet over. At that moment, Robert was too preoccupied to concern himself with trivial calls. Even if the king himself were calling, he would heed it not. Belinda found herself in an enigmatic state, spiritually uplifted, yet physically perplexed. Why wasn't Robert answering the phone? Pepper anxiously stared at the automatically disconnected phone and dialed again, for she observed Tony struggling in the hall, clearly at a disadvantage. Perhaps he is merely asleep, suggested Happy. Tony is on the brink of being killed, she retorted, demonstrating that when someone she cared for was in peril, all semblance of decorum was utterly discarded. Ringing. Another call came through, but this time Robert did not allow the phone a second chance to emit sound. He unleashed a forceful surge that enveloped the device, rendering it mute. Let us continue. I can't take it any longer. The scene was indeed harrowing. Chaos reigned as various liquids, indeterminate whether they were drinks or the contents of fish tanks, spilled everywhere. This was a true reflection of the battlefield where Tony found himself. The once elegantly adorned hall now in ruins. After finally catching his breath, Rhodey looked at the fallen Tony, ready to express his frustrations. Do you have any idea what I have endured these past few days? I've had to make dozens of calls daily, waiting outside in the sweltering sun just to assure those individuals that you and your armor pose no threat. Yet here you are. While I shield you from the military's tanks attempting to confiscate your suit, you choose to treat it as a joke. Rhodey's expression was grim, feeling that all his efforts were in vain, while Tony seemed almost fearful that Rhodey might relent, responding with news that would further provoke his self-doubt. It's all right. Robert is back. If the military dares, let them come. What? Rhodey was taken aback by Tony's words. Upon grasping the implication, he suddenly recognized that Tony was suggesting all his prior efforts were futile, that even his utmost endeavors were rendered insignificant by the mere appearance of another. Though Rhodey begrudgingly acknowledged the truth in this, he could not suppress his anger. Do you think you can live your life sheltered behind Robert? Why not? He is my friend. Rhodey gazed at Tony in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how the ever-proud Tony could so readily accept being under someone else's protection. You truly disappoint me. Tony, with a tone laced with frustration, Rhodey ignited the thrusters beneath his feet and propelled himself through the roof. Boom! A gaping hole appeared, and Tony stared at it, catching a glimpse of the full moon outside, his thoughts a mystery to all. Pepper need not call Robert anymore. Tony is fine, Happy kindly reminded, lest Pepper's 60th call be made. But it seems Tony has encountered trouble. Our suspicions may indeed be correct. In the shadows, Natasha communicated via phone to Nick Fury. According to the intelligence she has gathered, Natasha finds Tony's recent behavior exceedingly peculiar. He has entrusted the entire management of the company to Pepper, despite the fact that his armor was recently pilfered by his close friend. Natasha cannot believe that someone as astute as Tony would neglect to implement a security protocol for his suit. It is utterly implausible that Rhodey could don a suit and abscond with it without Tony's express consent. Yet, as the saying goes, the bystander sees clearly, while Colonel Rhodes, embroiled in the matter, remains oblivious to this fact. The following day, Robert pondered over nearly 70 missed calls on his phone. After gently covering the sleeping Belinda with a blanket, he quietly slipped away. Tony had called 7 times, while Pepper had attempted to reach him 59 times. Was the world on the brink of destruction last night, or something of that nature? Robert stepped onto the balcony and decided to return Tony's call, curious about the purpose behind the barrage of calls. Oh, look who it is, the busy bee, too preoccupied to attend a friend's birthday. Yet surely you could have at least provided an explanation. Yet, here you are, not even answering your phone. As soon as Robert connected the call, he was met with a tone that was both mocking and sardonic. After discerning the voice, he confirmed it was indeed Tony. I'm sorry, Tony. I genuinely didn't realize yesterday was your birthday. Despite Tony's irritable tone, Robert felt more at fault. After all, missing a friend's birthday was indefensible. Ha! Did I scare you? Just kidding, it was merely a botched birthday party. But you cannot be absent next year, Tony exclaimed with a light-hearted air, appearing quite magnanimous, and claimed he was joking. You truly did scare me, Robert replied, feigning trepidation over the phone. Enough of your theatrics, Robert. Your acting leaves much to be desired, Tony quickly countered, showing no mercy as the two engaged in a light banter for a while. Eventually, they ended the call when Tony mentioned he had matters to attend to. Robert surmised it likely pertained to that incident. Recalling the events, he felt he had a fair grasp of the situation, and thus refrained from contacting Pepper again. Those nearly 60 calls were undoubtedly pleas for assistance, rendering further inquiries pointless. Meanwhile, at a U.S. Air Force Base, Rhodey piloted his Iron Man suit and communicated with the ground control tower. Requesting to land, this is Colonel Rhodes. Permission granted. Colonel, are you piloting a 22? Why does the radar return seem so minimal? The officer at the tower inquired, noting the small blip on the radar. Intuition suggested that even the most advanced 22 should not possess such a diminutive radar signature. Rhodey replied, "It's not a 22. It's something far more intriguing." Chapter 66. The graveyard. As Rhodey's Iron Man suit touched down smoothly, it immediately drew the attention of those nearby. "What is this? Iron Man, it seems, is a figure I have encountered in the news, yet I never anticipated witnessing the actual suit. Is the individual inside none other than Tony Stark?" The American soldiers present were engaged in animated discussions, curiously examining the suit structure, until Rhodey unveiled the helmet. "Ah, it is Colonel Rhodes." "Indeed. How did you come to be inside?" "Rhodey, I liberated it from a certain deranged individual," he stated with utmost seriousness, implicitly referring to Tony's eccentricity, though the American soldiers surrounding him remained oblivious to this subtext. "Oh, this contraption is truly magnificent, Colonel." At that moment, a major approached, and upon discovering that his superior wore the Iron Man suit, he could not help but express his admiration. "Rhodey, it is not merely its beauty, Major." As more individuals began to gather, he promptly added, "Can we clear the area? Let's converse inside." "Major, certainly no problem. Clear the area." Rhodey placed the Iron Man armor into the armory, and it was not until several minutes later that the Brigadier General in charge of the airbase arrived. "Brigadier General, is truly perfect. Well done, Colonel Rhodes." "Rhodey, thank you for the commendation, sir." "Brigadier General, indeed, have Justin Hammer equip it with weaponry. Surely the members of the Senate will refrain from bothering me now." "Rhodey, what?" No, sir. I think upon hearing such an order from his superior." Rhodey instinctively wished to refuse, but was interrupted. "Brigadier General, Justin Hammer is preparing for a weapons exhibition, and we need this for the opening." "Rhodey, sir, I believe it may be rather inappropriate to showcase this at an exhibition. Perhaps we could assign it other tasks." He sought to negotiate further, but this time, the Brigadier General was not in the mood for riddles. "Brigadier General, Colonel, the military requires such a device, and the public demands it. This will bolster their confidence. Thus my command is final. Have Justin equip the weaponry," he stated in an unassailable tone, recognizing that the discussion had escalated to a matter of hierarchy. Rhodey had no choice but to acquiesce. "Yes, sir," he replied, mustering his spirits, and under the approving gaze of the Brigadier General, Rhodey gradually exited. In California, atop a colossal donut, Tony was leisurely gazing at the sunrise, cradling a box of freshly purchased donuts. Suddenly, a one-eyed man in dark attire shattered this harmonious scene. Shouting at Tony, "Sir, I demand that you vacate the donut immediately." "Tony, in a fast food establishment," Nick Fury sat across from Tony. "I have no desire to join your band of superboys." "Nick, ha ha ha. I know you have always been a free spirit. How does that seem to be working out for you?" "Ideal, perhaps." Ignoring Tony's sarcasm, Fury countered with a smile. "Tony, well, Fury's remark almost broke his composure, for he was currently reaping the consequences of his carefree existence. Death. "I sincerely apologize for any discomfort caused upon our first encounter." Tony is gently reminding Fury that he is teetering on the edge of Fury himself. "Oh, very well, I shall cease this topic." "Tony, excellent. I must confess, I may have imbibed a tad too much. Where exactly are we?" As he speaks, he turns to glance at a nearby sign. However, as he turns his head, Fury catches sight of the palladium-induced symptoms manifesting. "It appears your condition is rather dire." Extending his hand, Fury scrutinizes Tony's state, which could only be described as alarming. "Tony, trust me, this is nothing. I have faced far worse situations." Unlike Fury's evident concern, Tony seems to regard his poisoning with a rather untroubled demeanor. The sound of high-heeled shoes clicking against the floor draws Tony's attention, and he discovers a woman clad in an agent's uniform approaching. "Natasha, we have secured this area, but I fear it may not hold for long." She strides closer, and at first, Tony does not recognize her, but as she draws near, it becomes impossible to overlook. Lowering his sunglasses and confirming her identity, Tony exclaims with a hint of ire, "Oh, you've been dismissed." "Natasha, that decision is not yours to make." However, her retort only serves to heighten his displeasure. Without hesitation, Natasha produces a syringe from behind her, and, with lightning speed before Tony can react, injects him. The needle pierces his neck, and Natasha administers the injection with the efficiency one might reserve for livestock, completing it in a mere second. "What have you done to me?" "Oh wait, what is that? Do you have more? I might need another dose to ensure my recovery." Tony's dramatic shift in attitude is wholly attributable to the immediate alleviation he feels from the poison coursing through him after the injection. Initially anticipating his demise within the next couple of days, he now harbors hopes of extending his survival. Fury, that is lithium dioxide, it can only alleviate symptoms. To truly resolve the issue, we must develop something new. Tony, I possess greater expertise in this area. I have explored every possibility, and none have worked. So, please, do not trouble me further. Allow me to fend for myself. Fury, trouble you? You were the one who initiated this disturbance. Do you realize I have far greater issues in the Southwest, and you have caused me to squander precious time here? Tony, if that is truly the case, I offer my sincerest apologies. If needed, I am willing to lend my assistance. He is not one to remain indifferent, recognizing that, at least for now, they are acting in his best interest. Thus, Tony resolves to return the favor before his impending demise, for he detests being indebted to anyone, especially strangers. Fury, perhaps it is best to wait until you discover something new. Tony, have you not been listening to me at all? I have tried every conceivable approach. It's to no avail. Anger flickered within him, for Fury's words struck at the heart of a long-standing frustration for Tony. Fury, are you certain you have tried every avenue? Perhaps there is one you have yet to explore. What do you mean? You will find out shortly. Fury spoke with an air of mystery regarding Tony's dilemma. Meanwhile, earlier that morning, a familiar guest arrived at the White House. Lin, Robert, I implore you to believe me. The individuals who sought to trouble you and your friends after your departure were not sent by me, and I have genuinely attempted to intervene. Robert, having been summoned by Lin, rose early as the President of the United States to welcome this visitor. To be honest, had it not been for your words, I would have remained oblivious to these matters. Robert perused the documents in his hand, detailing those prominent figures who sought him during the months of his battle with Dormammu. After a biased and suggestive explanation from Lin, Robert grasped the ulterior motives of those who had pursued him during that tumultuous period. Lin, it is only right, you know. I have always desired to befriend you, and now presents the perfect opportunity for me to demonstrate my sincerity. A warm smile graced his face, which might have seemed amiable to an ordinary person. However, to Robert, it was merely a fade. With a hint of sarcasm, he remarked to Lin. Noting the perplexed expression that crept upon the president's features, Robert felt compelled to clarify. If you truly valued relationships, you would not stand idly by while those in the Senate and military pressured Tony to relinquish his personal belongings. Do not attempt to convince me that your re-election is in no way connected to the groundbreaking technology Tony unveiled that day. Robert's words were undoubtedly a slap in Lin's face. In other matters, the president might have countered, but in this instance, his handling of the situation regarding Tony was undeniably questionable. Lin, I concede that my re-election is significantly tied to Tony, but we both understand that it is mere pretense. That transformative technology requires your expertise to operate. Robert, enough. I have no desire to engage in your convoluted rhetoric. Are you certain that the list you provided contains the individuals who sought to trouble me during this period? Seeing Lin prepare to employ his usual rhetoric to sway public opinion, Robert swiftly interrupted before he could begin. Indeed, I am certain. Lin was momentarily flustered, his words stumbling as he feigned a lack of composure, deliberately crafting an impression of a president lacking guile. Observing Lin's demeanor, Robert silently added that he would not be misled into believing that the list provided was exhaustive. Surely there were individuals omitted, including his allies and conspirators. It was entirely plausible that even President Lin himself had a hand in orchestrating actions against Robert. Surely, these individuals were aligned against that old rascal, weren't they? Another test. Indeed, how do you intend to deal with them? Should I extend an invitation for them to clarify matters? Almost in accord with Robert's thoughts, Lin was indeed probing him, gathering a wealth of information from Robert's stance towards those who sought to undermine him. Lin had initially presumed that, given Robert's character, should he truly have made a full recovery, he would undoubtedly take these individuals to task. The notion of eliminating the president had never crossed his mind. After all, Lin had meticulously annotated the identities of these individuals on the list, each one capable of instigating a nationwide uproar. Any rational person would be disinclined to entertain thoughts of their demise, for such actions would inevitably invite relentless retaliation from their formidable backers. Yet, this was merely a minor concern. The true ramifications could precipitate widespread unrest across the nation, even the potential for disintegration. No need for discussion. Simply inform these individuals to prepare their graves. However, Robert consistently managed to defy expectations. No sooner had he spoken than beads of sweat began to trickle down Litton's face. Chapter 67. Time is eternal. Oh, no. Robert, please maintain your composure. These individuals are not to be killed. Litton watched as Robert abruptly departed through a shimmering blue portal, realizing that further persuasion would be futile. Damn it, this reckless fool. With the departure of Robert, Litton stamped his foot in frustration. He had assumed that even in peak condition, Robert would not dare to act so brazenly. Yet it appeared he truly did. Cursing Robert under his breath, Litton picked up the telephone on the presidential desk and dialed the Pentagon. Mr. President, what are your instructions? The call was promptly answered by a Pentagon operator dedicated to serving the president, thereby eliminating unnecessary delays. Connect me to General Freeman. Yes. The operator, startled by the president's urgent tone, hurriedly transferred the call. Hello. In his office, General Freeman was engrossed in the day's documents, which included details about military exercises in regions of the world in turmoil requiring American intervention to uphold so-called peace. General Freeman, this is Litton. I'm calling to convey a singular piece of information. Robert has gone mad. What? Could you please recount the events leading up to this? As two of America's high-ranking officials, Freeman did not entertain the notion that the president would jest about such a significant matter. The situation unfolded as Litton endeavored to recount the recent events in succinct terms, uncertain whether Robert had indeed embarked on a quest for vengeance. Thus, he felt an urgent need for the intervention of the American military. Although he held the nominal title of Commander-in-Chief, it had only been a few years, and with the impending inauguration of the next president, his position would soon be relinquished. Litton understood that he could not remain president indefinitely, while Freeman could perpetually hold the rank of general. Hence, it was only logical that the military hierarchy recognized whom to heed. Previously, Wells had managed to restrain Freeman, who could not entirely overshadow the authority of the president. But now, with Freeman as the sole general in the army, the dynamics had shifted. It is indeed a foolish plan. Mr. President, I fail to comprehend why you would endorse such a decision. 5 minutes later, Litton had articulated the entirety of the situation, embellishing it with suggestions that Robert's actions were merely a result of external advice rather than a spur-of-the-moment decision. Litton remarked, I truly should not have heeded him. But now that the deed is done, we must devise a course of action, General. Freeman responded, what options do we have? Shall we dispatch troops to quell the chaos? Others have attempted this before, and their names now adorned the pillars of public disgrace. He referred to Wells, the general who had once stood on equal footing with him. What then? Litton inquired, beginning to feel a sense of panic. Freeman replied, I shall attempt to contact Robert. If that proves futile, perhaps managing the aftermath will be somewhat easier. His implication was unmistakable. Litton, a seasoned individual, could not fail to discern Freeman's reluctance to deploy troops in an effort to halt Robert. Let me ponder a solution, he muttered, before abruptly hanging up the phone and casting the receiver onto the table. Freeman, that coward. He intends to wait until Robert has wreaked his havoc before addressing the aftermath. Does he not grasp the consequences of those who perish? Rage consumed Litton. He refused to reflect on his own shortcomings and instead sought to place the blame entirely on others. This is a common human inclination, yet it is unbecoming of a nation's president. Suddenly, the phone rang, and as Litton was near it, he answered promptly. Hello, Mr. President. I regret to inform you that Mr. Reed has met with a tragic fate, and reliable intelligence indicates that the assailant was Colonel Robert. The voice on the other end trembled, fearful of being ensnared in this tumult. As someone with the privilege to communicate with the president, he was undoubtedly aware of certain underlying truths. Who was Reed? One of the architects of Wall Street's regulations, a founder of the National Bank of America, and the true leader of the Solomon family, one of the most formidable financial dynasties in the world. Damn it, he truly dares, Litton exclaimed over the phone, causing the person on the other end to recoil in shock, rendered speechless by his outburst. Suddenly, the backup phone in the office rang. Mr. President, this is California. Mr. Webb has been murdered. The separatists are expected to receive the news in 1 hour. Please prepare the White House. Understood. With a furrowed brow, he hung up both phones, only to be inundated with more calls. Across various locations in the United States, in a matter of mere minutes, a figure enveloped in blue energy appeared. And wherever he went, a prominent local figure met their demise. Each of these individuals was, without exception, on the list that Lin had provided to Robert. Let me see who else is on the list. In midair, Robert, already in a bloodthirsty frenzy, glanced at the list and realized that he had dispatched 7 individuals in such a short span of time. Oh, you wish to use me? Let us see if you can withstand the consequences. Casting his gaze toward Washington, a smile crept across Robert's lips. His remarkable efficiency was bolstered by Lin, who had conveniently included each person's identity along with their address. Was this not an undeniable temptation for Robert to eliminate these individuals? As he disengaged his spatial defenses, Robert's phone rang immediately. Hello. To his surprise, it was Fury calling. What are you doing? Standing carelessly in midair, Robert replied. Thanks to his mastery of spatial forces, he could compress space. Drawing inspiration from the air walls in his game, he fashioned the air steps beneath him. To the untrained eye, it appeared as though there was nothing there, but anyone who stepped onto it would find it solid beneath their feet. Fury exclaimed, How dare you ask me what I'm doing? I want to know what you're up to, Robert. As the director of SHIELD, Nick Fury was undeniably irate. Currently, he was at Tony's house, providing inspiration for the creation of a new element, while trouble brewed in New Jersey in the Southwest region. He was already overwhelmed, and now Robert had stirred up more chaos. Business magnates, government officials, high-ranking military personnel, and influential local figures, all of whom would face dire consequences if provoked, have been swiftly dealt with by Robert in under half an hour, without granting them any opportunity to react. So what? Killing them is sanctioned by the great President of the United States. What? Fury was momentarily taken aback. He too was puzzled about why Robert had inexplicably targeted these individuals. Surely there must be a reason behind such actions. Thus, Robert proceeded to explain his rationale. However, unbeknownst to him, in the direction where he had just eliminated the local dignitaries, a large-caliber sniper rifle had been set up. Lin has gone completely mad. Upon grasping the situation, Fury instantly discerned Lin's intentions, merely to leverage Robert's power to suppress dissent, and now the situation had escalated to this point. Fury, listen to me. He intended to say more, but Robert was destined not to hear it, for at that moment a deafening sound erupted nearby. Simultaneously, Robert felt his hair stand on end, instinctively wanting to evade, yet the large-caliber bullet had already reached him. With a sickening thud, it struck his forehead. A bullet capable of penetrating light tank armor now wreaked havoc upon the human form. In an instant, Robert's head resembled a watermelon shattered by a bullet, completely perforated. Mission accomplished. A kilometer away, the sniper stowed his weapon, preparing to depart, but before doing so, he instinctively glanced back. To his astonishment, he thought he was facing a formidable opponent. Yet here lay the truth. He could still be killed. The word dead lodged in his throat, for an unbelievable occurrence unfolded before his eyes. Could a head regenerate? Before him, Robert, who had just been struck in the head, was now enveloped in a green luminescence, his damaged skull rapidly mending. A specter. This was undoubtedly a specter. Flee. The sniper hastily gathered his belongings, swiftly retreating along the pre-planned route. Hey, Robert. What was that tremendous noise over there? Fury's voice crackled through the phone, but Robert could not hear him. His vision was consumed by rage. I care not who you are, perish. A colossal rift in space materialized directly above Robert's domain, stretching for miles in every direction. Subsequently, this harbinger of destruction descended unrelentingly, as Robert, nearly devoid of rationality, paid no heed to anything else. Oh my God, save me. The fleeing sniper could not escape Robert's range of attack. Even his companions and the residents within the vicinity were dragged into the abyss with him. Perish. As the ground beneath was utterly obliterated, Robert's fury remained unabated, continuing until he had excavated several hundred meters deep. Only then did clarity return to his gaze. I had intended to spare you. However, this moment of lucidity vanished as swiftly as it had come, and Robert's gaze fixated intently on Washington. He had just endured a brush with death. If not for his extraordinary physical prowess and the powers bestowed upon him by the Time Stone, he would have certainly become a lifeless corpse on the ground. This morning, he had been filled with rage, and now it had been ignited. Thus, it was destined that someone would face dire consequences. Chapter 68. Rationality Head. I believe you should take a look at this. Fury had already departed from Tony's residence and was now en route to Washington aboard an aircraft. Fury, what? Receiving the tablet computer handed over by his subordinate, the agent's face was already etched with astonishment, provoking an unsettling premonition in Fury. The tablet displayed two satellite comparison images, one time-stamped from yesterday, and the other captured merely 20 minutes prior, with credible intelligence confirming Mr. Roberts' presence at that location. It was highly probable that he was indeed responsible for the situation. The agent endeavored to maintain a calm tone to report the matter to Fury. Preliminary assessments indicated that the vast pit, once home to nearly 30,000 inhabitants, had fallen into a state of chaos under Colonel Roberts' control. I recommend a humane obliteration. The agent continued, but was abruptly interrupted by Fury. Enough. I understand. You may leave. Fury waved him off. At that moment, Fury was clearly agitated. Although the agent's report remained unfinished, he had grasped the essence of the situation. If annihilating him was indeed feasible, why had he not acted sooner? Fury reflected on the agent's departing silhouette. He had been fully aware of the events when Robert infiltrated the White House. An entire battalion had been deployed, yet their weaponry had failed to inflict even a scratch on the adversary. Fury did not believe that merely increasing their numbers would yield different outcomes. Why can't these individuals learn from experience? He sighed. In his mind, any rational person, having witnessed Robert's unparalleled might, would refrain from provoking him further. Nevertheless, he hoped that a phone call could still reach its destination in time. After much hesitation, Fury extracted his phone and decided to make a call. His reluctance stemming from a prior, unpleasant conflict with the recipient, which had also involved Robert. Hello, Captain? White House, no. Robert, please believe me. There's no one else involved, and I genuinely do not know who sent the shooter against you. As Robert returned, Lin began to tremble with fear, not for any other reason than the fact that Robert had rendered all personnel within the White House immobile, an act sufficient to instill terror. I have no time for your nonsense. Yet Robert was far from convinced by Litton's feeble excuses. Instead, a blue blade of energy, conjured from the force of space, manifested ominously before Litton, signaling that should he continue to speak, his life would be forfeit. If you kill me, you won't survive either. Litton found himself in a dire crisis, yet his words were far from rational. Perhaps at that moment, he had succumbed to sheer panic. Then I am quite eager to test that theory. With a swift motion, the blue blade pierced through his skull, marking the demise of a president who had held office for merely a month. Let me tell you something. I am immortal. In a final act of psychological torment, Robert whispered into Litton's ear just before he collapsed lifelessly to the ground, his throat uttering one last syllable before silence enveloped him. After completing these tasks, Robert felt an unparalleled tranquility within himself. His audacity stemmed from the newfound abilities he had recently acquired. Is eternal time synonymous with the immortality of body and soul? Raising one hand, a vibrant sphere of green energy materialized above it, symbolizing the essence of life. Suddenly, the telephone in the president's office rang, startling Robert. In his invincible state, felt no fear. Perhaps the only constraints left in this world were morality and reputation. Hello, who is this? He answered nonchalantly, curious about the identity of the caller seeking the president at such a moment. Are you Robert? A familiar voice on the line bore a hint of confusion. It is I, General Freeman. Freeman responded. How did you end up in the president's office again? Weren't you just with him? Get him on the line. His tone shifted abruptly from inquiry to accusation, prompted by a sudden realization. Please, not that. I beg you. Freeman silently prayed, yet his hopes were destined to be dashed, as Robert's next statement candidly confirmed a grave truth. He is dead, slain by my hand. Damn it, you've stirred up a hornet's nest, Freeman shouted after a brief silence. Yet Robert did not heed his words. General Freeman, I believe it is they who have caused this chaos. After all, I had no quarrel with them, and they, much like Wells, attempted to take my life. Robert calmly articulated a fact that plunged Freeman into contemplation. Well, since the deed is done, we must find a way to resolve this, but you must assist me. Robert. Ultimately, he relinquished his futile anger and the urge to assign blame, instead turning his thoughts to a strategy for resolution. Rest assured, General, you will possess a flawless justification. With that, Robert set the phone aside. As he summoned the power of space within himself, the entire Earth swiftly transformed into a brilliant blue sphere, radiating azure light. You may dispatch someone to investigate. I am certain this outcome will surpass the last. After conveying this statement over the phone, Robert sought a seat, while Freeman recalled that the last time referred to when Robert had killed Wells. Suddenly, the sound of running footsteps echoed through the White House corridor. Fully in control of the situation, Robert recognized the approaching individual, knowing that without his consent, ordinary people could not move freely within these walls. Creaking open, the office door revealed Captain America, who immediately spotted the lifeless body on the floor. Having been keeping abreast of the current state of the world, he was no stranger to the identity of the sitting president. Once again, I have arrived too late. Events have already transpired, and Captain America is well aware of the unfolding circumstances. This time, Fury, in seeking his assistance, chose not to withhold information but rather divulged all that he knew. This act of transparency reflects sincerity, prompting the captain to involve himself in this tumultuous affair. However, by the time he arrived, the situation had already reached its conclusion. Which side do you stand on? The captain queried. It seems I have little choice but to choose a side, he retorted, gesturing towards the lifeless body on the ground, thereby signaling his stance. At this moment, Robert was enveloped in a green glow, the manifestation of the powers bestowed by the Time Stone, eternal time. Previously, his limits confined his spatial energy to merely encompass half the globe, but now Robert could be regarded as an immortal entity. With the enhancement of eternal time, his bodily injuries could heal instantaneously. Captain, you have violated your promise, Robert exclaimed, just as he approached the captain to express his gratitude for his support. An all-too-familiar voice interrupted him. Do you require my assistance? The individual before you does not appear to be particularly amiable. The captain swiftly assumed a combat stance, raising his shield in preparation to confront the newcomer alongside Robert. No, this is far too perilous. Captain, you should assist me with the aftermath outside, Robert insisted, effortlessly guiding him to the White House's exterior before turning to face the approaching figure, exclaiming helplessly, Ancient One. As their eyes met, the Ancient One immediately struck, while Robert retaliated swiftly. To avoid collateral damage, they instinctively relocated to an uninhabited area. Are you certain you wish to engage in combat? Robert inquired, eyeing the Ancient One's impassive expression and the radiant blue light above. Are you the one who is certain to fight? She countered. If you could disperse that entity in the sky, perhaps we could engage in a more civilized dialogue. Her countenance was now imbued with an icy demeanor, for she had safeguarded the Earth for centuries, encountering numerous catastrophic events along the way. These incidents, whether of human origin or natural calamities, seldom occurred in rapid succession. Yet, following Robert's arrival, such occurrences transpired twice. It seems less than a week has passed since your last assurance to me, the Ancient One remarked. When something has been protected for centuries, it becomes cherished, valued, even more than life itself. How could Robert's repeated actions of jeopardizing the Earth not incite her wrath? There is a reason behind my actions, Robert sought to clarify, having initially prepared for battle, as the narrative typically dictated the Ancient One's immediate aggression. Speak, she demanded. However, it was evident that she was not adhering to the expected script. Astonishingly, she remained stationary, seemingly awaiting Robert's explanation. This is more like it. Why resort to violence? Robert mused, feeling the world transform into a more harmonious place. What he had anticipated to be a fierce confrontation now held the potential for reconciliation. The so-called Great Battle is, in essence, a matter of perspective for both Ancient One and Earth. For Robert, however, unless someone possesses the power to defy the laws of time and eliminate him, the notion of a great battle is utterly inconceivable. Initially, Ancient One contemplated confronting Robert, but upon arriving in the familiar desolate area, she realized that perhaps she was powerless against him. Thus, she opted to listen to his perspective before making a decision. Should Robert truly wish to annihilate Earth, she would resolutely choose to perish alongside him. Ancient One, so you remain in this state merely for self-preservation? Yet, do you not find your methods excessively radical? Upon hearing Robert's explanation, she discerned a logical thread in his actions, at least in contrast to the truly deranged individuals who seek world destruction without reason. It is such individuals that trouble Ancient One the most. Radical? No. I merely believe it to be the simplest and most effective approach. If in the future anyone attempts to harm me, I shall resort to the same measures. Robert articulated his thoughts, leaving Ancient One at an impasse. These individuals are indeed foolish. Simultaneously, Ancient One pondered the perplexity she felt towards the president and his associates. Despite Robert demonstrating capabilities that transcend the mundane, they persist in employing earthly tactics against him. I hope, truly, that your words hold weight. You need not concern yourself with what lies ahead. Retract your nefarious schemes, and I shall dispatch individuals to resolve these troubles. Robert, is it truly that simple? Chapter 69. Adaptation in an advanced factory belonging to Hammer Industries in Queens, New York. Hey, my friend, how have you been lately? Cool, mate. See what I have brought for you. Justin Hammer approached Ivan with enthusiasm, accompanied by an assistant carrying a birdcage. Look at this. Isn't it splendid? He presented the cage to Ivan, convinced he was in the presence of his benefactor, displaying a hint of obsequiousness. However, Ivan merely glanced at him and resumed tending to his own affairs. Justin, what, do you not like it? I acquired it from Russia at considerable expense. Ivan, it is not my bird. Finally, Ivan reacted, but his words failed to elicit any joy in Justin. What? Ivan, it is not my bird. I want my own. Ivan suddenly shouted, leaving Justin feeling somewhat humiliated. Yet, he endeavored to maintain his composure. All right, even so, what does that matter? Listen to me, Ivan. Sometimes one must learn to adapt. As he spoke, Justin's gaze shifted, and he noticed that his imitation of Tony's armor had undergone significant alterations. Justin Hammer, what is this? What have you done to them? He hurried over, realizing that the armor now bore little resemblance to his original design. Jack, why don't you give it a try? Can you put it on your head? Ascending the work staircase, Justin arrived at the head of the battle armor to inspect it. He then decisively removed its head and handed it to one of his subordinates, instructing him to wear it. Jack remarked, "It's too small, boss. I can't put it on." He genuinely attempted to mimic the action a couple of times before returning the helmet to Justin. Justin retorted, "Did you hear that? He can't wear it." Ivan, I expect an explanation. Where is our operator supposed to enter the battle armor? Ivan replied, a drone would be better. He appeared to have anticipated Justin's reaction, maintaining an unsettling calm that only fueled Justin's irritation. A drone? Wait, are you talking about a drone? But the military and the public require a piloted combat mech. Justin Hammer struggled to contain his emotions, yet Ivan did not even spare him a glance. You promised. Do you remember, Ivan? You assured me that those things would be handled without issue. For that, I provided you with the finest equipment, ample funding, and now freedom. Oh, and the bird I brought all the way from Russia for you. Justin was genuinely furious, raising his voice at Ivan while listing the resources he had bestowed upon him, hoping to stir Ivan's sense of shame. However, little did he know, Ivan lacked such a sentiment. Brother, just as you said, one must learn to adapt. Ivan countered, flipping Justin's words back at him. A brief silence followed. Calculating the dwindling time, Justin reluctantly accepted the idea of using drones. You better make these things work for me. Ivan. With that final exclamation, Justin stormed away. Yet, it appeared that his earnest words went unnoticed by some. In breaking news, President Lin suffered a myocardial infarction and passed away earlier today at the White House, with medical experts attributing the cause to excessive fatigue. Such a momentous report was relegated by major media outlets to the least viewed time slots, merely as a brief announcement. Meanwhile, in the White House, former Vice President Antonio Arlen swiftly assumed all presidential powers and promptly initiated a nationwide state of emergency. Due to the turmoil stemming from Robert's actions, many local leaders and family heads have been assassinated, leading to unrest in various regions. To prevent widespread chaos, Acting President Antonio's strategy was to maintain an outward appearance of leniency while enforcing strict internal control. Consequently, the military across the United States began to quietly deploy to sensitive areas, with even aircraft carriers stationed abroad being urgently recalled. Mr. President, what is our course of action regarding Robert? During an emergency meeting, after Antonio had organized all matters, this question inevitably arose among the high-ranking officials of the U.S. government. Although information was tightly controlled, they had all caught wind of the situation to varying degrees. As Anthony, now serving as the interim president, cast his gaze towards a particular individual, he inquired, "What is General Freeman's opinion on this matter?" His demeanor suggested a sense of superiority over Freeman. Yet only a handful in attendance perceived any discord, for the majority of the nation's military forces were under his command, and possessing military power equated to wielding political authority. Freeman responded, "What does this have to do with Robert?" "Ah, indeed, if it bears no relation, then let us proceed as planned," Anthony declared. With the upper echelons having set the tone, all that remained was to await the execution of their directives. The troops available for deployment across America had been dispatched to maintain stability, which, in reality, served merely to rectify the chaos instigated by Leighton and Robert. Examine this report. The extensive pit you excavated in Nevada has instantly claimed the lives of 100,000 people. At the headquarters of SHIELD, Robert was summoned by Fury, who presented him with a statistical report detailing those affected by his impulsive actions during a moment of rage. "This is my fault. I will provide compensation," Robert stated, glancing at the analysis indicating a ground collapse. Yet, he was acutely aware of the true circumstances, plagued by an overwhelming sense of guilt. Nick Fury remarked, "Your willingness to consider compensation brings me some solace. It at least proves you are still a man of flesh and blood, rather than a completely unhinged lunatic." His words carried a weight that was difficult to ignore, yet Fury, regardless of the situation, possessed a heart that cared for the world. Robert had no doubt that had he not held such a position of reason and absolute power in this matter, another less capable individual would have already faced Fury's wrath. "I hear you've made quite a fortune in the stock market. Hand it all over as compensation," Fury insisted. Though he could not eliminate Robert, he would find ways to make him suffer financially. "But I still owe $50 billion to the bank. I can't give you everything. I must repay them," Robert protested, his attempt at resistance faltering as he grew increasingly embarrassed when discussing his debts. "Just give it all to me. I will return it to them for you. If the remaining amount is insufficient, the government will have to cover it," Fury replied. Thus, as Robert exited the SHIELD headquarters, he transitioned from a billionaire to a mere pauper, reliant on the government's modest $10,000 subsidy. Having lost over $200 billion in one fell swoop, he struggled to maintain his composure, yet he was compelled to part with this sum in exchange for a semblance of peace. "Thank you for your generosity, sir. Honestly, I never expected you to possess such wealth. Perhaps I should learn a thing or two about stock trading," Fury jested, claiming that he was merely escorting Robert downstairs as a gesture of gratitude. However, Robert felt that any expression of thanks was futile. Fury likely sought merely to mock him once more. The sudden, jarring sound of a telephone interrupted Fury's train of thought as he prepared to continue his work. Upon glancing at his phone, his expression immediately turned grave. Meanwhile, Robert was ready to leave this sorrowful place, intending to seek solace in an unfamiliar city. However, he hesitated, thinking perhaps there might be a use for him here. Just as Robert opened a portal, preparing to step through, Fury seized him, seemingly intending to make use of him. Frowning slightly, Robert felt a twinge of irritation, pondering why he should be at Fury's beck and call when he owed him nothing. "Why should I work for you?" Initially, Robert contemplated mocking Fury in return, but he fell silent after Fury uttered a phrase. "Yes, I understand. I will send someone to resolve the issue," Fury said into the phone before turning to Robert, raising a finger. Robert, taken aback, questioned such a substantial offer. "Are you prepared to give me $1 million? $1 million to assist me?" Fury interjected. Robert had intended to suggest $10 million, but Fury didn't even give him a chance to state his price, which displeased him. "At least $10 million. Otherwise, it's off the table," he declared firmly, and Fury, equally resolute, turned away, indicating he was unwilling to negotiate further. 3, 2, 1. Robert, anticipating that Fury would return after disappearing from his sight, likened it to a customer who, having set their sights on an item, employs the tactic of leaving the store to negotiate a lower price. This was a psychological game. For both parties involved, the first to speak would be at a disadvantage. However, as the countdown in Robert's mind concluded, Fury remained unyielding, and just as Fury's figure was nearly out of view, Robert finally spoke up. "Are you not considering countering my offer?" Ultimately, Robert was the first to break the silence. A man's confidence stems from two sources, strength and assurance. While possessing the former, the latter naturally follows, yet lacking either leaves one feeling unsettled. A smile crept onto Fury's lips from a distance, evidently pleased to have triumphed in this exchange. "I will add an additional 100,000. The total comes to 110,000. Whether you accept it or not, I could find someone else who wouldn't even offer half your price. Don't take advantage and act coy." "I agree, 110,000 is the final amount. Observing Fury's persistent refusal to turn around, Robert recognized that he was likely reveling in his victory, but alas, he was outmatched. Enough with the theatrics. What is the task? As Fury remained resolutely turned away, Robert grew increasingly impatient, questioning the necessity of his prolonged celebration. Chapter 70. Trouble New Jersey. Upon Robert's arrival, he witnessed a colossal, robot-like figure pursuing a throng of people in chaotic disarray. Is that a destroyer? A mission was assigned to Fury, to thwart this entity and to investigate the backgrounds of those enigmatic figures. Thor urged, "You must leave at once," as he pushed his companions aside and fixed a resolute gaze upon the destroyer, or rather, the puppeteer behind it, Loki. "Listen to me, brother. The one you seek to kill is me, not these individuals. Let them go." No sooner had he spoken than the destroyer ceased its aggressive movements. "As you wish." Loki observed from the realm of the gods, noting the smile that graced Thor's face, which irked him immensely. He attempted to seize control of the destroyer, yearning to deliver a powerful blow. What? Suddenly, he felt the destroyer slipping entirely from his grasp. He could perceive the unfolding events before him. Yet no matter how he exerted his will, there was no response. "Ah!" Thor exclaimed, for he saw the fist of the destroyer hurtling towards him. It was imperative to note that he was now an ordinary man stripped of his divine power. If that strike landed, he would surely be gravely injured. But at that critical moment, something miraculous transpired. "What has happened?" "I am uncertain. Perhaps it has malfunctioned," Sylvig speculated. "I sense it has exhausted its energy." The output required was astonishing. As soon as he uttered those words, the oddly dressed, mysterious figures began to rebut him. The first to speak was a portly man wielding an axe. No. The destroyer is a war weapon created by Father Odin. Its power is limitless." Sylvig countered. "Impossible. Nothing possesses infinite energy. All things must have their limits." The portly man retorted, "There is, and that is Father Odin." "No," Sylvig insisted. "Hey, everyone, I believe our focus should not be on this." As tensions rose between the two, Jane swiftly intervened, unwilling to be caught in their dispute. "I suggest you attempt to pick up that object over there rather than staring at what lies before you." It was only when Robert spoke from above that the crowd turned their attention to him. "Who are you?" Thor inquired, gazing with curiosity at Robert, who radiated an ethereal blue light. "That is not your concern right now. Is this not yours?" Thor was inclined to converse, yet Robert had no time for idle chatter, especially given that Fury had only allocated a modest fee for his appearance. "What?" An object soared through the air and crashed before Thor, eliciting gasps of disbelief from those present, including the oddly attired individuals. "How did you accomplish that?" Thor asked, eyeing Mjolnir on the ground and the immobile destroyer before him. His curiosity piqued. "It seems that flowers must indeed weather storms to blossom," Robert remarked nonsensically, leaving the gathered crowd bewildered. "Who is this Sif? Is she also from the realm of the gods?" "Those adorned in peculiar attire are indeed from Asgard," referring to the visitors of the divine realm. Among them, Sif stands as the mightiest, second only to Thor, and the others have grown accustomed to seeking her counsel. Sif exclaimed, "How am I to know? My heavens!" In that very moment, the destroyer, previously immobilized, regained its capacity for movement. "What have you done, you scoundrel?" Sif cried out in anger as Robert had relinquished his control over the destroyer, resulting in Thor sustaining grave injuries and collapsing. Enraged, Sif charged toward Robert, rather than seeking out the true instigator behind Thor's affliction. "Do I appear to be an easy target?" Robert mused as he observed Sif, filled with palpable hostility, rushing towards him at her utmost speed. Just as he contemplated finding a mirror to assess his own countenance, she was upon him. "You shall pay for your actions." With a fierce exertion, she leapt into the air, proclaiming her battle cry while relentlessly hurling her weapon at Robert. "You are indeed correct." Bang! Sif! Oh no! 3 warriors from the divine realm hastened towards a deep pit to check on their fallen comrade. Just moments ago, they had been unable to intervene. Witnessing Sif's attempt to strike Robert, which was abruptly thwarted by a mere wave of his hand, sending her hurtling back with astonishing velocity to crash onto the ground. The tremendous impact created a deep crater in the earth, and as the dust settled, a figure lay before them, drenched in crimson, with only the faintest breath remaining. "Ah, you must die." Not only did the denizens of the divine realm harbor such sentiments, but even Jane, a native of Earth, shared their fervor. As Thor's first love, She harbored immense animosity towards the one who had harmed her beloved. You are nothing but a bloodthirsty fiend. I once thought you were our heroic savior. But it seems you're no different from the wretched being controlling that monstrosity. Jane did not hesitate to unleash her scorn. Poor Loki, hiding behind the destroyer, found himself caught in the crossfire of her words, rendered akin to that abomination. There were 8 individuals present, excluding the 2 lying on the ground. The remaining few glared furiously at Robert. Even the destroyer, under Loki's command, lingered after injuring Thor, choosing to remain and observe the unfolding drama. Do you know? My employer assigned me merely to maintain order here. Anything beyond that, including saving you, is merely ancillary. Unfortunately, the compensation provided is insufficient, allowing me the discretion to forego those ancillary tasks. As Robert unleashed a tremendous force, so powerful that it distorted the surrounding space, it struck the destroyer, who had been observing the scene nearby, shattering it into fragments. Oh, for heaven's sake! Loki, who was controlling the destroyer from the divine realm, was the first to feel the repercussions. The destruction of the creature he commanded resulted in a backlash that he struggled to contain. After a prolonged moment, he managed to suppress the backlash and turned his gaze towards Earth and the cosmos, muttering to himself, "Is there such a formidable being in that place?" Meanwhile, in New Jersey, the conflict reached a brief silence following the annihilation of the destroyer by Robert's casual strike. However, this tranquility was fleeting. Women, especially those in love, often lose their rationality. Jane was no exception. She glanced down at the unconscious Thor in her arms, feeling an unexpected surge of fearlessness. "Jane, even if you have Sif, no. Stop right there, Jane." Noticing Robert gathering a blue energy sphere even larger than that which had obliterated the destroyer, Sif hurriedly interrupted Jane, aware that such words could spell doom for everyone present. With a huff, Jane emitted a sound from her nostrils, but ultimately refrained from further action under the threat of death, instead focusing on Thor. At that moment, a sound of someone swallowing echoed through the air as several warriors from the divine realm exchanged glances, momentarily deterred from seeking vengeance against Robert. It was a joke. If the destroyer could be so easily shattered, what chance did they stand against such power? They collectively decided to wait until Thor and Sif recovered before taking any action. This was the prevailing sentiment among the trio as Robert demonstrated unparalleled strength, silencing the world around them. Several hundred meters away, Coulson, who had witnessed the entire event, promptly dialed Fury's number. Beep, beep. "Hello, Agent Coulson." The phone rang only a few seconds before being answered, Fury's voice resonating from the other end. "Coulson, it's me, Chief. I called to confirm whether the unexpected reinforcement here was summoned by you." "Fury, if you mean Robert, then yes, I did send him to deal with the trouble. It cost us quite a bit, but how is the situation? Is it under control?" "Coulson, well, I suppose it's under control." He glanced at the eerily quiet scene, uncertainty creeping in as the profound silence felt somewhat excessive. Yet, bound by orders, he remained at a distance, wishing he could rush forward to discern what the others were discussing. "Please don't die." Aside from Jane, everyone else was as still as statues. Did Robert wish for the others to perish? "Jane, I beg you." Suddenly, tears streamed down her face, and as a single drop fell on Thor's hand, his fingers twitched unexpectedly. Ahem. The MJ Ulner, cast to the ground by Robert, began to tremble at the soft call of Thor. Initially, this phenomenon seemed rather extraordinary, but upon closer inspection, it appeared somewhat mundane. As Robert gazed at the hammer lying on the ground, he recalled how, while watching Marvel films, he found the notion that only those deemed worthy could wield it to be quite enchanting. However, upon his actual arrival in the Marvel universe and his tangible interaction with the hammer, he discerned that such restrictions were merely effective against ordinary individuals. For those endowed with absolute power, these limitations bore no weight. Otherwise, Hela would not have been able to so effortlessly shatter the weapon. Its enchantment was confined to the realm of the commonplace. Suddenly, the previously clear sky darkened, transforming into a tempest of ominous clouds, accompanied by the resounding roll of thunder. He is about to awaken. The rotund figure from the realm of the gods cast a furtive glance in Robert's direction, seemingly anticipating trouble once Thor regained consciousness. Chapter 71, A Disguise Aha! In an unexpected turn of events, as all were caught off guard, Thor, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly soared into the air, and the hammer flew into his grasp. At last, this is as it should be. Now, you all may introduce yourselves and share your origins, so I may fulfill my duty." With that, Robert gestured toward a certain direction, and soon, the previously distant Coles, who had been spying with a telescope from hundreds of meters away, materialized before the gathered crowd. Hello there. How are you all?" Coles exclaimed, seemingly to mask the awkwardness of holding a telescope, as he slowly tucked it away. "Stop hiding that contraption. Hurry and interrogate these individuals. The price Fury offered is rather meager, and I might take my leave soon. Should you fail to gather any information, do not hold me accountable." Robert interrupted Coles, his urgency serving as a subtle indication to Fury that the compensation was insufficient. Right," Coles replied. With Robert present, he felt emboldened, and thus produced a notepad to commence his inquiries with Thor and the others. "Remove that thing," Thor bellowed. However, it appeared that Coles was unwilling to relent, as Thor's gaze, filled with fury, was fixated on Sif, who lay on the ground. He was eager to ascertain what transpired and had no time to spare for Coles. It was he. This brute injured the lady. Thor's accusatory gaze had initially been directed at his comrades, but as they remained silent, Jane could no longer contain herself and hastily pointed a finger at Robert. Boom! Perhaps it was the thunder above or the impressive display of Thor's flight that emboldened her. Slap! Jane exclaimed, "I've been irked by you for quite some time. How about a single slap? If that's insufficient, I can certainly offer you more." As Robert spoke, he wiped his hand on his clothing, as if the mere act of striking Jane sullied his hands. As he witnessed the woman he cherished being assaulted, how could Thor possibly restrain himself? With that, he prepared to wield his hammer against Robert. The thunder above roared in a fearsome display, but in the next moment, a surge of blue spatial energy swept through, dispersing the ominous clouds that had gathered, allowing the sun to once again illuminate the earth. At this instant, our god of thunder found himself ensnared by an invisible force. Struggling even to lift a finger, Thor began to wrestle desperately, yet his efforts proved futile. Sensing the escalation of conflict, Coles hastily intervened. "Mr. Robert, perhaps we can clarify the events leading to this situation. I believe there must be a misunderstanding." No sooner had Coles spoken than Sylvig stepped forward to mediate. "Indeed, I sense there are misunderstandings at play. Our common enemy is the entity behind the destruction we just witnessed, is it not?" Sylvig gestured toward the wreckage of the destroyer on the ground, and upon Thor's arduous shift of gaze to that direction, he suddenly ceased his struggles. Thus, a calm descended upon all, even upon Jane, who had been knocked to the ground. As she observed Thor utterly powerless in Robert's grasp, her earlier bravado dissipated. "I apologize for my earlier impulsiveness," Jane admitted. "What exactly transpired?" Thor inquired. Consequently, in the face of Robert's inscrutable power, all present, save for him, began to regain their composure, hoping to resolve matters through dialogue. Once the sequence of events was thoroughly analyzed, the mightiest among them, excluding Robert, shared their perspectives. "Lady Sif, I acknowledge that both I and Jane acted excessively. For that, I offer my apologies," Thor stated, his fists subtly clenching and then relaxing, revealing a hint of inner turmoil. "Well, since this matter is resolved, I shall take my leave." Yet, Robert remained indifferent to whether the apology was heartfelt. After all, he possessed absolute power. A portal to another realm materialized behind him, and Robert returned to the SHIELD headquarters, standing before Fury. "The matter is resolved. Now, let us settle the financials," Robert stated bluntly, gazing into Fury's single eye. As he exited the SHIELD headquarters, Robert glanced at the 110,000 that had just been transferred to his account, suddenly unsure whether to feel joy or sorrow. Alas, 200 billion just vanished. He yearned to find a quiet place to reflect on his earlier reckless actions, yet before the SHIELD entrance, he opted against such a path. How embarrassing. "Tony, let's see just how effective this can be." At his residence in California, Tony was engrossed in experiments within his laboratory, developing new materials. He directed a blue beam from a device, which he then reflected through a prism to the desired location. "Oh, it seems there is a slight misalignment. Where's my wrench?" However, perhaps due to a slight miscalculation earlier, the beam did not align perfectly with the new material and deviated slightly. Once this experiment commenced, it could not be halted, compelling Tony to seek out a wrench to rectify the beam's position. Indeed, Tony had anticipated such a predicament from the outset. Thus the wrench was conveniently placed nearby. He deftly adjusted the apparatus, causing the azure beam to shift accordingly, radiating with an intense heat that effortlessly sliced through steel and timber alike. Suddenly, a blue portal materialized in the path of the beam, and Robert's figure emerged from within. "No, Robert, don't come out," Tony shouted frantically, his hands moving swiftly as he attempted to reverse the apparatus, but it was too late. "Huh? What did you say, Tony?" Robert inquired, stepping through the dimensional gateway just as Tony's urgent cries reached him. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the blue beam was nearly upon him. "Oh!" Instinctively, Robert condensed the space surrounding him, creating a barrier to shield himself. This action spared him considerable distress, and as he quickly surveyed the scene, he recognized the arrangement and layout, realizing what Tony was attempting. He sidestepped awkwardly, rubbing his nose and muttering, "It seems I've arrived in an opportune moment." "Indeed, it's quite untimely, my friend," Tony retorted. With Robert now out of danger, Tony redirected the beam back to its original target, resulting in a cascade of sparks and lightning as he successfully synthesized a new element. "Oh, it's truly magnificent. I assent it, Robert," Tony exclaimed, holding the new element aloft and subsequently presenting it to Robert. It certainly looks appealing," Robert replied, offering a comment on its appearance, somewhat overwhelmed by Tony's eager gaze. "But it's not merely that," Tony declared, placing the new element into a newly constructed reactor. The moment the element entered, the reactor's luminosity surged dramatically. Replacing the old reactor at his chest, Tony swiftly affixed the new triangular reactor in its place, an exhilarating sense of rejuvenation washing over him. The Stark Expo was set to commence that evening, unveiling a plethora of innovative equipment, most notably the iron armor crafted by Justin Industries. At that moment, the television in the laboratory began broadcasting news of the Stark Expo, seemingly nudging Tony towards his next course of action. His attention was instantly captivated as Justin appeared on screen. "Yes, the new equipment from Justin Industries will debut at the Expo. Trust me, they are sure to astonish your visual senses." Before the camera, Justin appears exuberant, seemingly relishing the moment. However, to Tony, he is nothing more than a buffoon. Tony scoffs. He dares to seek fame by riding on the coattails of my exhibition? Robert glances at him, curiosity evident in his eyes, and inquires. "You seem to harbor a strong dislike for him." Tony retorts, "Perhaps you would understand my sentiments if you were targeted by someone at a hearing. The crux of the matter is that this man, who clearly stands against me, shamelessly seeks my favor in private. That is what I find utterly intolerable. It makes me feel nauseous." Tony's words are laced with sarcasm aimed squarely at Justin, perhaps a sentiment many share about a fence-sitter. Robert asks, "So what do you plan to do? Allow him to wreak havoc at your company as Expo?" Tony replies, "Of course not. By the way, do you wish to accompany me?" As he speaks, he strides toward his Iron Man suit, raising an eyebrow at Robert, who seems eager to join, stating, "I would be delighted, and I believe it will be an unforgettable experience." Robert's implication is noted, yet Tony remains unfazed. With a definitive clang, the helmet of the Iron Man suit locks into place, and Tony exudes confidence, declaring, "Oh, I think Justin has no talents other than repulsing me." Robert merely shrugs, knowing that soon enough, Tony will come to understand the full picture. "Good evening, everyone. The Stark Expo is about to commence." The host's voice resonates on stage, and after a brief introduction, she steps aside to allow Justin to present his new equipment. "Well then, before we unveil the other equipment, let us start with an appetizer." At this moment, Justin's initial enthusiasm has waned considerably. After all, just hours ago, Ivan, the head of his much-anticipated mechs, had informed him that those machines were merely for show. How does one display mere facades? Justin's confidence has been significantly shaken. Yet for the sake of future military contracts and the survival of his company, he must push through. Chapter 72, The Exhibition Wow. Who is that? Is it Iron Man? At the Stark Expo, the Mark I, modified by Justin Industries, makes a sensational debut, igniting excitement among the crowd. Oh no, friends, this is not Iron Man. It is the War Machine, enhanced by Justin Industries. As Justin concludes his announcement, the weapons on War Machine spring to life, seemingly showcasing their might towards the audience. Some onlookers are inevitably startled, but Justin, with a hearty laugh, reassures them, No, Fear not, friends. It will not attack us. For the operator of War Machine is Colonel Rhodes. Let's give him a warm welcome. As Justin's words reverberated through the venue, a fervent applause erupted, and Rhodes revealed his face from within the steel armor. Oh, splendid. The stock of Justin Industries is poised for a meteoric rise, isn't it? I must hurry to invest. With Rhodes' appearance, the atmosphere of the exhibition reached a crescendo. However, Justin was not entirely satisfied. After all, there were military personnel present who understood the origins of the war machine far better than he did. Thus, it was essential for him to unveil his products. Justin, thank you everyone. But the real highlight of the Justin Industries exhibition is about to commence. I must first apologize to our media friends, for their pens may soon run dry. With the war machine serving as a prelude, the audience's enthusiasm was now easily ignited as Justin introduced his company's unmanned battlesuits. Let us behold the formidable gear of the future United States military. As he mentioned each branch, Army, Air Force, Navy, triumphant music resonated throughout the venue, and, as various mechs ascended, a stirring short film played on the grand screen. The atmosphere was electric. Tony, standing alongside Robert not far from the exhibition, observed the spectacle. Patience is a virtue, Robert. I'm awaiting the right moment, Tony remarked cryptically, though the armor obscured his expression, leaving it a mystery. What a show-off. Indulging in such theatricality, Robert mused, imagining the insufferable smirk hidden beneath Tony's helmet. Justin, and now, the final branch, the Marine Corps. Applause began to swell. Justin had indeed achieved his desired effect, as even his salute-responding robots had managed to impress the crowd. Most importantly, the military representatives seemed equally captivated, which was what Justin truly cared about. That's enough, Tony whispered, then swiftly ascended to hover just a few meters above the exhibition. Oh, it seems quite lively here. Look, who is that? Iron Man. Hey, I've seen him before. He is Iron Man. Enough with the shouting, my friend. We are all aware of that. The crowd was entirely drawn to Tony as he appeared in his red and gold suit, and his subsequent action ignited the crowd even further. With a dramatic flair, Tony executed a landing maneuver that, while unnecessary, was undeniably stylish. Tony, what brings you here? Rhodes, clad in the war machine, inquired, suddenly concerned that Tony might be there to cause trouble. Trust me, evacuate everyone immediately. I suspect Justin is colluding with Ivan. What? Ivan is still alive? Rod's words were laced with skepticism, yet Tony paid no heed as he approached Justin directly, demanding to know his whereabouts. Where is he? Tony inquired. What? Justin, faced with Tony's inevitable panic, instinctively took a step back, teetering on the edge of the stage and almost succumbing to the urge to flee. Ivan Vanko, where is he? Tony pressed, but Justin was not afforded the luxury of time, as he was confronted by Toby, who interrogated him relentlessly. Unbeknownst to Tony, the war machine had been modified by Ivan, who at that very moment was covertly eavesdropping on their conversation from behind a computer screen. Let me see, Tony. I wonder if that other bothersome fellow has arrived, Ivan mused, referring to Robert, whose impression had left a significant mark on him. After all, any rational person would certainly remember being immobilized for an extended period. Oh, it appears he might not be present after all. That spells trouble for you, Tony. With a toothpick dangling from his mouth, Ivan scrutinized the surveillance feeds throughout the exhibition, failing to spot Robert, which undoubtedly provided him with a sense of reassurance. Now, Ivan was ready to set his plan into motion. No, I don't know what you're talking about. Justin protested. I don't know any Ivan. Still trying to deny it, Tony retorted, preparing to employ some unconventional methods when Rod suddenly interjected with an alarming sound. Tony, a string of garbled code just flashed before me. Is that normal? What kind of garbled code? Tony asked. Boom. The war machine answered him with action, launching a bomb directly at Tony. Fortunately, he was clad in his Iron Man suit. Otherwise, he would have been obliterated. What are you doing, Rod? Tony exclaimed. No, that wasn't me. I've lost control of the suit. My movements are locked. Rod shouted frantically from inside the armor, equally distressed. The war machine alone was not the worst of their troubles. Even more dire was the fact that the new type of unmanned soldiers Justin had showcased earlier had all raised their hands, each armed with miniature missiles. Robert, Tony suddenly shouted toward the sky, aware that if those missiles were to launch, while he himself might be safe, the audience would not be so fortunate. Received. A blue energy field abruptly materialized, ensnaring Tony, the war machine, and the swarm of robots produced by Justin's industry within its confines. Wait, let me out. I'm still in here. Justin frantically banged against the blue barrier, terrified of being caught in the impending chaos. However, Robert seemed to relish the moment, creating a small opening for Justin to escape. Oh, no matter who you are, don't even think about escaping through that hole. Make it bigger, Justin yelled in anger. But Robert remained indifferent, casually procuring a bucket of popcorn to enjoy Tony's unfolding spectacle. Robert, I'm beginning to like you more and more, huh? Tony, with the fierce resolve of a boxer, relentlessly struck at the drones crafted by Justin's industrial prowess. The stark disparity in materials rendered these machines nearly defenseless. While they managed to send Tony reeling with their feeble attacks, the consequences of his blows were far more devastating. That accursed Tony, along with that enigmatic individual. Ivan seethed as he observed the destruction of his meticulously engineered combat drones on the computer screen. In a matter of mere minutes, only 7 remained, and the meager achievements of the fallen drones amounted to nothing more than a couple of scratches on Tony's armor. It was no wonder he felt fury boiling within him. The sensation of witnessing one's painstaking creations being effortlessly shattered by another is undeniably disheartening. No, I have not yet been defeated. In the throes of frustration, Ivan quickly regained his composure. His eyes darted to another screen displaying the independent control panel of the war machine, which appeared to be his last hope. Tony, he is about to strike. Rod's warning was barely uttered before Ivan swiftly muted the audio of his suit. Oof. Ivan, stop hiding. I know it's you, Tony declared, watching as the war machine raised its hand, charging energy in its palm. He mimicked the gesture while addressing Ivan behind the scenes. Even if you are aware, what difference does it make? Today, you shall meet your demise. Ivan, seething at the computer, uttered a spiteful remark before issuing a full-force fire command to the war machine. With a resounding clash, 2 streams of energy collided, causing the very fabric of space to seem to tremble, followed by the fierce counteraction of the energies. This is perilous. As Tony engaged the war machine in combat, Justin crouched in shadows. Earlier, he had retained some semblance of dignity while Tony pummeled the drones, refusing to scurry into hiding. However, witnessing the direct confrontation between Tony and the war machine shattered his resolve. The spectacle of the colliding energies, resembling a collapsing spatial realm, was overwhelming. I should make my escape. As both parties intensified their energy output, new forces clashed before the previous ones had dissipated, resulting in a spherical energy orb of blue and yellow forming between them. Boom! Just as Justin clambered out of the small opening, a tremendous explosion erupted behind him. He glanced back, only to realize that the remaining drones had been annihilated in the blast. Had he still been inside, he might have perished as well. Phew, that was close. Leaning against the outer blue energy shield, Justin exhaled in relief, grateful to have narrowly escaped with his life. Indeed, fortunate you emerged. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome for me to retrieve you later. Just as Justin began to relax, he suddenly found himself lifted by an immense force, only to discover that it was a woman responsible. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Do you have any idea who I am? In a classic display of retribution, Black Widow adeptly fulfilled Justin's unspoken demands. With a few swift punches, she rendered him submissive. The intensity of this scene rivaled that occurring with Tony. Even Robert could not tear his gaze away from the spectacle of Natasha decisively overpowering Justin. The allure of a formidable woman captivates any normal man, and Robert, being exceptionally ordinary, was no exception. Chapter 73. The Trap. Why did you orchestrate this terror attack? Natasha demanded, gripping Justin's hair and forcefully pressing his face against the luminous blue screen. Even in this precarious position, she insisted he speak. It wasn't me. It was Ivan. It was Ivan. Despite his face being somewhat distorted against the wall-like surface, Justin struggled to defend himself. Justin's ascendance to his current status was not solely due to fortune. He recognized Natasha's evident military grappling techniques, which, although unfamiliar to him in practice, he had observed before. He quickly deduced that she was likely affiliated with the military. After all, what had propelled Justin Industries to its current prominence but the backing of the armed forces? With the recent incident involving the drones produced by his company, he was eager to dissociate himself from any implications in front of what appeared to be military personnel. Indeed, he had not anticipated Ivan's betrayal, and in many respects, Justin felt quite wronged. Natasha interjected, Ivan, The madman from a few days ago? Wasn't he supposed to be executed? How is he here? Her words silenced Justin. He knew that lying would be futile, as the truth would soon surface. Yet he wrestled with the dilemma of confessing. Will you speak? Natasha, experienced in dealing with such individuals, discerned Justin's hesitations through his expressions and gestures. Consequently, she intensified her interrogation. I was interested in his reactor technology, so I paid someone to bring Ivan out. Where is he now? Natasha's inquiry was astute. Justin's reasoning was transparent, as it was clear he had only rescued a madman for personal gain. In Queens, in my high-tech factory, before the expo, I sent someone to keep watch over him. He replied. Natasha countered. It is evident that your hired help was ineffective. With that, she released her grip on him, allowing Justin to stand upright. Her attention shifted to the ongoing combat displayed on the blue screen, showcasing two armored suits in fierce conflict. Justin, feeling somewhat awkward, directed his gaze to the fray, uttering, "Please believe me, this was not my intention. Take that up with the authorities, Mr. Justin," Natasha quipped as she stepped away, only for Pepper to arrive with several police officers. "What? You mean to arrest me?" Justin exclaimed in disbelief, pointing at himself, clearly still unable to comprehend his culpability. "Yes, sir, you're under arrest." It was only when the police fastened the handcuffs around his wrist that he came to terms with reality. "Very well, I shall cooperate with your investigation, but if anyone attempts to frame me, I shall not touch a single drop of that filthy water." As he passed by Pepper, Justin mockingly remarked, "Well done, Pepper. You have learned to eliminate your adversaries, which is evidence enough of your competence." With Justin being taken away by the police, Robert found himself with little entertainment and turned his attention to the two combatants engaged in a duel. Frankly, it was rather dull. "Tony, my energy is nearly depleted. I feel this is unsustainable. Your energy must be running low as well, correct?" Colonel Rhodes observed the scant information he possessed, reminding Tony, feeling quite uncomfortable with the sense of being controlled. "Just maintain that stance. I still have ample energy left," Tony replied, glancing at the real-time energy levels reported by Jarvis. Following 10 minutes of high-energy output, Rhodes' palladium reactor was almost drained. However, Tony's new elemental reactor still had an abundance of energy, having consumed less than 10%. "Very well." Rhodes responded to Tony's assertion. Despite his immobility, he offered verbal support, though regrettably, he lacked control over the situation. "Oh, you wish to drag this out? I shall not grant you your desire." Ivan, controlling the war machine, grinned as he activated all weapon systems, aiming them at Tony, evidently intent on not engaging in a futile contest of energy reserves. "Robert, you won't just stand by and watch me get killed, will you? You scoundrel. Aside from placing a barrier here, you've done nothing but spectate." Seeing himself targeted by a weapon resembling a close-in weapon system, complemented by a plethora of miniature projectiles, Tony felt a pang of anxiety and hastily called for reinforcements, albeit in a rather unique manner. "Why didn't you summon me when you were showing off earlier?" Robert retorted, unwilling to let Tony's comment slide. He exerted his spatial power on the war machine, immobilizing it before walking over to Tony, eager to engage in debate. "All right, I concede you win." Before Robert could even begin to retaliate, he was interrupted, and for once, the typically competitive Tony willingly admitted defeat. Sensing Robert's confusion, Tony, behind his armor, expressed his exasperation. "Please, the situation you can control so effortlessly requires me tremendous effort, given such a vast disparity in power. Do you think I am foolish enough to provoke you?" As he spoke, he lifted his visor, revealing his eye-rolling expression, implying that everything he had just said was tinged with sarcasm. Knocking on the war machine, Tony inquired of Rhodes within, "Brother, are you all right? I believe if we could maintain this state indefinitely, it would be quite splendid." Due to the closure of the sound outlet, only a portion of Rhodes' voice could be heard. Yet it was sufficient for clarity. "I'm glad you're all right, my friend." Tony finally exhaled in relief, while Robert had already amassed a considerable sphere of spatial energy in his hand, causing Tony to recoil in fright upon catching a glimpse. Whoa, calm down, brother. If I misspoke earlier, I sincerely apologize, all right? There's no need to contemplate taking my life." Tony retreated a couple of steps, while Robert, holding the self-formed orb of spatial energy, sensed that Tony had misconstrued his intentions. "I did not mean to threaten you. Do you recall our agreement from the beginning? You promised to uncover the principles behind this and benefit the world, remember?" Robert's extensive explanation eventually reassured the ever-cautious Tony. Wiping the sparse sweat from his brow, Tony incredulously remarked, "You could have waited until I returned to the lab to unveil that contraption, rather than now. It's quite ill-timed, you know?" Robert replied, "I hadn't anticipated your timidity." Tony retorted, "Timid? That is a fabrication. Do you believe it? Hey, fellows, I think you might want to pay attention to my predicament. It seems my armor has shut down." As the two were on the verge of a dispute, Rhodes interjected to assert his presence. His armor, currently devoid of energy and no longer illuminated. Tony and Robert exchanged glances, opting to address the immediate concern. "Why not try powering that thing down?" Tony suggested, gesturing towards the dormant war machine, clearly eager to glean more information. All right. The spatial energy was not merely shut off, but retracted by Robert. In an instant, the war machine teetered and began to plummet towards the ground. "Huh, I caught it." Fortunately, Tony's quick reflexes allowed him to seize the war machine, averting a potentially disastrous collision between Rhodes and the ground. Stark. Suddenly, a connection materialized before Tony, revealing Natasha's visage on the screen. Tony exclaimed, "It is a pleasure to encounter you once more, Agent Natasha Romanoff." His face beamed with a smile, which, to an unknowing observer, might be perceived as genuine cordiality. Natasha responded, "Thank you. I too am honored to see you again." She was acutely aware of the sarcasm and hostility in Tony's tone. Nevertheless, she remained unfazed, feigning ignorance and accepting the interaction with poise. "Conversing with you is rather tedious. If I'm not mistaken, you're the one who shut down Rhodes' armor, correct?" Natasha replied, "Indeed, I find our discussions equally uninspiring." "Yes, I did deactivate Colonel Rhodes' suit. I know what you are about to inquire next. Ivan escaped shortly before my arrival." Tony asked, "Then what is your purpose here?" Natasha responded, "What would you have done had I not administered that injection? Would you still be here now? It appears you have discovered the new element. Your health seems to have returned." In response to Tony's accusatory remarks, Natasha retorted without hesitation, her peripheral vision catching sight of Pepper on a nearby communication screen, instantly concocting a scheme to ensnare him. "Tony, that hardly justifies your proximity to me. I believe I could discover new materials on my own without your assistance." Natasha, "Oh, indeed. You were quite confident back then. So much so that you had already prepared for your own demise. This included finding someone to take your place and ensuring your dear friend donned your armor, among other things. Shall I enumerate further?" Natasha observed Pepper's astonished expression on another screen, and the trap was set, awaiting its victim. "What do you comprehend? I did that to ensure my mind was unencumbered." Oblivious to the disarray surrounding him, Tony continued his soliloquy, only to be abruptly interrupted by a startled exclamation. "Is that true? When are you planning to die? Why have I never been informed? What else are you concealing from me?" Unable to contain herself, Pepper bombarded him with 3 urgent questions, anxiety and tension palpable. These emotions, which should have emerged long ago, were only now surfacing due to someone's secrecy. This revelation ignited a surge of anger within Pepper, compelling her to confront Tony. "Pepper, how did you end up there?" The atmosphere grew awkward as Tony's expression faltered, while Natasha nearly erupted in laughter from her seat. Chapter 74. Shameless bravado. Were you truly on the brink of death before? Why have you never mentioned it? Do you consider me an outsider, Tony? Pepper's frantic outburst continued, while Natasha and Rhodey clandestinely observed the unfolding drama, leaving Robert bewildered and unaware of the situation. "What are you all discussing?" Noticing the agony etched on Tony's face, akin to a bitter taste, Robert's curiosity piqued. He leaned closer, eager to uncover the truth. But his approach caught someone's attention. "Pepper, can we discuss this later? Or perhaps once I've resolved this predicament," Tony suggested, preparing to sever the connection. However, the sound of banging abruptly stiffened his posture. Robert quickly opened that blue shield. "I must speak with Tony," Pepper shouted from outside, and Robert, now fully aware, recognized that the spatial shield he had created effectively mitigated damage, but lacked soundproofing. "No, absolutely not, Robert. I believe it would be best to wait until she calms down." Seeing Robert's intention to open the shield, Tony swiftly intervened, his uncertainty escalating as he glanced at the agitated Pepper outside. "Bang! Robert, open this contraption." Pepper continued to shout, her composure slipping, while Robert found himself in a dilemma. At that moment, a pivotal figure emerged. "Robert, an overlooked drone suit is rapidly approaching you." "No, wait. He is not merely a drone mech. His strength is far superior. Natasha ceased her spectator role and directed her gaze towards the computer screen controlling the mech, where an armored suit with an energy density at least 3 times greater than those mechs was approaching. Thud! Just as Natasha's words resonated, a heavy impact echoed above, revealing an extraordinarily thick piece of armor. Pepper gasped in surprise, while Tony, upon witnessing this, felt a sense of relief wash over him, as he finally had ample time to devise a strategy. Can Natasha assist me in activating this contraption? I can't possibly remain here indefinitely. At that moment, Rhodey noticed that the threat above the blue shield had also ceased its idle observation and shifted to remind Natasha to power up his suit. Oh, of course, Natasha responded, realizing that this was something she should have done much earlier, but had forgotten. Tony's plight was simply too captivating, distracting her attention. Don't be a turtle, Tony. Come out and fight, or let me in. Above the protective shield, Ivan poked his head out of the mech, speaking in a teasing tone as if he were oblivious to the current predicament. How audacious he is. Allow me to handle this for you, Robert remarked, as he began to harness the power of space in his hands. In an instant, Ivan could very well transform from a complete being into a mere puddle of flesh. Let's take care of this, Robert. How are you holding up, brother? Tony swiftly donned his helmet, gestured towards Robert, and rushed to assist Rhodey on the ground. System activated. With the auxiliary prompt from War Machine, its eyes turned crimson, now entirely under Rhodey's command. I believe I can now, brother. Rhodey sprang to his feet, feeling the surge of control over the mech, confidence flooding through him once more. Robert, Tony called out as he stood alongside Rhodey, both fixing their gaze upon Ivan above the shield, with Tony merely shouting in unison. Understood, Robert replied, and with a mere flick of his will, the massive entity above lost its support and plummeted down. Boom! The ground trembled slightly from the impact, a cloud of dust swirling about, imparting a rather impressive spectacle. Well, Tony, I'm off to grab some popcorn. Robert, sensing the imminent clash, hurriedly exited the protective barrier to retrieve his unfinished snack. No problem. Just keep an eye out for me. Oh, and remember to help protect Pepper. He gestured towards Tony before turning to leave the shield. Unbeknownst to him, Ivan was watching his retreating figure with a look of trepidation, fully aware of the formidable and enigmatic presence beside Tony, yet his hatred nearly blinded him. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope. Ivan mused to himself as he inadvertently glanced at the destroyed drones on the ground, remnants of Tony's earlier assault. Robert, how did you get out? Is Tony in any danger? Pepper inquired anxiously as she approached the protective shield. Robert waved his hand, retrieving the uneaten popcorn from the air and popping a few kernels into his mouth before responding, well, recently, Tony might be feeling a bit overwhelmed and could be looking for an outlet. But rest assured, he is safe with me, given Robert's previous reliability. Pepper found comfort in his words, nodding before swiftly turning her attention back to the battle within the shield. Ivan cracked his whip, sending both Tony and Rhodey sprawling to the ground, immobilized by his prowess. Tony, I took your advice and improved the reactor. I must concede in this regard. You are indeed a genius. With an air of triumph, Ivan began to flaunt his perceived victory, reminiscent of the time he had first attacked Tony and was subsequently captured. That moment when Tony, in a position of triumph, had schooled Ivan on reactor enhancements lingered vividly in memory. What? Is he serious? Did you really teach him? Rhodey asked Tony, confusion etched across his face. Could it be that his friend had truly lost his mind to share technological secrets with an enemy? What he says is true, Tony replied, but at the time, I thought he was about to face execution. Who knew some fool would rescue him? Now he finds himself entangled with a whip of immense energy around his neck. Perhaps it is poetic justice. If I hadn't discussed reactor technology with Ivan back then, we wouldn't be in such a complicated predicament now. Are they about to lose? Are you sure you won't intervene? Outside, Pepper seemed to experience the battle vicariously. She felt elated when Tony managed to knock Ivan down, yet her palms grew clammy with anxiety at the sight of Tony being restrained. It wasn't just Pepper who felt compelled to urge Robert into action. Rhodey, overwhelmed by the situation, noted the imminent breach of the armor and quickly suggested to Tony, clearly, this is beyond our capabilities. Perhaps it would be prudent to let Colonel Robert handle this. Rhodey's predicament mirrored that of Tony, particularly under Ivan's focused aggression. I think that's a splendid idea. You shall not call for aid. Ivan's heavily armored mask suddenly opened, as if he feared Tony and the others could not hear him. Smack! Robert slapped his forehead. No need, Ivan's already finished. He found himself perplexed by Ivan's mindset, as they seemed intent on self-destruction even in what appeared to be a sure victory. If Robert were not present, Ivan might have methodically managed to eliminate Tony, but alas, that opportunity has now evaporated. Hey, Rhodey, do you recall the maneuvers we executed at the birthday party? It was evident that Tony had also observed Ivan's reckless behavior. His initial inclination to have Robert intervene had dissipated, and he was now imbued with renewed confidence to resolve the situation on his own. Without needing my assistance, Tony and his team could manage the predicament. After uttering these words, Robert took another large mouthful of popcorn, attempting to entice Pepper to partake as well. However, she was far too engrossed in the unfolding scenario to entertain such distractions. Was there any change? What I observed was that Tony and the others remained at a disadvantage. Just as Pepper's words fell, Tony and a now-aware Rhodey engaged in another brief exchange of blows, which appeared to be a duel. Yet, boom! A tendre explosion érupted. An outcome that had been anticipated, for the two had been through this ordeal multiple times before. Man, you're quite the optimist. Once the dust from the explosion settled, Tony and Rhodey approached to assess Ivan's condition, discovering that his armor was largely intact, save for the grievous injury to his exposed head. Cough, cough. Hey, do you think you've triumphed? At this moment, Ivan clung to life, refusing to acknowledge yet another defeat, defiantly asserting that Tony had lost. Ha ha, you lost. This time, victory is mine, Tony retorted. Buddy, if you have another life to look forward to, I suggest you get your brain checked at birth, understand? There may be issues even you are unaware of. He could not comprehend Ivan's audacity to claim victory while lying on the ground, on the brink of death. Beep, beep, beep. Ivan remained silent, merely regarding Tony with a smirk, when suddenly, the reactor in his chest began to emit a pulsating red light. Damn it, he's going to self-destruct. Get down, Tony. Beep, 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 beep. With considerable experience in such matters, Rhodey hurriedly pulled Tony away from Ivan, preparing to take cover. However, the increasingly frequent beeping resonated around them, instilling Rhodey with a sense of impending despair. Yet, Tony's instinct for survival proved stronger. He remained calm enough to analyze the situation, knowing precisely what to do next. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. The power of dozens of small reactors detonating was no trifling matter. Their individual force rivaled that of a missile explosion. Chapter 75. The Blue Sphere. Robert. Pepper's face turned ashen outside as she grasped Robert's shoulders tightly, nearly spilling the popcorn in her grasp. Hey, be careful, will you? Weren't they supposed to come out? Robert quickly shielded his popcorn, relieved that only a small amount had been scattered, and the situation was not yet dire. Ahem. Perhaps it was due to Robert activating the spatial shield that caused the smoke and dust to billow forth, leading to Pepper coughing incessantly from particles. Robert, your behavior is hardly gentlemanly. Tony emerged from the swirling dust, casting a reproachful glance at Robert upon witnessing Pepper's distress. He swiftly rushed over to lift her and carry her to a location free from the haze. Robert began, a faint blue energy enveloping him, which was the reason he could breathe easily amidst the dust. He distinctly remembered having provided Pepper with similar protection. Colonel Robert, while I hold your abilities in high esteem, I must assert that your handling of the situation just now was far from commendable. Even Rhodey chimed in to criticize him, unaccustomed to such unjust reproach. Robert seized Rhodey and pursued the direction Tony had taken. Tony, I never imagined you would conceal something of such significance from me. Do you consider me an outsider? Upon arriving at the scene, Robert and Rhodey were met with an astonishing sight. Pepper's demeanor was far from the dust-covered state one might expect. See, I have done all that was required. In front of the three, Robert dispelled the spatial energy surrounding Pepper, his intention being to maintain a semblance of innocence in the matter. Oh, Robert, I'm truly sorry. I was merely acting. I greatly appreciate your attentive care, but to prevent Tony from avoiding me, I had no choice but to devise this ruse. Her voluntary explanation only served to reinforce the thoroughness of Robert's actions, prompting both Rhodey and Tony to give him approving thumbs-ups. Don't look elsewhere, Tony. You still haven't answered my question, Pepper remarked, though her gaze was directed toward Robert and Rhodey, clearly indicating her desire for the presence of certain individuals to be absent. Oh, I seem to have other matters to attend to. Farewell, Tony. Receiving the signal to depart, Rhodey cleverly concocted a feeble excuse to exit, disregarding his friend's pleading expression. With Rhodey gone, only Robert remains as the outsider, Pepper mused, naturally turning her attention toward him. Actually, I needed to discuss something with Tony, and while I'm at it, I wanted to deliver this to him, Robert said, conjuring a blue orb of light in his hand. The very technology he hoped Tony would help him harness to regain his wealth. No need. Allow me to pass it on to him, Pepper exclaimed, reaching out to accept the blue orb. To avoid appearing abrupt, Robert even adorned it with several patterns, rendering it akin to a luminous basketball. No, don't touch it, Tony shouted, alarmed as he saw Pepper about to make contact with the orb. After all, he had witnessed the potency of Robert's blue energy firsthand. Who would not fear a force capable of devouring a living being? What's the matter? Are you attempting to change the subject, Tony? At this moment, Pepper had successfully taken hold of the ball without sustaining any harm. Tony, this is the energy I've gathered. You must overcome it swiftly. I await your partnership in profit. Robert, observing the scene, realized he would not have another opportunity to converse with Tony privately. So he chose to conclude his thoughts in front of Pepper before opening a portal to Belinda's residence. At that moment, Belinda was dining with her mother. While Belinda was quite accustomed to Robert's sudden appearances, her mother was genuinely startled. The latest technology, Robert offered an explanation. And after Belinda played a video of Tony demonstrating his technology at the White House, her mother was finally convinced. The advancement of contemporary science and technology is astonishing. Influenced by the video, she accepted Robert's assertion regarding technology, as it was indeed a reasonable explanation. In the latest news, it was reported that due to unknown reasons, the deaths of high-ranking officials, including the state attorney in California, had sparked unrest across various regions, although the situation had since been brought under control. The television news briefly covered the events, omitting further details. Often, such succinct reports conceal far more significant matters. I'll head to the balcony. Given that these issues were instigated by Robert, he felt compelled to check on them. Upon reaching the balcony, he dialed Fury's number. Beep, beep. Hello. I'm calling to inquire about the situation's progress. Do you need my assistance? Fury responded, thank heavens. I never anticipated you would proactively call. That is quite unexpected. He began with a familiar tone of mockery, but Robert, knowing Fury was merely covering his own tracks, refrained from retorting. Fury then returned to a more serious tone. No need to worry. We can manage your affairs, especially with a group of self-proclaimed sorcerers assisting us. Their power is indeed formidable. My team is hardly a match for them. I find myself quite curious about their origins. Fury expressed his confusion. Having overseen SHIELD 4 years, he believed he had a grasp on global uncertainties. Yet the emergence of these sorcerers had him doubting his knowledge. They seemed to have emerged from the depths of the earth, leaving no trace behind. Of course, Robert replied, the leader among them is a being of ancient stature, having lived for centuries. I advise you to avoid provoking them. Do you take me for a fool? As long as these individuals do not threaten the world, why would I engage with them? However, it must be noted that these individuals appear to be seizing this opportunity to eliminate dissenters, many within the government, whose hands are not clean and who have privately disparaged you, have been dealt with. I suspect that soon, the United States may welcome a new brigadier general, perhaps even sooner than anticipated. Enough. I have no interest in such matters. Robert could hardly muster any enthusiasm for Fury's words. His sole fixation now lies in the pursuit of wealth, a tenacious obsession he has carried over from his previous life, and one he cannot easily relinquish. As for other trivialities, such as fame, they hold no allure for him and serve no purpose. Well, perhaps you're the only one who can remain so composed upon hearing about the promotion to brigadier general, Fury remarked before ending the call. Knowing that his affairs were indeed being managed by Gu-E, Robert felt a wave of relief wash over him. Now, he had but two concerns occupying his mind, food and Tony. Why didn't you tell me? Robert pressed. You could have shared the burden with me, yet you chose not to. What compelled you to act this way? Do you remember when you once said I was the best and entrusted the company to me? Frankly, I'm utterly exhausted. Every day, I worry about whether you might create another catastrophe that could lead to the company's downfall. Now, I have yet another fear. What if you were to suddenly disappear, or, worse yet, pass away? Pepper's words grew increasingly fervent, prompting Tony to embrace her in an attempt to soothe her emotions. though it unexpectedly had the opposite effect. Enough, Tony. Since you have regained your health, you may continue to run the company. I hereby resign. The pressure has become too much for me, she declared, despite her initial resistance to the embrace. Tony discerned her underlying thoughts through her subtle movements and began to speak gently. You need not resign. Do you recall what you are holding? For a long time to come, my focus must be devoted to that. Trust me, once that endeavor bears fruit, its value will likely surpass the total worth of all Stark Industries shares combined. And you, Pepper, are the cornerstone of this grand venture. Quietly, Tony placed a hand on her shoulder, and this time, Pepper surprisingly did not resist. Instead, she leaned into his embrace, yielding to him. A subtle smile graced Tony's lips. A seasoned romantic reveling in the beauty of the night, where the stars twinkled brightly and the full moon hung high, affirming the splendor of the evening. Whether in New York or California, a piercing bird call shattered the night, provoking a flurry of thoughts. Asgard. Thor. Brother, you should not do this. Loki. I'm not your brother. I never was. Oof. Wielding his scepter, Thor was sent sprawling, having never conceived of resistance, as he prepared to reason with Loki. Spare me your cheap hypocrisy. Thor, do you know how envious I have been of you since childhood? Why should you be the heir while I am not? Everything I do today is to show Father and all of Asgard that I, Loki, can become a ruler superior to you. Loki's declaration made it even harder for Thor to strike him. Throughout their lives, he had sensed his brother's envy, while he had not understood it as a child. The adult Thor now comprehended. Listen, Loki, we can sit down and discuss these matters after Father regains his strength. Thor attempted to temper his brother's emotions. Yet Loki had no intention of complying. Loki retorted, do you truly wish to avoid confrontation? Are you afraid of injuring me? All these years, you have regarded me as the weaker, useless sibling. Now, seize your hammer and fight. I demand to prove to the realm of gods and to Father that you are nothing more than this. With that, he brandished his staff, striking Thor squarely in the abdomen, and despite the ferocity of the blow, Thor refrained from retaliating. Hey, if you continue to hold back, I might reluctantly end your life and seek out your old flame in the mortal realm. Let me recall her name. Jane, isn't it? Sensing Thor's growing frustration, Loki resorted to a taunting strategy, igniting a tempest of fury in Thor's eyes. Chapter 76. Independence? Even with the staff in his possession, Loki could not escape the fate of being vanquished by Thor. The latter's godly power erupted, sending Loki hurtling through the air. Thud! He transformed into a sphere, rolling along the rainbow bridge, and just as he was about to plummet into the vast cosmos, a surge of survival instinct compelled him to grasp the edge of the bridge. Save me, Thor. Yet, instead of responding to his cries, Thor hesitated. Brother, I recognize my mistakes. I beg you, rescue me. A flicker of hatred momentarily glimmered in Loki's eyes, but it was swiftly concealed. Observing Thor's indecision, he unleashed his ultimate ploy. Thor conceded, very well, but you must promise to abandon such reckless antics in the future. He had never truly intended to forsake his brother. His earlier hesitation was merely a ploy to prompt Loki to reflect on his actions. I will. As Thor extended his hand to pull him up, a sinister glint surged in Loki's eyes, for he intended to drag Thor into the abyss of the cosmos as he assisted him. Loki, caught off guard, Thor fell victim to Loki's treachery, yet Loki also miscalculated, overestimating his own capabilities. Now we're both hanging by a thread. Loki clutched Thor's leg tightly, while Thor gripped the edge of the rainbow bridge with all his might. For reasons unknown, the gravitational force beneath the bridge was extraordinarily strong. If it were only Thor, he could manage on his own, but now he bore the weight of Loki. In response to Thor's grievances, Loki exhibited no remorse. It is clearly your inadequacy that prevented you from saving me, leading to this predicament, and you dare to blame me? Thor retorted, you are utterly shameless. He intended to respond with righteous indignation, yet upon reflection, he realized he had never bested Loki in verbal sparring, and thus he relented, shifting his focus to more pressing matters. Why is the gravitational pull beneath the rainbow bridge so immense today? Curse it! Thor aspired to ascend the rainbow bridge through his own strength, yet the boundless gravitational forces of the universe rendered his efforts futile. Do not expend your energy, Thor. Only one of us can survive, and I suspect that individual shall be me. Am I correct? Loki proclaimed, attempting to utilize Thor's leverage to climb upward. However, his own strength proved inadequate against the overwhelming gravity, and instead of gaining safety, they both nearly plummeted. If you wish to avoid death, hold on tightly, Thor warned, feeling Loki's subtle movements, his own grip on the rainbow bridge trembling, a consequence of Loki's earlier antics. My children, I trust you have had your fun? Suddenly, Odin, the All-Father, materialized upon the rainbow bridge above Thor and Loki, grasping Thor's hand to pull them up. Father, you have awoken. Did you know? I nearly vanquished the frost giant leader and almost obliterated their realm, Jotunheim. Upon seeing Odin, Loki resembled a child eager to showcase his accomplishments, yearning merely for a word of affirmation. No, Loki, that was all folly. Yet, the harshness of reality struck as Loki, filled with anticipation, gazed at Odin, who failed to acknowledge his desired praise, instead offering a denial. Thor, Loki, no. Stop. Upon hearing Odin's words, the light in Loki's eyes extinguished, replaced by a pallor of despair, and his grip on Thor's leg began to weaken. It was no wonder Thor felt such anxiety, despite Loki's numerous transgressions. They had grown up as brothers, and how could Thor sever that bond? Odin, despite being the All-Father, could only save Thor, leaving Loki, who had resigned himself to death, beyond his reach. The following morning, Robert awoke in the embrace of a pair of lotus blossoms, glancing at the person beside him, realizing he would likely not have company for school that day. Alas, the prowess of men can be quite burdensome. To be honest, Robert barely had time to enjoy himself, as Belinda seemed overwhelmed. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a phone interrupted Robert, prompting him to hastily silence it, fearing it would disturb Belinda's rest. However, such a loud sound merely caused her to shift positions before she continued to slumber. She must be exhausted, Robert thought, feeling a twinge of guilt. Observing the incoming call from Fury, he surmised it was likely of great importance. Robert did not believe Fury would call out of mere boredom. On the balcony, he answered, "Hello, what do you need?" Fury responded, "Your response time is rather slow. I thought I might have to call again. Get to the point." Robert had little time to engage in idle chatter with the other party. In fact, had it not been for the consideration that the individual might be addressing the debacle he had previously instigated, Robert would have had no inclination to answer the call. "Fury, you truly are a cold-hearted individual. Do you realize I've been toiling through the night over your affairs, unable to catch a wink of sleep? Due to your impulsiveness, America now finds itself ensnared in an unprecedented crisis, with numerous factions of rebellious independents having risen. Were it not for the steadfast assistance of your mage acquaintances and SHIELD, you might be witnessing the emergence of multiple governments within a single nation today," as Fury lamented over the phone. Robert discerned the crux of the issue lay in human factors, something he found quite manageable. "Just provide me with the precise locations of those factions." Robert's indifferent voice resonated through the line. Fury, seated in the SHIELD headquarters, gazed at the satellite imagery displayed on his computer screen, a smirk forming on his lips. "That is precisely the statement I was awaiting," Fury mused internally, subsequently relaying the names and addresses of the two most formidable factions to Robert. Keto Scott, the de facto controller of the California National Guard, might be unfamiliar to you as an antiquated figure, so allow me to elucidate the situation in California briefly. As Fury elaborated, Robert became aware that California, being the economic powerhouse of America, is not only the largest producer of fruits and vegetables in the nation, but also hosts numerous cutting-edge technology companies. Apple, Google, Intel, and many others have established their roots there, rendering it one of the most developed states in the country, arguably the most developed. Fury emphasized California's strength. Yet Robert found himself puzzled by one matter. Is it not stipulated by American law the number of National Guard personnel each state may control? What is there to fear with such a limited force? Robert's question elicited a chuckle from Fury over the phone. "Fury, huh? Robert, are you naive? Or do you underestimate the ambition of those in California? Do not forget they have the option of a reserve force that remains beyond control. According to our agents' reports, California possesses a combat-capable reserve force, combined with the active National Guard, totaling 600,000 personnel. Moreover, due to their ample funding, their equipment rivals that of elite military units, and their training intensity is equally formidable." This was merely one of the challenges presented to Fury, Not only do Californians aspire to independence with the backing of a 600,000 strong military, but there is another individual posing an even greater complication. Fury. This is merely one aspect. Keto Scott is an even more troublesome entity, possessing the capability to manipulate the finances and military resources of several states. Following another round of introductions from Fury, Robert, having absorbed half of the information, interjected, articulating his solution without pause for inquiry. Just provide me with their locations, ensuring the coordinates are accurate. Fury, what do you intend to do? Robert, just give me the coordinates. Fury gazed at the images displayed on the computer from the military satellite, depicting California's Keto Scott delivering a speech at a military camp. Even from 10,000 meters above, the satellite imagery revealed a fervent atmosphere, unmistakably indicative of significant scheming. Today, America had become a burden for the people of California. Joining the federal government brought us no advantages, only an array of disadvantages, such as bearing nearly half of the nation's financial expenditures to assist underdeveloped states. I must assert that the people of California are not philanthropists. Our national system inherently prioritizes private interests above all else. Therefore, today, in defiance of this infringement upon our rights, retaliating with arms is indeed the most righteous choice. Keto Scott passionately addressed the crowd from the podium, while his loyal followers stirred the emotions of the thousands of National Guard soldiers present, igniting their fervor. Unbeknownst to them, however, death was silently drawing near. Fury, I've provided you with a location. How else can I witness this spectacle? Robert, with your eyes. As he spoke, a blue radiance, born of spatial power, enveloped him. In an instant, both Fury's computer and the military base where Keto Scott was speaking exhibited a colossal blue void that obscured the sun. Oh, Robert, must you resort to such a tactic? Perhaps we have better alternatives. Fury, observing the immense blue void capable of scattering tens of thousands of people for a considerable duration, felt a lingering apprehension. He was genuinely perplexed as to the extent of Robert's newfound strength. A straightforward and efficient solution was at hand. If Director Fury had a more advantageous proposal, he might as well voice it, but he needed to act swiftly. Otherwise, that California separatist, Keto Scott, might escape. In concluding his thoughts, Robert reminded Fury, Chapter 77, Defeat, what can I do? The alarm has already been sounded. Internally lamenting, Fury now recognized that the arrow had been loosed. There was no withdrawing now. Fury, all right, let us proceed according to your plan. But do your utmost to minimize the collateral damage to the ground. Robert, I believe if you could articulate everything at once, that 300-meter deep pit would not have materialized below. Clearly, you bear an undeniable responsibility for this. Furio, my heavens, what have you done? As he watched the satellite imagery reveal a massive chasm once the blue light dissipated, even from an aerial perspective, Fury could discern its enormity, not to mention the sensation of approaching it on foot. Setting aside other concerns, consider the thoroughness of the resolution. Robert's remark silenced Fury's forthcoming thoughts, and after much contemplation, he reluctantly admitted that perhaps this method was not without merit. Now, with California's most formidable warlord eliminated, the situation there would undoubtedly become more manageable. It is not that S.H.I.E.L.D. and the federal government of the United States cannot contend with these local armed factions. Rather, the distinction lies in their willingness to engage. Fortunately, Robert has resolved this dilemma. Robert, it seems there is still a rather troublesome individual, yes? Please provide me with his location, and I shall take care of him effortlessly. For Robert, such tasks appear as simple as quenching one's thirst. He does not intend to indulge those lofty figures whom many regard with reverence. Fury, if you wish to proceed in that manner, I advise you to pause. The target is currently in New York City, and he is quite cautious. For now, we are unable to ascertain his whereabouts. Unless you intend to lay waste to the entire city, I suggest you wait. My team is confident they can lure him out, and I will call you when the time is right. With that, Fury seemed disinclined to converse further with Robert and abruptly ended the call. Ringing. Just as the call was disconnected, another one came through. Robert, somewhat impatient, glanced at the caller and realized it was not Fury, but Tony. Hey, what were you doing just now? Why have you called so many times, and it shows you were on another call? Tony's voice of complaint resonated through the phone, to which Robert responded with a chuckle. I was just on the line with a rather annoying individual. To be honest, that experience was quite dreadful, especially in the early hours of a new day. Tony, are you referring to a person as an annoying individual? Apologies, perhaps I should not have asked, but I truly do not understand what that term means. Robert did not anticipate that his jest would elude Tony due to cultural differences, so he clarified who the annoying individual was. Fury called me early this morning, and frankly, he lacks subtlety. Tonio, it's him. That annoying individual also arranged to meet me in an abandoned warehouse this afternoon. Truth be told, I am somewhat perplexed by his intentions. Is he trying to play the cool guy as seen in movies? He could easily discuss matters at my company or at S.H.I.L.D. Robert, he does have some peculiarities. Tony agreed. The two reached a consensus on the matter, while, miles away, Fury began to sneeze uncontrollably, seemingly afflicted by some curse. Robert, now, let us return to the main topic. Why did you call? Have you perhaps deciphered the extent of my abilities? At the mention of this subject, Tony, who had been laughing moments before, suddenly fell silent, his tone turning somewhat somber. Not quite deciphered. In reality, the situation is just as perplexing. Perhaps you should come to my laboratory in person. I will explain everything to you. From Tony's tone, it was evident he had encountered a challenging issue. Eager to ensure the continuity of their previous aspirations, Robert hastily made his way to Tony's laboratory. What has transpired? It appears you are in a bit of a predicament. As he gazed at Tony, whose hair resembled a chaotic nest, Robert curiously inquired about his recent endeavors. After a night of relaxation, Tony had begun to examine the peculiar object Robert had given him, and now it appeared that this was indeed a rather ill-advised undertaking. At that moment, Pepper approached with 2 servings of breakfast. Although Robert was included, he sensed a hint of reproach in her fleeting glances directed at him. What have I done? Robert pondered, suddenly considering a possibility. Unable to contain his curiosity, he discreetly stole glances between Tony and Pepper, eager to glean some insight from their expressions. Why are you staring at us like that? Pepper asked, slightly embarrassed by Robert's scrutiny. Yet before she lowered her gaze shyly, she seemed to intentionally cast a glance at Tony. Stop looking around. Pepper and I are together now. From this day forward, the frivolities of the outside world shall remain distant from me, Tony proclaimed, his declaration undoubtedly reassuring Pepper that he would not treat her as he did others. Discarding her after a fleeting moment. In front of Robert, Pepper affectionately planted a kiss on Tony's cheek, her earlier displeasure visibly dissipating. Thankfully, their interaction ceased there, as they evidently did not regard Robert as invisible. Enjoy your meal, dear, she said before departing with a cheerful stride. What has happened? After Pepper left, Robert, feeling slightly awkward, began to eat breakfast, casually inquiring of Tony, who was eating in a similar manner. Current technology is utterly incapable of replicating your unique abilities. I only realized this after acquiring that blue sphere and conducting my research last night. Robert, it seems we may have underestimated the complexity of the situation, Tony remarked. His expression tinged with despondency as he struggled to accept his failure, though the evidence was undeniable. Nevertheless, it's all right. At least we made an effort, Robert replied, feeling somewhat disheartened himself. However, considering that Tony had toiled throughout the night, he refrained from imposing further pressure. It's not entirely devoid of progress. This is a storage unit I crafted using my new element. It can retain some energy. If you infuse your energy into it, it should last for 2 to 3 years. Unfortunately, due to the nature of your abilities, I cannot replicate it, which means it cannot be mass-produced, Tony explained, chewing on a piece of bread. There's no need to be disheartened. We will undoubtedly find more opportunities in the future. Wait, clarify what you just said, Robert exclaimed, suddenly recalling Tony's earlier statement. What do you want me to repeat? Tony asked. The energy storage unit can function for 2 to 3 years with a single infusion of energy, correct? Robert inquired, focusing on the crux of the matter. Yes, but the energy must come from you. This means that while the storage units could be produced on an assembly line, your abilities cannot be replicated, Tony replied. I cannot possibly consider draining you dry. Observing the eagerness glimmering in Robert's eyes, Tony swiftly doused the enthusiasm with a splash of cold reality. If this invention were to hit the market, it would undoubtedly be a sensation. Are you truly willing to exhaust yourself for the sake of amassing wealth? It must be said that sometimes intelligence can be its own downfall. While Tony pondered the feasibility of providing the product to everyone, Robert conceived an ingenious solution. We need not sell this to everyone. Initially, we can market it as a high-end, technologically advanced luxury item. As for public transportation, we could collaborate with the government to construct large portals and install specialized energy storage units within them. That would resolve the issue, wouldn't it? Tony, indeed. It is as if a light bulb has illuminated my mind, especially after Robert's enlightening words. Tony, possessing considerable intellect and a background as a businessman, found his perception of opportunity sharpened. Previously blinded by the minutiae, now that the veil has been lifted, his thoughts began to flourish. Tony, I have an idea. Robert, you can either stay here for a few days or return and await my news. I believe results will be forthcoming swiftly. At that moment, the spark returned to his countenance, dispelling any trace of defeat, as Tony transformed back into his typically confident self. I shall return and await your word. With a solution in sight, Robert left the confines of Tony's laboratory, feeling remarkably lighthearted. In truth, after acquiring the power of timelessness, Robert's previous limitation of physical endurance had vanished. It could be said that as long as he could withstand the pain, he could now obliterate half the universe if he so desired. After bidding Tony farewell, Robert opened a portal and arrived outside Midtown High School. He opted not to remain at Tony's residence for several days, despite the convenience it would afford him, as well as the immediate updates once results emerged. However, Robert was perceptive enough to consider the potential repercussions. If I were to stay tonight, it may irritate someone, and she might even harbor intentions of harming me. Recalling Pepper's expression from earlier, Robert gleaned from her cryptic remarks that Tony seemingly immersed himself in research after their encounter last night. And he still fancies himself a playboy? Without the glamorous veneer of a billionaire, Tony might just be an exceptionally intelligent, straightforward man. As Robert strolled through the campus, he could not help but jest about Tony, for in his experience, normal individuals hardly engage in such antics. Suddenly, the phone rang without warning. As Robert mocked Tony in his thoughts, he glanced at the screen and saw it was Fury calling. Remembering their conversation from that morning, he surmised this was likely about a mission. Robert, hello? Fury, the target has been lured to the outskirts by my team, but their protective forces are formidable. I cannot resolve this without being detected. It falls to you now. Chapter 78. Recruitment Fury. He has now been led to the outskirts of New York City by our people. This will be our singular opportunity. Robert, do you still doubt me? Fear not. There are no significant issues. Have your people emerged? The performance is about to commence. Fury, coordinates confirmed. Let us begin. I do not wish for this individual to exist even for a second. Robert, as you wish. With a mere gesture, the fabric of space quivered, and a group of individuals, previously searching for something, was engulfed by the spatial transmission. Robert spoke into the phone. Send your people over to investigate. If your intelligence is accurate, that individual has been dealt with. Fury promptly responded. In fact, my operative is currently observing through binoculars. The situation has been handled with remarkable precision, Robert. The resolution to follow should be much simpler. Robert, if that is the case, I shall terminate the call. Fury, oh, wait, there is one more matter. He picked up a document nearby, glancing over it, and continued only when Robert began to show impatience. I have a plan called the Avengers. I wonder if you might be interested in participating and serving as a premier force? Robert, not interested. Fury, unexpectedly. The fruit of Fury's prolonged contemplation yielded this. After hearing about the Avengers initiative, Robert promptly ended the call, scarcely allowing Fury the chance to utter another word. Observing the disconnected call, Fury shook his head. He understood that the likelihood of Robert agreeing was slim, as the latter was clearly not one to enjoy being constrained. It seemed he had no choice but to proceed with the original plan. Muttering to himself, Fury arranged several personnel lists before him. Captain America, Natasha, Barton, Banner. And Tony Stark, it's you. With that, Fury picked up Tony's information and evaluation sheet. In Midtown High School, Robert, you have missed far too many classes. If you wish to catch up, you may need to attend for quite some time. Even with your talent, it won't be an easy task. The speaker was Peter, Robert's friend from Midtown High School. Or rather, he should now be referred to as Spider-Man. Robert, whatever, I'll learn what I can. He chuckled dismissively, for academic credentials truly bore no weight for him. Those prestigious institutions that ordinary individuals clamored for were merely a step away for Robert, should he choose to pursue them. Even the apex of this nation's stature and might sought him out, extending invitations for his involvement. Mr. Robert, may I address you as such? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Anthony, the acting president. I am calling to sincerely invite you, Mr. Robert, to serve as a permanent member of Congress, endowed with the authority to participate in all matters of both the House and Senate. Furthermore, due to your exceptional contributions to stabilizing the situation, General Freeman and I have unanimously decided to elevate your military rank to Major General. A dazzling array of positions came rushing forth, and despite any cultural disparities he might have with America, Robert understood the significance of a permanent congressional member and a lieutenant general. These roles epitomized the pinnacle of political and military authority in the United States, far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. In reality, it was exceedingly rare for any normal person to attain even one of these titles. Anthony inquired, Mr. Robert, do you accept these appointments? Should there be any discrepancies, please feel free to voice them, and I will convene a meeting for amendments. His tone was exceptionally cordial, rather than merely announcing Robert's appointments. It seemed he was more intent on currying favor with him. One could hardly blame him, as Robert had effectively eliminated those in the U.S. who opposed him, while others of lesser influence had been dealt with by the GUI faction. The primary motivation behind this was the apprehension that Robert, in a moment of dissatisfaction, might bring about global destruction. After several encounters, GUI had lost confidence in overcoming Robert, which prompted such deference towards him. Well, that's acceptable. But is my rank of lieutenant general merely a title? Is there any military force under my command? Robert was quite pleased with Anthony's demeanor. He was not trying to be confrontational, but rather inquired casually. In truth, he had no qualms about the absence of a military force under his command, as he preferred to avoid complications. However, what Robert did not anticipate was that Anthony's next step was to inform him of the powers he could wield. Your rank of lieutenant general is second only to General Freeman, so theoretically, you can command all U.S. forces ranked below you. At first, Robert believed this lieutenant general title was merely a nominal honor, yet he did not truly care, intending to express his gratitude politely. However, Anthony was not finished. Considering certain special circumstances we previously discussed in a meeting, it has been decided to entrust you with the command of the U.S. military in Asia. Robert was genuinely taken aback. He had not expected such significant recognition from the president or the high-ranking officials. After all, this was the authority over an entire continent's military. Mr. Robert, do you have any amendments you wish to propose? Just as Robert had surmised, both Anthony and the surviving U.S. elites held him in high regard. Or to put it more explicitly, they were exercising caution. None of them wished to meet a fate akin to that of Lytton. Yes, Mr. President, I accept the appointment. Once he regained his composure, he promptly acquiesced to all these advantageous conditions, for no one is a fool. Excellent. Lieutenant General Robert, or Mr. Congressman. The two commission documents will be delivered to you tomorrow. Anthony exhaled a sigh of relief. He had feared that Robert might make excessive demands, but in fact, it appeared that he was not overly greedy. Regarding the generous terms extended to Robert by the upper echelons of the United States, fear undoubtedly constitutes part of the rationale. Another aspect is their desire to intricately intertwine Robert's interests with those of America, ensuring that these individuals can find solace in that connection. Very well. I shall take my leave, Robert declared before abruptly terminating the call. Meanwhile, Anthony, seated in the presidential office of the White House, found himself momentarily entranced by the documents left behind by former President Lin, only returning to reality after a considerable pause. If you had foreseen this outcome, surely you would have withstood all pressures to execute these plans rather than act foolishly, Anthony remarked, a hint of reflection in his tone. The documents to which he referred encapsulated the very lucrative terms he had just discussed with Robert. Initially, upon witnessing the formidable strength of the other party, Lin had reached a consensus with the senior officials to invite Robert into their ranks, thereby fostering a bond of mutual benefit. However, Robert's subsequent entanglement with GUI, resulting in his mysterious disappearance for several months, sparked intrigue among certain individuals. His second attempt may merely be an act of endurance. In truth, Robert was nearing the end of his strength. Such sentiments initially surfaced sporadically among the higher-ups, with a prevailing sense of hesitation, including from President Lin himself. Due to his absence during that period, the prospects Robert had once been promised faded from discussions, and as his disappearance stretched on, whispers of extinguishing him during this vulnerable phase began to proliferate among the elite. Locate and eliminate him. Anthony recalled that 5 months after Robert's disappearance, Even President Lydon could no longer contain his impatience, issuing a direct command to pursue Robert. Reflecting on this now, he felt a twinge of nostalgia. With the school bell ringing, Robert stretched lazily and greeted Peter before preparing to return to Belinda's residence. "Mr. Congressman, we have been awaiting your arrival for some time. Shall we escort you to the official residence prepared by the government, or do you have another destination in mind?" To Robert's surprise, as he stepped out of the school gates, he was met by a throng of individuals. It was dismissal time, and countless gazes were drawn to the spectacle. "Oh my, has a significant figure arrived at our school? Indeed, why are there so many police officers and even military personnel outside? Hey, they seem to be here to pick up Robert. Is that true? Look, he is getting into the centrally positioned vehicle. I had heard he was no ordinary person, but this is beyond anything I imagined." The students' chatter faded away as Robert entered the customized vehicle with Peter, replaced by the soothing melodies emanating from within. "Mr. Peter, the congressman has requested to take you home. May I inquire about the address?" A figure who appeared to be a secretary posed the question to Peter. Having never encountered such an elaborate display, stood in stunned silence until Robert nudged him back to reality. Oh, I reside in Queens." Peter swiftly divulged his address, and the individual ahead promptly committed it to memory, subsequently relaying the information to the entire operation team via a concealed intercom. The procession gradually commenced. "Are Robert and the others escorting me home?" In truth, Peter began to regret revealing his address, primarily due to the formidable display surrounding Robert. An armored vehicle flanked by protective units. Ahead were several mounted police clearing the way, accompanied by multiple patrol cars. Can one envision a high school student returning home under such an imposing guard? He would undoubtedly attract the attention of all. And Peter has never been one to seek the limelight, except perhaps before his goddess. "Robert, I'm feeling somewhat uncomfortable," he admitted, as if anyone is truly at ease. Came the retort. Despite Peter's discomfort, Robert reclined in an exceedingly relaxed manner, displaying no sign of tension. In stark contrast, Peter sat rigidly, embodying the very definition of propriety. Chapter 79. The Sandman. If circumstances cannot be altered, you must learn to relax, Peter. Robert's hand rested on his shoulder, signaling him to ease up. Yet the effect was minimal. "I reckon returning home in such a convoy isn't an embarrassing affair, is it? Why are you so anxious?" The unexpected, welcoming committee had taken Robert by surprise, perhaps intended as a surprise from certain individuals. After all, such a grand display, with military police involved, could instill an unparalleled sense of superiority that few could resist, unless one, like Peter, wished to remain inconspicuous. Report. An attack has occurred on the street 200 meters ahead. To avert any complications and ensure the safety of the esteemed senator, we request an immediate change of route. Suddenly, the vehicle's intercom crackled with a report. Due to the use of an emergency frequency intended to alert those within the vehicle, both Robert and Peter became privy to this alarming news. Robert, could you all proceed without me? I need to step out for a moment." Peter had long wished to propose exiting the vehicle, reluctant to explain himself amidst such a large entourage. However, the recent announcement regarding the attack provided him with a more convincing rationale. After all, he was Spider-Man. "I would advise against such a course of action, Mr. Peter. There is danger ahead, and if you exit now..." Before Robert could finish, the secretary seated in front interjected, though he had a certain objective in mind. He also expressed genuine concern for Peter. "Let him go, but Peter, you must promise me not to run towards any hazardous areas." The secretary's warning was abruptly cut off by Robert, who was well aware of Peter's capabilities. As Spider-Man, he knew that the dangers lurking 200 meters ahead could pose a threat to Peter. After all, if it were indeed powerful, it would not merely be labeled as an attack. As Robert's words fell, the secretary gestured to the driver beside him, and after notifying the entire convoy, they came to a halt. The secretary did not contradict Robert, for his orders were to unconditionally comply with the directives of his superior. "Thank you, Robert," Peter said hurriedly, exiting the vehicle before Robert could respond, as if there were pressing matters to attend to. "Mr. Congressman, may we proceed?" The secretary inquired once Peter had closed the door. "Yes, let's go. Stop at the intersection ahead. Return the way you came, and also tell the person who arranged this spectacle that I am not fond of such ostentation," Robert remarked, while the secretary diligently recorded his words. The convoy resumed its journey, halting again at the next intersection. Let's refrain from such displays in the future. With that, Robert closed the door and proceeded towards the location where Peter was most likely headed. What shall we do now? The driver inquired of the secretary. Though he was not merely a driver, he was, in fact, the security commander for this operation, a seasoned operative. What else can we do? Since Mr. Robert is not fond of this approach, we shall return. The higher-ups have instructed us to unconditionally follow his orders. Very well. The convoy began to disband. They were all part of various systems, and the current situation aptly suited the notion of returning to their respective homes. Look at this. It's you again, Bug. Upon arriving at the scene of the attack, Robert spotted Peter, clad in his spider attire, engaged in a fierce battle with Sandman, who was in the midst of robbing an armored truck. Truly pathetic, possessing such formidable abilities, yet unable to swiftly conclude matters. From his vantage point, Robert watched the unfolding drama, exasperated by Sandman's lack of intellect. Despite having excellent stealth capabilities, he chose the most ostentatious method to achieve wealth. As Spider-Man and Sandman clashed, several police cars arrived promptly, avoiding the clutch of police appearing only after the situation had been resolved. "Drop your weapons immediately," one officer shouted as he was the first to arrive, drawing his sidearm to confront Sandman as he would a typical robber. However, he soon realized something was amiss, for it appeared that Sandman was unarmed. Get lost. Sandman, already enraged by Spider-Man's relentless torment, would not tolerate any further interference. With a swift motion, one of his hands transformed into a massive hammer, swinging towards the officer. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out, yet they proved ineffective. The bullets failed to inflict any harm on Sandman, as they merely passed through his form upon contact. Spectators are welcome outside, as the valiant officer of the American police force seemed poised to meet a heroic demise, and just when he himself was squinting in despair, Peter suddenly sprang into action. With a swift motion, his left hand released a stream of webbing, temporarily hindering the Sandman's movements, while Spider-Man utilized it as a fulcrum to propel himself closer. Bang! The beleaguered officer narrowly escaped peril, but the police car that had been struck was far less fortunate. It was severely dented and the engine compartment billowed white smoke, ominously on the brink of explosion. Simultaneously, the arriving officers, upon witnessing the scene, instinctively began to retreat. They had never anticipated a day of sacrifice. "Hey, over here. Your adversary awaits." In an effort to grant the officers time to withdraw, Peter provocatively engaged the Sandman once more. Roaring, perhaps due to his mutation, the Sandman's rationality had diminished significantly, rendering him emotionally volatile, and he would sporadically unleash a furious roar. "Oh, wait, don't call just yet. Let me test if this thing works." While entangled with the Sandman, Peter, also known as Spider-Man, suddenly noticed a red fire hydrant at the roadside. True to his scholarly nature, the quick-witted Peter swiftly devised a plan. "Water. Let me see your strength, big guy." With a flick, a strand of webbing ensnared the Sandman's hand, and Spider-Man hurled him towards the hydrant. Pop! Almost instantaneously upon contact, the hydrant burst, and, as the Sandman, who had previously remained unscathed from such encounters, underestimated Peter's ingenuity, he was caught off guard. As torrents of water cascaded over him, the Sandman's cohesive form disintegrated, akin to refuse swirling into the nearest sewer. If left without the chance to dry out, he would likely remain trapped for an extended period. So, it was indeed his Achilles heel. Peter gazed at the Sandman being swept away into the drainage, now apprehensive about the possibility of his escape and the ensuing havoc he could wreak, yet he found himself devoid of a means to contain him further. Meanwhile, Robert, having lost interest in the spectacle above, stretched languidly and cast a final glance at Peter before departing. The portal to another realm opened, and Robert made his way directly to Belinda's abode. Upon nearing the battlefield from the previous night, he tentatively called out, "Belinda, are you awake?" Gently shaking her, he received only a few murmurs in response, clearly indicating she remained in slumber. What to do next? Robert could not venture to Tony's residence, as it was plausible that his unexpected intrusion might unveil secrets best left undiscovered. Undoubtedly, regardless of the challenges, Tony would undoubtedly attempt to confront Robert. Earlier that morning, the Kingdom of Han had submitted a request to UNESCO to recognize chopsticks as an intangible cultural heritage of their nation. Currently, UNESCO has yet to respond, but Japan has taken the initiative to express strong objections, with even China voicing its disagreement regarding this application. The news reports on events occurring today, as Belinda's mother seems to have stepped out for groceries, leaving only Robert, who is switching television channels in hopes of finding something captivating to watch. However, perhaps due to cultural differences, Robert truly finds it challenging to appreciate the melodramatic Korean dramas and certain films, resulting in his relentless channel surfing, ultimately landing on the news channel. How amusing it is that the Korean peninsula claims such audacity. Why do they not assert that the entire planet belongs to their nation? Initially, Robert intended to merely chuckle at such shameless antics on a Sunday, preparing to change the channel, when suddenly a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. In Seoul, Robert traversed through a spatial portal to arrive here, and since the location he chose was relatively obscure, not many noticed his presence. Ah, what a frightful apparition. However, not many does not imply none, as a young man from Korea was utterly alarmed, having witnessed Robert's entire emergence. What nonsense is this? Hey, do you know where the military base is located? Currently, Robert is proficient in only 2 languages, the Mandarin of his previous life and the English of the present. As for Korean, a secondary language, he has yet to learn it. Thus, he could only comprehend a phrase uttered by the panicking youth. Ah, ghost! Is anyone coming to save me? Upon realizing he was seen, Robert swiftly conjured a spatial barrier around himself and the young man, rendering them invisible and inaudible to the outside world. What is this? As the young man's struggles intensified, Robert decided to immobilize him and approached, asking once more, "Do you speak Mandarin or English?" The response he received was a face filled with desperation, as the youth appeared convinced that Robert was a specter. Very well. Shall we attempt a different approach? With that, he picked up a smooth stone from the roadside and invoked his spatial power, swiftly crafting a stone knife. The sound of shattered stones echoed as the young man's initial panic morphed into sheer terror, for Robert pressed the remarkably sharp stone knife against the youth's neck. "I shall ask you once more. Can you speak a language I understand?" Overwhelmed by fear, the youth, driven by his instinct for survival, finally managed to articulate, "Yes, I can." Fluently spoken English poured forth from him, and upon witnessing Robert lower the knife, he could not hold back his tears. Chapter 80. Feeling relieved? Had we done this sooner, it would have been resolved, Robert remarked, observing the young man from Korea, now a bundle of tears and snot, as he gently patted his shoulder in a gesture of solace. Alas, little did he know that this act of comfort only served to further startle the young man. Slap. Robert paid no heed to whether the young man from the cold country was feigning fear or genuinely terrified. He had no time to concern himself with such trivialities. Without a moment's hesitation, he delivered a resounding slap to the young man's face. "Are you feeling better now?" Robert inquired, addressing the dazed youth, who remained momentarily unresponsive, prompting Robert to prepare for another strike. Yes, I'm feeling better. I beg you, please don't hit me again," the youth exclaimed, hastily covering his already swollen left cheek. "Isn't that much better? Now, tell me where the main military base in the cold country is located," Robert said, shaking his hand nonchalantly, which startled the young man anew. The youth quickly retrieved his phone, opened the navigation app, and began to direct him. "Just go north for 300 meters, then head east." Isn't it true that the people of the cold country aren't just asking for a beating? Robert now truly felt the truth of that sentiment. Whoever could subdue them would undoubtedly hold dominion over them. "All right, hand me your phone. I'll arrange for someone to return it to you later." Yet Robert had no intention of asserting dominance over the young man. He had no such inclinations. Thus, he straightforwardly snatched the phone and strode away. "When will you return it? Do you even know my address?" The youth summoned the courage to call out weakly after Robert had walked a considerable distance. But his question would ultimately go unanswered. After all, Robert had hardly caught the young man's words, so there was no way he could respond. Turn left ahead. Robert followed the navigation instructions, despite the challenge posed by the cold language on the phone, which hindered his comprehension somewhat. Nonetheless, he could still manage to interpret the directions from the map. Had he known, he would have called the acting president, Anthony, to ascertain the precise location. Now, he found himself wondering when this journey would conclude. Since Robert was unfamiliar with the cold language, he hesitated to manipulate the phone's software to check the distance remaining, fearing that a careless tap might inadvertently redirect him to an entirely different destination. "If I'm still not at my destination within the last 100 meters, I'll call Anthony," he thought, growing impatient as he gazed at the seemingly endless guiding line on his phone after having walked several kilometers. Just as he had taken a few more steps, he noticed, after cresting a hill, a police car and a throng of individuals brandishing what appeared to be placards. "No Thad. Thad out of the cold country. We refuse to be pawns in war. May troops leave the cold country." A large group of citizens was protesting, and Robert saw the outline of a base materializing a few hundred meters ahead. Undoubtedly, that was the main military base stationed in the cold country. "Sir, what is your opinion on the deployment of Thad by the main military in the cold country?" While Robert observed the demonstrators attempting to breach the police line formed by his fellow citizens, he was suddenly startled as a cylindrical object was thrust toward his mouth. As he contemplated his words, Robert was taken aback by the striking visage before him. What manner of person is this? So exquisite. What a breathtaking sight. Beneath her alluring almond-shaped eyes lay a charmingly sculpted nose, her face adorned with merely a touch of subtle makeup, which, rather than detracting from her beauty, imbued her with an invigorating vibrancy. Robert pondered whether her beauty was the result of one of the four notorious aesthetic arts of Asia, particularly the renowned techniques from the land of ice, but such thoughts quickly gave way to indifference. Even if she had undergone enhancements, the foundation of her beauty was undeniable. Having yet to exchange introductions, Robert was already rationalizing any potential flaws she might possess. Indeed, such behavior was quintessentially gentlemanly. "Sir? Sir?" The female reporter initially called out to Robert softly, but upon receiving no response, she raised her voice. Truth be told, she had begun to regret her decision to interview him. Were it not for the chaotic crowd of demonstrators nearby, she would have long distanced herself from a man she perceived as infatuated. In her eyes, Robert had already been branded as a smitten fool, a label that diminished his appeal despite his foreign looks. After all, women who prefer obedient men are a rarity. Most are drawn to those with a commanding presence. What did you ask?" Oblivious to her disdain, Robert adjusted his appearance, unaware that such concern for his demeanor was yet another point against him in her eyes. His evident preoccupation with impressing women signaled a lack of assertiveness, casting doubt on his future prospects. In that fleeting moment, the reporter formed her initial impression of Robert, and it was clear he was not cut from the cloth of a dominant figure. "Sir, my inquiry pertains to your perspective on the recent deployment of the THAAD system by the United States in your country." Regardless of Robert's diminishing score in her assessment, she maintained her smile and continued with her questioning. "THAAD, is that the so-called air defense system?" Robert, turning the tables, posed a question back to her, appearing almost playful in his ignorance. "Good grief, I've encountered a simpleton," the reporter muttered under her breath in Korean, then, dismissing the bewildered Robert, she spoke to the photographer behind her. "Let us cut this segment and seek someone else to interview." Clearly, she interpreted Robert's words as a jest. In the realm of common understanding, the deployment of the THAAD system had been a topic of discussion for months, and anyone who had resided in the country would undoubtedly be aware of it. Yet, Robert truly was unaware, for the matter had not been publicized in his homeland. "It seems this gentleman does not comprehend Korean," the photographer remarked, glancing at Robert as he prepared to depart. The female journalist mused. "This individual must have some sort of issue. The moment I approached, he stared intently at me. He is either a pervert or a fool." In truth, she had discerned that Robert did not comprehend their language, and thus, she decided to mock him openly, believing that someone who could not understand would mistake their smiles for compliments. "Hey, wait a moment. Let us clarify the situation regarding SAD." After a round of public derision, both of them intended to depart, but Robert was discontent as the matter of SAD had yet to be elucidated. As he spoke, he hurriedly pursued the journalist and her photographer, although they appeared somewhat averse to continuing their interaction with him. The photographer snapped, "Are you annoying? During our interview, you acted like a fool, and now you come over here pretending to be something you're not. Do you think we, the men of Han, are easy to bully?" He shouted at Robert in their language, the threats and malice evident even though Robert could not comprehend the words. "What did you say?" "Bang. Confronted by the spitting photographer, Robert showed no tolerance. He lifted the man effortlessly, causing his expensive camera equipment to crash to the ground. The female journalist gasped, covering her mouth, unsure whether she was mourning the damaged equipment or astonished by Robert's sudden aggression. "I say you're an idiot," Robert retorted in fluent English, perhaps a consequence of the invisible colonial influence, as many in Han now spoke the language. The photographer, now seething with rage, had secretly harbored feelings for the journalist for quite some time, but had never dared to confess. He had always been cautious in maintaining his image before her. But Robert's abrupt action of lifting him like a rabbit had left him feeling humiliated in front of the woman he admired, prompting him to hurl insults back at Robert. "Put me down, you brute." Seeing Robert momentarily stunned by his insult, the photographer assumed he had intimidated him and swung a fist in the air, targeting Robert's face. Crack! Ah! The sound of bone shattering echoed, and upon looking, one could see the photographer's hand twisted grotesquely. Thud! Ugh! At this moment, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. The intense pain nearly caused him to faint, yet Robert abruptly tossed him to the ground, snapping the photographer back to full awareness. Ah! Someone call the police. There's a thug here, the female journalist shouted from a distance. Having noticed Robert lift the 200-pound man, she realized something was amiss. After all, could an ordinary person truly lift such a weight? Retaining her composure, she discreetly approached the police organizing the demonstration. Huh? What is happening? One officer inquired. It seems that the foreigner has struck one of our people. The cry from the female journalist successfully captured the attention of both the police and the demonstrators, prompting them to cease their shoving and direct their gazes towards Robert. Almost everyone's eyes were drawn to the scene, particularly because a man lay on the ground, battered and in distress, an undeniable spectacle. How terrifying! Among the demonstrators were numerous women, who, upon witnessing the scene, gasped in shock and quickly turned away, unable to bear the sight. However, the men from Han country could no longer contain their outrage. Is it you who attacked our compatriot? What provoked you? Some concerned individuals approached Robert to inquire about the situation, offering him a protective circle, seemingly fearful that he might flee in light of their fervor. Miss, please remain calm and clarify the situation, one of them urged. Meanwhile, the female journalist had approached the Han police, accusing Robert of his transgressions. Initially flustered, she struggled to articulate her accusations, but under the protection of the police, her anxiety diminished. Soon, she regained her composure and explained. The matter is this. I was conducting an interview. Are you certain? Robert, feeling increasingly cornered by the throng surrounding him, noted that the police, who were supposed to uphold justice, merely stood by, showing no inclination to assist. Why did they not intervene? The journalist, whose name was Jiang Yunxi, found the police's passive observation perplexing, especially after she had clearly enumerated Robert's offenses. Inflicting harm that results in serious injury indeed meets the threshold for criminal activity. Seemingly sensing Jiang Yunxi's frustration, a member of the police force offered an explanation. If we intervene, we must ensure this individual's safety. Due to the prohibition against extrajudicial punishment, we can only turn him over to the courts. However, as you may have noticed, he is a foreigner, likely from the United States. The officer's words trailed off, leaving Jiang Yunxi to infer the implications. In truth, although the world has entered the 21st century and many nations that pride themselves on their civility have abandoned colonial terminology, such terminologies have merely been replaced, not eradicated. Han country, which is diplomatically allied with the United States, is, in essence, merely a renamed colony, as evidenced by the inability of Han laws to govern American citizens. Beat that foreigner. Kill him. The original protesters against the deployment of THAAD now encircled Robert, with a few at the forefront inciting those nearby, prompting an immediate response from the crowd. Perhaps this was a manifestation of their long-suppressed frustrations. But Robert did not view himself as a mere punching bag for their grievances. Suddenly, a radiant blue light flickered around him, and before the throng of onlookers could react, they were transported to an unknown realm. Witnesses to this astonishing scene were struck with terror, scattering in all directions, as the crowd had obscured the view for those outside, leaving them bewildered about the unfolding events. All they knew was that, in the wake of a flash of blue light, dozens had vanished without a trace. Ah! Jiang Yunxi exclaimed, having been intently observing the battle. Upon noticing the anomaly, she hastily raised her voice. Shiba, where are you? Quickly grab your weapon. What manner of creature is this? In truth, her warning was unnecessary, for the officers of the cold country had already drawn their guns, some trembling with trepidation. However, Robert had no intention of confessing. Initially, he had planned to eliminate this group of officers, but upon surveying the deserted surroundings, he resolved to restrain himself and avoid further complicating matters with his fellow countrymen. What evidence do you possess to claim that my actions caused their disappearance? Robert raised his hands decisively, not as a gesture of submission to the officers, but rather as an acknowledgement of his own conscience. For the weight of his past deeds made sleep elusive. As the officers attempted to close in on Robert, one managed to seize him, prompting all nearby to rush forward in an effort to subdue him. Whether you are guilty or not shall be determined by the judge. An officer fastening handcuffs on Robert whispered in his ear. Ah, indeed. I suppose that judge will be from the United States. Perhaps he will personally come to plead for my forgiveness, Robert retorted, unabashedly mocking the judicial authority of their nation, which seemed effective only against its own citizens. You, don't fall for his tricks. Shinla, step back. I will keep him in check. The young officer from the cold country was evidently incensed by Robert's words, ready to retaliate. But an older officer intervened, urging him to maintain his distance. Little did Shinla realize that he had narrowly escaped a perilous encounter. Had he struck out in anger, Robert would not have shown him mercy. It's normal for the young to be fiery, the veteran officer remarked, his words laden with double meaning, as he considered that Robert was not significantly older. Do you all seem to speak English? Robert inquired. The higher-ups mandated. You might not be aware, but we encounter individuals like you almost every few days, the older officer sighed, a sound of resignation escaping him, reflecting, perhaps, the frustrations of a nation in a weakened position. As Robert realized he was about to be taken to the police vehicle, which would lead to a series of interrogations and ultimately to the knowledge of his capture reaching the authorities of the United States, followed by pressure for his release. He asked, "May I make a phone call?" "Of course. I thought you would wait until you arrived at the station to contact your connections," the older officer replied. He discerned early on that Robert exuded an audacious confidence. In circumstances where dozens of individuals faced peril, remaining composed could only signify that one was either foolish or possessed of considerable influence. Clearly, Robert did not belong to the former category. At the very least, his ability to engage in coherent conversation suggested otherwise. At this moment, within the private residence of the President of the United States, Acting President Anthony was roused from his slumber by an incessant phone call. Due to the time difference, it was nearing midday in the cold nation while it was already deep into the night back home. Initially, Anthony contemplated unleashing a tirade upon the individual disturbing his rest. But upon seeing the caller ID, he swiftly retracted his intended scornful remarks and instead greeted the caller with a soft and measured tone. "General Robert, might I inquire what prompts your call at this late hour?" Anthony was genuinely perplexed as to what could necessitate such a late-night conversation. However, despite the simmering irritation within him, he refrained from expressing it. When Robert disclosed the reason for his call, Anthony was taken aback. "Yes, there is indeed a matter at hand. I have been detained in the cold nation, not far from the military base." "What?" Anthony exclaimed. "Quickly, remove the handcuffs from General Robert." The commander of the station forces in the cold nation rushed to the scene, and upon seeing the handcuffs on Robert's wrists, he hurriedly instructed the local police to release him. The seasoned officer closest to Robert felt a bead of sweat forming on his brow. He was aware of Robert's significant background, but he never anticipated that he himself would be part of that very background. "General, I shall initiate an investigation regarding the unfriendly treatment you have endured as soon as I return." The commander's gaze inadvertently flickered towards the group of local officers, causing them to visibly tremble with fear, including the young officer who had initially intended to assault Robert. After all, in the cold nation, the standing of the U.S. military was unparalleled. It was a realm where one could make anyone vanish at will. Thus it was no surprise that these officers were filled with trepidation. No need for investigation. These individuals are not involved. Robert's succinct statement alleviated their considerable dilemma. It was understood that should these officers be subjected to an inquiry by the U.S. military, even if no wrongdoing was uncovered, their careers would still be adversely affected. The most immediate consequence would manifest during promotions, as superiors would consider the potential repercussions of offending the U.S. military, thereby depriving them of numerous opportunities. "Since General has stated that this does not concern you, you may return," the commander remarked dismissively, for he typically found little reason to engage with such minor figures unless it was for the sake of public relations. "Thank you," the officers expressed their gratitude, relieved to have escaped a dire predicament. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Yunshi felt as though her once steadfast worldview was crumbling. I never anticipated that such events would transpire in the 21st century. This general from the United States has consistently claimed that he is here to protect us. Has he not? It must be said that Jiang Yunxi is quite bold. She immediately produced her personal camera and portable microphone, preparing to approach and interview the commander of the American military. However, she was halted by a soldier nearby, prompting her to voice her inquiries loudly. The American commander responded, "Oh, this is truly unfortunate. Soldiers, can you explain why she is allowed to speak so openly in front of such a large crowd without facing any repercussions?" His words undoubtedly signaled the soldiers to deal with Jiang Yunxi. Observing this scene, the police officers from Han Country felt a mix of anger and helplessness, with some hastening their departure. Robert interjected, I don't know your name, but your manner of handling this situation is remarkably rude. Has anyone ever posed a similar question to you? Just as the soldiers were about to close in on Jiang Yunxi, Robert stepped in front of her, somewhat exasperatedly addressing the commander stationed in Han Country. Compared to some individuals who threaten to obliterate the world at a whim, one cannot help but question who is truly rude. The commander felt a twinge of embarrassment at being reprimanded in front of his subordinates. However, upon considering that this person could make even the president bow down, he suddenly felt less humiliated. "Mr. General, my name is Delicchio. Our earlier actions were indeed a bit crude, but I believe the soldiers simply misunderstood." His attempt at conciliation prompted the previously hostile American soldiers to part ways, thus providing Jiang Yunxi with a clear path. Jiang Yunxi, standing behind Robert, was momentarily at a loss for words. She felt a mixture of fear and respect towards him, now coupled with gratitude. In truth, after voicing her questions to the commander of the American forces in Han Country, she regretted her audacity, especially when the soldiers approached menacingly. What? With the immediate threat dissipated, Robert turned to look at Jiang Yunxi, finding her demeanor increasingly endearing. "Thank you," she stammered, startled by the mere act of turning around, causing Robert to step back in surprise. Only after he remained still did she timidly continue, not realizing that her bashfulness only heightened Robert's interest. He unconsciously licked his slightly dry lips and said with double entendre, "No need to thank me. I fear I will be staying in Han Country for some time. It would be rather inconvenient if we cannot communicate. Would you be available tonight to teach me the Han language?" Jiang Yunxi replied, "Huh? Oh, the Han language? I can teach you right now." She paused. Nighttime would be more suitable for learning a foreign language. Jiang Yunxi stared at him in confusion, unsure of his intentions, but after glancing at the surrounding American soldiers, she assumed that Robert had pressing matters to attend to, which is why he suggested the evening. Chapter 82. Flaws. The armored vehicles totaled 300, with 150 combat aircraft and 30 surface vessels stationed. Upon entering the military camp, Commander Tan immediately reported to his superiors, as was customary, echoing his communication with Robert. This was logical, considering Tan held the rank of Major General while Robert was a Lieutenant General, establishing a clear hierarchy between them. With such personnel and weaponry, we should be sufficiently equipped to engage in a decisive battle against a minor nation, correct? While seated in the command center, Robert casually picked up a document, glancing over it only to realize it was a deployment order for the THAAD system. Dolly, indeed. Such a configuration would pose no challenge in dismantling the regime of a medium-sized nation. However, his words trailed off as he turned his gaze towards the document in Robert's hands. The propaganda disseminated by the mega nation claimed that the THAAD deployment was intended to defend against missile threats from the north. Yet any discerning observer could see the true adversary was elsewhere. With a swift motion, Robert tore the document apart after a brief perusal and addressed the bewildered Dolly. "Do not leave this nonsense here. It is utterly useless in the event of actual conflict." In truth, the deployment of THAAD by the mega nation carried more symbolic significance than practical value. As for whom they sought to provoke, Dolly, but, Lieutenant General Robert, that order was issued simultaneously by the President and the Pentagon. As the commander stationed in Han, he wished to protest. After all, it seemed rather frivolous that such a substantial decision could be dismissed by Robert's single comment. Moreover, the intentions of the mega nation extended beyond mere provocation of a certain great power. They were testing boundaries, probing the limits of their adversary. This deployment was laden with strategic implications, which is precisely why Dolly sought to advocate for it. "Then you should submit a request to them. As I said, that system must not be present in Han. Narrowing his eyes, Dolly perceived a dangerous glimmer in Robert's gaze, igniting a fierce will to survive within him, causing him to nod vigorously. I have no objections. The THAAD deployment here is indeed inappropriate, yet this matter must be discussed with higher authorities. With that, Dolly dialed the president. Anthony, who had barely settled into slumber, was roused once more. Upon confirming the caller was not Robert, he angrily picked up the phone and berated. What are you thinking? General Dolly, have you forgotten the time difference with Megu after your extended stay in Han? Why are you calling at this ungodly hour? Though his words lacked explicit profanity, the furious tone rendered it impossible to associate Anthony's remarks with civility. Mr. President, I sincerely apologize for disturbing your rest. It is a matter of urgency, Dolly stammered, steeling himself to report the situation. Initially, Anthony seemed indifferent. So what if it was torn? Robert cannot remain in Han indefinitely. Will you not wait until he departs to quietly proceed with the deployment? Or perhaps you could divert his attention. Before Dolly could respond, Anthony abruptly hung up. For being awakened twice during a deep sleep is decidedly infuriating. Dolly, truly, cannot even manage such trivial matters. While mocking Commander Zhuhan, Anthony continued to recline on the bed, stretching lazily before intending to resume his slumber. Yet, merely seconds later, his eyes fluttered open. What could Robert's reluctance to deploy THAAD signify? That contraption posed no hindrance to him. Suddenly, a thought struck him, one that induced a wave of frustration. Why had the high echelons of the United States delineated Robert's command to Asia? It was undoubtedly not a matter of caprice, but rather imbued with a profound purpose. The ascent of that nation had already posed a significant threat to the standing of the United States, compounded by the fact that much of the territory of the Bear is also in Asia, making Robert's potential deployment there a means to restrain them, though it now appeared somewhat unmanageable. With sleep completely evading him, Anthony sat upright at the head of the bed. Robert had been recognized by both him and the high-ranking officials of the United States as an embodiment of a walking nuclear weapon. Indeed, he was a presence more terrifying than nuclear arms. After all, a single nuclear weapon could scarcely obliterate the world, yet Robert could achieve such destruction singularly. The possession of such formidable power by one individual, unless he chose to conceal it, would inevitably become known globally. At that juncture, Robert's stance might very well dictate the forthcoming trajectory of world affairs. No, he could not remain idle. Anthony resolved to abandon sleep, seizing the telephone to make a call to the official in charge. Meanwhile, in the Korean territory, Dolly awkwardly set down the phone, striding a few steps into the command room to relay the awaited news to Robert. Sir, the President has consented to your suggestion and has decided to delay or cancel the deployment of the THAAD defense system. Dolly had firmly resolved to accept both of Anthony's proposals. First, to placate Robert, and then to dispatch someone to capture his attention, a candidate he had already selected. Well, let us not delay. Let us cancel the deployment. Dolly stated, I will endeavor to discuss this with the President later. All right, send a vehicle. I wish to explore the land of the Styx and see what delights it has to offer. Robert had already discerned that Dolly was intentionally being dismissive, yet he remained unperturbed. Since they were unwilling to address the matter, he would take it upon himself to resolve it for them. Robert mused inwardly, maintaining a smile on his face, while Dolly, believing he had successfully evaded the situation, gleefully began arranging the transportation. Dolly, do we truly need such a grand display? Those unaware might think we are preparing for war, Robert remarked as he observed the arrangements. Within mere minutes, Commander Dolly had organized personnel and vehicles. When Robert emerged to behold the scene, he could not help but comment. Dolly's arrangements were even more extravagant than the treatment he had received in the United States. Several armored vehicles were lined up, with a bulletproof vehicle in the center designated for Robert, flanked by others brimming with accompanying soldiers. Dolly, indeed, it is somewhat exaggerated. A bit of optimization would be appropriate. This trivial matter of arranging travel was not directly managed by him. He merely delegated it to his subordinates, who surprisingly executed it with such meticulousness. Robert, it is indeed over the top. You left a vehicle and a driver for someone, and after translation, everyone else simply dispersed. Were it not for the presence of a convoy and the armed soldiers from the May army, one might mistakenly believe this was an imperial procession. Dolly, you truly are understated. I shall instruct them to withdraw the excess personnel. After praising Robert, this commander took it upon himself to streamline the ranks. Several minutes later, Once everything was arranged, Dolly approached Robert, who was about to board the vehicle, and said, "General, the president of Han has learned of your arrival and wishes to meet you. Shall we make a trip to the Blue House?" "Robert, he wishes to see me? And expects me to go to the Blue House? What nonsense! No way. Dolly, they have indeed been rather presumptuous lately. I shall dispatch someone to respond." In this matter, Dolly stood firmly with Robert, considering that he, or rather the upper echelons of May, had never regarded the Han people as equals. "General, where shall we go?" the translator inquired as they settled in the vehicle. "Let us meander," Robert replied. Having never been to Han, he lacked a specific destination. Thus they exited the base and entered the city, driving aimlessly through the streets. As they passed a building, the translator introduced it to Robert. "This is one of the addresses of Samsung. In Han, Samsung is ubiquitous. General, would you care to visit the Samsung Tech Park?" The translator, a native of Han, revealed a hint of pride upon mentioning Samsung, despite his sparse vocabulary. "The Tech Park? What significance does that hold? I feel it might be rather interesting." However, Robert dismissed the translator's suggestion. After all, what interest did he have in viewing Han's technological advancements? If he sought high-tech products, he would prefer a visit to Tony's place, where the offerings might surpass the pinnacle of Han's technology. Very well, the translator conceded, feeling somewhat disheartened that his suggestion had not been embraced. In his eyes, Samsung was a source of national pride. Yet Robert would rather visit a film studio than the tech park. "Stop! You are being inspected." Just as the driver intended to enter the film studio that piqued Robert's interest, they were halted by security. The vehicle, adorned with military plates, was effectively stopped by the guards at the entrance, who saluted upon seeing it. "What is going on? If I haven't called for you, do you not understand the meaning of stopping?" The security personnel approached, knocking on the glass of the vehicle in an exceedingly arrogant manner. "Is this vehicle not military? Should we remind him? Is this the sort of matter that should concern guardians like you and me? It would be wise for us to refrain from involving ourselves in the affairs of the wealthy elite and the military." The individual rapping on Robert's car window was not a security guard from this film studio, but rather a personal security detail for a prominent tycoon from the cold northern nation. Accustomed to the power and privilege of his affluent master, he had grown increasingly arrogant, feeling emboldened to confront those of lesser status. Perhaps this is a reflection of the twisted psychology that develops in those who have long endured oppression. This is a pass. The driver, eager to avoid unnecessary complications, especially with the lieutenant general seated in the back, produced a pass in hopes of resolving the situation. "What are you doing? I demand that the individuals in your vehicle disembark for inspection. Our young Master Li is inside. And what if you possess contraband?" The driver's pass was one that even the presidential office of the cold nation would recognize as valid. Yet to this security guard it was nothing more than scrap paper. "Why do you stare at me? Get out so I can conduct my inspection." As the driver remained unmoving, the security guard, having long forgotten the meaning of respect, boldly seized the driver's collar, attempting to drag him from the vehicle. "Ah, Siba, release him at once." The translator, witnessing this unfolding scene, rushed forward to intervene, but was disregarded entirely. How dare you, a citizen of the great cold nation, associate with these foreigners? Today, I shall show you how my grandfather taught us to deal with them." Just a moment ago, he had been boasting of his intent to confront the driver and Robert, who were both foreigners. Now, however, he found himself in intimate contact with the ground, as if he were expressing a profound love for that patch of earth. After a while, he regained his composure and intended to retaliate against his assailant. "You dare strike me? Do you have any idea who I am?" Yet, as he surveyed his surroundings, he realized there was no one left to hear his furious cries. He had merely been shouting into the void. "Ha!" The two original security guards from the film studio were concealed nearby, chuckling at the spectacle, though their amusement was short-lived. "Siba, you two scoundrels dare to mock me." The sound of two sharp slaps echoed as Ming Jiran, having forgotten how long it had been since he had suffered such humiliation, lashed out like a frenzied beast, desperate to reclaim a sense of power over those around him. "I shall spare you today, but tell me, has that car entered?" After delivering a slap and a kick to two individuals, the security guard, Ming Jiran, had no intention of further dealing with them. He had bullied enough of those at the bottom who dared not retaliate after being struck. Now, in his quest to reclaim what he termed his dignity, he could only seek to assert himself through the person who had just attacked him. Regardless of how others perceived it, this was his mindset. He made his way towards the Western District, The two assaulted guards, although seething with anger, dared not voice their indignation. In Han country, even a mere dog at the threshold of a chaeble's estate was not someone they could afford to offend. Ming Jiran scoffed, "They are doomed." With that, he lost interest in the entrance and headed inside, grasping the walkie-talkie slung over his shoulder. "Is anyone in the Western District? Is anyone in the Western District? The boss is here." "Jiran, what is the matter?" "I've been assaulted." The guard at the entrance mentioned that the assailant drove towards the Western District. "Be on the lookout for an armored Audi with military plates. Stop him when you see it." "Oh, an Audi with military plates?" "The driver must be someone of significance." "Oomph. The one who struck me is merely a driver. Even his boss wouldn't dare act so brazenly upon knowing my identity, let alone a mere chauffeur." "Oh, just a driver? All right, brothers, we'll intercept him, but you owe us a meal afterward." "Deal. No problem." Once their communication concluded, the head of security on the other end dismissed the notion of a mere driver as insignificant. To be honest, ever since last year, when a Li family toppled the presidency, they had long since shed their fear. "Hey, in Han country, besides the main nationals, who else dares to challenge our young master?" He mused, and proceeded to arrange for security to intercept the vehicle belonging to the Li family heir. Meanwhile, in the parking lot of the film studio's Western District, Robert, accompanied by his driver and translator, exited the vehicle. "General, I was a bit reckless just now," said the driver, Mike Blair, a seasoned veteran who had been stationed in Han for several years. During this time, he had inevitably clashed with the locals, yet without exception. Both the Han government and his superiors in the main military had supported him. This led Mike to regard the Han people with disdain, resulting in his impulsive reaction today when provoked. Had it not been for Robert seated in the back, it was uncertain what extent Mike would have gone to in dealing with Ming Jiran. "You were indeed too rash. You ought to have spoken with him calmly first, rather than resorting to violence immediately." Before Robert could voice his thoughts, the Han translator, unable to contain himself, stepped forward to deride Mike. Perhaps he felt a sense of injustice for his compatriot being bullied. "You did nothing wrong, soldier. That kind of scum deserves a beating. What I'm more interested in now is your name." The translator stammered, but Robert's assertive interruption caused him to swallow his words, rendering his face a deep shade of crimson. However, Mike was beaming with joy, and he eagerly responded to Robert's inquiry. "I am General Mike Blair. You are quite impressive." Robert patted him on the shoulder in acknowledgement, for he would have acted similarly in such a situation. "Thank you, General." Mike was overwhelmed by the sudden wave of happiness, contemplating how his future might unfold with the attention of a young general. At present, after years of arduous service, Mike had only attained the rank of second lieutenant, a feat achieved after his time on the battlefield in Afghanistan. Initially, he sought peace and comfort, yearning to transfer to a more tranquil location. But upon arriving in the cold country, he was disillusioned. While it was indeed serene, there were no battles to be fought. This implied a lack of military merit, and as a commoner, his prospects for advancement in such an environment were nearly non-existent. Having resigned himself to returning home in a few months, he had not anticipated Robert's entrance into his life. "All right, let us take a look inside," Robert said, pleased with Mike's excitement. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind, and he thought that he might be able to take action. They were on their way to the filming area, even though Robert interrupted the conversation. The translator dared not exhibit any defiance, instead proceeding to explain the information on the signs. Robert nodded, preparing to lead Mike and the translator to the filming zone, not for any particular reason other than to experience the thrill of observing the performance up close. However, after only a few steps, they were encircled by a group of men in black, led by the security guard who had previously blocked their path. "Hey, so you've been here all along. We've been searching for you." The driver who had knocked him down left a significant impression on Ming Jiran, and the sight of Robert's vehicle parked nearby confirmed that he had found the right individuals. Mike stepped protectively in front of Robert, while the translator quickly sheltered behind them. "What do you want?" Mike furrowed his brow, assessing the 11 individuals before him. Though he had brought a handgun with him, it held only 7 rounds, and he was reluctant to draw it unless the situation took a turn for the worse. Ming Jiran replied, "What do you think? I'm here to teach you a lesson. Is it your boss behind you? Let him go. I only seek to settle the score with you." He was no fool. Anyone capable of driving a military licensed vehicle surely had a complicated background, though perhaps not as illustrious as the Li family's young master. Ming Jiran was undaunted. Having once saved his own young master's life, But the other security personnel were less eager to provoke such a confrontation. Yes, indeed, young master. We merely wish to have a word with your driver. Could you please step aside? By Ming Jiran's side, the head of security personally stepped in to mediate. If circumstances allowed, he truly wished to remain uninvolved in this matter. However, Ming Jiran was, after all, a brother, and one could not simply ignore the fact that he had been assaulted. More importantly, just last month, under fortuitous circumstances, Ming Jiran had saved the life of the young master of the Li family, which significantly elevated his standing within the security team. Many speculated that it would not be long before Ming Jiran ascended to the position of the new head of security, a role akin to that of a personal bodyguard for the young master of the Li family. The former head of security, nearing retirement age, was not overly concerned about losing his position, as those in such perilous professions often retire early. Thus, he was reluctant to offend Ming Jiran at this critical juncture and felt compelled to confront the situation. What if I refuse to leave? Robert disregarded the intricate web of interests surrounding the matter. After listening to the translation behind Mike, he stepped forward resolutely. The translator, feeling the pressure, had no choice but to relay Robert's words. The translator said, "Our commander states he will not leave." Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he added with a glint in his eye, "My commander is General Mei of the Han military. You cannot afford to provoke him. You should leave at once." Mike understood some of the Han language, so upon hearing the latter part of the translation, he displayed no reaction, while Mike looked at him with a hint of curiosity. It was evident that the translator genuinely cared for his compatriots, yet his efforts were ultimately in vain. For no rational individual would associate someone who appeared no older than 20 with a general of the Han military. Ha ha ha. Did you hear that? He actually claims that child is a general. Ming Jiran mocked first, with his eager subordinates quickly joining in. Indeed, Minggu, these individuals must be so intimidated by you that they are beginning to babble nonsensically. Huh, just look at who Minggu is. In ancient times, he would have commanded an army. How could they not be awed by his presence? The translator, feeling his well-intentioned warning had turned into a jest, flushed with anger. He then decided to disregard these ignorant individuals. What are they laughing at? Robert inquired of the translator, who had returned to him. They wish to keep Mike here. The translator hesitated, choosing to translate selectively and not conveying Ming Jiran's complete message. Meanwhile, Mike, who could understand some of the Han language, chose not to expose the translator's discretion, for he was now preoccupied with another concern. Commander, these individuals only wish to detain me. You should take the translator and leave. I can manage with my weapon. Chapter 84. Memory brothers, remember this well. After their laughter, Ming Jiran prepared to take action, while Mike made one last attempt. To the station Han, main military, who dares to move? At this moment, Mike held a gun in one hand while using his officer's badge to shield himself with the other. With a gulp, the old security captain swallowed hard and quickly grabbed Ming Jiran beside him, whispering in his ear, "Jiran, we cannot afford to offend Mei Jun. Let us have the brothers back down." This advice, rather than calming Ming Jiran, who felt a flicker of fear upon seeing the gun and the badge, only ignited his pride. What is there to fear from Second Lieutenant Mei? Just the other day, Colonel Han was calling me brother, he declared, as he reached for his waist, causing Mike to tense up. What are you doing with your hand? Stop your movements at once, yelled Mike, tossing his badge to the ground and swiftly disengaging the safety on his pistol. I'm not here to play games. Seeing the situation escalate, the old security captain quickly exchanged glances with his trusted aide before making a hasty exit. Ming Jiran, however, was too preoccupied to notice. Coward. What is there to fear? We are the Li family S-men. Who in the entire Han nation would dare to touch me? His words were loud, seemingly directed at Robert and the few subordinates remaining by his side. Mike, why are we keeping these people around? Robert remained behind, arms crossed, observing the unfolding drama while the translator dutifully relayed Ming Jiran's words in English. Indeed, Mike had long harbored disdain for Ming Jiran, and with Robert's tacit approval, he felt liberated from restraint. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Bang! A bullet pierced Ming Jiran's forehead, his expression frozen in disbelief. How dare you? The sudden scene left the remaining security personnel dumbfounded. They could hardly comprehend how matters had escalated to such a point. Fortunately, after shooting Ming Jiran, Mike did not turn the gun on them. Thus, they merely questioned in shock before fleeing in panic. They too possessed weapons, but lacked Ming Jiran's audacity. What shall we do next, sir? Mike remained calm after the act, and Robert was thoroughly pleased with his performance, preparing to execute his plan. Let us return to the base. Someone will come to handle this. Robert was focused on completing his tasks, unwilling to waste time over the death of a lowly subordinate. Staying at the scene would only invite unnecessary scrutiny, and Robert wished to avoid that, yet reality often defies wishes, with some eager to confront him. Sir, this is it. Just as Robert and his crew had departed, the old security captain brought his young master to the scene of the conflict. Li Shangyun arrived only to be greeted by a wave of metallic tang in the air, and upon glancing down, he immediately spotted Ming Jiran's lifeless body. Who did this? Li Shangyun, the second son of the illustrious Shanshin Group, the most affluent conglomerate in Han country, intended to visit the film studio today for a bit of amusement. Little did he anticipate that it would become the site of a tragic demise for someone he held in high regard. It appeared that the victim was a junior officer from the main military station in Han. By the heavens, another main national, Li Shangyun exclaimed, seething with indignation. Do they truly believe they can trample upon the noble Han people with impunity? I shall ensure they pay dearly for this transgression. With a sense of urgency, he leveraged his connections to reach the Seoul Police Department. Having long harbored disdain for the main military presence, his youthful fervor now compelled him to teach them a lesson. The chief of the Seoul Police, regardless of the circumstances, was determined to apprehend those responsible. It must be noted that the influence of the elite certainly carries weight. The chief responded personally to the directive, and the deputy chief was dispatched to lead the operation. Are we truly going to intercept them? They are main nationals, after all, queried one of the deputy chief's confidants, who harbored reservations about the unfolding situation. Who am I but a mere deputy? To curry favor with the Li family, I must take the plunge, risking everything for a lesser accolade, the deputy chief replied, noticing the apprehension etched on his confidant's face. Fear not. Intelligence suggests they're merely junior officers. While the main nationals are indeed formidable, the Li family enjoys the backing of numerous high-ranking Mei officials. They would not jeopardize their relations over a junior officer. But there is no but. Today, we stake our futures on this endeavor. If we succeed, we ascend. If we fail, the deputy chief left the thought unvoiced, yet his confidant grasped the implication. After a brief internal struggle, his expression transformed from uncertainty to resolve. I understand. Chief, today, I shall seize my destiny. The deputy chief, encouraged by his subordinate's determination, reassured him. I admire your tenacity. Rest assured, we are acting on behalf of the Li family. His words served as a comfort to his subordinate, but also as a self-reassurance. On the main thoroughfare leading from Seoul to the main military base in Longshan, a vehicle approached. One of Li Shangyun's security personnel pointed at the oncoming car, having been assigned to assist the Han authorities in this operation. Sir, there seems to be a situation ahead. Mike observed the barricades set up by the Han police and turned to report to Robert in the back seat. Are our tires bulletproof? Then let us charge through. Receiving Robert's command, Mike pressed down on the accelerator, disregarding the police's signals to halt, and barreled through the barricades, colliding with the obstructing vehicles. Bang! The impact, even within the comfort of a specially designed armored Audi, was jarring, startling the Han translator sitting in the front passenger seat. Deputy Director. They forcibly breached the checkpoint and headed straight for the main military base. The voice of his most despised subordinate echoed through the intercom, prompting the Deputy Director of the Seoul Police Department to inwardly berate the incompetence of his team, while his lips uttered no kind words. What are you doing? Has the police department kept you around all this time just to be a useless burden? This remark was undeniably harsh, leaving the reprimanded officer utterly bewildered as to how he had offended the Deputy Director. Deputy Director, enough already. The suspect has fled. Won't you pursue them by car? I do not care what methods you employ. You must capture that individual. With that, he abruptly terminated the call. The chief need not be upset over such trivial matters. We have armed special forces deployed behind us, ensuring that the perpetrator will not escape our grasp. Deputy Director, it is not the escaped criminal that vexes me, but the sheer lack of appreciation displayed by certain individuals. The chastised officer, though seething with indignation, dared not express his frustration over the phone, especially with outsiders present. As he got into the vehicle and ignited the engine, he silently cursed his superior. Meanwhile, in another vehicle, Robert was not idle either. He certainly did not intend to rely solely on a retreat to the main military base to resolve issues. Regarding General Robert, It is essential to clarify that at the presidential residence, Anthony was convening an urgent video conference, forcibly gathering a group of elderly gentlemen in the wee hours. However, just as the meeting reached a critical juncture, a phone call interrupted. Initially reluctant to answer, Anthony found himself compelled to bring the phone to his ear upon seeing the caller's name. His action undoubtedly displeased those in the video conference, as they had all silenced their phones for the meeting, prompting them to voice their discontent towards Anthony. What could General Robert want? Anthony discerned the sentiments of the elder gentleman and deliberately remarked, which proved to be remarkably effective, as the room fell into a near-complete silence. I have assisted May in eliminating a violent opponent of freedom and democracy in Han country. Moreover, I have uncovered more opposing forces among them, including members of the financial elite and government officials. Robert declared with feigned seriousness, fabricating dire accusations against others. Anthony, what? Is that true? Do their influences stem from the North Han? Initially, he genuinely believed Robert's words, causing him to feel an involuntary tension, but upon hearing the next statement, he quickly grasped the situation. Robert, not from those countries. I sense that the driving force behind this is the largest financial conglomerate in Han country, whose leader may harbor significant intentions. How long has Robert been in Han country? Anthony calculated in his mind that, at most, he had only a few hours to uncover any significant information. In such a brief span of time, how could he possibly ascertain anything? He speculated that the Li family must have provoked him in some manner. Anthony had already formed a rough hypothesis and astutely recognized that the dilemma before him was singular: to protect the Li family or to aid Robert. This conundrum scarcely lingered in his mind for a second before he arrived at a resolution. He was taken aback to discover that the Li family was indeed such a disgrace. Rest assured, Mr. General, he declared, we shall promptly contact the government of Han to address this malignant issue. The Li family's conglomerate wielded considerable influence in Han. A saying among the Han people encapsulates this. Throughout your life in Han, you rely on products from the Samsung brand. Without them, a normal life becomes a distant aspiration. This statement reveals the crux of the matter. Behind the Samsung group, or rather its conglomerate, lies the Li family, and behind the Li family stands the American financial consortium. The intricate web of interests ultimately reveals that the Li family is merely an agent of American interests in Han, their family's honor and disgrace resting solely on the whims of the American elite. On one side are agents who can be readily discarded, easily cultivated in a short span of time. On the other lies a formidable, world-destroying weapon. If one were to assume the perspective of the American High Command, whom would they support in the event of a conflict between the two? Chapter 85, Dinner Indeed. It is not just the Li family. Listen to the alarm outside my window, Robert remarked, extending his phone out of the window, instantly allowing Anthony to hear the blaring sirens. What does this mean? Mr. General, are you in pursuit of a criminal? Quite the opposite, Mr. President. If being pursued by the police makes one a criminal, then I suppose I am indeed the criminal you speak of. Robert found himself in a playful mood, yet he could not fathom the extent of Anthony's alarm. General Doley is truly negligent. Where are you? I will contact him immediately. On the essential route from Seoul to the Dragon Mountain American military base. You need not be so anxious. They cannot harm me. Robert was taken aback by Anthony's intense reaction. Upon learning his location, he hurriedly utilized another communication device to reach Doley, from a distance clearly hearing Anthony reprimanding the other party and demanding immediate military action. It felt as though he were in a perilous situation, teetering on the brink of disaster. No, General Robert, you must not regard your life so lightly. You are currently a general of the United States, a pillar and face of a nation. Though Anthony spoke these words, what he truly wished to convey internally was, enough already. Why must there always be fools who provoke this easily enraged individual? If Robert were to lose his temper and annihilate the earth, how would we continue? Robert, I shall certainly be more vigilant in the future, striving to keep myself safe. One must admit that kind words have a way of lifting one's spirits, even though Robert perceived that Anthony's praises were likely devoid of sincerity. They were nonetheless pleasing to hear. Anthony, my greatest achievement in this life may well be persuading you to refrain from taking unnecessary risks. Honestly, I feel as though the United Nations ought to bestow upon me a Global Contribution Award. I must say, you are quite eloquent. Flattered by Anthony's compliments, Robert felt a surge of happiness, unperturbed by any potential ulterior motives, for his undeniable strength provided him with confidence. Even as they concluded their call, Anthony continued to shower him with endless accolades. How amusing! Meanwhile, the pursuit behind them showed no signs of abating, and as time progressed, additional police vehicles joined the fray. Screech! Suddenly, a jarring sound of brakes pierced the air, causing Robert to lean slightly forward in the back seat. Mike, sir, it appears we are surrounded. Ahead, several police cars had completely blocked the road, and barricades flanked both sides, while fully armed SWAT officers aimed their rifles at them. No escape, then let us simply wait. Soon enough, someone will arrive to resolve this predicament. Robert remained utterly unperturbed by the situation. If possible, he would even relish a cup of tea while admiring the view outside. The chief and his men had turned off their engines, likely intending to surrender. Deputy Chief, yes. Splendid. It seems the Americans are not so formidable after all. Have the SWAT team advance, but remember to capture them alive. Indeed, he was just about to lead his men to apprehend Mike when an unexpected phenomenon occurred. Boom! A fighter jet suddenly soared overhead, its low pass seemingly issuing a warning. Chief? Deputy Chief, what are you afraid of? It's merely passing through. Proceed. Boom, boom, boom. Hardly had he finished speaking when 3 more jets of the same model flew low over the area, causing the deputy chief of the Seoul Police Department to feel a twinge of panic. Before he could react further, several helicopters appeared above them. Everyone, lay down your arms. I repeat, everyone, lay down your arms. The helicopters of the American military blared commands through loudspeakers while deploying personnel via ropes to swiftly enter the conflict zone. Once on the ground, these soldiers invariably approached Robert's vehicle, confronting the South Korean police with their weapons drawn. Chief. The urgent calls from his confidants snapped him back to reality, and in that moment, the deputy chief was consumed by a singular thought. I must make a phone call. However, the American soldiers were clearly not inclined to grant him that wish. Before he could dial, he was forcefully taken to the ground by the arriving troops. Do not move. Lay down your weapons immediately. As the sight of the Commander's capture spread, the remaining officers of the Han Nation lost all desire to resist, promptly discarding their weapons and surrendering. Meanwhile, an urgent meeting convened on the homeland of the main nation, instigated by the acting president, where senior officials expressed their opinions. The affairs of the Lee family were merely trifles. They provoked individuals they ought not to have and must now face the consequences. There was little left to deliberate. Indeed, it was indisputable that they must bear the responsibility for their actions. I believe our primary concern should now be whether Robert harbors intentions of affinity towards that nation. Anthony interjected. I plan to dispatch agents to cultivate a rapport with him. As long as they approach discreetly, I wish to avoid any further news of the acting president's untimely demise. Anthony continued. Thank you for your concern. Unlike my predecessor, I intend to adopt a judiciously gentle approach to gather intelligence. As you all know, no man can resist that particular tactic. That is indeed a commendable idea. We shall await the outcomes with bated breath. Meanwhile, Robert remained oblivious to the clandestine plan being devised against him. However, had he been privy to its details, he might have found it difficult to be angered, and perhaps even unwittingly cooperated. Dolly assured Robert in his presence that he had received explicit instruction from the president and would adeptly resolve the challenges he faced. Thank you for that. Oh, by the way, I wanted to inquire about something. Could you assist me in uncovering the identity of that journalist from this morning? It would be best to know her current whereabouts. At this moment, Robert had not forgotten that he had a foreign language class to attend that evening. With dusk approaching, he felt it was time to commence his studies. However, he had neglected to ascertain the journalist's identity earlier, leading him to seek assistance now. Dolly responded, regarding that matter. Very well, I shall dispatch someone to investigate. Afterward, he stepped aside to make a phone call, and within 10 minutes, he returned to Robert with the information. I have discovered that her name is Jiang Yunxi, a reporter for the Han Nation Daily, and she should currently be at the press office in Seoul. She is expected to finish work in approximately 20 minutes. Robert was astonished that Dolly had managed to gather such detailed information in the brief span of a phone call. It seems your intelligence operations are exceptionally efficient. Results so swiftly achieved. As he spoke, he gave a thumbs up, causing Dolly to blush with embarrassment. In truth, he had already clarified Jiang Yunxi's identity long before, intending merely to distract Robert's attention. Unexpectedly, The bait he had set had not even needed to be cast, as the fish had come to bite on its own. Dolly remarked, "How could I possibly neglect the matter concerning the Lieutenant General?" After a brief exchange, Robert settled into a vehicle, and Mike promptly approached, taking the driver's seat. "You can find the address of the Han Nation Daily in Seoul, correct?" Mike assured him, "No problem." With Robert's nod of agreement, Mike started the military jeep, heading towards the location Robert had indicated. "It is truly troublesome." As Robert walked away, Dolly watched the special police from the Han Nation being escorted by the main military and muttered to himself. He had another matter to attend to, a raid on the home of the largest conglomerate in Han, which posed a far greater challenge than controlling the Han police. The potential for it to escalate into a bloody affair weighed heavily on his mind, hence his irritation. "How did you find me?" At the entrance of the Han Daily, Robert successfully encountered Jiang Yunxi, who had been waiting for quite some time. "I received intelligence that you were here. Surely, you haven't forgotten our arrangement? You promised to teach me the Han language this morning." Jiang Yunxi replied, "Huh? I thought you were joking." After all, when Robert first expressed his desire to learn the language, she had been prepared to teach him. But he mentioned he was too busy that morning and could only do so in the evening. The issue was that Robert had never asked for her contact information before leaving, leading any reasonable person to assume his previous statements were mere jest. In truth, Jiang Yunxi hoped it was a joke. Someone like Robert, who could easily resort to violence, was indeed intimidating. "Am I not standing here now? This is no jest." As fate would have it, Jiang Yunxi had no choice but to acquiesce, for she had indeed made a promise. "All right then, where shall we learn?" However, she maintained her boundaries and envisioned a library or a classroom in the best of settings. If Robert suggested some bizarre location, she would undoubtedly refuse outright. "Let us have a meal first. You must be hungry, right?" Just as he asked, Jiang Yunxi's stomach growled audibly. The impact Robert had on her that morning was significant, and upon returning to the office, she had struggled to adjust her mindset, resulting in a lack of a proper meal at noon. "A bit, I suppose." "Very well, let's eat first." Immediately, Robert led Jiang Yunxi to a military jeep. This vehicle, unique to the main military, could navigate the streets of Han with ease, even disregarding red lights at will. Should it provoke discontent among the populace, they could easily dismiss it under the pretext of conducting drills. "Where shall we eat?" Having already grasped Robert's military background, Jiang Yunxi was not surprised by his ability to travel in a military vehicle. In fact, she had already felt the terror of main military influence today. The Han Daily was among the top-tier media outlets in the country. Yet, even this elite status had not shielded them from silence regarding the severe injuries inflicted on their photographer by the main military. Jiang Yunxi's editor had even sought her out for a conversation, instructing her to keep the incident under wraps. "Anywhere you wish to eat is fine with me. I'm easygoing," she replied. Chapter 86 Sit. I truly did not mean it that way. Robert observed Jiang Yunxi turning to leave and sought to clarify. "You think I cannot see through this? Why will we dine at a hotel? Will we eat and then stay the night?" She retorted, "I am not one of those frivolous individuals." Robert's little ruse was seen through by her, and he bore no embarrassment, instead speaking with an air of nonchalance. "Please do not misunderstand. I have dined at this establishment before and found a particular dish quite delightful, which is why I wish to bring you here to savor it. However, if you fear I may lead you astray, then let us abandon the idea." Jiang Yunxi, taken aback, questioned, "Really?" As she gazed at Robert, who wore a serious demeanor, she began to ponder whether her anxiety was unwarranted. Yet, upon glancing at the hotel entrance not far away, trepidation lingered in her heart. Noticing her evident fear, Robert understood that their original plan was doomed to fail. Since she was unwilling to proceed, he too lost interest. "If we are not going in, we must find somewhere else to dine, right? You choose a place that you feel comfortable with," he suggested earnestly, for he was indeed hungry. "All right, then I shall lead the way. Let us turn left first," she replied, seemingly eager to escape this location, her countenance betraying a fear that something might emerge from the hotel to engulf her. "Sir, what do you think?" Mike, who was driving, did not immediately act on Jiang Yunxi's words, but instead looked towards Robert. "Yes, let us go," Robert replied, pleased with Mike's consideration. Regardless of what Mike might be thinking internally, his outward demeanor was satisfactory. "Did I forget something important?" Suddenly, Robert pondered, realizing that in his haste to return to the military base, he had intended to speak with Dolly about certain matters. "Oh, right," he exclaimed, recalling that his return was not merely an attempt to evade something, but rather to discuss Mike's promotion with Dolly. In truth, Robert had hatched a plan to cultivate his own influence, as it was impractical to contact President May or Dean every time an issue arose. He turned a glance at Jiang Yunxi, who had been maintaining her distance from him. At that moment, a beam of sunlight illuminated her face, revealing features so exquisite that they were nearly irresistible. "Mike, do you have any contact information?" Yet, even though she was stunning, she was not his to claim, for Robert had previously forgotten about the matter at hand, and now he sought to rectify that oversight. "Sir, you must be jesting. I rarely encounter the commander, and we have exchanged but a few words. How could I possibly have his contact details?" Mike's response revealed his discomfort, as he, a mere second lieutenant, stood in stark contrast to the Brigadier General Dolly. However, Mike was not entirely without recourse. Although he lacked Dolly's direct contact information, he was aware of his superior's phone number. "Hello, Lieutenant. General Robert has asked me to inquire," he stated. "Lieutenant? You mean the general? Very well. I will report this immediately." Thus, the information was relayed up the chain of command, and Dolly himself learned of Robert's desire to get in touch through the colonel nearby. Is it over so soon? It seems that this individual is not in the best of health. The first thought that crossed Dolly's mind was a rather disdainful one. However, he certainly would not let such contempt surface in reality, as the bizarre death of the president was still fresh in his memory. And Dolly had no intention of testing fate. "Oh, is General Robert going to contact me? No need for that. I shall call him directly." With that, he stepped aside, his gaze distant, as he was currently overseeing a team of American soldiers taking control of the Blue House. "General, I heard you were looking for me. Within 5 minutes?" Dolly grasped the situation and promptly dialed Robert. "I must inform you that the Lieutenant Mike, who is currently driving me, possesses remarkable abilities, and I intend to promote him to Major, understood?" Robert's tone was entirely informative, leaving Dolly no room for anger, for in terms of both strength and rank, Robert held superiority. "Lieutenant Mike, is it? Very well. I have received the order, General. This matter will be finalized within a week." "Yes, as soon as possible." After hanging up, he turned to face the astonished gaze of Jiang Yunxi and the almost incoherent excitement of Mike. "Sir, I truly do not know what to say." Mike stammered. "Relax. In a few days, you shall be a major. I will have plenty of matters for you to attend to." Mike nodded firmly, focusing on driving, while Jiang Yunxi, seated beside Robert in the back, found everything she had just heard incredibly surreal. "Who exactly are you?" Curiosity began to fill her heart, as she pondered the identity of someone capable of appointing a major with a mere utterance. "Is it possible that we have arrived at the location?" Robert, wishing to divert the topic, gestured towards the scenery outside the car and inquired of Jiang Yunxi. "Ah, it seems so," she replied, having chosen a roadside stall due to the bustling crowd, knowing that Robert would be somewhat cautious if he were to adopt a more aggressive approach. Upon realizing Robert's identity, Jiang Yunxi instinctively regarded him as a scion of a prominent family from America. After all, in a person who appeared no older than 30, or even 25, to lack connections would be akin to speaking to a dog. No one would believe it. "The bench is a bit greasy. I'll wipe it with some tissue from my bag," she said, initially worried that Robert, accustomed to a life of luxury, might struggle with the setting. Her concerns were swiftly proven unfounded. "Shall we sit? Why are you looking at me?" Robert casually settled onto a small stool, while Mike, at his request, was compelled to sit as well. At that moment, Jiang Yunxi was the only one wiping the bench with paper. It felt as if she were the one accustomed to a life of pampering. "What will you be having?" After hastily wiping the bench and taking her seat, Jiang Yunxi picked up the menu and inquired in English, as the menu was entirely in Korean, which Robert could not comprehend, and while Mike understood some Korean, he was not well versed in reading it. "Starving. I am unacquainted with Hanyu, so let us order 10 skewers of meat each, and you may select some vegetables as you prefer." Robert glanced at the overflowing menu, surmising that the meat skewers would be plentiful, for who, in their right mind, ventures into a barbecue with any intention other than to savor the meat? "Are you certain you can consume all of this?" "Fear not. It shall be no trouble at all." Under Robert's fervent insistence, Jiang Yunxi ordered every type of meat listed on the menu, in addition to 2 crates of beer. Jiang Yunxi warned, "If you drink too much tonight, you won't be able to study." Upon hearing her words, Robert glanced at the beer in his hand, feeling somewhat insulted. Suddenly, after clinking bottles with Mike, he took a deep swig from one, raising an eyebrow as he observed Jiang Yunshi. Can beer truly intoxicate? Who have you been listening to? It barely qualifies as a beverage, he proclaimed, promptly devouring a skewer of grilled meat, relishing the sensation of quenching his thirst with a mouthful of chilled beer. Is it really that delightful? Although Jiang Yunshi held a refreshing drink in her hand, the joyful expressions on Robert and Mike's faces as they indulged in their beer piqued her curiosity, rendering her unable to resist. Well, perhaps I should give it a try. Noticing her expression, Robert's eyes gleamed, and he swiftly retrieved a bottle from the ice-cold crates, handing it to her. He refrained from overtly encouraging her to drink, instead continuing to clink bottles with Mike. Burp. This flavor is peculiar. Unable to resist any longer, Jiang Yunshi took a sip, only to be met with an unusual taste. It was her first encounter with beer. She had previously sampled alcohol, but those had been sweet, low-alcohol fruit wines. In comparison, beer's flavor seemed ill-suited for a woman. Perhaps this is not for me. The taste is too strange. At this moment, 2 rosy clouds adorned her cheeks, though it was uncertain whether it was a reaction to the beer's flavor or merely the effects of drinking. Surely, one sip could not lead to intoxication. Robert sighed inwardly. After nearly 40 minutes, they finished their meal, and Jiang Yunshi voluntarily proposed to take him to the place of study. Initially, Robert harbored hopes that they might study at a residence. You chose the library to teach me Hanyu. Upon arriving, Robert gaped at the sign of the Seoul City Library, astonished. He had envisioned countless scenarios, even one beneath a plethora of surveillance cameras. But never had he anticipated a library. Indeed, this place is equipped with comprehensive materials for learning Hanyu, and when evening arrives, there are lounge rooms available for a mere few thousand Han yuan. Quite convenient. Resigned to the situation, Robert acknowledged that the bustling library offered little in the way of privacy for his intentions. Mike, you may return now. Simply come back to collect me in the morning. Or if you're interested, feel free to step inside and peruse a book. Robert followed Mike closely like a bodyguard and remarked that, given the impending monotony of study, he was uncertain whether Mike appreciated such an atmosphere. It is essential to understand that the fundamental decorum upon entering a library is to refrain from loud conversations. Even whispers must be tempered, resulting in a space that, despite the throngs of people, is eerily silent. For those who revel in reading, this ambience is akin to paradise. However, for individuals who thrive on activity rather than stillness, it is nothing short of hellish. Perhaps I should come back tomorrow, Commander, Mike suggested. Clearly not the type to enjoy the tranquility of reading. Robert empathized with him in silence. Just envision a person from the United States, confined within a library in a foreign land, surrounded by books, yet unable to decipher a single word, unable to glean any morsel of information to pass the time. Initially tolerable, such an experience would become unbearable with the passage of time. Chapter 87. Wealth. Let us commence with the most fundamental lessons. In the library, Jiang Yunshi guided Robert to a secluded corner and, after gathering a plethora of books, began her instruction from a respectful distance. Oh, Robert often lamented how swiftly time passed. Yet he now found himself reliving the sensation of his school days, where days stretched interminably. The power of learning was indeed formidable, capable of distorting the very perception of time. He mused inwardly, feeling a tinge of boredom as Jiang Yunshi diligently imparted knowledge of the Han language. Though Robert possessed little enthusiasm for merely studying the language, he felt it would be impolite to disregard her earnest efforts. Well, I suppose I can't consider this an opportunity to acquire a new skill, he consoled himself, resolved to study for the night. Despite Jiang Yunshi's beauty, it could not stir any interest within him. As the saying goes, a forcibly picked fruit is never sweet. And Robert was not parched enough to crave such fruit. 2 hours later, why do I feel so drowsy today? Stretching, Robert caught a fleeting glimpse of Jiang Yunshi's perfect silhouette before quickly averting his gaze. For the torment of seeing yet not partaking is one of life's most excruciating trials. Let us pause here. We can resume our studies next time, Robert proposed, surprising Jiang Yunshi with his initiative. She had anticipated he would wish to linger longer. All right. You may establish a quick resting area here. I shall head home now. Regardless of Robert's true intentions, Jiang Yunshi was genuinely fatigued and hastily concluded her instructions before making her way outside the library. Robert replied absently, watching the swan take flight, feeling a profound sense of ennui. He too was weary and decided to seek a resting place to catch some sleep. The sudden ringing of Robert's phone disrupted the tranquility of the library, creating a rather awkward scene. He hastily lowered the volume and offered an apologetic glance to those around him before retreating to a secluded corner. Tony? What could he possibly want at this moment? Robert murmured as he recognized the caller. Come to my house. I'm in the lab right now, but before anything else, I must tell you, Robert, it is the greatest fortune of your life to have a remarkable friend like me. Tony's excited voice burst forth as soon as the call connected, leaving Robert intrigued. He was eager to discover what could possibly make him the luckiest person alive. I'll be there shortly. After ending the call, Robert rushed off in search of the restroom. And once inside, he did not emerge again. Was he not going to come out and see? Unbeknownst to Robert, Jiang Yunxi had already been waiting outside for a little while. After hastily exiting, she realized that it was unsafe for a girl to head home alone at such a late hour, so she intended to ask Robert to escort her. However, simply walking back would seem rather desperate, and with her sense of superiority already established in her mind, Jiang Yunxi believed that Robert would gallantly pursue her and offer to accompany her home. Yet, what a foolish notion. After several long minutes, there was not a trace of Robert, nor did she see any other man emerge. Little did she know that Robert was no longer in Han country, and even if he were, he would likely find her current mindset off-putting and firmly reject her requests. Is this what you call great luck? Robert scrutinized the watch that Tony had handed him. It was indeed exquisitely crafted, capable of withstanding close inspection, but to label it as great fortune seemed rather far-fetched. Hey buddy, don't underestimate it. Just look at what this is. Tony noticed Robert's expression of disappointment and, feeling that his invention was being undervalued, quickly snatched the watch back to prove its worth. With a press of a button, a spatial portal appeared, much to Robert's astonishment. What? Robert quickly assessed himself, realizing that he felt no leakage of power. The anomaly must lie within Tony. This is intriguing. As Robert's spatial energy surged forth, he pinpointed the source of the open portal to be the watch in Tony's hand, which essentially drew upon Robert's own energy. Of course it's intriguing. This is the brilliant idea I stayed up all night concocting. The principle lies in the installation of an electric core within the watch, which drives its functionality. Tony endeavored to elucidate the underlying technical logic of the watch to Robert using professional terminology, but it was evident that he had overestimated Robert's comprehension. Tony, I believe you could simplify your explanations a bit. Robert interjected, still enveloped in confusion despite Tony's lengthy discourse. This interruption left Tony feeling as if he had been abruptly forced to retract a half-expressed thought, a sensation akin to having something vital wrenched away. However, there was little he could do, for he had not extracted the correct information in the appropriate setting. Thus, his intrusion into unfamiliar territory resulted in his forced retreat. Essentially, you can understand it as me storing your energy in a small component made from new elements. Since energy, even when not in use, dissipates over time, my solution is to secure it with a lock, the key to which is electricity. After a considerable pause, Tony emerged from his discomfort. Robert, lacking any foundational knowledge in this domain and entirely unfamiliar with the subject, made Tony realize that attempting to explain in such technical terms was an exercise in futility. Fortunately, he soon grasped the concept and began to articulate it in layman's terms. Oh, so what you mean is that this device can extend the operational time of the spatial gate, correct? Robert, demonstrating his understanding as a rational individual, brought relief to Tony, who felt reassured that his plan to take his friend to the hospital could either be postponed or canceled. Now that Robert had finally reached a point of understanding, Tony eagerly presented his next brilliant idea and method of resolution. By implanting a chip within, it can determine a path to the target. Theoretically, as long as there are explicit coordinates, it can appear anywhere on Earth. Just like this, Tony tossed a pen beside him into the ever-open spatial gate, and immediately, a new gate emerged a few meters away, with the pen promptly falling out. Moreover, witnessing the admiration on Robert's face filled Tony with joy, yet he remained unsatisfied, as there was still more to unveil. I've also considered the reliability of this device. Once the gate is opened, it will remain so until the watch's closure button is pressed or the energy is entirely depleted. Otherwise, the gate will stay open. With that, he casually threw the watch into the gate, which reappeared through another portal. After observing Tony's creation, Robert was optimistic about its potential. Should it be mass-produced, its value would be immeasurable. Well, I've covered the practicality. Now we must discuss potential issues. In fact, I have attempted to resolve them myself. Yet none of the methods proved effective, and risks persist. What risks? Robert inquired. This, Tony replied. He manipulated the watch for a moment, and then a sudden blue light flashed into space, concurrently forming a blue lightsaber. The power of this weapon far surpassed that of any other. No matter how resilient an object may be, it is rendered useless against it, for it is not a physical attack. Tony wielded the lightsaber with the watch, gently slicing through an object made of high-strength titanium alloy. There was no resistance or interruption. Wherever the lightsaber made contact, it was devoured. Oh, you mean this? That's simple enough. Robert had grasped Tony's intention. The so-called hidden danger lay in the application of spatial energy, which, while convenient, was exceedingly perilous. The lightsaber was merely a construct of human thought. If a nefarious individual were to conjure a bullet-sized orb of condensed spatial power, its impact on a human would be both devastating and efficient. Simple? How long would it take to resolve this seemingly simple issue? Tony pondered for several hours, finding no clarity. Now, Robert had just arrived and dismissed the complexity, which irked Tony somewhat. Continue to unleash the shape of your sword. Watch me. Upon Robert's words, the blue light surrounding him began to swirl, subtly altering certain elements on Earth. Oh, you must be cheating. As Robert concentrated with closed eyes, something transpired before Tony. The original lightsaber vanished, and no matter what method he attempted, he could not recreate it. Furthermore, aside from the spatial gateway, the watch could no longer harness other forms of spatial power. Well, is the problem resolved? Robert, with a smug expression, raised an eyebrow at Tony's astonishment. Indeed, it is impressive. However, I must clarify that I am referring to the prowess of your ability, not to you as an individual. Is there a distinction? Robert found himself at a loss for words, but chose not to engage in this debate. Clearly, his focus should be on another matter. Can this be mass-produced? Robert's concern was precisely this. If ordinary people could utilize spatial gateways for travel, the profit would be monumental. This was akin to Robert discovering a unique oil reserve amidst a global energy crisis, where he could control both output and pricing. What could that signify? Endless wealth. Mass production? That is nearly an immediate prospect. Jarvis. Yes, sir. How may I assist you? What followed was a demonstration of Tony's extraordinary capabilities, as the factory's issues were resolved in a matter of moments. It seems you were well prepared. Robert observed the entire process unfold in just 2 minutes, and it was hard to believe anyone could accomplish such feats without prior planning. Of course, I was merely concerned about potential hazards, but it appears those are no longer issues. The only remaining question lies with you. How much output can your ability sustain? When Tony posed this question, Ling Nantong could distinctly perceive a hint of cunning in his eyes, rendering the otherwise ordinary inquiry somewhat peculiar. Are you insinuating whether I am capable? In response to Robert's query, Tony chose silence, opting instead to regard him with a sycophantic demeanor. Robert decided to respond through action. Suddenly, a blue sphere of light materialized in the space before them. A sphere of spatial energy compressed to its utmost by Robert. Oh, please don't give that to me. Initially, Tony was unconcerned as he observed his boss conjuring another blue orb, but moments later, he noticed that although its shape remained unchanged, its hue had deepened. Furthermore, the surrounding space seemed to warp in tandem with the sphere's shifting color. Tony, not lacking in intellect, quickly recognized the peril inherent in this object and promptly evaded it. Haha, fear not. This little thing is harmless. Despite its size, it will certainly suffice for you for a year or so. Tony retorted, if you are deceiving me, I assure you, even in death, I will curse you in hell. Don't speak like that. I intend to ascend to heaven. With this playful exchange, Tony's apprehensions diminished significantly. With Robert's repeated assurances, he tentatively placed his hand upon the deep blue sphere. Is it truly safe? Satisfied that his hand remained unharmed, Tony breathed a sigh of relief, lowering his guard as he cradled the basketball-sized orb. Truth be told, Robert, the one you previously gave me was exhausted after I crafted thousands of watches. Can this one truly last a year? Observing the dark blue sphere closely, Tony noticed that as he moved it, the surrounding space exhibited a remarkable distortion. Clearly, this phenomenon was not a product of Tony's own abilities, but rather a characteristic of the object in his grasp. It must possess a substantial internal capacity. Intrigued by Tony's curious inquiries, Robert decided to satiate his thirst for knowledge. Indeed, if you have doubts, place an explosive device beside it, should you not flee to the opposite side of the Earth. You shall be fortunate enough to witness the core of the planet. Of course, that would only hold true if you managed to survive until then. Upon hearing this, Tony instinctively considered discarding the object to the ground, but in that fleeting moment, he recalled the terrifying consequences that might ensue and hesitated. I truly believe your malevolence. Robert, you assured me it is quite safe. Is that so? You needn't detonate it. That in itself is a testament to its safety. To validate his assertion, Robert took the blue orb from Tony's hands and casually slapped it against the ground. Meanwhile, on the other side of America, Fury had been contemplating the blue cube before him for quite some time. Robert claims his abilities stem from this object. Can you ascertain whether his statement holds any truth? Compelled by the high salary and subtle threats from Fry, Sylvig, a renowned professor of astronomy and natural sciences, remarked, "It is exceedingly difficult to form a judgment solely based on the video materials you provided. Unless," Fry interjected, "Oh, spare me. I understand. Unless I seek his assistance to provide some energy for your research, right? Professor, do abandon such notions. I have no desire to approach him again." Sylvig replied, "In that case, I'm unable to confirm anything." Fry scrutinized him for a considerable duration, only sighing in resignation once he was assured that the professor was not deceiving him. "Well, let us set this matter aside for the moment. Instead, let us conduct an experiment to ascertain what transpires when an individual encounters this substance unprotected." As a professor, Sylvig instinctively recoiled from the inhumane nature of such an experiment. However, before he could voice his objections, another individual eagerly volunteered, "I am well acquainted with this. Allow me to handle it." Fry felt a profound trust in the one who had taken up the task. "Let us prioritize those condemned criminals." The departing figure, equipped with a quiver and an arrow, waved his hand nonchalantly in response to Frey's directive. "I believe we might first consider testing it on animals," Sylvig suggested, unable to suppress his impulse to offer an alternative as he observed the retreating silhouette. Dear Professor, dear Doctor, those individuals are indeed serious offenders, destined for execution by the state. Are you truly so overwhelmed with sympathy as to plead for their clemency? Serious offenders? Very well. Upon learning the identities of those selected for the unknown experiment, Sylvig found it somewhat easier to accept the impending events. As the sound of chains clattering against the ground echoed, a congenial-looking inmate was escorted in. "Is he truly a serious offender?" Sylvig could not help but exclaim upon observing the man's visage, to which Fry responded with stark clarity. "Doctor, sometimes it is unwise to trust your eyes and instincts too implicitly, for they may lead you astray." Fry extended his tablet towards Sylvig, displaying the complete dossier and criminal record of the newly arrived inmate. Sylvig merely flipped to the first page and was confronted with a litany of heinous crimes, rape, murder, and an utter lack of regard for even his own kin. "Oh, my heavens! Remove that thing." After merely glancing at the textual descriptions and several evidentiary photographs, Sylvig's altruistic inclinations evaporated, replaced by a visceral urge to personally execute the vile wretch. "Very well, go and retrieve that object." With the only compassionate soul in the vicinity effectively silenced, Barton promptly patted the serious offender on the shoulder, employing an unknown method to compel the unrepentant demon into submission. Simultaneously, an array of infrared sights were already aimed at the criminal's head, with individuals armed with missiles positioned nearby, their purpose to prevent the offender from unleashing chaos should he acquire superhuman abilities. However, these preparations appear to be excessively cautious. The hardened criminal obediently grasped the cosmic cube, and the moment his flesh made contact, the cube seemed to be activated, instantly radiating a brilliant light, filling the once barren laboratory with projections of celestial nebulae. With a final scream, the criminal was drawn into the endless cosmos, the entire process eliciting his cries of despair as he was unable to resist. Should this continue? Sylvig gazed at the criminal who vanished almost instantaneously, the speed so swift that he gleaned no useful information, hence his inquiry. "Fry, I believe we have no shortage of volunteers eager for a cosmic adventure, do we?" He referred to those criminals. After all, sending individuals into the randomness of space without any protective gear is hardly an amusement. Burton, indeed, we are far from lacking. In fact, our reserves are quite ample. With that, he gestured towards the back, and immediately, a new prisoner was ushered in, eliminating the need for Burton to search outside. The subsequent procedure mirrored the previous one. The criminal, under Burton's warm and red-lasered concern, approached the blue cube. History proved astonishingly similar, as this criminal too could not escape the fate of being dispatched by the cosmic cube. Next, Fry, undeterred by this, calmly called for the next prisoner to enter. Soon, one criminal after another was brought forth, and they were all uniformly sent away. At this point, Sylvig set down his pen, feeling it unnecessary to waste ink on such trivialities. How many has it been? Fry inquired of Burton, observing the criminals disappearing like dumplings. Having lost count of the current arrival, Burton, the 30th? Or perhaps the 40th, it's hard to say. Indeed, it proved impossible for anyone to recall precise numbers in such a monotonous and repetitive scenario, not even a top agent or their superior. Why not go ahead and touch that thing? I hope you can bring me something different. Fry was unsure how many times he had repeated this phrase, but refraining was not an option, as each arriving criminal was in a dazed state, necessitating someone to guide them on what to do. Gulp. All right. At that moment, the hardened criminal hesitated, casting a glance at the ground. What could possibly instill such fear in a man burdened with the weight of numerous lives? Oh, I noticed that since this lad set the precedent, those who enter tend to glance down here. After seeing it, do you still feel courageous enough to resist? Frere chuckled as he kicked the headless corpse on the ground. It was not entirely accurate to call it headless, for the head remained, albeit barely recognizable after being struck by dozens of bullets. In ancient times, there was the notion of being pierced by a myriad of arrows, and in today's world, a valiant soul had unwittingly pioneered a novel form of demise, the death by 1,000 bullets to the head. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. This truth holds even for the most depraved of criminals. Upon witnessing a companion enter and never return, any astute individual would grasp the grim reality that once inside, escape was unlikely. Rather than await their demise, it seemed far more prudent to mount a rebellion. Who knows what success might await? This was the psychological analysis Frere and his comrades formulated regarding the defiant criminal. However, they later discovered that this extraordinarily brave individual was both nearsighted and colorblind. As countless infrared sights zeroed in on him, he might have mistakenly believed someone had merely turned on their high beams. Fortunately, such eccentricity was a rarity, and the subsequent individuals cooperated with remarkable ease. After all, who among the sane would harbor thoughts of rebellion under the glaring red lights? Suddenly, one of the criminals, whose number had become a blur in the chaos, let out a blood-curdling scream upon making contact with the cosmic cube, prompting an instinctive reaction from everyone to avert their gaze. Next, even Frere was not exempt from the disillusionment that had settled upon him until the sudden crack of a gunshot shattered the tension. Bang! Who fired that shot? Frere demanded. It was I, sir. I observed the criminal attempting to flee, and according to your previous instructions, I shot his leg before he exhibited any aggressive behavior. An undercover agent stepped into the light, gesturing towards the wounded criminal sprawled on the ground. Flee? But the new criminal hasn't even entered yet. Quick, call for a doctor. Apply pressure to stop the bleeding. Frere's eyes darted towards the cube, noticing that the criminal who had just touched it had not vanished like the others. This was a significant revelation, hence his urgency in seeking medical assistance. Sir, his wound has been treated. Should we transport him to the hospital? Let him touch that thing again first, and then we can ascertain whether he possesses any value left for survival. Frere commanded. With that, the criminal was hoisted onto a stretcher and positioned within reach of the cube. Everyone else withdrew, awaiting his performance. You all must be mad. Do you think touching this thing will bring you pleasure? If that is the case, then I shall do it myself. The excruciating pain in his leg compelled the criminal to heed Frere's orders. Should another opportunity arise, he certainly would not choose to flee while all eyes were averted. For this predicament was a direct consequence of that decision. Frere urged, if you're ready, then hurry. I do not wish to witness another body succumb to excessive blood loss here. The criminal retorted, you certainly possess a peculiar sense of humor. As he spoke, he reached for the Rubik's Cube. Having had a previous experience, he was not particularly daunted by this blue object, so this time he appeared somewhat casual. He initially thought nothing would occur, but oh, what went awry? Fury watched as the criminal vanished once again, recalling that nothing had happened when he first touched it. Dr. Sylvell, conduct your experiments here. It would be ideal to ascertain the cause. If you cannot, there is no need to force it. We shall proceed according to the terms we discussed earlier. During this time, Barton would assist you, correct, young hawk? Fury himself was quite occupied, lacking the luxury of time to squander here. Hence, upon realizing that no results would materialize shortly, he decided to attend to other matters. No problem, sir, Barton replied. Excellent. With that, 10 hours swiftly elapsed, and just before Fury retired for the night, a report lay at his bedside. A mere 3% probability? Gazing at the figures on the report's back, the thousands of inmates reflected the cost for that percentage. The 3% probability indicated that those who touched the cosmic cube had a 3% chance of emerging unscathed, while the greater likelihood was being consumed. Sighing at the consumption figures, Fury lamented, not for the criminals, but rather reflecting on why there were so many scoundrels in America. At Tony's residence, Robert inquired, "What do you mean we should not produce that many watches? Do you have any idea how much it costs to acquire a watchmaking factory? Even with my wealth, I could scarcely purchase a handful, you know?" Tony exclaimed to Robert, his frustration palpable, nearly spitting out his words. Just then, an embarrassing voice interrupted. "Sir, I apologize for the correction, but you may not fully comprehend your wealth. According to my calculations, your assets suffice to purchase another 130,000 watchmaking factories. Enough, JARVIS. Shut down your intelligence. Honestly, I wonder who designed you to be so inept at conversation." With his financial secrets laid bare, Tony dropped the pretense and shifted to more practical inquiries. Why can't we mass-produce them now? Robert, seated comfortably, noted Tony's newfound willingness to engage and promptly set aside the watch to explain, "Listen, Tony, it's not that I dislike your design. I suddenly realized that if your concept were to proceed, half the world's population would possess watches capable of accessing the space portal, leading to incredibly terrifying consequences. Consequently, the frequent and high-density utilization of spatial power could render the Earth's spatial integrity unstable, rendering the occurrence of calamities such as the collapse of the heavens and the Earth not entirely implausible." Subsequently, Robert began elucidating the potential hazards to Tony. The reason for his prior reticence and his decision to address the issue only now was due to his own unawareness of its existence. It was only through the distant experiments conducted by Fury and his team that he became cognizant of this predicament. Within a span of several hours, the Tesseract incessantly emitted energy, resulting in a disruption of the spatial fabric in its vicinity. Although the effects were minimal and would mend over time, one must ponder the implications should billions across the globe engage in the high-frequency use of spatial power. Tony remarked, "Well, your reasoning is indeed compelling. However, what do we do with the watches we have already produced? And what about that factory?" Robert replied, "That is quite simple. We shall continue to sell the watches we have made, but we will relinquish pricing authority to the market. Additionally, we could introduce portals for transportation to designated locations, which I believe the government would find appealing." Tony responded, "I hope so. I think I shall retire for the night. We can address this matter tomorrow." Robert acquiesced, and as a portal materialized behind him, he departed after Tony. Meanwhile, at Belinda's residence, dinner was being served. In the White House, the president noted that the rebellious forces led by the Lee family in South Korea had been completely eradicated. However, a pressing issue remained. Despite employing economic measures to apply pressure on certain individuals within Han, the results appeared rather insignificant, as these individuals merely feigned submission. After much exertion in South Korea, Commander Dory finally managed to complete his mission and, following his report to his subordinates, connected with Anthony. Is there a possibility that these individuals might join the rebel organization or establish a new faction? Anthony grasped the implication of Dory's words, but evidently underestimated the resilience of the Koreans. Dory stated, "If that were all there was to it, I would not have made this call. An urgent situation has arisen. We have reliable intelligence indicating that certain chaebol, previously in monopolistic positions, are dissatisfied with our recent actions. The economic pressures they face may only be temporary, and I suspect they might orchestrate events to compel us into conflict, possibly seeking some of our commitments. The possibility of them resorting to force to overthrow the Han government cannot be dismissed." As Dory scrutinized the analysis report in his hand, he articulated his understanding over the phone, while Anthony pondered deeply. South Korea must not falter. The tone was set. The next step was execution. Anthony began inquiring how many personnel and resources Dory would require to resolve the situation. Mr. President, I find it improbable that the Koreans would escalate matters to such an extent, given their temperament. They would surely hesitate to sever ties with us completely. Therefore, I implore you to dispatch 5 aircraft carriers for a show of force, alongside mobilizing an additional 100,000 troops to conduct military exercises in the cold, serving to deter those individuals. In the vernacular of our neighboring great power, this is aptly termed subduing the enemy without warfare. Anthony, 5, have you lost your mind? Or do you believe I have? At most, we can manage 3 carriers. As for the 100,000 troops for the exercises, I can acquiesce to that. Moreover, this operation is orchestrated by General Robert, who has no reason to remain passive. As long as you can persuade him to take action, everything will fall into place. Currently, it is dawn in Korea, while in the United States, it is nearing the depths of night. After this night passes, it is likely that no one will foresee the monumental changes awaiting the world by tomorrow. Today, I am honored to present Stark Industries' latest innovation, the Shuttle Watch and the Shuttle Gate. Without further ado, Tony wasted no time and demonstrated the purported functionalities of the Shuttle Watch in front of an audience of journalists at the press conference. With a mere press of a button, a spatial portal materialized before him, and with a single step, he appeared amidst the group of reporters several meters away. Ah, Mr. Tony, has your grand experiment succeeded? This was a feat Tony had showcased months prior at the White House, albeit with a larger sphere. This time, he accomplished the same with a mere wristwatch. It is truly exhilarating, Mr. Stark. You have once again made history by miniaturizing such a magnificent invention. The journalists present were all brimming with excitement, praising Tony for creating history, and as witnesses, they felt a profound sense of honor swelling within them. Oh, calm down. My friends, please refrain from groping about. Standing amidst the throng of reporters, Tony observed how the initially composed journalists transformed into fervent admirers after witnessing technology beyond their comprehension. They began to clamor around him. Ultimately, it was through the diligent efforts of the security personnel that Tony managed to extricate himself. When he turned to glance back, the reporters had regained their decorum, as if the earlier groping had never transpired. All right, ahem, let us commence with the main event, showcasing the most formidable feature of this watch. True to his nature as a remarkably resilient superhero, Tony quickly regained his composure and proceeded to introduce the next extended feature. With everyone brimming with anticipation and all cameras trained upon him, Tony called out, "JR, please, could you connect me to the Arctic? I mean, under the circumstances they are prepared, although I am aware that a night is somewhat brief." "JARVIS, absolutely, sir." As Jarvis's voice resonated, a vast screen at the press conference illuminated, showcasing a breathtaking expanse of ice. Tony addressed the audience. "Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you won't mind if I take a brief excursion to the Arctic before resuming this conference." In Chapter 90, a sense of urgency permeated the atmosphere. To demonstrate the capabilities of the device known as the Transcendence Watch, Tony traversed the Arctic, Iceland, London, Paris, and Washington. The crowd at the Stark Industries press event in California erupted into chants of Stark. Stark. As Tony unveiled a marvel, "Mr. Stark, what will be the price of this watch?" A journalist seized the moment as the applause began to wane. Tony replied, "Well, I believe I have made myself sufficiently clear. Due to current technological constraints, we can only produce a limited batch of 1,000 units for sale. As for the price, it will be revealed through an auction format." True to his entrepreneurial spirit, Tony devised a brilliant strategy to sell the watch at a premium without inciting discontent. Later that day, the Transcendence Watch, produced by Stark Industries, was handed over to Fury. Will it be able to reach any location? Fury pondered. How will security be ensured at places like the White House? The agent, having thoroughly familiarized himself with the watch's functionalities prior to arrival, felt a sense of relief at his caution. He imagined the predicament of being questioned by superiors while remaining in the dark about the device. "Rest assured, Director," the agent responded. "Although the watch claims to access any location globally, Mr. Stark has clearly considered matters of world security." Fury inquired, "Oh, how so?" "The watch is equipped with a program that requires authorization to access any sensitive location. Without such authorization, its capabilities are limited to predetermined sites." Fury nodded. "Ah, it appears Tony has thought this through. Let's take it to Dr. Silvager." "Yes, sir." As the agent prepared to exit Fury's office, a thought struck Fury. prompting him to casually ask, "This must have cost a pretty penny, right? Hundreds or thousands of dollars." The agent replied, "With all due respect, sir, you jest. This watch is flying off the shelves. Countless wealthy individuals covet it. Even we had to utilize connections to acquire it for $10 million. $10 million? Fury exclaimed, laughter escaping him. "Tony, you truly are a master of profit." Observing his account balance nearing the $100 million mark, Robert couldn't help but beam with delight. "Could you perhaps temper your exuberance a bit? If outsiders catch wind of this, they might mistake you for a nouveau riche," Tony remarked, gradually distancing himself from Robert, seemingly wary of any association with his current demeanor. "Do not misunderstand. I am merely a newly affluent individual. Ha ha ha." As Robert gazed at the ever-increasing numbers, he radiated joy akin to that of a child. "In the future, even more wealth will grace your accounts. I hope you do not become overly ecstatic," Tony remarked with a smile, revealing a hint of anticipation for Robert's future expressions. However, at that moment, Robert's satisfied demeanor faded, transforming into a mask of nonchalance. "I am someone who has amassed hundreds of billions in assets. Tony, do you truly believe that a mere 100 million could elate me to such an extent?" He retorted. "Well, I sincerely hope you remain as composed as you claim," Tony said, observing the tension in Robert's face, which clearly betrayed his struggle to maintain his composure. According to Tony's assessment, such a facade of tranquility would not endure for long, perhaps only 5 days. Yet, ha ha ha. 1 billion, Tony, do you see? This is 1 billion, ha ha ha. Tony, covering his face, chose to disregard Robert, for in his view, a billion was merely pocket change. He could afford to wait until the 100 billion mark before celebrating. 2 months later, your dividends should have exceeded 100 billion by now, yet you seem remarkably composed. What is the reason for your calmness? Tony inquired. Their profit sharing was evenly split. Tony's contributions were merely watches and new elements, which paled in comparison to the auction prices reaching into the billions. Conversely, Robert's dividends were effectively obtained through thin air, rendering both their contributions minimal, yet their profits exceedingly high. 100 billion, is it? Oh dear, it seems the world has become rather mundane, Robert mused, his expression unfazed by the vast fortune before him. To an outsider, it would be evident that he exuded a certain aristocratic aura. Thus, it could be said that such nobility is merely constructed from wealth. Indeed, anyone bestowed with $100 billion could assume the guise of nobleman. "I never anticipated your mindset to evolve so swiftly," Tony remarked. Just then, the ringing of a phone interrupted Robert before he could express humility. Glancing at his phone, he noted with surprise that it was Fury calling. What did he possibly want to speak with me about? Robert muttered, prompting Tony to lean in closer. That rascal. What could he possibly need from you? I recall he once invited me to join a little club called the Avengers. Ha ha. Tony chuckled. Did you accept the invitation? Robert's inquiry caused Tony's laughter to freeze, as he suddenly remembered that he had indeed agreed to Fury's invitation amidst his own merriment. Of course, I must uphold world peace. However, there are certain conditions, he replied. Well, you should answer the phone. I will explain later. Just take the call. Nodding, Robert chose not to prolong Tony's discomfort and answered the phone. Hello. Has another crisis emerged in the world? You are calling me? Robert initially intended his words as a jest, yet Fury on the other end of the line was strikingly serious. General Robert, Fury declared, the world is indeed facing a crisis, and I suspect the culprit behind it is not of human origin, but rather an extraterrestrial being. This could potentially escalate into an interstellar conflict. You certainly have a knack for embellishing humanity's plight, Robert thought, rolling his eyes at Fury's mention of a galactic war, which he surmised might merely involve launching nuclear weapons into space after a futile ground assault. General, Fury reiterated, I must stress the gravity of this situation. It concerns the very survival of humanity, for the cosmic cube has been stolen. What? When Robert and Tony, clad in battle armor, arrived at the scene, they were met with a desolate landscape, while Fury stood at a distance, observing them intently. Tony remarked, the situation appears rather dire. Fury replied, it is not merely a fade. The reality is equally grim. He then proceeded to display a surveillance video before Robert and Tony, showcasing the majority of the events that had transpired. The footage commenced with a sweeping view of an expansive laboratory housing the cosmic cube, secured by an intricate device. Is the energy it emits dangerously potent? Fury queried, as he stepped into the frame, flanked by Dr. Selvig and Barton, also known as Hawkeye. Selvig responded, "It is lethal, Director, and its energy output is continuously escalating, potentially leading to catastrophic consequences." Fury instructed, "Evacuate the personnel immediately." "Hawkeye, I need you to maintain surveillance here. Do you have any information to share with me?" Ultimately, it was Barton, not Selvig, whom Fury truly trusted. Noticing Selvig's somewhat awkward demeanor, Barton opted for candor. "The doctor is innocent. I've been stationed here without interruption. Prior to the cube's anomalous activity, no one had approached it. If there were any issues, they would not have arisen on our end." Fury inquired, "What do you mean by our end?" As Fury wore a befuddled expression, Barton, well-versed in scientific knowledge, elucidated indeed. "The cube serves as a portal to any location within the cosmos, correct?" His final question was directed at Selvig, but at that moment, the cube emitted a violent reaction, causing the very ground to tremble, leaving Selvig no time to respond. As the shaking intensified, the blue luminescence of the cube surged, ultimately transforming the expansive laboratory, equivalent in size to a football field, into a canvas of azure light. A vortex began to rapidly form around the cube, and when all present turned their attention to it, the swirling phenomenon had already coalesced into a beam of energy that shot forth. The azure beams of energy converged, ultimately forming a vast luminous void, which continued to expand until it reached a threshold, culminating in a resounding explosion. "Fury, is that you?" As the explosive sound faded, a silhouette emerged at the site of the former light void. Due to the striking resemblance to the powers wielded by Robert, Fury initially believed it to be him. However, as the blue haze dissipated, Fury discerned the outline of the figure within, realizing it could not be Robert, for he had no inclination to wield an object. "Sir, whoever you are, please lower your spear. I would prefer not to injure you inadvertently." Loki had just raised his head when he felt several beams of infrared light cast upon his face, the source being the ominous muzzles of firearms. "But I wish to harm you." Loki was unperturbed by the guns. With that, he seized the object described as a spear and unleashed several beams, instantly eliminating a number of agents. Fury, too, was a target for Loki, had it not been for Barton, who leaped in to tackle him aside at that moment. Fury would have met a grim fate. The remaining survivors, or those who had not fallen victim to Loki's onslaught, hastily opened fire. This weaponry, devastating to humanity, proved ineffective against more formidable threats. The bullets struck Loki, emitting a metallic clanging sound. The rifle rounds had no effect on him whatsoever. Chapter 91. The mysterious figure. A massacre ensued, one-sided and relentless. Despite the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. attempting to resist, their efforts were futile. "Quick, Fury! Use the time travel watch to take us away," Barton urged. "Indeed, that is an excellent suggestion." Fury, however, merely shrugged in response to their hopeful gazes. "If it hadn't been seized for reverse engineering, I would indeed consider it a splendid idea to escape." "Want to flee?" Loki was no passive observer. Having swiftly dealt with the minions, he did not halt his assault merely because Fury and the others were conversing. Barton, recognizing the imminent danger, called out, "You!" Loki's first target was Barton, the most skilled combatant present, as he pressed the spear against Barton's chest. Unlike the forceful thrusts employed against the ordinary agents, Loki's grip was unexpectedly gentle, though Barton did not share this sentiment. "What is this? Get out of my body. We are one, after all." While Barton felt no physical pain, within his inner realm, a rift tore open, giving rise to another version of himself, intent on seizing control of Barton's body. "Oh, there's still some resistance? Let me increase the pressure and see." Upon uttering those words, he intensified the energy output of the scepter in his grasp. Barton, originally engaged in an internal struggle against another version of himself, found himself evenly matched until Loki's adept maneuvers led to the ultimate loss of his true self, plunging him into unconsciousness. "You shan't escape." After seizing control of Barton, Loki swiftly turned his spear, nay, the scepter, towards Sylvie's chest, who had intended to flee. The process unfolded with remarkable ease, as evidenced by the sudden glaze in his eyes, indicating complete subjugation. "My heavens!" Fury collapsed to the ground, having witnessed the entire ordeal. He had begun to suspect the grim fate that had befallen his most trusted subordinate and the doctor. Naturally, Fury would not resign himself to inaction. As Loki dominated the two, He had already retrieved the Tesseract and placed it within his briefcase, exhaling a breath of relief. He understood that direct contact with the Tesseract would likely result in his being teleported away, yet the urgency of the situation compelled him to act. Having secured the Tesseract, and noticing that Loki remained preoccupied, Fury turned to depart, instinctively rising onto his toes to minimize sound. Put the case down. However, Loki feigned ignorance. From the moment he had arrived, his focus had never wavered from the Tesseract, now being placed into the briefcase by Fury. Loki asserted, "Hand it over." "I truly require it." Fury retorted, "Is it necessary to be so tense?" "Indeed it is," Loki replied forcefully, his mind wandering back to all he had endured in recent days. After plummeting from the Bifrost, Loki did not drift aimlessly through the infinite cosmos like the other unfortunate souls. On the contrary, he soon found himself in a realm inhabited by sentient beings. A solitary frost giant? No sooner had he landed than Loki sensed a predatory gaze lurking in the shadows. Initially, he aimed to proceed with caution, but a single utterance from the figure ignited his ire. Loki declared, "I am not of that vile race. I hail from Asgard, and I am the king of the realm." God? The figure emerged from the darkness, cloaked in a robe that concealed his true identity. Yet this did not hinder him from launching an attack on Loki. Bam! Loki exclaimed, In a single blow, he was sent reeling, caught utterly off guard. This one strike revealed to him that his opponent's prowess far surpassed his own. Understanding the wisdom of yielding, Loki, seeing no hope of victory, chose to surrender. The adversary neither opposed nor ridiculed his capitulation, but instead inquired, "Share your tale with me, Frost Giant." Loki replied, "Very well, my lord. Here is the account." The mysterious figure interjected, "Are you suggesting that your throne was usurped by your brother?" Loki affirmed, "Indeed, he is a despicable wretch. I shall ensure he regrets his actions one day." The enigmatic figure responded, "There is no need to wait. Let's strike a deal right now." In the laboratory, Loki gazed at the box in Fury's hands, contemplating that delivering its contents to the enigmatic figure would equate to seizing the throne. This was the essence of their transaction, simple and direct. Loki would transport the Tesseract, and in return, the mysterious benefactor would assist him in claiming his rightful power. Recalling the immense and formidable army he had witnessed in the depths of space, Loki felt no doubt regarding the figure's capability to fulfill his ambitions. A fervent light flickered in Loki's eyes as he addressed Fury, who still harbored thoughts of escape. "I have journeyed far for this purpose. I am Loki of Asgard. I bear a great mission that you cannot comprehend." Fury replied, "We hold no animosity towards you." Loki retorted, "Neither do the ants beneath your shoes hold ill will towards you. Yet do you tread upon them without care?" The comparison to ants darkened Fury's already pallid complexion, suggesting a disdain for humanity. Fury pressed, "So you intend to crush us?" His expression feigned indignation, almost as if Loki had truly provoked him. And one might easily believe that a mere mortal would be drawn into a prolonged debate, relishing the thrill of triumph. "I bring tidings of a world unburdened," Loki proclaimed. Casting a sidelong glance at the chaotic high-density energy reactor above, Fury resolved to buy time. "What burdens?" Loki inquired. "Freedom," Fury replied. "Freedom is the greatest deception in life. Accept this truth, and your heart shall find peace." Loki, clearly captivated by Fury's adept performance, now relished the prospect of victory. Fury countered, "Your notion of peace evokes its antonym." Just as Loki was about to respond, Barton interjected, "Fury is stalling for time. If I am not mistaken, that thing above is on the verge of exploding." As a former agent of exceptional caliber, Barton was not easily deceived by Fury's intentions. "Oh, is it?" Loki scoffed. "Then let him enjoy his game." With that, he departed, granting Fury no further opportunity to speak. He refrained from acting himself, fully trusting in Barton, or rather, in the power of the scepter. Unfortunately, Loki overestimated his own abilities. His command over the scepter was rudimentary at best, leading to Barton's aim faltering just enough for his shot to stray. With a thunderous crack, Fury fell. In the ensuing chaos, Barton, caught in a state of disarray, did not pause to investigate and simply moved on. Tony exclaimed, "But the video showed you dead. How can this be?" Fury replied, "Stop with the theatrics, Tony. Do you not grasp the gravity of our situation? Our adversaries have breached our doorstep." At this moment, the smile on Tony's face faded in response to Fury's increasingly serious demeanor. Clad in his armored suit, he crossed his arms and declared, They've come knocking? Let them know who the ants are. Fury replied, now that sounds more like it. However, relying solely on your individual prowess is far from sufficient. I believe you require the strength of a team. Tony countered, have you forgotten about my companion here? I believe he can handle things on his own without my assistance. If you insist on me being involved for the sake of a photo op, I suppose I could oblige. Robert stood nearby, indifferent as he observed the two, his gaze somewhat unfocused, as his attention had long since wandered since Loki's entrance, brandishing his scepter. General Robert? General Robert? Fury called out. What is it? Robert replied, jolted back to the present by the repeated calls, turning to face Fury with a puzzled expression. I was wondering if you're confident in dealing with the individual in the video, Fury inquired. Robert furrowed his brow, feeling as though he alone truly cared about the world's safety in that moment. Not a problem, Robert assured. As long as you can pinpoint his location, I can subdue him in mere seconds. Having seen Loki's abilities in the footage, Robert's claim of a few seconds was a modest understatement, reflecting his high regard for Loki's prowess. Ah, finally, I've heard some good news, Fury exclaimed. However, General, I would prefer you to refrain from engaging immediately. I wish to test the new team. To this, Robert nodded nonchalantly, genuinely unconcerned with the approach, as long as he could eventually grasp Loki's scepter. If I recall correctly, that should be the Mind Stone, which is indeed thrilling. Based on his own memories and the footage provided by Fury, Robert believed the scepter Loki wielded was highly likely to be the Mind Stone, and he felt as if a new power was beckoning to him. Robert had no objections to Fury's plan, yet Tony beside them was less than pleased. Why waste time allowing the new team to tackle this issue? Clearly, Robert can handle it alone. In response to Tony's skepticism, Fury retorted, can we count on General Robert to assist us at any moment? What if he has more pressing matters to attend to later and cannot aid us? Shall we simply stand idle, waiting for Robert? Tony conceded. That does make a certain degree of sense. Robert observed in disbelief as Tony was swayed by Fury's logic. It was unexpected, as one would anticipate a typical exchange filled with bickering and mutual losses between the two. The boiled egg is quite a formidable opponent, employing numerous underhanded tactics. It is not that I cannot best him. Rather, I choose not to engage, fearing that this old rogue may take note of my words. Tony, discerning Robert's confusion, leaned closer to elucidate, perhaps shedding light on why he relishes mocking Fury by calling him a boiled egg. It is conceivable that he has suffered at his hands and seeks to avenge himself through words. Chapter 92, The Big Fella Fury. Are you whispering over there about something clandestine? Observing Tony leaning in to speak to Robert, Fury felt an itch in his nose, as if a sneeze were imminent. Nothing of substance, I presume. When will our summer camp team arrive? Let me be clear. If those individuals are subpar, I shall not extend my care to them. Tony, unabashed by the mockery directed at Fury, boldly displayed his arrogance before him. Fury, you would do well to temper your pride. Allow me to inform you that there are some truly formidable characters within your so-called summer camp. Tony, formidable characters? Fury did not address his confusion further, but instead commenced dialing a summoning call. Beep beep. The first call took several seconds before it was answered. Hello. Why are you calling me at this hour? I am in the midst of a mission, and the old scoundrels across from me have all confessed. Natasha, balancing the phone between her shoulder and ear, spoke, much to the bewilderment of the Russian interrogators. If I remember correctly, it is we who are interrogating you, is it not? The head of the Russians could not suppress his inquiry, yet he was met with silence. Fury, enough of this nonsense. I have more pressing matters at hand. You can resolve your current predicament in 2 minutes, correct? Natasha assessed the two robust men before her, along with an elderly gentleman, and calculated her response. No need for that much time. I might not even require a minute. Enough. Were you discussing with that person? Natasha's dismissive demeanor, coupled with her enigmatic words, unsettled the Russian leader, prompting him to signal his subordinates. If you do not speak the truth, I shall have them dispose of you. Before he could finish, Natasha had already dealt with his two henchmen, her speed rendering him unable to adapt to the sudden turn of events. Natasha, now, would you kindly repeat what you just said? Could you spare me? Please no. Natasha's response was refreshingly direct, rather than exacting revenge for his earlier actions. She generously offered him a chance to swing. However, this swing was rather unconventional, featuring chains binding his ankles, with a hard concrete floor awaiting below. A drop of several meters. Fury, impressive. You completed the task in a minute and a half a minute ahead of my deadline. Upon hearing the sounds of joyful screams from the phone, Fury knew that the situation had been resolved. Natasha, if I don't do good next time, I should be able to be quicker. Now, what's the matter? She bent down to pick up her high heels, inquiring about Fury as she stepped outside. Barton has been compromised by the enemy. They are formidable, and we must resort to special measures. Natasha, where are you? I'll be there immediately. No. Coming here now would be futile, so it would be better if you focused on locating that behemoth. Upon hearing that Natasha intended to come, Fury immediately declined, instead instructing Coles to send her an address. Fury, stay safe, Agent Natasha. Natasha, yes, I will. Beep, 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 Tony. Were you just talking about Natasha? She hasn't been to my company lately. If that is the case, I'll definitely dock her pay by the end of the month. As he spoke, an uncontainable smile spread across his face, for Natasha had left an indelible impression on him. Not to mention the time she masqueraded as an ordinary person to infiltrate Stark Industries as his assistant. But that incident when she administered a shot to Tony was something he could never forget. Fury, oh, I think you need to try to temper that aversion. Tony's expression froze, and suddenly a thought struck him, looking at Fury with incredulity. Don't look at me like that. Agent Natasha is entirely capable of joining the Avengers. Haven't you witnessed her prowess? Tony, if you're referring to the injections, then yes, I have indeed seen it. Clearly, his resentment would not be dispelled by Fury's words. Fury, be more open-minded, Tony. Tony, I refuse. Let someone give you an injection like they do to livestock, and let us see how open-minded you can be. Fury, observing the potential for an argument, Robert had no desire to get involved, nor did he wish to waste time watching them bicker. You two carry on. I'm leaving first. A portal appeared behind him, and Robert prepared to turn and depart. But Fury called out to him. Fury, hey, wait a moment, Robert. I have something else I need to trouble you with. In a slum of a certain country. What are you doing here? Natasha scanned Robert with a questioning gaze, as if he were not meant to be there. Stop looking at me like that. Your superior has spoken highly of me to invite me here. If I were to storm off because of you, do you think Fury would be angry? Robert smiled at Natasha, exuding a certain irreverent charm. Initially, Natasha intended to retort, believing she could handle the situation herself. But upon considering the formidable individuals she would soon face, she felt an involuntary apprehension. Thus, her myriad grievances transformed into a mere huff as she turned her head away, as though she wished to avoid seeing Robert entirely. Put away your dog training tactics. I'm not falling for that. Natasha sat there, her subtle exposure of alabaster skin accentuated by her haughty demeanor, which could easily ensnare the unwary. However, Robert was well aware of her true nature. You truly lack any sense of romance. It makes me question your competence, Natasha quipped, adjusting her clothing with a hint of sarcasm, her mood evidently soured by the failure of her usual tactics. Robert chose to ignore her. The danger she posed was formidable, reminiscent of the Hulk. It is well known that when Bruce Banner, unable to control his temper, transforms into the Hulk, he becomes extraordinarily aggressive, smashing anything in sight and even wielding tanks as if they were mere toys. Such terrifying power was somehow subdued by Natasha, who could provoke the Hulk to abandon his assaults, even managing to awaken Dr. Banner with her voice. What was this? A masterful cultivation of a devoted admirer. Robert scoffed at this semi-controlled state, which is precisely why he opted not to engage with the psychologically astute Natasha, wary of being led astray. Honestly, what did Fury summon you for? Just to stand there like a wooden post? Natasha and Robert found themselves in a dilapidated little house. The term dilapidated quite fitting as it lacked even a single piece of intact furniture, with windows merely draped in fabric. Well, why the silence? He raised an eyebrow, initially planning to teach her a lesson should she continue her provocations, but he was left somewhat dissatisfied by Natasha's sudden quiet. Because the main character has arrived. Natasha glanced towards the door, listening to the approaching footsteps. Suddenly, Robert witnessed a little girl entering only to swiftly exit through the window, spending less than 10 seconds in the room. Oh, Banner observed the girl's departure with some confusion, but upon turning to see Natasha, he immediately grasped the situation. I should have charged her, Natasha remarked. You've chosen a fine place to evade your pressures. Banner replied. Endless avoidance isn't a panacea. Then what is? Yoga? Robert commented. Honestly, does that thing even work? Emerging from his concealed position, he had never truly intended to hide himself. Oh, I recognize you. You're the one who severed one of Abomination's hands, which means you're here to kill me. His tone had shifted. Robert recalled that in the original narrative, Dr. Banner had arrogantly claimed that no one could kill him. We're here on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D. to find you. Natasha stepped forward, positioning herself directly in front of Robert, clearly aiming to redirect Banner's attention back to herself, intent on regaining control of the situation. Banner, how did S.H.I.E.L.D. discover my wearable? Natasha, we have been monitoring you, Doctor, but intentionally maintained a certain distance, even deterring those who might take an interest in you. Her words were clearly aimed at winning his favor, and from Banner's demeanor, it was evident that Natasha's overtures were quite successful. Banner, I choose to trust you. Thank you for helping me conceal my location, but why have you suddenly come to find me now? His tense expression relaxed, clearly satisfied by the uninterrupted time he had enjoyed, yet this did not imply that he wished to relinquish such a tranquil existence. Natasha, Nick Fury has great faith in you. He believes you can control your abilities, which is why he sent me to bring you to S.H.I.E.L.D. Banner, for what purpose? To confine me in a cage for research? I'm not interested in that. Upon finishing his statement, he turned to leave, but Natasha swiftly interjected from behind him. The world is facing an unprecedented crisis, and we need your assistance to resolve it. Why me? I feel that the person beside you is more than capable of addressing all the issues, perhaps even stronger than I am. Not just perhaps. He is indeed stronger than you, Natasha thought to herself. Yet, she could not allow Banner to depart so readily, and thus positioned herself firmly in his path. Whether you believe it or not, the world is genuinely in peril. Given your extraordinary abilities, I believe you should contribute to the peace of the world. Banner, you merely wish to confine me once more. Do not attempt to deceive me. Roar. Crack. In response to Banner's roar, Natasha decisively drew her weapon, fully prepared. With the safety off, Banner, see? You have always regarded me with suspicion. Faced with the gun aimed at his face, he became even more skeptical that this was a friendly invitation. Chapter 93. A single hand suffices. None of you shall impede my departure. Banner was resolute in leaving, perhaps feeling a lack of security due to Robert's presence here. It seemed the negotiation had failed. Robert stepped forward, crossing his arms, effectively blocking Dr. Banner's path. Oh, must it be this way? I merely wish to lead my own life. Is it too much to ask not to be confined in a cage? Initially displaying a hint of pessimism in the face of Robert's obstruction, Banner's expression gradually morphed into one of anger. Clear the way. I do not wish to harm anyone. Roar. At this moment, the veins on Banner's face bulged, a faint green hue appearing across his features. Witnessing this transformation, even Natasha instinctively retreated, leaving only Robert and Banner. It is impossible for me to step aside. You know, your thoughts mirror my own. I do not wish to harm you either. In the face of what ordinary individuals perceive as an exceedingly perilous situation, Robert maintained his serene smile, revealing that he was not unprepared. This was evident from the faint azure light enveloping him. You have forced my hand. With a thunderous roar, a colossal creature materialized before Robert. Banner, or Hulk as he is now known, was decidedly displeased. Get lost. A green fist, imbued with tremendous force, came crashing down, accompanied by Hulk's furious retort. This time, Robert opted not to withstand the onslaught with sheer physicality, but instead employed a rather prudent strategy. You coward, come and strike. Minutes passed, and Hulk had learned to communicate. Yet his words conveyed anything but goodwill. What did you say? As he gestured, Hulk's descent accelerated. What transpired on the scene? In simple terms, Robert harnessed the power of space to craft two portals tailored for Hulk, positioned one above the other. It was as though Hulk had tumbled into an endless loop, plummeting through the lower portal only to re-emerge from the upper one ad infinitum. To prevent Hulk from escaping this delightful game, Robert had thoughtfully erected air walls around both portals. Are you certain he won't perish? Natasha, who had previously exited, returned. If anyone were to venture outside now, they would discover a vast area cordoned off, with personnel hastily evacuated. After such extensive preparations, Natasha felt that the measures taken might have been excessive upon witnessing the current scene. Rest assured, such constraints will not inflict harm upon him. Observing Hulk's rapid movements between the portals, Natasha noted he had become so swift that only a blur remained visible. Is this safe? Hulk's physicality was remarkably resilient. Robert's intention was merely to contain him. Consider a furious lion. What circumstances provoke its utmost rage? Natasha pondered. When it possesses immense strength, yet cannot unleash it. Precisely. But I must add one more detail. When it perceives the source of its fury, yet can do nothing but watch. As he spoke, Robert slowed Hulk's descent, ensuring he retained no capacity for movement. Roaring in frustration, Hulk found himself utterly powerless. Even when he seized opportunities to escape the portals, he was invariably thwarted by an invisible barrier. An hour later, Robert remarked, "Honestly, I expected your temper to endure longer." He gazed down at the now diminutive figure of Dr. Banner, clad only in a pair of shorts. "How did you manage this?" Rising from the ground, Banner marveled at the house, which remained intact and unchanged even before he had lost consciousness. Oh, his memories are not actually shared with the Hulk. When he transforms into the Hulk, Banner enters a state of complete unconsciousness, only able to recall fragmented memories after the transformation ends. The process of assimilating these memories is somewhat painful, yet Banner has grown accustomed to it. However, unlike previous instances of widespread destruction, this time the Hulk's memories feel distinctly different. Astonishingly, after sharing these memories, Banner experiences the Hulk's sense of frustration, followed by helplessness, and ultimately even fear, emotions that were previously unfathomable for the Hulk, who had never encountered anything capable of restraining him until now. Especially not an entity that could manipulate him at will. Banner, all right, I agree to go with you, but I sincerely hope that, as you say, there won't be any large cages involved. Given situations that the Hulk could not resolve, Banner does not believe his slender limbs can handle. So it seems his only option is to accompany Robert and the others. Natasha, I assure you again, we will not restrict your freedom. Glancing at Robert, Banner sighed. I hope so. The following morning, Robert arrived at an aircraft carrier on the sea aboard a transport plane. Since the moving carrier lacked fixed coordinates, Robert opted for the inefficient mode of air travel. Secure the captain's gear. As Robert and Banner followed Natasha across the carrier's deck, they were greeted by Coulson's voice. Robert? Before Robert even noticed, Steve approached him. I didn't expect to see you here. It seems we have another opportunity to fight side by side. Steve, unable to contain his excitement, embraced Robert, and upon releasing him, added with enthusiasm, actually, I'm quite pleased too. After a brief exchange of pleasantries between Robert and Captain America, they acknowledged the presence of others nearby. Robert, this is Dr. Banner, a renowned expert in the field of gamma radiation research. This is Steve. You can also call him Captain America. In this moment, Robert played the role of a bridge between the two. Banner, they mentioned you would be here, Captain. It is a great pleasure to meet you. He politely extended his hand, and Steve, known for his down-to-earth nature, warmly shook it, responding with a compliment. Steve, I've heard your research on gamma rays could aid us in locating the Tesseract. It seems you will have quite a bit on your plate. On the plane, Natasha had also briefed Banner on the purpose of their mission and the background of the situation, providing him with essential information to avoid feeling completely lost. I shall exert my utmost efforts, yet ultimately, it remains subject to fate. The conversation between Banner and Captain America reached a temporary halt when Natasha interjected at the opportune moment. Gentlemen, I suggest we move indoors for our discussion. Soon, this area will be uninhabitable. No sooner had she spoken than the aircraft carrier's hull emitted a thunderous sound, akin to a colossal entity awakening from slumber. Banner remarked, Uninhabitable? Is it going to transform into a submarine and dive beneath the waves? In the following minutes, it became evident that his thinking was rather conservative. Mere immersion was no longer sufficient for S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, who began to seek the true essence of the aircraft carrier, flight. Captain America exclaimed in astonishment. This contraption can ascend to the heavens? He gazed downward, witnessing the aircraft carrier indeed take to the skies, his expression reflecting a naive wonder, reminiscent of someone who had seldom beheld such marvels. Robert, although aware of the aircraft carrier's aerial capabilities, could not suppress his admiration upon witnessing it firsthand. However, while they reveled in the splendor of human ingenuity in a distant and clandestine laboratory, Loki was inspecting the operations. Sylvie inquired, Hey, where did you gather such a multitude of people? Barton replied, S.H.I.E.L.D. has certainly made a few enemies, Doctor. Is this what you seek? Iridium. He presented the military computer screen to Sylvie for identification. Upon closer examination, Sylvig promptly confirmed that it was indeed the desired item, just as he noticed Loki approaching. Do you know? The Tesseract has truly opened my eyes. This is not merely knowledge, but truth. He had become utterly indoctrinated by the Mind Stone, rendering him unwaveringly loyal to Loki, and his flattery was a sign of his goodwill. Loki responded, "Indeed, it is truth, I know. What has it revealed to you, Barton?" Suddenly, Loki's tone shifted as he began to inquire about Barton's ambitions. Barton, possessing the same fervor as Sylvig, was eager to engage in his work. "What do you require?" Loki queried. Such a devoted and industrious employee would surely be favored by any employer. "I need a decoy and an informant," Barton specified. "Then it seems I must make a personal appearance." Thus, 2 hours later, SHIELD employed its surveillance network, monitoring vast regions of the globe, and located Loki's whereabouts. We found him. The similarity is 30, no wait, it's 79, the agent responsible for monitoring exclaimed, successfully drawing the attention of Fury and the others. Captain America remarked, "It appears we have an operation." Robert replied, "I believe so. Could the fellow over there provide me with the coordinates of the target?" Certainly," the agent responded. However, Fury suddenly intervened, approaching Robert and the captain. "General Robert, it would be best for you to observe the battle from the sidelines rather than participate." "Why?" Before Fury could finish, Captain America could not contain his skepticism. Naturally, Fury had his reasoning. "I believe this will be an opportunity for the Avengers to become acquainted with one another, both in terms of personality and combat style. Moreover, Captain, are you certain that you would have the chance to shine if Robert were to engage?" Fury's words prompted Captain America to reflect for a moment, conjuring images of Robert in action. Upon further contemplation, he acknowledged that Fury had a point. "My apologies, brother," Captain America conceded to Fury's proposal. Yet he felt a twinge of guilt towards Robert. Captain, I'm not a battle fanatic, so there's no need for such concern." Robert had a thought unspoken, fearing it might jeopardize their camaraderie. Can matters that can be resolved with a single hand truly be considered combat? Chapter 94. Youth he had never intended to hide his location in Germany. As soon as the precise coordinates were reported, a portal appeared behind Robert. Captain America intended to follow Robert through the portal, but Fury interjected, "Let General Robert proceed first. Captain, you should move with Natasha." "Very well, I shall go ahead." Robert nodded to the captain and promptly opened a portal, arriving in Stuttgart, Germany, where a soiree was underway. Buzz, a luxury sports car, zipped by, and Robert noted the conspicuous absence of any vehicle valued under $1 million. "These individuals are indeed wealthy," he mused. With a sigh, Robert's form began to waver. He intended to ensure Loki did not flee before the captain's arrival. Of course, he had another option, to subdue Loki outright. However, that would hinder the captain's opportunity to engage. "Excuse me, sir, may I trouble you to present your invitation?" With the power of spatial manipulation, Robert could achieve physical invisibility, a capability Loki lacked. Thus, the security at the entrance of the soiree, he quickly recognized his unfamiliar face. "Loki, an invitation?" "Yes. Allow me to fetch it for you." Suddenly, one of his hands extended, reaching toward where he concealed his scepter. An explosion of energy emanated from the Mind Stone, and the security personnel, unable to react in time, found themselves transformed upon reopening their eyes. "Loki, I presume I can enter now, correct?" "Security, of course, my master." "Excellent." A smile returned to Loki's lips as he adjusted his attire and sauntered into the grand hall. Robert, observing from behind, felt a sense of restraint. Had he not been concerned about granting the captain some latitude, he would have already subdued Loki. Half an hour remained until the commencement of the banquet, during which Loki casually found a seat. After requesting a glass of wine from the waiter, he became immobile, as if awaiting something significant. Robert, possessing a modicum of patience, was in no rush. Loki had the leisure to wait, particularly amidst the abundance of appetizers and beverages surrounding the gathering. "James, have you noticed? It seems the offerings over there have inexplicably dwindled," inquired a woman. The middle-aged man named James glanced in the direction she indicated, only to find it desolate. "Items do not simply vanish without cause. My sweet, perhaps your observation stems from a lack of rest last night. I assure you, I shall be gentler tonight, even granting you a reprieve." "You are incorrigible," the young woman exclaimed, playfully throwing herself into his embrace. Internally, She loathed the acrid scent of smoke and the faint whiff of decay that clung to him, yet she feigned delight outwardly. Continue in this manner, and I may have to rescind my earlier promise. He replied, with your speed, if all the men in the world were to compete in a race, you would undoubtedly rank among the fastest. The girl derided him inwardly, concealing her disgust behind a facade of compliance. As Robert savored a plate of spaghetti, he pondered whether the quality of the meal was due to the banquet's grandeur or simply his own hunger. Today, the pasta tasted particularly exquisite. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the empty plate aside, and just before it reached the ground, a swirl of blue energy enveloped it, launching the plate on an extraordinary journey. These two are quite amusing, Robert thought, munching away while observing the scene. He surmised that James was lacking in prowess. Otherwise, the girl would not display such expressions of disdain. Ladies and gentlemen, before the banquet begins, shall we indulge in a dance? Provided, of course, that you have a partner, Robert suggested, while contemplating whether he might rescue the young woman from her predicament, noting her hidden expressions of distaste. Yet, before his musings could fully develop, the organizer of the evening, a government official and consultant for a Fortune 500 company, stepped forward to invite everyone to dance. Naturally, nearly all accepted with enthusiasm, save for a small number of those without partners. Sir, do you lack a dance partner? Loki replied, no, I do not require one. Thank you. Is that so? I believe you should reconsider my offer. She persisted. I truly do not need one. From a distance, Robert observed as several solitary women from the banquet approached Loki, seeking to become his dance partner. From this perspective, Loki indeed possesses a certain charm. With those husky eyes altered slightly, they might appear even more piercing. Observing Loki, who had already declined wave after wave of female invitations, Robert couldn't help but acknowledge the striking appeal he exuded. Excuse me, but Loki has just turned down the previous group, and yet another throng has already gathered around him. His good looks certainly attract attention, as the girls nearby seem rather enamored. Oh, enough already. Can you not take a break? Loki, overwhelmed by the attention from women, was resolute in his ambition to become the king of Asgard, with matters of the heart far from his considerations. Ah, the young fellows are still too naive. Robert sighed as he watched Loki retreat upstairs for some peace. The independent space, conjured by the power of dimensional energy, allowed Robert to act freely within, invisible and unheard by those outside. The soothing melodies resonated throughout the hall as Loki intermittently raised his hand to check the time. His bold appearance was not solely to allure S.H.I.L.D. or to serve as bait. 10 minutes later, the mission time had arrived. Tilting his head, Loki finally awaited the agreed-upon moment with Barton, for his performance was about to commence. Meanwhile, the ball downstairs had reached its conclusion. According to the original plan, it was time for mingling among socialites and business magnates. However, an unexpected guest suddenly descended from above. Stop right there. Who are you? The security personnel promptly recognized the intruding Loki, stepping in front of him. Bang! Ah, run! The sudden gunshot took everyone by surprise, and amidst the chaos, someone shouted, prompting the crowd to scatter like startled birds. Master, I performed admirably, did I not? Loki wiped the blood from his face, which was likely mixed with other unsavory substances, eliciting a wave of nausea. His scepter appeared in his hand, its energy surging to its peak as Loki unleashed a strike toward the security guard who had fired the weapon. The scepter was a vessel for the Mind Stone, and although Loki's proficiency in wielding it was not fully developed, extinguishing a carbon-based life form was a trivial task. With a soft murmur, the previously controlled guard fell slowly to the ground, perhaps never comprehending why his master had condemned him. What a low emotional intelligence this must be. Robert covered his face, having hesitated over whether to save the man, only to find that Loki had swiftly ended his life. Never mind. Let us focus on the task at hand. Loki, thoroughly disgusted, wiped the blood from his attire, harboring a deep-seated hatred for the guard who had fired the shot. Had time allowed, Loki might have chosen a more brutal method. No, I cannot recall when I ever provoked you. The official organizing the banquet, witnessing Loki's relentless approach, saw that most of the security personnel had already fled in terror, leaving only himself amidst the chaos of the attendees. Your words carry no weight. Loki produced a device from his cloak and placed it before the official's face. In an instant, a small apparatus emerged, extracting the official's eyes. Oh my goodness. Good heavens, who will save us? Creak. The jammed door swung open. Loki smiled as he engaged in the most brutal of acts. Once he confirmed the deed was done, he turned his gaze toward the fleeing crowd, his smile widening. As he stepped toward the exit, he transformed into his true form, even his scepter reverting to its original glory, restoring the visage he bore in the realm of gods. He has emerged. Run. Kneel. The crowd was in utter disarray. To quell their panic, Loki was compelled to employ some magic. In the open space where the throng had gathered, Loki's illusions manifested from various directions, herding the frightened masses together like sheep. I shall repeat myself. Kneel before me. A flash of light radiated from his scepter, and the crowd fell silent. Their fear of Loki was but one reason. The influence of the Mind Stone was equally formidable. Soon, all present found themselves inexplicably kneeling, including Robert, who had been merely an observer. As the light from Loki's scepter flickered, Robert felt his knees weaken. Intriguing. A wave of blue energy enveloped him, and the urge to submit vanished from his core. Robert did not believe that this effect stemmed solely from Loki's power. The Mind Stone was the true catalyst. Ha ha ha. Is this not simple? Observing the vast sea of kneeling figures, Loki laughed heartily, reveling in the adoration he received. Chapter 95. Mastery Overall. Look at your prostrate forms. You are naturally meant to be thus. As he sauntered among the kneeling crowd, Loki resembled an orator, his words laced with seduction, compelling listeners to believe in his rhetoric. This is the unspoken truth of humanity. The allure of freedom has stripped you of joy in life. You yearn for subjugation, frantically pursuing power and status. While inherently brimming with servitude, Loki's rhetoric was undoubtedly an affront to those kneeling before him, the majority of whom were the German nationals. If only we could rewind time a few decades and allow a certain speech-loving, failed art student to witness the state of contemporary German youth. In the face of humiliation, not only refrained from resistance, but also dared not even lift their heads. One wonders if he would be disheartened by the sight. The radiance upon Loki's scepter faded, signifying his relinquishment of the power bestowed by the Mind Stone. Yet, the individuals present remained seated, which led Loki to smugly assume that his formidable presence had intimidated them. Behold, you are eternally subservient. It is only a matter of time before you succumb to your rulers. The sound of fabric brushing against the ground caught Loki's attention, and he looked up to find an elderly man rising. Whether or not we possess a sense of servitude is debatable, but even if we did, we shall not yield to someone like you, for you are utterly unworthy. After standing firm, the elder resolutely articulated his words, his voice modest yet resonating throughout the assembly. Loki retorted, I am unique in my essence. I advise you to carefully consider your forthcoming words, for they could determine your very fate. The elder replied, there are many shameless individuals like you. If you possess the courage, then strike me down. Loki, finding amusement in the old man's defiance, slowly raised his scepter, intending to assert his dominance. Witness the fate that befalls this old man. Let it serve as a cautionary tale. However, as Loki unleashed his energy to vanquish the defiant elder, it was unexpectedly deflected by a shield, causing him to topple to the ground. I recall my last visit to Germany, where someone similarly elevated himself above the masses, yet he did not fare well. As Loki rose from the ground and recognized the individual responsible for his disheveled state, he scoffed, I expected a formidable opponent. Yet it is merely a soldier? How quaint, an anachronism. The captain replied, an anachronism is not my designation. With that, he hurled his shield, and thus began a clash of wills, two adversaries unable to find common ground. You are no match for me, soldier, Loki declared. Is that so? We shall determine the truth through our encounter. As Captain America prepared for close combat, Natasha was equally ready, her aircraft hovering ominously above them. Lower your weapons, Loki. A Gatling gun emerged from the underside of the aircraft, as Natasha's voice boomed through a loudspeaker. However, she was met with Loki's swift retort, and she narrowly evaded his attack. Observing this, Captain America took action against Loki. Ugh, hey, The two engaged in a fierce melee, but from the perspective of bystanders. Captain America appeared to be at a disadvantage. This could be attributed to the chaos surrounding them, as he refrained from utilizing his full strength to avoid harming the panicked crowd. Although Natasha brandished her weapon, its primary purpose was to instill fear. The tumultuous throng below made it impossible for her to fire. Did you miss me, Agent Natasha? Suddenly, the control panel of the aircraft was compromised by an unidentified virus, followed by Tony's voice echoing through the cabin. A soft chuckle escaped Natasha as her expression shifted from confusion to amusement, for Tony's arrival had rendered the situation considerably lighter. With a resounding crash, clad in his iron suit, Tony landed heavily upon Loki, subsequently activating his propulsion system to thrust him even further away. Mr. Stark, Captain America acknowledged Tony's presence, a fact provided to him by Fury. Yet as he greeted Tony, an unsettling feeling lingered in his mind. Hello, Captain. Tony, unfazed by any peculiar sentiment, greeted him naturally before redirecting his gaze toward Loki. Rising from the ground, Loki feigned injury, though neither Tony nor Captain America dared to underestimate him. Make another move, and trust me, it will not bode well for you, Tony warned, as all the weapon compartments of his suit opened, locking onto Loki. Those miniature missiles, capable of obliterating a house with just a single shot, were now aimed at him, with several locking mechanisms in place. Calm down, will you? I surrender. Loki raised his hands slowly, his attire, reminiscent of the divine realm, stripped away. One couldn't help but wonder if he had recently traveled to France. His movements were far too fluid for comfort. Excellent. Tony stepped forward, handcuffing Loki, who complied with an air of indifference, as if the capture held no significance for him. Robert? Captain America called out as the dust settled. Is he here? With Loki now secured, Tony inquired, perplexed, as he believed if Robert were present, the issue would have been resolved long ago. I'm right here. But Fury insisted that you practice your coordination, so I held back, Robert replied. Tony remarked, he always has the most peculiar requests. I wholeheartedly agree. Captain America concurred. Right? Fury, that bald-headed man, must be occupied with too many mischievous endeavors. Is there any scientific basis for that? Robert questioned, feeling that his actions might not lead to hair loss after all. All right, let us hasten back to report. Someone will be here soon to handle this. Natasha interjected, sensing that the conversation could stretch into the night, and proactively escorted Loki onto the aircraft. Let us discuss this on the plane. Thus, Robert draped an arm over Tony's shoulder and the other around Captain America's, the trio boarding the aircraft in camaraderie. Can you really keep an eye on a prisoner like this? Natasha queried, starting the plane while observing the three, finding their demeanor somewhat unreliable. Not a problem. Today, even if he were a fly, he wouldn't escape. Suddenly, a surge of blue energy enveloped Loki, who, once confident in his ability to depart at will, found himself stripped of both agency and assurance. It's him. When Robert first emerged, Loki felt a sense of familiarity. Now, as he found himself constrained by blue energy, it suddenly dawned on him that this was the formidable being who had previously shattered the destroyer into fragments. A pang of fear gripped Loki's heart. He dreaded this realization. The confident smile that had adorned his face vanished, replaced by a melancholic demeanor. Tony, is it true what you said? That engaging in unscrupulous deeds can actually lead to hair loss? Tony replied, why the sudden concern? Robert hesitated, well, I have a friend. Oh, then allow me to analyze this for your friend, Tony said, promptly launching into a barrage of jargon that left both Robert and Captain America bewildered. Could you possibly simplify that? Captain America interjected. I agree. Tony, your explanations are rather convoluted, Robert added. A flicker of pride crossed Tony's face, perhaps stemming from the satisfaction of possessing knowledge that others did not. All right, to put it simply, emotions can indeed affect hair growth. When one experiences guilt, their emotions are inevitably strained. Upon hearing this, Robert exhaled in relief, grateful that he harbored no such guilt. Suddenly, a rumble echoed through the air. Strange. It was fine just a moment ago. Why have we suddenly entered a storm cloud? Natasha remarked. Crack. A blinding bolt of lightning struck beside the aircraft. Natasha focused intently on evading the electrical strikes, while Robert watched the tumultuous skies with keen interest. This is not a good omen, Captain America warned. Before he could finish his thought, the plane jolted violently, as though struck by an unseen force. Just as the group suspected a lightning strike, a man's voice boomed from outside. Open the door, or I shall shatter your steed. Prepare for battle. Natasha, open the door. That fellow might just be mad enough to bring down our aircraft, Tony instructed as he donned his helmet. Once the aircraft's door swung open, the rushing wind surged inside, and a figure materialized before them. With a quick surge of energy, Tony attempted to subdue the newcomer, but alas, the stranger was a fraction swifter, swinging a hammer that sent Tony flying. Upon entering the aircraft, Thor's attention was entirely fixated on Loki, neglecting to notice Robert seated within. "Come with me," Thor commanded, brandishing his mighty hammer as he boldly led Loki away. "Who is he? Another deity from Asgard?" Natasha inquired of Tony. "That is of little consequence now. What truly matters is why you refrained from intervening, Robert." Tony crawled up from the floor of the aircraft, brushing away non-existent dust as he inquired of Captain America. "You cannot fault Robert. He may have simply been caught off guard." Captain America sought to defend Robert, but Robert himself, after patting his shoulder, admitted, "I possess the capability to intervene, yet remember, Fury advised me to refrain from involvement." Tony retorted, "Is it truly necessary to heed his counsel? If memory serves, this endeavor pertains to the survival of the entire world." Truth be told, had it been anyone other than Robert before him, someone equally capable yet unwilling to act, Tony might have delivered a solid punch to their face. Rest assured, all is under control. A mirror-like surface, conjured by spatial energy, manifested before them, prominently displaying the figures of Tony and Loki. Chapter 96. Chaos of Battle. Just like that, Robert gestured towards the spatial mirror, and in an instant, the previously swift-moving Tony was ensnared by a blue energy, immobilized. "See? I told you everything is well within grasp." After demonstrating, Robert retracted the spatial force, restoring movement to Thor and the others. Tony remarked, "Oh, splendid. I almost believed I would have to escort you to a mental institution. Who would have thought the one in need of examination, ISNTU? What shall we do next?" Natasha filtered out Tony's remarks, her focus now on how Loki might retrieve what was lost, given Robert's inability to act. Captain America suggested, "Perhaps we should devise a battle plan." "You're absolutely correct, Captain. I believe the battle plan is simply to engage in combat." With that, Tony soared out of the aircraft, leaving Robert unfazed and Captain America exasperated by the situation. "I cannot concern myself with him, Captain." Natasha shared her dissatisfaction with Tony's actions, but felt powerless to intervene. "Very well. I suppose at this juncture, we must rely on ourselves. I shall take my leave." Grabbing a parachute, Captain America exchanged a brief farewell with Robert before leaping from the aircraft. "Should you require assistance, simply call my name." It was uncertain whether Captain America heard him, but Robert had spoken nonetheless, redirecting his attention to the imagery on his spatial mirror. Thor inquired, "Has that individual also arrived?" He had experienced the helplessness of being controlled before, a memory that lingered vividly. Loki replied, "Did you not notice? He is aboard the plane. Frankly, I have no idea how you managed to extract me from beneath his very nose. Do you share a close rapport with him?" Bam! Thor did not respond to Loki's query. Instead, he unceremoniously hurled him off the edge of a cliff. "Where's the Tesseract? You had best surrender it swiftly." Loki taunted in return. "Since the destruction of the Bifrost, Odin must have exerted considerable effort to bring you to the earth of your desires. Wouldn't you agree? You had best hurry. I share no camaraderie with that individual. Should he arrive shortly, I lack the capacity to safeguard you." Thor solemnly warned as he grasped Loki's collar from ground. "Relax, Thor. If he truly intends to prevent my departure, you would be utterly incapable of extricating me. Though the purpose eludes me, one certainty remains. That person will not come in person." Pushing Thor aside, Loki rose from the ground, casually brushing off his attire as he spoke. "Though Robert may not come, that does not imply I shall remain idle." Thor, wishing to inquire further, was abruptly interrupted by Tony, who appeared with remarkable speed, colliding forcefully with Thor and sending him tumbling over the cliff. "Hush!" Loki observed his brother being hurled away, devoid of any anger, instead adopting a demeanor akin to that of an onlooker, even whistling in amusement. "Ugh!" Thor was harshly crashed to the ground, and the architect of this chaos, Tony, promptly leaped away after delivering a swift kick. "Mortal, do you comprehend the consequences of your actions?" Thor casually wiped the dirt from his face. Though his gestures were nonchalant, they belied the turmoil within him, which was quite the contrary. Tony retorted, "Oh, is that so? Had you taken me in without uttering a word, I might have opted for a more cordial greeting." Thor countered, "Mind your language. Loki is a being from the realm of gods. Even if he is guilty, he must be brought to divine judgment." His mood was far from pleasant, as the thunder rumbling above served as ample proof. Tony remarked, "It seems we are not on the same wavelength," as energy rapidly coalesced in his palm. He unleashed it the moment Thor realized his intent. Boom! Despite Thor's attempt to block, he was still propelled far away by Tony's energy blast, rolling through the muddy forest before regaining his footing. You have provoked my wrath. When Thor stood once more, his entire being crackled with electricity. Even the brilliance of lightning danced within his eyes. Tony quipped, "You do ramble excessively. If you possess any true prowess, then come forth." Before he could finish his sentence, Thor hurled his hammer, sending Tony careening away. "Steady, steady. Activate balance sensors, Jarvis." Jarvis responded, "Affirmative, initiating functionality." Thanks to the thrusters of the Iron Man's suit and the assistance of the AI, Tony quickly regained his upright stance. Yet Thor was determined not to let him escape so easily. Oomph! Boom, boom, crackle. Thor summoned the power of thunder from the cosmos, and a bolt of lightning promptly descended in response to his call, which he directed toward Tony using Mjolnir. Alert! Alert! Energy levels exceeding capacity. Severe external damage alert for the armor. The resonant alarm of J-A-R-V-I-S echoed within the suit, trapped by a fierce bolt of lightning. Tony found himself unable to move, let alone escape. Thor, however, had no intention of delivering a fatal blow. So Tony was merely subjected to a brief onslaught of electricity before Thor relented. The energy surged to 400%. Once the tumult subsided, J-A-R-V-I-S-'s voice filled the suit, leaving even Tony himself astonished by the situation. Oh, how could this happen? Buzz. Boom. He had never been one to accept defeat willingly, especially when his energy reserves were particularly abundant. Stop hitting. At this moment, Captain America arrived, positioning himself between the two to mediate the situation. Tony, having taken advantage earlier, did not object, but Thor was far from agreeable. "Thor, come again. Is this how you men enjoy engaging in such violence?" On the aircraft, Natasha observed the scene unfolding in the spatial mirror created by Robert. "Could you please not stand so close? And doesn't it strike you as odd to hear such words from your mouth?" Robert felt a sense of relief as he stepped back from Natasha. Her inquiry, posed by a top-tier assassin known for her ruthlessness, felt rather peculiar. Oomph. Natasha discerned Robert's reluctance to draw near, and with her own pride, she would not press further. Boom. Meanwhile, Tony, in coordination with Captain America, began to overpower Thor, who had yet to unleash his full strength. Ultimately, Thor could no longer restrain himself and resorted to using his skills. A mighty blow struck Captain America's shield, unleashing a thunderous force. However, as the shield was forged from vibranium, the lightning did not harm him. Instead, it sent Thor and Tony flying, buzzing. Although Captain America sustained no physical injuries, the ringing in his ears lingered for several moments. Once he regained his composure and surveyed the devastation wrought by their clash, he sighed. Enough already. He had originally intended to mediate, but found himself unwittingly embroiled in a battle, leaving him quite dissatisfied. Tony, well, we should hear this gentleman's perspective. I never wished to fight from the outset. Thor, Loki must return to Asgard, and the Tesseract must be safeguarded to ensure absolute security. Tony, perhaps you could discuss that with him. If he consents, I shall have no objections. What? After the fierce confrontation, Thor struggled to comprehend whom Tony referred to until he shouted into the sky, "Robert, come out and help clean up this mess, will you?" The emergence of a spatial gateway thwarted Thor's initial intention to rescue Loki. Robert asserted, "Thor, your brother Loki is wreaking havoc on Earth, committing heinous acts that have resulted in a grave impact. Thus, we cannot permit you to take him away, at least not until he faces judgment." "And what of the Tesseract?" "I require it to return to Asgard," Thor replied, devoid of his divine arrogance, opting instead for a more egalitarian discourse, primarily due to the disparity in power. "You may discuss the matter of the Tesseract with the higher-ups. I have no interest in it." Robert made his position abundantly clear, leading Thor to cease his inquiries. With Loki unable to be taken and the whereabouts of the cosmic cube unknown, Thor found himself left with but one path. The chilling sound of clanking chains echoed against the floor of the S.H.I.E.L.D. flying aircraft carrier, where Loki was now shackled and escorted by a dozen armed agents to a specially designed prison. "Speak, what is your purpose for being here?" Fury inquired, arms crossed, as Loki was successfully confined within the uniquely crafted cell. However, seeing Loki remain silent and instead examining the structure of his confinement. Fury sought to dissuade any thoughts of escape. If you entertain notions of fleeing, Fury warned, pressing a few buttons on the control panel, causing the transparent bottom of Loki's cell to open, a gust of wind rushing in. Loki involuntarily glanced down, realizing that beneath him lay nothing but an abyss of darkness. Do not harbor any ideas. Even the slightest scratch on the glass would result in you plummeting from this height of 9,000 meters, encased in this iron cage. Fury's threat proved effective, retracting Loki's hand, which had instinctively reached out. Chapter 97. The time bomb. Loki quipped, "I presume this prison was not tailored specifically for me?" Fury replied, "The entities we generally imprison are far more ferocious than you. I've heard of a savage beast masquerading as an ordinary individual. How desperate must one be to seek salvation from such a creature?" Loki's gaze fixed on the surveillance camera. His words were directed partly at Fury and partly at an unseen individual in the control room. "You threatened us with war and stole something you cannot even control." Fury attempted to extract information from Loki throughout the interrogation, though it seemed he was intentionally holding back, for he gleaned little information, while Loki's provocations proved effective. Realizing this, Fury decisively ceased the interrogation. "This fellow is quite verbose," Banner remarked, feigning calmness, though the embarrassment was evident on his face. Captain America interjected, "It seems there may be more to Loki's intentions. Thor, what do you believe he seeks?" "Thor, he commands an army known as the Chitauri. They are not denizens of Asgard, nor do they belong to any particular planet. Loki intends to lead them in an assault on Earth, and they are certain to assist him. I surmise the condition is the Tesseract." Captain America, an army from outer space? The expressions of nearly everyone in the room began to grow grave, with the exception of Tony. "Tony, hey, can't you at least try to let me have a bite of that? Why, you didn't even get up to eat breakfast this morning, and now you're trying to snatch mine?" Though Robert's words suggested otherwise, he nonetheless divided his sandwich in two, offering half to Tony. "Tony, now that is more like it." Just as Tony prepared to indulge, he noticed a sudden silence enveloping the room, aside from Robert's chewing. There was naught else to be heard. "Tony, why is everyone staring at me?" He scratched his face, finding nothing amiss, before he inquired. "Captain America, Robert, are you confident in facing that alien army?" Tony's comment was directly overlooked by Captain America. In truth, everyone's gaze was fixed upon Robert. "Robert, I cannot say for certain, as I have neither encountered them nor engaged in battle." As he spoke, the expressions of those present grew even more somber. Unbeknownst to them, Robert was merely indulging in his habitual modesty. "Tony, if even you cannot contend with those extraterrestrial forces, we might as well surrender now. My friend, you are our pillar of strength. You should exude confidence at this moment." "Robert, is that so? Very well then. I am confident that I could crush those alien creatures with a mere hand." "Captain America, haha, I must admit, I quite like your current demeanor. It reminds me of 70 years ago." Banner, "I imagine Robert was quite the sight back then." Captain America, "Indeed, if you're interested, I could regale you with tales of our past battles together." Natasha, "Now I'm looking forward to that." The atmosphere in the room brightened due to the exchange between Robert and Tony, yet one individual appeared somewhat out of place. Thor stood nearby, uncertain of how to interject. But fortunately, their conversation did not linger long before returning to Loki, sparing Thor from prolonged awkwardness. "Captain America, I don't understand. Why would Loki surrender? How can he command an army from here?" Banner, "I think it's best that we not focus our attention on Loki. He is a madman, and it is difficult for a rational person to decipher his thoughts." There was a hint of emotion in Banner's words, which was understandable considering Loki had just made a derisive comment about him, although he seemed to forget that Loki's brother was present. "Thor, you would do well to watch your tongue. Loki may be unreasonable, but he is of Asgard, and he is my brother." Natasha, "He has killed 80 people in the last 2 days." Thor, "Actually, we are cousins." Banner, "I suspect their intention is mechanical. What would they possibly want with that metallic iridium?" Tony, "A transmitter, far more stable than HIELDS. It's akin to the teleportation watch that Robert and I invented, only it will expand and prolong its duration according to Loki's needs." As Tony spoke, he approached the aircraft carrier's control panel and began to manipulate it. "They lack my new element, so they will undoubtedly require more materials. But those Barton should be able to procure easily." Captain America, "What shall we do then? Sit idly by?" "Of course not, Captain. Waiting has never been S.H.I. This time, we shall take the initiative. Fury emerged from a chamber, answering Captain America's question while beginning to assign tasks. Dr. Banner, you're an expert in gamma radiation research. I hope we can find a breakthrough in that area, with Tony assisting you, if that is agreeable. Banner, well, I'm not certain. It will take some time. Banner remained modest, or perhaps it was a display of his meticulous nature, yet someone clearly preferred a more flamboyant approach. With my assistance, your speed will undoubtedly increase, Doctor. Come, we must head to a facility. We cannot rely solely on speculation to solve the cube, can we? Fury, the laboratory is prepared for you. Let Dr. Banner guide you, Tony. Banner, all right then. Everyone began to disperse, while Robert followed Tony and Banner to the laboratory. For there lay something he had previously overlooked. How about joining me for a party once this is all settled? You have no idea, Robert. Since I've been with Pepper, I haven't been able to throw parties as freely as before. As he spoke, Tony suddenly became alert, glancing around to ensure no one was watching before revealing his long-conceived plan. However, I believe if you were to suggest hosting a party, Pepper would agree. Oh, please. I have no desire to disrupt your relationship with Pepper. You might even blame me later. Tony's proposition garnered no interest from Robert, leaving the latter with no choice but to unveil a trump card. Eugene Annie, the most renowned up-and-coming Hollywood starlet, is often regarded as the new face of innocence. How about it? Don't you wish to meet her? Tony presented his phone to Robert, showing him what the so-called embodiment of innocence looked like. She did seem rather appealing. Upon viewing the photograph, Robert felt it was indeed promising. The image Tony displayed was that of an ordinary girl, well-dressed, not akin to a photo shoot, but rather evoking the charm of a neighborly girl. What do you think? I told you so. Should you consider it? I swear I merely yearn for the days of revelry, not to seize an opportunity to meet someone new. Tony, while goading Robert, raised his hand and swore that no one could fathom the immense pain endured by a once carefree playboy who transformed into a devoted family man. To alleviate this discomfort, Tony suggested that Robert seek to recapture his former feelings. However, his affection for Pepper was genuine, and Tony had no intention of engaging in frivolous escapades. He merely wished to unwind. Robert hesitated, recalling that in the original narrative, Tony never hosted parties after being with Pepper. He feared that his involvement might lead to misunderstandings between the two. A mere misunderstanding could be resolved with clarity, but if it resulted in a rift, Robert would find it unforgivable. He might even end up bald from guilt. What are you discussing? Captain America approached, noticing Robert's concerns. Seizing the opportunity, Tony leaned closer to Robert and declared, "It's settled." He then released Robert's shoulder and addressed Captain America and Banner. "Robert wants me to throw a party, and I propose we celebrate together after our victory." Upon hearing Tony's words, Captain America's brow furrowed. He pondered why they were already contemplating victory before the battle had even commenced, finding it somewhat inappropriate. How had Robert become so frivolous? Had he forgotten that pride before battle was the gravest of taboos? Inwardly, Captain America regarded Robert with a questioning gaze, but upon witnessing his resigned expression, suspicions began to form. So, Robert is acting this way because Tony is the one eager for a party, he mused. Is he always this irreverent? At this moment, Captain America harbored some dissatisfaction towards Tony. Nevertheless, out of respect for their future collaboration and for Robert's sake, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and chose instead to silently retreat into the laboratory. What is his problem? Feeling slighted, Tony grew somewhat irate. He glanced at Robert, contemplating storming into the lab to confront Captain America or perhaps impart some lessons in manners. That was Tony's mindset, while Robert found himself in the role of mediator, caught between two friends and reluctant to take sides. Perhaps it was due to Captain America's age that he preferred to avoid discord. "Fine, Tony. I'll attend the party, but please don't provoke Steve," he suggested. "Your agreement is truly wonderful. I shall refrain from stooping to the level of that man in outdated attire," Tony exclaimed, although his volume was anything but discreet. Robert surmised that Captain America, within the confines of the lab, had likely overheard some of this exchange. Tony, ever the one to assert himself, felt a surge of relief after his outburst, and his gaze shifted once more to Banner. "Ah, Mr. Stark, I find myself rather pressed for time lately," Banner remarked. "Ah, y comprend. I was merely being polite. After all, which homeowner would wish to harbor a ticking time bomb within their abode? Wouldn't you agree, Robert?" Tony chuckled heartily as he sauntered into the laboratory, entirely disregarding the increasingly dark expression on Dr. Banner's face. Had he not been suppressing himself, a rather large green creature would likely have emerged. The atmosphere among the others was peculiar. A scepter in the laboratory was quietly emitting energy, and had they been aware of it, they might have unearthed the answers they sought. Chapter 98. Mind control, all right. How shall we commence? Captain America exhaled deeply within the laboratory, feeling a persistent pressure in his chest that darkened his mood significantly for reasons unknown. What do you mean? How to do it? Captain, I assure you, it is not that I underestimate your capabilities, but even if I were to outline every step for you, you might still struggle to solve the Rubik's Cube. Tony retorted. He's right, Banner interjected, though reluctant to voice it. In this context, both you and Robert seem somewhat superfluous. Having endured Tony's ire outside, he was now seeking an outlet for his frustration, targeting the seemingly inconsequential duo present. Who authorized you to say such things? Captain may be at a loss, but Robert is my friend. Have you considered the repercussions of your words, you big green giant? Before Robert could voice his thoughts, Tony had already leapt to his defense. What do you mean I am useless? If you two were truly so indispensable, why would Fury not assign all tasks to you? Why seek my assistance at all? Captain America shot back, igniting a heated argument. Fortunately, the laboratory's soundproofing held strong against their escalating voices, preventing unwanted attention from others. Robert felt an uncontrollable surge of agitation as he observed the commotion, even entertaining thoughts of delivering a thorough thrashing to Tony and the others. No, he quickly suppressed such thoughts, enveloped by a surge of spatial energy that banished his vexation. However, Tony and the captain remained unresolved. How should I know what Fury is contemplating? Perhaps he harbors secrets from us. Tony exclaimed. Harboring secrets from us? You mean Fury? Captain America questioned. Indeed, Captain. If you could decipher these computer programs, I might divulge some of Fury's secrets, Tony replied. There's no need for that. Tony's tone was sharp, and Captain America found himself losing patience with the escalating tension. He turned to exit the laboratory, evidently intent on seeking solutions independently. Left behind were Banner, Tony, and Robert. Both Banner and Tony were engrossed in the computers before them, while Robert approached Loki's scepter. Well, I regret hastily retiring last night and leaving you unattended, but it is never too late to discover what abilities you might bestow upon me. As Robert extended his hand towards the staff, a voice echoed in his mind, ding. Mental control detected, one of the most formidable powers in the universe, capable of effortlessly manipulating or influencing the thoughts of all living beings, while simultaneously being immune to most mental attacks. Would you like to acquire mental control? What? Robert was utterly astonished. After perusing the skill description, he hastened to scrutinize it multiple times until he was certain he was not imagining things. He was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. What was there to hesitate about? Confirmed. Ding. Ability acquisition successful. In that instant, as the power was obtained, Robert felt as though the world before him had transformed, appearing sharper and more vibrant, akin to the application of a filter. An enhancement of mental acuity? Tony, what are you doing? I summoned you to locate the cube, not to invade my database. While Robert was immersed in the sensations brought about by his newfound ability, Fury abruptly strode in, his expression brimming with ire as he demanded an explanation from Tony. However, Tony paid Fury's inquiries no heed. His foremost concern was the imminent breach of SHIELD's database. Calm down, Fury. We're at 97. If you divulge the truth now, I might consider pausing my actions. His jest was evident, for they were but a step away from the truth. Tony had never been one to easily concede, especially not in such critical circumstances. Listen to me, Tony, that's all. Even aware that Tony might be toying with him, Fury felt compelled to make an effort. After all, what if he could sway him? Clang. Clearly, human intuition could surpass computer speed at this moment. Captain America had also returned, having just visited SHIELD's classified storage, where he discovered a weapon forged from the Tesseract, concealed in a box marked top secret. One might wonder, if one did not cloak classified items in such mystery, but rather carelessly discarded them as if they were mere refuse, wouldn't it be less likely for anyone to uncover them? Gentlemen, we are investigating everything related to the Tesseract, but that does not imply we are manufacturing. Fury still sought to defend himself, Yet when Tony displayed the data on his screen, he conceded, "Enough, Fury. I've already seen the details of your plans. Would you like me to recite them for you now?" Captain America interjected, "I believe you owe us an explanation, Director. Perhaps this will be the last time I address you thus." Fury was at a loss for words. Ever since entering the laboratory, he had felt a knot of anxiety in his chest, hindering his ability to think clearly. "I believe there is an even more pressing issue at hand. Dr. Banner, are you aware? Loki has been manipulating you, aiming to create chaos at a crucial moment." At this moment, Natasha and Thor enter the laboratory. Natasha, having just interrogated Loki, naively believed she had uncovered the truth. However, prior to entering this room, she had intended to express herself subtly. Yet, for reasons unknown, once inside, her words were laced with a fiery intensity that could wound. "Banner, what do you mean? Wasn't it you who invited me here? Why am I now being blamed?" "Natasha, are you certain that your presence here is not due to my flirtatious glance?" "Banner, I am utterly exasperated with your erratic behavior today. Can a team truly be formed with individuals like us gathered together?" "Fury, why not? If it weren't for a certain overly curious individual and another who delights in rummaging through things, our team could have been established seamlessly, and I assure you, it would have functioned smoothly for a long time." Fury's words were laden with insinuation, and it was clear to anyone paying attention who he was subtly mocking. Tony could hardly contain his indignation and interjected before Captain America had the chance to respond. "Tony, what do you mean? Are team members not entitled to some degree of knowledge? Are you creating such a large-scale weapon with the Tesseract for the benefit of humanity?" "Fury, shall I remind you, Tony, how your Stark family amassed its wealth? Through arms or perhaps nuclear weapons?" His words struck at the very heart of Tony's vulnerabilities, leaving the genius momentarily speechless. At that moment, Captain America finally seized the opportunity to speak. "Captain America, regardless, the power of the Tesseract is far too formidable. I cannot comprehend why you would wish to use it to create weapons. Can ordinary people truly wield such constructs?" "Fury, isn't it because of him?" Captain America's inquiry hit the mark, and Fury finally found a point of emotional release. "Thor, me?" The god of thunder pointed to himself, bewildered as to why the atmosphere had shifted so dramatically, especially as the focus seemed to be directed at him. "Fury, indeed, I'm not targeting you. But your previous arrival made me realize that there exists a group of beings in outer space far more powerful than we are. Thus, for the sake of self-preservation, I felt compelled to utilize the Tesseract." "Thor, enough. I had thought you would possess greater wisdom, but it appears you have reached your limits. Do you comprehend the ramifications of using the Tesseract? Perhaps your limited understanding allows you to grasp that each time it is used, it emits a brilliant signal throughout the universe." "What?" Fury was genuinely unaware of this perspective Thor presented, clearly indicating his own limited knowledge. Indeed, at this moment, any advanced civilization in the universe could pinpoint Earth's location. However, who could blame you for continuously harnessing the Tesseract's power? You merely tapped into its most superficial capabilities. Yet much more has already dispersed into the cosmos. Would you like me to illustrate what this situation entails? As Robert observed the situation deteriorating, he feared that if he allowed them to continue their quarrel, it might escalate into physical conflict. Thus, he quickly seized the moment to speak and also deactivated the Mind Stone, for otherwise it would inevitably influence the emotions of those around him. Tony, filled with anticipation, urged, "Describe it, brother. I am exceedingly eager." Indeed, Robert's words captured everyone's attention, but unlike Captain America, who patiently awaited a response, Tony exhibited a more urgent demeanor, perhaps driven by a desire to confront Fury. To put it succinctly, your incessant use of the Tesseract has led to a second wave of energy release before the first has had a chance to dissipate naturally. Such actions are akin to illuminating the pitch-black cosmos with a 1,000,000-watt bulb. Robert's analogy was straightforward and easily comprehensible. Although Thor was previously unaware of these details, it did not hinder his understanding of the underlying peril. To be candid, even we, the denizens of Asgard, would not dare to engage in such reckless behavior as you do. Earth may be on the brink of annihilation. After all, there are numerous individuals coveting the power of the Tesseract, and the few I am aware of are certainly beyond the capabilities of humanity to contend with. Thor's attempt to augment Robert's statement struck like a hammer upon the hearts of those present, causing their spirits, previously untainted by the Mind Stone, to grow heavy once more. "You must have known all this, right, Robert?" Why have you never informed me? Fury, now the focal point of collective ire, was perplexed by the unfolding circumstances and began to turn the tables, questioning Robert, setting aside the question of whether you would actually heed my explanations. I must express my disdain for your current tone while speaking to me. I shall grant you one more opportunity. Egg? Fury retorted, realizing he was the subject of Robert's ire. Upon receiving Robert's affirmative nod, his already dark expression deepened further. I offered you a chance, and you squandered it, Robert declared, delivering a resounding slap across Fury's face, unable to endure the disdainful glares any longer. Smack! Oh, Natasha gasped in shock, as though the blow had landed upon her own cheek. Well done, Robert. You accomplished what I have longed to do. In contrast to the astonishment of Natasha and the others, Tony's expression was one of sheer delight, as if he had finally avenged a long-held grudge. You! Fury fell to the ground, instinctively rising to retaliate, for it had been ages since he had been struck in such a manner. And what will you do? Robert shot a sidelong glance at Fury, who, once brimming with bravado, suddenly deflated. After all, this was a madman capable of challenging even the president. Perhaps it would be best to bide his time and seek revenge later. For now, he would endure. Fury resolved to swallow his indignation, recognizing that Robert's extraordinary prowess quelled any thoughts of confrontation. It is I who have erred, and I hereby acknowledge my fault. General Robert, I implore you to forgive me. Fury's current demeanor resembles the ancient Chinese proverb, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. I have no desire to be perpetually wary of your treachery. Robert, with his keen insight, perceives Fury's simplistic thoughts and has no intention of allowing a concealed dagger to linger at his back, poised to strike at any moment. The yellow energy, emblematic of the Soul Gem's power, emanates from Robert's hand and descends upon Fury before the assembled crowd. Natasha, under the impression that Robert intends to harm Fury, finds herself at a loss for action, given her role as a superior. Do not, exclaimed Tony. Oh, responded Captain America. Robert? Queried Thor. Has he always been this domineering? Asked Banner. As the others assumed a grim fate awaited Fury, they turned their gazes to Robert, whose propensity for violence was difficult for any reasonable person to accept. Calm down, friends. I have no intention of eliminating this old rascal. I merely wish to impart a lesson. Wouldn't you agree, Fury? Wong Wong. Fury's affirmative response came in an unusually peculiar manner. Let me try again. It seemed that Robert's unfamiliarity with his newfound abilities had led him to inadvertently designate Fury as a canine. Indeed, it must be due to his inexperience with his powers. There is no personal vendetta involved. Have you taken control of him? Tony inquired, his curiosity piqued, a sentiment echoed by those nearby. Just then, the program devised by Banner to locate the Tesseract successfully pinpointed its whereabouts, albeit in a rather peculiar location. Oh my goodness! Exclaimed Banner. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions struck directly above the laboratory where Robert and the others were situated. Fortunately, the structure had been reinforced. Otherwise, it might have harmed Tony, who possessed no protective abilities. Quick, change into your armor, urged Captain America. All right, replied Tony. These individuals are truly insufferable. Robert's spatial energy swirled around him, a clear indication that he was preparing to act. Robert, can you refrain from intervening unless it is absolutely critical? While Fury may have committed some missteps, he is correct that our Avengers team ought to cultivate better synergy. After all, we cannot always rely on you. I am indifferent, Robert stated. Come now, that sounds exhausting. Captain America retorted. Very well, I shall leave the matter to you all. Trust me, you shall not be disappointed. After assuring Robert, Captain America hurried off to gather his gear, followed inexplicably by Thor. Master, what shall I do now? Fury respectfully inquired beside Robert. Do not. Please refrain from addressing me in such a manner. It is utterly distasteful. Remain as you have always been. Now, proceed with your tasks. Fury's address and his sycophantic demeanor truly disgusted Robert, yet he ultimately stifled his discomfort and uttered those words. Fury, indeed, General Robert. At this moment, he was already influenced by Robert's mental control. However, this was not true control. True control entails complete compliance with the user's will, which necessitates the obliteration of the original consciousness. In Fury's case, his original awareness was preserved, yet when confronted by Robert, He could not help but exhibit respect and obsequiousness, an undeniable influence. "Please, make haste," Robert gestured dismissively. Although Fury was putting on a fade, the reverence in his gaze was unmistakable, which was rather intolerable. Can a normal man endure the sight of a black man whose eyes are filled with admiration for him? Robert certainly could not. What transpired with Hill? Once outside the room, Fury finally regained his composure. He was now connected, inquiring with his capable assistant about the current situation. "Hill, we have been bombed, Director. 2 engines have already shut down and require repairs, but that must wait until we land. For now, we can only rely on the remaining 2 engines to maintain flight. If they were to fail as well, the consequences would be dire." "Fury, so we need someone to repair the engines, correct?" "Hill, yes, and it must be done swiftly." Faced with such a dire circumstance, Fury indeed possessed commendable qualities, such as maintaining his composure during critical moments. "Did you hear that, Tony? Due to the recent breach of the SHIELD system." Fury was certain Tony could hear the communications among them. "I heard. I'm on it." Sure enough, as soon as Fury finished speaking, Tony responded. "Coulson, disable the defensive lockdown and distribute equipment from the armory." "Agent Natasha, are you all right? I just saw a missile fly towards you and Banner. He hasn't been provoked, has he?" With Tony addressing the engine issues, Fury began organizing subsequent matters. However, his greatest concern remained Banner. If the intruders threatened to destroy the flying aircraft carrier, Banner's emotional outburst could significantly increase the likelihood of catastrophe, which is why Fury took such care. "Natasha, I'm fine." After spitting out a bit of the dust she had inhaled, she responded to Fury, perhaps momentarily dazed by the explosion, failing to realize that Fury's primary concern was not her. A muffled grunt sounded, and Natasha then noticed Banner not far from her. His current state was far from ideal. "Fury, I'm glad you're all right. What about Dr. Banner? Is he okay?" Seeing that Natasha seemed not to grasp his meaning, Fury felt compelled to clarify further. "Natasha, his condition is far from good." "Fury, oh, this is dire. Do your utmost to stabilize his emotions. If that fails, we may need to call upon General Robert for assistance." "Natasha, I shall endeavor to resolve this with my own abilities, but if it proves impossible, I shall have to heed your counsel." As an elite agent, her pride is substantial. Seeking help has never been Natasha's modus operandi. "Banner, you must persevere. Otherwise, you play directly into Loki's hands. Regulate your emotions, and let us breathe deeply together, shall we?" Natasha watched as Dr. Banner writhed on the ground, as if something were attempting to escape his body. Even as green skin began to emerge upon him, she still wished to give it a try. "Natasha, we will be all right. Breathe deeply. HSSS. Banner, HSSS." The miraculous breathing technique seemed to bear some fruit. At least the green hue on Banner's skin had receded, which was a promising sign. Natasha was about to exert herself further when 2 well-meaning soldiers interrupted her. "Soldier, do you need assistance?" Go away." Natasha was startled by their presence. It felt as though she were defusing a bomb, only to have 2 oblivious individuals nearby playing with firecrackers. This not only disrupted the diffuser's operations, but also affected the tense atmosphere. A low growl erupted, and Banner's condition worsened once more, rendering Natasha's hard-won progress futile. Frantically waving her hands, she urged the soldiers to leave. Now, she began to worry for her own safety, knowing that debris from the recent explosion had her foot trapped. After exerting herself twice without success, Natasha could only pin her hopes on Banner resisting transformation. "We will be fine. Listen, Banner, I stake my life on it. I will ensure you are taken far away, where no one can disturb you again." "Banner, your life. You certainly didn't say that earlier." Roar, roar. Large patches of green skin erupted upon him, accompanied by horrifyingly massive muscles, while his clothing began to tear, revealing an oft-overlooked artifact. The quality of those trousers is truly remarkable. Robert had been observing the situation all along. After all, who wouldn't he anticipate the arrival of a green giant? This was the early Hulk, caught between shades of black and white. Should he fully bleach out later, his power would considerably diminish. The laws of the universe dictate that individuals in darker states tend to possess greater strength than when they are in a virtuous state. The reasoning behind this remains unclear. Roar. As Robert pondered these trivialities, the Hulk within Dr. Banner erupted forth. With With a disdainful snort, the Hulk gazed at Natasha for a moment. Amidst her growing terror, he stormed away in fury. Perhaps, in comparison to the earlier explosion, the hurtful words from Tony and the others were the true catalyst for Hulk's emergence. After all, who among us is devoid of a little temper? Even the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles would likely struggle to withstand being called a monster to their faces. Chapter 100. Madness Crash. Oh no, Hulk had initially intended to depart, yet Natasha's sudden struggle captured his attention once more. Roar. He let out a thunderous roar, seemingly having changed his mind, and charged towards Natasha. Damn! Natasha, witnessing this scene, was propelled by an overwhelming instinct for survival. Springing to her feet and fleeing at lightning speed. Do you need assistance? Robert inquired, still offering to help, but before he could act, Thor took the initiative. Crash! Hulk was sent flying by the impact. Any ordinary person would have crumbled under such force, but this was Hulk. Roar! Rising from the ground, Hulk shook his head and prepared to launch himself at the God of Thunder. Wait, brother, remember we are on the same side? Thor exclaimed. Boom! Hulk's fist collided with Thor's face, sending ripples across his handsome visage, an emphatic response to Thor's words. Thor, picking himself up and spitting out water, noted that although Hulk's attack seemed formidable, he had sustained minimal harm. However, the fury had certainly been unleashed. Hulk, seeing Thor rise unscathed, felt as though his efforts were in vain, and in a fit of rage, charged at Thor once again. It seems we must find a different means of communication. Buzz. Thor raised one hand to the sky, summoning his hammer, Mjolnir, which swiftly soared into his grasp. Clang! Just as Hulk approached Thor, he was struck down by the hammer, an affront he had never encountered. In an instant, the two stubborn adversaries were engaged in a fierce brawl, the scene resembling a demolition site. They had already battled their way to the second-floor surveillance room, obliterating all monitoring equipment within, as the repeated messages of destruction echoed through DS communication system, accompanied by the frantic shouts of an agent who had witnessed the chaos. Director, if we allow Hulk to continue this rampage, I fear we shall soon be obliterated. This aligns perfectly with the invader's intentions. Hill warned. Then what are we waiting for? Find something to divert its attention, preferably leading it away from the aircraft carrier. Fury commanded. Echo 083. Do you read me? We need you to attract Hulk's attention. Position yourself at the breach. With her order given, escorting F-35 fighter jet began to approach the aircraft carrier. Commander, I have reached the designated position, requesting fire orders. Utilizing exceptional piloting skills, the fighter pilot successfully maneuvered the jet into the damaged interior of the carrier, executing a hovering operation. Now his hand rests upon the trigger of the machine gun, while the fighter pilot has locked onto the rampaging green giant within. With but a single command, he is poised to unleash fire. Hill, open fire immediately. Pilot eye, rat-tat-tat. The fighter's machine gun, designed for close-quarters aerial combat, proves devastating in this context. Even the most advanced bulletproof glass stands no chance against its might. However, the adversary is none other than the Hulk. The bullets ricochet off Hulk's back. While they cannot be deemed entirely ineffective, their impact is akin to mere tickling. The pilot has only just begun firing when thousands of rounds strike the Hulk, diverting his previously directed fury towards Thor onto the fighter. Target is insane. Target is insane. As the pilot shouts in desperation, Hulk leaps onto the aircraft's back. Divert him. Do not allow Hulk to remain on the carrier. The pilot's frantic cries yield no response of retreat or imminent support. The command to divert rings harshly in his ears. Yet, even if the pilot were to defy orders for the sake of his own life, Hulk would not grant him that luxury. Upon landing on the aircraft's rear, Hulk commences his destruction, resulting in the aircraft being propelled away from the carrier without the pilot's intervention. Hulk, clearly aware of his increasing distance from the carrier, is not motivated by a sense of crisis, but rather a simple desire to return and continue his battle with Thor. Boom! Hulk exerts tremendous force, causing the highly sensitive engines at the back of the fighter to explode. Damn it! In an instant, the plane enters a stall, lacking an engine. No amount of piloting skill can salvage the situation. The sole escape route lies in the ejection seat's activation by the pilot. Ordinarily, he would be launched like a projectile, but Hulk has no intention of merely observing. Roar! The pilot is caught directly by Hulk, who, fortunately, seems to harbor little interest in him and tosses him aside after a fleeting glance. Thud! A parachute unfurls in midair, granting the pilot a reprieve, and he exhales in relief. Had Hulk's thoughts been even slightly different, he would have met his end. The fighter descends in a free fall, and Hulk, having squandered precious time, finds himself unable to return to the carrier. In this aerial descent, he lacks even a solid footing, resigned to plummet. Meanwhile, those aboard the carrier are not faring much better, especially Tony, who bears the burden of repairing the engine. Did you see that red wrench? The captain inquires. When I call for it, just pull it for me. Captain America. Yes, I see it. But wait. You aren't actually thinking of going in there to push the engine to start it, are you? Don't do that. One misstep, and you'll be torn to shreds. Tony, as long as you can pull that wrench in time, I'll be just fine. The propulsion device of the armored suit activated, and Tony soared into the engine, beginning to single-handedly turn it. Captain America, I apologize, Tony. I previously held you in disdain, perceiving you merely as a self-serving individual. Although I never vocalized it, I truly believe that. However, what you're doing now is, to be honest, something I might not have the courage to attempt. Captain America's candidness momentarily caught Tony off guard, yet significantly heightened his regard for him. To be frank, my praise is not solely because you hold my life in your hands. I recognize my own faults as well. You are truly formidable, both in personal strength and in team leadership. Captain America, thank you. I am genuinely pleased to receive your acknowledgement. At that moment, a smile began to grace his face. Free from the influence of a Mind Stone, the two could finally engage in a normal exchange, resulting in a harmonious interaction. As Captain America firmly grasped the red wrench, which represented Tony's very survival, he felt the weight of responsibility. Should he falter even for a moment, Tony's fate could be sealed. Suddenly, a group of intruders burst in, seemingly intent on disrupting their repair efforts. Damn it! In the rush, Captain America hadn't even grabbed a shield, leaving him to face the onslaught defensively. Command Center under attack. All armed personnel proceed to assist. As if fate conspired against them, the situation in the aircraft carrier's command room was equally dire. A squad led by Hawkeye had successfully infiltrated and commenced a fierce assault. Bang! Fury returned fire with his pistol. As their leader engaged, the surrounding soldiers scattered like leaves in a storm. Boom! An explosion drew the attention of Fury and the few remaining who still had the will to resist towards the intruders at the entrance. The intruders were few in number, merely a handful, yet they had thrown the command center of SHIELD, renowned for its global surveillance and conflict resolution, into chaos. Fury, what are you all doing? Fight back. He glanced around. There were clearly over 100 personnel on his side, while only 5 or 6 intruders had revealed themselves. The stark disparity in numbers left Fury incredulous that they were at a disadvantage. Watch out! Just as Fury attempted to grab a fleeing soldier for clarification, Hill lunged at him, pulling him aside. The spot where he had stood moments before erupted in a deafening explosion, causing Fury, the ever-composed director, to pale in shock. Oof. Seeing his arrow miss its mark, Barton swiftly shifted his aim toward the true objective of this mission. As the arrow, bearing a Trojan virus-laden device, accurately struck the control computer of SHIELD, Barton swiftly retreated, for Fury and his team had already reacted. They promptly neutralized the guards at the entrance, and it was imperative that someone intercept Barton. If possible, they needed to awaken him quickly. If not, Fury paused momentarily. But this hesitation was short-lived as he issued a command. If Barton resisted fiercely and posed a threat, they were to eliminate him on the spot. Natasha declared, "I'll apprehend him." The moment Fury's words fell, Natasha, previously startled by Hulk, volunteered. The amalgamation of fragmented information led to suspicions regarding her connection with Barton. Hill reported, "Director, all engines have been forcibly shut down. We are about to enter a free fall from an altitude of 9,000 meters." The arrow, connected to the device, immediately activated the Trojan virus, successfully breaching SHIELD's systems, rendering the aircraft carrier's remaining 2 engines inoperative. Fury addressed, "General Robert, I must ask for your assistance, although I doubt. Well, the play is nearly set. Now, watch my move." In an instant, a surge of blue energy enveloped the entire aircraft carrier. Despite having lost engine power, the colossal vessel defied gravity, remaining suspended in midair. Meanwhile, Tony managed to restart one engine, though he felt somewhat thwarted by the current predicament. Perhaps if we had let that fellow intervene sooner. we wouldn't be facing so many issues, would we? Captain America, having just incapacitated the last assailant who ambushed him, finally responded to Tony's remark. Chapter 101. Unity. I cannot always hide behind others. That is not my style, Captain America said, glancing down at the scene unfolding from 9,000 meters above, his face betraying a flicker of concern. However, having someone to catch us when we stumble is rather advantageous. It allows for correction when mistakes are made, rather than being obliterated by the enemy when chaos ensues. Tony replied, that makes a fair point, yet I find no shame in hiding behind others. As long as I remain undetected, I can still be a hero. His jest was evident. Yet Captain America did not believe that one willing to risk themselves for the collective safety could be a coward hiding behind others. May your dreams come true, then. Captain America chuckled, unable to maintain his serious demeanor as laughter erupted between them, solidifying their burgeoning friendship. Meanwhile, on another front, the high-security cell containing Loki was unlocked. As he was about to step out, a faint smile graced Loki's lips, only for the next moment to reveal Thor entering, witnessing his escape. No, without a moment's hesitation, Thor lunged forward, attempting to thwart Loki's escape. However, it was as if he had grasped at mere air. Loki's form at the door was nothing but an illusion, his true self having already eluded capture. This ruse had proven effective time and again. Loki emerged outside the transparent cage, his expression once again exuding triumph. With a grunt, Thor seized his enchanted hammer and struck the transparent barrier before him. Alas, that glass had been crafted by S.H.I.L.D. specifically for the Hulk, and his blow merely left a few cracks on its surface. You are perpetually ineffectual, Loki remarked, initially anxious as he witnessed Thor's assault on the glass. But his confidence surged upon realizing Thor's entrapment. Who was it that claimed pressing a button would cast you down? Loki leisurely approached the control panel, relishing the sight of Thor struggling within the cage. You'd best keep your distance from that device, or I may just use it against you. At that moment, S.H.I.L.D. Agent Coulson appeared, wielding a weapon derived from the Tesseract. Whoa, please calm down. That weapon of yours appears quite formidable, Loki observed, a glimmer flickering on his body in a spot imperceptible to the untrained eye. Thor had little interest in magic, and Coulson, being an ordinary human, was equally oblivious. This resulted in both failing to notice Loki employing a misdirection. His illusion remained, while his true self had already relocated. Care to give it a try? I haven't used this before, but if you wish to, Coulson began. No, Thor interrupted. Suddenly, a blade protruded from Coulson's chest, and he turned slowly to discover it was Loki's scepter. Loki had no intention of lingering with Coulson, not even the desire to flaunt his triumph before Thor. Loki, you cannot do this. Hurry and save Coulson. The situation has not yet reached its direst point, Thor implored from within the cage. But his pleas fell on deaf ears as Loki remained resolute. When did you become so sentimental? Aren't you the one who usually boasts about your kill count? Loki retorted, his hands never leaving the control panel, betraying his urgency. Cease this, brother. Return with me to Asgard. You know well that person on Earth. Success is beyond your grasp. Enough. Take your drivel to the depths of hell. Upon hearing Thor's dismissal, Loki could no longer contain himself. He promptly completed his task and decisively pressed the red button on the panel. Farewell. Assuming a posture of reluctant farewell, Loki initially believed that Thor would plummet as Fury had predicted. However, the anticipated event did not transpire. What could be the reason? Loki, clearly aware of this anomaly, could not suppress his curiosity and craned his neck to investigate. To his astonishment, he beheld the massive door of the cell ajar. Yet a blue energy barrier ultimately hindered Thor's descent. Hey, he intervened. Loki, surrender now, and I shall do my utmost to ensure they treat you gently, Thor declared, referring to Robert. With Robert's intervention, Thor abandoned any thoughts of returning Loki to Asgard for retribution. It is not merely that he relinquished this intention. He lacked the strength to execute such a plan. Inwardly exclaiming in despair, Loki endeavored to maintain his composure, though beads of sweat cascaded down his face. Ultimately, he attempted to breach Robert's spatial shield. Upon discovering that it was impervious to his efforts, he resolved to grasp at straws. Hey, Silvage, I find myself ensnared aboard the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft carrier. Do you possess any means to assist me? Oh, master, you've inquired of the right person. I happen to have something crafted by Tony, replied Sylvage, promptly requesting coordinates from Loki. Despite his skepticism, Loki provided them, driven by his unwavering faith in the Mind Stone's control capabilities. Master, are you in Skade? Not long after Loki disclosed his location, a portal materialized nearby. Huh, your time is up. Loki, Robert has come to seek you out. Both Thor and Loki were bewildered, presuming that only Robert on Earth could wield such power. Loki, having assumed a combat stance, was merely projecting a shadow of himself, while his true self lay in wait for an opportunity to escape. Thor was filled with anticipation, whereas Loki wore a mask of anxiety, but the figure emerging from the portal left them both astounded. Master, it is I. An elderly man with graying hair stepped through the portal, his face radiating warmth. Ah, it seems, Thor, your expectations have once again been dashed. I truly relish witnessing your expression of disappointment, you know? I would love to linger a bit longer, but I must take my leave as a significant matter awaits my attention. Upon realizing the arrival of Sylvage, Loki was elated. He did not inquire how Sylvage had arrived, having dismissed earlier comments in favor of imagining that the energy had been harnessed through the Tesseract. Oh, Thor watched helplessly as Loki approached the portal, powerless to intervene from his confinement. Wait a moment. At that moment, Coulson, previously presumed deceased, suddenly revived, and one must admit that Loki's curiosity was insatiable. He obediently paused to glance in that direction. Boom! The result of that fleeting glance was a significant surprise. He was forcefully propelled by the weapon in Coulson's hand, landing squarely at the portal's threshold. I have come to understand the purpose of this entity. After glancing at the utterly lifeless Coulson, Sylvig regained his composure. He hastily stepped through the portal, motivated by a desire to escape this place and to ascertain the fate of his master. If his master were indeed deceased, he would be at a loss as to how to proceed. On Star Tower, Loki found himself deeply embedded in the wall. Nevertheless, being a descendant of the Frost Giants, he could still be considered a divine entity, and thus would not yield so easily. Master? Sylvig emerged shortly after Loki, having swiftly deactivated the portal with his traversal watch, and rushed to assess Loki's condition. Under normal circumstances, one would surely be dead in such a state. Yet Loki's vital signs were remarkably stable, indicating only minor injuries. I am fine. I shall proceed as planned. Loki extricated himself from the wall, dismissively waving off Sylvig, who had come to assist him. At that moment, they found themselves atop Tony's pride and joy, Stark Tower. Yes, master. Sylvig was undeterred by Loki's gesture. Upon confirming that Loki was unharmed, he felt a surge of joy and scurried off to prepare atop the tower. Thor S.H.I.E.L.D. Ha ha ha. Once Sylvig departed, Loki could not contain his laughter, feeling a sense of pride for the splendid execution of his plan, which included outsmarting both S.H.I.E.L.D. and Thor. Meanwhile, aboard the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft carrier, it was only after Loki's departure that the personnel recalled his presence. Fury was the first to arrive, and upon seeing Thor's figure trapped in a cage, he sensed impending doom. Just a few steps further, he discovered his trusted ally lying on the ground, bleeding from the chest. Perhaps there are moments when Fury's true emotions surface. Had he been alone, tears might have fallen, but with the arrival of Tony and the others, such a display was rendered impossible. He has ceased to breathe. Captain America checked Coulson's pulse, bitterness etched upon his face. Robert stood nearby, fully aware of the entire sequence of Loki's escape, including Coulson's demise. However, despite his knowledge, he chose not to intervene. Not only was he unfamiliar with Coulson, but he also could not predict the consequences of saving him. Just like now, Captain America remarked, "We must reflect on why this has occurred." Natasha replied, "I was somewhat impulsive earlier, particularly with my words towards Banner." Tony conceded, "All right, I admit my fault. I should not have instigated conflict that led to our quarrel." Barton added, "It was my error. I should not have been so easily manipulated, resulting in our current predicament." After Natasha had controlled him and knocked him out with a punch, he awakened with clarity, feeling deep remorse for having brought the enemy aboard. The group engaged in a round of self-reflection, and even Fury, under Robert's gaze, acknowledged his own mistakes. The death of Coulson undoubtedly brought this team closer together. Although they each still harbored their own thoughts, the animosity that once defined their interactions had significantly diminished. Chapter 102, The Guinea Pig. Isn't this delightful? Observing this harmonious group, Robert felt a profound sense of satisfaction, though he would never admit to employing a measure of mental manipulation to foster this current scene. If someone were to interpret Robert's actions as a benevolent gesture aimed at uniting the Avengers, they would not be entirely mistaken. However, he was more interested in testing his newfound abilities, and Tony and the others were somewhat akin to guinea pigs. Tony exclaimed, "All right, since everyone is so happy, I've decided to throw a party as a reward. What do you think?" His face was alight with excitement, clearly a result of someone's mental influence, which had inadvertently caused him to voice his innermost thoughts. Quickly retracting the mental influence he had exerted on Tony, Robert observed the astonished expressions of those around him, particularly Captain America, as they looked at Tony. I meant to say, after our victory, because we will win, right? Who among you lacks confidence?" As his rationality returned, Tony, though puzzled at how he had blurted out the idea of a party, quickly crafted a remedy to smooth over his untimely remark. "I believe we all have confidence. So let us first locate the Tesseract. Loki is secondary. I recall that Dr. Banner has already pinpointed its location, hasn't he?" Captain America exhaled, somewhat relieved that Tony had not become overly boastful and still exhibited a modicum of caution. At the same time, he deftly steered the conversation back on track, prompting everyone to resume their activities. "I'll check Banner's computer," Tony declared. "I'll go retrieve Banner," Natasha added. "I'm going too," Barton chimed in. "Director Fury, do you have a battle plan?" Captain America inquired. "I believe there should be one, but please allow me to properly arrange for Coulson's remains. It will only take 5 minutes. I need to speak with the agents," Fury replied. As the director of SHIELD, he could not afford to be involved in every detail, especially at such a critical moment. He must not act solely on his own desires. "I understand," Captain America acknowledged. "Well, I should also listen to the plan." 5 minutes, Fury," Robert interjected, receiving an immediate response. Fury even paused his conversation with the agents as a result. "Yes, Mr. Robert," he affirmed. A group of individuals busied themselves with their respective tasks, all preparing to depart. However, someone was decidedly displeased. "I've been stuck in this cage for ages, and you all haven't noticed me, have you?" Thor banged vigorously on the glass wall. He had actually been part of the earlier conversation, but due to the glass barrier, his voice had been too faint to catch anyone's attention. Now, feeling overlooked, Thor grew increasingly frustrated, pounding on the glass and shouting, "Fury, apologies. I shall release you forthwith. Thor, you had better hasten, or I shall make you acquainted with the terrifying wrath of the gods." Fry, very well. He was not one to be easily intimidated. The slightest pang of guilt previously harbored due to his negligence towards Thor evaporated in the face of his anger. His previous flustered demeanor transformed into a casual indifference, the expression upon his face almost infuriating. Hurry. The Crown Prince of Asgard ought not to be confined here, especially when our allies have already seized the enemy camp. It makes me feel utterly powerless. Fry continued to nonchalantly fiddle with the screen before him, betraying no hint of urgency, while Thor's countenance darkened several shades. One could hardly blame him. As the Crown Prince of Asgard, he was a figure of great admiration and attention in the realm of the gods. Now, in what they deemed the lower realm, shouldn't others, save for the exceptional Robert, show respect towards a deity? "Thor, are you done yet?" "Fry, the circuit is damaged. You'll have to find your own way out." This time he spoke the truth, yet others' disbelief in Fry was understandable, given his naturally deceptive visage. "You said that." Buzzing. The hammer of the thunder god whirled furiously in Thor's grasp, as though he might strike it against the specially reinforced, bulletproof, and explosion-proof glass at any moment. They had designed it initially to contain the Hulk. One could only wonder whether Thor's might surpass the glass's fortitude. A palpable tension arose, for Fry was acutely aware of the situation. Even through the glass, he could sense Thor's fury, as if he himself might suffer the consequences the moment Thor emerged. "Could you perhaps relax a bit?" At this juncture, Fry too felt a twinge of fear and sought to soothe Thor's agitation. "What do you think?" Thor revealed a dazzling set of pearly whites, his charming smile causing Fry to shiver involuntarily. "Enough of this. No need to trouble yourself." Just as Thor was poised to forcefully break free from his confines, Robert raised his hand gently, and the glass prison was cleaved open with a neat incision, creating an entrance large enough for a single person. Buzzing. The opening appeared right before Thor, rendering his hammer-wielding antics rather unnecessary. For if it were merely to deal with Fry, one hand would suffice. Yet he found himself perplexed by Robert's stance, Should he side with Fry? Thor felt that even with 10 hammers, it would be futile. However, Robert's subsequent departure alongside Fry clarified his allegiance, compelling Thor to postpone his plans for retribution. "My lord, I am grateful for your intervention." Fry had already arranged matters concerning Coulson. Rather than lamenting the situation, his mind urged him to curry favor with Robert. For had it not been for Robert's timely assistance, Fry might not have faced death, but a bruised visage was certainly a possibility. "Enough, do not come so close. Keep your distance." Robert regarded Fury, who was approaching him, with a sense of impatience and brusquely dismissed him. His earlier actions were guided by the principle that one must consider the master when dealing with a dog, having exerted control over Fury. He felt he had secured a quarter of SHIELD, perhaps even less. "Fury, during your idle moments, you ought to attend to the cleanliness around here. Do you understand? Cleanliness?" Fury lifted his gaze and noted a certain disarray aboard the aircraft carrier, a consequence of the recent skirmish. "Indeed, I shall arrange for a cleanup later." Though perplexed, Fury adhered to the philosophy that whatever the master decrees must be accepted, regardless of comprehension. "That is not what I meant." A blue shield enveloped them, ensuring their conversation remained confidential. "What I refer to is the waste within SHIELD. Can you imagine, Fury? The recent assault instigated by Loki has inflicted greater damage not upon SHIELD, but rather upon the insidious Hydra embedded within it. It is almost laughable that an organization purporting to safeguard all humanity houses a majority of members devoted to its destruction." Robert shuddered at the thought of a thorough cleansing of SHIELD, and whether the organization would withstand such scrutiny. "What? They are not." Fury instinctively questioned Robert's assertion, recalling that Hydra had ostensibly vanished after World War II. Yet, as the words came from Robert, disbelief was not an option. "What shall we do next?" Fury's inquiry prompted Robert to consider solutions. He had an effective method in mind to exert mental influence over every individual within SHIELD, regardless of their allegiance. However, such an approach would undoubtedly lead to complications. The notion of obliterating the organization and reconstructing SHIELD was tempting. It would undoubtedly taint his hands. Thus, after much contemplation, Robert concluded that it would be preferable for Fury, the director of SHIELD, to tackle the issue gradually. "Very well. Select a trusted group of individuals and arrange for them to gather at a designated location. I will ensure they obey you unconditionally. And then you can methodically address the problem of the refuse." "Master, your wisdom is unparalleled," Fury exclaimed, though he had yet to formulate a plan. But flattery seemed a prudent course. Perhaps the ultimate knowledge lies at the edge of the universe. Begone. Robert was unimpressed by such flattery, feeling a deep-seated revulsion, despite having been adept in this art in his previous life. Dismissed, Fury dared not voice any objection. Instead, he respectfully watched Robert's retreating figure. "Oh, by the way, I almost forgot the matter at hand. Fury, if you lack a breakthrough, you might consider investigating your former superior. Uncovering the truth about him could resolve half the issue." "Understood," Fury replied promptly, though inwardly he lamented, questioning why he found himself in such a predicament. Due to the clue provided by Robert, it signifies that a significant portion of the team is rendered unfit for action. Meanwhile, while Fury is lost in his thoughts, Natasha is making steady progress on the other side. In an abandoned factory, she ventures inside alone, while outside, the tactical team, led by Barton, has surrounded the area completely. With a forceful motion, Hulk turns away from Natasha, who extends a hand in goodwill. To express his emotions, he strikes a nearby rusted car, sending it flying with a single punch. A feat accomplished despite his temper being under control, as he is on the verge of reverting to Banner. "I acknowledge my previous misjudgment. I was unaware of why my emotions spiraled out of control, and I shouldn't have spoken to you that way." Natasha apologizes from behind Hulk. As her tone grows increasingly sincere, Hulk's massive form begins to shrink until he ultimately reveals his pale skin, with Banner's persona re-emerging. "How is Natasha? Should we rush in to rescue you?" Barton's inquiry punctually arises, a contingency plan established between him and Natasha that should Hulk lose control. A team would be dispatched to ensure her safe extraction. "Bring in a stretcher," Everything is fine now. Banner is simply unconscious on the ground. Natasha exhales deeply after saying this, plopping down onto the floor, her earlier anxiety palpable. Chapter 103. Conclusive evidence. Banner has been successfully transported back to the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft carrier, where he has now regained consciousness. Was it all my doing? Upon reboarding, Banner surveys the damaged carrier with uncertainty. Only a small fraction. We were attacked by Loki, Dr. Natasha responds candidly. Banner sighs upon hearing this. It seems I did not exacerbate the situation to the worst possible extent. Thank goodness. Do not speak so, Banner. Your strength is immense, and as long as you can harness that power, your potential will be limitless. Natasha places a comforting hand on Banner's shoulder, seemingly aiming to uplift this disheartened man. Ahem. Fury and the captain should be inside coordinating tasks. We must hurry. Barton appears behind them, having been present earlier, but only choosing to speak now for an unknown reason. All right. Natasha discreetly withdraws her hand from Banner's shoulder, straightens her attire, and prepares to enter, but then notices Captain America and his team approaching. What has happened? She proactively inquires about their reason for coming out. Captain America replies, "It's wonderful to see you. Let us discuss it aboard the jet." Thus, the group that had just disembarked from the aircraft retraces their steps, with Natasha and Barton taking their respective seats in the cockpit. Barton, what is our destination, Captain? Captain America, the Stark Tower. Are you familiar with it? Tony mentioned that Loki intended to utilize his reactor there, as the Tesseract was located at that site, and he and Thor had already departed ahead of time. Natasha interjected, "If I recall correctly, Robert possesses a unique ability that allows him to instantaneously reach a certain location. Does he not?" Before she could finish her inquiry, Captain America interrupted, stating, "I understand this may seem impolite, but I must assert that most matters should be resolved through our own efforts. And we have already pinpointed the location of the Tesseract. This situation will be resolved swiftly." Captain America's confident response was, however, interpreted by Natasha as an indication of his antiquated mindset and inflexibility. Hawkeye concurred. The captain is right. We must rely on our own strength to resolve this issue. Particularly regarding Loki, I am determined to take him down myself. His words brought a nod of approval from Captain America. Despite her reservations about the captain's conservative views, Natasha refrained from voicing any dissenting opinions that might disrupt their unity. Yet, praising him was beyond her, so she merely nodded in agreement as a gesture of affirmation. Captain America was quite pleased with their responses, and his gaze naturally shifted to Banner, the only one present who had yet to express his thoughts. I'm indifferent, Captain," Banner replied. Initially, Captain America had intended to impart his philosophy on the matter, but upon recalling the uncontrollable Hulk within Banner, he reconsidered the necessity of doing so. Indeed, among them, Banner possessed the greatest strength, but he needed to learn to control his power rather than be dominated by it. Captain America began to share his own journey of mastering his strength, selflessly conveying everything he knew about this aspect to Banner. At first, Banner adopted a dismissive attitude and felt a twinge of irritation, but for the sake of the greater good, he managed to endure it. Gradually, he remarked, "Captain, you are truly knowledgeable. I believe I've gained much from you today." "Thank you." It must be noted that sincerity has a potent effect on a rational individual. Regardless of the validity of Captain America's assertions, his genuineness resonated with Banner, prompting a shift in his attitude. Meanwhile, three figures soared through the sky at a velocity that likely surpassed the speed of sound. Robert wielded his spatial abilities, endeavoring to reduce his speed to remain aligned with his companions. "I truly do not understand their reasoning. Why can't we simply arrive there in an instant?" Despite the rapid pace, Tony's words reached Robert distinctly, for everything in the space around him yielded to his presence, thus eliminating any wind resistance. Consequently, Robert could hear the sounds clearly through his earpiece. Otherwise, the cacophony of wind at such speed would have drowned out Tony's voice. "Then why not allow me to head directly to Star Tower and await your arrival? Why must I meander along at this leisurely pace?" "Leisurely? Robert, do you comprehend what you are saying? We are flying at 12 Mach. Just look at any elderly lady on the street. How many could possibly match such a leisurely speed?" In his armored suit, Tony loudly inquired of Robert, partially due to his heightened emotions, but more so as a means to evade certain matters. You simply refuse to acknowledge that you are a narcissist with a penchant for comparison." Tony deliberately sidestepped the issue, Yet Robert was not inclined to indulge him, considering they were the only two who could hear one another's voices at that moment. Don't you think Thor is rather arrogant? He actually claimed that his speed is unparalleled. Am I expected to concede to that? As he spoke, Tony slightly tilted his head in Thor's direction, who was at that moment soaring through the air with his hammer, a sight that was, to be fair, quite striking. Noticing Tony's glance, Thor, still brimming with energy, suddenly had a thought. Tony, I'll go ahead and wait for you. As he spoke, he spun his hammer with renewed vigor. For which man does not harbor a competitive spirit? Did you see that? Did you see that, Robert? Thor's words were enough to leave Tony feeling thwarted, as it was indeed true that men are often driven by a desire to win, and Tony was particularly susceptible to such impulses. Watching as Thor continued to distance himself, Tony's suit had been optimized to its fullest potential, yet he still could not catch up. It felt akin to having one's foot wedged in a door. Yet the vehicle refuses to budge. Have we lost, Robert? I can't even see Thor's shadow anymore. After a series of fruitless attempts, Tony resigned himself to fate. And even in defeat, he was determined to drag Robert along with him. Truly a commendable brotherhood. Why do you always pull me into this? Besides, it's you who's faltering. I never claimed I was incapable. Want to see? Before Tony could respond, Robert had already begun to exert himself, and within 5 seconds, they reached the summit of Stark Tower. Phew, this speed is quite difficult to manage. My eyes are nearly overwhelmed. As Robert gently descended from the sky, the city was already under a no-fly alert, ensuring that no one witnessed this remarkable scene. Upon being brought down to the ground by Robert, Tony finally regained his composure, appearing as though he had endured some form of torment. J-A-R-V-I-S. Have you calculated the distance? How far did we travel in those 5 seconds? Calculating. Calculation complete. Mr. Stark, we just accomplished a staggering feat of circling the Earth 36 times in 5 seconds. I possess the complete record. We can apply for a world record. J-A-R-V-I-S. Jested, but Tony's focus was not on that. What truly occupied his thoughts was a different matter. What? Does that mean we were nearing the speed of light? Just moments ago, being whisked away by Robert, he had witnessed objects around him retreating at an unfathomable velocity, confirming that within that brief span, he had glimpsed mountains, oceans, deserts, and glaciers. Indeed, we have approached speeds remarkably close to that of light. Despite his anticipation of a swift pace, Tony had never fathomed it would approach the speed of light. After all, he had never experienced such velocity before and believed that the technological advancements within his lifetime would not permit such an experience. Robert, upon confirming that they had indeed moved at nearly light speed, Tony appeared exceedingly exhilarated, hastily approaching Robert for validation. Ugh, let us not revisit that moment, Tony. My head is still spinning. Finding the Stark Tower amidst a vast expanse of fleeting sights was no trivial feat, a testament to Robert's remarkable talent and his utilization of 37 opportunities. How can one not marvel? Do you realize the profound implications of that speed for humanity? Tony, still unwilling to relent, incessantly chattered in Robert's ear, eager for another demonstration. On the other side, I believe, lies the cosmos' farthest reaches. Would you care to explore it? Tony? Perhaps there are greater discoveries awaiting humanity. A portal to another dimension was conjured by Robert, though in jest. For the other side merely led to a public restroom beneath the coordinates he had once noted. Perhaps not, Tony quickly decided, distancing himself from the portal. Yet, after only a few steps, he reconsidered. If it were possible to journey back and forth, it might not be so daunting. Observing Tony's indecision, Robert found his vacillation amusing. The way he retreated further while contemplating the portal was quite the sight. After a moment of hesitation, Tony's gaze hardened with determination, embodying a spirit akin to facing death. Just as it seemed he might step through, Robert swiftly shut the gateway to the yellow world. Actually, he began to reveal the truth, only to be interrupted by a sudden spatial disturbance. Boom! Their attention was immediately drawn to the source of the noise, as a colossal energy beam shot from the Stark Tower into the sky, creating a massive rupture in its wake. Did we overlook something? Tony remarked while Robert, hearing his words, wished to remind him that it was Tony who had forgotten. Ever since Robert had brought him to New York, Tony had been like a curious child, inquiring incessantly while neglecting their primary objectives. Just as Robert opened his mouth to speak, he was abruptly interrupted by Thor, who descended from above with a thunderous arrival. Boom! He landed stylishly, kicking up a cloud of dust, perfectly enveloping Tony while leaving little to reach Robert. An impressive display. Tony chuckled, tapping his armor. I apologize for disappointing you. My suit is equipped with an air purification system. Haha. And what relevance does that have to me? Thor retorted. He indeed intended to tease Tony just now, but since he failed to do so, there was no need to admit it, thus avoiding any awkwardness. They appeared rather formidable. Didn't they, Tony? Within Tony's armor, Natasha's voice resonated as she and Captain America had just arrived in their aircraft above New York. And the vast rift in the sky, created by Loki, was far from idle. Those were the Chitauri. Prepare for battle. Thor's gaze was fixed above, and he recognized the adversaries at a glance, having accompanied Odin in numerous battles during his earlier years, witnessing a myriad of sights. Since they dare to come, they shall not leave, Tony declared. Indeed, Tony, Captain America replied from a distance as he approached the vicinity of Stark Tower after locating Robert and the others. Natasha and her team disembarked from the aircraft. None opted to engage in aerial combat. In truth, witnessing the alien invaders descending like locusts, it would be utterly futile to engage in battle from an aircraft. Upon their arrival in New York, the Chitauri commenced widespread destruction, yet to Robert, they appeared as a disorganized rabble. It seemed that the day's events would conclude swiftly. Clearly, Loki lacked the acumen to command an army. In response to Robert's remark, Thor wished to retort. After all, the Chitauri summoned by Loki could easily conquer Earth in no time against such a primitive adversary. However, before speaking, Thor reconsidered, transforming his initial denial into affirmation. Loki had indeed not learned the art of commanding armies in the realm of the gods. He represented nothing of the divine, at best possessing amateur skills. Thor altered his strategy, initially intending to preserve Loki's dignity, but considering Robert's presence, he resolved to uphold the honor of the divine realm instead, as this posed less risk. Hey folks, if we do not take action soon, this army led by a third-rate commander will swiftly occupy New York. Barton observed the ever-increasing number of extraterrestrial invaders, who, having initially gathered high in the sky, were now descending towards the ground. Shall I demonstrate how it's done? Or perhaps I could handle this crisis single-handedly. As everyone looked on, Robert ascended into the sky, slowly raising one hand, a blue luminescence swirling around it. And in the next moment, he suddenly flipped his hand. Thousands of Chitauri advance troops piloted their small vessels down from the sky. But they were destined never to touch the ground of Earth, for turning to ash hardly qualifies as contact. Wow, that was vastly more ferocious than I expected, Banner remarked, observing the swift obliteration of nearly 10,000 Chitauri soldiers. Splendid work, Robert. If you could also dispose of those remaining, it would save us from further casualties among the innocents. Tony exclaimed. In the fleeting moment prior, Tony exuded an air of nonchalance, seemingly intent on shirking responsibility. Yet, in the next instant, he discerned something in Captain America's eager demeanor. To evade subsequent admonishments, Tony resolutely donned a facade of noble seriousness, as if he were profoundly concerned for the welfare of the populace. Natasha interjected, Captain, Tony is right. This is not the time for heroics. We must entrust the task to those capable of handling it. Captain America glanced at Hawkeye and Banner. Though they remained silent, their sentiments were unmistakably clear. He did not intend to undermine their resolve. Rather, he sought to inquire if there were any actions they could undertake beyond merely observing. The collective stance of the group was now abundantly clear, bolstered by their compelling rationale for the public's safety. Captain America could not afford to dissent at this juncture, nor could he espouse notions of self-sufficiency. Yet, the prospect of merely standing by while Robert managed all the challenges alone was a notion he found profoundly unsettling, evoking a sense of abandonment by the tides of time. Of course, I cannot merely stand idly by, Captain. I mean, if possible, you might attempt to apprehend Loki. He is within Stark Tower, and I shall pave the way for you. Robert could have resolved the matter single-handedly, yet, in a bid to stave off boredom for Captain America and the others, he deliberately sought to assign them a task. Very well. Then let us compete to see who can capture Loki first. Tony, unfazed by the surrounding complexities, took Robert's cue to set forth immediately, perceiving the capture of Loki as an exhilarating challenge. It is noteworthy that his playful demeanor emerged only upon the assurance of safety. After all, Tony was the same individual who, in the original narrative, dared to embrace a nuclear device to obliterate an extraterrestrial vessel, a man capable of sacrificing his life when the situation demanded seriousness. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that Tony often exhibited a mischievous streak. "Would you care to compete with me, Big Hammer?" Thor retorted, "I do not appreciate that moniker. And Loki is my brother. He has erred, and it is my duty to mete out punishment." Tony replied, "Then let us see who is swifter. I expect you to put forth your utmost effort. After all, you did lose to me earlier." Thor scoffed, and that was merely due to external assistance. "Shall we engage in another contest?" Tony declared, "Even in a rematch, I shall emerge victorious." With Tony leading the charge, Thor followed closely behind, trailed by the ever-discontented Hawkeye. However, unlike Thor, who wielded a mighty hammer, and Tony, clad in his armored suit, Hawkeye and Captain America were reliant solely on their own legs, making the pursuit a considerable challenge. "Let us raise the stakes a bit," Robert observed as the group surged forward with abandon and with a simple wave of his hand. The difficulty began to escalate. The Chitauri, emerging from the skies, were caught off guard, propelled by an irresistible force, rendered incapable of even flapping their feet during the ensuing chaos. The bewildered Chitauri soldier was brought before the equally perplexed Tony and his companions by Robert. In an instant, the once unobstructed path became a throng of chaos. Tony and Thor, who had charged ahead, now faced the onslaught of the liberated Chitauri soldiers. Now, this is becoming interesting. Robert, dare you to escalate the intensity?" Tony swept through the ranks of the extraterrestrial invaders with ease. None could withstand the force of his iron fist, akin to a video game experience. Indeed, I too believe that a little more chaos would hardly be enough to satiate the thrill. Thor shared a similar sentiment. His thunderous might erupted among the foes, and the exhilarating sensation of overpowering all was undeniably satisfying for any man. Meanwhile, Loki, who was vigilantly monitoring the situation from Stark Tower, noticed with dismay that the army he had summoned was being herded to a designated spot as if for amusement. What do they take my masterpiece for? A mere game? Observing that the Chitauri soldiers were restricted not only from their designated route, but also from even crossing to another street just a few meters away, Loki felt a sting of frustration, yet he was not one to concede easily. "Loki, since they enjoy playing so much, let's unveil the grand spectacle." A smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he gazed at the colossal shadow gradually emerging from the rift in the sky. And Loki felt a surge of confidence. Roar! The enormous, centipede-like extraterrestrial creature let out a fierce roar upon its arrival in Earth's atmosphere. But before it could assert its dominance, it was drawn into the very place where Tony and the others were. Captain America had just arrived on the battlefield, having just sent an enemy flying with his shield when he noticed the massive shadow above. A trivial display. However, the shadow did not linger long before being struck aside by Thor. Yet, due to its colossal size and armored form, it momentarily engaged Thor in combat, who had previously seemed invincible. "Natasha," another one approaches. No sooner had she spoken than Tony swooped in to divert the colossal creature, while also reminding them, correction, there are actually two more, 3 gigantic serpent-like extraterrestrial beings, and now only one remains. However, Captain America and Natasha glanced at their own slender limbs, realizing that combined, they were no match for the creature's palm. In their haste, both Captain America and Natasha had not equipped heavy weaponry, while Barton had a few rounds left, but was running low. Banner? At that critical moment, Banner unexpectedly stepped forward from behind Captain America, striding determinedly towards the gigantic monster, his gaze unwavering. "Captain America, don't push yourself, Banner. If you can't transform, retreat. We need to devise a plan." Just as he spoke, a Chitauri soldier lunged at them. Barton had been diligently clearing the path for the group from behind, but the sheer number of foes made it increasingly arduous for him. As Banner walked ahead, he was watched intently by Natasha and Captain America, both ready to spring into action at the first sign of trouble. Even Hawkeye, who was providing cover from behind, cast a glance in their direction. "Let me tell you something, Captain, I've been quite angry all along." Banner's resolute gaze remained intact, yet his expression transformed into one of remarkable ease. In the next moment, his skin began to turn green. With a mighty roar, the Hulk emerged before the world, just as the extraterrestrial beast charged toward him. Upon witnessing this, the Hulk, filled with rage, swung his fist, resulting in a resounding thud that sent dust and debris flying. Captain America and the others waited with bated breath for the dust to settle, only to find the Hulk had lifted the creature effortlessly. Oh no! My goodness! Run! The trio reacted with astonishing speed, scattering in all directions, fearful that the Hulk might inadvertently drop the creature and harm them. Little did they know, the Hulk's action was, in fact, a demonstration of his might, even if it came at the potential cost of his own life. Chapter 105, The Weak God Oomph. The Hulk, noticing the lack of praise for his display of strength, lost interest in the creature he held. With a thunderous crash, he casually tossed the beast aside, where it collided with the barriers set by Robert, showcasing the sheer terror of his power. "Big guy, you can handle this one," Tony exclaimed, having seen the Hulk dispatch one large monster. The beast that had been drawn to him was still wounded, but far from defeated, so he considered leveraging the Hulk's momentum. However, the creature, clearly possessing some intelligence, recognized that its ally had been swiftly dispatched by the Green Giant and wisely refrained from engaging further. Instead, it sought to prey on seemingly less threatening figures like Captain America. But before it could execute its plan, a hammer descended from the heavens, ending its life abruptly. "Did I win this time?" Thor, having summoned his hammer back, looked at Robert with a face full of pride, clearly a person with a strong competitive spirit. "All right, I'll concede this round to you, but I'm certain I will win the next," Tony retorted, glancing towards his building, unfazed by the prospect of damage. He was even eager to engage in another competition, which would be the ultimate showdown between the two. "Once again, Loki is my brother, and I shall personally teach him a lesson," Thor emphasized confidently before the contest began, unaware that a certain Green Giant was already inching closer to their target. Hawkeye was closely trailing behind, demonstrating his eagerness to confront Loki. "I feel compelled to remind you, should you continue at this pace, it's possible that the one to capture Loki may emerge from beyond your ranks," Captain America kindly warned, prompting both men to immediately jostle one another as they soared towards the building. "It is time to conclude. It seems I've had my fill of play." Robert, who has been lingering in the shadows to enhance the game for Tony and Captain America, lost interest upon realizing that Loki had exhausted his repertoire of tricks. With a murmured remark, Robert gestured, diminishing the vast portal created by the Tesseract to a size that permitted only one person to pass. He strode confidently through it, finding himself amidst the cosmos, where a Chitauri spacecraft lay docked. "Are you merely watching from the shadows? Come forth if you dare." Upon arrival, Robert sensed an unseen presence observing him, one that exuded considerable strength. Otherwise, his instincts would not have reacted. But if the observer chose not to reveal themselves, Robert lost all interest in the encounter, even dismissing the notion of lingering. Impatiently, he raised his hand, exerting spatial power to seize control of the Chitauri vessel, compressing it until it reached a critical threshold, resulting in a spectacular explosion amidst the stars. The brilliant flames illuminated the void, and Robert returned to Earth from whence he came. Once he departed, a figure cloaked in shadows dared to emerge, draped in a dark robe, revealing eyes that betrayed a hint of fear. Who could he be? The enigmatic figure's murmurs would remain unanswered, for Robert had already vanished. In New York City, outside Stark Tower, a multitude of Chitauri soldiers congregated, perhaps emboldened by the severance of their retreat path, embracing a reckless defiance akin to a cornered beast that attacks when escape is rendered impossible. "Damn it, are we out of ammunition?" Tony lamented within his armor, wishing fervently to be equipped with an arsenal of weapons. Alas, that was merely a fanciful thought. Resupplying necessitated entering the building, which had originally been his intention to capture Loki. Now, Tony could only inflict damage using what was once a thruster in his palm, though its effectiveness paled in comparison to high-density micro-missiles. "Oh, how amusing. It appears someone has exhausted their weaponry. Do you know what my father often said? The only true power lies within oneself. Your armor is ultimately an external entity, and such externals invariably falter in crucial moments," Thor proclaimed, wielding his hammer and dispatching foes while imparting his wisdom to Tony, who, unbeknownst to Thor, had just glimpsed a flicker of determination in his eyes. As Tony observed the Hulk making his way towards Stark Tower, he realized that if he could not seize Loki himself, he would let the Hulk attempt it. If the Hulk succeeded, it would not be a defeat for him. Resolute, Tony engaged in light banter with Thor. "Your father speaks with an air of wisdom. My own father has shared similar sentiments, yet I failed to heed them at the time. Now I grasp their significance. So, Thor, what other insights has your father imparted to you? Please, share them with me, so I may rediscover those treasured memories long buried. Thor, there's an abundance of wisdom to recount. Allow me to elaborate, and while your father may be distinguished among mortals, he pales in comparison to my father, Odin, the All-Father. The profound truths that you ordinary beings wrestle with throughout your lives were lessons imparted to me from a tender age. Tony's remarks piqued Thor's interest, prompting him to proudly recite what he believed to be Odin's most sagacious maxims. Truth be told, many of his words held merit, though Tony was not genuinely inclined to listen. Sylvig, quick, use that device you previously took me away with. They are approaching. Seeing the dire situation, Loki hastily contemplated escape. Placing his hopes in the device Sylvig had used to flee from the S.H.I.L.D. aircraft carrier. Unbeknownst to Loki, the surrounding space had long been sealed by Robert, and even with a device of similar origin, he could not breach the confinement. Sylvig, I am uncertain, Master. It appears that this device is no longer functional. Loki, think of something, or I shall end you. Sylvig, just as Loki issued his threat, he noticed his companion suddenly collapse to the ground, seemingly startled by something unseen. An ominous feeling washed over him, yet curiosity compelled Loki to slowly turn around. A green fist collided with his face, leaving Loki feeling as though he had been struck by a spacecraft. Ugh! Loki, ever defiant, had intended to depart. But at that moment, Hulk rose to his feet. Hulk harbored no fondness for those he had struck who remained standing. He approached Loki, who, even in this precarious situation, showed no sign of surrender and instead began to taunt. Try to move again, you brutish beast. I am a denizen of Asgard, a deity revered by many. What? As soon as Loki uttered those words, he felt his legs seized, and his body was flipped upside down in a swift motion. Bam! 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 Before Loki could comprehend the unfolding events, Hulk had grasped his legs and slammed him mercilessly against the floor, creating a dent shaped like a person. Ugh! After a series of violent impacts, Loki's body succumbed to weakness. Hulk sensed that he had barely exerted any force before his opponent faltered. Such a feeble god. I have encountered far mightier beings. After uttering this, Hulk noticed the elevator chiming. Turning his head, he saw Captain America and Natasha had arrived. Loki had been captured, thanks to Banner. Upon witnessing the figure lying on the ground, Captain America approached to confirm the situation. After verifying with Barton, he spoke into the radio. Hulk. However, his reference to Hulk as Banner seemed to displease a certain green gentleman. Captain America remarked, well, it's true that it was Hulk who captured Loki. Although it sounded a bit odd since they are not supposed to be the same person, right? His subtle jest elicited a sense of recognition from Hulk, whose expression transformed into one of pride, albeit obscured by his verdant complexion and muscular form. Thor exclaimed, what? Is the matter resolved? To which Tony replied, how regrettable. How could I be so captivated by your father's profound thoughts that I forgot about our competition? Demonstrating his flair for theatrics, Tony effectively diminished Thor's skepticism. Thor responded, it matters not. The contest is merely for entertainment. Only wisdom is a lifelong companion. He continued, I recall my father imparting wisdom to me when I was 26. Tony interjected, well, Loki has been captured. Let us proceed to secure him before he escapes again. Thor appeared perplexed, as Tony had previously shown considerable interest in Odin. I believe you have spoken enough, Thor. If you continue, I may struggle to digest those profound maxims. Tony spoke sincerely, his demeanor winning Thor's favor. Subsequently, the group made their way to the rooftop of Stark Tower, where Loki was being contained amidst a throng, resembling a group of strong men surrounding a young girl. Barton remarked, if possible, I would truly like to kill you. As he uttered this, he glanced at Thor, who undoubtedly conveyed a sense of restraint. Loki had indeed committed grave errors, yet as a being from the realm of gods, his fate should be adjudicated by the All-Father Odin. Thor's assertion was laced with personal motives, a fact not lost on Robert, who was toying with the Tesseract. If he knew that bringing his brother back would indirectly lead to his mother's demise, he might reconsider his choices. Robert recalled the impending incursion of the Dark Elves, which was instigated by the Ether, all stemming from Thor's earthly girlfriend, Jane. Truly, as one of Marvel's protagonists, she seemed to invoke crises wherever she went. Chapter 106. The might of his power is his strength, not utterly terrifying? A member of the World Security Council communicated through a video link within SHIELD. As he spoke, a video played, showcasing military aircraft capturing footage from the outskirts of the conflict. Fury replied, "Well, isn't that splendid? General Robert has resolved all our troubles." Is this truly what a council member from the global jurisdiction of the SHIELD should articulate? This legislator appears to hold Robert in utter disdain. However, the American Security Council member beside him seems to have taken affront and retorts, "Mind your manner of speaking. General Robert is one of ours, and his actions are, at least for the time being, beyond reproach. Now, and what about the future? For how long must we endure this sword of Damocles hanging over us?" As tensions threatened to escalate into a quarrel, Pierce, the director of the SHIELD, hastily intervened, stating, "General Robert is a soldier, and I believe he is devoted to the welfare of the people, posing no threat whatsoever." Though his words were delivered with a veneer of righteousness, it was evident that the majority of those present at the meeting were indifferent to the plight of the common citizen. Perhaps only Fury retained a semblance of conscience. General Robert will undoubtedly safeguard this world. This outcome was already validated 2 hours ago. Do you not realize how many lives would have been lost in New York had he not been present? Under the influence of mind control, Fury fervently defended Robert, and the American council member echoed his sentiments, incensing another legislator. "Do not expect any further funding from our nation." The member from the gentleman's country felt personally targeted, for few dared to challenge him in the United Kingdom. "Pierre s'interjected, no. Please refrain from such rhetoric, sir. Our SHIELD has assisted your nation on numerous occasions, and if possible, I wish to continue that partnership." As he spoke, he cast a knowing glance at Fury, who was his former subordinate. Fury, understanding the unspoken message, was equally disinterested in prolonging the dispute. He nodded and prepared to exit the conference room, but just before stepping out, he cast a glance back at his former superior. "Regardless of whether you're a Hydra agent, if the Master claims you are, then you are." A flicker of ferocity crossed Fury's face, quickly masked. As he took his leave, "Today your tone has been less than pleasant, but you, sir, ought not to criticize America's heroes." With Fury unable to extricate himself from the situation, Pierce was willing to assist, for his thoughts were far removed from this altercation. As a significant player hidden within Hydra's upper echelons, he would cast aside his dignity for the sake of his organization's advancement. Meanwhile, Fury was outside, making phone calls, summoning Natasha, Hill, Barton, and Melinda to cease all their current engagements and assemble at the SHIELD headquarters in Washington, awaiting further instructions. "It appears we must depart." Natasha and Barton, who were with Tony, had initially intended to tidy up the aftermath, but Fury's call compelled them to head directly to Washington. "What shall we do about Loki? I mean, should he face trial on Earth or return with Thor to Asgard?" Before departing, Barton exhibited a clear reluctance, as if he were on the verge of uttering something. Natasha swiftly interjected, for she was keen to prevent her old comrade from expressing any extreme sentiments. It is worth noting that, although unspoken, Thor ranked as the second strongest among them, had it not been for Robert's restraint. He would likely have already returned to the realm of Asgard with Loki, rather than waiting here obediently. Tony inquired, "What do you think, Robert?" Prior to Robert's response, few dared to stir, aside from Tony, who was scratching an itch while questioning. "Damn it, I must install an additional scratching system when I return." The surrounding individuals regarded Tony with a mix of amusement at his peculiar antics. Robert chuckled lightly, seemingly indifferent, before directing his gaze towards Loki, who was bound by spatial forces on the ground, a look of contemplation crossing his face. Could you come over here, Robert?" Ultimately, it was Thor, most concerned for Loki, who could no longer contain himself. He despised witnessing his brother judged by the fleeting whims of others, as it carried an air of uncertainty. If Robert intended to eliminate Loki, Thor believed that a figure of such strength would leave little room for counterargument once a decision was made, unless one could defeat him. This thought flickered in Thor's mind for a mere second before being firmly suppressed, the disparity in their powers rendering him utterly hesitant to entertain it further. Robert scrutinized Thor, contemplating that leaving such a menace as Loki on Earth bore little benefit, yet he could not allow Loki to return to Asgard without consequence. It was a matter of dignity. When one commits transgressions, they must face the repercussions. Thor, your brother, must endure punishment on Earth. and your realm must also compensate the families of the victims. Robert's reasoning was sound, and given the predominance of Earthlings present, there was a conspicuous lack of dissent. Even Thor exhaled in relief upon hearing that Loki would at least retain his life. Very well, I believe Loki indeed deserves punishment, but what form will that take? A whip, materialized from spatial energy, materialized in Robert's hand, exuding immense power. Should he strike, anything within its radius would surely meet a destructive fate. While the whip would considerably diminish in potency, if wielded by an ordinary person, its might remained formidable. At that moment, Loki, sprawled on the ground feigning death, became acutely aware of Robert's decision. Upon glimpsing the formidable whip, a wave of terror surged within him. No, no, brother Thor, save me quickly. They wish to kill me. Loki attempted to approach Thor for refuge, yet he found himself utterly immobilized, capable only of sobbing profusely in a desperate plea for protection. Thor, Robert, it pains him to witness his brother in such a state. Even though Loki has erred, in Thor's view, he ought to be brought back to Asgard for judgment. However, the current circumstances are dire, and faced with a unanimous call for Loki's punishment, Thor finds himself powerless. Yet Robert had previously stated that it was merely a matter of discipline. If he were to strike, it would likely be fatal for Loki without further ado. I shall not take matters into my own hands. Barton, you shall. Robert handed the whip to Barton, who harbored the least fondness for Loki among them. A gesture that satisfied both parties. Barton, at last, I can teach this scoundrel a lesson. Rest assured, I shall not hold back. Thor, excellent. Loki's life is spared. Thor's joy stemmed from the realization that the damage inflicted by a mortal's hand would scarcely amount to a fraction of what Robert could deliver. At most, it would result in superficial injuries. Yet, as Barton approached menacingly, Loki perceived a glint of malice in his gaze. He struggled to speak, but Robert swiftly silenced him with a wave of his hand, expressing no desire to linger. Captain, I leave the ensuing matters to you and Tony. Is that acceptable? Oh, and that whip in Barton's hand can strike 10 times. With that, Robert stepped through a portal that materialized behind him, intending to reconnect with Belinda, whom he had not seen in quite some time. Very well. Captain America and Tony replied in unison before departing the scene to seek assistance. For it would not do to have them personally engage in such tasks. Natasha, could you wait for me a moment? Among those remaining on site, aside from the unconscious Sylvie, who had been confirmed as merely feigning, it was evident that another would soon join her. Ugh. Barton remained unfazed by Loki's anguish moans, maintaining a stoic demeanor as he swung the whip again. Within mere strikes, Loki succumbed to the pain and lost consciousness. Although Barton was an ordinary man, each lash, while merely inflicting surface wounds on a frost giant like Loki, proved to be exceedingly precise, with each strike landing in the same spot. A superficial wound became a gaping laceration, and after 3 blows, Loki's flesh was laid bare. Ugh! Loki fainted from the agony, while Barton, seeking merely an outlet for his frustration, had no intention of killing him, especially with his brother standing nearby. How delightful! Let me give a try. Suddenly Hulk, who had been largely unnoticed until now, exclaimed eagerly as he rushed over to claim the whip from Barton. Not so fast, my friend. Remember what Robert said? Only Barton is permitted to administer punishment. Seeing this, Thor hastily intervened to stop the Hulk. At present, even with just 3 lashes from Barton, Loki was rendered incapacitated. If the wielder of the whip were to be replaced by the Hulk, even Thor doubted his own ability to withstand such a force. The Hulk, initially irked by the interruption, surprisingly calmed when Thor mentioned Robert. Natasha, observing the diminishing amusement of the Hulk, breathed a sigh of relief and approached Barton to quietly advise. That's enough, Barton. I believe it would be wise not to push this Asgardian prince into our adversarial ranks. Her words prompted Barton to ponder for a moment. He had already expended much of his anger and realized they had reached their limit. Continuing the assault could provoke Thor to intervene at any moment. You are correct, Natasha, Barton concluded, making a decision that favored the greater good, while also earning Thor's gratitude. Chapter 107. Fear, thank you. Rest assured, once I return Loki to Asgard, I will arrange for compensation to be provided to the families of the victims. Thor declared sincerely to Natasha and Barton, cradling the still unconscious Loki in his arms, while Banner had fallen asleep after reverting to his human form, prompting Thor to refrain from disturbing him. Oh, and take this back with you. It does not belong on Earth. As Thor prepared to depart, Captain America arrived just in time, having somehow acquired the Tesseract, seemingly from Robert, as he simply did not wish to carry a blue cube on a date. However, Captain America mistakenly believed that Robert's intent was for him to take full responsibility for the Tesseract's fate, and he chose the latter option. Tony, I will refrain from commenting on this. As the two individuals who shared the closest relationship with Robert made their decision, what could Barton and Natasha possibly say? With a final swing of his hammer, Thor bid farewell to Captain America and the others before vanishing in an instant. That troublesome matter has finally departed, Captain America sighed, referring to the Tesseract, which he had first encountered in the hands of Red Skull, nearly leading to the world's destruction. His second encounter was in the S.H.I.E.L.D. archives, which claimed to protect all humanity. In Captain America's view, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s weaponization of the Tesseract was not fundamentally different from Red Skull's actions. Not to mention, Fury had unwittingly attracted extraterrestrial attention, which was far more perilous. Steve could hardly imagine the extent of calamity that would have ensued had it not been for Robert's intervention. Tony, while I do not entirely support your actions, I understand your reasoning, Captain. Fury has always been an insufferable fellow. Captain America, is that so? Do you feel the same way? Tony and Captain America began to resonate over their shared disdain for Fury, yet as his subordinates. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents Natasha and Barton found themselves in an awkward position. Natasha, could you please save the discussion for after we leave? She and Barton ventured out in search of the aircraft they had arrived in earlier, during which Tony exclaimed, "Oh, my apologies. You should hurry along." His tone was imbued with urgency, as if he had pressing matters to discuss with Captain America thereafter. Fury, who had been waiting outside for Pierce for several minutes, finally encountered him emerging. Despite his cheerful demeanor, an unacquainted observer might mistake him for a congenial elder. However, the reality was quite different. "I'm terribly sorry, but I truly cannot fathom what could warrant a conversation lasting 19 minutes. We are on the verge of 20, you know?" Fury jested, as was his custom. Unbeknownst to him, the adversary he had once nurtured had already discerned his true identity. To obtain funding, one must offer something in return. Fury, much like time. As Pierce seemed to recall something, he glanced around Fury, then continued, "I had thought you were unaware that we reside in the same building. Pray tell, what prompted your visit?" Fury mirrored Pierce's gaze, suddenly conceiving a means to test him: the Insight Program. The Insight Program, in essence, was S-H-I-E-L. DS preparation against internal threats. In simple terms, it entailed monitoring all individuals within S-H-I-E-L DS jurisdiction through algorithmic analysis. Should someone exhibit a propensity for criminal behavior, the program would take action, eliminating the suspect before any crime could occur. Of course, this referred to heinous acts such as murder or arson, while minor transgressions would not invoke the program's intervention. "I wish to terminate the Insight Program. Could you assist me in proposing this at the council meeting?" Fury intended to leverage this initiative, for Robert's influence had led him to believe that Pierce, his former superior, was indeed a Hydra operative. Lacking concrete evidence, Fury was resolute in his belief, which only deepened with time. Such was the power of the gem. Why the sudden shift to this topic? "Fury, you must understand that terminating the program entails a convoluted process and considerable time," Pierce replied. "I am aware, Minister. However, the Insight Program must be terminated and subjected to a thorough review to ascertain its continued necessity." His gaze was unwavering. In truth, Fury was reluctant to raise alarms. Yet the Insight Program had progressed to a critical juncture. Should Hydra assume control, humanity would face dire consequences. Pierce scrutinized Fury for an extended moment. Their gazes locked for what felt like eternity. As the architect of Fury's ascent, he understood his temperament better than anyone. Once Fury resolved upon a course of action, he would pursue it with relentless determination. Yet, the Insight Program was an endeavor the organization had painstakingly developed, and it could not be allowed to be dismantled by Fury. While Pierce contemplated this internally, his expression transformed into a congenial smile. "Very well, but Fury, you must promise me one thing." "What is it?" Fury inquired. "Pierce arranged for Iron Man to make an appearance at my nephew's party. And I refer to the kind of participation that involves engaging in activities rather than merely strolling around." Fury: "No problem. I shall take my leave then." He did not take the request to invite Tony seriously. For Fury, persuading Tony to attend a party was something the latter should be grateful for. "Pierce, well, farewell." With a smile, He bid Fury goodbye, but once the latter departed, a fierce glint filled Pierce's eyes. If anyone doubts the lethal power of one's gaze, they should stand before Pierce at this moment and experience it firsthand. Since you are so ungrateful, there is no need for me to linger any longer. The reason Pierce appointed Fury as the director of S.H.I.L.D. rather than selecting someone from within Hydra was quite simple: funding. Without a strong and dynamic leader, S.H.I.L.D. would be akin to a disorganized mass. And Fury was precisely that individual whom no one in Hydra could replace. Thus, in a state of resignation, Pierce had no choice but to select Fury. After all, without his leadership, it would be challenging for Pierce to secure funding from the Council. Oblivious to the impending crisis approaching him, Fury sat in his office when he received a call from Barton. "Fury, what is it?" "Barton, Loki has been taken by Thor. He promised to bring Loki to justice in Asgard, and the Tesseract has been handed over to Captain." He briefly conveyed the outcome of the situation to Fury, who felt a surge of anger upon hearing that Captain America had surrendered the Tesseract. What kind of behavior is this? Taking matters into his own hands without orders. How could you simply watch the Tesseract being taken away? Agent Barton. Fury had initially intended to utilize the Tesseract's power to manufacture weapons, but now that ambition had evaporated, and it was no wonder he was furious. It was Robert who had entrusted the Tesseract to Steve, and I suspect that this was also his intention. Natasha's voice came through on the other end, as she originally aimed to explain to Fury that they could not intervene due to Robert's influence. However, she did not anticipate that upon hearing it was Robert's decision, Fury's demeanor would undergo a complete transformation. "Excellent. You have all acted correctly, agents. Please forgive my earlier misunderstanding, as I was unaware of the circumstances." Barton, it's all right, Director. He exchanged a glance with Natasha, both of them bewildered and surprised, for they knew Fury was not one to easily relent. After ending the call, Natasha and Barton began discussing the earlier issue. "Natasha, it seems Fury is somewhat intimidated by Robert." "Barton, if I were in his position, I would be as well. After all, the situation could spell disaster, and he could resolve it with a mere flick of his wrist." "Natasha, hearing you say that, I do feel it is indeed the case. But I believe that everyone has their weaknesses. Fury often spoke of this. Has he truly changed?" "Barton, what else could it be? Are you suggesting that Fury is under Robert's control?" "I certainly did not say that. It was merely a jest exchanged between two individuals, quickly forgotten. However, unbeknownst to them, Fury's current state is one of manipulation. While awaiting the arrival of his assembled team at S.H.I.L., Fury suddenly sneezed several times, suspecting that someone was preoccupied with him, yet unable to discern which among the multitude it could be. Director Pierce, are we truly going to act so swiftly? Would eliminating Fury not precipitate a series of unforeseen consequences? Facing the inquiries of his subordinate, Pierce felt a pang of disappointment. Was it so difficult to grasp such a fundamental truth? This was not merely a question of whether we should eliminate Fury, but rather that he threatens to thwart our grand design. Should he succeed, we would all be deemed traitors to the organization. And who knows when we might encounter a similar opportunity again. Pierce's tone was stern, for he wielded absolute authority within the Hydra faction of S.H.I.L.D., leaving no room for dissent among those before him. "Yes, I shall make the necessary preparations at once." As the subordinate departed, Pierce lit a cigarette and sat in silence, contemplating. He had just perceived a flicker of hesitation in the eyes of his subordinate. This was understandable, even though they, Hydra, had undergone a rigorous indoctrination since childhood. The privilege of living under such exalted circumstances caused some to forget their foundational teachings. Even Pierce himself, at times, found himself tempted to abandon the so-called organizational ideals, as relishing the unparalleled power within S.H.I.L.D. seemed rather appealing. With a sudden clap, Pierce chastised himself, forcing clarity of mind. This was the true impetus behind his eagerness to take action. He had begun to fear that he might lose the very ideological framework of the organization, fearing he would succumb to the allure of absolute power. In comparison, Fury's proposal to terminate the Insight program seemed less significant. After all, as a mere director, his authority was insufficient to overturn a decision made by the Council. If Pierce were truly intent, he could manipulate the Council's vote to render Fury's efforts futile. Thus, what truly terrified Pierce was not Fury's cessation of the Insight program, but rather the prospect of losing himself. Chapter 108. Threat what? Melinda, due to her mission in Africa, will arrive a bit later. However, of the assembled individuals, 3 have already arrived, sufficient to commence Fury's plan. Natasha, what does it mean that there's a traitor within S? Fury. She found it hard to believe that the organization she had devoted years to could harbor such treachery. Yet she also recognized that Fury would not jest about such matters. Literally, Natasha, I possess concrete intelligence indicating that at least half of SHIELD personnel are agents of Hydra. The intelligence Fury referred to was essentially Robert's words, which he regarded as truth, yet Natasha and her companions interpreted it as having substantial evidence. Hill, Director, what shall we do? Fury, I summoned you all to address this predicament. I hereby declare SHIELD to be in a state of emergency. Hill, Barton, Natasha, immediately contact any available personnel and ensure they are trustworthy. Understood. With 3 affirmations, Fury proceeded to discuss the intricacies of the mission before permitting their departure. He then resumed his usual demeanor, attending to matters as per the norm, and concluding his day as he typically would. Fury was acutely aware of Pierce and suspected that, despite any dissatisfaction, his adversary would not act hastily. However, reality proved to be rather contrary. Upon exiting the building, various units prepared to accomplish their tasks in the shortest time frame possible. Unbeknownst to Fury, danger was already looming. He leisurely drove home, as he did on any ordinary day. Activating a secure line on Unit 0232's modified vehicle, Fury placed a call to Melinda, who was en route to Washington. Fury, how much longer until you arrive? Melinda, it should be soon. I estimate within half an hour. Just as you called, I had a question for you, Fury. Furio? Melinda, did you know that my mission in Africa is nearing its conclusion? Returning abruptly would significantly diminish my accolades and my 6-month paid leave. Fury, if you wish to accept an award from Hydra, you might as well strive to complete your mission. Melinda, Hydra? What do you mean? Fury, Melinda, there are traitors within SHIELD, or rather, they're not even agents of SHIELD. Before he could finish, the signal abruptly cut off, and their connection was severed. Fury, what caused this? Attempt to reconnect. His first inquiry soon found resolution, while idling at a red light. An unanticipated police car collided with him. Boom. Alert. Vehicle under attack. Moreover, the Washington Police Department has no units available in this vicinity. The vehicle's artificial intelligence was relaying the situation. Yet as Fury beheld the armed officers emerging from multiple police vehicles, he began to question the reliability of the AI's reports. As all officers disembarked, their movements were synchronized, as if rehearsed, raising their weapons to fire, with one even brandishing a heavy machine gun. Under ordinary circumstances, one might find it astonishing that they opted for such armament instead of, perhaps, 10 firearms. Regrettably, the intelligence of these individuals appeared rather limited, thus granting Fury's vehicle a brief respite. Re-establish the connection. At this moment, Fury had already jumped into the passenger seat. He attempted to re-establish the connection with Melinda, or anyone from Natasha's team, but was informed, apologies, there is a strong interference device nearby, and the connection cannot be reactivated. Just as the artificial intelligence concluded its statement, it suddenly observed that the enemies outside, having failed to penetrate the vehicle's defenses with bullets, had resorted to producing a battering ram from an unknown source, intent on smashing the windows directly. The integrity of the car windows stood at a mere 61%. Fury remarked, "Is that so? I hardly consider that low. If we cannot restore the connection, then let S depart and switch to automatic defense mode. The transmission system is damaged and is currently rebooting. Damn it." Bang. As he spoke, the assailants outside began to strike the car windows with the battering ram, a tool specifically designed for breaching heavy doors. Its effectiveness against glass was strikingly evident. The window integrity dwindled to 23%, prompting the suggestion to activate emergency defense protocols. No, wait a moment. Bang. This time, the vehicle was jolted, tilting precariously before correcting itself due to inertia. Window integrity at 1%. Emergency protocols recommended. Activate. From a central console, a small Gatling gun emerged. However, those who underestimated its power due to its size would swiftly learn a harsh lesson. Tot. As the enemies outside attempted to strike the glass again, Fury suddenly opened fire, sending those within his range sprawling. A chorus of pained cries erupted, yet Fury paid them no heed as he continued his assault, fully aware that any softness in his heart would result in him being the one groaning on the ground. Transmission system reboot successful. Immediate retreat. The vehicle sprang back to life, and wherever Fury passed, bullets cleared the path, making it exceedingly difficult for those attempting to breach the windows. Should they advance with such intentions, the Gatling gun would teach them a harsh lesson. A few unfortunate souls found themselves in this predicament. Some were fortunate enough to die amidst their screams, while others perished instantly, their lives erased in an instant. Commander, the plan has failed. Requesting activation of contingency measures. As Fury's vehicle made its escape, and with significant damage incurred on their side, the Hydra operatives responsible for assassinating Fury were compelled to concede defeat. Useless. I anticipated this outcome. Proceed with the plan. I cannot bear to be disappointed again. Pierce admonished his most trusted subordinate over the phone. Were it not for their loyalty, he might have already ordered their demise. Yet, even in this moment, he felt a surge of frustration. Wait, I recall that Fury seems to have some connection with someone. Doesn't he? Pierce's gaze suddenly shifted towards New York, where a certain superhuman, seemingly very close to Fury, resided. Given your remarkable prowess, allow me to provoke you, as it may serve as preparation for the world's potential demise. Without hesitation, Pierce promptly placed a call. Commander, can we confirm whether Robert is within that building before launching the missile? What if he is not? Pierce exclaimed, do not speak of hypotheticals. After a man has conducted his affairs, where else could he possibly retreat but into the embrace of his beloved? However, if you could mobilize additional nuclear warheads, then consider my previous remarks null and void. We could strike at all the locations where he might appear. The Hydra officer stationed at the U.S. missile base sighed in resignation. Even with his authority, launching a missile armed with a lower-yield nuclear warhead was already a considerable limitation, requiring the cooperation of members from other government systems. Very well, Commander. The missile will be launched within 1 hour. Half an hour, Pierce retorted. Upon ending the call, Pierce devised a plan. Since conventional means had proven ineffective against Robert, he might as well resort to something more drastic. If a nuclear strike could not eliminate him, one must ponder how a formidable individual would respond to provocation and threat. Even if he were not inclined towards world annihilation, surely he would engage in some extraordinary actions. At that moment, an opportunity for me might arise. Pierce navigated to a hidden folder on his computer, locating and opening a particular file, which immediately revealed the detailed accounts of the countless lives Robert had claimed. A smile crept across Pierce's lips. Hydra's objective was to sow chaos and instill fear, thus creating a demand for a powerful organization to provide protection. SHLD was undoubtedly the prime candidate. As for the so-called threat, Robert would serve perfectly in that role. Yet, unbeknownst to Pierce, his machinations would not yield the desired outcome, but rather accelerate Hydra's demise. Full speed ahead. Also, activate flight mode. Meanwhile, Fury was still making his escape, pursued relentlessly by Hydra operatives. Nevertheless, as long as Fury's flight system could be activated, he would be safe from immediate danger. However, certain systems have a penchant for failing at critical moments. Flight system compromised, Fury exclaimed, then engaged the nitrous acceleration to maintain a safe distance from them. Unfortunately, the nitrous acceleration system was also damaged, likely due to the earlier collision, and it was fortunate that an explosion had not ensued. Oh, can you at least inform me what remains operational? The air conditioning system is still functional, the AI responded. Hearing this, Fury could not help but roll his remaining eye in exasperation. How could one encapsulate his current sentiment? Disappointment seemed a mere fraction. It was, in truth, profound disillusionment. He activated the front video navigation. Surely that device must be intact, as the assailants had not attacked the front. The front video navigation was operational. It opened successfully. Thank heavens, Fury exclaimed. Activate manual mode and allow me to take the wheel. He has never been one to entrust his fate to another, particularly not to a machine prone to failures. However, Fury seems to have overestimated his abilities while underestimating his adversary. His driving skills, indeed commendable, allowed him to shake off the pursuers, but the true peril was only just beginning. This time, it approached from the front, directly in the path of his vehicle. Chapter 109, Nuclear Bomb. Damn it. Come on. Let me see how fearless you truly are. Fury noticed a figure ahead, poised to obstruct him, and his subconscious warned him of the imminent danger. In a surge of instinct, he slammed on the gas, hoping to intimidate or collide with the opponent. Yet, aspirations are often lofty and difficult to achieve. Crack. The individual blocking Fury possessed a mechanical arm, which he utilized to overturn the vehicle. Bang! The car's alarm blared as Fury, regaining his senses from the jolt, saw someone approaching. He mustered the last vestiges of his strength to retrieve an object. Bang! James spun once more. He had lost count of how many similar missions he had undertaken. Regardless of the opponent's identity or status, he executed orders without hesitation. However, this time, he encountered an unexpected obstacle. The once smooth asphalt now bore a square incision, revealing a sprawling sewage system beneath. The target has escaped. Mission failed. After delivering this cold statement via the intercom, James swiftly withdrew from the scene. This was the first time in many years he had uttered the words mission failed. Yet his emotional detachment rendered such failures inconsequential. Incompetent. Incompetent. Upon receiving the news, Pierce erupted in fury, smashing everything on his desk. A foreboding sense gripped him, compelling him to seek solace. Ring, ring, ring. Just as he pondered this, comfort appeared at his doorstep. He answered the phone. It was the Hydra officer he had just commanded. Sir, the missile has been launched and is expected to reach the designated location in 10 minutes. Excellent. Before this, Pierce had not been idle. He had already exploited his authority to request a 30-minute suspension of the National Air Defense System under the guise of a system upgrade. Unbeknownst to him, the government had retained a contingency plan. Report. The 5th Missile Unit has just launched a missile capable of carrying conventional and nuclear warheads, targeting New York City. This oversight allowed Pierce's minor scheme to be uncovered, and the information was swiftly relayed to Freeman through secure emergency channels. Damn it. What are they planning? Freeman stared at the report delivered 3 minutes ago, considering the time lost. The missile was estimated to land in New York in just 2 minutes. In such a brief span of time, the possibility of intercepting the missile seemed utterly futile. If that missile aimed at New York bore a nuclear warhead, Freeman could scarcely fathom the grave consequences that would ensue. The only recourse now was to reach out to him and see what could be done. Without a moment's hesitation, Freeman swiftly dialed Robert's number. Hello. To his fortune, the call was answered almost immediately, as Robert had just concluded a battle, having once again bested Belinda. Yet still unsated, he sought to dissipate his lingering frustration through the means at hand, thus noticing Freeman's call. Robert, a missile is en route to New York, and it could arrive in a minute. If possible, I implore you to stop it. A missile? How on earth did it come to target New York? Have those old fools in Congress lost their wits again? As Robert spoke, a radiant blue light enveloped his hands. With a gentle wave, he conjured a protective shield of spatial energy that cloaked the city of New York. Let us not linger on that. Robert, can you indeed halt it? That missile could carry a nuclear warhead, and the launch order did not emanate from Congress, nor the Pentagon. We suspect it is the work of S.H.I.E.L.D. Rest assured, General, I am currently in New York, and I guarantee that if the missile truly heads this way, it will not cause any destruction. Robert vowed fervently, unaware that several aircraft had unwittingly entered his protective barrier, resulting in an unexpected journey to another world for both passengers and planes alike. Nonetheless, in light of the terrifying potential of a nuclear strike on the city, this was undoubtedly a minor casualty. Freeman did not dwell on this. For him, the paramount concern was ensuring New York remained unharmed. That would indeed be splendid. Robert, do you realize you are quite suited to be humanity's guardian? Huh. Such flattery will surely inflate my ego, General Freeman. Not at all. You are entirely deserving of such praise. As their conversation unfolded, a missile arrived punctually over New York. Just as Freeman had feared, it was indeed armed with a nuclear warhead, though it was merely a small-scale device. Its capacity to obliterate New York was not to be underestimated, for the most dreadful aspect of a nuclear weapon lies in its radiation. However, no matter how formidable, against spatial energy, it was rendered powerless. The moment the missile collided with the blue shield, it was devoured, leaving no trace of an explosion behind. Are you certain you are in New York? If that is the case, there should be no issues over there. Freeman and Robert's conversation extended for 10 minutes. Yet he received no reports of devastation in New York. Aside from some unusual weather, everything remained normal, which was precisely what he wished to see. Why would I deceive you? Now we should contemplate the next matter. Why did S.H.I.L.D. launch a missile at New York? And who issued that command? That is precisely what I am intent on uncovering. I shall return to investigate. Indeed, Robert hung up the phone, only to receive another call moments later. Hello? The incoming call was from an unfamiliar number, and Robert had braced himself to deliver a customary greeting, assuming it was likely a sales pitch. However, as soon as the voice on the other end spoke, he recognized it as Fury's. Master, I sincerely apologize for this distressing call, but I find myself in an untenable situation. S.H.I.E.L.D. appears to be inundated with an unfathomable number of Hydra operatives, and I am currently evading their relentless pursuit, Fury reported, clutching a phone that he had seized from someone else, as his own device had been damaged during the recent altercation. That individual just stole my phone. At that moment, the rightful owner of the device arrived, flanked by 2 police officers. Damn it, Fury cursed, quickly seeking a place to conceal himself. His instincts proved correct as, in the next instant, the officers fired upon him without uttering a single word. Bang, bang, bang. The successive gunshots sent shockwaves through the crowd, particularly alarming the owner of the phone, who had not anticipated such a turn of events. I never intended to harm him. I merely wish for my phone to be returned, he protested. The officer replied, he is a Class A fugitive. Robbery is merely one of his offenses, certainly not the entirety of his crimes. Therefore, I must ask you to vacate the area immediately. The phone's owner attempted to interject, hoping to negotiate the return of his device after deleting the browser history. But with gunfire erupting, he had little hope of reclaiming his belongings, knowing they would become evidence against the alleged robber. There are no buts. This area is perilous. Please evacuate at once. The officer's tone turned grave, and the weapon in his hand suggested he might turn it upon someone else at any moment. The individual from whom Fury had snatched the phone was left with no choice but to relent, albeit glancing back anxiously as he retreated. Is there gunfire in your vicinity? Fury? Robert inquired as he and others were not idle, having noticed the unusual commotion. Yes, indeed. They must be Hydra infiltrators within S.H.I.E.L.D. I am unable to subdue 2 of them, as I am unarmed, Fury replied. Share your location. I would be more than willing to assist you. It is truly an honor to receive your aid. I shall send you my coordinates immediately. Come out, Fury. Do not force us to use grenades to flush you out. The Hydra agents masquerading as police officers were not actually equipped with grenades. They possessed only a single firearm. Their hesitation to rush in and apprehend Fury stemmed from a fear that he might also be armed. Why have you betrayed S.H.I.E.L.D.? Was it due to inadequate compensation? I believe our terms are among the best in comparable governmental agencies, and we are held in high regard. The notion of being held in high regard essentially equated to wielding power. He was genuinely curious to understand the true sentiments of these individuals while simultaneously seeking to buy himself some time. Fury's words did not delay the two, as they had already undergone years of training under Hydra before becoming S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. If they were unable to see through such trivial tricks, they would not have survived this long. Enough, Fury. Cease your petty games. With that, a Hydra member hurled a grenade, intending to force him out. Damn it. This marked the umpteenth time Fury had cursed it today. He felt he would need to utter a few more before the rescue arrived. The grenade landed at a distance that was neither too close nor too far from Fury. If he attempted to retrieve it and throw it back, time would likely run out, and there was a significant chance it would explode in his hands. It was evident that the Hydra agents, trained by S.H.I.E.L.D., were quite adept at such underhanded tactics. In that moment, Fury had no choice but to emerge from his cover and run in the opposite direction of the grenade, even as 2 pistols were aimed at that very spot. It was a gamble. Fury resolved to take the risk. After all, he preferred to wager on whether these individuals could shoot accurately rather than face the inevitable damage from the grenade shockwave and shrapnel. Oomph! With a grunt, Fury feigned a move, tossing his jacket out as a diversion. Bang! Only one person fired twice, clearly wary of his actions. Nevertheless, Fury had no option but to charge out boldly. Just as Fury was about to make his move, a hand pressed down on his shoulder, and a flicker of terror crossed his eyes. However, upon recognizing the individual, his fear was replaced by exhilaration. Boom! In that fleeting moment of distraction, the grenade detonated, sending dust swirling into the air, accompanied by a terrifying shockwave and lethal shrapnel. If that debris struck his head, it would likely spell doom, with little chance of recovery. Chapter 110. Soup. He truly was a turtle, preferring to hide in his shell. Was he not going to come out? Who could say otherwise? I expected him to be a bit braver. Outside, two Hydra agents disguised as police officers mocked Fury for cowering behind his cover, eagerly awaiting the dust to settle before moving in to apprehend him. They had given no thought to the possibility that Fury might remain unscathed behind his barrier. After all, the grenade was a genuine explosive, not a weakened prop from television. The blast radius was sufficient to inflict harm on several targets, and even lying flat on the ground could only mitigate the damage. Complete evasion was impossible. Where is he? The two agents stood in anticipation, envisioning the accolades they would receive after capturing Fury, but the sudden appearance of another individual soured their mood. Neither wanted to address the other's question, as they both understood that this newcomer was clearly there to claim the glory for himself. I won't repeat myself a third time. Where is he? James harbored no interest in engaging in mind games with these two individuals. In fact, he was utterly devoid of interest at present, merely a puppet under control, a soulless entity focused solely on completing his tasks. You. Hey, Fury is inside. We just tossed the grenade in. One Hydra member was about to voice his discontent, but was immediately restrained by a companion, who also revealed Fury's location. Observing James moving toward the dust, the Hydra member felt an acute sense of dissatisfaction at relinquishing his credit so easily. Why did you stop me just now? I've loathed that guy for a long time. This was the perfect opportunity to teach him a lesson. Are you seeking death? He is a person of great importance to the director. Who are we to provoke him? Best to stay here and see if we can savor the remaining scraps. Despite his reluctance, the restrained Hydra member had no choice but to concede the lion's share of the credit, indicating a strict hierarchy within Hydra that mirrored the order of certain other organizations. Let him go. Ideally, Fury will give him a bullet to the head. He muttered under his breath, audible only to his companion, who shared his frustration but merely suppressed it. Bang! The two members, along with the Hydra cohort, awaited their turn to partake in the remnants, while one voiced malevolent remarks about James, now inside. However, their curses had scarcely dissipated when a figure was hurled out, and upon looking down, they realized it was none other than James himself. Ugh! A hand reached skyward, even in his final moments of consciousness. James did not forget his mission, yet he was ultimately overwhelmed by fatigue, a protective reflex of a body in distress. What transpired? The two Hydra members swiftly raised their weapons in alarm, but as a silhouette emerged from the dissipating dust, a mere wave of the hand swiftly dispatched them. They had no chance to utter a single cry before being sent into chaos, leaving only Fury and Robert, along with the unconscious James. It turns out to be the Winter Soldier? No wonder he seemed familiar. I nearly struck him down. Robert had been poised to pull Fury, who had taken refuge behind cover, to safety when a gust of force surged from behind. His heightened senses kicked in, prompting him to spin and deliver a punch. He had been conserving his immense strength, as his body had not fully recovered at that time. Yet now, with the gift of temporal eternity, all his injuries could be healed instantaneously. Even if he were to be reduced to mere pulp, he could regenerate as long as he maintained his focus. This individual seems somewhat familiar. Initially intent on unleashing his full might, Robert hesitated, recognizing the visage of James and loosening his grip. Master, do you know him? Fury could not help but inquire about Robert's contemplative demeanor. Despite the surrounding chaos of dust and debris from the grenades, he had clearly witnessed James's assault, leading him to conclude that this individual was, for the time being, an adversary rather than an ally. Let us consider ourselves acquainted, he said. Bring him along. The moment he shows signs of awakening, deliver him a blow. Should your strength falter, you might find yourself in peril. Fury raised an eyebrow, glancing at the fallen James, whose expression was one of distress, feeling as though he had been assigned a most arduous task. Do not fret. After I strike him, he won't regain consciousness for at least the next few hours, and soon enough, someone will arrive to relieve you. In truth, Had Robert's punch landed on an ordinary adult male, it would have likely resulted in death or severe injury. Fortunately, due to James's transformation by Dr. Zola, he possessed a physique comparable to that of Captain America, making his demise far less imminent. After ensuring Fury would keep a watchful eye on James, Robert proceeded to make a telephone call. Beep, beep. Hello, Robert. It's me, Captain. Care to guess what news I bring? Steve, who was coordinating government forces and legitimate civilian organizations to clear the battlefield outside Stark Tower, could not help but glance skyward at Robert's words. Let me guess. Something is about to strike New York, but you thwarted it? You're still operating that blue shield, aren't you? Is it still active? Upon hearing Captain America's comment, Robert realized that energy was indeed being depleted from his own reserves, a minor detail he had overlooked, which was essential for maintaining the protective barrier over New York City. Looks like I was half right, Steve smiled, simultaneously holding his phone and collecting alien debris from the ground to place in a nearby cart. To prevent damage to these artifacts, the city officials were unwilling to utilize cleanup vehicles, resulting in the most inefficient and time-consuming method currently in use. Not quite correct. What I wish to inform you of is not that. All right, I don't have time for riddles. What is going on? James is in Washington. Robert, do you know what you're saying? Absolutely. I witnessed him myself. James is currently resting in Fury's arms. If you don't believe me, ask him. With that, Robert handed the phone to Fury and removed the Winter Soldier's mask to avoid any potential confusion later. Yes, Captain, James is indeed in my arms. And there is a crisis within Spatial. If possible, I hope you can come to Washington to assist us. In truth, he had no real knowledge of who James was, nor any understanding of his appearance. But since Robert claimed the individual in his embrace was indeed James, he accepted it as fact. In the art of fabricating tales, Fury had undergone rigorous training, making it effortless to deceive someone as naive as Captain America. I'll be there immediately. With Robert's endorsement and Fury's support, Captain America ultimately chose to believe that they had indeed made a discovery, rather than jesting about the matter. Once the call ended, Robert deactivated the protective shield over New York City, preventing any potential mishaps when Captain America flew in, ensuring he wouldn't inadvertently be sent to an alien world. All right, let's procure a vehicle, he suggested. Your current predicament likely stems from your former superior's inability to restrain himself. This way, we can resolve the issue in one fell swoop. Fury admitted, I apologize. I have made a mess of things. He recounted the sequence of events and concluded that his impatience had startled the adversary, leading him to misjudge the situation and underestimate the opponent. In response to Fury's reflection and remorse, Robert offered no comforting words, for he believed such a lack of composure was unbecoming of a decisive and ruthless director of S.H.L.D. Could it be that mere mental influence could diminish one's intellect? Robert stroked his chin while scrutinizing Fury, a gesture that left the latter visibly anxious. Everyone freeze. Hands on your heads and kneel. Suddenly, several police cars and tactical vehicles appeared beside them, all belonging to Hydra, who had arrived based on a companion's alert. The earlier James had also come swiftly, merely due to his proximity. Seeing Robert and Fury remain inactive, a Hydra leader grew furious and brazenly approached, intending to execute the two men. However, as Robert unleashed his yellow energy, the foes who had just drawn their weapons transformed into Robert's loyal subordinates. This allegiance was transient, not due to the gem's inability, but rather because Robert chose not to utilize these individuals. Take me to Pierce, he commanded. His method of mental control was more profound than mere influence. Once employed, it would ensure lifelong loyalty until death. Should Robert eventually acquire the Soul Stone's powers, he might even gain their unwavering allegiance beyond the grave. Fury remarked, Are you suggesting we take their vehicle? To be honest, being pursued by them has left me somewhat unsettled. Alternatively, I can provide you with a firearm. You can seek a generous American citizen to lend you a vehicle. Robert offered, handing over a loaded pistol. Fury, without a moment's hesitation, shook his head, unwilling to carry such a weapon while borrowing a vehicle, lest the unsuspecting citizens produce something even larger. Perhaps we should forego that. Let's not complicate matters, Fury replied. Robert chuckled, holstering the firearm before approaching the nearest sedan. Take me to Pierce. Yes. The group responded immediately, their voices resonating with the assurance characteristic of seasoned agents. Chapter 111. Porridge inside the S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters. Pierce had made several attempts to contact his subordinates, Yet each effort was met with failure to connect. Suddenly, he was engulfed by an ominous premonition. In his youth, Pierce had experienced the chilling sensation of death's scythe grazing over him on more than one occasion, and each time it was this acute sense of crisis that saved him, compelling him to bow his head at the opportune moment. I must leave. Just as he reached this determination, the office door was abruptly thrust open, and he looked up to find that it was none other than his most trusted subordinate who had entered. "What have you been doing?" Making calls, Pierce was poised to unleash a barrage of reprimands. But to his astonishment, the next person to stride through the door was none other than Nick Fury, the very individual he had previously ordered to be eliminated. "Have you betrayed the organization?" Pierce's eyes widened in disbelief. How could someone trained by Hydra from a young age be swayed? Even if one individual wavered, the sight before him suggested a multitude had turned. Nonetheless, Pierce was indeed a cunning old fox. After a brief moment of shock, he swiftly retrieved a gun from beneath his desk, intending to end his own life. For the information he possessed was far too perilous. The consequences of capture were unfathomable. Not only would they betray him, but you too will turn against Hydra. Robert stepped forward to thwart his actions. Initially, he harbored concerns that Pierce might have concealed poison within his mouth, and he aimed to take control preemptively. However, his Hydra informant explained that due to Pierce's high-ranking position over the years, he had long ceased to harbor such neurotoxins in his mouth. After all, who would take responsibility if he accidentally bit into one while dining? Upon learning this intelligence, Robert's appearance became more casual. He leisurely subdued Pierce, and then employed his mind control technique, which proved effective regardless of the strength of the opponent's will, overtaking it in an instant. Such was the power of the universe's apex forces. Upon truly utilizing it, Robert realized just how poorly Loki had performed. His control using the Mind Stone had been easily dispelled by a mere punch, a profound insult to the gem. Robert's method did not encounter such a predicament. Even the least controlled individual present, Fury, remained obedient to Robert's commands despite being shot. This exemplified the complete harnessing of the energy contained within the gem, akin to someone who had yet to grasp the fundamentals of control like Loki. "Master," Pierce murmured, his eyes momentarily clouded before swiftly regaining their resolve, turning towards Robert with a gaze filled with respect and fervor. "Yes, Pierce, you are to assist Fury in rooting out all the traitors hidden within S.H.I.E.L.D. and execute them on the spot." Certainly, without the slightest hesitation, Pierce acquiesced to Robert's command, the effect proving thoroughly satisfactory. "Fury, I now entrust you with the key to resolving this issue. I trust you will have no difficulties?" "Absolutely none, sir. Rest assured, I will cleanse all the filth in a remarkably short time and restore S.H.I.E.L.D. to its former glory." With a gentle pat on Fury's shoulder, Robert expressed his hope that once all matters were resolved, Fury would still converse with him as earnestly as he did today. It was difficult for Robert to confront Fury about the fact that he, the director of S.H.I.L.D., was actually an undercover agent for HYDRA. Knowing this would surely bring Fury great sorrow. Suddenly, the shrill ring of Fury's phone interrupted his thoughts. The caller ID displayed Freeman's name, causing Robert to immediately recall the recent incident in New York, and he quickly deduced that the launch order had originated from S.H.I.L.D. His gaze swept across the room, quickly settling on Pierce, whose eyes now glinted with malice. However, recognizing Pierce's current utility, Robert refrained from eliminating him. Such an act would only be warranted once his value had been exhausted. "Hello." Robert gestured for Fury and the others to remain in place as he moved towards the floor-to-ceiling window. He had discovered that the order from S.H.I.E.L.D. had been issued by Fury himself, for only he and Pierce held the authority to do so. How could I have once placed such trust in him? "I have already dispatched troops. My apologies for the trouble this has caused you, Robert." General Freeman, the father of Freeman, was one of the founding figures of S.H.I.E.L.D. Although his family had relinquished some control over the organization for various reasons, his words still carried significant weight. It was difficult to imagine that Robert's elevation of Fury to the position of director would have been possible without Freeman's endorsement, thus amplifying Robert's current fury upon learning of Fury's actions. Fury is not the perpetrator behind the missile launch. He may have been preoccupied with his own escape when the order was given. Freeman exclaimed, "What do you mean? Has there been a development within S.H.I.E.L.D.? Robert promptly summarized the situation for Freeman, pondering how Pierce had managed to frame Fury. Hydra? It appears the situation is far more complex than anticipated. I suspect there are operatives within both the military and the government. Freeman's realization deepened as he considered the implications, prompting him to hasten his investigation. Let us defer this discussion. If what you say is true, then there are indeed serious issues within the military that require thorough examination. After concluding the call with Freeman, Robert waved at Fury, who was uncomfortably lingering with Pierce and the others. "Sir, did you call for me?" Fury hurriedly approached, still feeling the weight of the earlier tension. The abrupt transition from adversary to ally felt surreal. "Have Pierce compile a list of known Hydra members, including their positions, and then lead the effort to eliminate them. Your task will be to oversee this operation, and once it is completed, ensure that both he and his associates are also eradicated." Fury listened intently as Robert whispered in his ear, raising his gaze to meet Robert's for a fleeting moment, instantly grasping his intent. "Rest assured, Commander, I shall accomplish the mission." With a reassuring glance, Robert exchanged pleasantries with Pierce and then departed from his ELD. As dusk approached, the nightlife for Americans was about to commence. Yet, on the other side of the world, in the cold land, the sun had yet to rise. "I wonder how Mike is faring. Perhaps I should check on his developmental progress." It would also allow me to intervene on Robert's behalf, who, despite having promoted Mike, could never hope to command the same respect as his superior, General Doley, stationed in the cold land. Especially with the tantalizing thought of yet to savor the unique delicacies of that region, Robert felt an insatiable itch. Moreover, since Belinda had just returned from battle and was likely exhausted, with nowhere else to go, he swiftly took a step into the cold land. Just in time, the sun had just begun to rise. As the dawn broke over Seoul, a new day commenced for its citizens, although for most, it was merely a repetition of the previous day, a monotonous cycle from morning till night, a pattern ingrained since childhood. Aside from a few moments of respite, the majority had no means to escape this cycle. Yet there existed a group capable of transcending this repetition at will. "General Doley, Major Robert is requesting your presence outside." In the early morning, before Doley had even fully awakened, his subordinates were already knocking at his door. Initially, he contemplated angrily reprimanding the intruder, but upon learning it was Robert seeking him, he quickly regained his composure. "Understood," he replied, hastily donning his attire. Glancing at the wall clock, he noted it was only 7 a.m. and muttered, "Why is he here again? And at such an early hour?" Though he grumbled, his movements were swift and efficient as he dressed and hurried to join his awaiting subordinate to greet Robert. Major Robert. Upon reaching the command center, Doley found Robert leisurely sipping coffee. Upon seeing Doley, Robert greeted him with a smile and a handshake, a surge of an unseen, vibrant energy quietly coursing into him. "Master," Doley began, but Robert quickly interjected, not wishing to be addressed as such in the presence of an unconditioned soldier. "Are you also interested in breakfast at the Blue House?" "That was precisely my intention. Shall we proceed?" Robert interrupted Doley's comment, and, leveraging his influence in the cold land, they made their way to the presidential residence, where a sumptuous breakfast awaited, though it would have been even better with less kimchi. "General Robert, how do you find a meal?" inquired Yoon Ho-young. "Unaccustomed as I am, I could instruct someone to replace your meal with a Western dish akin to that of General Doley's." The speaker is none other than the newly elected president of Han, Lin Fan, who, prior to his ascension, had witnessed the striking spectacle of several American aircraft carriers patrolling the East China Sea. Were it not for the defensive measures taken by a certain Eastern nation, those carrier battle groups might have firmly established themselves in Han. More than a fear of American might, Lin Fan is profoundly apprehensive of its personification in Robert, with the uprooting of the Li family serving as a prime example. It is said that their misstep against this individual triggered a cascade of repercussions, culminating in the utter destruction of Han's most formidable conglomerate within mere days, attesting to the immense influence and authority he wields within the United States. The general, treated with utmost caution by the president of Han, is now savoring the porridge before him, a flavor he has not relished in quite some time. As he indulges, Robert finds himself momentarily lost in thought, staring into the distance. Chapter 112. The Old Man General Robert? The president of Han gazes at Robert, who appears entranced, pondering whether his previous remarks may have inadvertently offended the man. If that were the case, he feels his position could be perilously compromised. Mr. President, I recall that you have had some grievances with our neighbor, the land of cherry blossoms, correct? In Haoyang responds, this? General, I do not comprehend your meaning. Though he verbalizes this, internally he muses, could domestic protests have incited discontent from the cherry blossom nation? Those creatures truly excel at ingratiation, managing even to curry favor with this individual. The president has already devised a script for how to respond once Robert takes the floor. Presently, Han exists as a mere satellite of Mei, and if the elder commands, what recourse does he have? Naturally, the primary organizers of the protests must be apprehended, interrogated, but even that would be little more than a formality. After all, the anti-cherry blossom sentiment among the populace remains exceptionally potent, particularly regarding that specific matter. Mismanagement could easily cost the president his office, as he prepares to articulate his previously dismissive remarks to the citizens of Mei. Robert's words leave him momentarily frozen in place. What I mean is, if there are grievances, then declare war upon him. I believe the people of the world will support such a bold endeavor, including the citizens of Mei. At the utterance of this declaration, even Doli, who has been influenced by mental control, is taken aback. Yet, it is merely shock. Should Robert issue an immediate command to attack, he would execute it without hesitation. General, is what you say true? Does this represent your own stance, or, of course, this reflects Robert's personal convictions, but such thoughts did not just arise. They had taken root long ago, upon recognizing the depths of that ethnic animosity. That is indeed my sentiment. Under the astonished gaze of the president of Han, a surge of yellow energy infiltrates his being, instantly transforming his desire to resist Robert into a yearning for compliance. General, your thoughts are truly magnificent. This is precisely what the people of the Han nation, as well as a significant portion of Asia, have longed for. We are wholeheartedly willing to support you. Dolly, the Han Mei army is equally committed, General. Let us act immediately. Yes. Next, Robert has a multitude of tasks ahead. Foremost among them is to escalate the situation to a point where conventional methods can no longer suffice, akin to a scenario that demands the resolution of warfare. Hey, Fury, how are things progressing on your end? Well, it's going quite smoothly. With Pierce's cooperation, we should be able to resolve the issues within a week. However, the only lingering concern is that S.H.I.E.L.D. may be incapacitated for a year as a result. Fury held a freshly inked list, filled with high-profile individuals occupying significant positions within S.H.I.E.L.D. It was astonishing how such influential figures could fill several sheets of paper. The roots of the problem run deep, and thus, a complete overhaul is necessary. Now, I have a question for you. Honestly, do you possess any intelligence regarding Tian Huang of Sakura Nation? Fury, it depends on what type of intelligence you are referring to. If you mean to say that he will rise punctually at 8 o'clock this morning in his palace and consume his first glass of water with his right hand, then indeed, we have some intel on that. Robert chuckled at his words, convinced that if he were to inquire about the color of Tian Huang's underwear right now, Fury would promptly provide an answer. What you just mentioned is exactly what I need. There is one more question. Where is Tian Huang's palace located? I mean the precise location, preferably down to the room he resides in. Fury, it would be my honor to assist you. Please hold on for a moment while I verify the accurate information. It will take 2 minutes. 3 minutes later. Is this truly the residence of that avian fellow? After receiving the information from Fury, Robert stepped out towards Tian Huang's address, glancing around to notice the decor was somewhat Western, yet bore hints of Eastern elements. Hey, is this guy still asleep? Let me help you rise. Slap. At that moment, a figure lay on the bed. Robert approached without ceremony and delivered a resounding slap, causing the individual to awaken instantly. Tian Huang first saw a stranger's face, then felt a stinging pain on his cheek, which left him utterly bewildered. Tian Huang, what kind of nonsense is this? He feigned a retaliatory strike, yet he had learned to be cautious this time, evading the blow, and upon hearing Robert's English, he quickly switched languages. Who are you and what do you want? Guards! Guards! Tian Huang felt as though he were ensnared in a nightmare, waking up in the morning only to be slapped. Throughout his life, few dared to treat him in such a manner. What has transpired, Your Excellency? Who are you? The guards of Tian Huang's palace were no mere bystanders. Upon hearing the commotion, individuals rushed in to inquire, and upon seeing the unfamiliar Robert, They immediately drew their weapons in threat. Baka, this man just dared to slap me. I command you to drag him out and execute him immediately. Upon witnessing the arrival of his loyal guard dog, Tian Huang straightened his posture, gesturing wildly at Robert with a fervor that completely dispelled his earlier panic. I had intended to keep you around a while longer, but your incessant noise has become intolerable. With a mere flick of his hand, Robert severed Tian Huang's head with surgical precision. The cut, originating from the throat, radiated outward like the sweep of an exquisitely sharp sword, leaving a radius of devastation extending 1,000 meters. Within this sphere, everything save for Robert was cleaved in twain, with the exception of objects shorter than Tian Huang's neck. The force of spatial energy flowed within this 1,000-meter range, ensuring that the severed entities did not immediately fall apart, thereby preventing Robert from being struck or repulsed by the aftermath. Having completed this grim task, Robert picked up the phone to call the President of the United States across the ocean. "Hello, General. You wish to speak with me?" The call was answered almost immediately by Anthony, whether by chance or some other reason is unknown. "Indeed, certain matters necessitate my declaration of war on behalf of the United States and the Sakura Nation. In a few hours, the Han Nation and its military presence will mobilize. I trust you will stand by my side, correct?" As Robert uttered these words, Anthony's first instinct was to check the calendar, only to feel a wave of disorientation upon realizing that it was neither April Fool's Day nor any other jest. "Has someone in your nation offended you? If so, I believe I could leverage national resources to assist you in addressing this." Before Anthony could finish, Robert interjected, "It is not merely an individual who has wronged me. Rather, it is the entire nation. To be precise, it is those wretches deliberately left behind by the United States during the Second World War. I intend to execute them all." Anthony found himself momentarily at a loss for words, yet Robert was far from finished. He snapped a photograph of Tian Huang's severed head from the Sakura Nation. Ding! Anthony's phone received Robert's message. Initially, he struggled to recognize the individual in the image, only coming to the realization through Robert's reminder. "My apologies, General Robert. I believe convening a joint session of Congress is necessary to discuss this matter. Moreover, General Freeman and other significant military representatives will be in attendance. Will you be present? Perhaps you could articulate your perspective and the rationale behind your actions." As the acting president, Anthony felt the weight of responsibility pressing heavily upon him, especially in his dealings with Robert, often recalling his predecessor to avoid repeating similar mistakes. For instance, the volatile emotions that now churned within Anthony were nothing short of explosive. The Sakura Nation held significant strategic value for the United States and Asia, serving as a crucial pawn in the containment of a certain great power. Robert's inexplicable desire to sever ties with it, particularly through a declaration of war that reverberated across the globe, raised alarming questions. Would this signal to the United States' other allies that they too might face a similar fate? I shall attend, however, prior to that. For the sake of our cleansing operation's greater efficacy, I have resolved to handle another batch of individuals. Anthony, no, General Robert, you should, without allowing him to finish. Robert abruptly hung up the phone, igniting Anthony's fury. Damn, who does this bastard think he is? Where does he place the interests of America and our allies? A general? Merely a cold-blooded executioner. In his residence, Anthony erupted in rage. The more he spoke, the stronger the impulse grew within him to redial Robert and unleash a torrent of insults. Yet, a momentary action revealed that his phone remained fixed on an image of the processed Tian Huang from Sakura country. Anthony's mind snapped to attention. As a symbol of a nation, even if his security level was inferior, Tian Huang's defensive capabilities were undoubtedly formidable. The ease with which Robert had dealt with the situation prompted him to touch his own neck, where his head still rested. Ultimately, reason prevailed. Exiting the terrifying image, Anthony began notifying his secretary to summon all governmental and military officials for an emergency meeting. 2 hours later, Robert's actions were unprecedented. Who would dare to defecate in the wilderness and then insist on cleaning it up? Such behavior from a general is tantamount to treason. I propose we immediately revoke all his positions and hold him legally accountable. Are you out of your mind? How do you intend to hold him accountable? Will you confront him with a weapon? Or are you suggesting we allow him to unleash his terrifying abilities against America and all of humanity? We cannot simply permit him to act with such impunity. Do you have a better plan? If not, silence yourself. The emergency meeting finally convened in Washington. Anthony, seated at the head of the table, felt increasingly agitated as he listened to the bickering below. Chapter 113. Public restroom enough. Bang. Freeman slammed his hand on the table, and an immediate hush fell over the room. Can anyone tell me why Robert has acted in this manner? Once everyone was quiet, Freeman posed the question, his gaze subtly drifting toward Eric, the acting president. How should I know what he is thinking, you fool? Eric cursed inwardly, though his face bore a smile. Just as he was about to respond to Freeman's inquiry, a shimmering portal appeared in the center of the conference room. Apologies for my tardiness. Ladies and gentlemen, Robert stepped through the blue portal, surveying the various expressions of those present. Perhaps they still believe I am staging a demonstration, Robert mused internally. It was almost certain that some would interpret his earlier actions as a display of extraordinary power, for American politicians certainly possess vivid imaginations. General Robert, are you demonstrating for us? Well, it is not merely in his heart, Robert muttered, unwilling to squander his breath engaging in trivial discourse with these politicians. He unleashed his mental control, instantly influencing or dominating all present, save for Freeman. Compared to mere influence, those under his control faced a far graver fate, one where escape from Robert's grasp remained an impossibility, save for death itself. The sole individual he had ensnared was the elderly gentleman who had just posed a question to him. Dear sir, I am demonstrating my point. Might you have inquiry? After quietly completing his task, Robert began to assess the fruits of his labor. There are no questions, Mr. General. Upon hearing the satisfactory response, Robert nodded in approval. At that moment, President Eric personally approached him, guiding him to his position, while the leaders of both chambers of Congress came forth to extend their greetings. Freeman, standing to the side, was perplexed. Had they not just been shouting for Robert's ousting? Why had everything shifted so dramatically? Was he truly encountering them for the first time? General Robert, may we commence the meeting? Eric, indifferent to others' perceptions, focused solely on Robert, intent on obeying his commands. This signified that the upper echelons of the American government were now effectively under a single individual's control. Freeman felt as though he were part of a bizarre assembly, one that involved declaring war on another nation, albeit one that was an ally. Such a consequential matter had reached a conclusion in mere moments. I hereby announce that the proposal to eradicate the remnants of militarism in Sakura Nation, put forth by General Robert, has passed unanimously, with the acting president's declaration. The resolution took effect, and even Freeman cast his vote in favor. Yet, he remained bewildered. Why had these usually adversarial lawmakers suddenly found common ground? May I join you for a stroll, Robert? With matters settled, Robert yearned to explore Sakura Nation once more, having only partially realized his plan to dismantle a disgraceful shrine, buried with countless war criminals, and transform it into a public restroom. The demolition had been achieved, but the construction of the beneficial facility had yet to commence. Of course, General Freeman, faced with the invitation, Robert found no reason to decline, especially considering the assistance he had once received. Your actions have surprised me, to be honest. While I too harbor disdain for those duplicitous sycophants, I never contemplated their utter destruction. Might you elaborate on the reasoning behind such a decision? Freeman's inquiry stemmed solely from a desire to ascertain whether Robert retained his sanity, rather than being consumed by rage. Frankly, a diminutive nation like Sakura, with its ambitious figures perpetually subdued by America, appeared united in front, yet covertly maintained a tenuous and precarious existence beneath the surface. Moreover, the United States maintains its military presence in the land of cherry blossoms, wielding considerable influence. The prospect of toppling such a government appears to be a rather effortless endeavor. What eludes me is Freeman's apprehension regarding Robert, a man endowed with the capacity for unprecedented destruction, potentially spiraling out of control, an eventuality that would spell catastrophe for the entire globe. They are in the midst of developing nuclear weapons. Does this rationale suffice? In response to Freeman's inquiry, Robert effortlessly proffered an answer. Freeman acknowledged, "Well, your response is somewhat acceptable." Satisfied with his desired reply, he patted Robert's shoulder and departed with a flourish. He harbored no concerns that an offensive against an ally would tarnish America's image. It is essential to recognize that the United States currently holds the most significant sway in global discourse. In the world, there exist but two types of media, that which is American and the rest. In this context, it must be conceded that, Aside from a few sovereign nations that manage to retain their narrative, many others find their media manipulated. It can be asserted that as long as there is internal consensus within the United States and no discord among its ranks, their international voice remains resolute, and the prevailing tide will favor them. Additionally, there exists an often overlooked implicit ally, a certain mysterious Eastern power harboring deep-seated grievances against the land of cherry blossoms. The recent fallout between the U.S. and this nation aligns perfectly with their interests, ensuring no dissent from their side. Consequently, two of the three major powers among the permanent members of the UN Security Council now support this initiative. Who would dare oppose it? Freeman had already devised a justification, citing Robert's assertion that the Cherry Blossom Nation was allegedly engaged in the clandestine production of weapons of mass destruction, necessitating thorough investigation. Thus, the historically contentious two-party system within the United States remarkably reached a consensus, showcasing the might of the world's sole superpower. 10 aircraft carrier battle groups advanced towards the land of cherry blossoms, accompanied by the swift mobilization of a million-strong army. With the efforts of one global superpower and the tacit approval of another, the Cherry Blossom Nation swiftly underwent a purge, and those who had previously evaded judgment were finally held accountable. At Tony's residence, "I hear you've been involved in quite a few significant matters lately?" Robert replied, "Indeed, there have been several, but I'm unsure which one you refer to." Tony remarked, "The one concerning the Cherry Blossom Nation, although I must admit I have little regard for them." Initially, he intended to discuss with Robert the moral implications of deciding the fates of countless individuals based on personal whims, yet the recent news compelled him to halt his discourse. Just then, the television commenced a new round of reports. Matsushita had recently been executed, a high-ranking official from the Cherry Blossom Nation, whose crimes included anti-democratic actions, murder, and sexual assault. During the military's investigation, it was revealed that he possessed a penchant for killing for pleasure, employing a gladiatorial format to pit innocent individuals against one another. The broadcast began to air graphic footage, showcasing Matsushita's criminal acts. Tony had never witnessed such grotesque atrocities and instinctively turned off the television. "Jarvis, please assist me in shutting off the television whenever such news is broadcasted in the future." "Jarvis, very well, sir. Should you encounter any more discomforting content in the future, I shall promptly terminate it." "Tony, thank you." After conversing with Jarvis, he turned his gaze back to Robert. "The actions of these individuals are utterly revolting. Just the day before yesterday, I witnessed an official from their nation who has an unsettling affinity for animals. Can you believe it, Robert? I could hardly fathom such a thing before. How can a human engage in such acts? Perhaps they are no longer human." Robert's words elicited a nod from Tony, and thereafter, they chose to refrain from revisiting the abhorrent topic. Tony redirected his focus to the alien debris before him, which, in a stroke of inspiration, led him to uncover something noteworthy. "Tony, oh no. Phew. Boom." He inserted an object into the alien energy source, resulting in a shocking revelation. Had it not been for this protective shield, we would have been doomed. He had taken precautions. The earlier experiment was conducted within the safety enclosure, and explosions were now erupting continuously inside. "Tony, this device appears to be akin to a nuclear reactor. Clearly, we had overlooked it previously. Robert, what shall we do? Are you planning to report this? What about SHIELD? Tony, my internet is functioning just fine, and you're not the only one privy to the fact that a significant portion of SHIELD consists of undercover agents. Robert, do you think the government can conceal matters from the average citizen, but not from me? So, are you not considering lending a hand in their cleanup efforts? Perhaps, upon completion, Fury might even award you a medal." A glimmer of amusement danced in Robert's eyes as he envisioned Fury presenting an accolade to Tony in the SHIELD headquarters. "Oh, spare me. I find it rather uncomfortable to interact with that egghead, and, as far as I know, they have nearly completed their internal cleanup. What they're in dire need of now are managerial talents. Honestly, if that's the case, I can't just send Stark Industries management over there, can I? Never mind the suitability of the matter. My company would undoubtedly face operational issues. Robert, so, who are you planning to seek? It seems SHIELD's existence has caused you to forget many government agencies, my friend. Allow me to jog your memory. Jarvis, dial the dedicated line provided by the federal government for me. As the dedicated line connected, a federal official quickly inquired about Tony's concerns. Upon learning of the formidable power of what was initially perceived as alien refuse, he promptly notified his superiors. "If I'm not mistaken, your call will likely result in many individuals losing their jobs. Want to it?" Robert suddenly remarked after Tony concluded his call, as he recalled certain individuals. At that moment, Robert stood by the window of Stark Tower, leaning over to observe the bustling scene below, where a mountain of alien battle debris was being cleared by civilian organizations. Tony approached Robert, and together they gazed down at the scene below, contemplating the implications of what had been said. It may sound harsh, yet the truth remains. Had I not uncovered the dangers posed by these substances, those individuals would have amassed considerable wealth, but now that fortune has eluded them. I deem this a failure of investment, and I trust that the government will manage it appropriately. It is uncertain whether Tony believed his own words, but Robert certainly did not. Chapter 114. The reality gem not far beneath Stark Tower. Another morning dawned, and the debris cleanup operation was in full swing. Did you see that? Bang! Thomas, the contractor overseeing the cleanup of this extraterrestrial refuse, was personally demonstrating to his subordinates how to properly dismantle the waste. Worker, you're absolutely right. In truth, he was quite dissatisfied with his boss's incessant instructions, yet the lure of the dollars in Thomas's pocket compelled him to feign compliance. Thomas, good. Just like that. He was pleased with the subordinate's performance and silently commended him. But that was where the praise ended. Suddenly, his attention was diverted by a makeshift entrance. As an employee, known for his habitual tardiness, caught his eye. "Oh, hey, I've been waiting for you. Without you, I truly have no idea how we would proceed with the work. Did you sleep well last night?" Had this comment been directed at a senior technician, it would have been a compliment and an acknowledgement. However, to utter the same to a laborer who had arrived late carried a different connotation. My alarm didn't go off." He clearly sensed his boss's displeasure and, wishing to avoid being dismissed, felt compelled to offer an explanation. "Thomas, yes, indeed. It was the alarm, I understand." Initially, his smile was misleading, but suddenly Thomas's demeanor turned serious as he said, "Listen, as I mentioned before, this is a colossal venture upon which I have wagered my entire fortune. I hope that we can accomplish it through our collective efforts. Should anyone dare to delay or obstruct me, Before he could utter the word fire, more individuals entered through the doorway. Thomas, initially thinking he had caught another tardy employee, soon realized it was a group of people. "Everyone listen up. Cease your current tasks immediately. According to Executive Order Number 396, all post-war cleanup operations are now under our jurisdiction." A woman, leading a group of men in white hats and holding a document, spoke with an air of authority that unmistakably bore the hallmark of government service. "Thomas, damn it, where did these people come from?" He instinctively cursed, for his entire fortune was staked on this endeavor. If they were indeed to take over, as the woman suggested, what would become of his workers? And what of the money he had invested? "We are professionals. I would appreciate it if you could speak with more respect, sir." The tall man in the white hat beside the woman could scarcely tolerate being scolded by Thomas, and thus he responded directly, his hand instinctively moving towards his waist in a manner familiar to Americans. Thomas noticed this, and after a brief glance over his shoulder, his employees immediately ceased their work. Whether they were armed or unarmed, their movements were remarkably synchronized, drawing closer to their boss with an unambiguous intent. This bolstered Thomas's confidence. He still believed that his adversary was merely a business rival attempting to intimidate him. To dispel the situation, he asserted his legal rights over the waste management area. "Listen, I have a contract with the city government. They promised to clean this area. Would you like me to present it for your inspection?" "I apologize, Mr. Thomas, but perhaps you should first examine my document," the woman replied, handing him an order. Thomas, possessing a modicum of discernment, recognized it as a directive from the federal government, rendering his contract with the city government null and void. "I trust you now comprehend the situation. Therefore, I must insist that you immediately surrender all collected extraterrestrial materials and vacate this area, or you will face prosecution or even arrest." The woman did not afford Thomas much time. Upon his recognition of the order, she promptly reclaimed it and began to act in accordance with its stipulations. Thomas exclaimed, "What?" This infuriated him. How could they threaten him with prosecution, akin to a band of robbers invading a home just sold, not only occupying the premises, but also forbidding the rightful owner from residing there? with threats of legal action against the original proprietor? Is there no law? Reflecting on his decades of freedom, he realized that he had never truly experienced justice. I apologize, madam, for my earlier outburst. It was merely an expression of my excitement. Everything I possess, and those who stand with me, are my hopes for future prosperity. Thanos was prepared to submit to reality. Upon recognizing his lack of legitimacy, what choice did he have? To resist further would only lead to a more dire outcome. Bowing in humility might yet afford him a glimmer of hope. I sympathize deeply with your predicament and hope you and your employees swiftly discover a better path forward. However, Thanos' capitulation did not elicit the woman's compassion. Instead, she responded with the most futile of official rhetoric. Robert stood at a distance, arms crossed, observing their exchange, utterly moved by the scene. What a striking tableau of freedom. The democratic spirit of America, seemingly fearful of its own workers growing affluent, had decided to take on this arduous yet lucrative endeavor itself. Truly a display of audacious spirit. Robert silently applauded America, marveling at the universal truths that seemed to resonate everywhere. Ultimately, however, Thanos refrained from engaging in conflict with the Federation, a scenario he had secretly desired. In his younger days, devoid of a wife and daughter, he would have struck that obstinate woman without hesitation. Yet now, he found himself hesitant, though this did not imply he would passively accept his fate. Just as Robert contemplated the lack of excitement, he suddenly sensed a fluctuation in the fabric of space, an occurrence not wrought by human hands, but of a natural origin. The 9 major star systems of the divine realm were on the verge of aligning, at which point the boundaries of the 9 nations would become less distinct and more traversable. During the era of the 9-star conjunction, one could even inadvertently step into another nation while simply walking. Elders of the divine realm recounted this oft-told tale to the children. Their long lives, averaging 5,000 years, having bestowed them with an abundance of experiences. I know. Uncle, I've heard this story since I was little. Little ones, do you wish to know the ending right away? As the elder spun his yarn, a young man from the divine realm happened to pass by. Having heard the elder's tale in his own youth, perhaps spurred by mischief, he could not resist the urge to reveal the conclusion prematurely. The elder remarked, "You rascal, I've always sensed your unruliness, and it appears I was right. Be off with you, and do not disturb me while I share my story with this new batch of children." Although his words seemed harsh, his tone was imbued with warmth, compelling one to listen more closely. The youth chuckled, "Haha, I'm merely jesting. Honestly, I've forgotten the ending after all this time. Could you please tell me again?" "Uncle, then hurry and find a seat," directed the elder. The youth, under the elder's guidance, scurried to find a spot, joining a gathering of elders, youths, and children, all nestled together as the tale of the 9-star conjunction began to unfold amidst the setting sun's glow. "Father, I wish to venture to the human realm." Thor gazed in astonishment at the scene, as his father, Odin, had recently exhausted numerous attempts to alter this desire. Thor longed to visit that place, for it was where his affections lay. Odin replied, "I bring you here not to keep you in the warmth and tranquility of the divine realm, Thor, but to make you understand that your lifespan is many times greater than that of an ordinary human." As the sovereign of the divine realm, Odin found himself exasperated by his son's choice of affection, particularly for a woman from Earth. The trials he had devised for Thor had not encompassed this predicament, and by the time the situation had reached a point of no return, it was too late for reflection. "But I truly love Jane. Father, I must seek her out," Thor insisted. After enduring days of relentless effort, Odin, too, became weary. With a wave of his hand, he conceded, allowing Thor to pursue his desires. "Thank you, Father." After receiving Odin's permission, Thor eagerly made his way to the Rainbow Bridge. As he approached, his anticipation surged. He brandished his hammer and soared forth, showing no inclination to halt. "Heimdall, could you send me to Jane?" Just as Heimdall, stationed within the temple of the Rainbow Bridge, was about to refuse Thor, since no one could traverse the newly repaired and somewhat unstable bridge without Odin's decree, he opened his mouth to speak. Yet before the words could escape, Odin's voice resonated in his ears. Promptly, Heimdall reacted, teleporting Thor to Earth just as he was about to crash into the temple. Thor had indeed chosen the perfect moment. Had he delayed even slightly longer, Heimdall would have lost sight of his beloved Jane, who had unwittingly stumbled into a mysterious realm. "Daisy." Jane glanced at the precipice before her, realizing that the corridor she had traversed had transformed from a dilapidated passage into a colossal pillar, seemingly concealing something within. Oh, my goodness, what is this? Driven by curiosity, Jane reached out, only to be halted abruptly, as if a pause button had been pressed, while the signature blue energy coursed around her. Let me see what my little treasure can grant me. Robert's figure materialized beside Jane. He had already detected the spatial fluctuations moments earlier. The initial disturbance was indeed a natural occurrence. However, the subsequent disruptions were anything but, as they stemmed from the unsealing of a certain entity, the commotion emanating from the sealed object. Ether particles, or, as they might be referred to, the Reality Stone. Chapter 115. The Power of Reality. Ding. Detected obtainable ability. Power of Reality. One of the most formidable forces in the universe. Possessing it allows one to fabricate and alter the form of any matter within the cosmos. Would you like to acquire the power of reality? Gazing at the description of the ability, Robert realized he had once again encountered extraordinary fortune. This was yet another near-complete inheritance of the gemstone's power following his previous acquisition of the power of space. Such luck was rare, and missing this opportunity would be irretrievable. Thus, Robert felt no hesitation and promptly selected yes, watching as the power of reality nestled into the 7th ability slot, granting him peace of mind. Following this, the ether particles would serve little purpose, and now that they had manifested, the dark elf race that originally possessed them would awaken to reclaim them. Therefore, Robert resolved, snap. With a snap of his fingers, Jane instantly regained her agency. Just as she was bewildered by the sudden shift, the ether particles began to infiltrate her being. It's high time I explored the realm of the gods. Having been in Marvel for so long, I've yet to venture beyond Earth. I might even be scolded as a country bumpkin by other travelers, as Robert observed Jane, who was being infiltrated by ethereal particles. He muttered to himself about the potential harm of these particles entering the human body. However, he quickly dismissed any concern, for after all, Jane was Thor's girlfriend, not his. Jane, where have you gone? Since her friend had gone missing, Daisy had been searching tirelessly. After nearly an hour of fruitless searching, she ultimately decided to notify the authorities. Consequently, when Jane, having merged with the ethereal particles and subconsciously choosing to ignore that segment of her memories, awoke in an abandoned warehouse, she was greeted by the sight of numerous police officers. Daisy exclaimed, The reason my friend and I came here is because, just as she was about to reveal the truth, a familiar figure suddenly entered her line of sight. Jane, where have you been? Seeing the police surrounding them filled Jane with an overwhelming sense of dread, causing her first words upon seeing her concerned friend to be accusatory. Don't tell me you called the police. What was I supposed to do? Daisy retorted. You shouldn't have called the police, because that would alert the government. And soon S.H.I.E.L.D. would arrive, turning this into Area 51. It was evident that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s internal containment measures were quite effective, as even someone like Jane had no knowledge that they were currently unable to gather enough personnel. We encountered an anti-gravity anomaly, and our competitors were merely a handful of children. If only you hadn't reported it, Jane. You were missing for 5 whole hours. What? When her friend revealed this information, Jane was taken aback, instinctively trying to recall everything she had just experienced, but was met with intense pain instead. Jane cried out, suddenly collapsing to the ground. The nearby officers, who had been observing the scene for some time, rushed to assist her. Oh, Jane. Daisy, who was closest to her friend, quickly moved to help, but it was not Daisy who caught Jane. Rather, it was a cloaked figure who suddenly appeared, seemingly bringing with him an aura of brilliance. Put your hands up. Where did he come from? Regardless, they needed to ascertain whether he posed a threat. Clearly, the police did not perceive the newcomer as a harbinger of goodwill. Human instinct often breeds fear of the unknown, especially when it materializes right before their eyes. No, you misunderstand. Thor is not a bad person. He is one of us. Daisy attempted to explain, but the officers ignored her, with one female officer pulling her aside, reassuring her not to be afraid. Observing Thor surrounded by armed police, Daisy lamented the futility of her words. These individuals seemed utterly impervious to reason. Did she truly resemble someone who had been kidnapped and threatened? She had no time to indulge their games. Heimdall, take me back. Thor, engrossed in the well-being of his unconscious girlfriend, was oblivious to everything else. Noticing the police's demeanor towards Daisy, he felt assured of her safety and prepared to depart. Police, where do you think you're going? And Heimdall, why don't you speak? Just as the officers' taunts reached their zenith, a shimmering rainbow bridge enveloped Thor and Daisy, leaving the bewildered officers in disbelief as the two vanished without a trace. Rest assured, you'll be fine. Amidst the transit on the rainbow bridge, Thor took a moment to comfort his unconscious girlfriend, demonstrating the depth of his affection for Jane. However, the third party, Robert, found himself in a rather awkward position. Though invisible to the others, he could not escape the discomfort of witnessing such intimate moments. It was unclear whether it was his bashfulness or Thor's audacity, but the sight of Thor leaning in so closely left Robert's hair standing on end. Was this truly the Prince of Asgard? One might mistake him for someone entirely different. Heimdall remarked, "Oh, my prince, your feelings for her run deep indeed. Yet it seems your earthly girlfriend is in quite a dire state." The rainbow bridge traversed swiftly, and it wasn't long before Robert, Thor, and the unconscious Jane arrived in Asgard. Perhaps due to differing perspectives, while Robert felt an acute embarrassment at the sight of Thor's somewhat compromising position, Heimdall's reaction was remarkably contrasting. Thor exclaimed, "Her condition is abysmal. I must seek my mother's aid at once." At this moment, Jane's state was indeed dire, her body emanating pulsating red light as if it were about to burst forth. During the transit on the rainbow bridge, Robert had been too captivated by the surrounding splendor to notice the subtle fluctuations in Jane's energy. Now, upon closer inspection, it appeared that such disturbances might indeed threaten an ordinary person's life. I recall that no such incident occurred previously. Could this be my butterfly effect at play? Robert pondered. If Jane were to perish, where would the ethereal particles go? If they were to drift back to Earth, perhaps drawing the dark elves along with them, he would miss the excitement of their assault on Asgard. In a moment of selflessness, Robert decided to intervene. A surge of reality's power enveloped Jane, gradually calming the once turbulent energy within her. This ferocity was merely a threat to an ordinary person. To Robert, it was but a faint ripple. To avoid drawing attention to the anomaly, he deliberately moderated the calming effect, ensuring that no one, not even Odin, would sense that anything was amiss. Certainly, this action was entirely motivated by Robert's desire to save, without revealing the full extent of his capabilities. He absolutely did not harbor any intentions to make Jane suffer simply because he disapproved of her. Definitely not. In a hurried manner, Thor cradled Jane and rushed toward the true temple at the heart of the divine realm, unaware that this single gesture shattered the hearts of countless maidens within the realm. Did I just see Thor? It seems he is holding a woman. Impossible. Prince, Thor hasn't even begun selecting a consort. How could he be holding a woman? You must be mistaken. No way. If Shimio is mistaken, could I possibly be wrong? Lixing, wake up. Prince Thor already has someone he cares for. Many young women of the divine realm felt a pang of sorrow due to Thor's actions, and Robert sensed it was time for him to step in. Rescuing others from despair was his forte. Among the heartbroken, Robert swiftly identified who needed assistance the most. Allow me to lend a hand. I can sense the ethereal particles within the divine realm. On board the Dark Elves' warship, their leader, after closing his eyes to attune to the surroundings, declared the location. Without a moment's hesitation, the soldiers operating the ship altered their course away from Earth, setting a direct path toward the divine realm. Upon regaining consciousness, Malekith noticed his subordinates heading in the intended direction and nodded approvingly. The sacred artifact has appeared. I am willing to sacrifice my life to reclaim it. Beside Malekith, the strongest amongst the Dark Elf clan was preparing to pledge an oath, having rehearsed this very scenario countless times before their slumber. The subsequent actions were second nature to them. Malekith, you shall bear the curse of darkness, brave warrior, yet it shall bestow upon you boundless strength. Come forth. With a swift motion, Malekith plunged a sharp dagger into the warrior, who merely emitted a muffled groan before falling silent. A yellow-black energy stone was placed in Malekith's hand. After a brief glance, he immediately inserted it into the warrior's wound. Malekith, how do you feel? Eagerly, he inquired after completing the act. But before the warrior could respond, he already sensed the surge of violent energy emanating from him, suggesting the outcome was undoubtedly favorable. Minutes later, warrior, I feel absolutely invigorated. Let us find a target. I shall aid you in its destruction and personally forge a brand new universe. Malekith, excellent. Now let's commence our plan. Their strategy was hastily devised, for the Dark Elf clan had waited far too long. They could no longer afford to be patient. Malekith, warrior, infiltrate the ranks of the captives from the divine realm. Upon reaching their inner sanctum, create chaos immediately, and most importantly, destroy this. Before him appeared a holographic image, and Malekith pointed to the core defense mechanism of the divine realm's central temple. After Malekith nodded in understanding of his mission, he scanned the surroundings and resolutely declared, "The rest of you, advance with me in a frontal assault." Chapter 116. The story, what is that? Silence. Thor's mother interrupted the impetuous inquiry of her apprentice healer. At that moment, Jane lay upon the healing bed in the realm of deities, undergoing a comprehensive examination. Once the atmosphere grew tranquil, she began manipulating the magic cube to inspect Jane's body. Suddenly, a surge of crimson energy erupted from within, interrupting the process. "Is this a non-earth substance? Have you seen it before?" Thor quietly inquired of the healer beside him. It was evident that the healer was equally perplexed. "I have never encountered it. I know not its origin. However, the tumultuous energy within her is potent enough to obliterate her in an instant." Upon hearing this, Thor's gaze deepened with concern as he intently focused on Jane on the healing bed. "That is a quantum emitter, is it not?" Jane, still feeling well, even took the time to ponder the source of the energy swirling around her. "That is the Soul Forge," the Queen replied. "So, the Soul Forge can facilitate the transfer of molecular energy, correct?" Jane's remark captured the Queen's attention, prompting her to scrutinize Jane closely before she conceded, "Indeed. Still a quantum field emitter." Jane turned her head to Thor, her demeanor suggesting a display of her extensive knowledge, which someone found rather endearing. Thor beamed with a radiant smile, poised to respond, when an incongruous voice interrupted the moment. "Look how fragile humans are, Thor. What can you possibly leave behind in her fleeting life?" Odin arrived, intent on persuading his son, even at this juncture. "She is merely ill. A mortal ailment is inconsequential to us," Thor retorted. "Oh, is that so? Can you cure her inevitably brief affliction?" Odin's aggressive tone upon his entrance left a poor first impression on Jane. Who does he think he is? By what right does he dictate the lifespan of us mortals? How much longer does he himself have to live? Him. Just as Jane was about to unleash a retort, Thor hastily cleared his throat, interrupting her. While Odin's impression of Jane soured further. What an uncouth woman. How could Thor possibly be enamored with her? Odin mused, noting Jane's intent to berate him further. He longed to bring this farce to a swift conclusion. "I am Odin, the All-Father, the protector of the 9 realms. Oh, I did not realize he was your father." Jane glanced at Thor, feeling a twinge of embarrassment for having unleashed her ire upon his progenitor. Thor cast her a reassuring glance, then resolutely positioned himself in front of Jane. Upon witnessing this scene, Odin decided to relinquish his intentions to intervene, initially wishing to depart and avoid the turmoil. He was suddenly halted by another. "I believe you should personally see that child, for under normal circumstances, the healing capabilities of humanity may not surpass our own." The Queen said gently, her words clearly indicating that even for her, the matter posed a significant challenge. "What? You cannot heal her?" The Queen's statement piqued Odin's interest. He approached Jane slowly, extending a hand in an attempt to gauge her condition from a distance. However, whether intentional or not, Jane retracted her hand, conveying a sense of defiance. "Listen, child," the Queen urged. "No, Jane. He is likely the only one capable of identifying the issues within your body," Thor countered. After some persuasion from the two, Jane ceased her resistance, while Odin, as the king of the gods with millennia of experience, chose not to dwell on the trivialities. He reached out to examine Jane's physique, initially adopting a rather casual demeanor, for in his long-held perception, how grave could a human ailment truly be? Yet, as his divine essence sought to penetrate Jane's being, it was met with a force far more formidable, bouncing him back. Odin immediately sensed something amiss. "Thor, bring her in." With that, the All-Father stepped ahead, his silhouette exuding an indescribable melancholy, reminiscent of a hero in twilight. Bang! As Thor and Jane followed in Odin's footsteps into a secluded chamber, the door sealed behind them, and within the room, twinkling star-like lights coalesced into the image of 9 celestial spheres. The 9 realms are not immutable. In fact, at certain junctures, they may even lose the distinctly defined boundaries they once held. Odin began, providing Thor particularly Jane, with an overview of the situation before delving into specifics. If I am not mistaken, the essence within her is none other than the artifact of the Dark Elves, a malevolent race defeated by my father, your grandfather, Thor, in the battles of the divine realm, standing in the heart of the divine palace. Odin recounted the tale of the Dark Elves to his son and his son's companion. Meanwhile, Robert found himself in a similar situation, regaling a group with a narrative, albeit refusing to entertain male listeners. What happened next? Did the supreme treasure end up with Zixia? At the story's climax, Robert purposely paused, igniting the curiosity of the young women, some of whom boldly approached him, playfully requesting that he continue. Do tell, do tell. At that moment, Robert donned the attire of the divine realm, his features mirroring those of the divine beings, which allowed the girls, having never encountered him before, to lower their guard. All of this is attributed to the power of reality. Robert is merely tapping into its most trivial applications and energies at present. Come on, speak up, big brother. What happened next? Yes, yes, do tell. As Robert immersed himself in his narrative, the number of young girls surrounding him multiplied, yet one steadfast figure remained. She came to plead with me, and I said. Robert's gaze was drawn to the only girl who still held her ground. He recalled her name, Lixing. Lixing, please. Beg him. Yes, otherwise, it will undoubtedly end like the previous tales. The voices around her urged the girl on. In truth, Robert had already recounted several stories, and the last one had reached a similar climactic moment, with all the other girls gathered around him, while Lixing remained still, inciting a sense of competition within him. Lixing was being persuaded, yet she was torn within her heart. She felt as though Robert's actions were subtly aimed at her. But how many young girls can resist the allure of a romantic tale? Driven by curiosity, Lixing found herself wanting but unable to take action to leave. Oh, since you're still here, you must want to hear the story. Why not join us in pleading with him? I cannot bear to miss another story's conclusion. Lixing's friend seized her hand and pulled her to Robert's side, even instructing her on how to act coyly, while the other familiar girls from the divine realm began to stir with excitement. Giggling, oh my, Lixing is blushing. Shoo, we mustn't say that. It's merely a rosy cloud that has graced her cheeks. ISNT that right, Lixing? Initially, when Robert requested Lixing to beg him to reveal the story's ending, nearly all the divine maidens remained motionless, uncertain of Lixing's stance. Any rash encouragement could lead to awkwardness. However, after Robert narrated 2 consecutive tales, both nearing their conclusions without Lixing departing, the other girls grew restless. Having been deprived of multiple endings, they sought to retaliate against the root cause, Robert. Lacking familiarity and unable to confront him, their only target for revenge was Lixing. Look, Lixing's face is so flushed it could nearly drip with moisture. Everyone, stop teasing her. Huh, embarrassed. Lixing's cheeks burned crimson, and as her friend whispered something in her ear, Robert remained composed in his seat. He had resolved that unless the girl named Lixing spoke up, he would withhold his stories, not out of pride or anger, but primarily because he had few tales left to tell, and he wished to reserve a couple for unforeseen circumstances. See, can I ask you to continue the story? After a moment of hesitation, Lixing finally spoke up. Robert, who had been resting with his eyes closed, had expected this moment to take a little longer. The temperament of women in the Western world is predominantly characterized by passion and confidence, much like the majority of girls from the divine realm. They often disregard physical contact with Robert, pushing and shoving each other in a playful manner. In such an environment, a girl like Lixing stood out remarkably, drawing Robert's attention irresistibly. Haha, you're indeed willing to speak up. Very well, at the end of the story, Robert began to recount the tale of a Chinese odyssey, but suddenly he felt an urge to glance towards the Rainbow Bridge before swiftly returning to his narrative. Eventually, Jizun Bao decided to wear the golden hoop again, as it was the only way for him to regain his powers. However, this also signified the conclusion of the story. Robert leisurely narrated the ending, and in that moment, all the girls from the divine realm were engrossed. As if fearful of missing a single word, it is evident that Chinese love stories have a significant market in the West. With proper translation and some adjustments to the plot, they can undoubtedly captivate Western female audiences. Of course, this is more applicable to their innocent and carefree youth. The likelihood of appeal diminishes significantly for women in their 40s or 50s. Chapter 117. The Girls of the Divine Realm Wait. Did Jizun Bao and Zixia end up together or not? They clamored. Yes, yes. Can't we just think for ourselves? Wouldn't it be better if you just revealed the ending directly? After Robert finished his tale, the girls were displeased, for the ending he provided was rather open-ended. What they desired was a more definitive conclusion. The ending is just as I told it. There's nothing I can do, Robert replied, spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness. In truth, he, too, was at a loss, having merely memorized the story without fully comprehending it. Oh, no. Surely, you can modify the story, right? Suddenly, one of the girls wrapped her arms around one of Robert's arms, and before he could react, two soft forms pressed against him unabashedly. While he had experienced some physical contact with the girls from the divine realm before, nothing had prepared him for this overwhelming sensation. Wow, I must admit, this feels rather nice. After the initial shock, the experience transformed into sheer enjoyment. Imagine being surrounded by a group of beautiful young girls, one of whom is even brandishing two dough balls in a playful threat. What would that feel like? Don't be silent, brother. Lixing, do you want me to plead with you as well? If you change the ending, I'll also come to you. Indeed, I feel this ending is too abrupt. Please ponder it a bit more. Another girl chimed in, wrapping her remaining arm around him. Robert nearly rolled his eyes, as he was merely holding on for dear life at that moment. Alas, it appears that Eli and her friends have taken quite a liking to this mysterious individual who seemingly emerged from nowhere. They are all gathered around him. What do you think, Lixing? Why not join them and see for yourself? Her friend teased softly in her ear, causing Lixing's previously restored rosy complexion to flush once more with a noticeable hue. Lixing replied, no, I believe that ending was quite satisfactory. Hey, I share your sentiment. And judging by Eli and the others, it seems there is little left to hear. Shall we take our leave, Lixing? All right. She cast a glance at Robert, who was being tormented on stage, and suddenly noticed his lips moving as if he were pleading for help. Initially, Lixing and her friend intended to depart, but upon witnessing this scene, Lixing turned resolutely to her companion, uttering a brief remark before rushing to rescue Robert. He doesn't deserve this. I must save him. With determined strides, Lixing approached Robert, who was at that moment indulging in 2 brands of facial cleanser, uttering the word comfortable intermittently. Yet, as the saying goes, one often sees only what they wish to see. If not, they will conjure their own imagined reality. Come with me. Thus, what Lixing wished to witness was the scene of Robert grasping her hand and escaping from his captors, leaving the 3 onlookers utterly perplexed. Robert was at a loss for words when he suddenly felt his hand being grasped. Before he knew it, Lixing yanked him forward with surprising strength. Despite her delicate arms and legs, she managed to pull Robert free. Wait, Robert attempted to articulate something, but Lixing, without allowing for any argument, dragged him away. Intriguingly, Robert's body did not resist this sensation, and before his mind could relay any commands, he found himself running alongside her. Eli, Lixing, stop right there. Return him to me. Exactly. He is not yours. Lixing's actions left all the girls present in a state of bewilderment, particularly those who had just attempted to get close to Robert. They had assumed that their rival was merely competing for the affection of the same individual, only to be caught off guard by Lixing's bold move. As they navigated the streets of the divine realm, Lixing led Robert in a game of hide and seek, with her former friends in hot pursuit. Perhaps this is what they call hormones. Indeed, at a certain age, everyone experiences such a phase, even the god of thunder himself. Your words are quite sweet. May I have another taste? Thor inquired. Feel free to indulge as long as you wish. Jane replied. After listening to Odin's tale, the pair swiftly cast it aside, spurred by the excitement of the moment, believing there were far more pressing matters at hand. Little did Thor and Jane know, every action they took was being observed by Odin and the Queen. Youth is truly a marvel. Just look at how affectionate they are, the Queen remarked. Indeed, but it would be preferable if that girl could live a little longer. Odin added, what use is it to speak of such matters at this moment? The Queen retorted, you have truly become more bewildered with age. Why would you concern yourself with the emotions between the young? The conversation between the two lasted but a brief moment before it ended in discord, leaving Odin alone in the palace after the Queen's departure. Well, I have done nothing wrong. Odin dared to utter this only after the Queen had left, not out of fear, for the Lord of the Gods fears no one. Meanwhile, in the confines of the divine prison, Loki lay despondently on the ground. Perhaps witnessing Thor and Jane nearing their happy conclusion prompted the Queen to suddenly recall her other son. Have you had the opportunity to peruse the books I sent you? The queen entered Loki's cell, observing him languishing on the floor, and could not help but inquire, "What brings you here?" "Oh, these books are from you? Is it because you believe my situation insufficiently dire that you wish to exacerbate it further?" Loki sprang up, his tone a mixture of disdain and hostility. Yet it resembled more a child's tantrum than anything else. The queen replied, "Surely you comprehend why you are confined here better than I do? I brought you in merely to alleviate your boredom. At least you have a place to relax during your leisure hours." However, Loki showed no appreciation for the queen's intentions. He remained obstinate, convinced of his own righteousness. "Understand what? That I killed a few dozen people on Earth? Should Odin then be imprisoned for the countless lives he has taken?" He sneered, "Huh? No, that's incorrect. The few I killed do not even amount to a fraction of his toll. If I am to be imprisoned, then Odin deserves execution." With a radiant smile, Loki proclaimed this, and the queen gazed at him, reflecting on how her son had transformed into this version of himself. "Listen to me, Loki, your father. Odin, he is not my father." The queen's words were cut short by Loki's enraged interruption, revealing that his grievances against Odin remained unresolved. Staring blankly at Loki, the queen, who had raised him since childhood, chose not to dwell on the matter of Odin, instead redirecting the conversation towards herself, yearning for an affirmative response. "And what of me? Am I still your mother?" Upon the utterance of this question, Loki froze, his expression shifting from anger to one of impassivity, momentarily teetering on the brink of sorrow, yet he stifled it in time. "No, you are not my mother." Despite the profound hurt within, Loki steeled himself to voice this declaration. The queen could see through her son's deception. He could fool anyone, but never her. Yet, confronted with Loki's response, she could not suppress her sorrow, and her figure began to fade, revealing that she was but a fleeting apparition. Loki reached out, but the queen had already departed. Suddenly, he felt as though he had lost something significant. Gazing at the book sent by the queen in the corner, Loki momentarily stood in a daze before he could not resist the urge to take one out and peruse its contents. Yet again, these profound principles. The book he randomly selected was yet another guide on the virtues of being a good person, lessons he had heard far too often in his youth, to the point of weariness. "I remember when Thor was a child, you rarely taught him such things." "Why? Is it because I'm a half-breed?" Loki muttered to himself, tossing the book aside in search of something else. Ever since he discovered he was not Odin's biological son, Loki's psyche had undergone a monumental transformation. He attributed the disparate treatment he received in his childhood, compared to Thor, to this revelation. Thus, absorbing any moral lessons now felt insurmountably difficult. At last, something of practical value. After a thorough search, Loki finally unearthed a unique tome of magic amidst a collection of either platitudes or fairy tales. Memories of the past surged forth, and Loki suddenly realized that most of his grievances were directed at Odin, as he had always been slightly closer to Thor. However, regarding the queen, Loki sensed her efforts to treat them equally. In terms of teaching magic, she had not withheld anything from him. That simpleton, Thor, probably wouldn't he succeed in learning magic even if he tried. Gaining a slight sense of superiority, Loki's mood lifted, and he began to pace with a magic book in hand within his solitary cell. After all, he was still a prince. A glance around revealed that nearly all the other cells were not as accommodating as his own. Not only did he have a private room, but there was also a small bed for him to rest upon. When boredom struck, he even had books to read, unlike other prisoners who could only resort to fighting to pass the time. "You ugly creature, you lost again? Ha ha ha." In one of the cells, two idle inmates had just concluded a match, with the outcome clear. The most grotesque one had bested the less unattractive. Such was the nature of the monstrous realm. Often, those with the most peculiar appearances possessed the greatest strength. I'll say it again, I am not an ugly creature, but a member of the Asari star race. "Oh, can that ugly creature still stand to fight?" The Asari star race member waved his hand, utterly speechless. Being called ugly by someone even more grotesque was a bitter pill to swallow. "Come on, let us continue. I haven't even begun yet. It seems there's a newcomer." At that moment, the soldiers of the divine realm were escorting prisoners who had surrendered from the battlefield of the Nine Realms. They were temporarily detained here before facing the judgment of the divine court. Among them were warriors of the Dark Elf clan. Chapter 118, Chaos Roar. "Bring that thing from outside in here to play with me." "Hey, Did you hear what I said? Bang, bang, in the depths of the divine prison. The formidable beings imprisoned therein had already exhausted all possible confrontations with one another. They eagerly awaited the arrival of new challengers, yearning for fresh adversaries to engage in combat. Little did they realize the identity of the provocateur among them. A powerful dark elf surveyed the divine criminals with a disdainful glance, uttering not a single word, as if he deemed it beneath him to converse with such insignificant characters. Come forth, my dear. You have ultimately found your way to me. Even while masquerading as a captive of the divine realm, the dark elf exuded a captivating charm. His striking appearance accentuated by an air of superiority that piqued the interest of the veteran inmates. Could you please teach that brat a lesson? He just shot me a disdainful look. The dark elf was escorted deeper into the prison, to a section where even the divine soldiers hesitated to linger, for it housed the most perilous of offenders. As the soldiers delivered the dark elf to his designated cell, the neighboring inmates engaged in audacious discussions on how to deal with him. Hey, no problem, old man, just watch. If he dares to defy me, Evidently, the imposing figure of Ivry bore the lineage of a powerful creature, his tall, muscular frame suggesting he was not to be trifled with. Indeed, at that moment, Ivry was flexing his colossal fists before the dark elf, prompting the soldiers to hastily retreat from this volatile environment. Well then, they have departed. Your sweet dreams are about to commence, huh? After ushering the dark elf into Ivry's cell, the divine soldiers hurriedly exited, leaving the other inmates to instinctively retreat to the corners, making way for the strongest among them, Ivry, to take center stage. The dark elf, however, chose not to engage in idle chatter. Instead, he reached for his waist, where a concealed wound lay, harboring something within. What are you grasping at? A weapon? Haha, such a tired trick. The divine beings would never allow you to bring that in. His words abruptly ceased as the dark elf retrieved an object from the wound, a curious black and yellow entity. With no hesitation, the dark elf crushed the object in his hand, and astonishingly, a surge of energy enveloped him. Unlike any ordinary power, this energy brimmed with a boundless force of destruction, one that normal beings could not hope to control for long. Calm down, brother. I admit I may have been a tad irritable before, but there's no need for us to clash to the death, is there? What transpired within the prison was bewildering. Ivry, who had just been pleading for mercy, found himself struck by a single blow, his head spinning in disarray. Dark elf, your incessant prattle is quite tiresome. His gaze swiftly swept to the few individuals imprisoned alongside him. Spare us. Indeed, we have not uttered a word. The pleas for mercy from the wretched souls failed to elicit even the slightest flicker of compassion from the dark elf. As he gathered the harrowing force of destruction within his palm, he unceremoniously hurled it toward the remaining prisoners. In an instant, several living criminals were reduced to mere ash, a mere consequence of his careless display of power. At that moment, the leader in the adjacent cell quickly covered his mouth upon witnessing the scene. He had regained a semblance of clarity. The dark elf exhibited a chilling indifference to life, so it was prudent for him to feign invisibility, lest he be remembered for his earlier mockery, which could lead to dire repercussions. This lunatic appears to be attempting an escape. Noyest, he has just committed murder. He has no choice but to flee. Otherwise, when the divine guards arrive, he shall not be spared. The minions within the same cell discussed amongst themselves, oblivious to why their typically loquacious leader had suddenly fallen silent. Do they believe they can impede me? With a few swift strikes, empowered by the force of destruction coursing through him, the dark elf shattered the energy barrier that served as the prison door. The sound of the barrier fracturing resembled the pop of a bubble, and this act rendered the once cacophonous realm of the divine prison immediately hushed, as the criminals, both informed and uninformed, fell into silence. Create chaos. The dark elf recalled the plan laid out by his leader. Initially, his intent was to eliminate everyone present, including the divine soldiers. However, not only was this impractical, but even if achievable, it would demand an inordinate amount of time, yielding no worthwhile gain. Then allow me to facilitate your escape with a series of resounding impacts. The dark elf decimated the energy shields of each cell, forcefully liberating the long-imprisoned monstrosities who, without his prompting, eagerly rushed forth to sow discord. It seems the enemies of Asgard have come knocking once more. Loki's cell was positioned nearer to the exit, and he now beheld a throng of prisoners fleeing. With each passing moment, their numbers swelled, overwhelming the soldiers stationed at the entrance. Precisely. It would be splendid to see that fool Odin slain. Observing the tumultuous clash between the escaping prisoners and the soldiers, Loki envisioned the moment of Odin's demise at the hands of invaders, a thought that brought him immense delight. With a swift motion, the dark elf demolished another prison's energy shield. Yet, when he approached the final door and cast a glance at Loki, still confined within, he chose not to set him free. In his perception, Loki's emaciated form offered little assistance to him. Thus, the dark elf casually selected a direction and prepared to pursue the true objective of his visit. Just as he was about to explore the right staircase, Loki asserted his influence. "I believe you should ascend the left staircase." The dark elf turned back, casting a penetrating glance at him from beneath his mask. His almost emotionless gaze conveyed a clear message. "Dare to deceive me, and you shall pay dearly." Loki's intellect had transcended the bounds of normality, and he understood the dark elf's implication well, yet he responded with a smile. As he stepped onto the left staircase, the dark elf chose to trust Loki. After all, having a direction was far preferable to flailing about like a headless chicken. Has that scoundrel not deceived me? Following Loki's guidance, the dark elf soon noticed that the darkness gradually receded, heralding the return of the liberating light. However, for the dark elf clan, the opposite was true. Darkness represented their freedom. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the prison. Thor, who had previously been engrossed in a tender moment with Jane, suddenly became alert as a plume of black smoke began to seep from one direction, signaling an attack. He raised his hand, summoning Mjolnir to his grasp, and after soothing Jane's long hair with a comforting touch, he departed. With a mighty leap, Thor soared towards the tumultuous prison scene, where nearly all the denizens of Asgard turned their attention. Yet, they began to neglect another area. Heimdall, guardian of the Bifrost, remained steadfast in his post after receiving Odin's orders. He would not budge under any circumstances unless Asgard faced dire straits. However, a mere prison riot clearly did not warrant his departure. Nonetheless, Heimdall's unwavering presence did not preclude the soldiers stationed at the Bifrost from reallocating some of their numbers to the chaos. For the location of the unrest was of paramount importance, situated not far from the palace of King Odin. For the sake of Odin's safety, these soldiers had no choice but to respond. At present, Asgard was not heavily fortified, as most of their forces were still engaged across the Nine Realms. Odin had orchestrated his own fake demise, deliberately allowing Loki to seize power, thus inciting chaos throughout the Nine Realms. Then, when the situation became untenable, he would miraculously return to life. Subsequently, he would reconcile with Thor, and, as the rightful heir, he would lead Asgard's armies to restore order to the Nine Realms. Simply put, to establish his authority. Heimdall was well aware of this scheme, yet as a staunch supporter of Thor, he chose to remain discreet. However, the consequence of a substantial portion of the Asgardian forces being stationed outside was a significant vulnerability in their home base's defense. Suddenly, Heimdall sensed something pass by him, yet his eyes, which could observe any corner of the universe, failed to detect it. Something was amiss. Though his eyes perceived nothing, Heimdall trusted his instinctual judgment. In a moment of urgency, he drew forth 2 daggers concealed behind him and began to sprint upon the Rainbow Bridge. The rhythmic sound of his footsteps echoed against the vibrant structure, and sensing the moment was right, he leaped, thrusting the daggers forward. A flash of fire erupted, revealing the silhouette of a spacecraft before him. With renewed vigor, Heimdall set about its destruction. After all, he was appointed by Odin himself to guard the Rainbow Bridge, and dismantling such a vessel was almost effortless for him. Within mere minutes, the foreign craft that had nearly slipped into the realm of the gods was successfully obliterated. However, before Heimdall could catch his breath, a larger ship emerged in the sky, accompanied by dozens of smaller crafts. "At last, I have located you," he exclaimed. "Lixing, where do you intend to take him?" Meanwhile, the inhabitants of the divine realm remained oblivious to the impending crisis, continuing their daily routines as if nothing had changed. Take Robert, for instance. He found himself obstructed by 2 young women. Could you let me pass before I answer your questions? It feels rather odd being cornered like this," he suggested to a girl named Shimiao, hoping she would grant him a bit of space. From an outsider's perspective, he appeared to be trapped, creating an uncomfortable scene. "You should ask Lixing. She was the one who rescued you." Shimiao did not immediately acquiesce to Robert's request, instead casting her gaze toward her friend, who stood frozen, seemingly lost in thought. Is she all right? Robert mused, though he was skeptical of Ximiao's assertion that Lixing had saved him. Nevertheless, he recognized that the girl meant well. She has been like this since earlier. I've been talking to her, but she doesn't respond. Is your friend all right? He inquired, gesturing toward his head, his meaning clear. This action, however, ignited Ximiao's ire. Who are you calling crazy? Lixing saved you and is merely tired now. How can you say she has lost her mind? Do you not possess even a shred of gratitude? Ximiao unleashed a torrent of indignation upon Robert, drawing the attention of passers-by, some of whom paused, intrigued by the unfolding drama. That's not what I meant, Robert exclaimed, pressing his hand to his forehead, unable to endure the sensation of being gawked at like a spectacle. Consequently, a surge of yellow energy erupted from him. The onlookers, suddenly reminded of pressing matters, hastily departed, leaving Robert to his own devices. Ximiao, please don't raise your voice. I'm fine now. Lixing finally spoke up, still astonished by her own audacity in prompting Robert to flee. It is noteworthy that she had never before engaged in such outrageous behavior. Ximiao was poised to jest with her close friend, completely indifferent to Robert's plight. The trio found themselves cornered in a secluded spot, with the two girls effectively blocking any escape route. The only way out for Robert was to ascend above. Otherwise, there was no exit. Of course, if he were to shed his dignity, he might still find a way out after an unavoidable physical encounter with the two girls. That's because you won't let me. I have no choice, Robert muttered softly, indifferent to whether the sisters heard him as he attempted to close the distance. Clearly, he chose the path any normal man would take. What is that above? Before he could even make a move, the girl named Ximiao interrupted him. Lixing and Robert instinctively glanced skyward, greeted by an ominous fleet of unfamiliar warships. Lixing covered her mouth, overwhelmed by the oppressive sight. As a young girl, she had never witnessed such formidable power outside of the Divine Domain's military. Are they here to visit the Divine Domain? Ximiao's initial hopes began to dissipate when the soldiers of the Divine Domain appeared, and combat erupted between the two factions. Run! The two girls were stupefied by the scene unfolding above them, as their upbringing had instilled in them the belief that the Divine Domain was the strongest among the 9 realms. Their instructors had taught them to show compassion to offenders, yet had never addressed the possibility of a scenario like today. Robert grasped each girl by the hand and sprinted away. He could have easily abandoned the situation, but given their brief acquaintance, it was no great burden to assist them. When he was detached from this place and its inhabitants, Robert could have remained indifferent to the fate of the Divine Domain's people, since it was of no concern to him. However, now that he had formed a semblance of connection, he could not stand idly by while they faced harm. During Odin's reign, the Divine Domain was indeed a formidable entity that none dared to provoke. The residents living within its core led lives that could only be described as divine, carefree, and free of troubles. Yet, as Odin aged, and the new king, Thor, had yet to mature into his full strength, the Divine Domain descended into a place where all could unleash their chaos. If one were to consider Odin in his prime, would the Dark Elves have dared to swagger into the heart of the Divine Domain? They would not have. Not even daring to confront an elderly Odin head-on. They could only resort to hit-and-run tactics, banking on luck. Don't lead us astray. Suddenly, Robert felt a struggle in the hand he was holding, prompting him a halt and glance back. It was Schimmel who spoke. If you run to the place where you are, it will only become increasingly perilous. Have you forgotten our emergency protocols in the Divine Realm? In times like this, the safest course of action is undoubtedly to seek protection from the soldiers outside the palace, Schimmel asserted confidently. Yet, she was not content with merely stating this. She also grasped the hand of her companion, Lixing, and inquired, "He may not be a local and might not understand, but Lixing, have you also forgotten?" As Schimmel conversed with her friend, she received no response for a considerable time. Upon closer inspection, she noticed Lixing's cheeks flushed, seemingly lost in thought. Is he really holding my hand? How warm. I truly adore this feeling, Lixing mused, her mind wandering. Schimmel wished to remind her that this was not the moment for such daydreaming, but Robert interjected first. I do not believe that your so-called divine beings, Odin or Thor, possess the energy to protect civilians. The wisest choice right now is actually to retreat to your homes. At the very least, find a concealed location, rather than rushing into a crowd and hoping for protection. Schimmel retorted, Us? Are you not from the Divine Realm? What do you mean by that? Are you questioning Father Odin and Prince Thor? Her words drew Lixing's attention, who had been lost in her thoughts. In the divine realm, Odin enjoys the utmost respect from the people, and Prince Thor shares this reverence. Otherwise, Lixing and Schimmel would not have harbored any fondness for Thor. Had they not seen him personally carrying a woman back, they might not have given up so easily. Robert's words undoubtedly challenged the ingrained beliefs and established values of the divine realm's inhabitants. In their world, Odin is the eternal king, the ruler of the gods. Under Robert's scrutiny, the two girls stubbornly refused to enter the nearby shelter, insisting on adhering to the so-called words of Odin. Children, sometimes you should not be so rigid. There is more to the world than just Odin. Robert, seeing their obstinacy, decided to communicate through strength instead. Schimmel questioned, "What does the blue light in your hand signify? Are you implying that you are a deity who can stand shoulder to shoulder with Odin?" In response to her inquiry, Robert gave a blunt answer. He casually tossed the spatial power he had gathered into the sky, and immediately, boom, 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 3 explosions resonated as the 3 closest dark elf warships were instantly obliterated. My goodness, what are we waiting for? Let us get inside where it's safe. Schimmel quickly altered her stance, clearly not someone who lacked adaptability. However, at that moment, Lixing stood her ground. You're so powerful. Shouldn't you be protecting the divine realm? Now, Lixing found herself under the peculiar gaze of Robert and Shimiao, who were both staring at her. Her reason for not leaving was rather audacious. She intended to enlist Robert's assistance. Shimiao remarked, "Indeed, your most pressing obligation should be to aid Thor and the others in confronting the external threats, while we can seek refuge near the palace." Robert, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. After all that, they had circled back to the same issue. Well, do as you please. I shall go indulge in the spectacle. Since both were insistent on venturing to the so-called palace, Robert decided to disregard their plans and wave his hand as he prepared to observe the commotion. As the power of space enveloped him, Robert had just pinpointed the location of the Divine Realm Palace when a girl named Shimiao unexpectedly reached out to grab him. "Take us with you." Before Shimiao could finish her sentence, the surroundings morphed in an instant, and Robert, along with her and Lixing, found themselves within the opulent confines of the Divine Realm Palace. Wow, I feel as though I've seen this place in a painting. She was now captivated by the magnificent decorations of the palace, blissfully unaware that her hand had nearly been severed moments ago. I must say, if I encounter a similar situation in the future, please refrain from lunging toward me. Had I not reacted swiftly, your hand would have been lost. All right. Lixing, come look at this. The murals are truly exquisite. Shimiao responded absent-mindedly to Robert, then eagerly began to explore the surroundings with her friend Lixing. However, they had not wandered far before they came face to face with a soldier from the dark elven intruders. Robert, observing the two girls covering their faces, found himself at a loss for words. With a flick of his hand, he banished the soldier into a chaotic void, then stepped forward, intrigued by the still muffled cries of the two. Shimiao was still screaming in fright, while Lixing, though silent, trembled noticeably, revealing her own anxiety. "Hey, stop shouting," Robert said as he gently patted Shimiao, whose voice finally began to diminish. However, she did not immediately remove her hands from her face. Instead, she cautiously opened a small gap to confirm there was no danger before daring to lower her hands completely. Noticing her naivety, or perhaps her unfamiliarity with peril, Robert inquired, "Aren't you Divine Realm people reputed to be of the divine race? Why do you not employ your divine powers when confronted with danger?" Chapter 120. The Queen Shimiao was momentarily taken aback by Robert's question. She stared at him for a moment before responding as if it were self-evident. "We may claim to be of the divine race, but not everyone possesses divine power. Moreover, even magic requires a robust constitution, let alone the far rarer divine body." Seeing Robert's puzzled expression, Shimiao began to feel perplexed herself. Logically, as fellow Divine Realm inhabitants, this knowledge should be common. Why then did Robert pose such a question? Furthermore, his words did not seem to regard himself as one of the Divine Realm people. "What do you mean by you Divine Realm people? Are you not one of them?" The insatiable curiosity of the youth, particularly that of the young lady named Shimiao, is indeed remarkable. Within the palace, one encounters a few intruding dark elves with each step, leaving the defenseless Shimiao and Lixing reliant on Robert's protection for their safety. However, at this moment, she posed a question that seemed somewhat sensitive. Have I never mentioned my origins from the divine realm? Fortunately, Robert was indifferent to the potential exposure of his identity. He graciously allowed the subtle changes in his reality-wielding power to manifest, openly acknowledging his origins. To put it simply, I am a human from Earth. After casually dispatching a dark elf that had emerged from nowhere into the chaotic void, Robert confided in the two young ladies. Surprisingly, it was Lixing who reacted most strongly, while Ximiao merely stood there, frozen in place. Lixing began to harbor doubts about Robert. After all, without the bond of kinship, Robert inevitably lost a layer of trust with these two girls, whom he had only recently met. Oh dear, Lixing, how could you be so naive? If he were truly allied with these invaders, why would he help us? At this critical moment, Ximiao spoke up, her clarity shining through. Lixing pondered this in her mind, and, realizing the validity of Ximiao's point, she exhibited an embarrassed expression, her lips parted as if she were about to apologize. Never mind. Please refrain from uttering apologies or expressions of gratitude. Our meeting is serendipitous, yet I feel that our fates have reached a conclusion. Therefore, do share your destination, and I shall guide you there. Perhaps our paths shall cross again in the future. Robert interrupted the words that were about to escape from the young lady's lips. His statement rendered Lixing momentarily speechless, as she feared that her doubts had angered him. Ximiao interjected, Lixing, that's not what she meant. Did you not ask me to assist you? What am I doing here, safeguarding you and merely relishing the scenery? Truth be told, Robert felt a tinge of frustration at being doubted after putting forth his efforts, yet he did not wish to dwell on it, recognizing that their acquaintance was still young. Observing the timid Lixing, who was pulling at her skirt in a rather pitiful manner, Ximiao felt a pang of sympathy. Suddenly, a colossal crash interrupted Ximiao's impending words. The Dark Elves had begun to wreak havoc within the palace, seemingly gaining control before Odin and Thor could return from their imprisonment. The sound of the crash emanated from the Dark Elves' massive ship, forcefully breaching the palace, inflicting severe damage upon the grand walls and shattering the opulent decor within. The point of impact was strategically chosen at the palace's center, right beside Odin's throne, given the proximity to the royal seat. The guard stationed here were among the most numerous in the palace, as they had not been dispatched to quell the uprising in the prison. Swift resolution is essential. I shall retrieve the ether. The leader of the Dark Elves disembarked from the vessel and immediately commanded his companions, striding towards the poised soldiers of the divine realm as though they were invisible. Cease your advance immediately. This is the realm of the divine king. But his words were scarcely uttered when the Dark Elves behind Malekith opened fire. For the soldiers of the divine realm, armed primarily with spears, the Dark Elves wielding firearms presented a nightmare at mid to long range. Yet despite the disadvantage, they charged forward, aware that once the battle shifted to close quarters, the outcome remained uncertain. Malekith, however, was indifferent to such trivial skirmishes. The casualties of both the Dark Elves and the Divine Realm soldiers were of no concern to him. With a swift motion, he dispatched the soldiers that rushed towards him, and more followed in their wake. But Malekith remained unfazed. Stop them, he commanded, and the surrounding Dark Elf soldiers quickly moved to clear a path for him. Notably, as he passed by the throne of Odin, he casually tossed a collapse bomb. With a thunderous roar, the bomb distorted the surrounding space, leading to the destruction of the throne of Odin in a cataclysmic collapse. A smirk played upon Malekith's lips. The thought of the Divine Realm's incursions against him filled him with a profound sense of satisfaction. The ether had originally been under his dominion, yet the Divine Realm had forcibly sealed it away, a grievance sufficient to provoke his current actions. I can almost see it beckoning to me, he mused, sensing precisely where his desires lay. Without further hesitation, he proceeded in that direction, towards the Queen's chamber. Could you please not escort us out? I wish to linger here a while longer, exclaimed Ximiao, her curiosity akin to that of a village girl visiting the city for the first time. Robert, holding a child in each arm, found himself tasked with ushering them outside, yet Ximiao's eagerness to explore left him momentarily speechless. Just then, the sudden appearance of an individual presented a solution to his predicament. Halt! Who are you? A vigilant soldier of the Divine Realm demanded, weapon drawn and aimed at Robert and Ximiao, wary of yet another band of enemies. At last, Robert felt a wave of relief wash over him upon encountering a soldier of the Divine Realm, finally free from the burden of the two children. What do you want? Stand still and do not move. As Robert approached, the on-edge soldier assumed a combat stance, but suddenly a subtle yellow energy infiltrated his being, causing his demeanor to shift instantaneously. The previous hostility dissipated, and as Robert drew near, the soldier promptly welcomed him. "Could you kindly escort these two ladies behind me to a safe location?" Robert inquired. This request appeared quite trivial for the soldiers of the divine realm, and he promptly responded, "Certainly. Ladies, please follow me. In truth, we were rather curious about the individual from earlier, weren't we?" However, Xi Miao was reluctant to leave. Having witnessed the palace's opulence, she yearned to remain by Robert's side a while longer. To her surprise, upon turning around, the man had vanished. "I have no idea. He was right here just a moment ago. I don't even know his name," Li Xing exclaimed, glancing around like a little lost lamb. This was certainly not her usual demeanor, which immediately piqued her friend's interest. Xi Miao teased, "If you don't know, then you don't know. Are you so eager to learn his surname and given name?" I was just thinking how peculiar you've been acting today. It seems like you've changed ever since you laid eyes on him." Before Xi Miao could finish her thought, her mouth was swiftly covered, but while her words were stifled, her expressive eyes remained a window to the world. At that moment, they sparkled with mischief, as if sharing some delightful secret, prompting Li Xing to attempt to cover her own eyes with her other hand. "Oh dear. All right, let's head to a safe place first. I won't tease you any longer." As her friend prepared to get serious, Xi Miao decided to cease her playful antics, especially in such a perilous environment. The soldiers of the divine realm stood vigil nearby, and as the two showed signs of readiness to depart, he began to lead the way. Xi Miao occasionally sighed, casting longing glances at their surroundings, likely wishing to reside in such an enchanting place forever. Li Xing, too, was preoccupied with her thoughts. She could not fathom why her heart raced upon encountering a certain individual and felt an unsettling emptiness after he had departed. Robert, at that moment, experienced a similar sensation, though he dismissed it as mere infatuation, attributing it solely to the allure of the enchanting figure. Otherwise, how could he explain his sudden attachment to both girls? Was it, perhaps, a case of mutual infatuation? The mere thought of it made Robert chuckle, and the sound attracted a swarm of dark elves. Do you know the phrase, "A good dog doesn't block the way"? With no more delicate blooms to protect, he felt emboldened. Rather than cast these dark elves into the chaotic void, Robert believed it would be swifter to annihilate them with the power of space itself, as it would sweep away a multitude, conserving energy while imparting a formidable deterrent effect. "Who are you?" Meanwhile, not far from Robert, in the Queen's chambers, the Queen stood her ground against the intruder while attempting to discern their identity. "Malekis, I have come to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me." The intruder had no intention of concealing his presence. Ever since his arrival, his gaze had been captivated by Jane Foster, who was sheltered behind the Queen, as she possessed something coveted by the Dark Elves. The Queen glanced back, prompting Jane to instinctively retreat to a more concealed location. Yet, given the room's limited size, her attempts at hiding were in vain. Chapter 121. The Quarrel. Malachi's, distracted, was unexpectedly struck by the Queen, resulting in a wound that ignited his awareness of the need to resolve the immediate predicament. "Have you decided to stand in my way?" the Queen queried. "Your words are tiresome," she retorted sharply, seizing the moment to strike again. However, Malachi's, now alert, narrowly evaded her assault despite its unsuspected nature. He attempted to draw his sword in resistance. Yet, as the saying goes, a single misstep can lead to a series of misfortunes. The Queen did not afford him the opportunity. In mere moments, her sharp blade was pressed against his throat. Under normal circumstances, Malachi's would be frantic, for his life was precariously poised in the balance. Yet, he remained remarkably unperturbed, even taking the time to glance aside. A demeanor so nonchalant that it compelled the Queen to cast her gaze in that direction. To her dismay, she discovered an enemy clad in a mask standing nearby. She had hoped to confront the dark elf warrior in the same manner as she did Malachi's, but it was futile. With a single maneuver, she found herself ensnared. "Well done," Malachi's remarked, pleased with the timely arrival of the warrior. He no longer cared to observe the subdued Queen, instead redirecting his focus toward his objective. "Come now, return what is mine," he coaxed, approaching Jane with words designed to lure her as one might a timid creature. Although she displayed fear, she remained silent, initially oblivious. Malachi's only realized he had been deceived when his hand passed through Jane's form, causing her to dissolve into light. "Ah, you wretched hag," he exclaimed, fury evident in his countenance. In stark contrast, the queen maintained a placid smile. "Tell me where she is. Where's my ether? Dream on. I shall never divulge that." Malachi's responded, his expression shifting from rage to calm. He exchanged a knowing glance with the dark elf warrior controlling the queen and awaited her pleas for mercy. A sharp dagger pierced his side. The dark elf warriors were not merely agents of physical harm. A keen observer would note that the queen's insides had been shattered, the culprit merely infusing the blade with dark energy. The queen's life was swiftly ebbing away, yet she uttered no words of surrender until the very last moment, which left Malekith profoundly disheartened. "You seek death." Crack! Boom! The queen was cast to the ground, and in the next instant, a force of thunder, imbued with an unparalleled will of destruction, made intimate contact with Malekith's visage. Ouch! A significant portion of his face was struck by the thunder, transforming his agony into a palpable reality. However, Thor had no intention of stopping there. With a single blow, he aimed to obliterate the two dark elves. "I will confront him." The valiant dark elf could not tolerate this affront and immediately sought to teach Thor a lesson, but was halted by Malekith. "Quickly, take me away. Odin has arrived." Possessing acute senses and a keen awareness of impending danger, Malekith commanded a retreat, sensing an overwhelmingly powerful force approaching rapidly. Alas, in a fit of rage, Thor hurled his hammer, striking the dark elf warrior squarely in the back. This indeed inflicted some damage on the adversary, yet it also facilitated Malekith's escape. They jumped clumsily from the balcony of the palace, and in the next moment, a dark elf piloting a ship came to their aid, enabling a successful getaway before Odin's arrival. It was not until the enemy had fled that Thor went to assess the queen's injuries, at which point Odin finally arrived. He had been engaged in purging the palace of foes and, oblivious to the urgency, hastened to the queen's chambers only to find he was a step too late. At this moment, Odin appeared somewhat unsteady, his gaze falling upon his lifeless wife on the ground, and a profound sense of desolation enveloped him. Thor too felt the weight of despair, having watched the dark elves escape, not out of reluctance to pursue them, but because he prioritized the queen's safety above all else. "Who goes there?" Just as Thor approached the queen, a divine light ignited in Odin's eyes, fixating on the corridor outside the chamber, seemingly poised to strike. "I merely came to observe." "Do continue." Robert emerged from the corridor, having no intention of concealing himself, as evidenced by the apple he held. After all, one does not hide while indulging in food. "Odin, who are you?" He was the first to recognize Robert, his eyes brimming with caution, perhaps tinged with the pain of loss, as Odin teetered on the brink of losing control. "Robert?" Fortunately, Thor recognized him at that moment. Otherwise, this elder may have faced injury. "Odin, do you know him?" Seeing Thor call out the name, Odin retracted his hostility, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with Robert. Faced with the puzzled inquiry of his father, Thor provided an affirmative response. "Indeed, we are acquainted, and I believe you should not be unfamiliar with him either. Robert is the formidable warrior from Earth I mentioned to you." After a brief reference to Odin, Thor shifted his gaze towards the queen lying on the ground, his heart heavy with remorse. If only he had arrived a moment sooner, perhaps this tragedy could have been averted. Welcome to the realm of the gods, Robert. However, I must first mourn my wife. May I take a moment to pay my respects?" Odin had always regarded Earth as a domain under his dominion, perceiving it as a largely compliant satellite, especially in contrast to the chaos often instigated by the frost giants. Consequently, Robert, being one of its own, was readily accepted by Odin, who naturally viewed him as one of his subjects. With a resounding thud, Thor realized that the queen had succumbed to all signs of life, a truth that was painfully evident. He pounded the ground in a display of his fury and grief. Odin, too, turned to examine his wife. Although he had long been aware of her condition, the moment he encountered her cold body, even the legendary God King could not suppress his sorrow. In the somber atmosphere, Robert felt that consuming an apple might be somewhat disrespectful, prompting him to hastily devour the fruit, discarding the core into the chaotic void. "I will slay him. Malekith shall be reduced to ashes." Suddenly, after Robert had finished, Thor rose, radiating an aura of vengeance. However, such a reckless plan would not garner Odin's support. "What do you intend to do? Storm into the dark elf stronghold and use the hammer I bestowed upon you to smash Malekith to pieces?" Odin's words dripped with unmistakable sarcasm. Yet Thor remained undeterred, as this was precisely his intention. And what of it? Should they invade our realm while we cannot venture into theirs? Thor retorted, preposterous. Do you truly believe you can vanquish them? Odin replied, as a king, his foremost duty was to consider the safety of his people. The 9 realms were far from tranquil. Our armies cannot retreat, which necessitates that the king remains at the stronghold. This is the prudent course of action. Odin resumed his pedagogical approach, hoping that Thor would evolve into a wise ruler. Yet, it was evident that the moment was not ripe for such wisdom. For Thor's thoughts diverged significantly from Odin's. What shall we do then? Remain in the realm of the gods and await Malekith's ambush? No doubt he will come, as long as what he desires remains here. When that time arrives, I shall personally eliminate him. Odin asserted, does that not invite the flames of war into our domain? Can the harm to our people truly be minimized? Thor questioned, Odin, a reckless assault will only leave our stronghold vulnerable. Our current course of action should be to remain here and await Malekith's arrival. Thor, cease your antiquated notions. The father and son found themselves embroiled in a heated argument, while Robert, feeling somewhat idle, began to meander outside. Remaining indoors would have rendered the atmosphere rather awkward. The decorations within the royal palace of the divine realm were indeed splendid and exquisite. Yet the cultural disparities left Robert somewhat unimpressed until he discovered a decorative map that piqued his interest. This was a rudimentary depiction of the cosmos, referring not to the entirety of the universe, but rather to the locales explored or visited by the Asgardians throughout the ages. It represented but a minuscule fraction of the cosmos, yet for beings of human stature and lifespan, it still seemed vast and boundless. A mere mortal might spend a lifetime and still not fully explore the limited regions depicted on this map. Thor, you are nothing but a stubborn old fool. Stay in your divine realm and await in patience. I shall represent the people of Asgard and their beloved queen in confronting Malekith. Odin, nonsense. Are you questioning the decision of the All-Father? Do you believe that mere fervor will suffice to vanquish Malekith? A brief silence ensued. Robert, unable to discern the scene within the chamber, could easily envision Thor's obstinacy and refusal to yield. I am truly disappointed in you, Thor. Guards, convey my orders immediately. Without my permission, Thor shall not set foot outside Asgard. Thor, I will not submit. The voices of the father and son were raised high enough for Robert, standing outside, to hear them clearly. Did they truly not care whether outsiders overheard their discourse?